On the battlefield of the Tournament of Power, Goku activated the Ultra Instinct for the third time to engage in combat with Jiren, eliciting exclamations of astonishment from the gods. Why? Why can a mere mortal reach realms that even deities cannot attain? At this moment, only Whis bore a troubled expression, fully aware that entering the domain beyond the gods requires enduring immense physical strain. This was Goku's final opportunity. Should he fail to defeat Jiren this time, he would be unable to access Ultra Instinct again, and the seventh universe would inevitably face defeat, or worse, the entire universe would be in peril. However, during the battle, Whis observed that Goku still harbored excessive thoughts, preventing him from fully entering the realm of Ultra Instinct. This misallocation of energy resulted in exhausting his strength without inflicting substantial damage upon his opponent. If this continued, Goku would ultimately be the one to lose. Indeed, after a fierce exchange, Goku was on the verge of defeating Jiren, yet he could no longer maintain the state of Ultra Instinct. His body suffered greatly from the backlash of divine power. Though Jiren was troubled, he unleashed a wave of energy that sent the defenseless Goku flying. Goku's body uncontrollably hurtled towards the edge of the arena. At that moment, Frieza sprang forth from the cracks of the platform. Seeing Goku spiraling outward, he knew he could not allow him to fall outside the ring. Thus, he raised his hand and fired an energy sphere aimed at Goku. He calculated perfectly that a gentle push would ensure Goku landed safely on the edge of the arena's rocks. Yet amidst the debris of the shattered arena, numerous stones floated about, and one particular fragment intercepted Frieza's energy sphere. The explosion occurred several meters away from Goku, merely nudging him without achieving Frieza's intended effect. Just as Frieza prepared to rescue Goku once more, Jiren appeared before him, and the briefly unconscious Goku fell outside the arena. The hope of all rested upon Goku, now eliminated. The other warriors from the seventh universe felt a profound sense of despair, while only Frieza maintained an optimistic demeanor, proclaiming, "Even without those monkeys, assistance, I shall still prevail." That moment, number 17 returned to the fray. However, their strength paled in comparison to Jiren's. Even in his exhausted state, Jiren held the upper hand against the combined assault of Frieza and number 17. Frieza, in a desperate bid, attempted a self-destructive attack to take Jiren out with him, but unexpectedly found himself unable to contend with the worn yet formidable Jiren, who merely turned and cast him from the arena, while Jiren precariously landed on the edge. Only number 17 remained among the fighters of the seventh universe, and in the face of overwhelming power, his efforts became futile. Ultimately, number 17 was forced out, leading to the seventh universe's defeat. Though the Omni King felt disappointment at Goku's failure, he remained bound to the rules of the Tournament of Power, and the seventh universe was on the brink of annihilation. Goku, enduring excruciating pain, shouted desperately at the Omni King, "Little Zeno, no, please don't do this. Grant me one more chance. That is not permissible." This was agreed upon beforehand. The failing universe must be obliterated. "Even if it is Goku, I must adhere to my word," the Omni King proclaimed in a tone reminiscent of a child, uttering the coldest of statements. In that moment, Goku despaired as he comprehended that his friends, family, and all life within the seventh universe were to be eradicated, all due to his impulsive suggestion of the Tournament of Power. Initially, he had merely wished to challenge the formidable warriors of other universes, believing that should he emerge victorious and claim the Super Dragon Balls, he could wish for the revival of those obliterated universes. Since his youth, no matter the adversities faced, Goku had always triumphed once he resolved to do so. Hence, he instinctively believed that he would be the victor of this tournament. Yet reality proved otherwise. "Are we truly to be annihilated?" Gohan inquired, though deep down, he recognized the grim truth, having witnessed the obliteration of 10 universes firsthand. 18. Krillin clutched his wife tightly. This was their final embrace. Maroon 18 held Krillin close, her thoughts drifting to their child left at home. In a fleeting moment, Krillin locked eyes with Goku, his gaze imbued with complexity, gratitude and trust coalescing with a nascent resentment towards Goku in this dire hour when his family stood at the brink of peril. "I am so sorry, everyone. I am to blame for all of this." Goku clenched his fists. "If only I were given another chance." How infuriating. "Goku, Listen carefully, a voice resonated suddenly within Goku's mind. Whis. Goku turned towards Whis, discovering that he was indeed observing him. Yet he remained silent. Instead, the words directly traversed into Goku's consciousness. Now, immediately, activate Ultra Instinct. What? Hurry, while there is still time. Though Goku was bewildered, Whis' words hinted at a glimmer of hope. He placed immense trust in Whis, his mentor and friend, and felt compelled to save everyone in the seventh universe. In that instant, all his bonds coalesced into a singular conviction. He would transcend his limits once more to rescue them all. A formidable energy erupted from within Goku as he once again surpassed the realm of the divine, unlocking Ultra Instinct. What do you intend to do, Kakarot? Just as Goku achieved his breakthrough, an enigmatic force enveloped him, distinct from Ki. He could not gauge its strength, akin to the uncertainty he felt before entering the divine realm when confronting Beerus, and none present, save for him, sensed this sudden onslaught. However, this force imparted a sense of reassurance. Whis, feel my power, align with my energy, and reach out to the distant universe, Whis instructed. Goku felt as though he were being drawn into another realm. Whis' power resembled the vastness of the cosmos, instilling a serene stillness around him. Yet, as he extended his consciousness further under Whis' guidance, he beheld a tumultuous, flowing energy akin to a rushing river stretching endlessly towards the horizon. All of this felt exceedingly strange. When Goku finally noticed the river, he realized it had always been by his side, as if he'd been walking along its banks for an eternity, yet had only just discovered the essence of water. That moment, Whis suddenly appeared behind him, not in physical form, but as a manifestation of his consciousness, flowing through his power to reach Goku. With a gentle push, Goku was thrust into the river before him. What is happening? Goku struggled desperately, yet he was unable to resist the force pulling his consciousness further away. Soon, he felt his awareness fading, the unknown power gradually encroaching upon him, as if he were merging with an incomprehensibly vast entity, rendering himself insignificant, until he dissolved into nothingness. Just as I anticipated, Whis remarked with a hint of satisfaction, the Scions are indeed a remarkable species. The only ones aware of the anomaly were the awakened angel, Margarita, and the Grand Minister. However, before they could inquire, Zeno initiated his ability. Zeno waved his frail arm, erasing all life and matter within the seventh universe, plunging Whis into a state of slumber. In the final moments before consciousness ceased, Whis silently implored, "Please, Goku, this time. You must protect everyone." A small bird flew overhead, casting a shadow that swept across Goku's face. The blinding sunlight gradually illuminated his eyes, awakening him from his slumber. The large beast that had been cautiously observing him immediately turned and fled upon seeing the small creature stir. Goku, still dazed, felt as though he was lying in the wilderness. Yet he sensed no issue. He simply felt overwhelmingly fatigued and longed for a proper rest. He rolled over, scratching at an itchy spot on his rear, inadvertently applying too much force when reaching for his tail, which sent a jolt of tingling through his body. "I'm so tired, truly exhausted. Just a bit more sleep?" Goku murmured, on the verge of slipping back into unconsciousness when a thought suddenly struck him. Why was he so weary? The tournament of power. Goku snapped awake, sitting up straight. The seventh universe was in peril. He had to take action. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he saw neither Krillin nor Vegeta, nor Whis or Beerus. He lay bare in the vast wilderness, which should have been a forest, yet the trees were all askew and twisted, some even crushed, as if a colossal force had ravaged the area. Upon glancing behind him, he gasped in horror. It was his former home at King Kai's, now reduced to ruins. Goku did not need to strain to recall this scene, for it was indelibly etched in his memory. On the day of his grandfather Gohan's passing, his home had looked just like this. Staggering to his feet, Goku sprinted toward the remnants of the house, oblivious to his sluggish pace and the towering surroundings. He was solely focused on reaching his grandfather. As he unearthed layer upon layer of rubble, he beheld his grandfather, once so familiar, now cold and devoid of life. Yet, the expression on his face remained astonishingly serene. "Indeed, grandfather, you have always known it was I." After 3 decades of relentless battles and arduous training, Wukong's resolve had become as unyielding as steel. He refrained from tears, yet he was engulfed by profound remorse. I am sorry, I am so sorry. I failed to protect you, to safeguard everyone. Forgive me. Wukong recalled the final moments of the seventh universe's demise, the look in Krillin's eyes, an expression of heartfelt reproach directed at a family member for the very first time. Unable to absolve himself, Wukong vowed never to indulge in recklessness again. He must ensure everyone's safety. This time, Chapter 2. The commencement of training. Wukong steadied his emotions and then proceeded to excavate a pit in the forest opposite his dwelling, where he respectfully interred his deceased grandfather, selecting a spot akin to the previous occasion for ease of future offerings. Subsequently, he rummaged through the debris in search of clothing. Although he was now alone in the mountains, the 30 years of social interactions had transformed Wukong from the wild child he once was. Being unclothed brought him a tinge of embarrassment. As he searched, he stumbled upon the familiar 4-star ball and the Rui Jingu Bang. Once cherished as treasures bequeathed by his grandfather, these items now brought him no joy, overshadowed by the recent tragedy. After donning his clothes and slinging the Rui Bang over his shoulder, an unexpected growl from his stomach reminded him of his hunger. It was morning, the time for breakfast. And contemplating the intensity of the battles he had endured during the Tournament of Power, he felt a distinct need for sustenance. Thus, he resolved to procure something to eat. As Wukong dashed through the underbrush, memories from his childhood surged forth. Guided by sound and scent, he located a tiger also foraging for food. Forgive me, but you shall serve as my breakfast. The tiger, intimidated by Wukong's formidable presence, turned to flee. However, its speed was insufficient. Wukong swiftly brandished the Rui Bang, delivering a decisive blow that ended the tiger's life. Carrying his spoils to the riverbank, he performed a quick cleansing ritual before lighting a fire to cook the tiger meat. Indeed, nothing compared to the delicious meals prepared by Chi-Chi. After satisfying his hunger, Wukong reclined on the ground, his round belly protruding, finally affording himself the time to ponder the events that had transpired, gazing at his tail and reflecting on the recent loss of his grandfather. It was undeniable. Wukong had returned to his childhood, specifically to the year of his 10th birthday. Just moments before the Omni King was poised to obliterate the 7th universe, he had followed Whis' guidance to activate the Ultra Instinct. What transpired thereafter, he could not recall, but he found himself back in his 10-year-old form. Albeit merely his consciousness had reverted to that age, while his body retained its youthful appearance. Realizing this, Wukong sprang to his feet, striking a stance as he threw a few punches into the air and executed some kicks in another direction. How troublesome. Was I truly this weak in my youth? He lamented, shaking his head in disbelief. Despite exerting maximum effort, he could barely stir the air around him. Had it been yesterday's self, he could have easily shattered the trees across from him with a mere flick. It appeared he must begin his training anew. Wukong chuckled. Yet a troubling thought surfaced. His relentless pursuit of combat during the Tournament of Power had led to the demise of 11 universes, including those of his dearest family and friends. Was the quest for power truly the right path? No, becoming stronger is undoubtedly the correct choice. There are formidable foes like Jiren in the universe. If I cannot surpass him, I shall remain unable to protect everyone. Perhaps it was the Scion warrior's instinct that stirred within him, for Wukong swiftly dismissed his doubts. I must grow stronger. I will become even more powerful. Moreover, this time, he would not solely consider himself and Vegeta. Although Goku would never again proactively propose the Tournament of Power, it was imperative to strengthen everyone in order to confront such a crisis. Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin all needed to elevate their powers, even Frieza. Deep within, Goku still harbored the desire to hold the Tournament of Power, yearning to challenge the masters from other universes. However, he could no longer gamble the fate of the entire universe. As long as the warriors of Universe 7 became formidable enough that even if he were to lose to Jiren, their collective strength would ensure victory, that would suffice. To achieve this, he must first enhance his own abilities. Seated cross-legged on the ground, Goku reflected on his 30 years of training. In the years prior, specifically before marrying Chi-Chi, he had focused on deepening his understanding of combat, how to maximize his physical prowess. It reminded him of the time he first arrived at the sacred world of the Kais. Despite being stronger than Buu, he could never defeat him in battle. Goku believed that by the time he left the sacred world, his comprehension of martial arts had reached a significant level. while the subsequent 20 years were dedicated to refining his strength through rigorous training. To defeat Jiren, he needed to master Ultra Instinct flawlessly. To be frank, he had always struggled to grasp the essence of Ultra Instinct. While he had achieved a profound level of mental clarity, Whis continuously reminded him that true mastery lay in the absence of thought, allowing the body to react instinctively. Yet during the Tournament of Power, when he instinctively transcended the realm of the gods, unlocking the door to Ultra Instinct, Goku felt that it was more than mere intellectual enlightenment. After all, how could a mere shift in thought translate into formidable combat capability? That was indeed perplexing. Nonetheless, pondering this matter was premature. He needed to reach the level of Super Saiyan God before contemplating how to transcend the divine realm. Pragmatically, he should begin by transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, Goku shook his fist in determination. In terms of combat power, reaching the Saiyan threshold required approximately 500,000. Yet at that moment, Goku didn't even possess 50. Of course, he did not dwell on such numbers. He merely inferred the gap through intuition. The Super Saiyan transformation felt quite distant. With a resigned smile, Goku found solace in the understanding he had garnered over the past 30 years of combat, coupled with his first-hand experiences from Super Saiyan to Ultra Instinct. As long as his physical condition kept pace, he should easily surpass the bottleneck he once faced. So this is the essence of the Turtle School. Goku suddenly recalled that during his training with Master Roshi, he had always focused on enhancing his physical abilities. Given this revelation, he resolved to train at the Turtle School. Although his first visit to the Turtle House would likely occur in about 2 years, Master Roshi would undoubtedly welcome him with open arms. Upon this realization, Wukong hastily returned home, carrying only the 4-star ball as his sole possession. As he stepped outside, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Where's the Kame House? Since mastering the ability to sense others' ki 2 decades prior, Wukong had always relied on the energy of Master Roshi to navigate to the Kame House. And he had long since lost his way. Is it this way? Or perhaps this way? Wukong anxiously paced in circles. His current physical prowess insufficient to acutely perceive the external energies, the world around him seemed shrouded in a veil of mist, and he lacked the capacity to dispel it and uncover what lay beyond. Well, never mind. Wukong was renowned for his optimism. He could always train on Mount Baozi instead. He recalled the early days at Kame House when Master Roshi had him and Krillin tending to the fields, delivering milk, and tirelessly working each day. However, Mount Baozi was a desolate wilderness devoid of villages, leaving him to ponder what he might do. His gaze drifted to the distant horizon, and suddenly an ingenious training method struck him. That's it. He pointed toward a towering mountain, declaring, "I shall move you across the river." Indeed, Wukong resolved to rely solely on his own strength to shift an entire mountain several kilometers away. He may not have heard the legend from a far-off land, where a family sought to relocate a mountain through generations of relentless effort, but Wukong was determined to achieve it alone. Yet, as a Saiyan, Goku, it did not seem entirely impossible. Thus, from that day forth, Wukong traversed between the 2 mountains daily. He fashioned a massive platform from timber to transport fine grains of soil, and when confronted with boulders, he would break them apart by hand, moving each fragment across. Aside from the time allotted for nourishment and rest, Wukong relentlessly engaged in this ceaseless endeavor. In the past, a single Kamehameha would have effortlessly obliterated the mountain. Yet now it stood as a relentless mockery of his efforts, impervious to his toil, remaining majestic and entirely unchanged. Nevertheless, Wukong remained undeterred, repeating this training day after day. 2 years swiftly passed. Chapter 3. A reunion with Bulma. Drawing from memories of his previous life, Wukong commenced rigorous training on Mount Baozi, all with the aim of mastering the Ultra Instinct technique to protect his friends on Earth. He set himself the initial goal of relocating a peak of Mount Baozi several kilometers away. However, he soon discovered that reality did not align with his aspirations. During the first year, Wukong exerted himself daily, the mountain-moving endeavor leaving him utterly exhausted, yet before long, his stamina adapted to the intensity of the exertion. By the second year, even after numerous swift journeys between the 2 locations, he felt no fatigue, indicating that the intensity of this training no longer matched his physical capabilities. Consequently, Wukong began to train in solitude, reminiscent of his journey to Namek, controlling his own Kamehameha to strike himself, continuously engaging in extreme dodging and defense. In the initial days, this method yielded some positive results. Yet, Akin to his training aboard the spacecraft, Wukong continuously endeavored to transcend his limitations, inevitably encountering moments of failure. Numerous full-powered Kamehameha waves struck him, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Residing alone on Baobao Mountain, Wukong found himself devoid of senza beans or advanced medical technology to save him, and with no one to attend to his needs. He had no choice but to lie in the vast wilderness to recuperate. After several arduous hours, he managed to move slightly, dragging his agonized body back home. For the subsequent 2 days, Wukong was unable to venture out to hunt, his stomach growling with hunger, which indirectly impeded his recovery. On the 3rd day, he finally regained some mobility and utilized the instant transmission technique to seek sustenance. This marked his first successful execution of the technique. Initially, due to his frail 10-year-old physique, he had failed to harness the energy required, but after relentless training, he had not attempted it again until now. Fortunately, this time he succeeded. With his weary form and clouded consciousness, Wukong eventually hunted down a bear in the forest. As he kindled a fire to roast the bear meat, the aromatic scent of the food revitalized him, prompting him to indulge heartily. After consuming an entire bear, he felt a resurgence of energy, though one bear was insufficient to satiate a scion's appetite. Thus, he ventured to the river where he caught his favorite piranha, finally feeling full. In the following month, Wukong's physical condition remained poor, preventing him from engaging in intense training. It took nearly 2 months for him to feel entirely restored. He recalled that scions who recover from near-death states experience significant power boosts, so he conducted a simple assessment of his abilities, only to discover minimal enhancement. Perhaps his strength had indeed increased slightly, but 2 months of lax training had diminished his prowess. In this rapidly advancing phase, it was difficult to ascertain whether he would have surpassed his current self had he trained normally instead of sustaining severe injuries. When he resumed training, Wukong adopted a more cautious approach. Yet even so, he sustained another grave injury a month later, leading to a challenging recovery that lasted over a month. As he lay in bed contemplating, he realized that this method of cultivation was progressing far too slowly. It was no surprise, after nearly 2 years of diligent training. Although he had seen some growth, he estimated that his strength had only reached the level he possessed when battling Raditz in his previous life. In other words, he had not yet attained the standard of a low-tier scion warrior. In his previous life, Wukong achieved his current level of power through rigorous training under King Kai, which provided him with a qualitative leap. Perhaps he should seek out King Kai, he pondered, but how would he do that? Would he need to die first? Shaking his head at the thought, Wukong realized that the deities on Earth did not yet recognize him. Death would merely render him a disembodied spirit, devoid of the ability to cultivate. Furthermore, his friends on Earth were also unfamiliar with him. If he were to perish, he would have no opportunity for resurrection, thereby rendering any chance of helping them grow stronger moot. Wukong was deeply troubled, feeling that it had become increasingly challenging to grow stronger on his own. Never mind. I shall seek out my companions. Wukong resolved to gather his friends once more and empower them to collectively safeguard Earth and the 7th universe. At that moment, he sensed a familiar energy not far from Baozi Mountain. With his current prowess, he was capable of detecting energies from several kilometers away. Bulma! It's Bulma! Wukong exclaimed, his excitement causing him to leap into the air. That's right. I can ask Bulma to help me create a gravity training chamber. He recalled that the 2 most significant boosts to his power had occurred on King Kai's planet with 10 times gravity and on a spaceship with 100 times gravity. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he merely needed Bulma's assistance to construct one. With renewed enthusiasm, Wukong dashed out, utilizing his flying technique to follow the energy's direction. Soon, he spotted a car, and inside was Bulma. Hi, he announced, appearing suddenly at her window, startling Bulma so much that she swerved the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to flip onto its side. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Wukong hurried over to check on Bulma, who, frightened, brandished a gun. Monster, who are you? I am Wukong. Bulma took a moment to regain her composure, gazing at the young boy before her, puzzled. Wukong? Oh dear, this is troublesome. You don't recognize me. Wukong exclaimed, extending his hand to pull Bulma from the overturned car. Furrowing his brow, he explained, we've known each other for a long time. It's just like this. After a long while, I participated in the tournament of power, but I lost, resulting in the entire universe vanishing. Then, for some unknown reason, I returned to my childhood and lived in the mountains for 2 years. Just as I was about to set out to find you all, I happened to discover you were here. Bulma continued to look at Wukong in confusion. unable to comprehend his words. Oh dear, I'm not good at explaining these matters. Anyway, Bulma, could you help me make a gravity training room? Hee. Wukong chuckled nonsensically. A gravity training room? What is that? Wait, how do you know my name is Bulma? So, it means we've known each other for quite some time, right? About 30 years? That is not important. A gravity chamber is, let me think, a room that can control the intensity of gravity. For instance, I want to train with 10 times gravity right now. Bulma sensed a hint of madness in the person before her. At only 16 years of age, how could she have known someone for 30 years? She replied nonchalantly, okay, sure, I'll get in touch with you later. I need to go now, bye. Hey, Bulma, are you leaving? Aren't you supposed to be looking for the Dragon Balls? What? Bulma rushed forward. Dragon Balls? Are you talking about the Dragon Balls? Do you know about them? Have you seen them? Of course. The 4-star ball is right at my home. Didn't you come here to find it? Wukong said with a smile. Bulma was taken aback. She indeed had been tracking the Dragon Ball's energy in the vicinity. Can you give it to me? The 4-star ball. Absolutely. Wonderful. She exclaimed, laughing momentarily before suddenly stopping. Do you know what the Dragon Balls are used for? Certainly. It can indeed be used for wishes. You actually know? Then why would you give it to me? Why? Bulma, if you desire it, then it is yours. Suddenly, Bulma's face flushed. This young boy had uttered such remarkable words of affection. Upon closer inspection, he was rather handsome. Ah, Goku exclaimed. What is it? You wouldn't backtrack, would you? Here, take the Dragon Ball, and in return, construct a gravity training room for me. Upon hearing the mention of the gravity training room, Bulma pondered seriously. You mean to control gravity? That is impossible. Current scientists have no means to manipulate gravity at all. What? Goku was astonished. He had always perceived Bulma as omnipotent, and now he discovered there were indeed things she could not create. Oh, I remember, Goku said. The gravity training room was built with the help of Bulma's father. You can't construct it, can you? What are you saying? Bulma's face reddened. You are insulting my genius intellect. Look. As she spoke, Bulma retrieved the Dragon Radar. An incredibly sophisticated device that I created. There is no one else in this world who could accomplish such a feat. Then help me build a gravity training room. Bulma calmed herself, saying, I don't know how to explain this to you. Controlling gravity is a challenge that remains unsolved in today's scientific community, and no one has yet devised a device to manipulate it. I have no idea where you heard that from. Goku was perplexed. Such matters were beyond his understanding. I will go meet Bulma's father then, and ask him to assist me in building it. Why won't you listen to reason? Bulma shouted in frustration. Go ahead. Even if you go, he won't meet you. He is a very busy man. How can that be? Then Bulma, take me to him. My summer vacation is only 2 months long, and I still need to gather the Dragon Balls. I want to take a detour back to West City. I see. Then I will help you gather the Dragon Balls, giggling. Really, truly. Can you accomplish that? Of course. I have gathered the Dragon Balls many times before. After I collect them for you, you must take me to meet your father. Bulma was somewhat incredulous. If this young boy could gather the Dragon Balls, why then would she need to ask her father? She might as well seek the Eternal Dragon directly. Is he deceiving himself? Or perhaps the legends of the dragon are flawed, with wishes that cannot be fulfilled? Bulma was bewildered, yet gazing into Goku's clear eyes. She did not perceive any ill intent. Thus, with a mixture of skepticism and hope, the two once again embarked on their adventure to seek the Dragon Balls. Chapter 4. A New Adventure, Part 1. Bulma and Goku set forth once more on their quest for the Dragon Balls. After acquiring the 4-star ball, they proceeded to the next location of the Dragon Ball. Goku, now over 40 years old, had matured into a man who understood basic courtesies, ensuring that the duo encountered no friction along their journey. Not long after they set off, Goku once again encountered the old turtle, reminding him that it was the same time he first met Master Roshi. Without hesitation, Goku hoisted the old turtle onto his back and headed toward the sea, while Bulma, albeit reluctantly, followed suit. Once again encountering the black bear monster, Wukong chose not to linger in confrontation, this time with merely a punch delivered from a distance. The force of his blow sent the creature flying several dozen meters, crashing heavily against a wall and losing consciousness. Bulma stood in stunned silence. Astonished by the boy's remarkable prowess, his claim about gathering the Dragon Balls now seemed increasingly credible. Upon reaching the seaside, the old turtle expressed profound gratitude, vowing to repay their kindness before swimming into the depths of the ocean. What could he be up to? Surely he isn't planning to catch a couple of fish as a reward for us. No, He is off to fetch Master Rashi. Master Rashi? Who is that? Rather lecherous old gentleman. Bulma felt somewhat speechless. After a considerable period, the old turtle returned, cradling Master Rashi at the water's edge. What a flamboyant old man. Bulma mused quietly. Who saved you? Master Rashi inquired of the old turtle, who pointed towards Wukong, saying, this boy. Master Rashi glanced at Wukong, about to speak, but suddenly paused, his expression shifting to one of grave intensity as he scrutinized Wukong for an extended moment, ultimately asking, who are you, divine being? It was no wonder Master Rashi was taken aback. Although Wukong's power did not yet match that of a scion, it far surpassed that of an average earthling. Coupled with over 30 years of rigorous training, his prowess had reached a level that defied ordinary comprehension. Such subtleties did not escape the keen eyes of the experienced Master Rashi. This young boy is truly formidable, he quietly mused, exhibiting not a single flaw, nor any unnecessary movements. To cultivate to such a degree speaks of extraordinary strength, yet his aura appears weaker than that of the average person. This indicates a mastery over ki that has reached an exquisite level, a realm I, even being hailed as the god of martial arts, have never attained. Upon further examination, Master Rashi's attention was drawn to the Rui Bang on Wukong's back. The Rui Bang? Sun Wufan, who is he to you? Sun Wufan is my grandfather. In the future, I intend to name my son after him too. Son? Bulma's face flushed crimson as she thought. Why is he suddenly mentioning a son? Does he think we share such a relationship? Oh, how embarrassing. Yet, truth be told, this young boy is rather handsome and so powerful, unafraid even of monsters. Oh, so he is Wufan's grandson, Master Rashi reflected, finding some sense in the situation. Long ago, I heard Wufan mention finding a child with a tail. Nevertheless, Master Rashi remained perplexed by Wukong's extraordinary strength. However, being seasoned in life, he understood not everything requires probing into the depths. He could see that Wukong was not an evil person, and that was enough. You have aided the old turtle, I must present you with a gift. Come forth. Phoenix of Immortality. After a moment of silence, the old turtle remarked, the phoenix has long since perished. Ah, right. Then, come forth, flying Nimbus. Wow, it's the flying Nimbus. Before Nimbus could settle, Wukong leaped onto it, soaring through the air with joyous flips. Upon returning near the ground, he embraced Nimbus, laughing heartily. It's been ages since I flew on the Nimbus. I truly did not anticipate that you would ascend, Master Rashi nodded. And it seems you are indeed a person of benevolent nature. I shall bestow upon you this flying Nimbus. Having the Nimbus is quite convenient. Yet for the sake of my cultivation, I prefer to rely on my own efforts for travel, Goku remarked lightly as he leaped down from the Nimbus. Quite commendable. Young man, you exhibit a profound awareness, reminiscent of the style of my turtle school. After all, I am a disciple of the turtle school, he chuckled. Master Rashi remained puzzled, yet he resolved not to delve further into it. Since that is the case, what should I gift you? Bulma suddenly exclaimed. Let me have a look at that. This, I found a century ago at the bottom of the sea. Is it not exquisite? Thus, akin to their previous life, Goku and his companions received the Dragon Ball from Master Rashi. Before parting, Goku called out to him, Teacher Mutant Rashi, take care. I shall return to train with you and Krillin once I gather all the Dragon Balls. Farewell. Master Rashi was unaware of who Krillin was and puzzled as to why someone as formidable as Goku would seek him for training, yet he chuckled, saying, the longer one lives, the more one realizes how wondrous the world truly is. Thus, the old turtle set forth, steering towards the depths of the ocean. Just as in their previous life, Goku and Bulma resolved the troubles caused by Oolong and successfully acquired the 6-star Dragon Ball. The trio embarked on their journey towards Flame Mountain. Bulma had once again misplaced her capsule box, forcing the three to traverse the sweltering desert on foot until they reached a wind-eroded rocky cavern, where Bulma, after a bout of crying, soon fell asleep. Pu'er discovered Goku and his companions, prompting Yamcha and Pu'er to speed towards them on a jet bike. I am Yamcha, the ruler of this wasteland. I have no desire to bully children. Hand over your money and capsules, and I shall let you go, Yamcha declared with a hint of menace. Yamcha, it has been ages since we last met. Has it not been over a decade? Goku counted on his fingers. Are you still dreaming? Who has known you for over 10 years? Spare me the pleasantries, surrender your money and capsules, or face dire consequences. That is unacceptable, Yamcha. Taking someone else's money is wrong. How could you engage in such misdeeds? How absurd. I, Yamcha, the wasteland rogue, Do not engage in wrongdoing. Would I rather play baseball? Indeed, indeed, Goku nodded innocently. You insolent little brat, daring to jest with me. I must teach you a lesson. Perhaps not, Goku replied with a smile. You cannot defeat me. Yamcha sneered, drawing a machete and swinging it towards Goku. Yet Goku did not flinch. The blade came mere centimeters from his face before it abruptly halted. Why did you not dodge? Because you lack any intent to kill, he chuckled. I knew you were a good person. I merely intended to frighten you. I did not expect you to possess some skill. Yamcha then noticed Goku's power pole. Who is Sun Wukong to you? He is my grandfather. Ah, I see. You are the grandson of the legendary martial artist Sun Wukong. No wonder you are not an ordinary individual. It appears I must exert my full strength. Yamcha set down his blade and assumed the stance of the Wolf Fang fist, letting out a fierce shout as he charged towards Goku. However, Goku not only surpassed Yamcha in speed, but he also possessed the skill to evade his opponent's attacks with minimal movement. To the untrained eye, it seemed as though Goku remained stationary. Yet all of Yamcha's strikes met with nothing but air. Seizing an opening, Goku delivered a sweeping kick to Yamcha's lower body, causing him to lose his balance. With just a gentle nudge from Goku's foot, Yamcha was propelled several meters away. Curse that little brat, Yamcha exclaimed, refusing to concede defeat. He surged forward once more, pouring every ounce of his strength into his ultimate technique. This time, Goku did not evade. Instead, he remained rooted in place, his hands deftly parrying each of Yamcha's punches with ease. Another opportunity presented itself, and Goku landed a punch squarely on Yamcha's chin, employing no force from his waist, merely extending his arm to make contact. Yamcha was sent soaring into the air, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Clutching his aching jaw, Yamcha gazed at the grinning boy before him, finally recognizing the vast disparity in their strengths. No wonder he is the grandson of Son Gohan. He is immensely powerful. Speed, strength, technique. I am utterly outclassed. I wonder if he even exerted a fraction of his true power. I cannot stay. I must flee before it's too late. With that thought in mind, Yamcha glanced at his motorcycle and dashed towards it. Goku, initially expecting to spar a bit longer, was taken aback by Yamcha's sudden decision to escape. As Yamcha mounted his bike and sped away, he couldn't resist leaving behind a classic line of a defeated foe. Just you wait. And then he vanished into the wilderness. Who would have thought you possessed such prowess? Oolong mused, noting that even the formidable Puar was easily bested by Goku. It seems you have quite the reputation. Why did he leave so abruptly? Goku felt a tinge of disappointment, ignoring Oolong's ramblings. Yamcha was also a comrade among Earth's warriors, and Goku had hoped for a training partner. Yet, in his mind, he realized his encounter with Yamcha in the wilderness had only been fleeting. When would they meet again? Perhaps it was best to let fate decide. What is all this commotion? What happened? Bulma stirred awake, rubbing her sleepy eyes. I have to tell you. Oolong began animatedly recounting the events. Goku chuckled. I'm quite hungry. I'll go find something to eat. He believed this experience mirrored his previous life, unaware that from this moment onward, everything would take a divergent path. Chapter 5. A New Adventure, Part 2. Guided by the Dragon Radar, Goku and his companions arrived at the foot of Flame Mountain, beneath the fortress of the Ox King. Since Yamcha recognized that he could never defeat Goku, he refrained from confronting him again, thus failing to uncover the secret of the Dragon Balls and consequently not following them to Flame Mountain. Beneath the castle, Bulma and Oolong were lamenting the sweltering heat when the fearsome Ox King quietly appeared behind them, his menacing voice cutting through the air. What are you rascals doing here? Are you here to steal my treasure? Speak up. Bulma and Oolong trembled in fear, unable to utter a word, while Goku cheerfully replied, Hey, Ox King. Startled, the Ox King shot a fierce glare at Goku, only to notice his Rui Jingu bang. Upon realizing that Goku was the grandson of his master, Son Gohan, he burst into joyous movements. How I reminisce about those times. After Goku explained their purpose, the Ox King sighed. Well, the treasure is of little importance. I would gladly give it to you. However, the castle has been shrouded in flames, making it utterly inaccessible. Scratching his head, he continued. Legend has it that only Master Roshi's banana fan can extinguish this inferno. I have sent my daughter, Chi-Chi, to seek out Master Roshi, but no one knows where he is. I fear it may take some time before you can acquire what you desire. Goku pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled the events of his previous life. I remember now. Master Roshi's fan has been lost. What? How do you know that? Exclaimed the Ox King. Do you know where my master is? Who are you talking about? Bulma asked, perplexed. Old Master Rashi. We saw him just a few days ago. That flamboyant old man riding the talking turtle? I never would have guessed he was the Ox King's master. Is that true? You just saw him. How is he doing? The Ox King asked, his eyes brimming with tears of excitement. He's doing quite well, don't worry, Goku said with a grin. He then leaped onto a broken wall, confidently asserting, though the banana fan is gone, I know how to extinguish this fire. Indeed, this was the place where Goku first learned the Kamehameha technique, an experience that left a lasting impression on him. Goku assumed his stance, gathering a sphere of blue energy in his hands. Could it be? The Ox King gasped in astonishment. The Kamehameha. A surge of powerful energy erupted from Goku's hands, sending a swift blue wave toward the blazing castle. Before anyone could react, the shockwave from the explosion sent Bulma and Oolong flying, but fortunately, the Ox King was quick enough to catch them. The Ox King, astonished, could hardly believe that a technique he had failed to master for decades, only learned by Son Gohan in a century, was now wielded by a mere child. Even more bewildering was the immense power of this Kamehameha, far beyond anything he had ever imagined. He even questioned if Master Rashi could unleash such might. As the dust from the explosion settled, Bulma and Oolong stared in disbelief. The fire had indeed been extinguished, but the castle, along with the entire mountain, had been obliterated. Goku let out a sigh of relief, grateful he had managed to control his power, lest the surrounding area suffer dire consequences. The Ox King blinked in disbelief at what he had just witnessed, yet he chose to overlook it, bursting into laughter. Wow, the weather has become much more pleasant, transforming the area into a suitable haven for habitation once again. Although the castle has crumbled into ruins, thanks to Bulma's ultra-precise dragon radar, they swiftly unearthed the 7 Dragon Balls hidden beneath the rubble, bringing their collection to 6. As a token of gratitude for their fire-extinguishing efforts, the Ox King gifted them a remarkably swift vehicle, which Goku and his companions drove towards the location of the final Dragon Ball. On their way, an amusing incident occurred. They encountered a troublesome rabbit army, whose leader possessed the peculiar ability to turn those he touched into carrots. Unbeknownst to Bulma, she inadvertently fell victim to this enchantment. Aware that they stood no chance against Goku, the rabbit army threatened him with Bulma in her carrot form, hoping to intimidate him into submission. However, Goku was not one to easily succumb to such tactics. Utilizing his afterimage technique, he moved with astonishing speed, positioning himself behind the rabbit army's leader before they could react, effortlessly rescuing Bulma and teaching the miscreants a lesson. After resolving the situation, Goku bound the rabbit army members together, contemplating sending them to the moon to make rice cakes. But then he paused, recalling that the moon had apparently been destroyed by someone. He looked at the rabbit army with a hint of pity, and upon hearing the word die, they panicked and began to plead for mercy. Ultimately, Goku released them, warning, "Should I ever learn of your wrongdoing again, I shall not be so lenient." After several days of travel, they drew closer to the location of the final Dragon Ball. When only a few dozen kilometers remained, Bulma halted the vehicle as night fell. Based on our previous experiences, we cannot predict what dangers lie ahead. Let us rest here for the night and set off in the morning, Bulma commanded. What? We're so close. Why the sudden hesitation? Oolong teased. I am, of course, concerned for our safety. With Goku around, what is there to fear? Bulma replied. There are many in the universe stronger than I, Goku remarked while gazing at the sky. What if he forgets to protect me? You truly do not understand the importance of cherishing beauty. With that, Bulma stored the vehicle away and activated a capsule containing a hotel room she had purchased in the last town, retreating inside to rest. While Bulma was eager to find the final Dragon Ball, her desire to meet her Prince Charming was paramount. After a long day, she couldn't possibly present herself to him in a state of disarray. She needed a restful beauty sleep and a proper grooming before seeking the dragon for her wish. Oolong and Goku shrugged, realizing they could not persuade her otherwise, and found their own places to rest. The following morning, while the other two were still asleep, Goku engaged in his daily training routine. Even amidst their adventures, he never neglected the enhancement of his abilities, though the intensity of his exercises was no longer sufficient for rapid progress. Goku's strength had significantly increased over the past 2 years, and to avoid disturbing Bulma and the others during his training, he deliberately flew to a more distant location. Yet, having just completed a brief workout, a sudden explosion erupted in the distance, accompanied by a plume of black smoke rising from the woods, precisely in the direction of their campsite. This was dire. Goku instantly recognized that something terrible had transpired, and he surged forward at full speed. The first sight that greeted him was the temporary inn, reduced to ruins, followed by Oolong, who stood helplessly nearby. The previous night, both Goku and Oolong had spent the night outdoors, leaving Bulma alone in the inn. "Bulma!" Goku shouted as he dashed downwards. He could sense Bulma's energy, though it was exceedingly faint. Why had he failed to protect everyone? As he berated himself, he swiftly began clearing the debris surrounding Bulma. When he finally found her, she was still in her pajamas, as if she had not yet risen. Her body bore multiple injuries, but the most alarming was a piece of metal embedded in her abdomen, blood oozing from the wound. "Bulma! Bulma!" Goku cried out. But Bulma was barely clinging to life, managing to open her eyes briefly to gaze at Goku before slipping back into unconsciousness. "Quick! We must take her to a doctor," Oolong shouted. However, Goku knew there was no time to reach a doctor. Forcibly transporting her to the town would surely be too much for her to endure. "Wait! The Senzu beans! Hold on!" Goku exclaimed, leaping into the air, soaring 100 meters high. He forced himself to calm down, reaching out to sense Master Karen's energy. He had never attempted to detect another's energy from such a distance. "Please, hurry! Please!" Goku strained to pierce through the layers of fog, and at last, he discovered a trace of energy belonging to Master Karen amidst the chaos. Confirming the direction, he summoned all his strength and flew towards the Korin Tower. Yet, at that moment, the tower lay nearly 1,000 kilometers away, and at his current speed, it would take over an hour to arrive. Adding the return journey, Bulma would surely not survive. Damn it! Damn it! I must protect everyone. Anger and regret welled up within Goku, and his body responded to his fervent wish, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. Kaioken. A burst of red energy erupted from him as he successfully activated the Kaioken technique, doubling his strength in an instant. He shattered the sound barrier, leaving behind a resounding echo in the air. Not enough. Not nearly enough. Twice as much. Hawa. Goku bore the immense strain on his body, forcibly elevating the Kaioken to twice its previous strength. His power surged again, propelling him at an unprecedented speed towards the Korin Tower. In just 10 minutes, he beheld the tower, and he flew straight towards Master Karen's residence. The moment Goku arrived, his body could no longer sustain the Kaioken, and he stumbled to the ground. Who are you?" Master Karen gazed at Goku in terror, having just sensed an overwhelmingly powerful force approaching him. Even the mightiest demon King Piccolo that had ever graced the earth paled in comparison to this power, which emanated from the boy before him. "Master Karen, please. I beg you, give me the Senzu beans," Goku implored weakly. "What do you intend to do? How do you know about the mystical beans? I implore you. My friend is on the brink of death. Please, just one bean will suffice. She can hardly hold on any longer." Karin gazed at the stranger before her. Despite his formidable presence, he exuded no malevolent aura akin to that of the nefarious King Piccolo. Following his direction, Karin, utilizing divine sight, discerned a woman on the verge of collapse in the wilderness. "Very well, please wait a moment," she said. The wise Karin retrieved a jar containing the sacred beans, which had been preserved for centuries, and placed it before Wukong. "Take it," she instructed. Thank you, Wukong exclaimed, seizing a bean and preparing to dash back. "Wait," Karin called after him. As Wukong turned, he noticed another bean being tossed his way. "How do you plan to return like this?" "First, regain your strength." Wukong smiled and replied, "Thanks," before consuming the bean, feeling his depleted energy rapidly replenished. "I will come back to explain everything." With that, he activated the Kaioken technique again, soaring swiftly towards Bulma. Karin shook her head as she watched Wukong vanish, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. Chapter 6, A New Adventure, Part 2. Wukong propelled himself towards Bulma with all his might, still sensing her faint energy. He was moving faster than before and hoped to reach her in time. Suddenly, a dark cloud materialized overhead, enveloping the land. Wukong recognized the phenomenon all too well. The dragon. Someone has summoned the dragon. At this moment, Wukong was nearing their campsite when a flash of golden light appeared, revealing the dragon not far ahead. Yet, Wukong could not afford to concern himself with who was making wishes. He had to rescue Bulma first. He landed amidst the remnants of an inn, where Bulma lay motionless, and Oolong had transformed himself into a makeshift bandage, clinging to her wound. "Wukong, you finally returned," the bandage exclaimed. Wukong gently lifted Bulma's head, and she stirred awake, the excruciating pain dimming her awareness. Trembling, she gazed at Wukong, repeating his name over and over. "Wukong, Wukong." Wukong forcefully administered the bean, and within moments, Bulma suddenly sat upright, shaking off Oolong, who reverted to his original form and rolled on the ground in disbelief. You, how are you unharmed? Seeing Bulma revitalized brought Wukong immense relief, though he was now utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. What on earth just happened? Before Bulma could finish her question, the dark cloud that had shrouded the land vanished without a trace. A golden meteor streaked overhead, and Wukong realized it was too late to intervene. The last time the Dragon Balls were wished upon without his knowledge, Frieza was resurrected, almost endangering the warriors of Earth. What dire consequences would this wish bring? Wukong had no answers. He could only succumb to fatigue and fall into a deep slumber. Time rewinds to a day prior, when Wukong and his companions were making their way towards the final Dragon Ball, oblivious to the fact that its master awaited their arrival. Xiaowu stood atop a high vantage point, peering through binoculars. She picked up her radio and reported, "This is Xiaowu, Lord Pilaf. A vehicle has appeared in Sector 15. Ah, it must be them. Proceed according to plan," came the response. "Wait, hold on." Xiaowu, somewhat incredulous, raised the binoculars once more. "What is it?" inquired the voice on the other end, laced with confusion. I think I'm seeing things. I see a little fellow flying in the air." "What of it? Have you never seen a car before?" "No, it's not that. He seems to be flying without any assistance." "Stop with the nonsense. How could anyone fly unaided?" In a distant castle, Pilaf impatiently pressed several buttons, bringing Xiaowu's surveillance footage to his view. The screen displayed Bulma and Oolong in the vehicle, accompanied by Wukong, who utilized his flight technique to keep pace beside them. For the sake of honing his skills, Wukong had never ridden in a vehicle. He always chose to run or fly alongside, which also explained his lack of interest in Nimbus Cloud. What extraordinary abilities does this little one possess? Pilaf pondered, feeling a twinge of apprehension. He vaguely recalled hearing of a martial arts school capable of achieving such feats, where practitioners could not only soar through the skies, but could also demolish a castle with their bare hands. "Damn it, Xiaowu Ashu. Halt all action for now and observe closely." "Yes, Lord Pilaf." For the next day, Xiaowu shadowed Wukong and his companions from a distance. Witnessing Wukong suddenly dart away at rocket-like speed, only to return moments later with a prize, further solidifying Pilaf's belief that this little one was not to be trifled with. He then commanded Xiaowu and Ashu to take turns following them, biding their time for the opportune moment to seize the Dragon Balls. When Wukong ventured out to train one morning, Pilaf astutely recognized his chance. With the other two still asleep, Wukong would likely be gone for a while. He promptly ordered Ashu to pilot the mech and snatch the Dragon Balls. Responding swiftly to the command, Ashu launched a rocket assault on the inn, quickly locating the Dragon Ball amid the ruins using radar, and departed without a backward glance. In a previous life, Wukong and his companions had also fallen victim to Pilaf's theft of the Dragon Balls. However, at that time, Wukong would never allow the 4-star ball to stray far from him, resulting in Pilaf only acquiring 6, thus granting them another chance at the game. Yet, 30 years had passed, and Wukong had long forgotten this incident, fully trusting Bulma. Consequently, he did not carry the 4-star ball with him this time. Instead, it was kept together with Bulma's other Dragon Balls. The outcome was that Pilaf successfully gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, and to ensure his triumph, he immediately made the long-cherished wish upon acquiring them. "I desire the entire world to submit to me." The dragon's crimson eyes flickered, its power instantaneously radiating to every corner of the earth. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." The dragon then transformed back into the 7 shimmering Dragon Balls, scattering them across the globe. Upon awakening, Bulma learned from Oolong the events that had transpired, coupled with her own vague recollections and the historical accounts regarding the Dragon Balls. She surmised that someone had exploited their Dragon Balls to make a wish. "Oh dear, my Dragon Balls, the ones I painstakingly gathered," Bulma lamented, her head cradled in her hands, overwhelmed by despair. "What shall I do now? Where can I find my Prince Charming?" "Humph, ungrateful woman," Oolong scoffed inwardly. "We just saved your life." Bulma suddenly retorted with a scowl. "What does that have to do with you?" "It was Goku who saved me." She turned her gaze towards the peacefully slumbering Goku, a strange warmth blossoming in her heart. It was solely due to Goku's protection that she had successfully collected the Dragon Balls. Unbeknownst to her, Bulma had grown quite reliant on him. When she was gravely injured and her consciousness faded, the sight of Goku had alleviated her fear, as though there was nothing he could not accomplish. Moreover, Goku had mentioned that they seemed to share some connection from a past life. Connection? A sudden smile crept across Bulma's face as she pondered. Could it be that my Prince Charming has finally arrived? Oolong, bewildered by her sudden exuberance, watched as Bulma dashed to Goku's side, laughing uncontrollably while examining the sleeping figure. As afternoon approached, Goku finally stirred from his slumber, resting his head upon Bulma's lap, a position she had insisted Oolong arrange for her. However, Goku noticed nothing unusual. Rubbing his eyes, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Bulma, asking, "Are you all right now?" "I'm perfectly fine." He. Bulma replied, snuggling closer to Goku. "You scared me to death. Thank goodness you're okay." Goku gazed into the distance, pondering the wish that had been made with the Dragon Balls. "It doesn't matter what wish it was. It's not important," Bulma chirped dismissively. "Oh, is that so? Don't you wish to make a wish? It's no longer necessary." Bulma had completely leaned against Goku now. "Well, all right then." Oolong rolled his eyes, bemused by her whims. "Since we're no longer searching for the Dragon Balls, what shall we do next? Where are you headed?" "Where to go?" Goku contemplated before exclaiming. "Bulma, you promised me that once we gathered the Dragon Balls, we would visit your father." See dad. Bulma's mind conjured images of Goku meeting her father and proposing, leading to a joyous family life together. "Darn it," Oolong interjected, "I'm heading home." Bulma's demeanor shifted to seriousness as she regarded Oolong. "You've caused everyone so much trouble. Do you think you can return? Then what do you suggest we do? Would you like to come back to the city with us? Are there many girls in the city?" "Indeed, but you're both lazy and timid. No one would ever like you," Bulma replied cheerfully. "Who are you to judge?" Oolong retorted bashfully. "Fine, I'll accompany you. Then let us set forth towards the city." Bulma exclaimed gleefully. However, they soon realized they lacked a suitable means of transportation. Chapter 7. Training with Krillin. After concluding their quest for the Dragon Balls, Goku and his companions returned to West City alongside Bulma. Bulma joyfully introduced her new friends to her parents, and Goku succinctly stated their purpose for visiting. "I desire a room capable of altering gravity, one that can reach 100 times the normal gravitational force." Dr. Brief surveyed Goku, then turned to Bulma, and upon confirming Goku's earnestness, he sighed. "Such a feat is utterly impossible." "But you've constructed one before," Goku expressed his confusion. He often spoke in enigmatic phrases. Bulma, exasperated, clarified, "Dr. Brief is just being difficult." Dr. Brief shook his head, saying, "I'm unsure if you will comprehend this, but according to the theory of general relativity, if we could manipulate gravity, theoretically, we could also control time, an ability reserved for deities. Our current scientific understanding renders that impossible." "Time, right?" Bulma later created a time machine. "So it's not entirely unfeasible, is it?" Bulma exchanged a glance with her father, sensing the absurdity of the situation escalating. "Goku, what exactly do you need a gravity manipulating room for?" she inquired. "Why? It's for training, of course. Intense gravity can rapidly cultivate immense strength." Bulma was taken aback. Her mouth agape. "Is that it? Just for that? What do you mean just for that?" "Training is crucial." Goku pouted. "I see. I understand what you desire now," Bulma mused. "Give me 7 days. I'll construct the training room you envision." "Really?" Goku's joy was palpable. "That is fantastic. 7 days?" Dr. Brief instantly grasped Bulma's intention, remarking, "If I were to handle it, I could complete it in 2 days." 2 days? You're amazing, uncle. Please, help me with it." Goku exclaimed, his tail wagging excitedly. "Father, don't meddle in this. It's my affair, but I want it in 2 days." "Silence. Do as I say, or I won't build it for you." All right, I'll listen to you," Goku frowned, realizing once again Bulma's incredible capabilities. In truth, Bulma was merely eager to assist Goku, seizing the opportunity to showcase her skills. "What shall I do for the next 7 days?" "Do as you please, perhaps explore the city. Don't disturb me. I must complete the training room as swiftly as possible." Bulma rolled up her sleeves and headed towards her home laboratory. Goku scratched his head, suddenly recalling, Krillin should be arriving at Master Roshi's soon. "I'll go seek out Master Roshi. Please inform Bulma," Goku declared before soaring away with his flight technique. Abruptly, the room was left with only Dr. Brief, who exhaled a puff of smoke, lamenting, "The youth of today are truly impatient." Emerging from West City, Goku flew towards the ocean, and shortly thereafter, he detected Master Roshi's energy, arriving at the Turtle Hermit's abode. At that moment, Master Roshi was engrossed in a yoga program on television, entirely oblivious to Goku's arrival. "Grandpa, you still enjoy watching television so much, huh?" Goku exclaimed from behind Master Roshi. The The turtle hermit, startled, let out a loud exclamation and then admonished, "Do not suddenly appear behind an old man. It's bad for the heart." However, after a moment's calm, he recognized the peculiar youth before him. Although they had only met once, Goku had left a profound impression on him. "Ah, it's you. What brings you here?" "I've come to train with you, old man." "Train? By the way, has Krillin come by?" "Krillin? What are you talking about?" The turtle hermit scratched his head in confusion. "Ah, he has arrived." Goku suddenly turned to gaze at the sea, sensing a familiar energy approaching. After a short while, Krillin's small boat indeed emerged upon the waves. Spotting the turtle hermit's abode, Krillin leaped from the boat, performing a dizzying 720-degree spin before landing headfirst onto the sandy shore, eliciting hearty laughter from Goku. Brushing the sand off himself, Krillin ignored Goku and smiled at the turtle hermit, saying, "I am Krillin, and I have traveled from afar to request that Master Roshi take me as his disciple." After examining the gift Krillin had brought, the turtle hermit reluctantly replied, "If you wish to train under my tutelage, you must bring along a charming young lady." "Master Roshi is still such a lecher," Goku exclaimed with a chuckle. "Mind your own business." The turtle hermit shouted back, inwardly grumbling about what nonsense Goku's grandfather must have told him. In any case, that was the situation. "Ah, I remember," Goku shouted, then soared into the air, turning to say, "Wait for me. I'll go fetch a lovely girl." "What? He can actually fly?" Krillin gasped, nearly dropping his jaw. "Is it that girl named Bulma?" The turtle hermit pondered to himself. "Indeed, she is quite adorable," he thought with a grin. After a considerable time, Goku finally returned, while Krillin had grown bored and was drawing circles in the sand. From a distance, the turtle hermit spotted Goku carrying someone on his back. It was Launch in her blue-haired form. Upon seeing such a charming girl, the turtle hermit's face flushed with excitement. You have quite the taste. Young man, this bodes well for your future. Does this mean we are now your disciples?" Krillin asked eagerly. The turtle hermit, distracted by Launch's presence, readily agreed. Of course. I accept you both, haha." Suddenly, he turned to Goku, a hint of confusion in his voice. "While it makes sense for this little bald boy to seek my guidance, why do you wish to learn from me? It is evident that you are far stronger than I, What?" Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. "This little guy is stronger than Master Roshi? How is that possible? If I am not mistaken, your power surpasses mine by a great margin, and I am unsure what more I could teach you." "Why? Well, you see," Goku replied, somewhat perplexed. "Grandpa Roshi has always been my master. Could it be due to Gohan?" The turtle hermit mused, finding this reasoning plausible. He then suddenly turned to Launch with a lecherous grin. "Please, come in. He. Wait, Master Roshi," Krillin stammered, unsure of how to proceed with the training. "Oh, why not let Goku teach you?" the turtle hermit suggested, turning back to them. Krillin could hardly believe that the seemingly simple-minded boy before him was, in fact, more formidable than the legendary Master Roshi. Goku's training method was remarkably straightforward, consisting solely of combat between the two of them, a technique he had previously employed to train Gohan. After only a few exchanges, Krillin began to grasp the sheer terror of Goku's prowess. No matter how hard he tried, he could not keep pace with Goku's speed. Even when Goku deliberately refrained from dodging, engaging Krillin head-on, Krillin could feel the overwhelming force radiating from him. However, the intensity of their battles left Krillin utterly exhausted, often collapsing to the ground to catch his breath, which gradually became a form of laziness for him. "Krillin, get up. You can't just give in to fatigue like this," Goku said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Aye, Krillin stammered, feigning heavy breaths. "I don't possess your stamina. I need a break." Though Goku was incredibly powerful, he was still just a child, and Krillin found it difficult to heed his advice. "If you keep this up, you won't be able to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament." "What? The World Martial Arts Tournament? Me? Of course. It's an event that brings together the finest martial artists from across the nation to determine who is the strongest. Can someone like me really enter?" "Absolutely. If you train diligently, I believe you could secure third place." "What? Third place? Me? Can I really do it?" "Without a doubt. Why third, though?" Krillin began to envision himself transforming into a mighty warrior, defeating all his seniors and ultimately claiming victory. "I should be stronger than Krillin, haha," Goku declared, pointing to himself. "Ah, are you competing too? That seems unfair." "Of course I'm entering. There's another formidable opponent I wish to challenge." "Is there really someone of comparable strength to you?" "How is that possible? He's a blue-haired old man. I've only encountered him twice at the tournament." but he is incredibly skilled. The first time, I even lost to him. Krillin felt a wave of confusion. The World Martial Arts Tournament was held once every 5 years. If Goku had participated twice, that meant he was significantly older than he appeared. This revelation instilled a newfound respect in Krillin, and Goku's unwavering confidence in his ability to secure a place in the tournament filled Krillin with immense encouragement. With a sudden burst of energy, he sprang to his feet. All right, let us train hard. Nearby, Master Roshi, having been sent out by launch, covered his head where he had been injured and mused, the World Martial Arts Tournament. I feel a tinge of nostalgia. Chapter 8. The World Martial Arts Tournament. Krillin diligently trained alongside Goku at Kame House, and before they knew it, 7 days had swiftly passed. I'm leaving, Goku announced one morning. What? Why does my master have to leave so suddenly? Krillin felt a sudden loss of confidence about the future. Master Roshi casually bid Goku farewell. I asked Bulma to create a training device for me. She said it would be ready in 7 days, so I'm headed to her place to train. Training? If you're going to train, why not take Krillin along? Master Roshi suggested calmly, though inwardly he was excited at the prospect of having some time alone with Launch without the two bothersome boys around. Exactly. Take me with you, Krillin exclaimed with enthusiasm. After a moment of contemplation, Yukong exclaimed, Sure, let us depart. Henceforth, he carried the incapable Krillin, soaring towards the West City where Bulma resided. Upon seeing Yukong, Bulma immediately unleashed a torrent of reproaches. Where have you been? You didn't even leave a contact. I toiled day and night to prepare the training room for you. I completed it in just 4 days. And yet, you vanished for a full 7 days. What? 4 days? Bulma, you are truly impressive. Oh, it's nothing, really. Just average, she replied, her pride swelling at Wukong's compliment. After a brief introduction, Bulma led Krillin and Wukong to the courtyard. Krillin, having never encountered such a vast house, followed closely behind Wukong, casting furtive glances around. In the center of the court, a spherical training room stood, remarkably resembling Wukong's memories, prompting him to joyfully declare, Indeed. This is it. Within the training room, Bulma outfitted Wukong and Krillin in training suits, which comprised wrist guards, a tank top, and shoes, all crafted from a deep blue, specialized material. Bulma elucidated, this is a magnetically responsive material. By adjusting the magnetic force within the room, we can simulate high levels of gravity. This is quite different from what we used before, Wukong grumbled, furrowing his brow. Bulma dismissed his complaint, knowing full well that Wukong, with his limited scientific understanding, would not grasp the nuances of her explanation. She stepped outside and addressed them through a microphone. Just activate the switch inside and adjust the gravity multiplier using the control panel. With excitement, Wukong dashed over and set the display to 10. Wait. Bulma urgently called out, that's 10 times the gravity. An object weighing 100 grams will become 1 kilogram. If you weigh 40 kilograms, that will turn into half a ton. You could be crushed. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Wukong replied with an innocent smile, pressing the button to initiate the gravity. In an instant, he felt an immense force pulling at his wrist guards and vest. Although it didn't precisely resemble the sensation of tenfold gravity, it was indeed effective. He had to grit his teeth to remain standing. Meanwhile, Krillin, upon the magnetic force's activation, collapsed to the ground, utterly immobilized. He hastily shouted for it to stop, and Bulma promptly disabled the magnetic force from outside. Fortunately, since the gravity was simulated through magnetic devices, once they fell to the ground, the pulling force dissipated, sparing Krillin from injury. Fool! Bulma stormed in, her voice raised in frustration. I told you not to set it that high all at once. Yet, she was astonished that Wukong managed to stand firm under tenfold gravity. Perhaps you both should commence training at a lower multiplier. How about starting with double gravity? No. Tenfold is perfect, Wukong replied excitedly, glancing at the wrist guards. I've experienced this sensation before. It's manageable. I cannot handle that. Krillin trembled in fear. Ultimately, Bulma arranged for Krillin to have a separate training room, allowing him to start with double gravity, while Wukong directly challenged the tenfold gravity. Thus, the two embarked on their respective training journeys. 8 months swiftly passed. The results of Wukong's cultivation were rather disheartening. When he first trained under the Kai, he was in a state of death, and in the realm of the afterlife, his body was free from physical limitations. Thus, he swiftly acclimated to the tenfold gravity. However, during this latest training, he found himself utterly exhausted each time, requiring considerable time for recovery, which significantly hampered his efficiency. It was only after more than a month that he could barely move freely under tenfold gravity. He persisted in his rigorous training, but despite his relentless efforts, his progress remained agonizingly slow. 8 months passed, and he managed to train under 30-fold gravity, yet according to Wukong's assessment, he was merely slightly stronger than his brother Raditz among the formidable foes he had faced on Earth, and he was still far from the prowess he exhibited during his battle with Vegeta. What could be the reason for this? In contrast, Krillin was quite satisfied with his own training. After 8 months of arduous training under high gravity, he had achieved the ability to move freely under 5-fold gravity and perform basic exercises under 10-fold gravity. Additionally, Wukong frequently taught him martial arts skills through their battles, resulting in a significant qualitative leap in Krillin's abilities. The World Martial Arts Tournament was set to commence as scheduled, with Bulma transporting Krillin and Wukong to the venue for registration. Although Bulma had little interest in martial arts, she was eager to witness Wukong claim the title of the world's strongest. As they approached the venue, Wukong suddenly felt that everything appeared different from his memories. Didn't the tournament take place elsewhere? Wukong inquired. This year's tournament has the king's strong support, and the number of registered participants is more than tenfold compared to previous years, so we had to change the location, Bulma explained. But I must ask, why are you both so indifferent to the news regarding the tournament? We've been training all this time. Wukong laughed heartily. Upon arriving at the tournament site, Wukong was astonished to find it far larger than he had imagined. The main event and preliminary rounds occupied areas the size of 2 football fields, far more extravagant than the tournaments of Satan's era. Was the martial arts tournament ever such a grand affair? Wukong mused. Bulma led Wukong and Krillin to register, where the staff confirmed several times whether these 2 young contestants were indeed participating. When asked about their ages, Wukong scratched his head and replied, "I must be over 40 this year. I can't quite recall. Ha." The staff looked at him in disbelief, unable to fathom that this individual was so old. Bulma was equally taken aback. Wukong, you are already a grown man? But if we consider the age of my body, I should be 12. Bulma and the staff sighed in relief, but this time it was Krillin who lost his composure. What? Wukong, you are a year younger than me? Indeed. Ha, Wukong replied. He and Krillin donned the martial arts uniforms they had obtained from Master Roshi. Though Roshi did not quite understand Wukong's insistence on wearing the turtle school attire, he readily made them 2 sets, as they were inexpensive. Immediately, they were all ushered into the viewing area of the main venue, where the competitors and their companions, like Bulma, filled half of the hall with an air of exuberance. The sheer number of participants hinted at the grandiosity of this martial arts tournament. They were gathered in the main hall for the imminent opening ceremony, during which the king would personally deliver a speech. Furthermore, the king would be present throughout the final match the following day, Bulma remarked with a hint of pride. Now I'm feeling a bit nervous, Krillin admitted, trembling slightly. Why are there so many peculiar activities in this tournament? Goku questioned, bewildered. It's because the newly appointed king has a deep fondness for martial arts. The news reported that the top 3 winners of this tournament will have the opportunity to serve as his personal bodyguards, a chance for a life of comfort, Bulma explained. That's fantastic, Goku exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Perhaps I will encounter unprecedented masters. How thrilling. Goku, you must perform admirably. You absolutely must secure the championship. Then, at the time of my marriage, everyone will say I have exquisite taste. Bulma fantasized once more. What are you talking about? Goku asked, gazing quizzically at Bulma. Can I still aim for 3rd place? Krillin asked nervously. That is certainly hard to say, Goku replied. Hey, isn't that Krillin? 2 bald individuals approached with mischievous grins. It's been quite a while since you left the Korin Tower in tears. You're not planning to compete in the World Martial Arts Tournament, are you? One of them taunted. Yes, I am, Krillin responded. Ha. Krillin, please don't strain yourself too much, haha. They laughed heartily before walking away. Who are they? Bulma inquired. They are my seniors. I was often bullied by them during my time at the Korin Tower. They are formidable, but... Krillin glanced at his hands, his mood gradually calming. I can feel that I am stronger than them now. Ha, that's the spirit. Goku chuckled. You are definitely stronger than they are. Before Krillin could finish his thought, lively music erupted in the venue, and the host boomed into the microphone. Welcome to the World Martial Arts Tournament, where we have 1,500 masters gathered from all corners of the nation. Now, let us extend our warmest applause for our magnificent king. A volley of cannon fire echoed, and a red palanquin carried by 8 bearers appeared at the entrance, where a short figure with purple skin waved joyfully at the crowd. The moment he appeared, the entire venue erupted in a chorus of cheers. Long live King Pilaf. Observing the fervent atmosphere and the jubilant Krillin and Bulma beside him, Goku slowly uttered, "Huh?" Chapter 9. The preliminary matches. Who is that? Goku asked, pointing at King Pilaf in the arena. You fool! Bulma exclaimed, striking Goku on the head, leaving a bump. You don't know King Pilaf, the king of this nation, the greatest sovereign, the ruler of the entire world. King Pilaf. Huh? Wukong scratched his head, feeling that the name and appearance were somewhat familiar. Then he spotted Pilaf alongside Xiaowu and Ashu, suddenly recalling that it was indeed the three of them. Pilaf had made a wish to the dragon, requesting that the entire world submit to him. When the dragon vanished, he felt no difference. Confused, he turned to Xiaowu and inquired, Have I changed in any way? Report to you, King Pilai, no abnormalities detected. Curse it. Could the legend of the Dragon Balls be a deception? Yet, he soon realized that not only Xiaowu and Ashu, but the entire world now regarded him with unwavering obedience, even extreme adoration. Any request he voiced would be met with immediate compliance, even the throne of kings. The power of the dragon allowed him to influence those around him, and commands broadcast through television were obeyed universally. Thus, when he expressed a desire to recruit bodyguards via the martial arts tournament, masters from across the globe responded to participate. Pilaf believed that although the world now heeded his every command, there would inevitably be remote areas beyond his reach. He was not afraid of being attacked. Rather, his sole concern was the Dragon's power. The Dragon Balls could grant him dominion over the world, but they could just as easily reclaim it. If an unknown character were to seize his kingdom using the Dragon Balls without his awareness, it would spell disaster. Hence, he required the strength of martial artists to firmly hold the Dragon Balls in his grasp. However, the oblivious Wukong detected no irregularities, chuckling. He seems like a devil. Haha. The preliminary rounds commenced. This time, there were 12 sub-venues, with the top 3 from each advancing to the finals. The format for the preliminaries involved drawing lots for pairwise duels, with the victorious 2 advancing directly, while those eliminated in the first 2 positions would compete for third place to enter the final circle. The judge announced, competitors numbers 69 and 70, please take the stage. Wukong smiled and effortlessly leaped onto the platform. Go for it. Wukong, you can do it. Bulma shouted. Krillin, however, remained entirely unexcited, reasoning that since Master Wutian, the god of martial arts, recognized Wukong as superior, there could be no one more formidable in existence. Indeed, over the past few months, Wukong had grown exponentially stronger. Look, it's him. Some spectators exclaimed in astonishment, the world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai. Indeed, the individual who leaped onto the arena was Tao Pai Pai, sporting long braids and emblazoned with a large character for kill across his chest. At that moment, he did not recognize Wukong. He had merely come to participate in the tournament due to Pilaf's influence. What a little brat, he mused, feeling somewhat disinterested. Rest assured, the rules of the competition prohibit killing, and there is no reward at stake, so you need not fear for your life. I merely seek the opportunity to serve King Pilaf. If you are wise, you will concede and jump down. Ah, it's you? Wukong replied sternly. I remember you. You are a notorious villain. Heh, what a little rascal. It seems you are unaware of my prowess. Tao Bai Bai extended his tongue, declaring, to deal with you. I need not lift a finger, my tongue will suffice. Very well, let it commence, Wukong replied with unwavering confidence. Begin, the referee announced, and the match officially commenced. However, Wukong remained motionless, having no intention of striking first. Noticing Wukong's inaction, Tao Bai Bai taunted, Afraid, are you? Then I shall conclude this swiftly. In an instant, Tao Bai Bai vanished, his speed propelling him to Wukong's side. He extended his tongue, poised to lightly tap Wukong's temple, a calculated move that, if executed correctly, would not be fatal but would render his opponent unconscious in an instant. Wukong had anticipated a fair fight, but was taken aback by the suddenness of Tao Bai Bai's intention to lick him. How disgusting! Wukong instinctively retaliated with a punch to Tao Bai Bai's jaw, sending him flying several meters away. The audience fell into an astonished silence. Is that really the world's #1 assassin, Tao Bai Bai? Only Krillin understood that such a blow could hardly harm Wukong. Tao Bai Bai, having bitten his own tongue upon impact, clutched his mouth in agony, hopping in place for a while, which elicited laughter from the audience. Damn it! Damn it! Tao Bai Bai shouted incoherently. May you all perish. Dong Dong Wave. A blinding beam of light erupted from his fingertips, the signature technique of the Crane School, the Dong Dong Wave. Krillin shouted in alarm. While it might not harm Wukong, if it detonated here, the audience would suffer. He quickly shielded Bulma. Wukong was well aware of the potential danger, and with a swift motion, he directed the energy of the Dong Dong Wave skyward, creating a hole in the venue's ceiling before it exploded far above. The resounding blast drew the attention of other groups. No, this cannot be, Tao Bai exclaimed, his disbelief evident as he began to shed tears. My full-force Dong Dong Wave, how could it? Now it is my turn to strike, Wukong proclaimed, adopting a fighting stance. Tao Bai tensed instantly. Listen well. You must no longer engage in misdeeds. As soon as Wukong finished speaking, he appeared before Tao Bai in an instant, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. Before anyone could react, Tao Bai crashed into the wall at the end of the arena, creating a human-shaped hollow, and then shot off into the distance like a meteor. Perhaps it would be best to forfeit, murmured a fellow contestant. Next, it was Krillin's turn to take the stage. Wukong cheerfully encouraged him, you will surely win. Krillin's opponent was a pale-skinned man clad in brown military attire. As he stepped onto the platform, several others in similar uniforms shouted in unison, Go! Go, General Blue! Huh, my first opponent is just a child, General Blue scoffed. I shall win this match in style and stand beside King Pilaf. Although Krillin felt a hint of nervousness, he sensed, through his own aura, that General Blue's strength was inferior to his own. As the match commenced, General Blue leisurely approached Klin, hands clasped behind his back. Do not blame me. Blame only yourself for choosing to partake in the adults' game. Abruptly, Brew delivered a swift kick aimed at Klin's head, but Klin merely dodged slightly, causing Brew to miss entirely. Initially startled, Brew quickly retaliated with several more kicks, all of which Klin effortlessly evaded. You little brat, this is quite amusing, Brew remarked, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. This time, he shed his nonchalance and prepared to strike earnestly. Yet, despite Brew's efforts, he could not match Klin's speed. All his attacks fell short. Seizing the opportunity, Klin propelled himself off the ground and delivered a headbutt to Brew's chin, sending him crashing halfway across the ring. Brew shakily rose to his feet, his hand brushing against his mouth, where he discovered a trace of blood. What? How dare you? My beautiful face, he seethed, glaring at Klin with gritted teeth. Klin, with a mischievous grin, waved dismissively. Perhaps you should concede. The injuries to your face will only multiply. You dare to underestimate me. I will have your life. Brew shouted furiously. Watch out. Goku's warning rang out just as a flash of blue light flickered before Brew's eyes. Klin suddenly felt his body betray him, toppling backward to the ground, lying flat on the ring. What is happening? Klin exclaimed in terror, sensing his body ensnared by an unfamiliar force, utterly distinct from energy. 1, 2. With Klin sprawled on the ground, the referee began the countdown. Brew approached with a grin, caressing his chin and taunting, You won't be leaving the arena so easily, little brat. He seized Klin and hurled him into the air, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. As Klin flew away, Brew swiftly pursued, ensuring that Klin would not forfeit the match. Unable to bear the sight, Bulma trembled and implored, How cruel. Please, stop. It's fine, don't worry, Goku replied nonchalantly. He understood that such attacks would not truly harm Klin. Indeed, compared to Goku's blows, Brew's strikes felt more akin to a massage. However, Klin found himself immobilized, his mind blank and unsure of how to react. Hey, you can still move without your limbs. Goku shouted from the sidelines, seeing Klin at a loss. Yes, that's right. Klin suddenly comprehended, gritting his teeth as he summoned the energy within him. Skydance. Brew's fist swung through empty air as Klin vanished from where he was expected to be. As Brew searched in confusion, Klin emerged from the side in an uncanny manner, delivering a powerful headbutt to Brew's abdomen, this time with all his might. Brew, unable to withstand such a heavy blow, soared across the arena, leaving a human-shaped imprint on the opposite wall. As Klin's extraordinary powers dissipated, he joyfully soared to Goku and Bulma's side, cheering jubilantly. Meanwhile, the audience below remained in stunned silence, bewildered by the sight of him flying. How could he execute the legendary sky dance technique of the Crane School? At this moment, a person in the adjacent arena mumbled to himself while blinking his 3 eyes in mild astonishment. Chapter 10. The finals. The 36 victors from the 12 preliminary venues will compete in the finals of the world's premier martial arts tournament. This year, the format has been uniquely altered to a free-for-all, where all 36 contenders will ascend to a stage the size of 2 football fields, battling until only 3 remain as the ultimate champions. This modification was proposed by Pilaf himself, Since I am to select 3 bodyguards, mere strength is insufficient. I must also consider their synergy and ability to observe and judge complex environments, making a free-for-all the most suitable rule. To determine the most fitting team of bodyguards, the participants were informed prior to the finals that they were encouraged to form teams of 3, competing collaboratively. It feels somewhat reminiscent of a power tournament, Goku mused, scratching his head. Hey, Goku, we can definitely team up, right? Right? Krillin said, glancing at Goku with a hint of shyness. Absolutely. Goku replied with enthusiasm. Oh, that's a relief, Krillin exhaled. If you were in another group, I would have no chance at all. And what about our third member? Bulma inquired. I don't know, Krillin admitted, looking around at the fierce competitors. Everyone seems quite intimidating. I wonder who would be willing to join us. Well, there are quite a few familiar faces in the finals, Goku observed, scanning the crowd. How about I ask Tien? Although he probably doesn't know me. He's at it again with his strange thoughts, Bulma thought to herself. At that moment, an elderly man with blue hair, dressed in a black training outfit, approached them amiably and said, You two possess commendable strength. Would you like to team up and see what we can achieve together? I remember you. Are you Master Roshi? Bulma pondered, recalling how he effortlessly defeated his opponents in each preliminary round. His skills are indeed impressive. I think that could work. What do you think? Turning back to Goku and Krillin, she found them both staring intently at the old man. This aura. Goku couldn't believe his senses. Master Roshi. What are you talking about? I don't know any masters. My name is Jackie Chan. The old man flustered, attempting to clarify, but Goku paid no heed. Suddenly, he rushed forward and embraced him as one would a beloved grandfather. So it turns out I was defeated by you, Master Roshi. Haha, so that's how it is. You've put in quite a bit of effort for us. Master Roshi, confused by Goku's exuberance, felt his heart soften upon witnessing the child's genuine affection. Realizing Goku was utterly convinced of his identity, he saw no reason to maintain the pretense. He gently patted Goku's head and turned to Krillin with a warm smile. Let us give it our all in the finals. Yes, Goku replied cheerfully. All right, I look forward to your guidance, Krillin said, still a bit nervous at the prospect of teaming with the legendary martial artist. If we win, Master Roshi suddenly turned to Bulma. Could I perhaps have a look at your, undergarments? Before the sentence could fully escape his lips, Bulma swiftly delivered a punch, sending him sprawling to the ground with a large bump forming on his head. Krillin swallowed hard, thinking to himself how fortunate he was not to have provoked her. To speak candidly, the process of the finals was somewhat lackluster. This chaotic style of combat rendered it challenging for the referees to provide commentary, compounded by the vast disparity in skill levels, resulting in many skirmishes concluding rather swiftly. The arena essentially divided itself into 4 factions: the Turtle School, the Crane School, the Red Ribbon Army, and the remaining martial artists. The first to be eliminated was naturally the faction of martial artists. Even the likes of King Chappa and Nam had little recourse against the Crane School. With the aid of Dumpling's extraordinary abilities, Tien Shinhan effortlessly dispatched them all. On the side of the Red Ribbon Army, while their collective strength was formidable, their individual prowess was not particularly distinguished. Even a top-tier warrior like General Blue found himself eliminated when faced with a formidable opponent in the preliminaries, resulting in a swift exit for this faction as well. In contrast, the Turtle School required no assistance from others. Krillin single-handedly dealt with all challengers, ultimately leading to a final showdown between the Turtle School and the Crane School. Initially, Tien Shinhan and Dumpling intended to team up with their revered master, Tao Pai Pai, a rare individual they acknowledged as a true powerhouse. However, to their surprise, Tao Pai Pai was unexpectedly eliminated, and with the Crane Hermit absent from the competition, the third-place position remained vacant. Consequently, they sought a seemingly compatible individual to fill this void. Yamcha, Goku exclaimed in astonishment upon spotting his opponent. You know him? Krillin inquired, perplexed. What do you mean, Yamcha? How could you not recognize him? Both Master Roshi and Krillin shook their heads in unison. Goku pondered, but could not recall how Krillin and the others had come to know Yamcha, despite their apparent camaraderie during their first participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Where had it all gone awry? Yamcha, give it your all. Ah, so handsome. A chorus of excited screams erupted from the audience. Following the sound, Goku was nearly rendered speechless. Kiki, you're here too? Krillin had grown accustomed to Goku's bewildered reactions and chose to abandon any inquiries about his thoughts. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the 3 opponents became increasingly tense. Hey, you ruffian. Are you referring to that hair-bearing little brat? Tien Shinhan queried. Yes, indeed, that's him. Yamcha replied solemnly. I've faced him once, and he was beyond my comprehension in terms of strength. To be frank, I doubt the three of us could contend with him. Damn it, it is him. He eliminated the world's top assassin, Tao Pai Pai, with just a single move. Although I did not witness it firsthand, judging by my master's reaction, it was undoubtedly no fluke. How should we proceed? We may have to let Dumpling attempt to catch him off guard. While Tien Shinhan and his companions engaged in a tense discussion, they observed that only a bald figure approached from the opposite side. Go for it, Krillin. You can do it. Goku was acutely aware of Tien Shinhan and his companions' capabilities. Although he could easily resolve the conflict himself, that would render the experience rather dull. Thus, he deemed it better for Krillin to gain some valuable experience. At this moment, Krillin felt remarkably at ease, knowing he had the backing of Goku and Master Roshi, and that a subpar performance would not be detrimental. Allow me to face him first. Yamcha was the first to step forward. Upon seeing that he was alone, Krillin chuckled and remarked, You could come at me together, you know. Infuriated by the underestimation, Yamcha assumed a fighting stance, lowering his body like a predatory wolf ready to pounce. Wolf Fang Fist. Krillin merely leaped back lightly, creating a distance between them, causing Yamcha's attack to miss entirely. However, he did not relent, continuing his assault on Krillin. Perhaps finding mere evasion dull, Krillin seized an opportunity, swiftly grasping Yamcha's fist, rendering him unable to strike further. The confrontation shifted from a battle of techniques to a test of strength. Having undergone rigorous training, Krillin was unlikely to falter, and Yamcha suddenly felt as if a colossal giant had him pinned to the ground, completely immobilized. In desperation, he lifted his leg and attempted to kick Krillin. Krillin dodged, releasing Yamcha's fist, allowing him to leap back and restore the distance between them. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yamcha contemplated his strategy. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of Tien, and their eyes met, instantly understanding the unspoken message. Once more, Yamcha assumed his stance. Wolf Fang Fist. This time, as he charged at Krillin, he deliberately slowed his pace. Even as his attack missed, he continued to pursue, waiting for Krillin to try and catch him again. Suddenly, he surged to full speed, seizing Krillin before he could react. Now's my chance. But before he could finish his thought, Tien materialized in front of them. Oh no, Krillin exclaimed, but it was too late. Tien's leg struck him solidly in the neck, sending him flying halfway across the arena. Krillin appeared to have sustained a serious blow. The match is paused. We need to review the footage. If Tien is found to have committed a foul, he will be disqualified. Humph. The cameras could never capture my attack, Tien boasted, confident that the organizers could do nothing against him. How could this happen? Goku exclaimed, astonished. But his surprise was not from Krillin's injury or the match's suspension. Rather, he pondered, has Tien always been this weak? Scratching his head, Goku reflected. When did I last encounter Tien? What? How could this happen? Tien gasped, shocked that his fully aimed strike had yielded no effect. Let's attack together, Tien shouted. And the three of them charged at Krillin. At that moment, Dend activated his superpower, immobilizing Krillin. Again, seizing the opportunity, Yamcha and Tien attacked Krillin in succession. Although their strikes were not lethal, they would surely inflict damage if they continued. Even if Krillin attempted to use his instant transmission to escape, this time both Tien and Dend could follow suit, relentlessly pursuing him with punches and kicks. Feeling uneasy, Goku found himself in a quandary. Hey, Krillin! Suddenly, Master Roshi exclaimed. The opponent's ability is merely a different method of controlling energy. Do not panic. You are stronger than they are. At that moment, Krillin realized that the strange sensation of being enveloped stemmed from the opponent's energy. Competing with it was not as daunting as it seemed. Once the principle was understood, it was as simple as a game of arm wrestling. Huh, Krillin shouted, unleashing the power within him, creating a small wave of energy that forcefully broke the hold of the dumpling, even sending its body flying several meters away. Dumpling, Tien, who had just turned to check on him, was taken aback as Krillin instantaneously appeared behind him. This is a retaliation for you. Krillin kicked Tien in the back with such force that Tien nearly lost consciousness, unable to control his descent as he fell straight out of the ring. Without a doubt, the match was won by the trio of Master Roshi. Chapter 11. The World King. The victors are Contestant Krillin, Contestant Son Goku, and Contestant Jackie Chan. A salute of cannons erupted as the announcer declared their triumph, promptly adding, though the other two did nothing at all. Let us cheer for contestant Krillin. How unfair. Master Roshi said, wiping away his sweat. They truly did nothing at all. Ha ha ha. Goku chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Tien and the dumpling, trembling, managed to crawl up from outside the ring. Goku and his companions approached to assess their condition. Despite the humiliating defeat, they harbored no regrets in the face of such overwhelming strength. Why? Why is it that he possesses such immense power? How did he come by it? Tien gritted his teeth in frustration. Young man, do not be impatient, Master Roshi replied kindly. You all have great potential, and the road ahead is long. With diligent training, you too can reach Krillin's level of strength. As for Goku, his power has exceeded my imagination. To be honest, I cannot offer any advice. Is it because I have not trained hard enough? I shall intensify my training tenfold. Next time, I will absolutely win. One more thing. Master Roshi seized the opportunity to impart wisdom. A martial artist must possess a righteous heart. Do not be satisfied with the thrill that power brings, but use that power to protect the weak. Only then can true strength be realized. I suggest you distance yourselves from the Crane School and instead train alongside Krillin and his companions. You might uncover their formidable secrets. Tien's face twitched momentarily as he grappled with his pride, yet he recognized the old man's sound counsel. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi rushed into the arena in tears to check on the injured Yamcha. My insufficient training has caused you worry, Yamcha said weakly, leaning on Chi-Chi for support. What are you doing, Chi-Chi? Goku suddenly appeared beside them. Since when did you become so close to Yamcha? None of your business. Chi-Chi retorted fiercely. Yamcha is the best man in the world. He is my future husband. Don't think winning the match makes you special. She stuck her tongue out at Goku. Husband? But weren't you going to marry me? You. What are you saying? Chi-Chi's face turned crimson. Who would marry someone like you? It is quite perplexing. If we do not marry, what will become of Gohan? Goku pondered, stroking his chin. What Gohan? Our son. Ah, you lecher. Chi-Chi suddenly pushed Yamcha aside and hurled a flying dagger at Goku, who was caught off guard and received a solid blow to the head. As he clutched his head in agony, he was struck again on the back of his skull. Bulma, what are you doing? I never imagined you to be such a philanderer. Do you prefer younger women? Humph, pervert. After Bulma shouted, she turned and walked away, taking Chi-Chi and Yamcha with her, leaving Goku alone in a state of bewilderment. I truly cannot comprehend their reactions. As the competition concluded, flowers and ribbons showered down from the sky, slowly descending to the ground. At that moment, uplifting music filled the arena once more, and the host, with great excitement, announced, "Let us welcome the greatest world king in history, Lord Pilaf, to present the awards to the victorious participants." Ah, Lord Pilaf. The audience erupted in ecstatic screams, drowning out the music and the host's voice. This spectacle startled Goku, who had never witnessed such collective fervor. It was more intense than anything he had experienced before. Pilaf stood upon a floating platform, accompanied by Mai and Shu, adorned in the utmost luxury, their countenances exuding the authority befitting world rulers. The platform gracefully descended to the center of the arena, as if the occupants wished to relish the adoration of the crowd a moment longer. With a gentle leap, Pilaf arrived at the center of the stage, where the host respectfully handed him the microphone. Pilaf raised his hand, and the audience fell silent. At that moment, Goku noticed that all the finalists had lined up in front of him, kneeling on one knee with bowed heads, awaiting their king's recognition, including Master Roshi. You all have worked hard, Pilaf announced slowly. As I promised, the 3 victors will become my direct subordinates, serving alongside Mai and Shu as my trusted aides. So, who are the 3 victors? It is I. It is I. Krillin and Master Roshi stepped forward, respectfully kneeling on one knee, awaiting their king's reward. But what of the third? Pilaf scanned the arena, noticing that no one seemed inclined to rise. Suddenly, he spotted Goku in the distance, hands clasped behind his head, one foot raised, his tail swaying playfully, exuding an air of irreverence. When their eyes met, Goku tilted his head and blinked his clear eyes, as if to say, "Are you calling me? Hey, you, what is that attitude?" Me? Goku pointed to himself. I've always been like this. What about you all? What game are you playing? Even Master Roshi is involved? Impudent little brat. You come here. Pilaf, somewhat irritated by Goku's demeanor, shouted at him, abandoning his usual composure. Everyone in the arena turned to look at Goku, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He used the instant transmission technique, appearing before Pilaf in the blink of an eye, startling him. PP Pilaf, my lord. At that moment, Ashu's eyes widened in astonishment. It was him, the mischievous little boy who was also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. What? Pilaf was initially taken aback, but soon regained his composure. What of it? Now, I command you to kneel before me. Pilaf extended his arms and awaited Goku's submission in silence. Goku tilted his head and calmly replied, I refuse. What? Pilaf exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. He stepped closer to Goku and insisted forcefully, I, Lord Pilaf, command you. You shall heed my orders. Kneel. Worship me. Obey me. In response, Goku stuck out his tongue and made a face at him. Pilaf staggered back in fright. How could this be possible? The dragon Shenron clearly. HM? Did you mention Shenron? Goku's demeanor shifted to seriousness. It dawned on him that the one who summoned Shenron and made a wish was none other than Pilaf. What had he done? Goku suddenly understood that this was no mere game. Everyone had been affected by Pilaf's wish. Did you use the Dragon Balls for some nefarious purpose? Why is everyone bowing before you? Goku pressed forward step by step, causing Pilaf to retreat in terror. Why? Why does the power of Shenron not affect you? Goku pondered for a moment and said, the power of Shenron is limited. It cannot influence someone stronger than itself. Hey, what wish did you make? Did you commit a wicked act? Gasping for breath, Pilaf struggled to comprehend the implications of Goku's words. Shenron had granted him dominion over the world. Yet he could not sway the individual before him. Could it be that this person was stronger than the combined might of the entire world? How could that be? Pilaf wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his expression shifting from shock to calm. In a sinister tone, he inquired, what is your name? I am Sun Wukong. Ha ha ha. Pilaf raised the microphone and declared, everyone listen. This man, Sun Wukong, is the enemy of Lord Pilaf. I command you all to protect me at any cost. Eliminate him. What? Before Goku could process Pilaf's words, a sudden presence approached from behind. Instinctively, he defended himself against the attack, only to discover that it was Master Roshi. You are indeed the enemy of Lord Pilaf. Though I may not be your match, I cannot let you go unchallenged. Master Roshi, what are you doing? All the contestants charged at Goku simultaneously. Those unfamiliar to him were easily dispatched with a mere counterattack, sending them sprawling outside the arena. However, when it came to Master Roshi, Goku found himself unable to strike back, resorting only to defense and evasion. Then, he leaped into the air, employing the flying technique to hover above, temporarily evading Master Roshi's pursuit. Yet another figure surged toward him at incredible speed. It was Krillin. You won't get away. I won't spare you. Krillin and Goku engaged in a fierce aerial duel, their speed unmatched by any onlooker. However, such intensity was merely child's play for Goku, although he had never witnessed Krillin in such a frantic state. Apologies. Goku seized an opening and delivered a flying kick squarely to Krillin's abdomen, applying a bit more force than intended in hopes of temporarily halting his movements. In an instant, Krillin was sent crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater on the arena floor. At that moment, Wukong suddenly sensed a formidable energy gathering directly above his head. Tianjin Fan formed a triangle with his hands, channeling all his energy into his palms, and shouted, Kikaho. It was too late for Wukong to intervene. A powerful energy wave descended, and he raised his arms in defense, yet was still propelled several meters away. The aftermath of the Kikaho left an unfathomable void on the stage, while Tianjin Fan, exhausted and nearing his end, fell from the sky like a marionette severed from its strings. Tianjin Fan. Wukong attempted to rush forward to catch him, but at that moment, Jiaozi dashed in from behind and embraced him, saying goodbye. A radiant glow enveloped Jiaozi, and tears streamed from the corners of his eyes as he prepared to self-destruct in a final act against this invincible foe. No, Kaioken. Wukong instantly amplified his energy manifold, the resulting shockwave sending Jiaozi flying. He swiftly moved behind Jiaozi and struck him unconscious with a swift chop. Former allies now regarded him as an adversary. Although he could overpower them, he found it impossible to strike back. Yet they were willing to risk their lives to defeat him, leaving Wukong utterly bewildered. Damn it! Wukong glared at Pilaf, exclaiming, this is all your fault. He surged towards Pilaf, his singular thought being that if he could eliminate him, he could free everyone from their brainwashing. Suddenly, a wave of blue energy surged from the side. Wukong slammed to a halt as the energy beam grazed the tip of his nose. Turning, he discovered that it was Krillin unleashing a full-force Kamehameha. At that moment, all the competitors on the stage and the spectators below had converged around Pilaf. Wukong saw Pilaf's malevolent smile swallowed by the crowd, as if taunting him to kill them all if he could. Panic washed over Wukong. He was uncertain of what to do. He possessed the power to annihilate everyone present. Yet the strength he had once sought now felt utterly hollow. Wukong. A voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Come to me. Wukong looked up in astonishment. The familiar voice belonged to the figure atop the divine temple. Chapter 12. The emergence of a mighty foe in a vast garden. A series of spherical training pods were arranged, the artificial gravity training rooms crafted by Bulma. Nearby, the sounds of combat echoed as Krillin and Tianjin Fan engaged in training. Master Roshi, donning sunglasses and wielding a cane, diligently recorded their progress, while behind him sat the opulent throne of King Pilaf. Pilaf yawned and raised his hand, declaring, enough. Stop. At Master Roshi's commanding shout, Krillin and Tianjin Fan immediately distanced themselves, quickly regaining their breath before respectfully approaching Pilaf for instructions. Krillin. Pilaf remarked casually while inspecting his nails. How long have you been here? Report, King Pilaf. It has been 2 years and 4 months. Over 2 years, then. How have your training results fared? Thanks to you, I have acquired the most advanced training concepts, equipment, and exceptional opponents. Over these 2 years, my strength has surged tremendously. You are aware that I am not inquiring about that, Pilaf exclaimed, striking the armrest with a hint of irritation. I am asking you, do you possess the confidence to defeat that son Wukong? In response, Master Roshi replied solemnly, forgive my candor, but their current strength is still far inferior to that of son Wukong 2 years ago. If he has been diligently training during this time, the gap in power is truly unpredictable. Damn it, Pilaf exclaimed, leaping from his chair. Continue your rigorous training. With that, he turned and strode away, cursing son Wukong inwardly. Pilaf pondered the source of his formidable strength. However, upon hearing that Krillin and his companions were not even as powerful as the Wukong of yesteryear, Pilaf felt a slight sense of relief. If possessing strength that surpassed the dragon could render one immune to the influence of wishes, what if Krillin and his friends were to surpass the dragon one day? Would they then escape his control? This was Pilaf's greatest concern, yet it remained unprovable. Perhaps it would be wiser to rely on Dr. Gero, he mused. Since Pilaf ascended to the throne, he had only enjoyed 6 months of blissful reign. Following that, the World Martial Arts Tournament emerged, where Sun Wukong made a spectacular return, his overwhelming power indelibly etched in Pilaf's mind, becoming his greatest affliction. To continue his reign as king in peace, he had to eradicate this anomaly. In truth, the last time Sun Wukong appeared before others was 2 years prior. For months after the World Martial Arts Tournament, the Dragon Balls were reignited. To ensure complete preparedness, Pilaf warned everyone on Earth that, unless ordered by him in person, any attempts to create or acquire Dragon Ball radar would be deemed treason. He then gathered his trusted aides, swiftly collecting all the Dragon Balls. He harbored no particular wish. Having the Dragon Balls in his possession was enough to ease his mind, even carrying one with him to prevent theft. What he did not anticipate was that Wukong would not engage in any cunning schemes. 2 years ago, he burst into the palace, seized Pilaf, and soared into the sky at blinding speed, shaking off all pursuers and transporting Pilaf to a secluded island where only they remained. What do you want? Pilaf stammered, recognizing the peril he was in as he beheld Wukong's serious demeanor. Please, spare me this once. I will have the entire world regard you as a hero. I can offer you anything. Truly, many things cannot be obtained merely through strength. It also requires someone of my caliber. I have but one request, Wukong replied calmly. State it. State it. Pilaf clung to the faint glimmer of hope. I know you have gathered the Dragon Balls. What? Do you wish for me to rescind my previous wish? Wukong shook his head. I want you to resurrect Tien Shinhan. Pilaf was taken aback for quite some time. Who? The contestant who perished at the World Martial Arts Tournament, who died because of me, and also because of you. Have you forgotten? I remember. I remember now. The one with 3 eyes, right? Excellent. I had intended to resurrect him anyway. Truly, he is a formidable individual, precisely the sort of ally I require. That is good, Wukong replied. As Wukong turned to leave, he suddenly glanced back, glaring at Pilaf and declared, if I ever catch you engaged in misdeeds, I will not hesitate to take your life. With that, Wukong pressed his finger to his forehead and vanished into thin air, leaving Pilaf so startled that he fell to the ground. From that moment on, Sun Wukong loomed over Pilaf like a sword suspended above his head, instilling constant fear in the heart of the king, compelling him to devise a plan to overcome Wukong. Though he possessed all the wealth and power in the world, he had lost his freedom. Lord Pilaf. Lord Pilaf. Pilaf turned to see Jiaozi rushing towards him, breathless. This is a grave matter. Following Jiaozi back to the courtyard, Pilaf noticed that everyone was gazing anxiously at the distant sky, and he could even see Jiaozi trembling in close proximity. What on earth has happened? Who is coming? A tremendously powerful being. Master Rashi exclaimed, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. What? Is it Sun Wukong? Pilaf asked, his heart racing. No, it is not him. Master Rashi continued, as Pilaf felt a momentary relief. The newcomer is even stronger than Sun Wukong. I cannot even begin to gauge the extent of their power. Cannot gauge? What does that mean? The opponent is far too formidable, at least 10 times stronger than Sun Wukong from 2 years ago, perhaps even dozens of times. The sheer magnitude of this power was beyond my estimation. I can only confirm that this energy does not emanate from Sun Wukong. It is far more malevolent. What? 10 times stronger than Sun Wukong? Pilaf could hardly fathom such a concept, but one thing was certain. The newcomer would not be under his control, nor could they possibly withstand them. According to Krillin and Tenshinhan's deductions, the energy was rapidly approaching them and would arrive in a matter of minutes. Pilaf waited anxiously, praying that the visitor bore goodwill. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, moving with such speed that it seemed as if he had teleported. Upon closer inspection, the warriors realized that the newcomer was even more terrifying than they had imagined. The overwhelming aura almost solidified the surrounding air, making it difficult to breathe. The newcomer was a tall creature with purple skin and horns resembling those of a bull. Though his appearance was peculiar, he wore a sleeveless blue and white jumpsuit. With a machine resembling earphones hanging from one ear, a screen obscuring one eye, seemingly displaying some information. He descended slowly to the ground and stood before the group. Allow me to introduce myself. The visitor suddenly raised both hands, causing Krillin and the others to tense in alarm. But he merely clapped his hands and broke into an awkward dance. I am Jinyu, the personal guard of Lord Frieza, the strongest warrior of the Frieza force. As he concluded his introduction, his dance struck a final pose, peering at the bewildered warriors from between his legs. Pardon me, from where do you come? And what brings you to us? Master Rashi managed to ask, struggling to maintain his composure. Jinyu resumed an ordinary stance. His arms crossed over his chest as he gazed down, remarking, what a remote planet. It seems even the renowned cosmic overlord, Frieza, is unheard of here. Is such ignorance a stroke of fortune or misfortune? Cosmic overlord? Pilaf exclaimed in astonishment. The turtle hermit, well aware of the vastness of the world and its wonders, found it incomprehensible how a being as powerful as Jinyu could exist. Yet, when he surveyed the universe, the situation appeared more rational. However, he remained oblivious to the monumental events that had entangled Earth. And what brings this cosmic overlord to us? Ha ha ha, do not jest. Lord Frieza would never personally inquire about such trifles. I merely passed through here to attend to some routine matters. Routine matters? Jinyu pressed a device on his ear, scrutinizing the assembled crowd as if they were mere playthings. 130, 203, 210, 95, 3. Humph, passable I suppose. Listen well, Earthlings. I hereby officially take control of this planet on behalf of Lord Frieza. Ordinarily, we would annihilate all the indigenous inhabitants before selling the planet, but considering your potential utility, I am willing to grant you a chance. Swear fealty to Lord Frieza, and I shall spare your lives. Well, in that case, it would be wise to comply. Pilaf chuckled nervously, stepping forward. The overwhelming strength of Jinyu and the notion of a cosmic overlord made him acutely aware that the situation was beyond his control, prompting him to exhibit the traits of a sycophant. Jinyu glanced at Pilaf, disdainfully retorting, the Frieza force does not accept those with a power level below 3. Lord Jinyu, it is indeed you. Allow me to speak, Pilaf continued his flattery. I possess a unique talent. I can ensure their complete obedience. If I were to disappear, you would find them difficult to manage. Oh, noticing Jinyu's interest, Pilaf quickly commanded, you all, swear your loyalty to Lord Frieza. Upon hearing Pilaf's order, Krillin and Tien immediately knelt respectfully, proclaiming in unison, we pledge our lives and loyalty to Lord Frieza. I see, not bad. Keeping you around is not an issue, Jinyu remarked. You are truly magnanimous, my lord. Hey, Mai, Shu, come here. From a distance, Mai and Shu rushed over, kneeling beside Krillin and the others. Here are 2 more. I implore you to accept them as well. They are my capable subordinates and will surely assist Lord Frieza. Jinyu pressed the device again, stating, 8? What use are 2 individuals with a power level of merely 8? Do not push your luck. Pilaf, taken aback by Jinyu's words, recoiled, silenced by fear. Jinyu surveyed the group and declared, to test your loyalty, I hereby assign your first task. Eliminate all humans on this planet. All humans? The self-proclaimed Demon King Pilaf had never conceived such a radical notion. Let us begin with these two worthless individuals before us. Attack. Before us? My. Shoo. What are you waiting for? Act quickly, or I shall eliminate you all first, then proceed to annihilate the Earth's inhabitants. Pilaf's hands trembled. He recognized that this was his sole opportunity for survival. Faced with an overwhelmingly formidable power, sacrificing 2 lives seemed trivial in the quest for his own existence. Sacrificing all of humanity was nothing if it meant he could endure. As long as he drew breath, there was hope for a resurgence. Thus, he commanded, Xiao Wu, a Xiao rise. Everyone, heed my order. Bring him down. The moment Pilaf issued his command, all the kneeling warriors stood to attention, ready to fight to the bitter end if their master wished to resist. However, just as Pilaf had uttered his valiant words, he turned and fled, hoping that Krillin and the others could stall their adversary for even a brief moment. All he desired was to escape. Yet, after only a few hurried steps, he collided with an object as unyielding as a wall. Lifting his gaze, he found himself face to face with Jinyu. In horror, he glanced back to see Krillin, Tien, Master Roshi, Dend, Xiao Wu, and Ashio all sprawled on the ground, grotesque wounds staining the grass crimson. Their expressions frozen in terror, motionless. Despair enveloped Pilaf as he beheld this monstrosity. Tears brimming in his eyes, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength and shouted, Cursed! Cursed! It is time for you to appear. Son Goku. Chapter 13. The Savior emerges. Oh? Son Goku? Who is this individual? Jinyu inquired with keen interest. Pilaf quivered, gritting his teeth as he declared, He is the strongest person on Earth. He will surely defeat you. Is that so? Jinyu pondered, stroking his chin. 3 years ago, the scouter recorded a power level of 2,000 on this planet. I thought I might have been mistaken, but it seems this Son Goku is indeed the true target for recruitment. Jinyu pressed a button on the scouter and surveyed the surroundings, yet detected no signs of an elevated power level. Hey, where is this Son Goku you speak of? I do not know. No one has seen him for 2 years. Very well, I shall simply eradicate everyone on this planet. If he is still alive, he will inevitably reveal himself. Jinyu stated as he ascended slowly into the air. Pilaf felt his legs weaken beneath him. This time, it truly seemed like the end. Having witnessed the despair that emanated from the cosmos, he began to contemplate that perhaps death would be a release. Ashio, Xiao Wu, I am coming. Listen carefully, king on the ground. A voice suddenly resonated in Pilaf's mind. Who is it? Pilaf looked around, but saw no one. I am the deity of Earth. Please do not relinquish hope. Stall him, buy us time. Son Goku is making his final preparations to defeat him, but we require time. Time is the most precious commodity. But everyone is already dead. What use is there in struggling? We still possess the Dragon Balls. Those who have perished still hold the hope of resurrection. However, if he annihilates the entire Earth and I, the creator of the Dragon Balls, am slain, then hope will truly be extinguished. Therefore, I implore you, strive with all your might and buy us sufficient time. It was then that Pilaf recalled the Dragon Balls. He gazed at his fallen comrades in the distance, clenched his fists, and declared, Cursed. So be it. How long must I hold him off? One day? What? 2.5 years ago. At the grand arena of the world's foremost martial arts tournament, when Goku found himself at a loss amidst hostile companions, he heard the voice of the celestial being calling out to him. Goku, come to me. The deity, much like Piccolo, provided him with a sense of reassurance, reminding him that not all the world stood against him. Conflicted and uncertain of his next move, Goku turned and soared away, heading directly for the sanctuary. This marked the first occasion he had actively fled after a defeat. Upon his arrival at the temple, the celestial being stood nervously in the courtyard, awaiting this extraordinary visitor. Since Goku had showcased his remarkable prowess 6 months prior, the deity had been observing him closely. Over this period, Goku had grown even stronger. Yet he had not revealed any malevolent tendencies, which somewhat eased the deity's concerns. Goku landed abruptly at the temple, greeting the 2 figures before him with warmth. Mr. Popo, deity, long time no see. Joy radiated from Goku, for he had not seen his second mentor, who had taught him so much. Since the fusion of the deity and Piccolo over a decade ago, both the deity and Mr. Popo were perplexed, unsure why this young man was so familiar with them. Fortunately, Goku now had ample time to elucidate his story. Unlike Bulma, the deity fully comprehended Goku's extraordinary abilities and listened intently to his origins. However, as Goku's tale unfolded, Introducing characters such as King Kai, the god of destruction, and the Omni King, the deity's expression grew awkward and tremorous. He was aware only of the King Kai and the Grand Kai, and the higher-tiered entities that resided at the pinnacle of the universe, let alone the multiverse, were entirely foreign to him. Yet, this revelation illuminated for him why Goku possessed such formidable strength. Our fates are intricately intertwined with that of Earth. Yet we are not of its kind, the deity mused, gazing into the profound expanse of the cosmos, silently sighing. However, let us first address the matter at hand. What has transpired with Krillin and the others? What wish did Pilaf make? His wish was to subjugate the entire world, commanding all beings whose power fell short of the dragons to obey his every command. How despicable to make such a wish. What shall we do now? Is there no way for you to rescind his wish? The deity shook his head. Though I created the Dragon Balls, I merely harnessed the dragon's power. I cannot perform the same feats as the dragon itself. To reverse its influence, we will require the dragon's intervention. This is troublesome. I must gather the Dragon Balls once more, correct? Goku inquired. The deity nodded, explaining that there were still 4 months until the Dragon Balls would appear again. For now, you may reside in the temple, he suggested. Utilizing his divine abilities, the deity constructed a gravity training room for Goku. Upon receiving this facility, Goku exclaimed joyfully, "Had I known I should have trained here from the start." Not only did he benefit from the gravity chamber, but Mr. Popo also took it upon himself to attend to Goku's daily needs. When Goku accidentally sustained a serious injury, he could conveniently access the magical beings from below, greatly enhancing his training efficiency. For months later, Wukong intended to seize the Dragon Balls to rescind Pilaf's wish. However, the deity suddenly remarked, "To be honest, I have never witnessed humanity so united." What does this mean? Wukong inquired. I initially believed that Pilaf's brainwashing posed a grave threat to mankind. Yet, over this past year, the human realm not only remained unscathed but functioned even more harmoniously than before, devoid of divisions and conflicts. Even the malevolent forces that had plagued the world for years are now striving towards a common goal. The divine being did not explicitly state that this goal was to defeat Wukong. But Pilaf, he wished for himself, didn't he? Indeed. One can only say that Pilaf lacks grand ambitions. He merely indulged in fleeting wealth and prestige, which is inconsequential for humanity as a whole. However, the discord among humans stemmed from their inability to understand one another. Pilaf's emergence bridged this vast chasm, regardless of the rightness or wrongness of his decisions. He garnered absolute approval from all, rendering every choice he made seemingly the most prudent. Are you suggesting he made a good wish? I did not imply that. He stripped all of humanity of free will, an undeniable fact. From a moral standpoint, I cannot judge right from wrong. Then should we still revoke his wish? The deity shook his head. I should not interfere with matters on the ground. It is for you to decide, Wukong. With that, the deity returned to the temple. Wukong had been in a state of indecision. He recognized that Pilaf had committed wrongs that must first be addressed. Nevertheless, he longed to resurrect Tenshinhan, feeling a profound sense of indebtedness for his death, desiring to atone for his mistakes. Upon hearing the deity's words, realizing that perhaps Pilaf had not acted maliciously, Wukong's inclination to change the wish grew uncontrollably. Ultimately, he confronted Pilaf, compelling him to grant a wish. After resolving the matter concerning Tenshinhan, Wukong found himself unable to return to life on the surface for at least a year. Thus he dedicated himself to training within the temple. Everything should have proceeded smoothly. Yet no matter how diligently Wukong trained, his strength did not experience a remarkable surge. 2 years swiftly passed, and he barely managed to sustain daily training under 20 times gravity and strength training under 50 times gravity, but he never succeeded in surpassing those limits. This predicament haunted Wukong, unsettling his mind. Why? Where exactly is the issue? He pondered repeatedly, unable to comprehend how, despite performing the requisite training, he could not continue to grow stronger. His current power was even inferior to the results he achieved after merely 100 days of training under King Kai. Why was he unable to break through this time? If he remained at this level, he would be utterly incapable of protecting others should formidable foes arise. Yet, in reality, the more one fears something, the more it manifests. A formidable adversary arrived sooner than his self-breakthrough. On this day, while Wukong meditated at the center of the Grand Hall, he suddenly sensed an extraordinarily powerful aura approaching directly towards them. What is this? Wukong struggled to recall the identity of the presence he sensed. Yet he was certain he had encountered it before, and that the being was undoubtedly malevolent. as he discerned the aura from afar. The spaceship was already perilously close to Earth, likely to descend within a few hours, and at present, his strength was insufficient to confront it. Wukong. The celestial being rushed out in haste, having also sensed the distant energy. What is happening? Did you not say that the first extraterrestrial invasion would not occur for another 8 years? I am uncertain, Wukong replied, clenching his fists. It was never like this before. Could it be that you overlooked it during the last encounter? Wukong pondered for a moment before shaking his head. You too have sensed this energy. Yet I have never heard you mention it before. Furthermore, I have encountered this aura. The entity is certainly not benevolent. This is dire. Is Earth doomed? Bobo expressed his pessimism, as they both clearly perceived the formidable strength of their adversary. Alas, we have no choice but to proceed, Wukong declared. What do you mean? Bobo inquired, looking at Wukong. I must enter the hyperbolic time chamber to train. Alone? Could Mr. Bobo accompany me inside? I have already spent 2 days within. I cannot enter again. Then it seems there is no other option. I will strive to cultivate diligently. Great celestial being. I implore you to delay him as long as possible. I wish to train until the very last moment. Rest assured, if the situation outside becomes dire, I will telepathically alert you. Very well, I shall proceed. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, a year passed equivalent to merely a day outside. While it was quite convenient for emergency training, each individual could only remain inside for a maximum of 2 years, or 2 days outside, lest they become unable to exit. Wukong resolved to endure the full 2 years, honing his skills until he could vanquish his foe before emerging. Meanwhile, the celestial being had managed to temporarily delay Jinyu through instructions to Pilaf. However, Wukong did not remain in the chamber for the full duration. After merely 36 hours, equivalent to a day and a half, he emerged. Upon seeing Wukong, who had visibly grown taller, Bobo was struck with both surprise and joy. Wukong's early return signified a potential turning point. Yet, Wukong's expression bore no trace of elation. Mr. Bobo, it is futile, no matter how I train. My strength remains stagnant. I do not comprehend it. I truly do not. How can this be? Wukong, are you still weaker than your adversary? Wukong shook his head. I have not improved much since I entered. I have exerted myself diligently in my training, yet, he lamented, clutching his head in despair. Why? Why is it that scions are said to possess boundless potential? Is it not true that each brush with death greatly enhances our strength? Yet here I am, still so feeble. Potential? The celestial being suddenly had a revelation. Wukong, in your previous life, did you not consume the sacred water? The sacred water? Wukong recalled. Ah, the one from Master Karen. Indeed, you have consumed it. That water can unlock the potential within one's body. It is possible that by drinking it, your scion potential was fully realized. That makes sense. I shall go at once. Wukong could not afford to delay even for a moment. He immediately soared toward the Corinne Tower beneath the temple. In a race against time, the deity communicated telepathically with Master Corinne, preparing the ultra-divine water for Wukong. Upon reaching the tower, Wukong seized the ultra-divine water and consumed it in one swift motion. A searing pain erupted from his throat, radiating throughout his entire body, as if countless needles were mercilessly pricking every nerve. Wukong collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, completely oblivious to his surroundings. He lost track of time, only aware of the relentless torment that besieged him. Hours passed in this manner until, quite suddenly, a warm current surged from the depths of Wukong's being, obliterating all pain in an instant. This warmth transformed into an overwhelming energy that erupted forth, tearing through the air with a sound reminiscent of the Scion Great Ape's roar. In that moment, Wukong finally felt the resurgence of immense power emanating from within, enabling him to stand toe-to-toe with Jinyu, who awaited him just ahead. Chapter 14. Pilaf and Jinyu. Pilaf finally mustered the courage to rise. For the sake of his fallen comrades and the future of Earth, he, as the king of this world, had to shoulder the responsibility of stalling the enemy before him. How infuriating! If I must delay him, for how long must I do so? A day, the deity replied, knowing full well the enormity of the challenge. Wukong had only been in the hyperbolic time chamber for a few hours, and defeating a foe as formidable as Jinyu would require more training than that. Any time he could gain for Wukong would be invaluable. But how can I possibly stall him for that long? Surely, you must provide some guidance. Let me think. Based on Wukong's descriptions, I surmise that Earth's cuisine must be among the finest in the universe. Perhaps we could explore that avenue. Cuisine? Yes, indeed. The deity himself found the suggestion somewhat embarrassing, yet considering that the food-loving Lord Beerus was drawn to Earth, it must possess some extraordinary qualities. With gritted teeth, Pilaf shouted, "Jinyu." The moment Jinyu, who had just begun to float into the air, heard this, he assumed he had misheard and glanced down at the diminutive figure below, his expression gravely serious. In an instant of eye contact with Jinyu, Pilaf quickly reverted to a servile demeanor. "Jinyu-sama. Jinyu-sama, you've traveled such a great distance. It must have been arduous. Why not allow me to host you for the night before you proceed to annihilate Earth?" Pilaf himself found the absurdity of his suggestion amusing, while Jinyu merely scoffed, dismissing the futile struggle. With that, he turned to continue his mission. Pilaf pressed on, "We have exquisite cuisine, marvelous dishes that are worth your time." Seeing Jinyu show no sign of halting, he desperately exclaimed, "You must consider not just yourself, but also Lord Frisia." At last, Jinyu's interest was piqued. He suddenly shot back to the ground at an astonishing speed, appearing as though he had teleported right in front of Pilaf. "How dare you mention Lord Frisia? Speak quickly, lest I send you straight to hell for mere bluster." The gaze was as if it could kill, causing Pilaf to tremble all over. He mustered the courage to say, "You see, perhaps there are delicacies on Earth that Lord Frisia has yet to encounter, right? If they are truly delectable, wouldn't that be a loss for him? Why don't you try a taste first? If you find it pleasing, you could bring some back for Lord Frisia, yes?" Jinyu's expression grew increasingly somber, and Pilaf's voice dwindled. To jest about Lord Frisia, a being of cosmic stature, was perilous. He could go years without sustenance, and he despised those of weak power who sought to curry favor. Indeed, the cleansing of Earth might very well begin with you. With a mere lift of his hand, Jinyu prompted Pilaf to quickly defend himself. Yes, I apologize. I had no idea Lord Frisia was so formidable. Truly, I am sorry. By the way, the Dragon Balls. We possess them here, ones that can grant any wish. Any wish? Indeed, any wish at all. Look at me, foolish and weak, yet I have become the ruler of Earth. All thanks to the Dragon Balls. I wished for everyone to submit to me, and they truly obeyed." Noticing Jinyu's skepticism, Pilaf hastily insisted, "I shall prove it to you. Someone, quickly." Before long, a guard hurried into the courtyard, standing at attention as he declared, "Lord Pilaf, please give your orders. I command you, crawl on the ground and then lie on your back, barking like a dog." Yes, the guard executed Pilaf's command with unwavering precision. Pilaf turned to Jinyu, eagerly anticipating a response, but Jinyu merely scoffed. "How infuriating." Pilaf scolded inwardly, "I apologize, I truly do. I command you, immediately, take your own life." Yes, the guard drew his sidearm and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger against his temple. A sound of searing energy followed, and the guard collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Pilaf could not bear to watch and turned away, while Jinyu felt a jolt of shock. He pondered if he could be so decisive should Lord Frisia command him to end his own life. Uncertainty crept into his heart. The diminutive purple figure before him seemed devoid of remarkable traits, yet his subordinate exhibited greater loyalty to Lord Frisia than he did. This appeared illogical, unless... "I find your mention of the Dragon Balls intriguing. Show them to me." Of course. "Follow me." Pilaf, relieved to have captivated Jinyu's attention, hurried him into the palace, deliberately avoiding glancing at the body in the courtyard, for he still had his own tasks to fulfill. Pilaf led Jinyu to his throne, then dashed off to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Before long, he returned cradling a device. "Behold, this is the Dragon Ball." As he spoke, Pilaf produced the 4-star ball and handed it to Jinyu. This orb, larger than Pilaf's fist, appeared as a mere bean in Jinyu's grasp. He scrutinized it for a moment before inquiring, "This tiny object can grant any wish?" "Well, not quite. There are 7 Dragon Balls in total. Only when they are gathered can the eternal dragon be summoned to grant a wish. I only have this one, while the others are scattered across the world." "You must be jesting." No. Look at this." As he spoke, Pilaf activated the machine he had just brought, known as the Dragon Ball Radar, which would reveal the locations of the Dragon Balls. After a few presses, the device displayed multiple bright spots, one prominently in the center of the screen, while the others were indeed scattered across the globe. Ever since Goku had compelled Pilaf to make a wish, he had realized that having all the Dragon Balls in his possession was a perilous situation. Should a formidable adversary emerge, he would find himself with no room for maneuver. Consequently, he altered his strategy to acquire only one Dragon Ball to keep in his grasp, rendering it impossible for anyone to make a wish in a short span of time. Little did he anticipate that this tactic would prove ineffective against Son Goku. Well then, best get moving. I shall give you 3 hours to bring all the Dragon Balls to me. 3 hours. To be candid, that is impossible. For the precision of this radar is quite limited, only capable of pinpointing locations within a few hundred meters. To search thoroughly would require considerable time, at least 3 days. He replied. Jinyu shot Pilaf a piercing glare. I cannot afford to waste that much time. You have 1 day, just 1 day. If you do not gather all the Dragon Balls for me, I will obliterate this planet without hesitation. Seeing that his objective was within reach, Pilaf promptly acquiesced and convened an emergency press conference directed at the entire world. Citizens of the world, there are 6 coordinates. Anyone within 10 kilometers of these locations must immediately search for the Dragon Balls and deliver them to my palace with utmost haste. Pilaf cleverly engaged in a play on words. He needed to urge the world to hasten their search for the Dragon Balls to deceive Jinyu. Yet this directive could not apply universally, for he knew that Bulma possessed a more precise radar. If she were to send it without delay, it would thwart his plan to stall Jinyu. Thus, he only commanded the residents near the Dragon Balls to assist him to the best of their abilities. Perhaps Jinyu had become weary of the spacecraft, for upon arriving on Earth, he had not closed his eyes. The Dragon Balls proved more elusive than anticipated. Those hidden in high mountains or deep seas were virtually impossible to locate in a short time. As 20 hours elapsed, only 2 Dragon Balls, conveniently positioned, were delivered to Pilaf's palace, and at that moment, Jinyu's patience had entirely waned. Enough. I will wait no longer, he declared, standing for the first time from his chair. Please, just wait a little longer. We will gather them soon. Humph. Even if I were to collect the Dragon Balls, they would be handed over to Lord Frisia. I would never use them myself. Besides, Jinyu toyed with the 4-star ball, asserting, your technology is far too primitive. If this device can detect them, Frisia's army could certainly create instruments 100 times more precise. Moreover, if such wish-granting orbs exist in the universe, they cannot possibly be confined to this remote, underdeveloped planet. We can seek them elsewhere. As for you, Jinyu turned his gaze toward Pilaf, you shall vanish along with this planet. With that, Jinyu's murderous intent resurfaced. However, at that moment, his detector suddenly beeped. What? A power reading 800 kilometers away. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. It's still rising. Jinyu chuckled, momentarily forgetting about Pilaf, and soared straight into the sky. Ha. Not bad at all. Worthy of recruitment by the Frisia force. The true purpose of Jinyu's journey was to enlist warriors, rather than to pursue an inconsequential wish orb. The thought of finally serving Lord Frisia in earnest brought Jinyu joy, prompting him to fly towards the source of the power reading. Left behind, Pilaf was uncertain whether to feel relieved or anxious. Nonetheless, it seemed the ensuing events no longer concerned him. He sighed and slumped to the ground. Meanwhile, Jinyu followed the probe's indications and flew to Karen Tower. The power reading still pointed upwards, so he ascended in that direction until he came face to face with someone floating in the air, seemingly awaiting him. However, the detector indicated that the individual's combat power was negligible, indicating they were not the person he sought. I won't let you pass. The Guardian attempted to maintain his composure. Oh, just you? Jinyu responded. I know you could easily kill me, but you won T. Why? Because I am the Guardian of Earth, the very creator of the Dragon Balls. If you kill me, the Dragon Balls will vanish as well, and you will no longer be able to make wishes. Oh, Jinyu pondered the Guardian's words, finding them somewhat reasonable. Yet, as he scrutinized the Guardian, he suddenly smiled. You must be a Namekian. What? Seeing the Guardian's flustered demeanor, Jinyu was confident in his recollection. The Namekians, known for their remarkable combat abilities, were inherently averse to battle. Perhaps their powers were acquired through some peculiar means, such as the Dragon Balls. Jinyu glanced at the Dragon Ball in his hand and chuckled. So, even if I were to kill you, it wouldn't matter. I could simply go to Namek, where there must be Dragon Balls as well. Wouldn't you agree? But the Guardian, profoundly unsettled by Jinyu's accurate deductions, instinctively took a step back, further solidifying Jinyu's conviction that there was nothing on Earth that could restrain him now. All that remained was to eradicate the beings in this vicinity. Suddenly, a cacophony of alarms erupted, and a series of numbers flashed on Jinyu's detector before it exploded. What? To overload a personal detector indicates the opponent's combat power exceeds 20,000. Ignoring the Namekian before him, Jinyu instantaneously transported to the location where the power had manifested. Atop the tower, where he encountered a small child, glaring at him with piercing intensity. Chapter 15. Goku versus Jinyu. Jinyu was taken aback. Based on his understanding of various extraterrestrial species, the figure before him was evidently a child, yet in that fleeting moment, his combat power far surpassed that of his peers on this planet. It was utterly bizarre. However, this did not detract from Jinyu's mission. Kid, your strength is commendable. Come join the Frisia force and serve the magnificent Emperor Frisia. It would be your supreme honor. Frisia? Serving him is out of the question. I'd rather face him in combat. What? Jinyu paused for a moment, realizing from Goku's tone that he was evidently acquainted with Frisia. Have you encountered Lord Frisia? Indeed. But he likely has yet to behold me, Jinyu replied, perplexed by the words of the individual before him, though he paid it no mind. I am Jinyu. State your name. I am Son Goku. Son Goku? I recognize anyone with a battle power exceeding 20,000 across the cosmos. Now I remember you. To return to the matter at hand, do you intend to serve Lord Frisia? Certainly not. Humph. Do you truly wish to confront Lord Frisia? Indeed. I relish the challenge of battling strong opponents. Goku's combative nature prompted such thoughts, yet he felt a twinge of uncertainty with his current strength. Whether he could contend with Jinyu remained in question, and against Frisia, he stood no chance. Provoking him without a solid plan would undoubtedly bring calamity to Earth. Let me put it this way, Jinyu extended a hand, mockingly stating, I surmise your battle power is at most 30,000, whereas mine is 120,000. No one has witnessed Lord Frisia's full might, but I estimate it to be at least 1 million. What do you possess to challenge him? I will grow stronger. I shall become far more powerful than he. Ha ha ha. I concede you surpass the others on this planet. For an Earthling, you are indeed formidable. Yet, you dare to aspire to surpass Lord Frisia? How absurd. Absurd? But I am not an Earthling. I am a Scion. A Scion. Jinyu initially expressed surprise, then quickly comprehended. No wonder you possess such battle power. If this young lad were an Earthling, his strength would be exceedingly anomalous. Perhaps he does have some means to surpass Frisia. However, if he is a Scion, then indeed, the elite Scion warriors possess such power, rendering everything reasonable. Given this knowledge, Jinyu concluded that a Scion could not possibly pose a threat to Lord Frisia's might. Very well, considering your exceptional potential, I shall grant you one final opportunity to join Frisia's army. I decline. Then you shall perish here. Goku understood that a confrontation was unavoidable. Though he had little confidence in victory, the thrill of facing a formidable foe was a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. The combative instinct inherent to Science stirred within him, compelling him to make no choice but to engage in battle. Goku fixed his gaze upon Jinyu and slowly ascended into the air. Let us change locations. To avoid involving the deity and Karen, Goku aimed for a remote area devoid of inhabitants, and Jinyu had no objections, following Goku. Once they found a suitable place, Goku assumed a fighting stance in the air, while Jinyu crossed his arms, displaying an air of disdain toward his opponent. The winds at this altitude were remarkably gentle, and the entire environment felt oppressively quiet. Clenching his fists, Goku suddenly soared toward Jinyu, delivering a punch aimed directly at his face. However, Jinyu neither dodged nor flinched. He took the blow squarely, his neck tilting slightly before snapping back to face Goku. Indeed, my estimations were accurate. With a cold smirk, Jinyu suddenly moved at an astonishing speed, leaving only an afterimage in the air. He dashed behind Goku, preparing to deliver a powerful punch. However, Goku, sensing Jinyu's intentions through his ki, swiftly evaded the attack by tilting his head to the side, then countered with a kick to Jinyu's abdomen. The force of their exchange created a distance between them. Oh, quite impressive, Goku remarked. His strike, though solid, seemed to cause no harm. The ability to perceive his opponent without relying on sight was a skill of remarkable depth, rare even among the Frisia force. That truly is flattering. Let's consider the warm-up over, Goku stated, implying that Jinyu had more to offer and inviting him to reveal his true capabilities. In just 2 moves, Goku felt the disparity in strength between himself and Jinyu. Both the punch and kick landed squarely, yet Jinyu remained unscathed. Meanwhile, Goku's evasive maneuvers were exceedingly narrow, leading him to realize that continuing this way would yield no advantage, and a misstep could lead to injury. Resolutely, Goku internally chanted, Kaioken. A surge of crimson energy erupted from within him, its sudden intensity even catching Jinyu's somewhat dulled senses. 3 times, Goku amplified the Kaioken once more. What's this? Though Jinyu lacked a scouter, he discerned the increase in Goku's power through his own senses. Without waiting for Jinyu's response, Goku charged forward, delivering another punch aimed directly at Jinyu's face. Jinyu raised his arm just in time to block the blow, the impact reverberating through the sky. "Why not take it?" Goku taunted. Jinyu's face twitched in frustration, and in an instant, both combatants vanished from sight, engaging in a high-speed battle that no eyes on Earth could follow, only the explosive sounds of their clashes resonating through the air. Jinyu sensed that Goku's strength fell short of his own, yet Goku's acute awareness of ki allowed him to react faster in close combat, creating a stalemate in their melee. Recognizing this, Jinyu opted to create distance and shifted to energy-based attacks. He unleashed a barrage of energy balls towards Goku, the onslaught akin to a machine gun, each projectile precisely targeting Goku's position. The relentless assault was so dense that, despite Goku's quick reflexes, he struggled to evade entirely, bracing for impact. After a series of explosions, Jinyu assumed he had struck his mark, only to be taken aback as Goku suddenly appeared right before him. One finger pointed at his forehead and the other hand aimed at Jinyu's face. "A return gift," Goku declared, his palm emitting a wave of energy. Jinyu, still reeling from shock and unable to dodge at such close range, was hit squarely. Yet, true to his battle-hardened nature, Jinyu immediately retaliated, kicking towards Goku. His towering stature, even with an ambiguous target, allowed him to graze Goku, and both fighters swiftly withdrew, creating a brief respite between them. "I recall that I previously failed to engage with you properly, and I must admit, you possess considerable skill," Goku said with a wry smile. Although his memory was not particularly sharp, once he had fought someone, their impression would linger vividly in his mind, and he had now completely recollected who Jinyu was. Meanwhile, Jinyu appeared remarkably relaxed. "Oh, we have crossed paths before. Thanks to you, I nearly met my demise. Humph, I concede you have some merit, but victory is beyond your reach." Jinyu spoke the truth. Goku's Kaioken X3 placed an immense strain on his body, yet in the midst of battle, he found himself at a disadvantage, causing him to gasp for breath. Jinyu, on the other hand, remained at ease. If this stalemate continued, it would not be long before Goku would exhaust himself and succumb to defeat. "I suppose I must give it a try," Goku murmured. Another round of combat commenced, with Jinyu opting to maintain distance. This time, Goku utilized instant transmission once again, appearing right before Jinyu. Having already been caught off guard once, Jinyu was not about to fall for the same trick again. He immediately lunged at Goku. At that moment, Goku unleashed a wave of energy, albeit in an unusual manner. Instead of a sphere of energy emanating from his palm, he flung a small disc upwards. Spirit Slice. The disc soared toward Jinyu. Typically, such a diminutive energy wave would not necessitate evasion, but Jinyu instinctively sensed danger and promptly retracted his punch, dodging Goku's assault. The Spirit Slice merely grazed his skin, leaving a thin scar. This is... Jinyu wiped away the blood that trickled from his wound. "This technique was devised by a good friend of mine," Goku chuckled softly. "I've recently come to understand the lengths to which those who struggle to grow stronger will go to overcome their adversaries." "Humph, what a dirty trick. What choice do I have? If I cannot defeat you, the entire Earth will perish. Do you truly expect to win with this technique? Give it a try." Jinyu initiated the assault, and once again, the two vanished into the air. Goku strove to close the gap between them, launching rapid-fire miniature spirit slices. Jinyu recognized that he could not afford to make contact with such attacks. He had to evade them at all costs. Yet, he could not shake off Goku, who could instantly appear beside him. Thus, he resorted to dodging while exchanging energy blasts. After several exchanges, Jinyu suddenly perceived something. A subtle smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. As Goku unleashed another spirit slice, this time Jinyu did not evade. Instead, he struck out with a punch aimed at the side of the energy disc. This blow shattered the spirit slice as if it were a mere plate, causing it to disintegrate and drift apart in the air. Humph, indeed, a technique that consumes minimal energy while boasting considerable lethality cannot possibly lack weaknesses. Yes, the spirit slice is akin to an exceptionally sharp blade. It can cleave through any obstruction along its edge, yet the wave itself is exceedingly fragile, easily dissipating when subjected to lateral force. Jinyu adeptly neutralized all of Goku's assaults with simple maneuvers. "I must admit, you possess remarkable combat talent," Goku remarked, realizing his predicament. He had exhausted all his other techniques. Chapter 16, Spirit Bomb. Wukong and Jinyu engaged in yet another fierce confrontation in the skies. Jinyu gradually recognized that his opponent had exhausted all his techniques, and the significant disparity in stamina began to tip the scales in Jinyu's favor. The collisions of fist and foot attacks with energy spheres erupted into thunderous explosions, reverberating through the air, so much so that even the capital, thousands of kilometers away, felt the sting on its citizens' skin. Damn it! Pilaf paced anxiously in the palace, questioning what was unfolding. Who could enlighten him? Though Pilaf lacked the ability to sense energy, the clash of two formidable forces instilled an instinctive unease within him. Report. A man clad in military uniform hurriedly rushed into the palace. Your Majesty Pilaf, look. He frantically activated a nearby monitor, revealing a vast expanse of ocean devoid of any figures. Yet the water erupted in towering columns, as if bombarded by relentless artillery fire. What? What is that? Pilaf inquired, bewildered. This is footage captured by a satellite, the soldier replied, his voice trembling with urgency. There have been numerous unidentified explosions in zones 9 and 10. We do not know what is happening. What? 2 zones. Such a vast area. Pilaf swallowed hard. Under normal circumstances, one might not associate such extensive and peculiar explosions with a mere humanoid figure. However, after witnessing the bizarre techniques at the World Martial Arts Tournament and having had detailed discussions with Master Rashi, Pilaf had personally witnessed the Kamehameha wave. He had no doubt that it was indeed Wukong capable of such extraordinary feats. It seemed Wukong had engaged that monstrous foe. Pilaf turned to the soldier. But he stood there, speechless. What a useless fool. Pilaf cursed inwardly. Just minutes after Jinyu's departure, the fear in Pilaf's heart morphed into a profound anguish over losing his companions. He felt an overwhelming desire to take action, even if it meant aiding Wukong. Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero. Pilaf shouted at the screen. After a brief pause, an elderly man with a balding head and white hair appeared. Dr. Gero straightened his frail figure and, with a respectful yet serious demeanor, responded, Greetings, King Pilaf. Weren't you supposed to create weaponry surpassing Wukong? Are you done yet? Hurry and bring it forth to eliminate that monster. Report, King Pilaf. The latest generation of android warriors possesses strength comparable to Master Krillin. Should I deploy them? Deploy them? What good is something as weak as Krillin? Pilaf exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration. I have supported you with such vigor. And this is the result you present me. Nothing but rubbish. Dr. Gero's confidence visibly faltered. I surmise that human beings have their limits. The latest collaborative research with Dr. Briefs is set to explore a fully mechanical approach. I assure you, it will yield satisfactory results. By the time you finish constructing them, the Earth will be in ruins. Pilaf snapped, abruptly shutting off the television. Beyond utilizing those martial artists for his service, Dr. Gero, discovered through the Red Ribbon Army, was his last card to play, and now he found himself bereft of options. Just as he prepared to resign himself to a fate of annihilation, a gust of wind brushed past him, followed by the sensation of a hand resting on his shoulder, causing him to instinctively recoil 2 steps. Despite the changes, Pilaf recognized the newcomer immediately. Wukong. 2 minutes prior, after an intense skirmish, Wukong's attire lay in tatters, his body marred by numerous wounds, and his stamina teetered on the brink of exhaustion. Having employed the Kaioken technique at 3 times its normal power for an extended duration, he felt as if he bore the weight of 10 tons of sandbags. In stark contrast, Jinyu appeared unfazed, his breathing barely quickening. The outcome is clear, little one. Jinyu remarked with a hint of sincerity. It is a rarity across the universe for someone of your age to compel me to exert 7/10 of my strength. Joining Frisia's army would surely lead you to a bright future. Consider it. I genuinely hope you will join. Wukong gasped for breath, mustering his spirit. Before him, Jinyu resembled the formidable Frisia, a disparity in power so pronounced it was disheartening. At that moment, he was far from achieving the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Having once reached the pinnacle of strength only deepened his sense of helplessness. He lowered his hands slowly and bowed his head. Oh, have you come to a decision? Jinyu inquired eagerly. Wukong strained to regain his composure and weakly replied, You are strong, truly strong. I concede this battle. But, Jinyu began, only to be interrupted by Wukong. For the sake of Earth, for my friends, I cannot afford to lose. His gaze sharpened once more, though tinged with sadness. In the next instant, Wukong vanished into thin air. He had utilized instant transmission to arrive at the palace, thousands of kilometers away. Without waiting for Pilaf to inquire, Wukong swiftly declared, I need your help. With a single glance, Pilaf comprehended the gravity of the situation. Even the mighty son Wukong had not triumphed over that monstrosity. How can I assist? Pilaf's question hinted at a glimmer of hope. Everyone across the globe listens to you, right? Have them all raise their hands. palms facing the sky. Quickly. We have only 2 minutes. Like this? Pilaf mimicked Wukong's description, striking a pose that indeed resembled the standard gathering of energy. Precisely. Hurry. With that, Wukong soared into the air. Without hesitation, Pilaf bellowed into the display screen, global broadcast. In a mere 2 seconds, every television channel worldwide switched to Pilaf's image. This had once been one of the cards used against Wukong, enabling Pilaf to rally the world as leverage to deter any impulsive moves from Wukong. Unexpectedly, it now served to assist Wukong instead. Citizens of the world, mimic my actions and raise your hands. Immediately, I will not allow anyone to lower them until I say so. Suspended in midair, Wukong held his hands high above his head, attuning to the energy of the earth. Just 2 seconds after Pilaf issued his command, the energy surrounding the palace converged in Wukong's hands, swiftly coalescing into an energy sphere half his height. The extraordinary speed of this energy gathering reminded Wukong of Dandy, and he wondered what the latter was doing at that moment. Meanwhile, far over the ocean, Jinyu, who had been left hanging by Wukong, began to feel a twinge of irritation. After several earnest attempts to reason with the boy, it was clear he was not appreciative of the counsel. Thus, Jinyu resolved to forego any further leniency, never anticipating that the boy would resort to the most despicable of strategies, fleeing. At this moment, Jinyu suddenly realized that his detector had just malfunctioned. If Goku wished to conceal himself, it would indeed be quite challenging to locate him. He had to return to the spacecraft to retrieve the spare detector before he could proceed with his next course of action. The thought of these inconveniences only intensified Jinyu's fury. However, within mere seconds, he sensed an immense power emanating from a certain direction, so potent that it could be felt without the aid of a detector. It was him. A smile crept onto the corners of Jinyu's mouth as he noted that his opponent showed no intent to hide, clearly indicating that he was preparing for further combat. This piqued Jinyu's interest, prompting him to accelerate towards Goku's direction at full speed. In just over a minute, Jinyu arrived near Goku. But the scene before him left him utterly astounded. A colossal, pure white energy sphere floated in midair, and the operator beneath it was none other than the very boy he had encountered moments ago. Upon spotting Jinyu within his line of sight, Goku wasted no time and hurled the enormous energy sphere forward. The sheer size of the attack left Jinyu with no means of evasion. He could only brace himself with both hands in a desperate attempt to withstand its force. The overwhelming pressure and sheer might of the attack instilled in him a profound sense of mortal peril, a sensation he had only previously experienced at the hands of the formidable Frieza. Now, on this seemingly insignificant Earth, he found himself once more gripped by a deep-rooted fear, instigated by a scion. Jinyu unleashed all of his strength to counter the energy sphere, and just as he felt a flicker of resistance, he was ruthlessly pushed back. Goku, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, activated the Kaioken ×3, enveloping Jinyu in an immense surge of energy and propelling him towards the distant horizon. With a tremendous explosion, the entire capital was bathed in a blinding white light. Exhausted, Goku slowly descended to the ground, while Pilaf hurriedly emerged from his dwelling. The recent tremors and violent explosion had led him to believe that the apocalypse had arrived. Yet, upon seeing Goku's weary figure, his heart was immediately steadied, and he collapsed weakly beside him. "Did we win?" Pilaf inquired. Goku did not respond. He simply hung his head in disappointment. As a warrior, he yearned for a fair victory over Jinyu, yet he found it unbearable to accept defeat. Perhaps in his youth, he could have battled formidable foes without regard for the consequences, but since losing everything at the Tournament of Power, his mindset had shifted. Perhaps this was why he subconsciously brought Jinyu to a location far from the palace, instinctively conserving a sliver of energy for the energy sphere, all in hopes of leveraging Pilaf's strength for victory. But in the next moment, Goku abruptly lifted his head. What? How is this possible? He could distinctly sense Jinyu's energy from afar. Chapter 17. Winning at all costs. How is this possible? Goku struggled to rise, gazing incredulously into the distance. Jinyu was certainly not dead. How could he possibly have survived? That was an energy sphere that had absorbed the life force of every human on Earth, a technique that had even vanquished the mighty Majin Buu in a previous life. How could it possibly fail against Jinyu? Could it be? Could he, perhaps, not be a villain? Though it seemed unfathomable, it was indeed the truth. As Frieza's foremost general, Jinyu has indeed taken countless lives and plundered numerous planets. However, for him, these acts were merely tasks to fulfill his loyalty to Frieza. He derived no pleasure from slaughter, nor did he relish in the torment of the weak. Instead, He held a particular admiration for the talented, offering Goku repeated opportunities for surrender. Jinyu's entire creed revolved around becoming stronger and remaining steadfast in his allegiance to Frieza, which bore a striking resemblance to Goku's own principles of growth and the protection of his comrades. Thus, despite the considerable damage inflicted by the Spirit Bomb, Jinyu was not entirely vanquished. Struggling to rise from the ground, Jinyu was covered in dust, one of his arms nearly incapacitated, his mouth stained with purple blood, and his vision blurred. A singular thought consumed him. He must eliminate that little brat. In the next instant, a figure materialized before him, dispersing the smoke generated by the exploded Spirit Bomb, as a fist enveloped in a crimson aura hurtled towards Jinyu's face at an alarming speed. 5 times. Kaioken. Goku approached with an even more formidable aura than before. Jinyu extended his hand to defend himself as swiftly as possible. However, the lightning-fast punch found its mark in the gap of his defense, striking him squarely in the face and sending him careening away in a distorted manner. Goku followed with a barrage of martial techniques, leaving Jinyu defenseless. Yet, after several seconds, Goku's punches momentarily halted in midair, granting Jinyu a fleeting opportunity to evade. Seizing the moment, Goku swiftly turned and retrieved a Senzu bean from his waist, consuming it. Just a minute prior, upon realizing Jinyu had not perished, Goku had furiously pounded the ground in frustration, feeling utterly defeated as even the Spirit Bomb had failed him. Despite having relinquished the pride of a warrior and exhausting every conceivable strategy to secure victory, he still found himself incapable of doing so. At that moment, a resolute thought surged through his mind: to win at all costs. He conceived a most unscrupulous tactic, quickly catching his breath to regain a modicum of strength. Then instantaneously teleporting to Korin Tower, unceremoniously snatching a handful of Senzu beans to stow away. The ensuing strategy was straightforward: engage in combat using the overpowering 5-fold Kaioken, relying on the Senzu beans for recovery whenever his body reached its limits, effectively employing a tactic akin to attrition warfare to exhaust Jinyu. During a brief respite to replenish his Senzu beans, Jinyu had already readied himself, rage and combat fervor surging within him as he unleashed his full power, engaging Goku in a fierce struggle. At this juncture, the two were truly locked in a battle of equals. After dozens of exchanges, Jinyu's speed began to wane, his injuries accumulating, and he found himself at a distinct disadvantage, while Goku's momentum showed no signs of diminishing, resembling an indefatigable combat machine, consistently exhibiting strength beyond limits. How could this be? This scion, what manner of creature is he? Goku had no intention of granting Jinyu a moment's respite, and as the scales of victory began to tip in Goku's favor, a wave of fear surged within Jinyu once more. Am I to perish? Once again, Wukong felt the weight of exhaustion bear down upon him. In a swift motion, he retrieved a magical bean and consumed it. However, this time, although he sensed a slight resurgence of strength within, his fists seemed reluctant to obey his command. The deities and Master Karen, watching from a distance, were filled with tension as they observed the clash below. This Wukong. Master Karen clenched his fists in frustration. Who uses magical beans like that? The nearby deity shook his head in resignation. How could such an immensely powerful being replenish his strength with merely a single bean? It merely drained his recovery rate. While consuming 1 or 2 might yield some effect, Wukong had consumed 5 in rapid succession. Alas, one could only wonder how much longer he could endure. Wukong himself felt the strain. He had never before ingested 5 magical beans in such a short span, and it seemed that this miraculous remedy was not as omnipotent as he had hoped. Yet, for the fate of Earth, he must persevere. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the meager energy granted by the beans to maintain the 5-fold Kaioken. He needed to resolve this swiftly. Meanwhile, Jinyu, nearing his own limits, remained oblivious to Wukong's predicament. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: I am doomed. Fear and humiliation began to overwhelm him. In a desperate bid for survival, he resorted to his ultimate technique. Seizing the moment, Jinyu spread his limbs wide and shouted, "Change!" A burst of golden light erupted from his mouth, hurtling directly towards Wukong. If it struck true, he would seize Wukong's boundless power, leaving only his soon-to-perish body on the battlefield, thus determining the outcome. However, Wukong was prepared. As a martial arts master of many decades, how could he falter against the same tactic twice? He executed 2 rapid, instantaneous movements, reappearing before Jinyu with a frog in hand. Without hesitation, he flung the frog into Jinyu's beam of light. In the next instant, the frog's essence exchanged places with Jinyu's, and the battlefield fell eerily silent. Jinyu's eyes became vacant, his limbs moving awkwardly, while the frog on the ground surveyed its new form in panic. Without a moment's hesitation, Wukong unleashed a ki blast at the frog. Jinyu's soul had yet to recover from the shock when the body it inhabited was reduced to ashes. From the outset, Wukong had anticipated Jinyu's body-swapping trick. Thus, when he chose to overextend himself with the magical beans, he foresaw two potential outcomes. Either he would vanquish Jinyu outright, or he would force him into a corner, waiting for the precise moment to exploit the body swap again, transforming him into a frog once more. Clearly, his predictions were accurate, and Wukong harbored no intentions of showing mercy to a mere frog. Any unforeseen complication could spell disaster for Earth. In that moment of confirming his victory, Wukong collapsed to the ground. Unbeknownst to Jinyu, Wukong's body had already reached its breaking point. Even if the exchange had succeeded, it would only amplify his chances of demise. Though Wukong's strength fell short against Jinyu, in the contest of willpower, there was no doubt that Wukong emerged victorious, a triumph he rightfully deserved. The unsettling sensation that permeated the air had dissipated, and after several minutes, Pilaf was finally convinced that this was not merely a figment of his imagination. Was it over? He was uncertain whether this tranquility signified survival or annihilation, yet he lacked the patience to remain idle. Without hesitation, he retrieved a universal capsule and mounted his hover bike, racing toward the battlefield. Following the various signs of conflict etched into the ground, Pilaf located Goku lying prostrate within a mere 10 minutes. He hastily disembarked from the vehicle and rushed over, relieved to see Goku still breathing steadily. However, the next moment was punctuated by a deep, ominous sound emanating from afar. Jinyu leaped several dozen meters into the air in a bizarre pose. "Nanny!" Pilaf gasped, collapsing onto the ground, and then he scrambled desperately toward the hover bike. After a short while, he realized he was not in immediate danger. Summoning his courage, he observed Jinyu closely and discerned that he seemed to have lost his sanity. Could it be that Goku possessed some form of mental assault? Certainly not. The sudden voice startled Pilaf once more, but he quickly recognized its source. "You are the deity of Earth?" "Indeed," the deity replied, descending gracefully from the sky. Upon witnessing the battle's conclusion, he had hurried to the scene, albeit without the ability to teleport, relying solely on his flight technique, which took considerable time. Noticing Pilaf's bewilderment, he briefly elucidated the events of the confrontation. "A frog?" Pilaf exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at the massive purple figure in the distance. Its movements were undeniably frog-like, yet it could now leap over 100 meters, landing with a thunderous crash akin to an explosion. It seemed to be acclimating to its new form, and despite its soul being that of a frog, it possessed the capability to easily vanquish Pilaf. The deity raised a hand, and a wave of light enveloped Jinyu, immobilizing him. With a flicker, Jinyu succumbed to unconsciousness. "I shall find a way to manage him," the deity declared, using his other hand to lift Goku from the ground. "As for the rest, I entrust the aftermath to you, the earthly deity." These words sent a chill down Pilaf's spine, as he vaguely recalled that the individual before him was the creator of Dragon Ball and the supreme deity of Earth. It was clear that nothing he did could elude this being's perception, especially considering Goku's amicable relationship with him. Thus, he hastily stammered, perhaps you could entrust Goku to me?" The deity's gaze sharpened, causing Pilaf to hastily gesture in denial. "I mean no harm. He, Goku, is the hero who saved Earth. I believe restoring his honor is vital. He has many friends waiting for him with me, and when he awakens to see them, he should feel quite pleased, right?" His voice dwindled, for these so-called surprises were merely what he had previously taken from Goku, and now he sought to return them. After a moment of silence, the deity gently placed Goku onto Pilaf's hover bike. "You are a commendable individual." Suddenly, the celestial being uttered a cryptic remark that left Pilaf momentarily stunned. "Although I am the creator of the Dragon Balls, their power stemmed from an instinct embedded within me, a truth I had scarcely grasped. To my astonishment, the dragon could indeed fulfill your outrageous wishes." Even more surprising was the fact that the deity turned to gaze directly at Pilaf, noting that under your stewardship, Earth had not descended into chaos. Rather, all wars and malevolent forces had been kept in check. At times, I even pondered whether you embody the essence of a true deity more than I do. I shall not interfere with the wishes you've made. However, if Goku chooses to intervene, I shall not hinder him." The celestial being lifted his gaze to the heavens. "For the universe is far more perilous than we can fathom. The fate of Earth now rests upon you and Goku." With that, the celestial being departed, bearing the body of Jinyu. Chapter 18. A new plan. With the crisis averted, Pilaf returned to the palace with Goku, ensuring his comfort. Noticing no abnormalities, Pilaf plunged urgently into work. The weight of responsibility upon him was immense, with countless tasks awaiting his attention. The foremost task was to gather the Dragon Balls. After Jinyu's rampage, the capital lay in ruins, with countless citizens lost. The deaths of Mai, Asu, and many martial artists pained him the most. Harnessing the power of the Dragon Balls for restoration was the swiftest solution. With Bulma's assistance, the precisely calibrated Dragon Ball radar enabled Pilaf to collect all 7 orbs within a day, and he summoned the dragon with practiced ease. Revive all those who perished due to Jinyu. Restore the cities destroyed by Jinyu. You have stated 2 wishes. Which would you like me to fulfill? The dragon responded in a calm tone. Pilaf clicked his tongue in thought, initially wishing to restore Earth to its state before Jinyu's arrival. But fearing that such wordplay might inadvertently resurrect Jinyu himself, he steeled himself and articulated 2 wishes, clearly not managing to deceive the dragon. Then let us revive all who died in the battle caused by Jinyu. This includes my subordinates and all citizens. Very well. A flash of red light enveloped the surroundings. And your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon then transformed into golden beams, dispersing across the globe. Upon reuniting with Mai and Asu, Pilaf embraced them in an emotional reunion, tears streaming down his face. The following day, Pilaf summoned the global populace for a televised address. Citizens of the world, I am King Pilaf, and I must solemnly inform you, he announced, as the screen flickered to reveal the youthful visage of Goku in slumber. His name is Son Goku. I once misjudged him, viewing him as an enemy. Only now do I recognize him as the hero protecting Earth, the bravest of warriors. I implore you all to cease your animosity towards him, his friends, and family, and to love him as you did before. Pilaf gazed at the screen in silence for a few moments before continuing. There is one final decree I, King Pilaf, must deliver to all citizens. Clenching his fists, he declared, I urge you to cherish those worthy of love and to respect those deserving of respect. No longer must you heed the commands of others. Let your actions align with your innermost convictions. I am no longer your king, and you need not obey me any longer. Thus, I bid you to forget me. The television signal ceased, leaving people worldwide gazing at the inky black screen, enveloped in a profound silence. This was yet another whimsical notion conceived by Pilaf, seeking to harness the original might of the dragon to eradicate his influence, rather than waiting an entire year to make another wish. He was impatient to relinquish the throne, yearning to revert the world to its state from 3 years prior, when he was merely an untroubled mountain king. As for the burdens bestowed upon him by the celestial being, such responsibilities were utterly inconsequential to him. The thought of the deity's words ignited a bitter rage within Pilaf, who found it absurd that the fate of Earth was entrusted to him and Goku, while the divine being retreated like a coward, leaving him, the great King Pilaf, to bear the brunt of idleness. Recalling the destructive power of Jinyu and the supposed cosmic overlords above, a chill ran down his spine. He had no desire to be at the forefront when calamity struck. All he sought was to return to the desert and hide away. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Pilaf approached the airstrip, only to be interrupted by a cacophony of hurried footsteps behind him. King Pilaf, where are you going? Exclaimed Xiao Wu and Ishio, breathless as they caught up to him. Where am I going? Naturally, I am returning to my castle. Pilaf retorted with irritation. Why didn't you call us? They asked. Pilaf shot them a sideways glance. I've already told you, there's no need to follow me. Pursue your own desires. With that, he angrily turned away. Xiao Wu and Ishio exchanged glances before standing at attention and proclaiming in unison, we pledge our lives and loyalty to King Pilaf. A shiver coursed through Pilaf's body, halting him in his tracks. His shoulders trembled uncontrollably. After a moment, he abruptly turned around, tears streaming down his face as he rushed towards Xiao Wu and Ishio. I knew it. You wouldn't leave me. Meanwhile, Goku had been unconscious for an entire week. Bulma remained steadfastly by his side, and since Pilaf had lifted the mind control, she was struck by the absurdity of the past 3 years. Though she had admired Goku, she had spent those years devising ways to eliminate him as a threat on Pilaf's behalf. Guilt and anxiety rendered her unable to leave his side. Doctors had examined Goku repeatedly, finding no abnormalities. He was simply in a state of profound fatigue, akin to an ordinary person asleep from exhaustion. However, the doctors were astonished that this state of fatigue showed no signs of abating even after several days. During this time, The old king had settled into a position of stability, retaining all organizational structures from Pilaf's reign, including the establishment of the Pilaf Academy, spearheaded by Dr. Brief and Dr. Jero. The Academy's primary objective was to analyze the spaceship brought by Jinyu. To prevent Bulma from sinking into despair, Clint thoughtfully gifted her a toy, the head-mounted scanner from Jinyu. It took little time for Bulma to decipher the scanner's design and reprogram it to display in Earth's language. "Quick, let us see my battle power," Clint exclaimed excitedly. Bulma pressed a button on the device. 206. What does 206 even signify? "Oh, check Goku for me." Clint pointed at the unconscious Goku. Bulma pressed the button again, uncertain of what could be discerned from someone who was asleep. "Wait, 5,000. What?" Krillin's eyes nearly bulged out. He understood that Goku was stronger than him, yet he had no concrete notion of just how much stronger. Until today, when he learned that Goku surpassed him by several dozen times. Unbeknownst to Krillin, this figure was derived from Goku's innate ability to suppress his energy. "This device seems to have some issues," Bulma remarked, ignoring Krillin as she continued. "This sensor is far too sensitive. Exceeding its limit would cause it to burn out. If we were to install an exponential suppressor and then reverse the readings, it might yield even more significant results." With that, she resumed her tinkering with the tools. Krillin's mind instinctively disregarded Bulma's incomprehensible jargon, and seeing that she was occupied, he felt reassured enough to leave. On the 7th day of his unconscious state, Goku slowly opened his eyes, hazily surveying his surroundings until they landed on the figure beside his bed. "Bulma?" he whispered, noticing her lack of response. He gently placed his hand on her head. Bulma, sensing an unusual presence in her dream, quickly awakened and, upon seeing Goku's frail smile, couldn't help but weep. "You finally woke up. I was terrified. I feared you might never awaken, that I would lose my chance to apologize." "Aha, Goku chuckled, somewhat bewildered by the situation. Suddenly, Bulma seized his hands with a mischievous grin and said, "To make it up to you, I can grant you one wish. Anything at all." Reassured by the familiar presence of Bulma, Goku, without a moment's hesitation, expressed his desire. "I would like a grand feast." While Bulma was aware of Goku's immense appetite, she was nonetheless taken aback as he devoured the entirety of a restaurant's supplies, as if attempting to compensate for the 7 days of fasting, necessitating a switch to another establishment. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others, having received the news, rushed to the restaurant. "Goku!" Krillin exclaimed excitedly upon entering, tears of joy streaming down his face as he saw Goku safe and sound, indulging in food. He rushed forward to embrace Goku, exclaiming, "You are incredible. You defeated that monstrous enemy. I thought you might be in trouble." Goku merely chuckled foolishly, continuing his meal, and greeted Master Roshi and Kaiatsu, who followed behind. With a simple nod, everyone silently watched Goku eat. Bulma broke the silence. "Why are only the 3 of you here? Where's Tien?" Krillin scratched his head, pained as he replied, "I don't know why, but while we all came back, Tien is the only one who didn't tea." Hearing this, Kaiatsu looked down, gripping his clothes, nearly bursting into tears, while Goku's expression changed, and he set down his food. "Tien, he has died once. He cannot be revived again," Goku murmured. "So that's how it is," came the quiet response. Klin grasped the explanation, finding it indeed quite reasonable. Such a miraculous event as resurrection could only occur once, and there was nothing peculiar about that. However, upon hearing the shattering of hope, Jiaozi could not suppress his tears. Wukong was momentarily taken aback, then resumed his meal, this time consuming every morsel voraciously before forcefully slamming the bowl onto the table. "Leave it to me. I will bring Tianjin Fan back to life." The first life of Tianjin Fan was extinguished because of him. Reviving him was his responsibility and an obligation as a friend. Jiaozi's hope reignited, and he inquired loudly, "What must we do? How can we bring him back?" Wukong gazed out the window, resolutely stating, "We must go to Namek." Chapter 19, Departure. To Namek. Thus, Bulma concluded that the Dragon Balls were indeed crafted by the Namekians, which meant that Namek also possessed Dragon Balls that did not have a limit on revivals. In contrast to Wukong's chaotic explanation, Bulma's words were easily comprehensible to all. "Is our Earth's Dragon Radar effective?" Bulma turned to Wukong. "It should be," he scratched his head, admitting he had never sought Dragon Balls on Namek. After all, Bulma's radar could even locate the Super Dragon Balls. Super? Dragon Balls? The group exchanged puzzled glances. Bulma, accustomed to Wukong's nonsensical remarks, had learned to focus solely on what she wished to know. So where is Namek? How do we get there? Wukong was momentarily at a loss. He had no idea where Namek was, having always relied on instant transmission, even when wielding Super Saiyan power. Locating the Namekian energy amidst the vast universe was no simple task, and at that moment, it was beyond his capabilities. Returning to the conversation, Bulma, noticing Wukong's silence, continued to inquire, Wukong, how do you know so much about Namek? Currently, Earth's technology is insufficient to even leave the solar system. Before the Jinyu Force arrived, we were unaware if other civilizations existed in the cosmos. How do you know so much about Namek? Have you perhaps encountered Namekians? In Bulma's current understanding, this was the most plausible conclusion she could draw. Although it did not align with reality, it provided a significant clue for Wukong. Yes, Wukong suddenly stood up. We can ask the Namekians, and we will know where Namek is. What? Bulma gasped. Are there really Namekians on Earth? Of course. Our Lord Kami. While the others were still in a daze, Wukong extended his hand, saying, Come, hold on to me. I will take you to meet the deity. What followed was a natural progression. Wukong and his companions instantaneously transported to the lookout. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Popo guided them to the deity's spaceship. The vessel was handed over to the scientific community, and soon after, the coordinates for Namek were deciphered from the system. However, humanity's current technology was insufficient to rapidly replicate a more advanced spacecraft. After careful consideration, Dr. Briefs decided that a simple modification to the deity's ship would suffice for their journey to Namek. As for the choice of candidates, Goku naturally intended to participate, and he extended an invitation to Krillin as well. However, Krillin instinctively hesitated at the thought of journeying to Namek, a space voyage lasting a month. Who could foresee what misadventures might unfold? Moreover, to be honest, should danger arise, he felt he would be of little assistance to Goku. Nevertheless, Krillin's rationale had to be more substantial, so he claimed that Earth needed a warrior to remain behind for its protection. During the 2 days of waiting for the spaceship's modifications, an unexpected event rendered Krillin's feeble excuse considerably more plausible. While searching for the Dragon Balls to resurrect those slain by Jinyu, Bulma fortuitously discovered an electric rice cooker at the bottom of the sea. Intrigued by its unique design and impeccable condition, she decided to bring it back. A few days later, feeling bored after his recent revival, Krillin's curiosity got the better of him, and he opened the rice cooker, inadvertently summoning the Demon King Piccolo once more. Master Roshi, Fortune Teller Baba, Karin, and the deities who had experienced that calamity immediately recognized the malevolent aura. However, their shock dissipated almost instantaneously. Compared to Goku and Jinyu, Piccolo's power was rather pitiable. Although Goku teleported to the scene without delay, he had no intention of intervening, merely advising Krillin not to deliver a fatal blow and opting instead to observe the battle from the sidelines. The skirmish between the two was evenly matched and prolonged, prompting Goku to realize that if Krillin could not defeat his opponent, the conflict would never conclude. Ultimately, it was Goku who took action, unleashing a wave of energy that pierced through Piccolo's chest, striving to emulate the scars left from his previous life. Indeed, with his last breath, the Demon King left behind an egg. To monitor the movements of the young Piccolo and prevent any potential calamity, it was only logical for Krillin to remain on Earth. Thus, Goku was the sole candidate embarking on the journey to Namek. On the day of departure, a group gathered in Dr. Brief's yard to bid farewell to Goku as a spaceship resembling a sea cucumber ascended slowly into the sky. Goku waved goodbye to everyone through the porthole. Subsequently, the spaceship initiated its 5-mode propulsion and, within seconds, pierced through the atmosphere, crossing the asteroid belt in mere minutes. This time, he was not on a mission to rescue anyone, and the ship lacked suitable training equipment, allowing him to leisurely enjoy the scenery. However, after a while, he sensed something amiss aboard the ship. Approaching the restroom door, he pressed the switch, causing the door to open. The bathroom curtain was tightly drawn, so he walked over and pulled it aside, revealing a person curled up inside. Bulma? Initially concealing herself behind a backpack, Bulma realized her cover was blown, straightened up, and shouted at Goku, "A young lady is using the restroom. How dare you barge in?" As she threw her backpack at Goku's face, she insisted, "Get out." Goku hurriedly retreated, but after a moment, he realized something was off and called through the bathroom door, "Bulma, are you planning to go to Namek as well?" Of course. The voice from behind the door resonated painfully in Goku's mind. "How can a big man like you take care of yourself? Are you going to starve on the way?" But Goku recalled that during their previous travels, he had always looked after Bulma. All right, just get out. Don't disturb a young lady in the restroom. Pervert. As expected by Wukong, it wasn't long before Bulma revealed her true self. The spacecraft was cluttered with magazines and trash carelessly strewn about, and she wandered around in nothing but a nightgown, lamenting how slowly time passed. Meanwhile, Wukong spent most of his time in meditation. With no training conditions available, he could only hone his ability to control his energy through introspection, which, in its own way, served as a form of cultivation for him. However, Bulma found herself increasingly agitated by Wukong's immobile presence, feeling as if she were traveling through space with a mere stone. Eventually, Bulma took it upon herself to devise a magnetic-weighted training device for Wukong, a rudimentary version of the training pods used on Earth. The prospect of enhancing his fundamental abilities brought Wukong immense joy, and seeing him laugh heartily warmed Bulma's heart. Time flew by, and 30 days had elapsed since Wukong and the others departed from Earth. On Namek, in a remote village, hundreds of Namekians gathered, tense and furious. Their eyes fixated on the scene before them. Opposing them stood 3 humanoid beings with completely different skin tones. A burly bald man had a frail Namekian by the throat, lifting him off the ground while casting a sinister smile towards the crowd behind him. I will give you only one chance. Hand over the Dragon Balls, or I shall kill him immediately. As he tightened his grip, the elder struggled in agony. Elder! Voices cried out from the anxious crowd. Release him. At that moment, a much younger Namekian burst forth from the throng, surrounded by an aura of energy, raising his fist and charging at the bald man. Oh! A shorter youth behind the bald man observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. A combat power of 3,000? How unexpected. To think such a formidable warrior was concealed here. He gasped as a figure with long, flowing hair emerged from behind him, clutching a basketball-sized Dragon Ball. Hearing such timid words, the shorter youth cast a disdainful glance in his direction. However, the 3,000 combat power was trivial to the bald man. He did not loosen his grip on the elder. With a swift motion, he raised his other hand to effortlessly block the attack, then delivered a powerful kick to the Namekian's abdomen, sending him crashing through a building. His eyes rolling back in his head, several individuals rushed forward to assess the situation, one kneeling to support his head while manifesting 2 green orbs of light. Seeing their strongest warrior defeated, the Namekians realized that resistance was futile. A wise elder quietly retreated into a dwelling, soon emerging with a Dragon Ball cradled in his hands. The crowd parted to let him through, and the Dragon Ball was slowly presented to the outsiders. This is the Dragon Ball you seek. Take it and release the elder. Humph, now that is more like it. The bald man seized the Dragon Ball with one hand, casually tossing it to the long-haired youth behind him, who caught it deftly. But when did I say I would let you go? A wider grin spread across the bald man's face as he concentrated energy into a wave of power. A sudden explosion erupted, blinding the crowd. When their vision cleared, they discovered that the elder's head had been reduced to a pile of ashes, his body limp upon the ground. Elder! Despicable! Vile outsiders! Enraged Namekians surged forth. But the bald figure met their assault with unhurried defiance. Some found their arms shattered, while others suffered the loss of a significant portion of their thighs. Yet, nearly none met their demise in a single blow. He seemed to revel in the process of tormenting his foes. Enough, Nappa! The shorter figure behind him admonished. Cease these futile actions. We are pressed for time. We must hasten to the next village. Yes, Vegeta, Nappa scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the Namekians, either sprawled or standing. With a casual motion, he unleashed a colossal energy sphere, followed by a thunderous explosion that engulfed the land in a shroud of dust. When the haze finally dissipated, only a vast, gaping crater remained, devoid of any evidence of prior civilization. Vegeta shot Nappa an irritated glance before addressing his companion behind him. Let us proceed, Raditz. We are off to the next village. Understood, Raditz replied, pressing a button on his scouter. At that moment, a brief message appeared on the communicator, and he opened it to examine its contents. His expression shifted dramatically upon comprehension. What? How can this be? The other two cast puzzled looks in his direction as Raditz, alarmed, raised his gaze. Just now, Planet Vegeta has been destroyed. Note: in the original narrative, the destruction of Planet Vegeta was first mentioned without a specific time frame, later clarified in the anime adaptation to have occurred shortly after Goku's birth. However, this presents a logical inconsistency, as both Raditz and Vegeta would have been quite young at the time, making it improbable for them to survive such an event, whether by chance or Frisia's design. The underlying reason seems to be Akira Toriyama's desire to forcibly justify Goku's remarkable strength as a low-class warrior, attempting to bestow a noble lineage upon Bardock for the sake of Goku's heritage. I personally find the concept of bloodlines in this context rather distasteful. Thus, in this narrative, the destruction of planet Vegeta is set at the current timeline. To divulge a bit more, in this story, Kakarot is inherently a low-class warrior, and there will be no further enhancement from lineage. Future developments will introduce an alternative theoretical framework to address the power dynamics between this life and the previous one. Chapter 20. The Scionts and the Namekians destroyed? Annihilated? Nappa could scarcely believe his ears. What is happening? Who would dare provoke the Scionts? No. Who possesses the might to obliterate an entire planet Vegeta? No. It's not an invasion, Raditz interjected, his brow slick with cold sweat. Planet Vegeta has suffered a catastrophic meteor strike. The entire planet has vanished. What? This revelation astonished Vegeta as well. How could this happen? What a stroke of misfortune. Nappa murmured. Is this perhaps divine retribution? Raditz whispered, echoing the sentiment. Do not be foolish. Vegeta shouted angrily. What nonsense about meteors? Do you truly believe such absurdity? Yet, that is what the report states, Raditz replied, his tone lacking conviction. Use your minds. If we were to combine the energy of all elite warriors, we could reduce planet Vegeta to ashes. How could a meteor have even approached? Indeed, the other two exclaimed, their expressions shifting to one of sudden realization. The destruction of planet Vegeta is an undeniable fact, evident at a mere glance, leaving no room for doubt. The real question lies in the nature of the force capable of quelling the united rebellion of all Scions and subsequently annihilating their home. Frisia, murmured Vegeta softly. As he and his companion gazed upon him, they observed Vegeta's brow furrow in contemplation before he suddenly erupted into laughter. Their annihilation is merely a consequence of their own weakness. Indeed, among the cosmos, only I, Prince Vegeta, possessed the might to unseat Frisia from his throne. With unwavering authority, he commanded, let us proceed to the next village. Although Vegeta was aware that a confrontation with Frisia was inevitable, he, being a sagacious individual, understood that now was not the time for rebellion. His strength was insufficient. If the Dragon Balls could indeed grant any wish, he yearned for an immortal body, for he believed that one day he would surpass Frisia. Conversely, should Frisia acquire immortality, his chances of resurgence would vanish forever. Thus, the Dragon Balls must never fall into Frisia's hands. After a night's rest, the trio followed the guidance of their scouter to the next village. Upon their arrival, they spotted a Namekian standing resolutely at the village's entrance, facing their approach. This Namekian was extraordinarily tall, towering over the average of his kind. With a robust physique that exuded strength, he stood like a guardian of the earth, for he was the Grand Elder of Namek, the deity of this planet. Nappa, arms crossed defiantly, descended before the Grand Elder and brazenly declared their intentions. Surely you possess Dragon Balls here as well? Hand them over promptly, and I can grant you a swift demise. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes slightly, noticing Raditz behind Nappa, clutching 2 Dragon Balls. Ah, I see. I have felt the departure of many children from this world in recent days. You are the culprits. Before Nappa could respond, a formidable killing intent erupted from the Grand Elder, manifesting as a shockwave that sent Nappa hurtling away. What? Raditz gasped in disbelief, astonished that this seemingly unremarkable Namekian had unleashed a combat power exceeding 10,000 in a mere instant. However, the Grand Elder soon fell into a violent fit of coughing, as a young Namekian appeared behind him. Grand Elder, please take care of your health. Allow me to handle these intruders. I appreciate your assistance, Nail, replied the Grand Elder, weary yet resolute, as he made his way toward the village. Nappa, still reeling from the encounter, exhaled a sigh of relief at the Grand Elder's departure. He realized that facing an adversary with 10,000 combat power would yield him no advantage. Yet the young Namekian before him appeared no different from an ordinary Namekian, with the scouter indicating a power level of merely 1,000. The humiliation he had just endured quickly transformed into rage, filling him with a sense of renewed confidence. You insolent insect, how dare you look down upon me? Nappa stormed toward Nail, who calmly removed his cloak and tossed it aside. Nappa, do not underestimate your foe. Having witnessed the fluctuations in the combat prowess of the Namekians twice, Vegeta discerned that the strength of the individual before him undoubtedly exceeded the displayed figure of 1,000. However, he remained unable to ascertain the true extent of his opponent's power. Nappa, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, let out a fierce roar and charged at Nail. Just as he thought he had landed a blow, Nail's form suddenly transformed into a mere afterimage, vanishing from sight. When Nappa attempted to track him down, Nail reappeared directly in front of him, delivering a powerful kick that struck Nappa's neck, sending him flying several dozen meters away. After bouncing on the ground multiple times, Nappa collapsed lifeless. Vegeta was taken aback, not merely by Nappa's swift defeat, but by the moment Nail struck, when the scouter flashed an astonishing reading, 12,000. How could this be? Raditz gazed incredulously at the Namekian before him, casting a furtive glance at Vegeta, for he was aware that Vegeta's power level was only 13,000. If this Namekian had yet to reveal his full strength, it was likely that even Vegeta would be no match for him. Thus, the three of them might very well meet their demise here. Haha, how intriguing. As the proud Scion Prince, Vegeta could not allow himself to falter. It seems you are the mightiest warrior on this planet. Once I eliminate you, the Dragon Balls will be mine. Vegeta knew well that Nail's strength was on par with his own, yet this challenge felt akin to a trial on his path to cosmic domination. Without overcoming this hurdle to secure the Dragon Balls, how could he ever hope to confront Frieza? With a serious demeanor, Vegeta assumed an offensive stance, while Nail recognized Vegeta's exceptional abilities and prepared for battle. A gentle breeze swept across the silent battlefield, and in the next moment, both warriors vanished from sight simultaneously, the air resonating with the sounds of their fierce clashes. Raditz struggled to keep pace with their movements, only occasionally catching glimpses of their figures amidst the flurry of combat. After several exchanges, Nail began to grasp Vegeta's capabilities and gradually intensified his speed and power. In merely 2 encounters, Nail exploited a weakness in Vegeta's defense, landing a heavy punch to Vegeta's abdomen, causing a spray of blood to erupt from his mouth. Following this, Nail brought his fist down upon the back of Vegeta's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Dazed and disoriented, Vegeta found himself coughing blood as he fought to maintain his dignity as a prince, struggling to rise to his feet. In that moment, he truly comprehended the might of his adversary. Having personally experienced the disparity, he believed that his opponent's combat power was at least double his own. Raditz, watching in astonishment, found himself at a loss for words. He had never witnessed Vegeta in such dire straits before. Was this opponent's formidable strength not comparable to that of Frieza's elite special forces, the Ginyu Force? With their current capabilities, victory seemed utterly unattainable. Fool! Vegeta's booming voice interrupted Raditz's futile musings. What are you standing there for? Put your abilities to use. Raditz was momentarily taken aback, given his limited strength. What could he possibly contribute? Observing Raditz's hesitation, Vegeta's anger flared. The moon. Of course. Raditz finally comprehended the situation, hastily discarding the Dragon Ball in his hand and concentrating energy within his palm. This was a unique technique of the Scions, utilizing oxygen and energy to create an artificial full moon with a power exceeding 17 million Fritz waves. The expenditure for this move was immense. With Raditz's current strength, it would almost deplete all his energy to form a barely adequate artificial moon. Nevertheless, it would indeed save Vegeta considerable effort. At this moment, Nail had landed and approached Vegeta, his expression devoid of emotion as he inquired if Vegeta was prepared to face death. Vegeta forced a smile, cautioning him not to celebrate too soon, for they were indeed a warrior race. Suddenly, Raditz let out a fierce shout, launching a sphere of light into the sky. Nail, ever vigilant, glanced upward, while Vegeta seized the opportunity to gaze at the Fritz wave ball. Threads of blood surged in Vegeta's eyes, gray fur sprouted along his temples. His mouth began to protrude, and his body swelled with his escalating battle power. Within mere seconds, Vegeta transformed into a towering giant ape, standing several meters tall. Nanny? Nail gasped, sensing a significant rise in his opponent's strength. Your doom is at hand, Vegeta exclaimed, lifting his foot to deliver a swift and brutal kick toward Nail. The attack was so rapid that Nail had no time to defend himself, sending him flying over 100 meters away, while the giant ape Vegeta unleashed a furious charge after him. As Nail regained his composure midair, he immediately adjusted his stance, unleashing his energy to its utmost level. He could no longer afford to be complacent in this battle. Facing the rapidly approaching Vegeta, Nail suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing an energy wave aimed directly at Vegeta's face. Vegeta instinctively dodged, yet his cheek was still struck by the explosion. Enduring the pain, he refused to relinquish his momentary advantage, reaching out with both hands to grasp Nail. Huh, I've got you now. Vegeta declared, exerting all his strength in an attempt to crush the Namekian. Nail, however, summoned every ounce of his energy to withstand Vegeta's might. Veins bulged on his forehead as he fiercely resisted the monstrous being before him. This scene left Raditz in disbelief. The power of a transformed scion had increased tenfold. Yet this Namekian was still able to contend with him. It was unfathomable how formidable his battle power truly was. Nail managed to push Vegeta's hands apart slightly, then swiftly evaded, inhaling deeply as he felt the terrifying force almost overwhelm him. Vegeta pressed the attack, his massive frame expanding his reach significantly, making it increasingly difficult for Nail to defend himself. Surprisingly, despite his enormous size, the giant ape's speed surpassed that of the humanoid Vegeta. However, after exchanging blows for several rounds, Nail gradually adapted to the rhythm of the battle. Indeed, while this monster's power had surged dramatically, his bulky form still restricted his speed. Nail mused. Although Vegeta's strength now surpassed Nail's, the increase in speed did not match the magnitude of his power augmentation. Thus, having acclimated to the combat tempo, Nail could now effortlessly evade Vegeta's strikes and counterattack. Realizing that the hand-to-hand combat was shifting against him, Vegeta switched tactics, employing a prince's strategy to attack Nail from a distance with high-density energy spheres. However, the Scions seldom employ their great ape form in combat, particularly someone as formidable as Vegeta, who can dispatch the majority of foes in his humanoid state. This results in a lack of precision in his control over the great ape's physique, significantly diminishing the threat of the prince's battle tactics. Not only does his energy blast fail to reach Nappa, but it also allows the latter to exploit openings for counterattacks. It feels akin to attempting to swat a fly. With every effort proving futile, no matter how great the strength, it amounts to nothing more than impotent rage. If this stalemate continues, it is inevitable that he will be the one to falter. Thus, with resolve, Vegeta decided to unleash his ultimate move. He dashed toward Nappa with astonishing speed, clenched his fists before his chest, radiating a brilliant light from his entire being. Oh no! Nappa instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. This was akin to a self-destruct mechanism capable of inflicting widespread damage. Not only was it nearly impossible to evade, but to ensure the safety of the village nearby, he had no choice but to remain. Nappa crossed his arms defensively over his chest and conjured a hemispherical barrier with his energy. A colossal energy sphere expanded outward from Vegeta's center, causing a concave indentation in Nappa's shield, followed by a blinding flash of white light and the earth-shattering sound of an explosion. Chapter 21. For Scions, the tremendous explosion echoed in the distance. While the nearly depleted Raditz had long since taken refuge behind cover with the near-death Nappa, the Namekians in the village watched in terror as the celestial display unfolded. The blast shockwave was dispersed at a single point, creating a conical safe zone amidst the cataclysm, nearly enveloping the entire village. At the moment of the explosion, the village's elder raised his hands high, conjuring a massive barrier that encapsulated the entire settlement. Any splintered energy or debris was intercepted by the shield, sparing the Namekians from harm. As the smoke from the explosion engulfed the surroundings, both parties anxiously observed the battlefield's epicenter, uncertain of the outcome. As the haze gradually lifted, they finally discerned that Vegeta, having exhausted his energy, had reverted to his humanoid form. His eyelids drooped, and he gasped for breath, evidently too fatigued to continue fighting. Conversely, Nappa maintained his defensive stance, yet faltered and knelt upon one knee, spewing forth purple blood. In that moment, the elder descended slowly beside Nappa, prompting a startle in Vegeta. Although he had vanquished the most formidable adversary, a colossal foe with a battle power exceeding 10,000 still lingered in the village. If the elder chose to strike now, Vegeta knew it would surely cost him his life. However, the elder exhibited no malice. Instead, he raised a finger toward Nappa, summoning a green energy sphere that swiftly healed Nappa's wounds. He stood, exhaling a sigh of relief, and expressed gratitude to the elder, acknowledging, "Thank you for your concern. My apologies, I underestimated the strength of the enemy." The elder spoke with a calm demeanor, and the two turned their gazes toward the barely conscious Vegeta. In that moment, despair enveloped Vegeta. Compared to the imposing figure of a warrior with a battle power of 10,000, the fully revitalized Nappa posed an even greater threat. Having failed to subdue him in his great ape form, he now found himself devoid of any means to retaliate. It was time to bring this to a close. Nail approached Vegeta, raising a hand towards his head, inquiring mockingly if he had any last words. This taunt ignited an immense fury within Vegeta. I am Prince Vegeta. How dare you, you filthy insects. Despite his outburst, Nail remained unfazed, remarking that it appeared Vegeta had nothing more to say. As Nail's palm charged with energy, Vegeta gazed hopelessly into the distance. Suddenly, the brilliance of the energy sphere was obscured by a diminutive figure. Goku positioned himself between the two, firmly grasping Nail's wrist and solemnly requesting, "Could you grant me a favor and refrain from attacking, at least for now?" Light years away in the cosmos, Goku and Bulma's spaceship was still 2 days away from reaching Namek. At that moment, while training, Goku sensed two distant energies, both familiar to him. Vegeta, he immediately recognized, but then puzzled over his presence there. Rushing to Bulma, Goku pointed in a certain direction. "Look over there, Bulma. Isn't that the way to Namek?" Though unsure of Goku's intentions, Bulma glanced at the monitor and confirmed, "Indeed, that direction leads to Namek." Before Goku could ponder further, he felt another powerful energy. Unfamiliar, yet reminiscent of Piccolo. Could it be a Namekian? He mused, observing the two energies clashing violently, clearly embroiled in combat. After a tumultuous wave of energy, Vegeta's response grew notably feeble, alarming Goku. He seems to be in trouble. Without hesitation, Goku shed his training attire for something more suitable, teleporting to the battlefield just as Nail was about to strike. "Who are you?" Nail retreated cautiously, startled that this individual had appeared without his awareness, almost as if he had materialized from thin air. Even the seasoned elder was taken aback by this sudden presence. "Are you allied with him?" Nail inquired in a low voice. Goku glanced back at the disheveled Vegeta and replied, "Sort of. I have some acquaintance with him." Aware of the Namekian's inherent kindness, Goku recognized that Vegeta, in his current state, was still a planet plunderer, suggesting that any conflict likely stemmed from Vegeta's actions, leaving him hesitant to voice a defense. "While it seems the conflict may predominantly be Vegeta's fault, I kindly ask that you spare him. If you would." Goku bowed respectfully. "Do you have any idea how many Namekians they have harmed? How could we possibly let them go without retribution?" Nail retorted, "I sincerely apologize. I will find a way to resolve this matter." Goku straightened his posture. "However, if you are willing to engage in battle first and then discuss, I would be more than willing to oblige." With that, an overwhelming aura erupted from Goku, a crimson energy enveloping him. The pressure of the fivefold Kaioken rendering all present breathless. How is this possible? Nail wondered in astonishment, realizing this power surpassed even that of the great ape from earlier. "What on earth is this?" "Enough," the elder interjected, stepping forward to pat the tense Nail on the shoulder. "I can sense that this young man possesses a kind heart." "Young man," the elder turned to Goku, "what is your name?" Wukong reigned in his energy, introducing himself as Son Wukong. Witnessing Wukong's ability to diminish his aura to an almost imperceptible level, the elder could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Truly remarkable. Now, Mr. Son Wukong, if you can restrain them from causing further chaos, we can sit down and discuss matters. However, I must first declare that they have committed offenses and must be held accountable. Can you accept this?" "Absolutely. Leave it to me." Wukong confidently thumped his chest. Observing this exchange, the elder led Naru back to the village. At that moment, Vegeta, weary and fatigued, turned to Wukong and struggled to ask, Who are you?" Upon noticing the tail behind Wukong, Vegeta was taken aback. "You are a scion." Yet, in the next instant, he sensed something amiss. The artificial moon in the sky had not yet fully dissipated, and with his and Raditz energies depleted, it was normal that he could not transform into a great ape. But if this individual was indeed a scion, why did he not react to Frieza's presence at all? "Hey, Vegeta. Long time no see." Wukong exclaimed with joy upon seeing his longtime comrade. "What?" Vegeta was perplexed, as he could not recall any formidable acquaintances, and if this person recognized him, he should remember him as well. "Ah, right. You never called me old son. You always referred to me as Kakarot, didn't you?" Wukong mused, resting his chin on his hand in recollection. Kakarot? Vegeta thought this was indeed a common scion name, yet he had no recollection of it. Kakarot. In the distance, Raditz reacted to the name and hurried over, gazing incredulously at Wukong. "Kakarot?" Raditz scrutinized Wukong closely. If this were merely a case of sharing a name, it would suffice. However, the boy before him bore an uncanny resemblance to their father, Bardock, and given his age, he appeared to be his brother. "You." Wukong then realized that he was not alone with Vegeta. You. What was your name again?" Raditz wore a bemused expression. "I recall you are my brother," he replied. The moment these words left his lips, Raditz's doubts were solidified. It seems you truly are my brother Kakarot. How did you? Raditz' initial reaction was not to inquire about Wukong's presence, but rather to express astonishment at his newfound strength. Brother? Vegeta glanced at Raditz. Indeed, Raditz nodded. When I was born, I was designated as a low-class warrior and sent to a distant planet in the galaxy, a weak civilization with exceedingly low combat power. Nanny. Vegeta understood well that Scions sent away as infants were all deemed low-class warriors. Yet, the Kakarot before him possessed strength far surpassing that of an elite warrior like himself. Before Vegeta could voice his inquiries, Wukong noticed Nappa in the distance. Oh, there's another person? He jogged over to Nappa, and upon recognizing him, realized that he was the very villain who had invaded Earth alongside Vegeta and had slain numerous Earth warriors. However, at this moment, Nappa was clearly no match for Goku. They were far away on Namek, posing no threat to Earth. This revelation stirred Goku's compassionate heart, prompting him to produce a Senzu bean and feed it to Nappa, who was instantly revitalized. What has transpired? Nappa exclaimed upon awakening, startled to see Vegeta in a severely injured state. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he scanned the surroundings, but found no Namekians, only an unfamiliar young boy. Enough of this racket, Vegeta exclaimed, his irritation palpable. He found it impossible to articulate the details of his defeat. Well, in any case, let us first visit the village and have a proper discussion with the elder. Goku suggested. Do as you please. I have nothing to discuss with you. Vegeta shouted defiantly. Vegeta, perhaps we should first see what they wish to discuss. Allowing you to recover from your injuries in the process, Raditz whispered, inching closer. You expect me, the Scion Prince and elite warrior Vegeta, to converse with these lowly beings? Vegeta retorted, his pride wounded. Although I do not comprehend the full scope of what has unfolded, Vegeta, it would be wise to remain calm, Nappa advised. Get lost. Vegeta snapped. As Goku found himself at a loss, a sudden idea sparked in his mind. Vegeta was most receptive to her words. With that thought, Goku instantaneously transported himself back to the spaceship and, shortly thereafter, brought Bulma to Namek with another instant transmission. Vegeta, look who has arrived. Goku exclaimed excitedly, just as a sudden recollection of Trunks' warning struck him. Revealing too much too soon could alter the course of history, potentially preventing Trunks from ever coming into existence. Yet, hadn't history already veered vastly off course? Goku found himself momentarily confused about whether to disclose their future connection. Before he could reach a conclusion, a sharp pain exploded on his head as Bulma struck him with considerable force. What are you doing? She shouted. Calm down, this is Namek. Goku replied, rubbing his head. Namek? Bulma looked around, noticing the bemused expressions of Vegeta and the others, and then glanced down at her own attire, realizing she was only in her undergarments. Her face flushed with embarrassment and fury. How dare you treat a young lady in such a manner? She shouted, yanking Goku's shirt off and fashioning it as a makeshift skirt before dashing toward the distant artificial structures. Goku, now bare-chested, hurried after Bulma. Perplexed by her sudden change in demeanor, wasn't she always dressed like this? Why the sudden fuss? Only Vegeta and the others remained, rendered speechless. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to mutter, truly shameless. With that, he wearily made his way towards Goku's direction. Chapter 22. The Round Table Conference. In the heart of the village stood a towering cylindrical mountain, atop which rested the elder's dwelling. The interior, though spacious, was nearly filled by the elder's imposing figure and the chair designed to accommodate his size. Bulma had already donned a Namekian outfit, though she had opted not to wear the cumbersome cloak. Wukong transported her directly before the Grand Elder, while outside, Vegeta and his companions slowly ascended into the Grand Elder's abode under the watchful and hostile gazes of the villagers. With the addition of Nelu, all parties were now assembled. With a grand gesture, the Grand Elder conjured a table and chairs corresponding to the number of attendees. Wukong and Bulma took their seats with casual nonchalance, while Vegeta, in a huff, seated himself with his back turned, seemingly reluctant to face them. Nappa and Raditz followed suit. The room fell into a profound silence. Bulma glanced around, her eyes twitching in exasperation as she implored, could someone please elucidate the current situation? Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at her before turning away, while the Grand Elder sighed in resignation and began to explain. These three intruders have come for the Dragon Balls, pillaging our village and forcibly seizing the Dragon Balls. They have now arrived here, and in our quest for self-preservation, we engaged them in battle. Just as our enemies were on the brink of defeat, this young man intervened, suggesting we should negotiate instead. Thus, we find ourselves gathered here. As for the particulars of our discussion, I am all ears. All eyes turned to Wukong, who awkwardly scratched his head and confessed, well, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure how to approach this. In any case, I hope you might consider sparing Vegeta. He gestured towards Vegeta, adding, despite his perpetually angry demeanor, he actually has a good heart. Vegeta glared at Wukong with gritted teeth. The phrase good heart seemingly an affront to him. He retorted fiercely, how dare you? Do not pretend to know me. Ha ha, same old Vegeta, Wukong chuckled, genuinely delighted to see his old comrade after so many years. The others naturally interpreted Vegeta's reaction as mere tsundere behavior, unaware that he truly did not recognize Wukong. Your strength is formidable, but that does not justify my letting them go, the Grand Elder declared solemnly. They have slaughtered many of our Namekian brethren. If you insist on intervening, we shall fight to the death for our dignity. Wukong found himself momentarily at a loss for words, furrowing his brow as he pondered a solution, wishing to avoid harm to either side. Observing his struggle, Bulma interjected, don't you possess the Dragon Balls? You could resurrect the deceased, couldn't you? Ah, right. Wukong exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Yet the Grand Elder shook his head, stating, the dragon can only resurrect one individual per wish, and only once a year. With so many brethren lost, how many years would it take to resurrect them all? Returning to the village after decades would be no different from truly dying. One person? Bulma questioned, perplexed. But we can resurrect them all with the Dragon Balls from Earth. Wukong exclaimed, rising with excitement. The Earth's Dragon Balls have no such limitations. One wish can bring them all back. The Earth has Dragon Balls. Before the Grand Elder could inquire further, Vegeta suddenly stood up in terror, exclaiming, what did you say? Earth. The Earth has Dragon Balls. Wukong looked at Vegeta in confusion, noticing the disbelief etched upon his face. You. Could it be you? You killed Jinyu. Ah, Jinyu. He wanted to annihilate everyone on Earth. And I had no choice. Upon reflecting on this, Wukong felt a twinge of melancholy. After all, he seldom truly brought his adversaries to their demise. What's the matter? Raditz? Vegeta questioned, casting a skeptical glance at Raditz. Was he genuinely a low-class warrior? No, that's correct, Raditz affirmed, vividly recalling having witnessed Kakarot's test results and having heard their parents speak of this disappointing younger sibling. Indeed, Kakarot was a low-class warrior, inferior even to him. How on earth did you defeat Jinyu? Vegeta suddenly grasped a glimmer of hope. If a low-class warrior could find a way to vanquish Jinyu, then perhaps he stood a better chance against Frieza. Well, Wukong pondered, it's simply a matter of diligent training. What nonsense! Vegeta retorted, confident he had never slacked off. Such a statement felt like an insult to him. Wait, Vegeta suddenly recalled something. Why did you not react to the moon? Huh, what do you mean by not reacting? Wukong replied, puzzled. Scions transform into giants upon seeing the moon. Don't tell me you're unaware of that. Oh, I know about that. The giant ape. I should be able to transform, but I've never done so, Wukong admitted. He had always maintained a habit of rising early and retiring early, thus never being affected by the full moon on Earth. Unbeknownst to him, the latent power of the Scion Great Ape transformation had been fully unleashed by the Super God Water, and it was this power that enabled him to defeat Jinyu. Hence, the moon no longer held any sway over him. Could it be that you possess a unique constitution? Vegeta speculated, finding it a plausible explanation. Perhaps his extraordinary physique had led to his misclassification as a low-class warrior. He wondered if there were secrets within him that could enhance his strength. Cough, cough. The Grand Elder interjected, noticing the conversation veering off course. Let us return to the main topic. You mentioned a Dragon Ball capable of reviving everyone. How did it come to be? Oh, we also have a Namekian on Earth who created Dragon Balls, just like yours, albeit smaller, Wukong explained, gesturing with his hands to illustrate a circle. The Dragon Balls on Earth can revive numerous individuals at once, rest assured. Indeed, we recently used the Dragon Balls to revive everyone who was slain by Jinyu, Bulma added. The Grand Elder contemplated for a moment, his thoughts drifting back to centuries past when the environment of Namek had deteriorated rapidly, rendering even the Dragon Balls powerless. At that time, the Grand Elder had laid several eggs, embodying the hope of civilization, and sent them into the cosmos aboard a spaceship, hoping to leave a spark of life for the Namekians. It wouldn't be surprising if someone had indeed survived and possessed a talent for creating Dragon Balls that surpassed their own. Very well, I accept your words. However, the Grand Elder shifted his tone. What brings you all the way to Namek? It seems that our lost compatriot did not accompany you. Well, He is a deity on Earth, so he probably won't be coming, Yukong replied. We are here to borrow the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow. Since Earth has its own Dragon Balls, why come all the way to Namek to borrow ours? Upon hearing Wukong's intent regarding the Dragon Balls, Vegeta's anxiety also began to rise. Indeed, Bulma explained, the Dragon Balls on Earth have their own limitations, such as the inability to resurrect the same person multiple times. One of our companions, for certain reasons, at this point, Bulma's voice faltered with sadness, has already died for the second time. Goku mentioned that the Dragon Balls here could bring him back to life, so he wished to borrow them. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, the Dragon Balls of Namek can resurrect the same individual multiple times. Really? Bulma exclaimed, rising with joy, while Goku remained unfazed, grinning broadly. Humph, a bunch of fools. Vegeta interjected, his tone dripping with disdain. Even if that weakling were revived 100 times, he would still perish. Rather than squander such a precious wish, why not allow me to grow stronger? Goku suddenly recalled something. Vegeta, are you here for the Dragon Balls? You don't still wish for some kind of immortality, do you? Although Vegeta indeed harbored such thoughts, Goku's blunt expression of them filled him with a sense of shame. With no other recourse, he huffed and sat back down, realizing he was outmatched. In order to harness the power of the dragon, one must first possess a righteous heart, the Grand Elder spoke slowly. Furthermore, one must endure the trials set forth by the 7 elders to gather the Dragon Balls and summon the dragon. As for invaders like you, the dragon's power will never be granted. As for you, he said, turning his gaze to Goku, I cannot say for certain. It ultimately depends on your own fate. That sounds intriguing. I shall give it a try. Goku exclaimed. Hey, are we about to embark on a new adventure on this planet? Bulma's face lit up with excitement. I must remind you, Vegeta said darkly, that if we are denied access to the Dragon Balls, you all should be aware of the consequences. Nero looked at Vegeta, silently awaiting his ominous proclamation. Frieza will come. The room fell silent, and the only one who seemed affected was Goku, who had been smiling moments before, but now wore a serious expression. Frieza? This is troublesome. Frieza? Bulma racked her brain, recalling the name. That great demon mentioned by Jinyu. I didn't expect you to have some knowledge. Vegeta smirked slightly. Since you are aware, that simplifies matters. Listen, even if I acquire the Dragon Balls, I will not hand them over to Frieza. I will ensure my own immortality, which means Frieza will never obtain the Dragon Balls. He will inevitably come to Namek, and if you do not wish for the dragon to make me stronger, then none of you shall survive. Do you understand? Even so, we could simply wish for Goku to become stronger, couldn't we? Bulma suggested slowly. Vegeta's expression turned dark, as he found her reasoning irrefutable. However, Bulma was too preoccupied to engage in banter, muttering to herself, Jinyu, Dragon Balls, Namek. She sensed something amiss, as if all these events were interconnected by an unseen thread. Wait, Bulma suddenly exclaimed. How do you know what happened on Earth? Could it be that Jinyu brought a communication device? Naturally. Vegeta pointed to the scouter still worn by Raditz. This device has communication capabilities. We have a general idea of what transpires on Earth. That is why Frieza sent us here to seek the Dragon Balls. And then, will he send you to Namek while he himself goes to Earth? Bulma asked in a panic. No, our base is a year's journey from Earth. Namek is much closer. He will certainly come here first. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly realized something and turned sharply to Goku. You are a Scion. Does Jinyu know you are a Scion? He should know, right? I believe I mentioned it. Goku scratched his head. However, Vegeta understood that the distinctive tail characteristic of the Scions was too obvious. Even if Goku hadn't revealed it himself, Jinyu must have noticed. Scion. What is a Scion? Bulma then noticed the tails of Vegeta and the others, which bore a striking resemblance to Goku's. Her mind buzzed as she slowly turned to Goku. You aren't from Earth? Not at all. Like them, I am a Scion. Didn't I say that? Goku replied. Even if he had mentioned it before, Bulma likely dismissed it as nonsense. At this moment, she suddenly realized that in this vast alien chamber, she was the only frail human, which filled her with trepidation and conjured many unspeakable images. So that's it, Vegeta chuckled lightly. Jinyu was killed by a Scion. And Frieza, wary of the Scion's potential, annihilated planet Vegeta. When Frieza arrives at Namek, this place will surely face a similar fate. It was astonishing that a trivial incident on distant Earth could indirectly lead to the destruction of 2 planets. Vegeta, at that moment, found himself feeling as conflicted as the Elder. Chapter 23. Reaching a Consensus Destruction? Bulma asked in astonishment. Are you saying your Scion planet was destroyed? Indeed. Goku confirmed with a nod, recalling that it was Frieza who obliterated planet Vegeta. This revelation reminded Bulma of Jinyu's singular intent to annihilate Earth. However, compared to Earthlings, Scions were evidently far more powerful. Even if Goku were the strongest Scion, he would surpass Earth's mightiest, Krillin, by several multiples, which left her incredulous. Frieza alone. He killed all the Scions. Bulma inquired timidly. Humph. Ignorant woman, Vegeta shot her a glance. Frieza obliterated planet Vegeta into cosmic dust without the need for such tedious methods as killing. Nanny. As a scientist, Bulma found it conceivable to annihilate all inhabitants. Yet the notion of detonating an entire planet seemed utterly fantastical. Vegeta slightly furrowed his brow. What is so surprising? Jinyu could easily destroy Earth. You can only consider yourselves fortunate to have survived. Nanny. It turned out that the situation was of planetary destruction level. Bulma trembled as she looked at Goku. Does that mean the Goku who defeated Jinyu could easily obliterate the entire Earth? What are we waiting for then? Let us flee. Bulma shouted, banging the table. She had no desire to perish in the far reaches of the universe. The elder sighed. Since the calamity struck hundreds of years ago, Namek's technology has regressed. We currently have no spacecraft. Escape is not an option. The Dragon Balls. Don't you still have the Dragon Balls? Wishing for a spaceship capable of accommodating all of you with the Dragon Balls would allow for an escape. No. Wouldn't it be more convenient to wish for an instantaneous relocation of you all? This proposal stirred the Grand Elder's emotions. If an overwhelmingly powerful foe were to strike, he could not sacrifice the lives of his entire race for the sake of pride. Are we truly devoid of any chance? Naira murmured. What nonsense. With your strength. If Jinyu were still around, Frieza would never even have to intervene, Vegeta asserted. Thus, the only path forward is to utilize the Dragon Balls to enhance our power. In due time, we shall eliminate Frieza. Merely fleeing would only postpone our demise. To avoid giving Bulma any reason to criticize, Vegeta deliberately altered the wording to include we. There is no need for such concern, Goku remarked. Defeating Frieza is not an insurmountable task, and we need not rely solely on the Dragon Balls for immortality. You? Vegeta cast a disbelieving glance at Goku before chuckling. I concede you possess some strength. By my calculations, your displayed combat power may be around 150,000. But what of that? Frieza's power is conservatively estimated to exceed 300,000. Upon hearing this, Nairu clenched his fists, as the strongest warrior on the planet. He felt utterly impotent in the face of such a disparity in strength, as if his kin had already perished, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him. Well, if my current strength is 150,000, Goku began counting on his fingers, then Frieza must have at least 3,000,000, right? The air suddenly fell silent, and all eyes turned toward Goku, as if they had just heard a fevered dream. How? How is that possible? Vegeta suddenly shouted, Why do you know this? I've battled him, so I naturally know, Goku replied calmly. The revelation was so staggering that Vegeta had no energy left to ponder why Goku had fought Frieza or how he had survived. His mind was consumed by a single number, 3,000,000,000,000. The strongest recorded Scion in history had a combat power of around 100,000. Even in his wildest fantasies, he could only envision a power granted by the Dragon Balls that could contend with Frieza as 300,000. But 3,000,000? Is that a height attainable in this lifetime? No. Vegeta suddenly snapped to attention, looking at Goku and asking, Are you saying that even if you are aware Frieza's power is 3,000,000, you also know how to defeat him? Of course. The key is to cultivate until we surpass him. Had this been in the past, Vegeta would have considered it the ramblings of a madman, but Kakarot, a lowly warrior, was able to defeat Jinyu. Perhaps he truly possesses some miraculous training method? As a super elite, he might indeed have a way to confront Frieza. Vegeta gazed at his trembling hands, and after a lengthy pause, he finally resolved himself, gritting his teeth as he said to Goku, Teach me. Certainly. Goku immediately responded with a smile. Hey, what are you two talking about? Bulma interjected, Frieza will be here any moment. Isn't it a bit late to start training now? Shouldn't our immediate priority be to devise a means of escape? After making such a significant decision, Vegeta felt considerably lighter. Frieza would not arrive anytime soon. The others looked on in confusion. Yesterday, upon receiving the news of the destruction of planet Vegeta, Frieza was still at the main base. Even if he departed immediately, the main ship would require at least a month to reach Namek. Thus, we have a month to prepare. Ah, I see. Bulma sighed in relief. The overwhelming sensation of impending doom finally abated, allowing her to regain her composure. After a moment of silence in the room, the Grand Elder spoke. In summary, we should be able to escape Namek before Frieza arrives. However, in the vastness of the universe, where can we go? To Earth, of course. Goku immediately responded. What? Bulma gasped. One T that put Earth directly in the crosshairs of villains? She had harbored a flicker of hope that perhaps the Namekians could flee and Frieza would pursue them. Forgetting about Earth altogether. Do not worry, we shall defeat Frieza. Humph, indeed. Vegeta also displayed an eager expression. After a prolonged silence, Nappa could no longer contain himself. His thoughts struggled to keep pace with the discussion, but one phrase resonated clearly in his mind. Defeat Frieza? You all intend to resist King Frieza? Nappa suddenly recoiled in fear. Being 10 years older than Vegeta, he had the misfortune of witnessing Frieza in action once, an encounter that had haunted him for many years. No matter how strong Vegeta became, he was still incomparable to Frieza, and resistance equated to certain death. Oh, Vegeta glanced at Nappa with interest. Are you afraid? If you fear death, I wouldn't mind sending you to your demise right now. Nappa promptly fell silent, fully aware of Vegeta's ruthless nature. If he wished to kill him, he would undoubtedly do so. If death was inevitable, he preferred to delay it. Seeing Nappa's silence, Vegeta turned his attention to Raditz in the corner. What is your stance? Raditz remained quiet for a moment, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts, fear, shame, rage, emotions, all stemming from Frieza. Yet, there was an instinctive desire inherent to the Scions, the longing for battle. I will fight, Raditz declared resolutely. Indeed, Vegeta smiled with satisfaction. Then looked at Goku. You're sending the Namekians back to Earth because you wish to return as well, correct? So it will be the three of us accompanying you? That is fine. Hey, don't agree so quickly, Bulma exclaimed in frustration, placing these unstable individuals around us. How could you even consider that? And do you have any idea how many inhabitants Namek has? We don't even know if they can coexist on Earth. Rest assured, the Grand Elder interjected. There are currently fewer than 1,000 Namekians remaining. I believe this should not pose much of a burden for you. So few? Bulma turned, then remarked, well, that's entirely manageable. Earth has 2 billion people, so your small number is truly inconsequential. So many, Vegeta exclaimed, what a shameless race. He muttered under his breath, expressing gratitude towards the benevolent Earthlings for their willingness to accept them. I shall summon the elders and utilize the Dragon Balls to journey to Earth. Wait. Suddenly, Bulma expressed a concern that weighed heavily on her mind. She turned to face the others, recalling their discussions on Earth regarding Jinyu's intentions. He had claimed his purpose for visiting Earth was to recruit formidable warriors, with Goku as his primary target, indicating a clear objective. But why? Raditz explained that Frieza's army had disseminated detection stations throughout the universe. Upon discovering a powerful individual, they would either recruit them or eliminate them entirely, leaving no spark of resistance. Such is the method of the Cosmic Overlord. Ah, it makes sense, aligning with our earlier speculations, Bulma asserted. However, we cannot venture to Earth just yet. If we were to relocate and be detected, Frieza would undoubtedly abandon Namek and head straight for Earth, leaving us with no buffer. That's not quite right, Nappa interjected. If we use the Dragon Balls to teleport to Earth now, the time before we confront Frieza would extend from 1 month to a year. Wouldn't that grant us greater opportunity? Bulma shook her head. I wonder if you comprehend the concept of strategic depth, she replied, her demeanor serious. Retreating to Earth directly would leave us vulnerable to total defeat should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Summoning her resolve, she began to persuade them, though she had no solid plan. She was determined not to allow this calamity to affect Earth. I propose, Goku interjected, that we remain here and confront Frieza in 1 month. What? 1 month? Vegeta exclaimed. Taken aback. In a month, you believe you can train sufficiently to challenge Frieza? Well, how will we know unless we try? Goku replied with determination. Vegeta, observing Goku's earnest expression, suddenly chuckled. Indeed, this is the essence of a Scion. Bulma, initially ready to chastise Goku for his recklessness, reconsidered and found merit in his idea. Indeed, we can stay here for a month, preparing the Dragon Balls in advance. Should you wish to engage in battle, you may do so. If circumstances turn unfavorable, we can promptly transport everyone to Earth, leaving Frieza bewildered on Namek. During this month, Goku and the others will train, while the Namekians gather the Dragon Balls. It would be prudent to assemble everyone and establish a battleground with surveillance measures in place, awaiting Frieza's arrival. Bulma felt their plan was flawless. Since Goku was insistent on a confrontation, it was certainly better to face him here than on Earth. A victory would be joyous, and a loss would grant them an additional year, a truly perfect arrangement. I concur, the Grand Elder spoke slowly, willing to temporarily set aside his animosity towards Vegeta in light of the impending threat. I have no objections, Vegeta nodded in agreement. Though the three parties had reached a consensus, an odd silence enveloped the conference room, as if a heavy stone still weighed upon their hearts. The Grand Elder sensed the tension and addressed the group. To demonstrate our sincerity, he gestured towards the 2 Dragon Balls Raditz had placed on the ground. Each of you shall safeguard one, signifying our cooperative pact. A pact? Yes, indeed, a pact. Such verbal commitments bear little weight, especially when facing formidable adversaries. Cooperation achieved solely through words is fraught with the risk of collapse. However, the Dragon Balls lie at the heart of all plans. As long as each participant possesses at least one, no faction can conceal their wishes from others. I believe we should bestow a name upon this organization. Bulma glanced around and proposed, what about the Interstellar Alliance? Sounds splendid. Goku replied eagerly, though the others appeared indifferent to this trivial matter. Unperturbed, Bulma remained in high spirits, for she had her own contingency plan. Regardless of any chaos that might ensue, she and Goku could abandon the others and return to Earth via their spaceship, and if necessary, wish to relocate the entire planet to a place where Frieza could not find it. It was a flawless plan. Bulma nodded in satisfaction. Wait, where's my spaceship? Chapter 24. Pre-battle preparations. Bulma was enjoying a hot pot and singing aboard her spaceship when Goku suddenly teleported her away. Consequently, their spacecraft remained en route to Namek, operating on autopilot, rendering a proper landing impossible. Bulma scolded Goku for a full hour, only returning to the room prepared for her by the Elder when the others had retired for the night, slamming the door behind her in frustration. However, she had no intention of sleeping. Instead, she spent the entire night calculating and observing, ultimately determining the approximate landing site for the ship. At dawn, she eagerly dragged Goku to wait. Goku was reluctant. He was oblivious to matters of resources and trump cards, merely fearing another day of Bulma's reprimands. So he acquiesced to her commands. Fortunately, the ship's autopilot had not deviated significantly, landing a mere few dozen kilometers from Bulma's calculated location. This distance was inconsequential to Goku, who effortlessly caught the ship as it neared the ground. Satisfied that the spacecraft was intact, Bulma finally allowed Goku to pursue his own desires. Naturally, Goku's desire was to train. By the time he returned to the Elder's village, it was already afternoon. Vegeta and the others were sitting listlessly on the rocks at the village entrance, waiting for Goku with a mix of impatience and frustration. Where have you been? What happened to your training? Vegeta shouted as soon as Goku appeared. Goku, reluctantly covering his ears, replied, I'm here now. He shook his head helplessly. If you were that anxious, you could have just come to find me. How was I to know where you were? Oh, it seems they still cannot sense energy. Goku mused, as Nappa suddenly appeared, clarifying his confusion. I see, Goku said, propping his chin on his hand. It appears you all must start your training from the basics. Basics? Vegeta's cheeks twitched. As a Scion Prince, an elite warrior among elite warriors, he felt reduced to the status of a child incapable of fighting. In Goku's words, well, time is of the essence. Sensing energy should be practiced alongside enhancing strength. Enhancing strength. Vegeta's spirits surged. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. Quickly, tell me how to rapidly increase my power. Training, of course, Goku replied matter-of-factly. How exactly should one train? Is it combat? Vegeta's face was a canvas of perplexity. Combat? What sort of training is that? As a warrior of the Scion race, perpetually engaged in battles, he had known little else but to fight or to journey towards the next confrontation. Yet, how many opponents of comparable strength had he truly encountered? Upon hearing Vegeta's confusion, Goku began to grasp his unease. Upon reflection, Vegeta realized that the planets he had conquered were populated by races as feeble as ants. And whenever he faced opponents of similar power, there were always elite forces like the Ginyu Force to contend with, resulting in scant experiences of evenly matched battles. So, we simply need to fight each other? Understanding dawned upon Vegeta, and a confident smile broke across his face as he pointed towards Goku, declaring, Kakarot. You shall be my opponent. Huh, not me? Nappa exclaimed, taken aback. He had anticipated that the strongest, Nello and Goku, would pair up for battle, leaving him as the strongest among the remaining warriors. Humph, if we are to fight, naturally I must seek the strongest. Vegeta gestured toward the open space behind him. Come, watch as I surpass you swiftly. With that, he soared into the sky. Goku's spirit surged, eager to follow suit. It had been many years since he last battled this old friend, and anticipation coursed through him. Nappa glanced between the remaining two warriors, eventually settling his gaze upon Raditz. Let us practice together, he suggested, casting a hesitant look at Nello. No worries, Nello replied with calm assurance. I had no intention of meddling in your Scion affairs. I am merely here to observe, not to be isolated, he reassured himself internally. As night deepened, the four Scions, engrossed in their combat, returned to the Elder's village. Goku and Nappa appeared invigorated, while Vegeta and Raditz were battered and exhausted. Goku offered them 2 Senzu beans, and in an instant, they sprang back to life. Clarity dawning upon Nappa as he realized how he had recovered from such severe injuries. The Elder, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily taken aback and requested a Senzu bean from Goku, scrutinizing it closely. Ah, I see, he murmured after a lengthy contemplation. Utilizing a healing ability as a medium, it gathers the ambient energy as nourishment. Because it draws from the most natural essence of the world, devoid of any individual traits, its effects are remarkably swift. Such a design is truly exquisite. Goku was left bewildered, while Bulma seemed to ponder the implications. This miraculous bean can instantly heal your injuries. Wouldn't it be wise to save it for our battle against Frieza? By employing a rotating combat strategy, our odds of victory would significantly improve. Goku understood this well, having utilized such tactics before. However, he countered, but if we don't recover quickly, we won't be able to continue training, which would diminish our chances again. In truth, it is not merely Bulma's tactical concerns that weigh heavily, despite Goku's lack of numerical prowess. He instinctively recognizes that the small pouch of Senzu beans he possesses could scarcely withstand the consumption of 4 individuals on a daily basis, causing his brow to furrow in worry. The Grand Elder, however, with a smile, returned a single Senzu bean to Goku, reassuring him, you need not be concerned. This bean is crafted from the healing abilities of the Namekians. We have many villagers with such talents here. Let them handle the healing tasks. Save these miraculous beans for your battle with Frieza. That is splendid, Goku exclaimed with excitement. What the Grand Elder did not anticipate was the Scion's relentless dedication to their training. From a regimen of healing once a day, they gradually escalated to 4 times daily, compelling the Grand Elder to dispatch 10 healing Namekians to assist them, thus contributing to the efforts of the Interstellar Coalition. On Bulma's end, she too rendered her assistance. After tinkering aboard the spaceship for several days, she utilized spare parts to construct 2 additional Dragon Ball radars and modified the internal programming. Behold, she declared, pressing a button on the radar. As several luminous dots appeared on the screen, indicating the locations of the Dragon Balls. By rotating the dial, one could adjust the map scale. I have altered the detection from passive to trigger every 10 seconds. Should 3 or more Dragon Balls gather within 10 meters, the radar will sound an alarm. We each shall possess a radar, thus preventing any nefarious individuals from secretly collecting the Dragon Balls. However, this did not extend to herself. Bulma chuckled to herself, considering it quite reasonable to leave a backdoor in the program she had devised, as long as she wished. It seemed that only when she summoned the Eternal Dragon would others be aware of her intentions. The battle-hungry warriors, blissfully unaware of their reliance on technology, enthusiastically praised her, completely oblivious to how such dependence might diminish their vigilance towards the Dragon Balls themselves, as none would desire to carry such a significant orb daily. Though she had no intentions of pilfering the Dragon Balls, she believed that possessing more cards up her sleeve was always advantageous. On Goku's side, Vegeta, the prodigious warrior, exhibited a meteoric rise in strength. Although it took him a fortnight to master the ability to sense his opponent's movements, he soon matched Goku's normal state in power. With the number of injuries he sustained daily increasing from 2 to 3, Vegeta's ascendance naturally provided Goku with a formidable rival, leading to a synchronized evolution of their abilities. Goku was astounded to discover that since commencing training with Vegeta, his rate of progress was far beyond anything he had previously experienced. Within a mere month, he felt his foundational combat prowess had surged nearly to dozens of times its former strength, which left him in a state of profound bewilderment. Equally perplexed was Vegeta. While daily flirting with the precipice of life and death significantly honed his resolve, he could not shake the notion that this method of augmenting combat strength seemed, well, excessively simplistic. Indeed, simplistic. Now, relying on his intuition regarding energy, he no longer needs instruments to ascertain a rough estimate of his combat power. By his estimation, his strength, akin to that of Goku, should hover around 1 million, a level that, historically, no scion has approached. Remarkably, he has achieved this prowess within a mere month, through nothing but intense battles that pushed his limits. If attaining a combat power of 1 million were so straightforward, there should be countless warriors of such caliber among the scions, or at least a few formidable ones in recent decades. Yet, he has never encountered such individuals previously. With just over 10,000 in combat power, he was regarded as a once-in-a-decade prodigy. This dissonance weighed heavily on his mind. If he is a genius, then what does that make Kakarot, this lowly warrior? Ultimately, his gaze shifted towards the other side of the table, where Nappa was devouring his meal, and he found some solace in the thought that despite his own exponential growth, this fool had made no progress after such prolonged training. Perhaps he and Kakarot truly are the chosen warriors. With this realization, he lowered his head and resumed eating. Bulla, equally troubled, rested her chin on her hand, gazing helplessly at the 4 scions who were ravenously consuming their food. She contemplated the dire situation. If Frieza did not arrive soon, they would surely starve. Aware of Goku's voracious appetite, she had brought ample provisions, even doubling her supply as a precaution. Now, after a month of 4 scions eating insatiably, her inventory had nearly been depleted. If they were unable to wish back to Earth after defeating Frieza, they might indeed perish in the vastness of space. Since Raditz and the others severed contact with Frieza's forces a month ago, it had become evident that the 3 scions had defected, a fact not entirely unforeseen. Thus, Frieza's army had set forth towards Namek, and according to the timeline, they should be arriving within days, casting an increasingly somber atmosphere over the dining table. The Grand Elder sat at a distance from the dining table, unusually still, eyes closed, and remained silent. As dinner approached its conclusion, an odd gurgling sound filled the room, prompting everyone to glance towards the Grand Elder. Suddenly, his chest swelled, his neck thickened, and a large egg, enveloped in green slime, slowly emerged from his widening mouth, almost distorting his head. With a sound reminiscent of retching, the oversized egg fell to the floor. "Hey, please refrain from such grotesque actions during mealtime," Bulla exclaimed, her frustration evident, while others shared her displeasure, though only Goku understood what was transpiring. The egg on the ground began to crack open, and Nail approached, carefully wrapping the newborn within his cloak. He looked at the Grand Elder with concern. Why choose this moment to give birth? A great battle looms ahead. This could jeopardize your health, Nail expressed anxiously. "I have an ominous premonition," the Grand Elder replied, wiping his mouth, his voice tinged with weakness. "A grave danger is about to befall Namek. This may very well be my last offspring." Naru sighed, assuring that they would safeguard Namek and the child nestled in the swaddling. "Ah," Vegeta replied with a huff, "you Namekians should simply stay out of harm's way. I will handle Frieza myself." Naru, unfazed by Vegeta's arrogance, was rather astonished that he would utter words of protection for the Namekians. "What name shall you bestow upon this child?" Naru inquired. The elder closed his eyes, pondering for a moment. "Let us call him Dandy." Chapter 25, Frieza. Goku, filled with astonishment, approached Naru, cradling his meal while casting curious glances at the infant hidden beneath the cloak. "So this is Dandy. I can't discern any resemblance to the previous life. To me, all Namekians appear quite similar, and since I have never fought alongside Dandy, I feel no familiarity." The following morning, just as Goku and the others were preparing for training, Naru suddenly called out to them. "You must first visit the Elder's dwelling." "He is looking for us? What could it be?" Goku asked, perplexed. "You will find out upon your arrival," replied Naru, who was uncertain of the matter, as he seldom probed into the Elder's intentions. When Goku led the reluctant Vegeta and others into the room, the Elder remained seated in his chair, eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought, as if he had not moved since the previous day. "Vegeta, come here," the Elder beckoned softly, patting the armrest of his chair. Although Naru was no longer a match for him, Vegeta felt a twinge of apprehension, recalling the scene from yesterday when the egg was laid. He feared becoming entangled in something unpleasant once more. Human psychology is indeed peculiar. Vegeta had conquered numerous planets and vanquished countless races. He had witnessed all manner of grotesque blood. Yet, the thought of those colorful, slimy substances, if they were blood, would not bother him. But the mere notion of saliva disgusted him immensely. As he indulged in these thoughts, he suddenly felt a large hand resting upon his head and instinctively stepped back. What are you doing? To be honest, if the elder were to plot against him, he would feel little, but the elder's gentle touch, akin to a caress, evoked an indescribable discomfort within him. He could scarcely recall the last time someone had touched his head. Do not be tense, Naru explained. This is the elder's ability to awaken the potential within you. Vegeta, rigid, gazed at the elder's hand, still yearning to break free, but Naru hastily added. Every warrior type Namekian experiences a significant increase in battle power after such an awakening. Those with high potential, like myself, can become several times stronger. I have indeed heard of this ability, Goku concurred, recalling stories from the previous lives of Gohan and Krillin. Encouraged by this, Vegeta felt emboldened. If Naru could enhance his strength so drastically, then as a prodigious warrior, he too must possess immense potential. Thus, he begrudgingly endured the discomfort, allowing the elder to place his hand upon his head. With a deep sigh, the elder exhaled heavily. In the next instant, an overwhelming pressure surged from within, causing Vegeta to tremble uncontrollably. Following this was a relentless escalation of his energy, as if a volcano were erupting within his chest, an astonishing power gushing forth in torrents. The formidable sensation excited him to the point of quivering. This is... Vegeta gazed incredulously at the elder. After several moments, the elder slowly lowered his hand, panting heavily, appearing as though he had just laid 10 eggs, utterly exhausted. Ignoring the elder, Vegeta beamed as he examined his hands. Reminiscent of a child who had just received a birthday present, he could feel that his strength had nearly doubled, given his current foundational power. This enhancement surpassed the so-called multiples of worth that Naru had mentioned. Once the elder had managed to steady his breath, he spoke again. Goku, you too, come here. Elder, your health. Please rest for a while, Naru implored. Indeed, considering your condition, it would be wise to take a break, Goku concurred. The elder shook his head. Time is of the essence. I can sense that evil is perilously close. Goku and the others exchanged glances. Wondering if it could be true, there was no trace of Frieza's energy to be felt. With their combined strengths, they should have detected Frieza's immense aura at least 3 hours before his ship approached Namek. Come here. Unable to dissuade the elder, Goku said nothing further, following Vegeta's lead as he approached the elder. Unlike Vegeta's resistance, Goku welcomed the elder's hand resting upon his head. A slight wave of dizziness surged through him as energy within him began to awaken, yet soon met an invisible barrier. A marvelous force propelled his energy forward, but this unseen power persistently hindered their progress. After more than 2 minutes, the elder finally withdrew his hand. How do you feel? Naru inquired. Having never witnessed anyone take so long to unlock their potential, Goku examined his hands and replied nonchalantly, It seems there is indeed a slight enhancement, but just a smidgen. Ha ha. Vegeta suddenly burst into laughter. As expected, I am the strongest Saiyan. Even now, I possess boundless potential. Ha ha. You are no longer my rival. You can never surpass me, Kakarot. Regrettably, the elder wiped the sweat from his brow. I indeed sense that your power is nearing its limit. My strength is insufficient to approach or break that barrier. It is solely up to you. I am sincerely sorry. It's quite all right. Goku cheerfully waved his hand. With Vegeta around, that's all I need. You truly lack any sense of Saiyan pride, Vegeta retorted, yet a hint of color graced his cheeks. To mask his embarrassment, he promptly exited the room. Hey, wait for me, Goku called as he chased after him. As for the remaining two, to be frank, even if Nappa and Raditz were to amplify their powers tenfold, they would still barely measure up to a fraction of Vegeta's strength. They simply cannot exert themselves as fervently as Vegeta and Goku, resulting in a slow progression of their abilities. Ever since Vegeta's prowess has significantly surpassed theirs, he has largely disregarded them. Moreover, at this juncture, Nappa firmly opposed the elder's continued use of his abilities, insisting they wait at least 2 days for recovery, leading Nappa and Raditz to depart in discontent. On Goku's end, he pursued Vegeta until he caught up with him outside the village, where Vegeta stood confidently in an open field, arms crossed, his face alight with excitement. Come on, Kakarot. I can hardly contain my eagerness to test my strength. Slowly lowering his arms, he assumed a combat stance. Wait a moment, Vegeta, Goku said, his tone slightly serious. What is it? Vegeta asked, puzzled, yet obediently relaxing his fighting stance. The elder has sensed that Frieza is approaching, and this aligns closely with our anticipated timeline. And so, Are you afraid? Vegeta scoffed, his expression laced with derision. To be honest, our current strength holds no chance against Frieza, Goku replied. Haha, what a joke. How could that be possible? Vegeta clenched his fists. You mentioned Frieza's battle power is 3 million, and I already possess 2 million. How could we possibly lose? You're being overly cautious, Kakarot. Goku shook his head. Well, if you truly have 2 million now, then Frieza's power must be at least 20 million. No, it should be far beyond that. 20 million? Are you jesting? One moment it's 300, the next it's 2,000. What on earth are you thinking? Are you deliberately mocking me? The glimmer of hope before Vegeta shattered, leaving him infuriated. Perhaps my calculations are off, Goku admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. What I can assure you is that even if we join forces, we wouldn't even match a tenth of Frieza's strength. Vegeta was about to retort, but suddenly realized that Goku could only seem to calculate in multiples of 10. It appeared he wasn't mocking him. He was genuinely oblivious. Vegeta had been prepared to make Frieza kneel and plead for mercy, feeling immensely stronger, yet still lacking even a tenth of Frieza's might. What then? Would he merely train to reach 20 million, only for Kakarot to emerge again claiming he was still inferior? Trust me, I've faced him before. I know that we are still far from sufficient. Vegeta could not fathom why Goku possessed such insight into Frieza's strength. If a month prior someone had claimed that a being with 20 million battle power existed, he would have deemed them insane. Yet now, having crossed that threshold himself, he realized the existence of such power was indeed tangible. The tyrant Frieza, capable of ruling the entire universe, perhaps truly wielded a battle power of 20 million. And such a claim was not exaggerated. But what if we cannot defeat him? I will not flee, Vegeta declared through gritted teeth. No, what I mean is, there are other ways to conquer him. Another Super Saiyan transformation? To confront Frieza, surpassing the Saiyan limitations was undoubtedly essential. However, despite Goku having instructed Vegeta numerous times, even someone as gifted as he had yet to grasp the concept of this so-called transformation. The concept of gaining strength through transformation is not unfamiliar within the cosmos. However, he had never heard that the Saiyans were also a race capable of such feats. No, there must be alternative methods. Goku had abandoned the notion of transformation, as he had yet to approach the power threshold of the Saiyans. Perhaps Vegeta's current strength would suffice, but transcending the barrier of emotion was no simple task. He was uncertain whether Vegeta could comprehend this in a short span of time, and with the imminent threat of Frieza's arrival, he needed to devise a more reliable strategy. Fusion? Fusion? What is that? Vegeta inquired, perplexed. It involves us merging into one being, resulting in a significant enhancement of strength, far surpassing mere additive combat power. One being? Whose body would we inhabit? Vegeta was somewhat bewildered. How should I describe it? It's a sensation where you are both yourself and me. It can be controlled by either party, I suppose. Vegeta furrowed his brow, struggling to grasp Goku's explanation. Although he instinctively felt some resistance to the concept of fusion, he figured that given Goku's assertion of their current lack of odds, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. How do we perform the fusion? Vegeta asked coolly. Goku then took a few steps to the side and demonstrated the fusion technique. Just like that. Fusion. Huh. Goku struck a serious pose for the fusion. Get lost. Vegeta, immediately infuriated, stormed off, declaring that he would rather perish than partake in such an act. Come on, Vegeta, just give it a shot. Goku began to pursue him. But their steps suddenly halted as they both gazed into the distance. From the far reaches of the cosmos, an overwhelming presence, one they both recognized all too well, approached. Frieza. He is coming. Chapter 26. The tension peaks. Alongside Goku and Vegeta, Nail and the Elder also sensed the immense energy emanating from deep space. It was estimated that Frieza's spaceship would reach Namek in approximately 2 hours. This warning time was entirely within their strategic calculations, prompting everyone on Namek to mobilize. Following Bulma's contingency plan, all villages received notification of Frieza's impending attack via the walkie-talkies she had set aside. Subsequently, all non-combatants gathered at a predetermined remote location away from the battlefield, bringing along all the Dragon Balls, ready to summon the Eternal Dragon at a moment's notice. As for those participating in the battle, aside from the 4 Saiyans, the Elder, and Nail, only 5 relatively powerful Namekians specializing in recovery would join. In battles of this magnitude, other combat-oriented Namekians would find themselves outmatched. To be candid, given the power levels of Goku and Vegeta, even Nail and the Elder had little necessity to engage. as their role would primarily involve handling the minions outside of Frisia's command. The 5 recovery-oriented Namekians, though they had each received some senzu beans, were eager to protect the Elder, willingly stepping forward as guardians. A group of individuals stood at the designated landing site of a spacecraft. Before long, a colossal disc-shaped vessel emerged in the sky, with several supports extending from its base, landing steadily on the desolate ground. Shadows began to emerge from the hatch atop the ship, and amidst them, a semi-spherical floating chair came into view, an exclusive throne for Frisia. Most of the figures were equipped with detectors and swiftly sensed the presence of others nearby, prompting them to fly towards Goku and his companions. Frisia's entourage numbered around 30, while Goku's group consisted of 11. The disparity appeared minimal, yet the expressions on the Namekian side were decidedly more somber. The crowd respectfully parted to create a passage, allowing Frisia to float slowly to the forefront. He regarded Vegeta with a hint of amusement in his eyes and spoke in a soft voice. "Vegeta, have you gathered the Dragon Balls for me?" With a dismissive smirk, Vegeta replied, "The Dragon Balls are indeed collected, but I will not surrender them to you, Frisia." "What? Vegeta, are you seeking death? How dare you fail to address me with respect?" Dodoria exclaimed angrily from the side. "Oh." Frisia scrutinized Vegeta before shifting his gaze to the individuals behind him, ultimately settling on the somewhat shorter figure of Goku. He studied Goku for a considerable time, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Vegeta, it appears you have chosen to betray me. I have never contemplated loyalty to you. No scion truly serves you," Vegeta remarked with a hint of derision. He was uncertain if any scion had ever been a genuine loyalist to Frisia, but he was certain that the remaining 4 were not. "Very well, it seems you have decided to meet your demise here. Who will die first?" Before Vegeta could finish, a sharp, piercing sound erupted from behind him. In disbelief, he glanced down to see an extraneous hand protruding from his chest, slick with blood. Taba clicked his tongue. Vegeta's instinctive reaction had spared his heart from immediate destruction, but he was severely injured and unlikely to survive for long. Without hesitation, he withdrew the hand that had pierced Vegeta's back and launched a fierce energy blast towards the rear. Taking advantage of the momentary confusion, he swiftly moved to kneel before Frisia, bowing respectfully. As the dust from the explosion settled, Goku gazed at the scene in disbelief. The 5 Namekian healers in the back had been obliterated, their remains forming a mist of blood. Nail protected the Grand Elder, and both remained unharmed, while he and Raditz sustained no significant injuries. However, Vegeta lay sprawled in a pool of blood, his body convulsing, his wide eyes filled with resentment and fury. The 2 factions were at a standstill. Even as Taba gathered energy in his palm, none perceived anything amiss. Yet, no one anticipated that his attack was aimed at his own comrades. Goku dashed to Vegeta's side, reaching into his pocket for the senzu bean pouch, only to find it contained mere pebbles. What is this?" From a distance, Taba produced a similarly crafted bag from his own garments, revealing a small handful of senzu beans, which he held up reverently, speaking slowly. "Esteemed Lord Frisia, I have executed the rebellious Vegeta and 5 Namekians endowed with healing abilities. Here lie the miraculous beans, capable of instant rejuvenation. They sought to employ such despicable tactics against you, my most loyal master. I, Nappa, shall never permit such an affront." Bowing deeply, I concealed my disquieting expression. My loyalty to Frisia is tenuous at best. I acknowledge that both Vegeta and that Kakarot possess extraordinary strength, yet I, too, have my advantages, my decades of life experience. Having recently joined Frisia's ranks, I had once witnessed the terrifying might of Frisia up close. On one occasion, a minor conflict arose between Frisia and King Cold, resulting in a fierce battle on a distant planet. Even aboard a synchronously orbiting spacecraft, I could feel the suffocating power emanating from them. Their clash obliterated an entire planet, and upon returning to the ship, Frisia merely remarked nonchalantly that it was but a cordial exchange between father and son. The extent of Frisia's true power is beyond my imagination, far surpassing the oppressive aura that Vegeta instilled in me. Thus, from the outset, I understood that Vegeta and his allies stood no chance of victory. However, Vegeta had resolutely committed himself to opposing Frisia, and I was unprepared for the abruptness of these events. Kakarot's brief words struck a chord with Vegeta, and by the time I grasped the situation, it was already too late. I dared not voice any dissent, for among them, I could only contend with Raditz. Should Vegeta suspect any treachery on my part, my demise would be immediate. Hence, I have bided my time. pilfering the beans and ambushing Vegeta to affirm my unwavering loyalty, a strategy one deemed most conducive to my survival. Frieza, with one hand clasped behind his back, lifted the pouch of beans with the other, scrutinizing it for a moment before disdainfully tossing it aside. He then fixed his gaze upon Vegeta, speaking softly. Nappa, is it? Before me stand several who seem disinclined to pledge their allegiance. Would you kindly attend to this matter for me? Startled, I turned my attention toward Goku and the others. Swallowing hard. Although I had dealt with Vegeta, Kakarot was formidable in his own right. Even Raditz and Nappa could match him in combat. Having just betrayed them, was I now to march to my own doom? Gritting my teeth, I stammered, I beg your pardon, Lord Frieza, but I am not yet capable of handling them. Ambushing Vegeta was already beyond my limits. Oh, Frieza cast a scornful glance my way. Are you suggesting that you wish to assist me in resolving a rebellion, yet have failed to complete the task, leaving me to clean up your mess? No, that is not. However, Vegeta, are you implying that a single Vegeta poses such a significant threat that I must eliminate him to ensure my safety? Yes. No, that is not. The corners of Frieza's mouth suddenly twisted downward into an arc of fury as his tail wrapped around Nappa's neck, lifting him effortlessly like a tattered garment before his eyes. Despite Frieza's significantly smaller stature compared to Nappa, no matter how desperately Nappa struggled, Frieza remained steadfast, like an immovable mountain pressing down upon him. Nappa, Frieza intoned gravely, I was in a splendid mood, truly, exceptionally well, but you have utterly ruined it. Extending a single finger, a dense orb of dark energy coalesced into a massive sphere, slowly advancing toward Nappa, who could only watch helplessly as death approached step by step, a punishment meted out by Frieza. A tremendous explosion engulfed Nappa's frantic struggles when the dust settled. He had been reduced to a minuscule mist, smaller than 5 Namekian warriors, dissipating into the air like a fleeting whisper. Goku shielded Vegeta, preventing him from sustaining further harm. Yet his situation was dire. Without immediate treatment, even the resilient vitality of a scion would soon wane. At that moment, Frieza emerged slowly from the haze, gazing down at Vegeta and unexpectedly delighted to discover he was not yet completely dead. Ignoring Frieza, Goku strained to search through the dust for the senzu beans stolen by Nappa. Observing Goku's anxious expression, Frieza smiled slyly. With a flick of his finger, the distant bag of senzu beans levitated into the air, eventually landing in his grasp. You desire this to save Vegeta, do you not? Frieza said, leisurely spreading his hands. If you can reclaim it from me, you may save him. And look, I even allow you one hand, he added, tightening his grip on the bag and concealing it behind his back. How generous of me. Rising from the ground, Goku fixed a determined gaze upon Frieza. Whatever games you wish to play, I will retrieve the senzu beans. From the crowd behind, 2 figures stepped forward. Let me handle this little pest, Frieza, said Dodoria. Sabo. Dodoria, do not utter a word, Frieza replied calmly, his voice laced with an inescapable authority. This is a task meant solely for me. As if in response, Goku's energy surged dramatically, enveloping him in a brilliant red flame. Kaioken times 10. The scouters on all Frieza's soldiers exploded simultaneously, their expressions of ease transforming into sheer terror. Such overwhelming power even eclipsed Frieza himself. How intriguing. This is somewhat unexpected, Frieza exclaimed, his excitement mounting. You all should step aside. Your presence here is merely a hindrance. Go deal with the weaklings and retrieve my Dragon Balls. Oh, and, he pointed to the ground, do not concern yourselves with Vegeta, or our little game shall cease to exist. Then, a wave of white energy erupted from Frieza's core, and Goku's recently unleashed aura flickered like a small flame in a tempest, while the weaker Frieza soldiers were blown back hundreds of meters. The Grand Elder scooped up Vegeta and retreated to safety. A radiant white light enveloped Frieza entirely. As the brilliance faded, his armored form transformed into a pure, resplendent silver, his mocking demeanor shifting to one of icy detachment. The strongest form, Emperor Frieza, has arrived. Chapter 27. The battle commences as the conflict erupted. Wukong and the others swiftly distanced themselves from the battlefield, knowing that such a level of combat was beyond their capabilities. Even merely spectating could result in being struck down by stray energy blasts. Sabo and Dodoria had a clear objective, to gather the Dragon Balls. Exchanging a knowing glance, they hastily made their way towards the spaceship. Their portable devices were rendered useless. To locate the Namekians on this planet, they would have to rely on the high-powered scanner aboard the ship, but first, they needed to vacate the immediate area of conflict. Suddenly, a sphere of light raced past them, seemingly aimed at the spaceship. Alarmed, Sabo dashed forward, yet he was unable to match the speed of the light. As the spaceship appeared on the verge of destruction, a deep blue figure zipped past Sabo, intercepting the sphere of light with remarkable agility. It was Buddha. Renowned for his swiftness, a member of the Ginyu Force, he effortlessly caught up with the energy sphere. However, upon catching up, he realized that the ensuing dilemma was even more formidable. The sphere's power was not something he could easily withstand. With the spaceship behind him, retreat was not an option. So he raised his hands in front of his chest, channeling energy to counter the sphere. Yet, the overwhelming force proved difficult to resist. Gritting his teeth, he leaned back, redirecting the sphere away from its original trajectory, causing it to soar past the upper edge of the spaceship. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he scrutinized the direction from which the sphere had come, his curiosity piqued by the identity of his opponent. "Is that you, Raditz?" Buddha and Sabo took a moment to recall who Raditz was, as warriors of his caliber were not uncommon within Frisia's army. However, the power he displayed now was not inferior to Buddha's own. "What has happened? How have you become so strong?" Dodoria inquired, fear evident in his voice. He was acutely aware that he could not withstand the earlier attack, nor could he hope to defeat this former low-class warrior. Raditz was equally perplexed by his newfound strength. A mere month of relentless training had led to an astonishing enhancement in his abilities. If someone had told him earlier that he could contend with the Ginyu Force, he would have laughed in disbelief. Yet, observing Vegeta's own power increase made his progress seem trivial by comparison. "This world has gone mad," Raditz silently mused. Noticing Raditz's silence, Dodoria chose not to delve deeper. After all, no matter how strong Raditz had become, they were still insignificant insects before their master. "Humph, Raditz. I concede that you have improved somewhat, but open your eyes." Dodoria gestured towards Frisia's direction. "With power at this level, even without a scanner, you should realize that you cannot win against him." "And what of it?" Raditz retorted with a disdainful smirk. He was aware of Frisia's formidable strength, one that commanded absolute obedience from the entire planet Vegeta. Yet, as a mere low-class scion, he had always been distanced from such high-ranking matters. Commands had always come from fellow scions. Had it not been for this mission alongside Vegeta, Dodoria and the others might never have even known of his existence. This engendered a peculiar mentality. Precisely because he occupied the lowest tier, he harbored no loyalty towards Frisia. His battles were always fought for the glory of planet Vegeta and the pride of the Scions. All of this had been obliterated by Frisia. He was acutely aware of his inability to defeat Frisia, yet great figures possess grand missions, and the lesser ones engage in their own struggles. Whatever the enemy intends to accomplish, we must exert every effort to thwart them. As a former member of Frisia's army, Raditz was well acquainted with their modus operandi. Each time they visited a new planet, regardless of their objective, they would merely locate living beings through their scanners and then resort to intimidation. This was precisely why Raditz chose to attack the spaceship at the earliest opportunity. With 2 of Frisia's close subordinates and 4 members of the Ginyu Force aboard, he knew he stood no chance in a life-or-death struggle. However, if the spaceship were the target, he had a fighting chance, especially with allies at his side. By neutralizing the spaceship, they could prevent them from approaching the Dragon Balls. Raditz succinctly communicated his plan to the newly arrived Neru. "Understood." With a sweeping gesture, Neru let his white cloak billow in the air. A battle for the spaceship's defense was about to commence. Goku's Kaioken tenfold appeared feeble before Frisia, as unsteady as a solitary boat adrift upon the vast sea. Vegeta was in imminent danger, leaving him no time to engage in mutual probing with Frisia. Thus, he resolved to unleash his full power from the outset, a realization Frisia had also discerned, prompting him to recklessly unleash his own energy. Assuming a combat stance, Goku hesitated not for a moment. His form transformed into an afterimage, appearing beside Frisia with an unparalleled swiftness, specifically on the side where he held the Senzu beans. He delivered a swift kick aimed at Frisia's head, yet Frisia effortlessly raised his left hand to block the attack, not even glancing in Goku's direction. When the ambush failed, Goku swiftly shifted his position, attempting another strike from behind, but Frisia skillfully deflected it with his tail. Goku performed a backward somersault, disappearing once more, only to reappear directly in front of Frisia, launching a punch aimed squarely at him. Frisia raised his hand to intercept, but what he encountered was merely an afterimage, while Goku's physical form lurked just behind it. With Frisia's vision obstructed, he had no time to react as Goku landed a solid punch to his face, causing him to stagger back a step. Capitalizing on his momentum, Goku pressed the attack, targeting Frisia's right hand. This time, however, he did not aim to strike. Instead, he lunged directly for the pouch of senzu beans. Yet, Frisia, having taken half a step back, gracefully pivoted, evading Goku's stealthy advance, while simultaneously delivering a vicious blow to Goku's waist with his tail. The strike was powerful and decisive, sending Goku hurtling away and crashing through a distant hill. Just as Frisia prepared to utter a few derisive words, the air behind him shuddered slightly, and Goku, who should have been far away, suddenly materialized behind him. Goku placed one hand on his forehead while raising the other skyward, a golden disc of energy floating above his palm. Spirit Slice. The serrated disc hurtled towards Frisia's neck. Yet, even at nearly point-blank range, Frisia's rapid reflexes allowed him to evade the attack, the disc merely grazing his cheek and leaving behind a faint crimson line. Frisia furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction, surprised that he had sustained an injury. Before he could take any action, Goku transformed his palm into a finger and shouted, "Break." The energy discs swiftly bypassed Frisia, instantly fracturing into dozens of smaller discs that arched through the air, converging towards him. This cluster of discs encircled Frisia in a spherical formation, leaving him no room to evade. However, Frisia remained unfazed. He raised his hand and pressed it into the air, causing all the discs to halt mid-flight. Then, with a clenched fist, he detonated them, resulting in a myriad of golden sparks that dissipated into nothingness. What a marvelous technique. Now, allow me to return the favor, Frisia declared as he lifted his palm, unleashing a purple disc that soared directly towards Goku. Goku easily evaded the trajectory of the purple energy slash. Yet he did not let his guard down, having learned from past encounters. Indeed, the disc veered around him, tracing an odd arc to strike again. It was unclear whether this was due to Frisia's innate talent or his training, but he had combined the energy slash with a control technique that he had only recently mastered. Fortunately, another combat genius had provided him with a solution. Goku once again dodged the energy slash, this time countering with a gentle elbow strike that shattered the disc, reducing it to the most primal form of energy. Compared to being relentlessly pursued by the energy slash, Jinyu's approach was undoubtedly far more elegant. The battle reverted to its initial standoff, as Goku, intent on acquiring the senzu beans, refrained from utilizing large-scale destructive moves like the Kamehameha. Their clash had not significantly altered the surrounding terrain. The scene remained tranquil, as if they were merely testing each other's limits. Yet, Goku felt an overwhelming anxiety, for he sensed Vegeta's energy waning rapidly. Similarly attuned to Vegeta's peril was Bulma, located on the opposite side of Namek. Since the Grand Elder decided to join the fray, the command of the remaining personnel had fallen to this astute Earthling. Decisions regarding the use of Dragon Balls and the timing of their deployment were entrusted to Bulma's judgment. Her assessment relied on the display before her. For the past month, she had been industrious, utilizing Jinyu's scouter as a foundation to install an enhanced version aboard the ship. This device not only encompassed the entire planet, but also boasted remarkable pressure resistance. Bulma had remarked that this upgraded scouter, equipped with an exponential suppressor, could accurately gauge even the most formidable battle powers without the risk of exploding from overload. Little did she anticipate that this seemingly trivial function would prove invaluable. As the screen suddenly displayed a line of text, unknown source, battle power, 18 million. Had it not been for the fact that Bulma herself crafted the device, she would have questioned its validity. However, what occupied her mind even more was the reading of Vegeta's energy on the screen. According to Goku, the intensity of one's energy during battle could indicate their physical condition. A drastic decline in value would signify a life-threatening state, thus allowing her to assess the battlefield's dynamics. Who knows, just a few minutes had passed, and Vegeta's power level began to plummet, causing Bulma to momentarily fear for his life. Had Goku been in such peril, she would have immediately utilized the Dragon Balls for a swift rescue. Fortunately, Goku's readings appeared robust, prompting her to observe further. At that moment, the communicator beside her emitted a beep. "Hello, Bulma. Is that you? I should be near Namek now. What is the situation over there?" Hearing the familiar voice, Bulma rushed to the microphone, exclaiming, "The battle has begun. It's already underway. Descend at full speed. Forget about the spaceship. Descend at maximum speed." Chapter 28. The Grand Elders resolved shortly after the commencement of the spaceship defense battle. Raditz and Nappa found themselves at a disadvantage. Their powers were on par with the high-ranking officials present, yet they were significantly outnumbered. Even the likes of Zarbon and Dodoria, Frisia's closest aides, were unwilling to engage. The trio of Jinyu Force members, Guldo, Berta, and Rikum, overwhelmed them, not only outmatching them in strength, but also necessitating constant vigilance against distant ambushes from Guldo. Consequently, they struggled to approach the spaceship while sustaining increasingly severe injuries. Raditz seized an opportunity, darting into Bart's blind spot, unleashing a barrage of energy spheres towards the spaceship. Guldo raised his hands, using his psychic abilities to immobilize a vast area, halting the incoming energy spheres mid-flight. With a tremendous effort, he clenched his fists, causing the spheres to explode in the air. However, Raditz had deliberately launched some slower, cleverly angled attacks. As the first wave of energy spheres was deflected, the second wave emerged from the smoke, arcing towards the spaceship. Though this staggered assault breached Guldo's defenses, the sluggish energy spheres presented their own challenges. Bart, reacting with astonishing speed, intercepted the second wave and swatted them away with a flick of his hand. Seizing the moment while Bart dealt with the energy spheres, Raditz swiftly maneuvered to another side. Guldo redirected his focus, commanding a large area to ensnare Raditz. The disparity in their combat capabilities was glaring. Raditz felt a heavy weight on his body, but continued to charge forward. Yet, this brief pause prevented him from breaching the defenses behind him. As a transformed Zarbon suddenly appeared before him, delivering a fierce kick to Raditz's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. The collaboration between Bart and Guldo rendered their defenses nearly impenetrable, compounded by the looming threat of Zarbon. Raditz attempted several times to break through, but to no avail. Meanwhile, the other battle unfolded with far less drama. Nappa and Rikum engaged in a pure test of strength. It was evident that Nappa believed defeating the enemy was essential to achieving his objective. Merely delaying was futile. Their clash produced waves of sonic booms, leaving ordinary Frisia soldiers utterly incapable of keeping pace with their speed. With their power levels averaging just 1 to 2,000. They were mere fodder in such a conflict. Had it not been for the fear of repercussions, they would have fled long ago. Neru and Lycum's fists and legs clashed repeatedly. Suddenly, an idea struck Lycum. He transformed his fist into a palm and seized one of Neru's hands, while deftly capturing Neru's other hand as it came at him. In the air, the two commenced a pure contest of strength. At that moment, a violet wave of energy shot forth from behind Lycum, instantaneously piercing through Neru's chest. Dorian, who lurked in the distance, chuckled triumphantly. He cared little for martial ethics, believing that victory alone was paramount. To his astonishment, Neru was still alive. That strike had emerged from Neru's blind spot, typically leaving no time for reaction. His heart should have been shattered. However, Neru had sensed the attack through his awareness of chi, evading a fatal blow by sidestepping in the direction of Lycum's force. Nevertheless, blood gushed from his chest, and a trickle of crimson stained the corner of his mouth. Lycum, displeased by the interference, could not be bothered to contemplate the implications. Upon seeing Neru injured, he grinned and charged in for a decisive strike. The wound in Neru's chest hindered his breathing and rendered him less agile. Observing this, Lycum gathered all his strength and surged toward Neru. Lycum unleashed a mock attack. Neru could not evade in time and raised his arms protectively before his chest. Lycum propelled himself forward, his head colliding violently with Neru's arms, shattering both of them in an instant. Meanwhile, Raditz, once again ensnared by Gudu's psychic abilities, was subjected to relentless assaults from Bart and Sabo, sending him hurtling through the air until he collided with the airborne Neru. Together, they plummeted to the ground, shattering every rock in their path and creating a massive crater upon impact. As the dust settled, the two battered warriors gasped for breath. Neru's arms hung limply at his sides, while Raditz appeared to struggle merely to remain standing. Above them, the 6 observers bore scarcely any injuries and wore victorious smiles. Eliminate them, Lycum, Sabo commanded. He chuckled foolishly, rolling up his sleeves. Delivering the final blow was his favorite pastime, and without hesitation, he charged at the two. Lycum initiated another mock attack. Once again, a missile-like headbutt was upon them, and neither Neru nor Raditz had time to evade. This strike would surely bring them to the brink of death. Just as Lycum closed in on them, a colossal figure materialized between them. A massive fist descending from the sky and crashing down upon the back of Lycum's head, embedding him into the ground. The force of the blow was overwhelming. Lycum lost consciousness, his head buried in the earth. The remainder of his body sprawled limply like a discarded rag, leaving his fate uncertain. The smiles of the observing officers vanished abruptly. They had believed their foes vanquished, only to be confronted by a newcomer who evidently surpassed them all. Elder, Naru exclaimed, not in joy but in realization. He understood that the Elder's combat prowess in his prime far exceeded his own. However, the Elder's lifespan was waning, and his body had deteriorated, limiting the strength he could muster. This strike had likely depleted the reserves he had painstakingly accumulated over many years of recuperation. Indeed, the expression of the Grand Elder before them was one of grave concern, his labored breaths punctuated by beads of sweat forming on his brow. Although his body teetered on the brink of exhaustion, his gaze remained fixed on the adversary in the sky, as if his eyes recounted the glorious legacy of the mightiest warrior from Namek. Naru, it is time, the Grand Elder spoke with solemnity. Grand Elder. Naru understood precisely what the Grand Elder was implying, the unique ability of the combat-type Namekians, fusion. Namekians who had attained a certain level of power could merge through physical contact, resulting in a significant enhancement of strength, surpassing the mere sum of their individual abilities. Moreover, should one party willingly relinquish their soul, this fusion could become permanent. The moment the Grand Elder laid the final egg, Naru comprehended the gravity of the situation. Dandy had inherited nearly all of the Grand Elder's divine essence, signifying that the Grand Elder had resigned himself to the fate of death. Thus, in this fusion, he would undoubtedly sacrifice his own soul to ensure that his power would continue to protect Namek. Though Naru felt an overwhelming reluctance, he could not refuse. He had to prevail, to carry forth the Grand Elder's will, and to safeguard Namek. He approached the Grand Elder, laboriously raising his severed arm to clasp the Elder's broad palm firmly. You will bear the burden from now on, the Grand Elder spoke gently. However, do not feel overwhelmed by this weighty responsibility. The Earthlings, and even the Scions, are worthy allies upon whom you can rely. Do you understand, Naru? Yes, Grand Elder. Naru replied resolutely. The two figures, one large and one small, stood steadfast upon the earth, their eyes unwaveringly fixed on their foe. Just as Sabo and his companions lowered their guard to prepare for an assault, a radiant light erupted from the duo, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that swept across the land. The Grand Elder's form gradually became ethereal, transforming into a stream of light that fused with Naru. When the brilliance subsided, Naru slowly opened his eyes, an extraordinary energy surging from within him, creating a hemispherical depression in the ground around him. Clenching his hands, Nairu's regenerative abilities, characteristic of the combat-type Namekians, instantly healed his severed arms. He felt an unprecedented surge of strength, his thoughts clearer than ever, as he commanded his energy to mend his wounds, requiring far less energy than the rebirth of his arms. Yet, achieving such precise control was challenging without reaching his current level of mastery. Rest well, this battle no longer requires your involvement, Naru spoke, turning his back to Raditz as he gradually levitated into the air, now looking down upon all present. Sensing the immense energy radiating from Naru, Raditz understood that his intervention was indeed unnecessary. With Nairu's current prowess, none could stand against him, save for the few monsters on another battlefield. Oh, Frisia cast a curious glance in Nairu's direction. It seems my incompetent subordinates are doomed. Haha, you don't seem to be bothered at all, Goku panted, breathless. Bothered? Haha, how utterly absurd. Have you not discerned a crucial detail? Frisia replied with intrigue. What is it? Why is it that even warriors like you, a scion, or those Namekians over there, can effortlessly annihilate my subordinates? Why, as the proud ruler of the universe, do I find myself surrounded by such ineptitude? Why indeed? Goku was perplexed by his meaning. Haha, of course, it is because I, Frisia, spread my arms wide, confidently proclaimed, I am the mightiest in the universe, the absolute sovereign. All that is required for power is my singular presence. My subordinates merely handle trivial tasks for me. Should they perish, I can simply recruit another batch. After all, such worthless beings abound in this universe. There are countless who would willingly pledge their loyalty to me. Goku furrowed his brow. Frisia indeed possessed the strength to utter such words. Even with all his might, Goku had failed to seize a single Senzu bean from Frisia. Even in his current fusion with Nail, he might not surpass Frisia's power. Should Vegeta fall, they would stand no chance in this battle. Whether through the Super Saiyan transformation or fusion, they must first rescue Vegeta. However, Goku smirked mischievously. Now that he need not worry about Raditz and Nail, he would unleash his full potential. Kaioken times 20. Chapter 29. The Prince appears. Goku endured the excruciating pain of his body tearing apart, forcibly elevating the Kaioken to 20 times. The crimson aura surrounding him solidified in an instant. He forcefully struck the ground, and surged toward Frieza at tremendous speed. Observing Goku's sudden surge in power, Frieza's expression grew slightly grave, but merely by a fraction. If it were a tenfold Kaioken physical attack, Frieza could remain stationary, effortlessly swatting it away like a pesky mosquito. Now, however, he found himself more challenged. Thus, he incorporated evasive maneuvers, deflecting a few blows. Feeling little pressure from Goku's onslaught. After being sent flying by Frieza once more, Goku allowed his body to retreat through the air while gathering energy with both hands at his waist. Kamehameha. At the moment of release, he utilized instant transmission to appear behind Frieza. Having encountered instant transmission many times before, Frieza swiftly located Goku's position and, with a swift motion of his palm, received the Kamehameha head-on. Goku's strength was formidable. The blow caused Frieza's palm to throb painfully, prompting him to furrow his brow slightly. Without granting Frieza a moment to recover, Goku charged forward, taking advantage of the brief moment of confusion caused by the explosion, wielding a Keyblade. The Keyblade split into dozens of smaller Keyblades as it neared Frieza. This time, while retreating, Frieza extended his fingers, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Though not particularly powerful, they were extraordinarily precise, knocking down all the Keyblades. At that moment, Goku had circled to Frieza's side, preparing to attack from another angle. However, Frieza's speed in emitting energy waves was astonishing. Just as Goku approached, all the preceding Keyblades had already been neutralized. Frieza merely shifted slightly, his palm effortlessly clamping around Goku's neck, rendering him utterly immobile. How shall I say it? I am beginning to grow weary of this. Frieza chuckled lightly, observing Goku's struggles with amusement, but such a low level of combat is starting to bore me. Perhaps it is best to conclude our little game here? As Frieza's grip tightened, Goku's neck was nearly deformed under the pressure. His anguished struggles proved futile. Just then, Goku's expression shifted dramatically. He released his hold on Frieza's arm and raised his hands above his head. Solar flare. Frieza was taken aback as a blinding light enveloped Goku. This seemingly harmless radiance traveled faster than anything else, leaving Frieza no time to react. His eyes were seared by the brightness, rendering him momentarily blind. In his confusion, Frieza lost his grip on Goku, who seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack with two successive energy slashes, which shattered into countless luminous discs, assaulting Frieza from all directions. With his vision compromised, Frieza struggled to control his abilities or to accurately strike with energy blasts. Suddenly, his energy erupted, coalescing around him like armor. As the myriad energy discs collided against him, exploding into a cascade of starlight, Frieza, with his robust physique, was quick to recover his sight, narrowing one eye. He swiftly spotted Goku, who had maneuvered behind him. He reached out and once again seized Goku by the neck. With a half-opened eye, tinged with anger, he remarked, "What clever tricks, such futile struggles." This time, Goku did not writhe in pain, but instead managed to muster a triumphant smile. Really? Goku slowly raised his right hand, revealing a magical bean. He then placed his left hand on his forehead, and in an instant, vanished from view. The next moment, he appeared beside Vegeta, who, in a daze, felt someone lifting his head. He yearned to respond, but his body was utterly unresponsive. Just as Goku intended to place the bean at Vegeta's lips, a straight beam of light pierced through the nearby boulders, grazing Goku's cheek before exploding into a deep, black crater in the ground behind Vegeta. Goku turned in terror to find Frieza in the distance, his fingers still emitting wisps of smoke. How despicable! Goku halted his actions. Feeding Vegeta the bean was not a task to be rushed. If he acted recklessly now, even if he could evade Frieza's next attack, Vegeta would be left defenseless. What to do? Having come this far, what should I do? Frieza slowly approached Goku, raising his right hand, his gaze falling upon a torn bag. A smile of realization spread across his face. So, all your reckless assaults, and the injuries you've sustained, were merely to lower my guard. You intended to let me take that blinding attack at close range. You have repeatedly employed the same tactics, leading me to believe that all the fragmented assaults were directed at me. Yet in that fleeting moment of blindness, you had another attack aimed at your true target, this bag. Bravo! I cannot help but applaud your cleverness. With that, Frieza's raised hand suddenly burst forth with light, obliterating the bag containing the magical beans into a cloud of ash. Such deceitful tactics ought to vanish as soon as possible. Frieza flicked the dust from his hands, locking eyes with the vigilant Goku who was observing him. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow and unconsciously elevated his tone. "Oh, what are you dawdling for? Quickly feed that miraculous bean to Mr. Vegeta. Nanani? Goku gazed at Frieza in disbelief, momentarily perplexed by his words. Frieza, always keep my promises. Since you possess the audacity to snatch one, I will allow you to save Vegeta. Do you truly believe that the disparity in our strengths would be altered by the presence of one more Vegeta? Upon hearing this, Goku chuckled, feeling a surge of gratitude for Frieza's overwhelming confidence. Underestimating a scion will surely lead to regret, Goku declared, as he placed the Senzu bean into Vegeta's mouth. He trusted that Frieza, having made such a statement, would not hinder his efforts to revive Vegeta. I have not underestimated the scions. In fact, I annihilated the entire planet Vegeta, Frieza remarked, waving a finger in the air. Moreover, I am quite eager to see just how much power my delightful subordinate Vegeta possesses now. Will it bring me even greater amusement? You will undoubtedly find it amusing. Vegeta is far stronger than I am, Goku asserted confidently. As if in response to Goku's words, Vegeta's eyes suddenly snapped open, and an immense aura erupted from his being. Having returned from the brink of death, Vegeta's power ascended to an entirely new level. Floating in the air, he took several deep breaths, reveling in a world that had never felt so clear, as if every breath and vitality in the universe was now within his grasp. Even in his dazed state, Vegeta could discern the situation through the aura surrounding him. The scene was quite evident. The remnants of Frieza's army lay scattered as corpses and dismembered bodies, with only the recovering Raditz and Nappa still standing. Nappa's strength is somewhat unexpected, though not worth further scrutiny. As for their side, it was merely the injured Kakarot and the suffocatingly powerful Frieza. Yet, in the face of such formidable presence, Vegeta felt no trepidation. Instead, he wore an exceedingly confident smile. Frieza, your end is nigh. Allow me, the genius among geniuses, Prince Vegeta, to conclude your fate. Upon hearing this, Frieza chuckled lightly. Vegeta, I still find your previous cautious demeanor far more endearing. Should I call you naive or ignorant? You have indeed grown stronger, but it remains insufficient. To be frank, your strength is even inferior to that of the recent monkey. Frieza leisurely gestured towards the battered Goku. Vegeta disregarded Frieza's scornful remarks, merely examining his own palm and clenching his fist, as if to affirm his physical condition. Suddenly, he raised his gaze to Frieza, his eyes igniting with fierce combat spirit. Just a few trivial tricks, what difficulty do they pose for me? Before Frieza could express his confusion, Vegeta's aura surged dramatically, enveloped by a deep crimson energy. Kaioken times 20. Chapter 30. Vegeta versus Frieza. Suddenly, Vegeta's energy surged dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged directly at Frieza, who was caught off guard, expecting the exchange of threats to continue. Vegeta's fist landed squarely on Frieza's face, sending him hurtling away. In his dazed state, Vegeta's perception of energy was somewhat imprecise, yet he could ascertain a rough estimate. Upon regaining his clarity, the first realization that struck him was the sheer strength of Frieza. He was overwhelmingly powerful. Vegeta was well aware of Kakarot's prowess. Without the Kaioken, his combat power was approximately between 1 to 1.5 million, judging by his current appearance. It was evident that he had exhausted all his strength to save him. In stark contrast, Frieza appeared utterly unfazed, suffering no significant injuries at all. This led to a grim conclusion. Frieza's battle power was likely around 60 million. As for Vegeta himself, he estimated that this life-or-death crisis had elevated his combat prowess to approximately 4 million. If he unleashed a 20-fold Kaioken, he would have a considerable chance of victory. However, the toll on his body would be immense. Thus, a swift resolution was imperative. After sending Frieza flying with a powerful blow, Vegeta pressed on without pause. Frieza furrowed his brow, his muscles tensing as he exerted considerable effort to stabilize himself in midair. In the next instant, a flurry of shadowy fists and palms descended upon him. He raised his hand to guard one side of his body. But as Vegeta adjusted his angle to exploit a weakness, Frieza swiftly vanished to a distance. Found you. To Frieza's astonishment, he discovered that Vegeta had once again caught up to him. With a swift flying kick, Vegeta struck Frieza anew. This time, Vegeta, quick-witted and nimble, seized Frieza's tail as he soared away, pulling him back. With his other hand clenched into a fist, he delivered a crushing blow to Frieza's lower back. The force of the strike was tremendous, creating a dent in Frieza's body, and a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, the pain causing his pupils to nearly dilate with shock. When had the Cosmic Emperor ever endured such humiliation? Regaining his composure in an instant, Frieza retaliated by sweeping his leg back, forcing Vegeta to retreat a step and reluctantly release his grip on the tail. Having created some distance from Frieza, Vegeta refrained from pursuing further. The series of heavy blows he had dealt allowed him to revel in the long-suppressed desires of his heart, relishing the sight of the once mighty Emperor's expression in this moment of vulnerability. What do you think, Frieza? This is the strength of the scion you fear. Vegeta gestured to himself with his thumb, a triumphant grin stretching across his face. How infuriating. Frieza trembled with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, as his energy surged to a whole new level. TSK. Vegeta could not help but marvel. Indeed, Frieza had yet to unleash his full potential. Then, two figures vanished into thin air, engaging in a fierce exchange of fists and kicks. They collided in midair, repeatedly clashing and separating, creating a cacophony of earth-shattering explosions throughout the space around them. The overwhelming clash of their energies caused the seawater to evaporate and rocks to shatter. Even the very sky seemed to darken under the weight of their confrontation. After yet another clash, Vegeta, realizing that he could not gain the upper hand in physical combat, began to employ energy blasts. With both hands thrust forward, he unleashed a formidable beam of light. Frieza swiftly evaded the explosive assault. Without pausing, Vegeta alternated his hands rapidly, sending forth a multitude of energy blasts toward Frieza. Each strike was both swift and fierce, precisely locking on a Frieza while simultaneously obstructing all possible avenues of retreat. Seeing that there was no escape, Frieza, like Vegeta, began to unleash waves of energy from his hands. Countless energy blasts collided with astounding precision in the air, illuminating the sky as if one were situated at the heart of the sun, while the shockwaves overturned the very ground beneath them layer upon layer. Incredible. Raditz and Nappa were taken aback by the apocalyptic scene before them, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. Nappa, having merged with the Grand Elder, had ascended to a higher realm, yet felt as insignificant as an ant in the face of such a grand battle. Beside them, Goku wore a grave expression. The current standoff suggested that both warriors were evenly matched. However, given his previous encounters with Frieza, Goku reasoned that Frieza's current level should exceed what he was witnessing. Could it be that, due to the passage of time, Frieza had not yet reached the same strength he possessed during their first encounter? Goku pondered this conclusion. They were likely several years ahead of when he had first met Frieza, and his own strength was not as formidable as it had been then. Thus, it was indeed plausible that Frieza had yet to attain that level of power. Yes, it must be so. Despite arriving at this conclusion, an unsettling sense of unease lingered. As a cloud of dust settled, neither Vegeta nor Frieza bore any visible injuries, though Vegeta's breathing was noticeably labored. Gasping for air, sweat streamed down his forehead. Despite exerting a fighting power of 80 million, he had failed to inflict any damage on Frieza. Had this fiend surpassed the threshold of 100 million? Roar. Not bad, Vegeta, Frieza remarked, his expression exuding confidence. You are the first, aside from my father, to compel me to exert my full strength. However, he continued, his tone shifting, that peculiar surge in your power must be due to some extraordinary means. Your inherent strength should not even amount to a tenth of what you display now. Such a tremendous enhancement surely comes with dire repercussions. I surmise you cannot sustain this for long, can you? Do you know what this is called? As Frieza spoke, one hand concealed behind him while the other was extended. He leaned slightly forward, adopting an exceedingly elegant posture. The distinction between true strength and false strength. Although Frieza's words and actions were not explicitly offensive, they struck a discordant note in Vegeta's ears. Him? A false warrior? Absurd. The dignity of his princely lineage would never permit him to concede in such a manner. If he were to perish, it would be in a valiant struggle to the very end. Some things are indeed meant for those who relish the thrill of combat. Kaioken. 30 times. Vegeta's muscles swelled dramatically, veins protruding as his energy surged to new heights, obliterating the surrounding environment into dust with his overwhelming aura. Just as Frieza sensed the anomaly, Vegeta had already appeared before him. Nanny. Vegeta's fist struck Frieza's face with tremendous force, contorting it and sending him hurtling backward, his body twisting in the air. In a swift leap, Vegeta followed suit, delivering a knee strike to Frieza's abdomen, forcibly redirecting his trajectory straight upward. Immediately, a colossal energy began to coalesce in front of Vegeta's chest. With a powerful thrust of his hands, a robust wave of light surged skyward. Frieza, struggling to regain his composure, found the massive wave of energy rapidly approaching him. With no time for further reaction, He could only raise his arms to brace himself. The ensuing explosion engulfed the entirety of planet Namek, a cataclysmic force that, even without touching the ground, caused the planet itself to tremble. In the aftermath, Frieza remained in the stance of having his arms raised, his body quivering incessantly, his hands marred by blood. This was the first real injury he had sustained since the battle commenced. Meanwhile, Vegeta maintained the posture of unleashing the energy wave. But the strain of his overwhelming power began to take its toll. Each cell in his body felt as if it were being pierced by needles. Merely breathing became an excruciating endeavor that teetered on the edge of unconsciousness. The Kaioken technique could no longer be sustained, reverting him to his normal state, devoid of any remaining energy. At that moment, Vegeta sensed the presence of someone beside him. A hand rested on his shoulder. In the next instant, the scenery around him shifted dramatically. Goku had made his move. Even before the explosion had fully dissipated, he realized that Frieza had not suffered a fatal blow. However, it was evident that Vegeta, having forced himself to use the 30-fold Kaioken, was no longer capable of continuing the fight. Goku understood all too well the searing pain of overexertion that Vegeta was experiencing. Given Frieza's retained strength, annihilating them would be all too easy. The only remaining option for victory lay in one last resort: fusion. Yet, fusion required time. Thus, Goku extended his hand and shouted, "Hold on to me." At his command, Raditz immediately grasped Goku's hand, while Nail seized Raditz's shoulder. Goku had previously explained the concept of instant transmission to them, so they comprehended his intent without hesitation. Next, Goku instantaneously transported himself to stand before Vegeta, then swiftly moved him to the opposite side of the planet, where other Namekians had gathered. Upon seeing Nail suddenly appear, the gathered Namekians crowded around, inquiring about the situation. Goku, filled with urgency, turned to Vegeta and urged, "We must fuse. The only way to defeat Frieza now is through fusion." What nonsense! Vegeta grimaced through the agony, clenching his fists. He was adamant about not performing such a humiliating act, nor did he wish to rely on Kakaroto's strength to best Frieza. Goku regarded Vegeta for a couple of seconds, then sighed in resignation. He understood his old friend's disposition all too well. "Very well, if we cannot overcome him, we shall resort to our backup plan." Goku surveyed the surroundings, searching for Bulma. Their contingency plan, established on the day the Galactic Alliance was formed, was colloquially known as "if we cannot win, we shall flee." They would utilize the Dragon Balls to transport everyone away from Frieza. Wukong was in a state of urgency. He refrained from debating with Vegeta, understanding that time was of the essence. Though they were distanced from Frieza, should Frieza unleash his fury, he could obliterate the entire Namekian planet, leaving them without even a moment to summon the dragon. Thus, the choice between immediate fusion or retreat was one they could not afford to ponder. Vegeta, increasingly irate, felt the weight of the situation. They had already pushed Frieza to his limits. Victory was tantalizingly close. Yet now he was to retreat like a coward. This feeling was more unbearable than being crushed by Frieza himself. After a brief moment of hesitation, Vegeta resolved amidst the dilemma, "So be it. Let us fuse." From the transformation he observed in Nail, Vegeta recognized that fusion could indeed yield a qualitative leap in power. After all, even if victory were to be achieved through fusion, the one providing the greater combat strength was still he, Vegeta. However, if he chose to flee now, he would forever be branded a coward. Chapter 31. Fusion. Upon hearing Vegeta's willingness to fuse, Wukong was elated. He had initially planned to seek Bulma to summon the dragon, but quickly turned back. If they let Frieza escape this time, and he suddenly decided to train, the outcome of their next encounter would be uncertain. Wukong gleefully approached Vegeta, positioning himself a few steps away, then slightly adjusted his stance, standing upright with a grave expression. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback by Wukong's behavior, and Wukong, glancing at him, suddenly inquired, "Have you forgotten the movements? Shall I demonstrate once more?" Vegeta, overwhelmed by embarrassment and anger, pointed at the nearby crowd of Namekians and shouted, "Are you out of your mind? We cannot fuse in front of all these people." Wukong furrowed his brow, glancing around helplessly, and replied, all right, let us hurry." He then took Vegeta and flew to a distant rock, reminding the Namekians not to follow, as they would not be able to assist. Nail and Raditz opted to rest where they were. Once they landed, Wukong looked behind to ensure no one was in sight and signaled to Vegeta. Frieza could arrive at any moment. They needed to act swiftly. "Come, let us rehearse a few times." Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment. He was too shy to scan the surroundings as boldly as Wukong. He merely cast a discreet glance to confirm that no one was watching, then steeled himself to attempt the fusion, suppressing his physical pain. He followed Wukong in practicing the fusion movements. Their injuries hindered their actions somewhat, but curiously, if Vegeta had been in perfect condition, he might have hesitated. The pain instead distracted him. Both seasoned warriors, they had honed their bodily control over the years. After a few simple attempts, Wukong assured that their movements were correct. Thus, they began to channel the remaining energy within them. With a shout of fusion, and their fingertips touching, a brilliant golden light enveloped them. Their forms melded and transformed into a radiant figure, and as the light dissipated, a being emerged, remarkably resembling both Wukong and Vegeta, yet an entity of its own. Flawless. Wukong celebrated silently in his heart. Vegeta gazed incredulously at his hands. Just a moment ago, he felt utterly feeble in two disparate forms, yet now, an invigorating surge of strength flowed through him. However, was this truly sufficient? In his heart, Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief at Goku. Upon assessing his own power, it seemed to hover around 4 to 5 million in combat strength, which bore little difference from his pre-fusion state. He had indeed grown stronger, albeit marginally. If one were to draw a comparison, his power level appeared to align closely with that of Nappa and the others, a paltry increase that he found wholly inadequate. Goku sensed his dissatisfaction, but wore a confident grin reminiscent of Vegeta's. In his mind, he reassured himself, "Leave it to me." He tapped his forehead and executed instant transmission, reappearing before Frieza in the blink of an eye. Oh. Frieza mused, expecting Goku to materialize. Yet, the figure before him, though exuding a similar energy to Goku, bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta, piquing his curiosity. "Have the two of you merged into one, akin to that Namekian?" he observed with keen interest. "Shall I refer to you as Vegeta, or by another name?" With a contemptuous smirk, the figure replied, "Call me Vegeto." "Ah, Vegeto, indeed a slight enhancement over Vegeta. It was worth my while to await your arrival here." "Await us?" Vegeto furrowed his brow. "Indeed, my dear Vegeta would never flee. Given your disappearance, I suspected you were preparing a delightful surprise for me, hence my decision to linger here for a few moments. So, come forth," Frieza declared, spreading his blood-stained hands with the regal confidence of a monarch, "and allow me to relish your fearless struggle a while longer." "Very well, as you wish," Goku thought. "First, relinquish control of your body to me. What do you intend to do? You shall find out soon." Vegeta did not question it. He momentarily surrendered control of their shared body. He understood that their current might was insufficient for victory, yet Goku, who had always held Frieza in high regard, now radiated an uncharacteristic confidence, surely for good reason. Goku examined his hands, a smile gracing his lips as he softly murmured, "This is sufficient." In the next instant, he exerted his entire being, his energy rapidly ascending. Yet soon, Vegeta sensed an almost soul-binding constraint. Without the assistance of Kaioken, his energy could scarcely ascend further. Was this the reason for the fusion's inability to amplify strength? As this thought crossed his mind, a fierce wave of fury surged through his consciousness, jolting Vegeta. This sensation was all too familiar, an instinctual rage akin to that experienced during their transformation into great apes. It was a lesson ingrained in every Saiyan warrior, to maintain composure amidst such emotions. However, he had never encountered anyone who would consciously summon such feelings within their mind. The shackles within his body were momentarily shattered by an overwhelming surge of emotion, giving rise to a silent transformation that surged within him. It bore a resemblance to the great ape transformation, yet was far more formidable than one could imagine. Vegeta's pupils glimmered with a verdant light. His hair transmuted to a golden hue, and an immense aura enveloped the surroundings. This power was nearly dozens of times that of his normal state. Yet the force emanating from his breakthrough was distinctly different from the Kaioken technique. It was a power derived from his very essence, not a result of overexertion. This was what Frieza referred to as true strength. The Super Saiyan had arrived. From the first-person perspective, the astonished Vegeta stood agape. Having previously scoffed at Kakaroto's tales of transformation, claiming that Saiyans were not a race capable of such changes and that no records existed to support it. Now, he comprehended fully that merely touching the threshold of a normal Saiyan was an unimaginable feat. Those who actively broke through their limitations were indeed one in a millennium. Hence the mere mention of the legendary Super Saiyan was relegated to the pages of ancient tomes. Goku's lips curled into a smile. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Although he had yet to reach the Saiyan threshold, His wealth of transformation experience allowed him, through the fusion with Vegeta's immense power, to effortlessly assume the Super Saiyan form. With their current might, vanquishing Frieza would be a considerably simpler task. Vegeta, now embodying the golden-haired form, gradually assumed a combat stance. The enhancements brought forth by the fusion were now manifesting post-transformation, yet he was resolute in not being reckless. He aimed to obliterate the shameful record of Vegeta's 0 victories. Terror still lingered in Frieza's eyes when Vegeta vanished from his sight. His eyes could not keep pace with Vegeta's speed. In the next moment, a heavy punch struck Frieza in the lower back, sending him hurtling forward uncontrollably. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Vegeta reappeared directly in front of him, effortlessly launching him upwards as if he were a mere ball. Vegeta raised his palm with a nonchalant air, yet from it emanated a colossal energy sphere several meters wide, hurtling towards Frieza at tremendous speed. An explosion capable of annihilating hundreds of planets detonated in the sky, causing the ground to tremble. On the opposite side of Namek, ordinary citizens found themselves unable to stand, crawling to avoid being swept away, while those with combat experience were astounded by the suffocating intensity of the aura that permeated even across the planets. Frieza struggled to maintain a protective barrier, preventing serious injury, yet the exertion caused blood to seep from the corners of his mouth and eardrums, indicating he was far from unscathed. Anger surged within him as he swiftly charged at Vegeta, transforming his palm into a claw and unleashing a flurry of strikes aimed at Vegeta's head. However, Vegeta merely tilted his neck with ease, evading countless blows. His arms crossed in front of his chest, as if playing with a child. Then, with a powerful kick, he struck Frieza in the waist, leaving his eyes vacant and unfocused. Vegeta's hands converged at his waist as he slowly uttered a few words. Kamehameha, full power. Those earlier strikes were merely a playful jest at Frieza's expense, but Goku had no intention of lingering in this confrontation. Both he and Vegeta were gravely injured, and the fusion might not endure for the full 30 minutes. The pressing matter was to unleash a Kamehameha that would send Frieza soaring, leaving no potential threat behind. The full force of the Kamehameha was compressed into an immensely dense energy sphere in Vegeta's hands. With a thunderous shout, Vegeta unleashed a torrent of energy, a blinding orb trailing a long arc as it surged towards Frieza. This attack could be said to possess a power several dozen times greater than all the energy blasts unleashed throughout the entire conflict combined. If Frieza were to endure this assault, even his numerous defensive measures would be insufficient to escape the fate of being reduced to dust. However, Vegeta failed to notice that Frieza's body momentarily hesitated mid-flight. Squinting at the overwhelming wave of light, a barely perceptible smile crept upon his lips. The Kamehameha, with its earth-shattering momentum, propelled Frieza directly into the cosmos. When it exploded, the very fabric of reality seemed unshaken, yet that intense brilliance overshadowed even the midday sun. Those on the opposite side of the planet felt as though the night had been abruptly switched on, the surroundings becoming brilliantly illuminated. Breathing heavily, Vegeta found himself nearly devoid of strength. Had it not been for the assurance of Frieza's demise, he would not have dared to expend every last ounce of his energy. Nevertheless, with Frieza's death seemingly assured, he felt no cause for concern and resolved to recuperate gradually. However, an overwhelming tremor suddenly seized Vegeta's voice, cold sweat cascading down his brow. How could this be? How could Frieza still be alive? Vegeta gazed in terror towards the distant cosmos. Frieza had not perished. Not only was he alive, but his energy had also surged to unprecedented levels. "Oh, are you searching for me?" The familiar voice echoed behind him. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, Frieza had materialized at his back. In an instant, a tremendous force struck him, sending him hurtling away. The next moment, Frieza appeared before him again, delivering a brutal downward kick that slammed Vegeta into the ground, piercing through numerous mountain peaks. Vegeta, utterly exhausted, found himself overwhelmed by Frieza's onslaught, which felt like a stark contrast to the previous Frieza. Blurred vision clouded his senses, and before he could fully regain his composure, a colossal force ensnared his neck from behind, lifting him off the ground. Soon after, a barrage of heavy blows rained down upon the same spot on Vegeta's lower back, an agonizing despair coursing through his body, nearly robbing him of consciousness. After a while, as if satisfied with his revenge, Frieza ceased his assault, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips as he inquired, "Goku, how long have you been over there?" His grin widened, and with a gentler tone, he pronounced each word deliberately into Vegeta's ear. "I refer to the Tournament of Power." Chapter 32, The Invincible Reinforcements, Tournament of Power. These words instantly jolted the dazed Goku back to reality. Struggling to open his eyes, he looked back and finally discerned Frisia's current form. Frisia's once pure white skin now shimmered with a faint golden hue. The gold was subtle. At first glance, one might assume it merely indicated a slight dullness in his coloration. Yet Goku recognized this transformation all too well. Golden Frisia. How could this be? You too. Before he could finish his thought, Frisia flicked his tail, casting Vegeto aside. Frisia crossed his arms and approached the disheveled Vegeto, leaning down with keen interest to observe him. Indeed, son Wukong, I, the Emperor Frisia, am no ordinary being. While others tremble in fear of death, I am relentlessly contemplating how to survive. It is I who has discerned the subtle maneuvers between you and that Whis. When Wukong last unleashed the Ultra Instinct, the audience was momentarily startled, believing he would resist. Yet, only I, noticing Whis's expression, understood that they surely had ulterior motives. That little imp has already annihilated 16 universes. How could they possibly hope to survive this confrontation? Whis must be even more aware of this fact, and thus, his interactions with son Wukong must serve a deeper purpose. As expected, a barely perceptible glimmer flickered around Wukong. Compared to the grandeur of Ultra Instinct, this slight disturbance was almost negligible, yet Frisia's keen perception could not overlook any anomaly. He sensed something more ethereal than the soul drifting from Wukong's being, a presence devoid of any breath or power, akin to an absolute void. In an instant, he surmised that it must be the essence of thought. It was neither the corporeal flesh nor the powerful soul, but rather a will that exists solely within the realm of logic. Though Frisia did not fully comprehend it, this did not deter him from emulating Wukong. He forcibly manifested a strand of thought, and a brand new world unfolded before his eyes, revealing the river of time. Soon after, an irresistible force pulled him upstream against the current. His thoughts churned incessantly, ultimately resembling a solitary vessel amidst a tempest, swept ashore. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself transported back 2 decades. As he regained his senses and confirmed his temporal displacement, Frisia received a report about a wish-granting orb allegedly located on the distant planet Namek. He realized this moment in time was several years prior to his initial defeat by Wukong. How could I have received the report about the Dragon Balls on Namek so early? Frisia pondered, but soon a smile crept upon his lips. If that were the case, he would first procure the Dragon Balls, wish for immortality, and then dedicate himself to rigorous training, ultimately seeking vengeance against son Wukong on Earth. Even if Wukong had also traversed time, with a bit of additional training, defeating that monkey would be a trivial endeavor. Before embarking on his journey, Frisia decided to eliminate the bothersome scions. He deliberately spared Vegeta's life, as the currently feeble prince would be easily crushed, which would not bring him joy. What would truly delight him would be to humiliate these 2 self-righteous scions when they believed victory was in their grasp by showcasing his overwhelming strength. The Cosmic Emperor had an innate talent for playing the fool to deceive his adversaries. As Frisia recounted his plans, Wukong suddenly comprehended the source of his earlier unease. The Frisia he faced this time was utterly unlike the one from his previous life. No longer cold and taciturn, he spoke more freely, and most notably, he could assess their strengths without the aid of instruments. During their encounters, he had several times seemingly evaded Wukong's attacks not by sight, but by sensing the energy. This familiarity rendered Wukong momentarily oblivious to the fact that Frisia had developed the ability to perceive energy. Indeed, during the month leading up to his departure for Namek, Frisia was far from idle. Although the conditions for enhancing his physical prowess were somewhat constrained, he found no hindrance in beginning to cultivate his energy. After engaging in several skirmishes with Son Goku, he came to realize that the ability to sense ki was an incredibly practical skill. Following half a month of meditation and training, he suddenly grasped that strengthening the body was merely one facet of cultivation. Mastering the utilization of ki could elevate his power to a new echelon. Take, for instance, his golden Frisia form, which was purely a product of brute force, a FAOD of high stats that lacked endurance and practicality, akin to laboriously propelling a spaceship in an awkward manner. However, upon attaining a certain degree of proficiency in the manipulation of ki, all actions became instinctive, allowing him to achieve his goals with minimal expenditure. This was the essence of combat. What Frisia did not anticipate was that during the latter half of the month, his practice in mastering ki would significantly enhance his strength. He entered a novel state, akin to having taken a half step into his golden form. Although the power boost was not as substantial as that of his pure golden state, It was characterized by reduced consumption and ease of mastery. If he could steadily progress towards his full golden form in this manner, he would surpass his previous self by a considerable margin. Upon disembarking from his spacecraft, he unexpectedly encountered Son Goku, who was blocking his path. Frieza had pursued him with the intent of confrontation, fully aware that Goku must have also traversed through time. His eyelids twitched in concern, fearing Goku had sensed his approach and was preparing to ambush him. However, upon a brief assessment, he discovered that Goku was, at present, pathetically weak, far weaker than during their initial encounter, and still had not fully matured. It appeared that the intervening years had been rather rushed for him. Frieza conducted a few simple tests and confirmed that Goku was oblivious to his own time travel. This simple-minded individual lacked the cunning of the genius Frieza. Given Goku and Vegeta's current state, their only trump card was their transformation, and Frieza was certain he would not be bested in this encounter. Indeed, even after merging into Vegeta, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, found himself utterly defenseless against Frieza. With his full power Kamehameha having depleted his stamina, Vegeta was now completely at Frieza's mercy. To add insult to injury, with his energy exhausted and in a precarious condition, the fusion was unable to be maintained, reverting them to their battered individual forms. Both were now in immense pain and utterly drained of strength, incapable of contending with Frieza. "We have no choice but to initiate our contingency plan," Goku said to Vegeta. Although Vegeta had not fully comprehended the prior dialogue between Frieza and Kakarot, he grasped one crucial point. Frieza's power exceeded Kakarot's expectations. Their trump cards appeared woefully fragile in the face of Frieza. Yet, from Kakarot's consciousness, he sensed another sentiment: time. If only they had a bit more time, he could cultivate himself to surpass Frieza. Even though Kakarot's mathematical prowess was lacking, his perception of strength remained accurate. Despite Frieza exceeding expectations, Kakarot still believed victory was attainable, and that with just a little more time, triumph was assured. This belief somewhat alleviated Vegeta's psychological burden of fleeing. "Damn it. Very well," Vegeta acquiesced. The contingency plan, of course, involved using the Dragon Balls to escape from Namek. However, according to Bulma's original design, they could not teleport directly to the rendezvous point to notify her, as that would provide Frieza with precious time to react. Whether he rushed to the meeting place or obliterated the planet, Bulma and her companions would not have sufficient time to summon the Eternal Dragon and make their wish. Thus, the agreed-upon method of communication was for Goku and Vegeta to minimize their energy to the lowest possible level. Once Bulma's team detected that the energy within both of them had weakened to an almost imperceptible degree, they would initiate the backup plan. Naturally, this carried risks. An energy signature that weak could indicate death, much like Vegeta at the outset. However, given the ability to resurrect with the Dragon Balls, the risk was not particularly daunting. At that moment, Goku had not suppressed his energy, indicating that the situation had not yet spiraled out of control, which is why Bulma had refrained from taking action. Now, with both of them retracting their energy, it served as a signal to Bulma far away. Yet, after several seconds, nothing unusual occurred. What is happening? Goku pondered as he gazed at the sky. Why hasn't it turned dark yet? The 7 Dragon Balls were already together. Summoning the Eternal Dragon should merely require reciting a spell, something Bulma had long memorized. Why, then, was there still no sign of activity? Lost in thought, Frieza suddenly materialized between the two, catching them completely off guard. He seized Vegeta by the throat, who struggled in vain against the vice-like grip. "Ha ha ha. Witnessing the transformation of you two monkeys from confident to utterly disheveled brings me immense joy," Frieza said with a grin. However, nothing lasts forever, and I must admit I've grown a bit weary of this. In that moment of struggle, Vegeta froze mid-motion, his body rigid in the air as a crimson hand pierced through his chest, blood cascading down Frieza's fingers. Frieza was no weakling. That strike had penetrated straight through his heart without hesitation, and regardless of a Scion's formidable vitality, death was inevitable. Frieza withdrew his hand, and Vegeta collapsed to the ground, devoid of any spark of life in his eyes. What a delightful experience. It surpasses the pleasure of any life I have extinguished before, Frieza remarked, licking the blood from his fingertips, a triumphant smile creeping onto his face as he then turned his gaze toward Goku. Goku clenched his fists tightly, uncertain of what had transpired on Bulma's end, why the Eternal Dragon had not been summoned for their escape. The only option was to teleport back and assess the situation. Just as he prepared to activate instant transmission, he suddenly glanced skyward. In the distant expanse of the heavens, an energy signature was approaching. Nanny? Frisia too sensed the anomaly in the sky. A spacecraft was hurtling towards the ground at breakneck speed, showing no signs of deceleration. The hull ignited as it scraped against the atmosphere, yet its occupants seemed eager for even greater velocity. Suddenly, the surrounding flames flickered, and the entire ship exploded, sending forth an energy that surged toward the ground faster than before. In the blink of an eye, it descended, appearing before Goku and Frisia at a speed that neither had anticipated, faster even than Frisia's transformation into his golden form. Finally recognizing the newcomer, Goku gasped in disbelief. Krillin. Chapter 33. The android Lisa's eyelids twitched slightly as she recognized the figure before her. She had encountered him a few times and recalled him as being quite feeble, lacking any significant presence. Currently, he appeared to be just as weak, providing little cause for concern. However, deep within, Frisia felt an ominous premonition brewing. A similar sense of unease was also felt by Goku, though he understood the reason behind it. Rather than pondering why Krillin had suddenly appeared on Namek, his primary concern was the remarkable enhancement of Krillin's strength. Just months prior, on Earth, Krillin had been an ordinary human. Now, he seemed to have ascended to a level nearly equivalent to Goku's normal state. While Goku himself had experienced a significant surge in power within a short span, he was a scion. Even decades later in his previous life, Krillin had not possessed such formidable strength. Moreover, the moment Krillin burst forth from the spaceship, the aura he emanated was far stronger, indicating that his current prowess was the result of a deliberate suppression of his energy. What if Krillin unleashed his full potential? Wait, Goku exclaimed suddenly. Krillin? Is that you? His words were not inquiring, but rather laden with profound skepticism. In his eagerness to gauge the strength of the energy, Goku had only just realized that the aura of the person before him was entirely different from that of Krillin. For martial artists, discerning individuals by their energy is remarkably accurate, even capable of detecting familial ties. Yet, the energy radiating from this person bore no resemblance to the Krillin he knew. With a different face, he would seem a complete stranger. Of course, it's me, Goku. Krillin responded, a cunning smile spreading across his face, one that was strikingly familiar, reminiscent of the expressions he wore when boasting during their training in their previous life. Goku suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia, as he realized he had not witnessed this aspect of Krillin in this life, evoking a feeling of having traversed through time. Well, it must be an issue with the aura. It's a long story, let us discuss it later, Krillin remarked, turning to Frisia with a mischievous grin. I'll take care of this guy first. How amusing, Frisia thought, though he maintained a demeanor of imperial superiority. It doesn't matter. It's merely one more life to extinguish. Wait, Krillin. He is incredibly strong, Goku warned. He was uncertain of the extent of Krillin's newfound strength, but he had yet to engage Frisia in combat during this life. Moreover, Frisia, in his semi-golden form, was a formidable adversary, one Goku had struggled against even in his Super Saiyan state. Even if Krillin had grown 100-fold stronger, his chances of victory were slim. Don't worry, Goku, Krillin reassured, gradually assuming a fighting stance. You'd better watch closely. Then I shall await the spectacle, Frisia replied, spreading his arms in a seemingly courteous gesture, though his face was rife with contempt. With a smirk, Krillin vanished from sight in an instant, his speed so extraordinary that it was nearly impossible to track. Had it not been for the lingering aura enveloping the area, Goku might have suspected he had employed instant transmission. Before Frisia could suppress the amused expression on his face, Krillin reappeared before him, delivering a powerful punch to Frisia's abdomen. A tremendous shockwave erupted from Frisia's lower back, the force so immense that it momentarily dispersed the air around them, leaving a silence that enveloped the surrounding area for dozens of meters. With a single punch, Frisia's pupils dilated and blood streamed from his orifices. Though he had merely endured a single blow, he found himself utterly incapacitated, as if every fiber of his being had been evenly struck. Clutching his abdomen, he stumbled back 2 steps before collapsing helplessly to the ground. How could this be possible? Both Frisia and Goku shared the same astonishment deep within. There were no elaborate techniques, merely raw physical power. With one encounter, Frisia had been defeated. To trace back the events, we must return 4 years prior. With the Dragon Balls at his disposal to subjugate the world, Pilaf's immediate concern was to eliminate the threat posed by Sun Wukong. Thus, he sought the mightiest force of the time, the Red Ribbon Army. Under the protection of the dragon, the Red Ribbon Army was resolutely obedient to Pilaf, willingly offering their trump card, Dr. Gero, for his command. Pilaf, possessing a certain technical acumen, believed that the strength achievable by Sun Wukong through sheer physicality could similarly be attained via scientific means. This aligned perfectly with Dr. Gero's project of creating artificial warriors, leading to a harmonious collaboration between the two. Pilaf provided Dr. Gero with the finest research resources, which would later become the foundation of the Pilaf Royal Academy of Sciences. To assess the strength of the first batch of artificial warriors, Pilaf orchestrated their infiltration into the World Martial Arts Tournament. This served the dual purpose of recruiting powerful combatants and testing the capabilities of the androids. Unexpectedly, these creations crumbled before Sun Wukong like mere paper, utterly dismantled in a single encounter. To Pilaf and Dr. Gero's astonishment, even those martial artists they had previously overlooked, such as Master Roshi, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan, easily bested their strongest androids. Furthermore, during the finals, with the Kamehameha and other techniques soaring through the air, Dr. Gero came to a startling realization. The world held facets he had never comprehended. With Krillin's involvement, although the research had to commence anew, progress was remarkably swift. Krillin demonstrated the technique of energy concentration to Dr. Gero and Dr. Brief, allowing Dr. Gero to quickly unravel its principles and finally resolve a significant personal quandary. So that's it, he exclaimed with exhilaration. The energy itself bore a force field, and when it filled the body, it formed a protective barrier. No wonder a mere mortal could effortlessly shatter steel. Indeed, life was the greatest creation in the universe. Dr. Brief, however, was less convinced. He argued that if they could discover a material highly compatible with energy, enabling a steel body to control the flow of energy through thought, it would undoubtedly surpass human abilities. The two debated the potential of their respective technological paths without reaching a definitive conclusion. Yet, they agreed that the strength of power was directly proportional to the quantity of energy, and as various functions were enhanced by the amount of energy. The crux of creating stronger androids became a matter of providing greater energy. Before long, as their research progressed, they uncovered that the generation and storage of energy were not confined to a specific organ within the human body, but were rooted in the entire nervous system. This explained why the palm, being the most nerve-rich area, was typically employed to condense energy outside the body. Though the specific principles remain unclear, this discovery established Dr. Gero's preeminent position within the project. Subsequently, they successfully developed a unique organ capable of autonomously producing and replenishing energy, which could be transplanted into the human abdomen, thereby interfacing with the nervous system and allowing the artificial beings to wield this power freely. However, a significant challenge persisted concerning its intensity. Although the core of the androids they created was considerably more potent than previous models, it could still barely withstand a few minutes in combat against Krillin. The explanation offered by Master Roshi was that martial prowess resides in the heart, and only through relentless forging of the will can immense strength be birthed. True power cannot be conjured from thin air. The two scientists dismissed this notion, having little faith in such idealism. This impasse lasted for 2.5 years, until the crisis involving Jinyu subsided. Krillin procured Jinyu's body from the divine realm for the two scientists to study, leading to a breakthrough. It turned out that their prior research had been based on earthly biology, which was understandable, while the scientists believed in the existence of other life forms in the universe. They had never contemplated this direction until they witnessed it firsthand. Suddenly, Dr. Gero pondered whether employing Dr. Brief's semi-mechanical methodology to create the core might prove viable. After experimenting with several approaches, they finally succeeded in manufacturing a core that could operate stably as a mechanical hybrid. This triumph was extraordinary. The total amount of energy contained within this core was beyond imagination, and its replenishment rate was astonishingly rapid. Though they could not comprehend it, they were greatly astonished. Dr. Gero and Master Roshi gathered around, scrutinizing the two cores laid out before them. The second core was created by Dr. Gero to validate the reproducibility of their results. Indeed, the newly crafted core was still remarkably powerful, but it also introduced a multitude of complications. To liken it to a nuclear bomb would be to insult the core. Dr. Brief could only estimate its magnitude, knowing full well that it could not only obliterate Earth, but would also suffice to annihilate Jupiter. More alarming was their complete ignorance of why this creation was so formidable, as it had been a mere stroke of luck that led to its discovery. Any slight deviation in configuration could render the core devoid of energy. As for how to manage these two cores, a heated debate ensued around the table. Dr. Jero advocated for implanting one into a human subject to observe its effects, while the others vehemently opposed this idea, fearing that such uncontrollable power might pose a grave threat to the world or even the entire universe. Dr. Jero, accompanied by his unthinking subordinates, engaged in prolonged discussions with Dr. Brief and Master Rashi, yet no conclusion was reached. At that moment, they received communication from the distant planet Namek. The mention of the Cosmic Emperor left everyone exchanging bewildered glances. In just a few months, their worldview had been reshaped repeatedly. Although they could currently rely on the Dragon Balls to escape, the fact that Jinyu was reportedly a high-ranking officer in Frisia's army meant that Earth had made powerful enemies. You must prepare for what lies ahead. Bulma harbored far greater concerns than she let on. While she believed Goku's words, the notion that he could contend with Frisia after merely a month of training was utterly contrary to her scientific instincts. Goku had spent years honing his combat prowess to reach a power level of several tens of thousands. How could he possibly expect to amplify that by several dozen times in such a brief span? Thus, Bulma suspected they would ultimately resort to the Dragon Balls to escape. However, after having angered this cosmic tyrant twice, she was left to ponder the implications for their future on Earth, what lay ahead. Such thoughts overwhelmed her. Yet, when Dr. Brief shared their recent discovery, Bulma was nearly compelled to bow her head in reverence through the screen. An 8 to the 8th power? How could that be? That would imply a combat power of at least 100 million. Anyone beside her would have witnessed her expression of sheer disbelief. With her anxieties about the future alleviated, Bulma ended the call with a buoyant spirit. Dr. Brief, however, found little humor in the situation. His daughter was light years away, facing the most formidable villain in the universe. This was intolerable. Without hesitation, he cast his vote in favor of immediately creating a super android warrior. Insisting they must rush to Namek to rescue his daughter, this was his sole condition. Dr. Jero, of course, raised both hands in support. Ultimately, Master Rashi couldn't help but exhale a sigh. The vastness of the universe exceeded his wildest imagination. And since they were up against an enemy that even Goku could not handle, it seemed that this core was indeed their last bastion of hope. Master Rashi also cast his vote in favor, with the stipulation that the subject of the transformation must be Krillin. He would not allow anyone with nefarious intentions to wield such power. Chapter 34, Homeward Bound. Krillin's transformation surgery proceeded remarkably well, and the deity graciously provided him with a sense of being to aid in his swift recovery. During this time, Dr. Brief constructed a new spacecraft for Krillin, making minor modifications to ensure they could reach Namek ahead of Frisia. He added a unique interface that utilized Ki as a propulsion system, allowing Krillin to accelerate the ship simply by channeling his energy. As a result, Krillin arrived on Namek in just 14 days. Had Frisia not acted more swiftly than Vegeta anticipated, the ensuing confrontation could have unfolded much more smoothly. Consequently, Krillin and Frisia arrived at Namek almost simultaneously. Bulma received the communication signal promptly, which is why she did not respond when Goku and the others signaled for retreat. She knew reinforcements were on their way. As for not informing Goku and Vegeta in advance, perhaps Bulma wished to gauge their potential. Or perhaps she simply sought to provoke Goku. She herself couldn't quite articulate the reason. On the battlefield, Frisia struggled to rise from the ground, his disbelief palpable as he gazed at the diminutive warrior before him, unable to comprehend the extraordinary power emanating from Krillin. Yet he felt an undeniable truth. He could not win. Absolutely not. Observing Krillin's poised demeanor, reminiscent of his own encounters with Vegeta, Frisia now found himself ensnared in the very trap he had once set. In an instant, Frisia experienced the full spectrum of emotions that Goku and Vegeta had faced moments before. Impressive, Krillin. Remarkably strong. In the background, Wukong clapped enthusiastically, his joy untainted by thoughts of the androids. He suddenly envisioned the upcoming tournament of power years later, now with an additional formidable warrior. Hey, Frisia, Wukong approached slowly. How about we collaborate? What? Krillin turned back in astonishment. I haven't even had my fill of fighting yet, and you want to call it quits? Wukong continued. Perhaps there will be another tournament of power in the future. The 7th universe requires your strength. It's time to cease your misdeeds and focus on your training. If it were the Frisia who would kill without a second thought, Wukong would choose to fight him to the death. However, if it were the Frisia he had fought alongside during the tournament, Wukong chose to place his trust in him. Humph, how Navi. Frisia managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Well, you're not entirely wrong. He held his injured abdomen and dusted himself off. I was merely teasing you all. Vegeta, you can use the Dragon Balls to revive me. I'm sure I'll be needed in the next tournament. Huh. Krillin shook his head like a rattle drum, glancing back and forth between the two, bewildered by the unfolding situation. You are indeed powerful, but I shall not concede. Wukong replied with a determined smile. Let us find an opportunity to spar again. I can't be bothered with you. I'm leaving. Frieza turned and soared toward the direction of his spaceship, the main cabin having been obliterated. Fortunately, a few escape pods survived. Even though Frieza's race could endure in space, it did not mean they could traverse the cosmos without guidance. Let us go home, Wukong declared cheerfully. Krillin's confusion reached its peak. Wait, are you all insane? I crossed the universe to deliver a punch, and now you want me to go home? Wukong awkwardly chuckled as he grabbed Krillin and instantaneously teleported away. On Namek, gathered together, Nail wore a grave expression. He detected an unwelcome guest, a being of terrifying strength, uncertain of friend or foe. Before he could comprehend the situation, Wukong and Krillin suddenly appeared before him. Yo, Nail, it's Son Goku. Has everything been resolved? Nail questioned, glancing toward the distance, still sensing Frieza's presence. Rest assured, it's all taken care of. Wukong replied cheerfully. Where's Vegeta? Raditz approached, inquiring. He accidentally died. We'll use the Dragon Balls to revive him later. The two men before him fell silent, bewildered. Frieza was alive, yet Vegeta was dead. How could this be considered resolved? Surely, you haven't defected? Just as Wukong struggled to explain, Krillin happily greeted Bulma. Meanwhile, in the synchronized orbit above Namek, a tiny capsule-shaped spaceship hovered in the void of space. Its hatch opened, revealing a pale-skinned being with a tail, staring intently at the planet. It was Frieza. Damn monkey, he seethed, his fists clenched tightly. Not only did he humiliate me, but he also dares to mention the Tournament of Power. To Frieza, the true threat to the seventh universe was not the tournament itself, but rather Son Goku, who recklessly gambled the entire universe on a whim. He was painfully naive, believing that a mere shout would ensure victory and that the vast universe revolved around him. He was even foolish enough to think we were allies. As this thought crossed his mind, Frieza's cheeks twitched incessantly. The term truly revolted him. His participation in the Tournament of Power was solely driven by the stakes of his own existence. Regardless of whether Goku had just obliterated planet Vegeta, forsaken his own subordinates, or personally slain Vegeta, the mere notion of fighting alongside him left him utterly disoriented. Let him pay the price for his absurd naivety. A smirk curled at the corners of Frieza's mouth as he raised a finger, a horrifying orb of black energy gradually coalescing. This strike would undoubtedly annihilate the entire Namekian planet in an instant, leaving no chance for the inhabitants below to escape. Nanny, the conversing crowd suddenly looked up in terror. Oh no. Goku instantly grasped the severity of the situation. If he couldn't defeat Frieza, he would resort to destroying the planet. This was the third time Frieza had employed such a tactic, and it was unfathomable that he had fallen for it once more. Krillin, bring him down. Bulma, summon the dragon. Hurry. The two initially hesitated, but quickly sprang into action, placing their unwavering trust in Goku. Kamehameha. Krillin rapidly gathered his energy, unleashing an immense blue beam that streaked through the heavens, aimed precisely at Frieza, who was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Almost simultaneously, Frieza pointed downward, sending a massive sphere of destructive energy hurtling toward planet Namek. Wait, wrong target. Nail, sensitive to the flow of energy, was the first to sense the anomaly. Frieza was not directly above them, resulting in Krillin's attack and Frieza's assault forming an angle. A direct shot at Frieza would not intercept his oncoming strike. Nanny. Krillin acted with remarkable speed. As the colossal energy sphere barely emerged, the Kamehameha surged forth, grazing its edge and creating a vast breach. The sphere could not maintain its form, fracturing into multiple smaller orbs, while the beam continued unabated, engulfing the astonished Frieza in mere moments. Damn it! The devastating Kamehameha disintegrated Frieza's body inch by inch, and in the blink of an eye, the cosmic tyrant had been reduced to cosmic dust, leaving behind an inaudible cry of rage. But it was not over yet. Goku exclaimed, witnessing the fragmented energy spheres from the Kamehameha scattering into smaller orbs, slightly misaligned, yet still racing toward planet Namek. Krillin unleashed several more Kamehameha waves, but targeting the erratic spheres proved far more challenging than striking the stationary Frieza. Ultimately, two residual waves landed at least 100,000 kilometers away from them. This is bad. The explosive energy surged toward the crust, causing the ground to fracture instantly. The area directly struck transformed into a sea of molten lava. While planet Namek had not been directly obliterated, it could not withstand the devastation for much longer. At that moment, lightning flashed, and dark clouds swiftly enveloped the sky, casting a shadow over the once vibrant planet. A colossal golden light shot up from the ground, heralding the arrival of the dragon Purunga, with a human body and serpent tail. State your wish, any wish. Teleport everyone on this planet except for Frisia to my home on Earth. Bulma shouted, not waiting for Purunga to finish his incantation. Bulma had encountered Shenron before, and though he appeared somewhat different this time, there was no time for her to ponder such thoughts in this moment. She had memorized the Namekian language for making wishes, though it seemed the portion concerning Frisia had lost its relevance. Purunga said nothing, sensing that it was not the appropriate moment for lengthy discourse. A flash of red light flickered in his eyes, and the next instant, everyone felt a lightness in their bodies, vanishing from their original location. They had chosen Bulma's home as their destination, a decision reached through discussion. It was essential to have a place to accommodate everyone, and Bulma's house was the perfect choice, spacious and discreet. If any disturbances were to arise, they could easily attribute them to Bulma's family, which was preferable to a multitude of Namekians causing chaos in the wilderness. In one moment, the world was shrouded in darkness, trembling and quaking. In the next, the sun shone brightly in a cloudless sky. They had arrived on Earth. 7 enormous dragon balls descended from the sky, landing on the lawn of Bulma's home. Nairu explained that this was due to the dragon balls following the Grand Elder, though he was uncertain whether it was him or Dandy leading the way. The Namekian dragon balls had returned to their original form before the wish was made, and the unprecedented act of teleporting the Wishmaker to the depths of the universe had never been attempted before. They were unclear about the principles behind the interruption of the spell. Bulma, with great enthusiasm, inquired if they had inadvertently gained a wish. Naira shook his head, stating he could sense that only 2 wishes remained. Such a miser, Bulma pouted. Suddenly, she turned to survey her surroundings and saw the Namekians, now devoid of fear, as well as Dr. Briefs approaching in a small vehicle. She spotted Krillin and Goku laughing heartily. After a month of tension, her heart relaxed, and she let out a breath, then dashed into the midst of everyone, exclaiming loudly, "Friends, welcome home. Let us celebrate." Chapter 35. Peaceful times. As the wealthiest person in the world, Bulma's residence boasted a miniature zoo, more than sufficient to accommodate thousands of Namekians. They had been transported back at noon, and Dr. Briefs had arranged for some robots to prepare lodging for the guests. Goku, battered and bruised, sat under a tree chatting with Krillin. Bulma initially intended to take him to the hospital, but Goku insisted it was unnecessary. Not fully understanding, Bulma sat nearby, waiting alongside him. Before long, the deity arrived with Master Roshi and Kairatsu, bringing with them the magical beans. Master Roshi was astonished by the sight of so many beings resembling the deity, curiously mingling among them to observe these exotic beauties. Upon learning that Namekians reproduced asexually, he expressed his surprise. Goku and Raditz each consumed a magical bean, instantly recovering from their injuries, a spectacle that left Bulma in awe. The efficacy of these beans was truly miraculous. Nairu remarked to the deity, who sensed a trace of divine essence emanating from Nairu, gradually understanding his identity. The two engaged in a pleasant conversation. "Your ability to accomplish these feats instinctively is quite impressive," Nairu marveled. Though Nairu did not embody the Grand Elder's persona, the memories influenced his character, and he was more than willing to exhibit aspects of the Grand Elder's demeanor. "What astonished me even more was your remarkable ability to embody both the healing prowess of the Namekians and the combative talents of the warrior class. Perhaps it is our rigid conventions that have inadvertently stifled the growth of our kin." Nello cast a deep gaze upon his fellow clansman. Bulma squatted beside Goku, examining a single senzu bean in her hand. Years prior, when she was injured by shrapnel, it was Goku who had rescued her with this very item. Back then, in her youth, she was oblivious to the scientific marvel of it all. Now, in retrospect, she found it truly extraordinary. "Goku," she began. Goku replied, gazing at her with a blissful expression. "It would be wise to refrain from consuming these too frequently," Bulma expressed, a hint of concern crossing her features. "Why not?" Goku blinked his clear, innocent eyes. "Setting aside the instantaneous healing, the ability to restore stamina is rather peculiar. For someone as formidable as you, the power within should be immense, far beyond what a mere being could achieve. I suspect it may be detrimental to your lifespan." "Really?" Goku exclaimed, a shiver running down his spine. I cannot say for certain, Bulma shrugged. However, until I fully comprehend its principles, it would be prudent for you to abstain from consuming them, all right? Goku pondered, resting his chin in thought. Well, it's not an issue to skip them regularly. But during battles, rest assured, Goku, Krillin interjected, puffing out his chest with pride. From now on, I'll look out for you. His laughter grew increasingly boisterous, prompting Goku to join in, understanding the source of Krillin's newfound strength. Though he could not grasp all the intricate details, the mention of androids sparked instant clarity. Krillin had transformed into something akin to androids 17 and 18. The thought of sharing this power with Krillin filled him with immense joy. Bulma, observing their merriment, felt her spirits lift as she silently cherished their laughter. Suddenly, Goku seemed to recall something, smiling at Bulma. I'll heed your advice. I'll only eat the senzu beans when you say it's all right. Their eyes locked, and Bulma blushed, rising abruptly and exclaiming, as long as you understand. Before turning away in haste. From his concealed vantage behind a tree, Raditz sighed, feeling disconnected from the jubilant atmosphere. Though they had triumphed in battle, he felt as though he had lost everything. Vegeta was gone, and planet Vegeta lay in ruins. He harbored little affection for this planet, and felt utterly adrift regarding the future. Only when he beheld Kakarot's unrestrained joy did a flicker of emotion stir within him. A sentiment entirely at odds with the Saiyan nature, intensifying his confusion. The Namekians remained occupied until dusk, and as night fell, the festivities commenced in earnest. The dining tables were set outdoors, illuminated by dozens of drones hovering above, casting a brightness akin to that of an indoor banquet. Lively conversations filled the air around each table, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The chef serving the food glanced nervously at the ravenous Goku and Raditz, beads of sweat forming on his brow, knowing that a significant portion of the banquet's provisions was being devoured by this table alone. I never anticipated that Earth's cuisine could be so delectable, Raditz remarked, stuffing his mouth, his speech somewhat muddled. Of course, Wukong exhibited a similar demeanor, as acknowledged by Lord Beerus, who declared that the culinary delights of Earth are unparalleled throughout the cosmos. Upon hearing Lord Beerus's name, the deity felt a subtle twitch at the corner of his eye, reflecting an internal realization of Wukong's audacity. Naru, upon encountering this name for the first time, felt a flicker of fear etched within his divine essence. Meanwhile, Bulma, having narrowly escaped disaster, joyfully filled her glass with red wine, delighting in her youthful exuberance at the age of 19, completely carefree. Dr. Brief, maintaining a placid expression, silently observed the gathering while smoking a cigarette. As Bulma began to indulge in her libations, she engaged Naru in lively conversation. Isn't our Earth's environment far superior? Planet Namek is simply too desolate. If I had to endure that kind of existence for a month, I would rather perish. I suggest that you all consider staying here on Earth instead. Naru chuckled softly, shaking his head. If any of my kin wish to remain, I shall not stand in their way. However, Namek is our homeland, and restoring its prosperity is our duty. I must return. Fine then. Bulma took another sip from her glass. Let me offer some advice. Those senzu beans, aren't they a specialty of yours? You should cultivate them upon your return. Grow them vigorously. Who wouldn't appreciate a life-saving remedy in a critical moment? Given the vastness of the universe, it would be prudent for everyone to carry a senzu bean. If only you could produce them, you could demand any price you desire. I dare say a single packet of senzu beans could be exchanged for a spaceship. Bulma's enthusiasm grew with each word, and Naru nodded in agreement. Before mass production, selling them as luxury items would surely find a market on Earth. It was essential to continuously improve craftsmanship and enhance production efficiency. By the following day, when Naru summoned several Namekians to consult with Bulma, she found herself overwhelmed, unable to recall what she had previously said. Bulma regained her clarity only in the afternoon of the next day. As the representative of Earth, the deity discussed future arrangements with Naru, as well as the distribution of remaining wishes from the Dragon Balls. This exchange left Master Roshi in awe as he observed two Namekians negotiating matters between their civilizations. I need one wish to resurrect Tenshinhan. Wukong interjected loudly, emphasizing the purpose of their journey to Namek. Naru nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing Wukong as a savior of the Namekian people and agreeing to assist with this modest request. From Namek's perspective, one wish was required to restore their planet, while another was needed to return them home, Naru stated, to which the deity consented, noting that the two Dragon Balls conveniently still had 3 wishes remaining. The task of restoring Namek would be entrusted to the Earth's dragon, and once your final wish was granted, the Namekian Dragon Balls would accompany you back. In the aftermath of the great battle on Namek, remarkably, none of the Namekians perished. The Grand Elder, nearing the end of his days, had infused his power into Naru, rendering resurrection unnecessary. As for those who fell at the hands of Frisia in the earlier conflict, they would have to wait until the following year to be revived with Earth's Dragon Balls, as restoring the planet took precedence. Raditz shyly raised his hand. Could we perhaps revive Vegeta as well? Nairu's expression was slightly awkward. After all, Vegeta was initially an invader. Even when he fought against Frisia, it was primarily for his own benefit, making it difficult to claim he had any gratitude towards Namek. However, considering that he had fought valiantly, Nairu nodded slightly. Very well. We are willing to grant one wish from Purunga. Really? Thank you, said Kaiotsu, his gratitude somewhat awkward, as he rarely expressed such words. Then let the third wish be to resurrect Vegeta. As for our return, we can wait a year, Nairu stated. During that year, we will find a place to be self-sufficient, so as not to trouble Mr. Bulma. Oh, no problem at all, Bulma smiled, cigarette in mouth. You can stay as long as you like, or I can provide you with a few spaceships for your return journey. After all, you still need to conduct business with Bulma, right? Exactly, Bulma suddenly interjected. With our current divine production being so low, we've only managed to gather a single jar over hundreds of years. Once it's gone, we'll all be left staring blankly. You have plenty of people. Make the most of it. Earth will gladly accept the harvest. Bulma patted her chest, completely oblivious to the fact that she had just jested with the deity of Earth. This scene made Master Roshi reflect on how times had truly changed. Back when he trained with Master Mateto, even Korin seemed so distant and unattainable. Naira hesitated. The generosity of the others left him somewhat at a loss. What is there to hesitate about? Bulma slammed her hand on the table. Are you expecting us to fetch the sins of beans ourselves after you produce them? Consider these spaceships as an advance payment. Nairu released a relieved smile. She was indeed correct. Then thank you all from Earth. All right, everything is settled. Let's hurry and make our wishes. Bulma exclaimed eagerly, lifting 2 bags filled with shimmering Dragon Balls. The super treasures from both worlds, as if they were mere potatoes. This time, she intended to take her time and fully observe the appearance of the dragon. Chapter 36. The Wish-Granting Dragon. With great enthusiasm, Bulma walked into the courtyard, placing the 2 sets of Dragon Balls on the ground. The Dragon Balls, already in a gathered state, radiated a brilliant golden light, their divine power seemingly surging forth uncontrollably. Curious onlookers began to gather around, while Bulma, unable to contain her excitement, approached the larger Dragon Ball and shouted in the Namekian language, "Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish." Suddenly, dark clouds appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the earth, with lightning coursing through them. A tremendous golden bolt of lightning struck from the ground toward the heavens, heralding the arrival of the serpent-bodied dragon, Purunga. Bulma retrieved a capsule she had prepared earlier, containing the frozen body of Tien. Goku and Krillin had already arrived. They gently lifted Tien from the freezing chamber and carefully placed him on the grass before the dragon. With everything in place, Bulma shouted at the top of her lungs, "Resurrect Tien." "Not a problem," Purunga replied without a moment's hesitation. A flash of red light enveloped Tien's body, and in an instant, life was restored within him, causing him to sit up abruptly. The unfamiliarity of his surroundings instilled a sudden sense of fear, and then he recalled the suffocating pressure from Jinyu. Yet, in the next moment, this dreamlike awakening brought clarity to his situation. "I am dead again." Tianjin Fan gazed at his own body, his eyes filled with reluctance. "Congratulations on coming back to life, Tianjin Fan," Krillin exclaimed, patting him on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. Tianjin Fan's expression froze as he stared in astonishment at Krillin and Goku beside him, suddenly overwhelmed by an extraordinary shock. How could this be? The aura emanating from these two was astonishingly powerful, even surpassing that of the monstrous creature. It was evident that they were not in a battle stance, implying that such formidable energy was merely the tip of the iceberg they had restrained. He believed he had trained diligently enough, yet before these two, he felt as insignificant as an ant, causing him to clench his fists in frustration. After a moment, Tianjin Fan shook off his distracting thoughts and inquired, "How long have I been dead?" "Let me think. It should be around 3 or 4 months." Krillin replied while counting on his fingers. Tianjin Fan's eyelids twitched. Judging by Krillin and Bulma's appearances, time indeed seemed short. But for Krillin to have become this strong in just 3 months was utterly absurd. Ahem, Purunga felt a bit awkward, as it was the first time someone had engaged in casual conversation in his presence. "I can grant you one wish," he offered. "Speak, any wish you desire." The group exchanged glances, nodding towards Bulma, while Raditz' eyes sparkled with anticipation. After reflecting on the Namekian language, Bulma shouted, "I wish to resurrect Vegeta." Very well. Barunga concentrated his divine energy, his eyes glowing red. However, this time, the light did not vanish instantly. It lingered for quite a while, suggesting that this wish might be challenging to fulfill. Wait, Goku suddenly realized, after we make the wish, won't Vegeta be resurrected on Namek? But that place has already been destroyed. Nanny! Bulma and Raditz exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes widening in shock as they yelled at Goku. Why didn't you mention something so crucial earlier? Hold on. Bulma urgently turned to Barunga. What I meant was, let Vegeta be resurrected here, right here. She dramatically pointed at the ground beneath them. Yet Barunga seemed not to hear, his eyes still shimmering with red light. After a while, the glow finally dimmed, and his calm voice emerged. Vegeta refuses to be resurrected. Please make another wish. Everyone was taken aback. One could refuse resurrection? How could that even be possible? Even the experienced Goku was bewildered, having never encountered such a situation before. Before anyone could collect their thoughts, a voice suddenly resonated in their minds. Humph. There is no need for unnecessary actions. I do not wish to be resurrected. Vegeta, Raditz and Goku shouted in unison. But Goku's reaction was not one of confusion, but rather of joy. So, you went to Lord Kai's place. Indeed, Vegeta had intended to boast about his newfound fortune. But since Kakarot already knew his whereabouts, it was clear he had been there, explaining why he had used the Kaioken technique. Vegeta, wait. But seeing Vegeta's intent to bid farewell, Raditz hastily spoke, though he struggled to find the right words. Raditz, Vegeta's voice echoed. And Raditz seemed to envision the prince's proud demeanor as he looked down upon him. Focus on your training over there. You need not worry about my affairs. We will meet again sooner or later. That is all. Having spoken, Vegeta withdrew his hand from the back of the King Kai and departed without a backward glance. Hey, it seems you mistook me for a phone. The King Kai lamented, waving his diminutive arms. Raditz gazed into the distant sky, his emotions swirling in complexity. Vegeta's words seemed to imply a farewell until they would meet again in the afterlife, suggesting that for this lifetime, they had bid eternal adieu. Raditz perceived Vegeta as the last hope of the Scions, yearning for his resurrection to lead them forward. Yet, he was uncertain whether Vegeta was content with the life in that realm or merely wished to avoid being cared for by others. Regardless, it was clear that not being revived was his true desire, a wish Raditz did not wish to contravene. The others paid little heed to Raditz's melancholic reflections, their minds preoccupied as the planned wish suddenly became unnecessary. Speak your wishes, Barunga urged once more. Bulma pondered for a moment before declaring, I wish to restore the obliterated Namek. A bead of awkward cold sweat trickled down Barunga's forehead. That wish exceeds my capabilities. What a disappointment, Bulma sighed. Hands on her hips, while Barunga cleared his throat, feigning ignorance of her discontent. Speak your wishes. Bulma glanced back at the others, pondering how to utilize this wish. They exchanged glances, devoid of inspiration. How about using this wish to send everyone back to Namek? Goku suggested suddenly. We came here by wishing, so surely we can return. That does make sense, Bulma nodded thoughtfully, resting her chin on her hand. I have no objections, said Nail calmly. He preferred teleportation over a spaceship, as it felt more like a triumph of their own Namekian strength, sparing Earthlings any further trouble. Then let us first restore Namek to its former glory, Bulma proclaimed, striding towards another pile of shimmering Dragon Balls. Arise, dragon. Grant my wish. Barunga, taken aback, raised a hand in confusion. Just then, a golden light erupted from the ground, and golden thunder coalesced into a serpentine dragon, spiraling through the sky, its form solidifying into green scales. A resounding dragon roar echoed across the heavens. The Earth Dragon had arrived. State your wish, the dragon intoned, but before he could finish, his voice faltered as he glanced at Barunga, a large question mark materializing on his face. What is happening? What is this all about? It's not unusual to see another of my kind. What is extraordinary is why they are meeting. Who casually summons two dragons? Those on the ground were equally astonished. The simultaneous emergence of two dragons was a spectacle unlikely to be witnessed again. Bulma addressed the Earth Dragon. Please restore the destroyed Namek. Not a problem. The dragon replied with a steady voice, exuding an air of professionalism. A vibrant red glow ignited in his eyes, radiating a brilliance that nearly enveloped the entire cosmos. An unperceivable divine force traversed the vast universe, reshaping the distant planet to its state from days prior. Thus, I take my leave. The Shenlong recited his fixed lines. But before vanishing, he cast a fleeting glance at Palunga, surveying him with a discerning eye. A semblance of understanding flickered in his mind, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips as he transformed into 7 golden rays, soaring across the globe. At this moment, the sky ought to have cleared. Yet the presence of the Shenlong kept the clouds shrouded and dim. Palunga's mood mirrored the somber skies. The unspoken gaze of the Shenlong pierced deeply into his pride, leaving him feeling acutely awkward, unsure of where to place his hands, and hesitant to urge the people below once more. Nairu had already informed his kin to prepare for their return home. Meanwhile, Bulma rested her chin in thought, contemplating the significance of a wish. They were not in a dire escape, and utilizing it for mere transportation seemed excessive. Initially, it was only a matter of providing them with some spacecraft. Anything solvable with money hardly constituted a wish in her eyes. Palunga, Bulma suddenly spoke. If I wish for you to help me answer a question, would that count as a wish? Indeed, Palunga replied, his voice low yet filled with unwavering confidence. Then, can you answer any question? I mean, can you guarantee that you know everything? Palunga exhaled deeply, a hint of pride in his tone. The Shenlong tribe embodies the consciousness of the universe, knowing all truths. There exists no question I cannot answer. Fearing a loss of face, he quickly added, should I fail to answer your question, consider the wish nullified, and I shall permit you to articulate another. Bulma glanced at Nairu, who reassured her, do not hesitate. If it is a question only the Shenlong can resolve, Miss Bulma, feel free to ask. We are already content with restoring Namek through the Earth's Dragon Balls and seek no further wishes. The other Namekians nodded in agreement, their expressions devoid of discomfort despite just being informed of their departure. They appreciated Bulma's kindness. Taking a deep breath, Bulma resolved to pose a question she had pondered for a long time without clarity. I want to know, she declared resolutely. What is the essence of martial arts and the path to strength? Previously, I had not considered this question. A common critique in fan fiction is the inconsistency with the original narrative. The earlier chapters received considerable feedback regarding this, so I wish to preemptively address it. The next chapter will formally begin to explain certain core story elements that diverge from the original, which is why the subtitle of the book is New Discourses of the Universe. This serves as a precursor, perhaps making it easier for everyone to accept the forthcoming chapter. Additionally, as I am a 996 worker, the daily output of 3,000 words is quite demanding. The next chapter concludes the Frisian arc. But as we transition to a new chapter, many details remain unfinished, leading to a significant drop in writing efficiency. Therefore, I will take a 2-day break over the weekend. After completing tomorrow's updates, the next installment will be scheduled for Monday. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 37. The essence of racial energy, the essence of martial arts, and the pursuit of strength? What sort of question is this? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. The martial artists instinctively began to ponder their own answers. Perseverance? Kindness? Responsibility? These were Master Roshi's thoughts. Combat? Victory? Honor? This was Radit's perspective. Strength? Protecting comrades? Safeguarding the weak. This was conceived by Wukong and Krillin. However, Bulma was not inquiring about such metaphysical matters. She continued, for instance, why is it that after enduring 6 arduous years of training, Goku's battle power only increased from several dozens to tens of thousands, yet upon arriving at Namek, he was able to elevate it from tens of thousands to over 1 million in just a month? It seems that battle power is exponentially related to physical strength. What is the fundamental reason behind this? I understand your question, Barunga replied slowly. This is due to a significant decrease in the number of connections to the racial energy source, allowing him to draw power from it with greater ease. The racial energy source? What does that entail? Literally, it refers to the source of energy for a particular race. Are you referring to distinctions such as Earthlings and Namekians? Precisely. Barunga appeared quite animated, seemingly pleased to regain his earlier composure, unfazed by whether he had already answered many of Bulma's inquiries. The number of connections? Does that refer to population? Bulma suddenly pondered. Exactly. Bulma's thoughts became remarkably clear. So, the average individual strength is inversely proportional to the number of individuals? Your description is quite accurate. Is the total amount of energy for all races a fixed value? Not at all. Then, is the total that each individual receives the entirety? What happens at the moment of a person's death? All right, Barunga interjected, raising his hand to halt Bulma. You have posed too many questions. I can only say that the mechanisms involved with the racial energy source are exceedingly complex, and the rules set by the angels for each energy source vary significantly, making it impossible to clarify each one. Delving too deeply may not necessarily yield beneficial insights. Barunga slowly raised his gaze, staring into the distance, seemingly burdened by some heavy thoughts. I have answered your questions. Farewell. With that, Barunga's form dissolved into 7 golden orbs. Nairu raised his hand and grasped the air, causing the dragon balls, which were about to scatter across the globe, to be momentarily frozen in place. As the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, the 7 golden rays lost their brilliance and transformed into 7 ordinary spherical stones, which fell heavily onto the grass. Bulma gazed at the depressions in the ground, marveling, and cast a sidelong glance at the celestial being, slightly dissatisfied, saying, "Why don't you learn from them? So we don't have to search for the Dragon Balls again in a year?" The celestial being furrowed his brow in annoyance, realizing that his strength was not even in the same league as Nairu's. Cough, cough, cough. Master Roshi coughed heavily to ease the tension for the celestial being. By the way, Bulma, what did your earlier dialogue with the dragon signify? I didn't comprehend it at all. Master Roshi scratched his head awkwardly, feeling that the dragon had perhaps spoken of some essence of martial arts, yet he was completely lost. Oh, right. Let us head to the conference room. I think I understand. Bulma exclaimed eagerly as she walked ahead. Regarding the essence of martial arts, those engaged in battles naturally held their own thoughts and were curious about the answer provided by the omnipotent dragon. Meanwhile, Dr. Brief and Dr. Gero, the 2 scientists, had gleaned from Bulma's words that her conclusion was certainly not mere idealism, but seemed to involve the essence of energy, and they curiously followed her. Once everyone had entered the conference room and settled down, Bulma had already brought in a blackboard, on which she drew a large oval and labeled it with the words racial energy source. All right, Bulma, please enlighten us on the matter, Dr. Briefs remarked. A cigarette perched between his lips. It is quite straightforward. Imagine it as a source of energy related to the race, Bulma replied, tapping the blackboard before sketching a few stick figures beneath. This represents all of you who are training. The total amount of energy is limited. The more practitioners there are, the weaker each individual becomes. It's that simple. With a dismissive toss of her marker, she spread her arms wide, as if to say, see, how simple it is. Except for the 2 doctors, who appeared contemplative, the others still looked bewildered. But what does this have to do with my strength? Goku inquired, striving to comprehend Bulma's reasoning, for this was also his own perplexity. Because the Scions have been exterminated, Bulma stated, and an immediate silence enveloped the conference room. The concept of a racial energy source implies that the total power of all Scions is finite. Thus, as their numbers dwindle, each individual's strength amplifies. Therefore, following Frisia's obliteration of planet Vegeta, your powers surge dramatically. What a ridiculous theory, Raditz scoffed. The Scions have always been a warrior race. Even during the peak population of planet Vegeta, our strength far surpassed that of Earthlings. Bulma remained unfazed. I consulted the dragon, and the total energy of each race is not fixed. Perhaps the Scions possess an exceptionally vast energy source, which is why they are deemed a warrior race. As evidence, during my time on Namek, I discovered that the average combat power of Namekians is around 1,200 times that of Earthlings, yet they are not regarded as a warrior race. This is likely due to their smaller energy source, which, having dwindled to a few thousand individuals, has allowed them to reach such combat levels. Raditz fell silent, contemplating this notion, which seemed plausible, suggesting that the Scions indeed are a noble warrior race. At that moment, Dr. Gero suddenly had a revelation and turned to Dr. Briefs. Do you think? Dr. Briefs nodded, and the 2 shared a knowing glance towards Krillin, causing him to shudder. What is going on? Krillin asked, sensing the tension. The core of the android within you. No wonder you are so powerful, Dr. Gero mused. It appears we may have inadvertently created a device that draws strength from a particular energy source. Since this race is likely extinct, Krillin, as the sole survivor, finds it effortless to harness such power. Dr. Gero nodded, yet felt a twinge of discontent. If this were the case, mass-producing Krillin's core would be meaningless. It would only weaken all androids and potentially diminish Earth's defense. This theory, Master Roshi interjected, is exceedingly malevolent. The assembly turned to Master Roshi, who, along with the nearby deity, bore serious expressions. Does this not imply that to become the strongest, one must annihilate their own race? His gaze swept over the crowd before he sighed. I refuse to accept such a theory. I believe that true power emanates from the heart. Those devoid of a just spirit shall never stand atop the pinnacle. I have a request. Even if you believe in this theory, do not propagate it. Master Roshi did not voice the latter part of his thought, yet Bulma felt a chill run down her spine. Self-destruction. If a belligerent nation were to uncover this secret, the outcome might very well be a battle to the last man, perhaps explaining the extinction of the race within Kellen. She suddenly regretted her inquiry, realizing why Baranja had mentioned that profound understanding is not necessarily advantageous. After a moment of silence, Bulma cheerfully interjected, "Well, there's no need to be so pessimistic. Didn't Baranja say that this is merely a general notion? The actual mechanisms are exceedingly intricate. Perhaps there are some forms of retribution at play, otherwise the inhabitants of the universe would have perished long ago. Indeed, I firmly believe that the angels are benevolent." Angels, one mused. Kellen appeared contemplative. "Oh, we should seize an opportunity to inquire with Whis," Goku remarked nonchalantly. The deity shuddered whenever Goku discussed divine beings. It felt as if he were merely engaging in casual conversation, inevitably leading to trouble. "Hey, Goku, you know angels?" Bulma queried. "Indeed, every universe boasts an angel. Our universe's angel is named Whis. He is rather amiable and enjoys delectable treats. If you prepare some ice cream or the like for him, he should be inclined to share with us." Angels? In every universe? Bulma suddenly recalled how Goku often uttered enigmatic phrases. Previously, she had dismissed them as the musings of a martial artist with a particular belief system, but now, after encountering deities, dragons, Namek, and Frisia, Bulma began to realize that Goku might indeed possess knowledge of astonishing secrets. "Where did you learn all of this?" Bulma inquired cautiously for the first time. "One might say it's all from experience. I even trained with Whis once." "Trained with an angel? When did that occur?" "Many years ago, before I returned to my childhood." "Return to childhood?" The deity interrupted their discussion, declaring, "Allow me to clarify matters regarding Goku." Goku, truly oblivious to matters beyond combat, had spent several years in the divine realm, where the deity and Bobo had pieced together fragments of stories, ultimately forming a more coherent timeline. The significant events on Earth began with the invasion of Raditz, followed by Vegeta, Frisia, Dr. Gero, and culminating with Majin Buu and the God of Destruction. Many details were omitted. For instance, they were aware that Trunks was also a time traveler, yet the information regarding him was vastly incomplete, leaving much to be clarified. With the deity elucidating the situation, the logic became markedly clearer, and no one doubted the veracity of the claims. However, the two who had appeared as antagonists felt somewhat awkward, their eyes twitching at every mention of their names. "Trunks is my son." Bulma's focus shifted entirely elsewhere. Then, who is his father? Her voice dwindled as she gazed at Goku with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "It's Vegeta." "Nanny, how could I possibly marry such a cold individual?" "Nanny, how could a prince marry a feeble earth woman?" The two exclamations nearly echoed in unison. Goku cleared his ears. "I'm not certain what your situation entails. I only know that the next time we met, Trunks had already been born." Bulma felt her face flush with embarrassment. "Wukong, who is Gohan's mother?" she stammered, her words tumbling over one another in confusion. "Who is this Chi-Chi?" As Wukong pondered how to explain, he finally said, "She is the daughter of the Ox King." "Nanny, the daughter of the Ox King?" This time, it was Master Roshi who gasped in astonishment. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed a splendid match for Gohan, the grandson of Goku, to wed the daughter of the Ox King. Bulma shot him a sharp glare. All right, the deity interjected, attempting to calm the chaotic atmosphere. "In truth, our world has undergone a profound transformation from an unknown juncture. History is no longer a mere repetition. The presence of Raditz and Grohl here serves as testament to that. We need not be ensnared by the histories of others. We ought to live our lives to the fullest." Bulma fixed her gaze on the deity, then glanced at Goku, and resolved silently within herself. The threats that Earth once faced had all been preemptively addressed. There remained 20 years until the crisis of Majin Buu. She and Por would find a way to eliminate this looming danger. As for Lord Beerus, the deity felt an involuntary tightness in his throat that was beyond our comprehension. And we must simply let things unfold naturally. "So, does that mean we don't have to do anything?" Krillin inquired. "Indeed," the deity nodded. "Should trouble arise, I shall seek your assistance. Of course, we must continue to grow stronger," Goku declared with unwavering determination. "There may still be many unknown dangers lurking in the universe. To protect everyone and safeguard Earth, we must diligently train. Thus, this momentous gathering, which had ramifications across the universe, came to an end. Each individual ventured forth towards their own future, with their next reunion set to occur 21 years hence. Chapter 38. A Few Hellish Jokes, Part 1. In the Underworld. A narrow path wound its way through thick, yellow clouds, where pearly, spherical orbs floated above. At the far end of this road stood a magnificent hall, the Hall of Yama, where the departed souls of the universe entered in an orderly fashion. A colossal table dominated the center of the hall, and seated behind it was the imposing figure of Yama, the ruler of the underworld, whose presence compelled the awaiting souls to look up in awe. However, from a distance, one would notice Yama clad in a striped suit, with pencils and small notebooks scattered across the table alongside a landline telephone, an image reminiscent of a weary office worker. At that moment, Yama's expression was not one of solemnity. Rather, the pencil in his hand rhythmically swayed as he perused the ledger of deeds with apparent delight. Name, Naba, species, Scion, he mused, glancing at the soul before him. Oh, a Scion? I didn't expect to see one here, especially after your planet was just destroyed. Last month was quite taxing for me, Yama recalled, sighing at the memory of his month-long sleepless overtime. Fortunately, that's all behind us now. Let's see. Good deeds, 17. TSK. Not many Scions have high merit. But yours is exceedingly low. How laughable. How dare you presume to instruct me, an elite warrior? As he spoke, Naba attempted to gather energy within, yet nothing transpired. He was merely a soul, devoid of a corporeal form. I see, the King of Hell remarked, entirely unfazed by his reaction, for Scions were all too predictable. With deliberate strokes, he inscribed in the punishment section of the ledger, documenting the daily torment inflicted by the strong, before selecting one of the stamps on the table to imprint a massive seal on the left side, calmly declaring, "Off to hell you go." The ledger vanished in response, and Naba was escorted away by a staff member who bore horns and appeared utterly uninspiring, lacking any semblance of combat prowess. Yet, his grip on Naba's hand rendered any resistance futile, as Naba shouted while being dragged through a doorway marked with regions. The expressions of all present, save for Naba, remained stoic. Such scenes were commonplace for them. The King of Hell tapped the table, summoning the next individual to continue his routine. After a few minutes, another entry in the ledger caught his attention. Elder, the god of Namek has perished? He lifted his gaze to behold a colossal figure standing before him, towering above half the height of the table, significantly larger than ordinary souls and staff. This was the privilege of the divine. Upon death, one could reconstruct their physical form. Namek is rather tumultuous, the King of Hell mused, shaking his head before stamping the document. To heaven you shall go. Yes, Lord King, the elder replied respectfully. Moments later, yet another extraordinary entry appeared in the ledger. Oh, another Scion? Humph, who would have thought the underworld truly existed? Vegeta surveyed his surroundings with calm detachment. Let me assess your good deeds, the King of Hell murmured. Enough with the pleasantries. Send me to hell, Vegeta demanded. As a proud prince, he could descend to hell on his own terms, but he would never acquiesce to another's judgment. No one could compel him to act against his will. Oh, how peculiar, the King of Hell remarked, having never encountered a Scion with such an attitude. A score of 39? Quite commendable in comparison. What? If we consider only the past year, your good deeds have reached an impressive 41. The king adjusted his glasses, noting the positive trajectory. Alas, you passed too soon. Had you lived another decade, you might have been worthy of heaven. Despite this, the King of Hell adhered to protocol, having presided over the underworld for eons and witnessed countless similar situations. Just as he was about to seize the stamp representing hell, a voice interrupted him. Lord King, might you grant this individual clemency? The elder's voice suddenly emerged from the side. Ah, the god of Namek, you have not departed yet? I anticipate familiar faces will soon follow. I wish to see who arrives next. And this individual? This Scion has exerted efforts to protect Namek. It appears he has sacrificed himself for its sake. The King of Hell scrutinized the ledger, focusing intently on the final line. Do not flatter yourself. Vegeta's voice emanated from the luminous sphere. All I did was for my own sake. The King of Hell scratched his head, finding this individual's character rather intricate, making it challenging to render a judgment. However, only those with over 55 good deeds may ascend to heaven. Lord King, that is not my intention. The Grand Elder spoke calmly. With remarkable combat talent, I hope to recommend him to Lord King of the realm, aspiring that he cultivates his temperament and contributes more to the universe in the future. Is that so? That is rather simple. The space where King of the Realm resides is just above hell. A moment's carelessness can lead one to the underworld, yet it does not disturb the order of heaven. Very well. As the King of Hell spoke, he closed the merit ledger of Vegeta and lightly tapped the table twice. Suddenly, Vegeta's soul merged into a corporeal form. Identical to his previous self, even his battle attire restored to pristine condition. The only distinction was a visible yet intangible halo above his head. Vegeta gazed at his body in astonishment. It felt exactly as it always had, yet in reality, it was not his original body, which sent a shiver down his spine. Vegeta, go seek Lord King of the Realm, the King of Hell instructed. Why should I heed your commands? Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly, irritated by their demeanor. Vegeta, this is the Grand Elder's suggestion. Lord King of the Realm is the deity governing the Eastern Galaxy, the most formidable being. By learning from him, your strength can advance significantly. If you neglect your training in this underworld and in a few years, Goku and the others resurrect you with the Dragon Balls, you will find yourself significantly weaker than them. What? Vegeta's heart jolted. This struck a nerve. Damn it, where is that King of the Realm? He turned to leave, but paused beside the Grand Elder, glancing at the lengthy line of souls. Forget it, I will leave later. Huh. The King of Hell was perplexed. Lord King of Hell, I wish to stay a few more minutes to observe the outcome of that battle. Oh, very well. The King of Hell did not press further and returned to his tasks. Before long, they encountered a familiar face. Frieza! Vegeta exclaimed, dumbfounded. What on earth happened? Just moments ago, Frieza was brimming with arrogance. How did Kakarot manage to win in such a short span? The more Vegeta pondered, the more confused and furious he became. If Kakarot possessed a means to defeat Frieza, he would have used it long before, not right after his demise. It was evident he was being schemed against. He felt his face flush with anger. Oh, is that Frieza? The King of Hell gasped. You know him? Vegeta questioned, bewildered. He is the most notorious villain in the Eastern Galaxy, the King of Hell replied with intrigue. We frequently examine his merit ledger to gauge his good deeds. Fully aware he is destined for hell, yet we are curious just how low his good deed value can plummet. The last time we checked, it had already dropped to 12. Let me see what it stands at now. The King of Hell opened Frieza's merit ledger and scanned the lines, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. Hiss. The last 2 pages are blank. The ledger has not recorded the events during this interval. Moreover, the King of Hell's expression turned incredulous. His good deed value had actually risen to 52? What great deeds had he performed to save the universe? He was just a step away from entering heaven. Alas, rules are rules, and the King of Hell mercilessly stamped the Hell Seal. Vegeta felt utterly miserable, akin to having ingested something foul. Not only had Kakarot triumphed over Frieza, but now Frieza's merit exceeded his own, an affront too humiliating to bear. Yet, observing Frieza being carried away like a helpless chick by the staff somewhat lightened his mood. When he saw King Yama scribbling in Frieza's book of deeds, curiosity propelled him to hover closer. Upon glimpsing the nature of Frieza's infernal punishment, a chill ran down his spine. Such a punishment was utterly abhorrent. Surely, it should involve the traditional tortures of climbing knife mountains or boiling in oil, not whatever bizarre spectacle this was. Witnessing Frieza's anguished cries, it seemed he was already aware of the fate that awaited him. Vegeta swallowed hard. Had he been in Frieza's place, he would likely feel equally frantic. After a considerable wait, the absence of Nappa and Kakarot confirmed that matters had reached a resolution. Although they were perplexed by it, they could only acquiesce to this outcome. A staff member with purple skin drove a small vehicle toward Snake Way, the cramped quarters making Vegeta feel as if he could barely stretch his legs. An affront to his dignity. The staff member, however, paid no heed to Vegeta's discomfort, a smirk firmly affixed to his face. We are heading to the head of the snake, but be warned, Snake Way is perilous. How is your condition? Dead as a doornail, Vegeta retorted curtly. King Kai. King Kai, he muttered to himself several times, evidently connected to the origin of the Kaioken technique, suggesting that Kakarot had also traversed this path. How intriguing. A faint smile flickered across Vegeta's face. Let me see what formidable figure awaits. They departed the side road of the Grand Hall, driving onward for an extended period until the hall became a distant speck. Ahead loomed a colossal snake head, sprawled at the end of the road. From above, the surroundings were enveloped in endless yellow clouds, the snake's body tapering into the distance. A profound silence enveloped the air, serene yet stifling. Where's King Kai? At the end of Snake Way, near the snake's tail. Just run toward it. Vegeta glanced about, unable to discern where the tail lay. Noticing his confusion, the staff member added, It is said that Snake Way stretches for 100,000 kilometers. Oomph. Vegeta scoffed confidently. You seem to regard this distance as a challenge. I can reach it in 10 minutes. With that declaration, he slowly ascended, a surge of energy erupting from within, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Wow. The staff member marveled, though he thought little of it, considering it merely a minor episode in his millennia of service. He resumed his duties in the vehicle, returning to the routine of his work. Chapter 39. A few hellish jokes. Part 2. 10 minutes later, how careless. Vegeta exclaimed inwardly. It appeared he had inadvertently overlooked the magnitude of that distance. 100,000 kilometers. What a farce. That was akin to circling planet Vegeta 10 times. How long would that take to traverse? Fortunately, upon reflection, he realized that with his current strength, it should only take a few hours. He had merely boasted a bit too extravagantly. Remembering his earlier bravado, he felt his face flush with embarrassment. After flying at full speed for approximately an hour, Vegeta began to feel a slight dizziness. The landscape around him consisted solely of winding serpent paths and an endless sea of clouds. He pondered that if he mistakenly chose to rest in the wrong direction along the way, he might have to fly all the way back to the serpent's head before realizing his error. Glancing to either side, he wondered what lay at the end of this yellow cloud sea. If he were to stray far from the serpent path into the infinite abyss and become utterly lost, would he become a forever wandering soul? A chill ran down his spine as he suddenly became aware of an intriguing question. Why am I not fatigued? He had initially intended to fly for just 10 minutes at full power, but now, after an hour, he felt no signs of exhaustion. His internal energy remained as abundant as it had been at the outset. It dawned on him that this body did not seem to belong to him, and he was curious about the nature of the King of Hell's powers. At that moment, Vegeta had a sudden epiphany. He activated the 20-fold Kaioken, pushing himself into overdrive, and his speed surged dramatically. Indeed, after 10 minutes, the sensation of fatigue swept through him, but when he paused to rest, he found that within 5 minutes, he had completely regained his strength. So that's how it is. Observing his own body, he realized that while his energy was indeed being consumed, it was replenishing at an astonishing rate. How fascinating. A smirk crept onto his lips as he suddenly perceived this underworld as an excellent place for training. Thus, he continued this cycle of charging for 5 minutes and then bursting forth for 10 minutes. After another 2 hours, he finally spotted the distant King Kai's planet at the end of the floating serpent path. Upon landing, the familiar gravity enveloped him, instilling a sense of warmth reminiscent of home. What a peculiar place. Vegeta began to explore King Kai's planet, struggling to comprehend how this small area, merely a few dozen meters in radius, could be classified as a planet. Just then, a black gorilla approached with a comical gait. Upon spotting Vegeta, it first appeared startled, then joyfully began to circle around him, seemingly welcoming the arrival of a stranger. You are the King Kai? Vegeta ventured to inquire. The gorilla ignored him, continuing its cheerful circling while emitting unintelligible sounds. After enduring this stalemate for 10 minutes, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. His forehead pulsed with veins as he bellowed. Enough with the noise. He then kicked the gorilla forcefully in the rear, sending it hurtling through the air and crashing into a house wall. Ah! A somewhat comical voice echoed from within the structure as a short, stout creature dressed in black emerged, a small stone precariously balanced atop its head. Bubbles. Oh, Bubbles. My house. The inscription on its clothing revealed that this was indeed the King Kai. Upon noticing Vegeta, the King Kai's expression momentarily froze. He cleared his throat and approached Vegeta with a solemn demeanor, stating, "A new arrival. How refreshing." After a few seconds of silence, observing Vegeta's lack of response, the King Kai added, "Feel free to laugh. There's no need to hold back." Vegeta remained unresponsive, shaking his head in exasperation. "Return home. You lack talent." The King Kai's double entendre joke had sailed over his head, rendering him unteachable. As soon as the words left his mouth, the King Kai was abruptly lifted into the air. Vegeta roared, "I am Prince Vegeta, a once-in-a-century genius among Saiyans. How dare you suggest that I lack talent?" He scoffed. "Your appearance hardly inspires confidence in my ability to enhance my skills. What a disappointment." With a cold snort, he set the king of the world down and turned to leave. "What a pity. I thought you were here to learn the path of humor. But it seems you simply seek to grow stronger. How straightforward." The king of the world remarked nonchalantly while adjusting his attire. "Nanny?" Vegeta exclaimed, turning abruptly. His astonishment filled the king of the world with a sense of satisfaction, prompting him to continue. I possess an extraordinary martial art, one that can significantly amplify one's strength. A scion, you say? Quite impressive. Perhaps you truly have the potential to unleash the full power of this technique, which I shall name the King's Fist. At this point, an ominous feeling began to stir within Vegeta. King's Fist. The king of the world proclaimed, suddenly striking a flamboyant pose. Vegeta's eyes twitched as an immense aura erupted from within him, activating the King's Fist to a magnitude of tenfold. This fierce energy stirred up a tempest of dust around King Kai's planet, lifting not only his vehicle, but even causing him to struggle against the force, clutching tightly to the doorframe to avoid being swept away. With the effect achieved, Vegeta reigned in his energy. As the king of the world returned to solid ground, he pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow, staring intently at Vegeta for several moments before exclaiming, "Incredible! Such formidable energy! Only now do you notice?" Vegeta fumed, exasperated. He had flown for a full 3 hours to arrive here. Any being with a normal sense of energy would have sensed his power long ago, and recognized that he was employing the King's Fist. Yet this old fool appeared utterly oblivious, which was hard to believe. Well, to be fair, my perspective encompasses the entire universe. It's not unusual to overlook what's right in front of me, the king of the world shrugged. Now, enough rambling. Do you possess any other techniques? None, he admitted reluctantly. Not entirely true, though. The spirit bomb can only be learned by those of pure heart, and with your overwhelming malice, you would certainly be unable to master it. Vegeta clicked his tongue in disappointment, preparing to turn away when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. What is this? Resurrection? He said aloud, looking up at the sky. The king of the world twitched, following this divine power's trail to see the dragon on Earth. Oh, how intriguing, he said, adjusting his glasses. This divine energy? The power emanating from that wish-granting entity seems to surpass the ordinary. It feels at least a tier above that of the Grand Kai, if not more. Yet, this power is incomplete, akin to but a grain of sand in the ocean. It's hard to fathom who the true master of such energy might be. Well, that's not my concern. Great matters are for great beings to handle. I prefer my little planet. Hey, the king of the world suddenly interjected. Would you like to speak with your friends down below? I can assist with that. Thus, Vegeta placed his hand on the king of the world and conveyed to Goku and the others on Earth his desire not to be resurrected. Despite the king's unreliability, the afterlife proved convenient for cultivation, far less taxing than the realm of the living, where even dogs wouldn't venture. Although Vegeta severed the communication on his own, it did not hinder the king of the world from continuing to observe. When Bulma inquired about the essence of becoming stronger, the king of the world paused, pondering. The essence of becoming stronger? What might that be? He has lived for millions of years and has never truly pondered this question. He is quite curious about what answers this seemingly omniscient and omnipotent divine power might yield. Vegeta shares this curiosity, and thus he places his hand upon the King Kai's back, listening intently to the events unfolding on Earth. Together, they indulge in the unfolding drama. From the granting of wishes to the conclusion of the meeting, the King Kai maintains a calm demeanor, yet Vegeta is enveloped by an indescribable sadness. Conflicting thoughts swirl within him, leaving him at a loss for words, lost in contemplation. After an extended silence, a revelation suddenly strikes him. What a jest! The source of my strength derives from the destruction of planet Vegeta, and it was Frieza who obliterated it. This implies that my power has been bestowed upon me by Frieza. The strength I possess is not the result of my own arduous training, but rather a gift from another. A realization that feels even more humiliating than the thought of killing Vegeta. The very notion that Frieza granted him this power is an affront. Yet, this power failed to vanquish him, resulting in yet another layer of humiliation. The familiar sensation of a shattered heart resurfaces in his mind, and Vegeta perceives all that he has endured as a series of humiliations, an all-encompassing fury surging through him. What a farce! Vegeta's roar echoes through the Snake Way, his energy erupting from within him, surpassing even the might of the tenfold King Kai fist. This time, the King Kai is unable to withstand such force, being propelled away from King Kai's planet, vanishing into the depths of the Cloud Sea. Vegeta does not seek to regain his composure. Instead, he allows his rage to engulf him entirely. Having personally experienced the fusion, he now comprehends the sensation Kakarot once described regarding transformation. This time, he intends to break through that barrier with his own strength. As his energy continues to ascend, the might of the great ape within him undergoes a profound transformation. In the instant that barrier shatters, Vegeta's aura revitalizes, his golden hair and green eyes radiating as he gazes defiantly upon the realm of the afterlife. Maintaining rationality in his great ape form proves effortless. The Super Saiyan transformation does not hinder him in the slightest. He simply observes his hands, a grin gradually spreading across his face. So this is it, the Super Saiyan. Ha. As he revels in this newfound power, a figure materializes before him unexpectedly, nearly startling him. Kakarot, you too have perished. Goku removes his finger from his forehead, gazing at Vegeta with genuine surprise. Indeed, it is you. Oh, what a day of calamity it has been. The King Kai, wiping away cold sweat, slowly returns from a distance. King Kai? The King Kai gazes at the familiar figure before him with confusion, wondering who this is. Goku, filled with joy, feels a sense of familiarity upon encountering the King Kai. Unbeknownst to him, the one who has remained by his side the longest is not Chi-Chi, Gohan, or even Vegeta, but rather the King Kai himself. I never expected you to come to King Kai's realm. Goku chuckles, saying, I heard you refused to be revived, and I feared you would be reincarnated. Which would mean I might never see you again. Nanny? Vegeta is taken aback. He never considered the notion of reincarnation. Transforming into another person seems far more terrifying than death itself. What nonsense are you spouting? The King Kai calmly interjects. There is no such thing as reincarnation in the afterlife. It is merely a rumor from the outside world. Oh, is that so? Wukong wore a look of regret, lamenting the missed opportunity. He had hoped that Frieza could be reborn as a virtuous soul, allowing him to train alongside them indefinitely. Every new life is a pristine spirit. Yet if you desire, you might converse with King Yama, requesting him to erase the soul's memories and reshape it anew. The Kai's expression shifted dramatically. Frieza, is he truly dead? Unnecessary. Vegeta disregarded the Kai's astonishment, asserting that he would soon surpass Frieza in strength without any additional effort. Ha, Vegeta. You are indeed far stronger than I now. I must strive to catch up, exclaimed Wukong. What? Frieza has genuinely perished. The Kai's antennae quivered wildly, bewildered by the unfolding events. At this moment, Vegeta's face also turned serious, pondering what had transpired after his demise, questioning why he remained unharmed while Frieza had succumbed. Oh, about that, Wukong began, but his smile abruptly faltered. A chill coursed through his body, as if an eerie cold was invading him. He hastily sniffed and, with chattering teeth, stammered, What is happening? Why is it so cold here? Oh. The Kai adjusted his glasses. As a living being who has lingered in the underworld for so long, you must have absorbed some negative energy. What is that? Should I warm myself? Returning to the living world would remedy the situation. Remaining here for a few more minutes could prove fatal. The Kai's tone was unnaturally calm, tinged with a hint of absurdity. What should I do? Hurry. We must return. Snake Way is too far. I lack the strength. Vegeta, carry me to King Yama. Get lost. You deserve it. Then, esteemed Kai, you carry me. Not a chance. You are all heartless. I am on the brink of death. What am I to do? What are you babbling about? Just retrace your steps. The Kai remained unperturbed. Right. Wukong trembled, pointing at his forehead, realizing the dire predicament. Oh no. No one can sense me. Wukong anxiously patted the Kai's back, urging, quickly, help me contact Earth. Do you take me, the mighty Kai, for a mere telephone? You insufferable scion. Nevertheless, the Kai initiated communication with Earth. Krillin, help. Save me. Wukong, what is happening? Where are you? How can I help? The sudden turn of events sent Krillin into a frenzy. Focus. Increase your energy. Let me sense you. Understood. Krillin wasted no time. Soon, Wukong locked onto Krillin's energy from afar on Earth. A grim smile crept onto his lips as he waved goodbye to the Kai and Vegeta, vanishing in an instant. The Kai's planet returned to tranquility. Vegeta stood frozen, having sensed the formidable energy emanating from Earth. How infuriating. He had never heard of such a powerful individual on Earth. This aura surpassed even Frieza's. It appeared this was the true reason for Frieza's demise. Gazing toward the distant horizon, a fierce competitive spirit surged within him. Since this realm was so conducive to training, he resolved to remain here. Prince Vegeta must exert himself diligently to astonish everyone. The intent behind these two chapters is to refine the logic of the underworld system. For instance, the nefarious beings in hell possess corporeal forms, and their strength is linked to their lives prior. Otherwise, characters like Cell and Frieza would have long since breached the gates of the afterlife. Thus, It is established that only those permitted by King Yama can inhabit bodies in the underworld, and these forms cannot be deemed their original bodies. One could perceive the entire realm of the underworld as King Yama's dominion, over which he wields absolute authority. Moreover, it is essential to convey that the afterlife offers a binary choice: ascension to heaven or descent into hell, with no possibility of reincarnation. Otherwise, resurrecting individuals with the Dragon Balls after a few months would complicate matters, as souls would have already been reborn, making it implausible to reclaim them. Furthermore, if every soul possessed a prior existence, one must ponder the origin of the first life. Therefore, each soul is new and unique. I believe that reincarnation, akin to Ub's case, can be arranged on special occasions, but it is not a common practice. Lastly, the underworld's negative energy repels the living. They may linger momentarily, but prolonged stay would inevitably transform them into spirits. Otherwise, the ability to teleport from Earth to King Kai's planet would blur the boundaries between the underworld and the living world. Mastering teleportation would allow unrestricted access to the underworld, which defies logic. According to this setting, maintaining a state of heightened energy can mitigate this corruptive process, explaining why Goku could return to Earth from King Kai's planet after several hours without incident. However, I find it somewhat verbose to elaborate on this within the narrative, so I have noted it here. Chapter 40. A collection of humorous tales from the living world, Part 1, 13 years after the battle with Frisia in West City. Not far from the city center lies a vast estate featuring a colossal spherical structure. Although situated in the heart of the city, it is embraced by lush greenery and babbling brooks, resembling a sanctuary amid urban life. The spherical edifice boasts several small transparent windows, from which blinding light radiates every few seconds. This is none other than Bulma's residence, and the spherical building serves as an enormous gravity training chamber, currently occupied by Goku and Krillin. Inside the training chamber, the expanse is remarkable, with walls fortified with heavy protective and shock-absorbent layers, ensuring that no matter the tumultuous activities within, tranquility reigns outside. Naturally, such protection is of little consequence to Krillin and Goku. Should they damage the training facility, they would not only face Bulma's ire, but also endure lengthy repairs during which they could not train. Therefore, the two have gradually adapted to control their energy and all forms of attack, ensuring that no harm befalls the structure. At the center of the training chamber, the control panel prominently displays the number 300. Goku and Krillin, their muscles bulging and drenched in sweat, are engaged in combat training under a gravity of 300 times Earth's. Over the past 13 years, their lives have revolved around this singular routine. Goku has spent an entire decade catching up to Krillin's prowess, having conditioned his body to endure the full power of Super Saiyan. In a previous life, the King of the Universe had informed him that maintaining a prolonged Super Saiyan state would shorten one's lifespan. In this life, Goku lacked the sense of urgency that had plagued him before the Cell Games. Bulma repeatedly warned him against relying on bodily harm to grow stronger. Thus, Goku chose not to forcefully sustain full power throughout the day, but instead allowed his body to gradually adapt, leading to a slow but steady progression that took a decade. Outside the training chamber, Bulma, clad in a casual long dress, approached the door with a furrowed brow, gazing at the radiant light spilling forth. She pressed the intercom button. "Hey, you two, stop it at once. Goku, have you forgotten what day it is?" After several seconds of silence, she received no response. Goku. Bulma's forehead began to twitch with irritation as the intercom was filled with the near-constant sound of explosions. Clenching her fists, she opened the control panel of the training chamber and swiftly began to operate it. Inside, Goku and Krillin were engaged in an exuberant bout, when suddenly Goku found himself uncontrollably plummeting to the ground, crashing heavily and becoming nearly immobile. With great difficulty, Krillin managed to utter, "Goku, did you upset Bulma again?" "I didn't do anything," Goku replied. Bulma's calm voice emanated from the speaker. "Have you forgotten? Today is Gohan's first day of school." "Ah." With that exclamation, memories flooded back, the gravity dissipated, and Goku sprang to his feet, sheepishly scratching his head and laughing. "Ahaha, I see. It's today." Son Gohan, the son of Goku and Bulma, was born 6 years prior and bore a striking resemblance to his father, though his hair took on Bulma's blue hue. Marriage was a matter of little concern for Goku. When Chi-Chi did not seek him out and Bulma expressed her desire to marry him, he acquiesced. The only perplexity he faced was the naming of their child. Should he be called Gohan or Trunks? Later, Raditz clarified that his child must inherit the will of Prince Vegeta. thus resolving the naming conundrum in favor of Trunks. The following year, Gohan was born smoothly in West City, and now, 6 years later, he was of school age. A month prior, Bulma had informed Goku that parental presence was required on the first day of school. Goku, daring to refuse, had his training chamber shut down, compelling him to set aside a day for this occasion, which he ultimately forgot. Fortunately, Bulma had calculated the time perfectly, allowing him to prepare and groom himself. Reluctantly, Goku complied with his wife's wishes, donning a casual shirt, dress pants, shoes, and even a tie, despite his belief that training attire sufficed, as Bulma deemed it too unrefined. Gohan, too, was dressed in formal school attire, adorned with a red bow tie. Save for the crossbody bag and a round hat, he resembled a reaper from another realm. The family of 3 gathered at the door, at which point Bulma finally revealed a satisfied smile, as she linked her arm with Goku's and prepared to step outside. A subtle vibration in the air heralded Krillin's instantaneous arrival before them. Indeed, Goku imparted the skill of instant transmission to Krillin. After years of training together, their mutual learning was entirely natural. In his previous life, Goku had often sought to teach Vegeta as well, but the proud scion refused to humble himself and accept Goku as his teacher, preferring instead his harmonious rapport with Krillin. Dressed in modest short sleeves and shorts, the contours of Krillin's muscles were subtly evident. He wore a cap tilted slightly to conceal the scar on his forehead, embodying the essence of a vibrant urban youth. "What brings you here?" Bulma's expression instantly turned frosty. "Of course, I'm going with you," Krillin replied with a cheerful smile. "It's Goten's first day at school. I absolutely must see it for myself." Bulma nearly fumed with frustration. She had set aside an entire day for Goku, intending to drop Goten off at school before enjoying some time alone with him, and later picking Goten up after class. The thought of Krillin tagging along was vexing, especially since it was likely the two of them would sneak off to train in the meantime. Just as she was about to shoot Krillin a disapproving look, Goten leaped up and wrapped his arms around Krillin's neck, beaming, "Sure thing, Uncle Krillin. Let's go together." As parents, Goku and Bulma tended to be more authoritative, while Krillin, as a friend, usually indulged Goten. This dynamic fostered a warm relationship between them. The news that Uncle Krillin would accompany him to school filled Goten with delight. Bulma, unable to object further, could only maintain a stern demeanor as she tugged Goku forward, with Goten clinging to Krillin's neck in tow. The school was merely a few kilometers from home, a distance that, for Goku and Krillin, not to mention Goten, could be traversed in the blink of an eye. However, Bulma could not fly, and being lifted into the air was hardly dignified, so they opted for a car ride, which took a full 20 minutes. This institution was the finest private school in West City, and it was evident that every child attending hailed from affluent and influential families. As the world's richest heiress, Bulma's choice of this school was perfectly natural. At the entrance, newly enrolled children and their parents flowed in and out. The children of the metropolis, well acquainted with the world, displayed no tears at the thought of leaving their parents. Instead, they were all abuzz with excitement, eager to forge new friendships amidst the vibrant atmosphere of laughter and chatter. Goten, too, was exceptionally cheerful, unable to contain his curiosity as he began to scan his surroundings. Suddenly, he caught a familiar aura. "Trunks!" Goten exclaimed, waving enthusiastically at a figure in the distance. Trunks, who was the same age as Goten but a few months older, was also starting school that day. With his striking scion black hair, he exuded an inherent confidence akin to that of Vegeta and Raditz. While Goten embodied the gentleness of a typical Earthling, Trunks exhibited the fierce spirit of a scion, a resemblance to their past lives. Yet, at the tender age of 6, neither child harbored any ulterior motives. Upon meeting, they were filled with unrestrained joy, rushing towards each other to chat excitedly. Having grown up together, their camaraderie was well established. West City was small, and a simple phone call could have them meeting in just 5 minutes through the use of the instant transmission technique. The dangers on Earth that could harm them were exceedingly few, allowing their parents to grant them considerable freedom to roam. Trunks, surprisingly, did not capture Goku's attention. However, when Goku noticed the person accompanying Trunks, his jaw dropped in astonishment. "Nanny, is that Piccolo?" 13 years ago, Raditz, who had returned to Earth alongside Goku, had abandoned thoughts of violence upon facing the formidable powers of Goku and Krillin. Prince Vegeta had advised him to live well, and so he endeavored to do just that. Following Bulma's counsel, Raditz capitalized on his strengths and established a security company, providing protection to the affluent and influential. Bulma emphasized one cardinal rule: no killing. regardless of whether the adversary posed a threat. Should Raditz stray from this principle, Goku and Krillin would undoubtedly intervene. Raditz feigned disdain for Bulma's meddling, but complied nonetheless. Across the entirety of Earth, aside from Goku and Krillin, Raditz was indeed an overwhelming force. Accomplishing protective tasks without harming his targets was a trivial pursuit for him. Over time, Raditz's security firm gained considerable renown. The elite understood that securing Raditz's services guaranteed absolute safety. Wealth naturally followed in the wake of his burgeoning reputation. Although he could not compete with Bulma in terms of riches, Raditz ascended to high society, relishing the exhilarating sensation of transcending his former identity as a mere low-ranking warrior, and growing increasingly fond of his profession. As for Piccolo, he had initially been an unremarkable assassin, willing to undertake any dirty job. His exceptional prowess ensured that any target he engaged would not see the dawn of the following day. The black market often compared him to Raditz, likening them to the strongest spear and the most formidable shield, leaving many to wonder what would transpire if the two ever crossed paths. Years later, fate brought them together during a coincidental assignment. The once arrogant and formidable Piccolo, who had grown weary of mundane tasks, found himself intrigued. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that intrigue morphed into sheer terror. Upon sensing Raditz's mere presence, Piccolo understood that victory was beyond his grasp. Raditz's emergence unlocked a new realm of possibilities for Piccolo. Without even engaging in combat, Piccolo acknowledged his defeat and willingly offered his services to Raditz, yearning to grow stronger alongside him, with the aspiration of one day surpassing him. Thus, the notorious assassin Piccolo vanished, and Raditz's security firm welcomed a new chief steward, an invincible powerhouse. Their exploits became the subject of extravagant tales, with the truth often obscured by exaggeration. Goku, wholly engrossed in his training, remained blissfully unaware of the developments concerning Raditz and Piccolo. Regarding his brother, aside from knowing that his son was named Trunks, he was utterly in the dark. At this moment, his astonishment did not stem from the relationship between Piccolo and Raditz, but rather from pointing at Piccolo in disbelief. Isn't it customary for parents to drop off their children on the first day of school? Chapter 41. A Dose of Mundane Humor, Part 2. At this juncture, Bulma was brimming with indignation. The arrival of Krillin as an unwelcome distraction was already burdensome enough. Little did she know that Raditz had sent a minion to escort Trunks, leaving not a single parent present. As Wukong's exclamation hung in the air, he was suddenly struck by a heavy blow from above. After all, it was Bulma who had delivered the hit. Wukong redirected the energy from his head, absorbing the impact with his simple, unadorned physique, resulting in a substantial swelling that caused him to grimace in pain, silencing him. Trunks and Gohan had already dashed into the school, and Piccolo had no intention of entertaining the antics of Wukong and Bulma. Just as he was about to turn away, his gaze fell upon a young man nearby, and an inexplicable sense of hostility surged within him. Piccolo fixated on Krillin, an unsettling familiarity washing over him. He felt as though he had encountered this individual before, not just met, but recognized as his greatest adversary. Yet, he could not recall the reason for this animosity. Sensing the weight of Piccolo's stare, Krillin turned to meet the fierce gaze. In this lifetime, Piccolo had not fused with Nail, appearing more akin to the early form of the Demon King, slimmer, with a sharper chin, and sporting a wicked expression that made him look like a quintessential villain. Krillin involuntarily shivered. Having vented enough frustration, Bulma observed the tense standoff between Krillin and Piccolo before suddenly exclaiming, "Wait, you're a Namekian?" During her month-long stay on Namek 13 years prior, Bulma had developed a fondness for the local inhabitants. Unbeknownst to her, she was unaware of the dark legacy of the Demon King in this world, which only fueled her curiosity about Piccolo. "I thought you all returned in your spaceship?" Nail never mentioned anyone staying behind, Bulma said, leaning closer to scrutinize Piccolo, who visibly bristled at her inspection. Wukong hastily interjected, "This is Piccolo. He grew up on Earth. He's the evil counterpart of the Supreme Kai." When Wukong recounted the significant events that transpired on Earth, he focused primarily on adversaries, offering only a vague introduction to his allies. Thus, Bulma only vaguely remembered Piccolo's existence. Upon hearing the phrase evil counterpart, her face involuntarily twitched, and she discreetly took a step back. "Who are you and why do you know me?" Piccolo spoke calmly. Raditz was reluctant to discuss his considerably more powerful brother, leaving Piccolo to deduce that this individual was Gohan's father. "Me? I'm old son. Don't you remember me as the one who killed?" "Oh no, Wait. This time it was Krillin who defeated the last Demon King. Ha ha ha. Wukong jovially said, slapping Krillin on the back, completely oblivious to the implications of his words, which could be interpreted as I killed your father. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Piccolo's eyes. It became clear that the hostility directed at the young man stemmed from an inherited will. He stared intently at Krillin, who met his gaze with eyes that were clear yet bewildered. After a moment, Krillin suddenly pointed at Piccolo and exclaimed, "Ah, you're that egg." Piccolo's fist clenched tightly, unable to contain his fury any longer. His anger transformed into a cold smile as he spoke in a deep voice. "Since you were able to defeat the previous Piccolo, you must possess some skill. Shall we engage in a contest?" The thought of a friendly competition that might inadvertently lead to a fatality crossed Piccolo's mind. However, before he could express his belief that Wukong was too weak, he was abruptly struck in the waist by an elbow. Bulma emerged, her smile both standard and eerily unsettling as she fixed her gaze upon Krillin. Joyfully, she remarked, "Krillin, it seems that this Mr. Piccolo harbors some past grievances with you. This is a rare opportunity. Why not find a secluded spot to settle your differences? After all, he is a friend of Raditz and you are a friend of Goku. So it stands to reason that you should also be friends, right? Friends should settle their disputes with a good fight and then clear the air for everyone's sake." Krillin, eager to avoid conflict, hesitated. Despite the presence of several individuals who were deliberately suppressing their auras, he was uncertain of Piccolo's true strength. Clearly, neither the former Demon King Piccolo nor the Namekians he had encountered were on the same level as him. Thus, this confrontation seemed utterly pointless. Just as he was about to decline, he caught sight of Bulma's face, which radiated an intimidating aura even more formidable than Piccolo's. He promptly swallowed his words and reluctantly followed Piccolo into the sky. From the moment Bulma devised her scheme against Krillin, she had clutched Goku's sleeve, fearful that he might slip away if she let go. Now that the two had vanished from sight, she turned to Goku with a beaming smile. "Come shopping with me." Goku cast a reluctant glance towards the direction where Piccolo had flown off, but, realizing the vast disparity in their strengths, decided to dismiss it. He nodded in agreement with Bulma, who was brimming with enthusiasm. As they strolled through the mall, everything captivated Bulma's attention. She busily purchased toys for Goten, clothes for Goku, and jewelry for herself, thoroughly enjoying the experience. As a wealthy heiress, she made sure to cover the expenses as long as she didn't despise the items. Consequently, by the end of the morning, Goku found himself laden with a mountain of bags and boxes, which he did not mind at all. Instead, he felt that maintaining this delicate balance was a form of training in itself. They bypassed the restaurant, and Bulma bought 2 hot dogs. As she savored one, she fed the other to Goku, who, lacking hands, accepted it eagerly. She consumed only half of hers, while Goku devoured the remainder in a single bite. For a scion, such morsels were hardly an appetizer, yet the taste delighted him, prompting hearty laughter as he proclaimed how delicious it was. As they leisurely made their way home, Bulma observed Goku, who was focused on maintaining his balance atop the small mound on his forehead. He sensed her gaze and turned to meet her eyes. She offered a gentle smile in return, and he mirrored her expression before resuming his balance training. Years ago, Bulma pondered the reason behind her affection for Goku. As the daughter of the wealthiest family and a brilliant beauty, she had been pursued relentlessly throughout her life, yet she found none of them appealing. Every man who approached her seemed to harbor ulterior motives, and those of equal social standing bore their own ambitions. Conversations often left her with the impression that their minds existed on entirely different planes. All she desired was a genuine prince who would treat her with kindness, a simple request that, given her status, felt more challenging than scaling the heavens. Thus, she had sought out the Dragon Balls to fulfill her wish for true companionship. Bulma had found her intended, but he was rather simple-minded. Despite having shared a great deal of time together and weathered trials side by side, one would have expected their relationship to have blossomed into something more substantial by now. Yet, Goku remained fixated on his training, spending every day with Krillin in the training room, engaging in battles rather than nurturing their bond. Thus, Bulma hesitated, pondering the indifference of the other party towards her. Would she really advance towards him? Such an act was unprecedented in her life. She even found herself questioning what it was that she truly admired about Goku. Was it his unparalleled strength in the universe? Or perhaps the sense of security that money could never procure? Might Krillin suffice instead? The moment that thought crossed her mind, Bulma suddenly gained clarity. She swiftly concluded that it was impossible. Her affection was solely for Goku. She cherished the Goku who would risk his life for her. whose heart was so pure it bore no blemish. This was sufficient evidence of the authenticity of her feelings. Consequently, Bulma took the initiative to propose to Goku. And he consented. They married, bore children, and led a life together. Yet, as the years passed, Bulma found herself grappling with an insurmountable obstacle in her heart. With Goku by her side, she mustered the courage to speak. I say, Goku. Which do you feel was happier, this life or the last? Translated. It meant, do you prefer me, or do you favor Chi-Chi more? Upon learning of Chi-Chi's existence, Bulma relentlessly interrogated Goku about their shared history. Later, she expressed to Goku and Krillin, you two are exceptionally strong. There is no need to disrupt the World Martial Arts Tournament. She refrained from mentioning that it was precisely during that tournament when Goku was engaged to Chi-Chi. Goku, lacking any particular interest, deemed Bulma's reasoning sound and refrained from attending the tournament thereafter. Bulma felt a twinge of guilt. She had foreseen Goku's fate and had forcefully twisted it in the direction she yearned for, snatching him away from someone else who might not have even realized it. This act tormented Bulma's conscience. Thus, she endeavored to manifest her understanding of Goku and Gohan. Even if Goku spent every day entrenched in his training pod, she refrained from voicing her discontent. Over the years, the times she had compelled Goku to spend with her were few, and today's opportunity arose solely due to Gohan's influence, allowing them a moment of solitude. She navigated her life with such caution, solely to prevent Goku from feeling that his current life was a burden. Today, she finally posed the question, maintaining a facade of calm while her heart raced fervently. Of course, this life is happier. Krillin is far superior to Vegeta, who only knows how to wear a stern expression. That is not what I meant. Bulma restrained her fists, realizing that Goku's mind was perpetually consumed by training. I meant me, I and Gohan. Our home, she quietly clarified. Home, is it? Goku pondered, staring vacantly at the box above. By that time, they had reached the entrance, and once inside the courtyard, Goku carefully placed the various bags onto the ground, while several housekeeping robots scurried over to tidy up. Home, Goku mused, scratching his nose shyly. I suppose I have never been a good husband, but... He turned to Bulma, his eyes glimmering with warmth. You must be an excellent wife. Bulma gazed into Goku's clear eyes, lost in thought for a moment, before abruptly responding with a mix of embarrassment and pride. Humph. Naturally, she seized Goku's collar and, without hesitation, dragged him forward. Her tone impatient, as if she had been wronged. I want to see the results of your recent training. Chapter 42, Enrollment. As Gohan and Trunks entered the campus, they were brimming with excitement, for at their age, nothing thrilled them more than new experiences. Nearby, a teacher wielding a megaphone guided the new students. But the two boys seemed oblivious, distractedly exploring their surroundings and exchanging silly grins. Observing their antics, the teacher merely smiled gently, opting not to reprimand them. After all, this was the most prestigious noble school in West City, where only the affluent could afford to study. As long as they did not engage in any outrageous behavior, there was no need to assert authority over them. How noisy! A voice piped up from the side, belonging to a young girl who intentionally spoke loudly. Though she was not addressing Gohan and Trunks directly, it was evident to everyone whom she referred to. Trunks, with his fiery temperament inherited from Raditz, bristled at her words. No one dared speak to him disrespectfully, not even Piccolo, for he could not match his strength. He pulled Gohan along and deliberately walked in front of the girl without acknowledging her, sarcastically saying, Gohan, are we in the right place? How can there be such rude individuals in school, gossiping behind others' backs? The girl's eye twitched in annoyance as she glared at Trunks. Do you even know what politeness is? You're also speaking ill of others behind their backs. Excuse me? Did I hear that right? He mocked, placing a hand to his ear. We are clearly standing in front of someone, yet she believes we are talking behind her back? You. The girl clenched her fists in anger. You must be a new student. I'm in second grade. How can you show no respect to your seniors? Ha. Trunks feigned laughter. You're all just 6 or 7 years old, and here you are acting like a senior. Noticing the tension escalating between them, Gohan quickly stepped between the two, wearing a conciliatory smile. I'm so sorry. This is Trunks, my best friend. He means no harm, he said, glancing at Trunks. It was indeed our fault. Trunks apologized to her. Trunks stared at Gohan in disbelief. You're siding with her. Suddenly, he scrutinized the girl more closely. Her features were exquisite, exuding a refreshing confidence. 2 black braids cascaded over her shoulders, tied with red bows that complemented her blue school uniform. If he had encountered such a girl on the street, he would have approached her without hesitation. Yet, he could not fathom Gohan's apparent betrayal. Seeing the flustered expression on Trunks' face, the girl felt a surge of delight. She glanced at Gohan and casually asked, "What is your name?" "I'm Son Gohan." He replied cheerfully. "Son Gohan." The girl pondered for a moment. "What is your father's name?" She intended to deduce his family background from his name, but found herself at a loss, as she could not recall any prominent families with the surname Son, prompting her to be more direct. "My father? His name is Son Goku." The girl scratched her head. "Son Wukong? I haven't heard of him. What does he do?" Gohan, aware that the question pertained to his father's profession, found himself at a loss. It seemed that his father spent his days training with Uncle Krillin, so he replied, "He practices martial arts." The girl burst into laughter. "I see. It appears you already knew who I am. You were merely trying to capture my attention, weren't you?" Gohan exchanged a glance with Trunks, their large eyes reflecting profound confusion. "We don't know who you are," Gohan replied candidly. "Humph, don't pretend. I am the daughter of Mr. Satan, the champion. Is your martial arts father hoping to take my father as his master? I advise you to give up. He has long since stopped accepting disciples." Gohan, still bewildered, responded, "My dad isn't looking for a master." Videl frowned. "Oh, so he intends to challenge my father? Then your father better train hard. Otherwise, he might end up getting hurt." 10 years prior, at the World Martial Arts Tournament, martial artist Mr. Satan first showcased his prowess, defeating the previous champion, King Choppa, in a mere 11 seconds during the finals, and subsequently defended his title with overwhelming superiority for 2 consecutive tournaments. In a world where achieving the pinnacle of excellence commands respect, the martial arts culture has been deeply ingrained in Earth since the era of Pilaf. Martial artists are inherently esteemed, and Mr. Satan was portrayed as a once-in-a-century genius, an undefeated champion for a decade, thus eclipsing all celebrities and becoming an idol for half of Earth's populace. However, behind this success lay struggles. Countless individuals sought to dethrone him, for vanquishing Mr. Satan would catapult them to the status of the next earthly hero, a far easier path than climbing from the bottom. Consequently, Mr. Satan not only maintained rigorous training over the years, but also remained vigilant against both overt and covert schemes, and Videl was equally wary of others. This pressure, matched with fame and fortune, was a sentiment that Bulma, who effortlessly amassed the world's wealth through her patents, found challenging to empathize with. While Gohan was still processing the situation, Trunks had already realized the identity of the girl before them. Due to Raditz' business dealings, he had some knowledge of the name Satan, which, in the eyes of the Scions, was merely that of a buffoon. Uncle Goku, after all, was the strongest man in the universe, and he could not tolerate such ignorance. Given that Raditz had focused entirely on business over the past decade, he had not trained much, leaving Gohan to train with Goku, while Trunks followed Gohan. Thus, he was acutely aware of Goku's immense strength, even combined with Gohan. They could not withstand a single blow from him. Just as Trunks was about to retort, a boy's voice suddenly called out from behind them. "Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and get to class." The boy, holding a tablet and wearing an armband emblazoned with the word discipline, sported thick black glasses and was noticeably taller than Gohan and his friends, clearly a senior student in charge. Though this young man oversees the discipline within the school and possesses the authority to deduct points, he consistently wears a sunny smile, speaking in a gentle manner that elicits no feelings of resistance. Senior Longjing. Baidily's expression transformed instantly, her joy almost palpable. "It has been quite some time. Did you enjoy your summer vacation?" "Indeed. It was delightful. Thank you for the postcard you sent." "And who might these two be? Are they new freshmen?" "Baidily's new friends?" "Humph, hardly friends. Merely noisy passers-by." "Baidily." Longjing's demeanor turned serious. "How can you dismiss them without getting to know them first? You ought to apologize." Baidily's cheeks flushed, and after a moment of hesitation, she reluctantly bowed slightly towards Gohan, softly uttering an apology. Longjing's smile returned as he said, "Class is about to start. You should head to the classroom. You wouldn't want to be scolded by the teacher for being late. I must attend to other matters, so I shall take my leave." With a cheerful wave, he departed. Baidily gazed wistfully in the direction Longjing had gone, then pouted, reluctantly following Gohan and the others towards the teaching building. Trunks observed Baidily's expression, glanced at Longjing in the distance, and suddenly smirked, teasingly saying, "What a handsome senior." He then turned abruptly to fix his gaze on Baidily. "Do you have a crush on him?" Baidily froze, her face instantly aflame as she quickly retorted, "No way. It's not like that. It's just that he is genuinely kind. And, well, he is handsome, but I mean, he is very friendly and quiet." sincerely smiling at everyone without pretense. However, my father always says that a man who does not practice martial arts is not a true man. Senior Longjing is too frail. My father would certainly disapprove. I've urged him several times to come to my family's dojo as a student, but he refuses. What am I to do? Bai Dilly's voice dwindled, seemingly unaware of her companions, lost in her own musings. Trunks, with his hands clasped behind his head, strolled leisurely, initially pleased with his successful teasing. But as he listened, he began to feel something was amiss. Frail? He looked at Longjing in the distance, who, despite his gentle demeanor, exuded an aura tenfold stronger than that of an ordinary earthling. Well, compared to us, he might indeed seem frail, Trunks pondered as he entered the classroom with Gohan. In this timeline, Bai Dilly is 3 years younger than originally, primarily because it is inconceivable for Goku to marry Bulma at the age of 18. Thus, Gohan must be a few years younger. I do not wish to disrupt this pairing, so Bai Dilly follows suit in aging down. Without a plausible narrative explanation, let us attribute it to the butterfly effect. Chapter 43, Morning Classes. The first-grade classroom buzzed with the chatter of children. These offspring of affluent families had experienced the world, and not a single one was crying for their parents. Instead, they engaged joyfully with their classmates, the room resembling a chaotic parking lot filled with honking cars. With a resounding bang, the classroom door was forcefully flung open, and a stern-looking blonde teacher strode to the podium. Despite her striking beauty, her expression remained unyielding. And as she surveyed the students below, a fierce glint shone in her eyes, instilling a sense of trepidation without overt malice. Without uttering a single word, she fixed her gaze upon the students until silence enveloped the room, heavy and oppressive. Only then did she slowly begin to speak. I am your homeroom teacher, Marlin. For the next few years, you will be under my supervision. I do not care if you are a young lord or a princess at home. In my class, there are only obedient students. Do you understand? A few seconds passed in utter silence. Marlin intensified her tone, declaring, Do you understand? We understand. A chorus of youthful voices replied. Marlin, are you married? Trunks suddenly exclaimed, laughing loudly from by the window. Everyone turned to look at him. The girls frowned while the boys gazed at him with envy, as though he had found a way to challenge authority. This was precisely what Trunks desired. Sitting behind him, Gohan lowered his head nervously, fearing that their familiarity might be revealed. Marlin squinted at Trunks, her gaze as fierce as a predator's, momentarily reminding him of how Aunt Bulma scolded him, causing much of his bravado to dissipate. Yet, Marlin continued to stare in silence, and Trunks' smile gradually faltered. At last, Marlin averted her gaze and addressed the entire class. You are to refer to me as Teacher Marlin. Just as Trunks was about to speak, he was immediately interrupted. Furthermore, if you wish to speak during class, you must raise your hand first. Do not utter a word without my permission. Trunks quickly stifled his earlier banter. In truth, Marlin did not wish to be so harsh with the children. She was merely a recent graduate, and while her demeanor was somewhat direct, she typically approached people with a smile. However, a mentor had advised her that to teach at an elite school, she must first establish her authority. If these young lords and ladies took her lightly, her attempts to guide them would be in vain, ultimately leading to their moral decline. To be an effective teacher, one cannot simply be overly amiable. Indeed, for the remainder of the class, Trunks dared not provoke her again. Marlin discussed the history of the school, shared motivational sentiments about the value of education, and then facilitated a round of self-introductions among the students. Thus, the first lesson came to a close. Only after Marlin exited the classroom did Trunks feel a wave of relief wash over him, and the others too felt a lightness in their spirits, particularly as the next class was physical education, allowing them to play outside. Moreover, with the exception of Gohan, none could rival Trunks in athletic prowess, presenting him with another opportunity to solidify his standing among his peers. The students changed into their athletic attire in the locker room and made their way to the baseball field. Being an elite institution, the school boasted dedicated facilities for basketball, soccer, badminton, tennis, and baseball, as well as specialized areas for fitness training. However, first-year students would begin with the most popular sport, baseball. Upon arriving at the venue, everyone donned a layer of protective gear over their sports attire. The first class primarily aimed to foster familiarity among participants, featuring a straightforward activity of tossing and catching a ball. While this may seem simple for first graders, accurately throwing a ball to a partner 10 meters away poses quite a challenge. The physical education instructor, Freddy, A retired baseball player with a muscular physique and two thick patches of black facial hair above his lips exuded a robust masculinity when he smiled. His teaching style was markedly different from that of Marlin. He roamed among pairs of students, offering guidance and consistently finding ways to offer praise regardless of their performance. That was a solid throw. Swing your arm wider. Yes. Excellent accuracy. Quite impressive. What a graceful motion. However, Freddy's expression suddenly tightened as he gazed into the distance, where Gohan and Trunks were carelessly tossing the ball to each other with extremely unorthodox technique. Yet, the ball flew straight back and forth between them at such speed that it produced a piercing whoosh, causing their classmates to instinctively step back. Freddy's eye twitched repeatedly. Could this be the throwing speed of first-grade students? He estimated the velocity of their throws to be around 100 miles per hour, already at an amateur elite level. But how could such speed be achieved with such peculiar form? Meanwhile, Gohan and Trunks appeared utterly disinterested. This is so boring. I thought we could team up for a competition, Trunks remarked. I find it quite enjoyable, Gohan replied with a smile. Where's the fun in that? You're afraid to throw with any force. My mother specifically instructed me to refrain from using strength at school. I must behave like an ordinary person, or it could lead to a lot of trouble. I know. My dad says the same thing. But even without using Scion strength, winning a baseball game should be within reach, right? At least let me show off a bit. There will surely be opportunities in the future. At that moment, Freddy approached them, clapping his hands with a somewhat strained smile. You two are throwing the ball quite well, both fast and accurate, but your form still needs refinement. Extend your arms. Trunks, holding the ball, looked at the teacher with indifference. Isn't it enough to throw accurately? The form doesn't matter. His intent was not to argue with the teacher. Rather, he believed that a more relaxed throwing style allowed better control over the ball's speed. If he were to throw with a wide swing, he risked losing control and potentially breaking the ball. Freddy's mouth twitched, and he clapped his hands to gather all the students around. Listen closely, everyone. The most crucial aspect of being a pitcher is your form. Accuracy and strength can be developed over time, but once your form deteriorates and becomes habitual, it is extremely difficult to correct. Proper form is the key to mastering advanced techniques. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Freddy positioned himself 20 meters away from Trunks, signaling the other students to step back. Grip the ball with your fingers, swing your arm, and rotate your pivot foot to better utilize the strength of our waist. He then hurled the ball toward Trunks. Freddy exerted merely 80% of his strength and speed, which was comparable to Trunks and the others, yet he focused on imparting a spin to the ball. This technique ensured that the baseball would not travel in a straight line but rather arc through the air, evading Trunks and rendering him unable to catch it. Such advanced skill could only be mastered by a professional athlete. Freddy hoped this would impress upon Trunks the significance of diligently honing one's skills rather than relying solely on brute force. However, he perhaps had not heard the adage that one adept force can surpass 10 clumsy ones. Trunks effortlessly sidestepped and caught the ball with ease. Freddy blinked, bewildered by the turn of events. He must have miscalculated, attributing the mis-throw to aging. Indeed, he felt old. Following physical education class was a recess, during which Trunks gathered a rowdy bunch of boys to return to the baseball field, eager to showcase their prowess in a scrimmage. This time, he garnered a significant number of admirers. With 10 minutes remaining before the afternoon classes, Longjing entered the field with a tablet in hand, reminding everyone to return to the classroom and change for the next lesson. The students, respecting their senior, promptly tidied up the equipment and returned to the classroom in small groups, laughing amiably. As Trunks and Gohan made their way back, they encountered Videl, who was also clad in athletic attire, presumably preparing for her own physical education class. However, Videl paid them no mind, engrossed in laughter with her friends while her gaze remained fixed on Longjing from a distance. It was only when she approached closely that she noticed the two familiar faces. Trunks remained silent, wearing a mischievous smile as Videl recalled his last remark to her. Do you fancy him? Her cheeks flushed crimson once more, and she shot him an annoyed glare before quickly averting her eyes. Without a word, Trunks strolled back to the classroom with a relaxed demeanor, readying himself for the afternoon lessons. Chapter 44, Afternoon Classes. The afternoon lesson was mathematics, taught by a short, square-faced middle-aged man whose expression bore an air of bemused wisdom, as if he were perpetually in a state of confusion. Although there was only one class that afternoon, allowing for a swift return home, Trunks succumbed to the hypnotic effect of the subject and soon lay his head down on the desk, drifting into slumber. In contrast, Gohan was engrossed, absorbing the concepts of addition and subtraction, sums and differences, as well as units and tens. Despite not having received any preparatory guidance from Bulma, Gohan inherited her keen intellect and grasped these ideas with ease, eagerly raising his hand to answer questions. Within half a lesson, he was capable of performing mental arithmetic involving numbers up to 100. It was noteworthy that other children struggled even to count, leaving the teacher astonished, gazing at Gohan with wide, bewildered eyes. Just as the atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly harmonious, Gohan suddenly sensed an anomaly. He turned his gaze toward the window, which overlooked the baseball field. Although he could not discern the scene within, he distinctly felt the presence of a strange, yet formidable energy entering the field. Gohan blinked his clear eyes and then turned back to continue listening to the lesson. The term strength, when measured against the capabilities of Earthlings, is not comparable to that of the Scionts. In fact, one might even argue that they fall short of the prowess exhibited by Uncle Piccolo. Gohan, lost in thought, remained oblivious to the peculiar energy that swiftly dissipated moments later. Although he sensed something amiss, he could not quite articulate it, and thus chose to ignore the feeling. Simultaneously, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway, growing ever closer in urgency. The classroom doors suddenly swung open with a resounding bang, revealing their homeroom teacher, Ms. Marlin. Yet, her expression was devoid of the usual sternness. Instead, it radiated anxiety and concern. She scanned the room with trepidation before making her way to the podium, where she leaned in to whisper urgently to the mathematics teacher. After a brief exchange, the math teacher's brow furrowed deeply, forming a distinct crease of worry. The paramount concern was the safety of the students, and it was imperative to alert their parents without inciting panic. "Excuse me, what is kidnapping?" Gohan's innocent voice cut through the tension, startling both teachers. They turned to find him standing just behind them, his large, clear eyes blinking innocently. Having observed their distress, Gohan had dashed up from his seat, absorbing every word. Ms. Marlin revealed, "A villain has just invaded the gymnasium and has taken a student hostage. Freddy is gravely injured and unconscious." Her gaze lingered on Gohan, who, for once, elicited a rare, albeit tense smile from her. "Gohan, please return to your seat. Eavesdropping on the teachers is not appropriate." "Of course, Ms. Marlin," Gohan replied, lowering his head as he returned to his place. No one questioned how he had so suddenly appeared at the podium. Instead, whispers erupted regarding the abrupt cessation of classes. The commotion roused the slumbering Trunks, who wiped drool from the corner of his mouth and blinked sleepily around the room before turning to Gohan and asking, "Is school over?" Gohan shook his head. Just as Trunks was about to reposition himself for more sleep, Gohan grasped his arm. "Trunks, do you know what kidnapping means?" Trunks rubbed his eyes. "It means taking someone away. Are kidnappers bad people?" "Kidnapping is when bad people take good people away. For instance, let us see if Frieza were to capture you and demand money from Aunt Bulma to release you. That would be kidnapping." "Oh, so that's a supervillain." Indeed. Despite the gravity of the conversation, Trunks remained unfazed, accustomed as he was to the more thrilling tales from his security company family. Suddenly, Gohan exclaimed, "Look!" His voice pierced the air, startling Trunks and shaking off his lingering sleepiness. "What is wrong with you?" Trunks inquired. "Kidnapping. Just now, a villain took Videl." In that moment, Gohan recalled the unsettling sensation he had felt earlier, realizing it was the same familiar energy that had departed alongside the stranger. And it dawned on him that it was indeed Videl. Trunks, initially concerned, glanced outside before dismissively waving his hand. She had it coming. It was not that Trunks was heartless. He reasoned that such matters were typically resolved by the police, or at the very least, Videl might manage to handle it herself. There was no need for them to involve themselves in the chaos. "Hey, look over there." Gohan pointed out the window, his voice filled with alarm. Beside them, a fellow student followed Gohan's finger, but aside from the walls of the teaching building, there was naught but emptiness. However, Trunks comprehended Gohan's intent. They were not merely looking with their eyes, but rather sensing a familiar energy emanating from that direction. Senior Longjing appeared by the school's perimeter wall, furtively glancing around before leaping outside and sprinting into the distance. Had the disciplinary committee skipped class? No, he was heading towards the direction of Biddy Lee. The two exchanged a glance, suddenly bursting into excited laughter. They had long speculated in private that Senior Longjing possessed a formidable aura, undoubtedly not an ordinary person, perhaps sharing some extraordinary identity like theirs. Initially, they intended to clandestinely meet him after school, but with the unexpected early dismissal, Why not seize the moment to witness the commotion? As Trunks leaned out the window, preparing to soar away with his flight technique, Gohan grasped his clothing firmly. We can't fly within the school, Gohan whispered urgently. Oh, right, I nearly forgot. He glanced at the classroom door. Let us exit through the door and find an unoccupied spot to take off. Agreed. They swiftly made their way outside, but just as they were about to escape, a force tugged at their collars, yanking them back. Where do you think you're going? Marin admonished sternly, striving to keep her voice low and composed. There's danger outside. You must remain seated in the classroom. Your parents will be here shortly. Gohan and Trunks exchanged a glance, their faces etched with uncertainty. Meanwhile, in another part of the school, Longjing's classroom was closer to the baseball field. He was the first to hear the shouts of students when Freddy was knocked unconscious. As the disciplinary committee member, he exited the classroom under the pretense of assessing the situation. Once outside, finding no one around, Longjing's demeanor shifted to one of fierce determination. With remarkable speed, he dashed through the teaching building, moving so swiftly that only an afterimage remained. Upon reaching the sports field, he discovered Biddy Lee had already been taken. And though he didn't see her captors, he caught a glimpse of a small jet soaring away into the sky at an alarming speed. Damn it! After confirming the area was vacant, Longjing discarded his glasses and leaped over the wall, shouting, Kintown. A vibrant yellow cloud materialized from an unknown origin, racing swiftly to Longjing's feet. He did not land, but instead mounted the Kintown directly. With a swift motion, he retrieved a helmet from within the cloud, adeptly placing it on his head and pulling down the visor, while shark fin-like adornments glimmered atop his head. The fluidity of his movements was seamless and uninterrupted as Longjing propelled himself on the Kintown in pursuit of the jet. The Kintown's speed was astonishing, quickly diminishing the distance between them. In mere minutes, he found himself tailing the jet. With both hands atop his head, he snapped off the shark fin decoration, then forcefully thrust his hands forward. The metallic headpiece embedded itself into the side of the aircraft. A surge of electricity coursed through, and smoke began to billow from within the jet. Suddenly, the aircraft's hatch burst open, ejecting 2 escape seats, yet the parachutes failed to deploy. Longjing discerned that one of them was Biddy Lee. He soared upwards on his Nimbus, effortlessly catching both the chair and its occupant before gently descending to the ground. Their speed was remarkable. Within mere minutes, they had flown beyond the urban sprawl of the western city and into the outskirts, landing on a flat meadow. Longjing carefully set down the chair bound with Biddy Lee, who appeared unconscious, her brow furrowed in distress. He gently shook her shoulder, but she offered no response. Oh, a mere child? A chilling voice pierced the air. Longjing spun around sharply, startled to find the kidnapper had silently materialized behind him. A cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back. There stood a tall man clad in a pink robe and cloth shoes, his long face calm and composed. With hands clasped behind his back and thick, dark braids cascading down one shoulder, his gaze was devoid of warmth, exuding a chilling indifference that spoke of countless lives extinguished. Emblazoned across his chest was the character for Crane, identifying him as the notorious assassin, Tao Bai Bai. I detest children, he declared, advancing a single step. Longjing felt his muscles tense with apprehension. He recognized the formidable opponent before him, aware that he might only have one chance to strike. Exhaling deeply, he transformed his hands into claws and bent forward with intent. With the ferocity of a poised bow, he launched himself forward, executing a wind punch. Longjing propelled himself like a wolf on the hunt, charging at his adversary. Oh, Tao Bai Bai raised an eyebrow, surprised by the display of strength, albeit acknowledging it was minimal. Unfazed, he maintained his posture, moving with the casualness of an elderly man strolling the streets, yet deftly evaded every one of Longjing's assaults. Then, in a swift motion, he crouched and executed a sweeping kick, destabilizing Longjing, who faltered. Tao Bai Bai pivoted and delivered a powerful flying kick that sent Longjing crashing across the ground, tumbling several times before halting. Humph, utterly feeble, Tao Bai Bai remarked, his expression unchanged as he strolled toward the unconscious Biddy Lee. Chapter 45, Extracurricular Activities. The force of Tao Bai Bai's strike left Longjing feeling as though he had been struck by a telegraph pole, stars dancing before his eyes as he struggled to breathe. Though his chest roiled with turmoil, he sensed that the internal damage was not overwhelmingly severe. As the enemy approached Biddy Lee, he summoned the strength to rise from the ground with great effort. Oh, you can still stand? Tao Bai Bai paused, a hint of surprise in his voice. Longjing, being the son of Yamcha and Chi-Chi, had inherited the extraordinary physical prowess of the Bull Demon King's lineage. granting him remarkable resilience. A normal person would have either perished or been rendered incapacitated by such a blow. I will not allow you to harm my classmate. Long Jing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and assumed a charging stance once more. Humph, merely a dying struggle, Tao Bai scoffed dismissively. Long Jing charged forward again, this time employing a more aggressive style. Tao Bai, however, was quick to exploit any openings, yet Long Jing managed to evade him with a deft sidestep. He maintained a careful distance from Tao Bai, minimizing the risk of injury even when vulnerabilities emerged. The downside of this tactic was that it rendered his attacks less aggressive, essentially forfeiting the possibility of victory. Indeed, in merely a single round, Long Jing realized that victory was utterly unattainable. All he could do was buy time, awaiting the arrival of his ally. Mr. Satan, I implore you to act swiftly. I cannot endure much longer. Long Jing silently pleaded within his heart. Meanwhile, at the school, regardless of Trunks' pleas, Teacher Marlin steadfastly refused to allow them to leave. Teacher, I've grown weary sitting and wish to take a stroll. No. Teacher, we left something at the baseball field and must retrieve it. No. Teacher, we need to use the restroom. Hold it. Gohan silently trailed behind Trunks. Utterly incapable of fabricating lies, it was hard to fathom how Trunks could conjure them so effortlessly and without repetition. Their numerous attempts had rendered their intentions glaringly obvious, prompting Marlin to fix her gaze upon them, leaving no opportunity for a clandestine escape. You are not permitted to leave the classroom until your parents arrive. With that, Marlin firmly shut the classroom door, positioning herself before it like a guardian. Just as Trunks was about to speak, he paused, staring intently at Gohan, who returned the gaze. And they exchanged a knowing nod. Indeed, he was no ordinary individual. Yet, the upperclassman was no match for him. The two sensed the energy of Tao Bai and Long Jing, exchanging comments about the battle occurring miles away. Marlin was perplexed by their sudden nonsensical chatter and was about to urge them to return to their seats when their expressions suddenly turned grave. Upperclassman is in danger, Gohan exclaimed, worry etched across his face as he felt Long Jing's energy waning. Glancing out the window, he realized that saving a life took precedence over the feasibility of using the instant transmission technique. As Gohan prepared to leave, Trunks abruptly seized him, raising an eyebrow and declaring, "Watch me." Trunks approached Marlin and suddenly clutched her leg. Her heart softened instantly. She had a fondness for children. Under different circumstances, she would have found it endearing, but now was not the time. Listen to the teacher, she began, intending to plead with them, but Trunks suddenly smiled, and with tremendous force, lifted her as if she were a mere vase, moving her aside. You, let me go? Marlin struggled in vain, Trunks' grip akin to iron, unyielding. As a crack appeared at the door, Gohan swiftly darted outside. The hallway was deserted, and as he vanished from sight, he instantaneously reached the exterior of the building, unleashing his energy and soaring towards Long Jing with unparalleled speed. Sensing Gohan's departure, Trunks set Marlin down, with no time to chastise him. Marlin hurriedly opened the door and rushed out, expecting to see Gohan's silhouette, but the corridor lay empty. Trunks propped his chin on his hand, gazing in the direction Gohan had gone, muttering, "This is too slow, we want to catch up." On the battlefield, Long Jing was already bruised and battered, one arm hanging limply, seemingly broken. He held himself upright with great effort, showing no signs of retreat. Tao Bai's mood grew increasingly grim. He was not incapable of defeating Long Jing. In fact, he could eliminate him with a single serious strike. The crux of the matter was that he did not wish to take the encounter seriously. As the second-best assassin in the world, engaging a mere child with full effort would equate to a loss. It was his prerogative, given his strength and status, to dispatch his enemies with casual ease. Yet this child refused to fall. He had lost the inclination for play. Returning to report was of utmost importance, for if Satan were to arrive, the situation could become dire. The sounds of battle gradually roused Bidalai from her stupor. She struggled to open her eyes, her body aflame with pain, her stomach churning violently. She recalled the last scene vividly. A strange man had appeared at the baseball field and struck her with a punch that rendered her unconscious. When she awoke, she found herself in this desolate wilderness, with a familiar, disheveled figure before her, Long Jing, her senior. Startled, Bidalai's heart raced. She saw the assailant, who had previously held Long Jing, now slowly extending one hand. Tao Bai's right hand was open, poised to deliver a lethal strike, his body slightly leaning forward, intent on taking the opponent's life. Despite his battered state, Long Jing stood resolutely in front of her, Bidelai was uncertain of what was about to transpire, yet she knew Long Jing was fighting desperately to protect her, and she too would risk everything to shield him. Having grown up beside Satan, Bidelai was exceptionally gifted. She broke free from ordinary ropes with ease. She sprinted in front of Long Jing, feeling a flash of golden light in her eyes. Though she could not see, she sensed an approaching enemy and knew she must intercept the attack for Long Jing's sake, willing to sacrifice her life. However, the anticipated searing pain or any reaction failed to manifest. Furrowing her brow, Bidelai slowly opened her eyes to find a golden-haired, blue-eyed boy grinning at her. You? Who are you? It's you. Ahahaha, Senior Bidelai, Senior Long Jing, greetings. I am Son Gohan. We met this morning. Gohan spoke as if engaging in casual conversation. Yet for Bidelai and Long Jing, Tao Bai's lethal palm loomed merely an inch from Bidelai, now firmly grasped by Gohan's wrist, as if embedded in a concrete wall, rendering Tao Bai immobile despite his desperate efforts. Bidelai remained somewhat dazed, while Long Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. Phew, that's more like it. In the school seats, Trunks exhaled with relief. Had Gohan not immediately transformed and rushed in, they might not have reached in time to save her. Son Gohan blinked at Bidelai, repeatedly muttering her name. Having exchanged pleasantries, Gohan turned his attention to Tao Bai. Releasing his grip, Tao Bai instantly leapt back, creating distance. His wrist throbbed painfully, and his right hand trembled uncontrollably. He gazed at Gohan in disbelief, breaking out into a cold sweat. You. It's actually you. Though the hair color was different, that face, that gaze, it was the very nightmare of Tao Bai's life. The humiliating scene from over a decade ago at the World Martial Arts Tournament still fresh in his memory. Damn it. Dodon Wave. Without a moment of hesitation, Tao Bai unleashed his ultimate technique, the Ding Wave. Caution. Long Jing had once witnessed the Turtle School's Kamehameha under Master Roshi's tutelage, realizing that energy attacks epitomized the pinnacle of martial arts. A mere touch from such an assault would obliterate an ordinary person into nothingness. However, when the straight beam of light flew towards Gohan, he merely waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly, effortlessly redirecting the wave 100 meters away, where it detonated and created a massive crater in the ground. Indeed, the voice of Tao Bai trembled with disbelief. Despite his considerable progress over the past decade, he still fell short against this young prodigy's initial prowess. Now, with a faint sense of energy, Tao Bai gazed at the awe-inspiring force before him. Feeling as insignificant as an ant, there was absolutely no chance of victory. Infuriated, he cried out, Ding Wave. Ding Wave. Ding Wave. Like a madman, he unleashed a barrage of light waves, while Gohan effortlessly countered each attack, leaving behind a series of deep craters in the earth. Tao Bai was not bereft of reason, after firing over a dozen Ding waves. With dust clouds swirling around him, he promptly turned to flee. Engage. What a joke. Nonetheless, the dust did not obstruct Gohan's vision. He raised his palm towards the afterimage of the fleeing Tao Bai, launching a luminous sphere at an astonishing speed. The dust was swept aside in its wake. Tao Bai believed he had distanced himself considerably, but upon glancing back, he was met with a wave of light rushing towards him. A tremendous explosion erupted in the distance, shaking the very ground, while the shockwave stirred up dust clouds within a radius of several hundred meters, nearly toppling Videl and Long Jing. They stared wide-eyed at Gohan, who simply offered an apologetic smile. I'm a villain, right? I accidentally exerted a bit too much force. My sincerest apologies, ha ha ha. Chapter 46, School's Out. Not long after, Satan's aircraft arrived on the scene. Without a second thought, he rushed over and embraced Videl, weeping profusely. Long Jing and Gohan sat side by side on a stone, a hint of a smile appearing on Long Jing's swollen face as he spoke to Gohan. Son Wukong. Who is he to you? Huh, he's my dad. Ah, I see. No wonder you are so formidable. Long Jing chuckled heartily. I've heard stories from Master Roshi about your father. He is truly remarkable, and you are impressive as well. Gohan, feeling bashful, scratched his head. But my mom insists I live like an ordinary person outside, not to cause trouble. Alas, I ended up in a predicament on the very first day of school. That is understandable. It must be challenging for ordinary people to accept your existence, considering you possess the power to alter the fate of the universe. Long Jing paused, then continued. If you wish to keep your true identity concealed, allow me to assist you in maintaining that fade. Suddenly, Gohan lifted his gaze, his eyes gleaming with hope. Yet, Longjing did not reveal that he had saved Videl or defeated the notorious assassin Tao Bai, attributing the accolades to Satan instead, a narrative more readily accepted by the public. And Satan graciously embraced this acknowledgement. Satan emphatically acknowledged the youth, Longjing, who had risked his life to protect his daughter. Though he felt gratitude and admiration, he inexplicably added, "You are far from being worthy of marrying my daughter." Later, when Biddy Lee listened to Longjing recount the tale of Yukong's family and the stories of the universe, she realized that Satan was not the center of this world, although she had promised Longjing to keep his secrets. Witnessing her father unjustly claim others' merits while reveling in his own pride made her increasingly resentful towards him. Satan, on the other hand, mistakenly believed that his daughter was merely lamenting the grievances he had caused her. In the end, Satan took Longjing to the hospital and returned Gohan to school. Most students had already been picked up by their families, leaving only Trunks waiting anxiously at the school gate, with Marin beside him, fidgeting with irritation. "Don't worry, Mr. Satan. Gohan will be back shortly." Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Upon learning that Gohan had been with Satan, Marin finally felt relieved, but that relief quickly morphed into anger. As soon as Gohan stepped out of the car, he was met with a barrage of reprimands from Marin. "How could you go to such a dangerous place? What would have happened if Mr. Satan hadn't arrived in time? Just because someone is there to protect you, does that guarantee your safety? Why are you so disobedient?" Marin was genuinely frantic, hardly able to consider how Gohan had traveled several kilometers away, nor did she heed Satan and Biddy Lee's attempts to console her. In her fury, she was on the verge of tears. At that moment, two figures appeared in the distance. The leisurely Krillin, dressed in casual attire and a cap, with his hands clasped behind his head, and the disheveled, limping Piccolo, who bore the marks of a long day's battles. As they approached the school gate, they noticed a commotion of people arguing nearby. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Piccolo. The two boys, spotting their saviors, rushed to their side. The two adults were perplexed. Marin, seeing their obliviousness, felt her ire intensify. "You two guardians are utterly negligent. With such a significant event occurring at school, why did you take so long to come pick up your children? How can you be so indifferent to their safety? Are you even their guardians? What is wrong with this child as parents? No matter how busy you are, you cannot neglect your own children." Krillin and Piccolo listened in confusion, unaware of any danger or notifications. Having spent the day in solitude, they had received no alerts, and even if there were, it would not have reached them. Piccolo could surmise that there was likely no threat significant enough to endanger Trunks, and the news had probably gone in one ear and out the other for Raditz. As for Goku and Bulma, Krillin pondered, how could they have missed such news? At last, Marin regained her composure and recounted the day's events regarding Biddy Lee's ordeal, as well as Gohan and Trunks' actions. "This child is far too reckless. How could he run off to such a perilous location? With Mr. Satan and the police present, he, as a child, has no concept of these matters. It is the duty of parents and teachers to properly guide them." Clint rested his chin thoughtfully as he listened attentively to Marlin's complete account, awaiting his reaction. A bright smile broke across Clint's face as he affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair and exclaimed, "Ha! You did the right thing, truly commendable." Marlin, taken aback by this unexpected response, thought to himself, "This is no jest." "I am not joking," Clint asserted with a serious demeanor. "To stand up for those who matter, regardless of personal safety, is the hallmark of a true man." "Indeed," Trunks chimed in supportively. Meanwhile, Videl, somewhat missing the point, fixated on the phrase important person, her eyes darting towards Gohan. Marlin found himself momentarily speechless. While Clint's words held truth, he pondered, but such matters should not involve someone so young. There are adults to bear the brunt. He should be the one being protected. Otherwise, the future. Clint, with a complex gaze directed at Gohan and Trunks, then turned to Marlin and gently spoke. "We must be the ones who step up to safeguard everyone." Only Satan and Marlin failed to grasp the underlying significance of his words. Yet, Marlin could sense a resolute will and determination emanating from Clint. Though she did not fully comprehend it, she was profoundly moved by the intensity of his gaze. Momentarily rendered speechless, Clint, equally captivated by Marlin, felt a twinge of awkwardness after several seconds of mutual staring, his face flushing slightly as he stammered, "Well, I think so, haha." At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before them, startling Satan. Goku had instantaneously teleported to the school entrance, hastily putting on his jacket, and upon noticing everyone's gaze, he sheepishly smiled and apologized, Sorry, I was just so busy earlier and missed the school notification." seeing Goku's disheveled appearance. Clint instantly understood the situation and approached him, playfully nudging Goku's ribs with his elbow while wearing an amused smile. "Marlin," she began, intending to say something. But then Goku glanced at her and suddenly shouted, "Number 18? Everyone was momentarily stunned by this seemingly nonsensical proclamation. Goku looked around and then shook Clint, exclaiming, "Number 18. Her. Android 18. When Clint remained unresponsive, Goku pointed at her and shouted again, "Your wife." A profound silence enveloped the scene. In truth, Clint was not oblivious. He had long since inquired about his future wife with Goku. However, regarding Android 18, Goku had only retained the name 18 and had no idea how to locate her. After years had passed, he had resigned himself to the fact, occasionally reminiscing about the name. Hearing that the charming blonde teacher before him was to be his future wife left his mind in utter disarray. Wait, Clint stammered, lost for words. Marlin, a mixture of anger and embarrassment flooding her, began chastising Goku while simultaneously reproaching Gohan. Though she was at a loss for what she was actually saying, Vic sighed, feeling overwhelmed by the commotion, and pulled Trunks away. Meanwhile, Satan, noticing his daze, silently led Videl away. The remaining four stood on the street, laughing and chattering animatedly, their hearts brimming with aspirations for the future. Here, I have altered the setting. According to my online research, the true name of Android 18 should be Lazuli, not Marin. It is also mentioned that there is an epilogue where Krillin has a romantic involvement with a character named Marin, which is why their daughter was named Marin. However, to be frank, I find this concept rather distasteful. I still believe that Android 18 ought to be Krillin's first love and only wife. Due to her past misdeeds, she is referred to as Android 18, while her original name, Marin, is bestowed upon her daughter with Krillin. What a romantic notion this is. To further elaborate on the background of this narrative, in the early chapters of the Dragon Ball adventures, Goku directly drove away Yamcha upon their first encounter, preventing him from meeting Bulma. Subsequently, Goku resolved the Flame Mountain issue with the Kamehameha without crossing paths with Chi-Chi. Thus, it was ultimately Yamcha who forged a marital bond with Chi-Chi in the wilderness. As a result, Gohan was born at the same time as in the original timeline. Given that Yamcha is more family-oriented and financially adept than Goku, he took on a role similar to that of a son-in-law, managing the assets of the Ox King quite successfully, enabling Goku Jr. to attend a prestigious noble school. As for Chi-Chi, she undoubtedly insists on Goku Jr. pursuing his studies diligently. However, Goku Jr. possesses extraordinary talent and has grasped the Wolf Fang fist with minimal effort. Regarding Videl, the portrayal in this story is somewhat harsh, as she frequently directs her ire toward Goku Jr., which may be discomforting for some. Yet, I believe it is quite normal for a princess born with a silver spoon, especially one whose father is a globally adored star, to exhibit a hint of arrogance and sharpness in her youth. She must endure certain experiences to blossom into a graceful and spirited young woman. As for traditional tropes, it seems that bickering prior to romance is the expected pattern. Thus, should we consider stirring up some tension between Trunks and Videl? Nonsense. Why should a boy who is both mischievous and troublesome be favored by a girl? This is hardly fair. The genuine, kind-hearted nature of the Sun family is what truly captivates the young lady. Chapter 47. The Warriors Reunite, Part 1. In the year 774 of the Age of Peace. On a tranquil afternoon, sunlight bathed the bustling streets of West City, where pedestrians and vehicles alike were absorbed in their busy lives. Unbeknownst to them, three small dark figures were slowly traversing the sky not far away. I say, Trunks folded his arms across his chest, flying in a manner reminiscent of a backstroke, gazing at Videl, who followed a few meters behind with a look of exasperation. What business do you have meddling in this, causing such a hassle? Videl raised one hand to shield her face from the strong winds, struggling to speak. I want to go. Why shouldn't I be allowed to see such a significant event? TSK, I never expected this. Trunks shook his head. Aren't you supposed to be preparing for your high school entrance exams in just a few days? The diligent student Videl, skipping class to join us. Humph. Gohan is out here too. Ha ha ha. Gohan chuckled awkwardly. Videl, don't push yourself too hard. Biddy clenched her teeth, remaining silent. It has been over 20 years since the fierce battle with Frieza, and according to the historical information provided by Goku during that fateful meeting, this day marks the very moment of Majin Buu's emergence. Of course, given Goku's notoriously poor memory, it is improbable that he could recall the specific date. Fortunately, he is surrounded by intelligent companions, And after persistent inquiries from Bulma and the Supreme Kai, they finally unearthed a crucial piece of information. The catalyst for Buu's revival is indeed the World Martial Arts Tournament held that year. Since the tournament occurs every 3 years, it indirectly mitigates the possibility of Goku misremembering the year. As the only remaining significant threat to Earth and the universe from the original timeline, the group has never relaxed their vigilance against Buu over the past 2 decades. Bulma had made a pact with everyone, ensuring their attendance at this year's tournament. Thus they all gathered on the southern island where the event was to take place. Although these decisions were made before Gohan and Trunks were born, the 2 children had picked up snippets of information over the years. Goku had not considered the need to shield them from anything, yet he could not articulate the details clearly. Consequently, while Gohan and Trunks were unaware of the specifics, they understood that today would witness a cosmic-level event. And such excitement was not something they could miss. Naturally, if Gohan and Trunks were aware, Biddy would be as well, insisting on accompanying them. However, due to certain butterfly effects brought about by Goku's time travel, Biddy was only 15 years old at this moment. Although she was a year older than Gohan and Trunks, she was still quite young by Earth standards, her mastery of flight being limited. Just keeping up with Gohan and Trunks at their current pace was already a considerable challenge. Yet, for the 2 Saiyans, this speed felt akin to a leisurely stroll. At this rate, by the time they reached the southern island, the tournament might have already concluded. You might as well take a plane. At this pace, when will we arrive? Trunks turned in midair, as if casually flipping over in bed. Biddy shot him a glare. Had she not rushed to follow them from school, these 2 could have transformed and vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving her to wonder where to find them later. All right, Trunks, Gohan said with a cheerful laugh. If you're in a hurry, why don't you go ahead? Oh, I should go first. Trunks' expression turned teasing. You want me to leave, so you 2 can have some alone time, right? Biddy, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, wished she could land a punch on him, but alas, she couldn't reach. Gohan's cheeks flushed as he fumbled for words, his hands unsure of where to rest. Hey, a voice suddenly called from behind, its pitch rising, indicating that the person was closing in with remarkable speed. Longjing, Gohan greeted brightly. Longjing, donning wind goggles and an Ultraman headpiece, soared towards them on his flying Nimbus, catching up swiftly. The 4 had long since become close friends. And Longjing had also learned the art of flight from Gohan and the others, though, like Biddy, he could not fly very fast, and thus relied on the Nimbus. Are you coming too, Longjing? Trunks called out, addressing him directly, as he did with those of lesser strength. Ahaha, Longjing chuckled, scratching his head. With something this significant happening, I want to see it with my own eyes. Let us go together. Gohan exclaimed with a smile. Yeah, as Longjing spoke, he shielded his eyes and gazed into the distance, realizing the destination was still far away. Would they arrive too late? Following the energy trail, Longjing quickly caught up with Gohan and Trunks, sensing Goku's position through the energy around him. Although his strength did not allow him to detect ordinary humans from 1,000 miles away, the formidable Saiyans were easily identifiable. Akin to the sun and moon in the sky, clearly visible even from billions of miles away. Humph, it's that dead weight, Trunks remarked, pointing at Videl. TCH. Videl lamented her inability to retort. Oh. Longjing glanced around, and then patted the Nimbus cloud. Videl, come aboard. Huh. Videl was momentarily taken aback. All right. Hurry up and get on the Nimbus. This way we will reach our destination much sooner, Trunks stated matter-of-factly. Videl cast a glance at the small Nimbus cloud, which left little room aside from Longjing. Sitting on it meant being pressed closely together. She nervously looked at Gohan, only to find his clear eyes reflecting a glimmer of wisdom. Nodding, she said, Indeed, this will expedite our arrival, and you won't tire yourself out. Initially worried that Gohan might feel jealous, she realized her concerns were unfounded. Influenced by Satan, Videl inherently harbored a respect for the strong. Her infatuation with Longjing was instinctual, recognizing his extraordinary strength. Thus, after witnessing the Saiyant's remarkable power, her admiration naturally shifted to Gohan. As for Trunks, his incessant teasing put her off. Over time, Videl found Gohan to be a remarkable individual. He was sincere and kind, undeniably powerful, yet treating everyone with warmth. It was as if his spirit could not harbor any malice, and being with Gohan brought her a profound sense of tranquility, where their shared joy was pure and uncomplicated. Gradually, her admiration blossomed into love. However, she occasionally fell into the trap of ordinary reasoning, assuming Gohan might feel jealousy over her close proximity to Longjing. Yet, Upon realizing her overthinking, a twinge of guilt would surface. Humph. Videl shot Trunks an exasperated glance before confidently mounting the Nimbus. Kneeling behind Longjing and gripping the fabric of his waist tightly. Let us accelerate. Longjing leaned slightly forward, and Videl felt a rush of nervous anticipation. Suddenly, a surge of force propelled the Nimbus, which shot forth like a rocket. Yo-ho! Longjing exclaimed with excitement. It's about time. Trunks, equally exhilarated, unleashed his energy alongside Gohan. And the four children sped towards the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, an event poised to alter the cosmos itself. In just 20 minutes, the quartet arrived at the southern island, only to discover that upon tracing the energy, Goku and his companions were not within the venue but gathered in a clearing outside the city. Those acquainted with one another have all gathered. At the forefront stand Wukong and Bulma, followed closely by Krillin, Raditz, Master Roshi, Dr. Gero, and others. 2 decades have passed since the battle against Frieza, and all those who participated in that fateful meeting are present. Among them is an unexpected figure, Piccolo, whose appearance has notably changed. Since their refusion 7 years ago, as the deity's lifespan waned, Piccolo's strength has surged, and his demeanor has become markedly more composed. Yet, at this moment, his expression is one of profound discomfort, with beads of cold sweat relentlessly trickling down his forehead. Opposite the warriors stand 2 peculiar individuals. One is of short stature with pale blue skin and a white mohawk, while the other is a towering figure with pink skin and long hair. Both are attired in garments reminiscent of ancient European nobility. They are none other than King Kai of the East and his attendant, Jebbet. King Kai squints, his expression cold and tinged with a hint of malevolence, as he scrutinizes the assembly before him, not because they called out to him, but because he had summoned them himself. 20 minutes prior, Wukong and his companions arrived at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon entering, Wukong immediately spotted the 2 aloof figures and, eager to reconnect with old friends, approached them with warmth. "Ah, Lord King Kai, you have indeed come," Wukong exclaimed, grinning widely, oblivious to the fact that this version of King Kai had never encountered him before. Upon hearing his identity recognized, King Kai's alertness heightened. He appraised Wukong and inquired, "Who are you?" Feeling somewhat awkward, Wukong scratched his head and responded, "Oh, I'm Wukong. I mean, Son Wukong." Hello. King Kai remained silent, and sensing the tension, Wukong hastily added, Lord King Kai, you're here regarding Majin Buu, right?" Haha. This revelation startled King Kai, for not only did this individual know his identity, but he was also aware of the reason for his presence on Earth. Could he be associated with Babidi? King Kai pondered. However, upon examining Wukong, he felt no trace of malevolence emanating from him. His gaze shifted to the corner, where the visibly agitated Spopovich and Yama stood, true minions of the wicked sorcerer Babidi. To avoid alarming them, King Kai decided to usher Wukong and his friends outside. "What exactly are you? What are your intentions?" King Kai asked directly. "We?" Wukong replied, somewhat bewildered. Who were they, and how should he respond? "We're here to participate in the martial arts tournament. As for what we intend to do..." Wukong paused, then broke into a hearty laugh. "We plan to resurrect Majin Buu." Chapter 48. The Warriors Reunite, Part 2. As Gohan and his companions arrived at the southern island, Wukong had just reached the outskirts with King Kai, while Krillin instantaneously transported the others to their destination. As Gohan touched down, a small child trailing behind Krillin suddenly dashed forward, exuberantly wrapping his arms around Gohan's neck and exclaiming, "Brother, you finally made it." This child is none other than 6.5-year-old son Goten. Trunks, teasingly pinching Goten's cheek, remarked with a grin, "How could we possibly miss such a lively occasion?" Amidst the cacophony, Bulma finally noticed Gohan and his companions arriving, her expression darkening as she approached them, reproaching, "What are you 2 doing here? Shouldn't you be attending school?" "Well, we wanted to join in," Gohan admitted, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "Aunt Bulma," Longjing interjected, "we heard that today's event is exceptionally special, and we wish to witness it firsthand. Staying at school would hardly allow us to focus." Upon seeing Longjing, Bulma's demeanor softened. Strangely enough, ever since she learned that he was Chi-Chi's son, she felt a profound sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart. Chi-Chi had her own life now. There was no longer any possibility between her and Goku. Moreover, Longjing was exceptionally well-mannered and diligent in his studies, which brought Bulma immense joy whenever she encountered him. Her tone softened further. "We are not here merely for amusement. We have matters of great significance to attend to, and this place might prove to be quite perilous. Uft. Trunks scoffed, but Goten is here too. That is different, Bulma retorted firmly. Goten is here to compete in the junior division of the World Martial Arts Tournament. But we can participate as well. Trunks pointed to himself. Gohan and I are only 13, and even Biddy is only 14. She can join too. Mr. Satan had long been aware of Goku and his friend's presence and had no intention of letting Biddy partake in a futile endeavor. As for Gohan and the others, Bulma thought to herself, if you all participate, how can Goten possibly win the championship? Indeed, she harbored a slight favoritism towards her younger son. Without peers among the Saiyans, Goten would inevitably have to befriend other students at school. His remarkably robust physique might not blend in seamlessly. Therefore, seizing this opportunity for him to clinch the title of junior champion at the World Martial Arts Tournament would save him some trouble in the future. Is it the same? You are all on the brink of high school. Academics should take precedence. Stop fixating on these violent pursuits. Bulma admonished, though her conviction wavered. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero seized the opportunity to scrutinize Krillin, glancing left and right, occasionally reaching out to touch him. Doctor. Krillin took a step back. What are you doing? I've heard of your power increase. Dr. Gero advanced rather than retreated. I have finally comprehended how the artificial energy source maintains nearly perpetual stamina. It stems from the pressure differential between two energy sources. However, how has your strength augmented? Gero stroked his beard thoughtfully. This matter cannot be adequately studied without living subjects. Initially, two cores were created for the androids. One was implanted in Krillin, while the other remained with Dr. Gero for research. Over the years, he had aspired to replicate this extraordinary core, fundamentally requiring the matching of another race's energy source rather than merely duplicating Krillin's. Otherwise, both parties would experience a significant reduction in power, rendering any further creations meaningless. Yet, this research had yielded no progress over the past 20 years, underscoring the remarkable fortune of the first generation of androids. Krillin often found Dr. Gero to be rather peculiar. Their interactions had dwindled over the past 2 decades, and they hadn't seen each other in recent years, yet he had formed an unfavorable impression of Dr. Gero. I also heard you have a daughter? Dr. Gero's eyes gleamed with intrigue. What is the extent of your daughter's abilities? Have you noticed a decline in your own power? The implications of this matter are profound. Is your daughter of terrestrial origin, or does she share lineage with artificial beings? This raises questions about whether the influence is genetic in nature. I must study her. Krillin, gritting his teeth, warned, I advise you to keep your distance from Lazuli. It was evident that something was amiss with the old man. Fortunately, Lazuli was at home with Marin at that moment. Unlike Bulma and Goku, Krillin was not one to take risks. His beloved wife and cherished daughter needed to remain far from danger. He would have gladly sent them to Namek for safety. Meanwhile, Master Roshi eagerly approached Piccolo for a greeting. Long time no see, my dear deity. I am not a deity, Piccolo replied coldly. I know you are Piccolo, but the deity resides within you. How does it feel now? Does this fellow still harbor ill intentions? Piccolo's eye twitched as he shot a glare at Master Roshi. How is the old Kaioken doing? I've heard there's a priest named Popo residing in the temple, who has been there even longer than the deity. Isn't that fascinating? Aren't you curious about his origins? That old man. Piccolo cursed inwardly. It seemed Master Roshi was constantly conversing with the deity, leaving Piccolo feeling like an unwelcome third party. He wondered how the deity was faring, observing the mortal realm from the temple. This thought made him chuckle silently. A drop of blood trickled from his nose. Master Roshi wiped it away with a handkerchief, thinking to himself that he should also try to become a deity. Bah! Piccolo spat in disdain. As the ancient deity approached the end of his days, the question of who would become the new god of Earth sparked considerable debate. In terms of sheer power, anyone from Goku's group could suffice. Unfortunately, most of them were not Earthlings. The only one with genuine credentials was Krillin. Yet he was preoccupied with his romantic pursuits with Marin and had no interest in the temple's desolate confines. Next in line was Master Roshi, the lecherous old man, who was naturally dismissed unanimously. Tien and Kaiatsu had not appeared before the public in 2 decades. As for Yamcha, Launch, and others, truth be told, few would accept them as deities. Just then, Bulma's remark halted all discussion. If we don't find a Namekian to serve as the deity, won't our Dragon Balls cease to exist? Everyone realized the truth. The Dragon Balls, while sometimes seen as superfluous, were essential. Though each family had managed their own portion over the years, rarely making wishes, The absence of Shenron was simply unacceptable. Thus, they collectively decided to venture to Namek, with Goku and Krillin utilizing instant transmission. Although the Namekian Sensibine business thrived across the universe, it took half a month to travel by spaceship. And who would choose to sit in a ship when they could teleport? Upon arriving on Namek, Goku sought out Dend, only to be met with unanimous disapproval. First and foremost, Dend himself disagreed. Earth? I've never even heard of such a place. And Earthlings are so peculiar. How could a young Namekian like me possibly travel such a distance? Wukong was perplexed, having forgotten that in this timeline, Dandy had not shared hardships with Gohan and Krillin and thus held no emotional ties to Earth. Moreover, Dandy had inherited all the divine essence of the Grand Elder, making him the de facto successor to the position of the Grand Elder of Namek. It was inconceivable that anyone else could usurp that role. Eventually, a most peculiar occurrence transpired. The one nominated to become the deity of Earth was none other than Neru. Wukong could not fathom their reasoning. Yet he felt a surge of joy, for Neru was a comrade who had fought alongside him. Unbeknownst to Wukong, the intricacies of Namek's affairs were beyond his understanding. Neru adamantly refused to take on the mantle of Grand Elder, believing that an excessive reliance on the Dragon Balls contradicted the natural order. Consequently, after the battle on Namek, he chose not to utilize the Dragon Balls to restore the devastated surface, nor did he employ them as before to enhance the planet's environment. This decision sowed seeds of suspicion and discontent in what was once a virtuous soil. In truth, none harbored ill intentions. Neru felt that the Dragon Balls were coveted and should be kept hidden unless absolutely necessary, prioritizing the safety of his entire race. Those who sought to use them for environmental improvement had noble intentions aimed at the development of their people, which was equally understandable. Throughout history, the most challenging dilemmas have often revolved around the balance of good against good, leading Neru to Earth to embrace the role of a deity. The turtle sage continued his incessant chatter when he noticed Raditz passing by with a cloth bag, casually remarking, "It's time to take action." Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement, disregarding the turtle sage, and followed Raditz into the distance, while the turtle sage trailed behind like an eager shadow, muttering to himself. Jebbet observed the chaotic gathering before him, his head buzzing with confusion. The Supreme Kai had called these individuals together for a matter of utmost importance, yet they seemed oblivious, engrossed in trivial conversations. Clearing his throat, the Supreme Kai addressed Wukong, inquiring, "How did you come to know of Majin Buu, and what is your intent?" Wukong, with a cheerful smile, responded, "I know about you all. You're looking for Buu, right? I'm aware because I've experienced these matters firsthand, although it was quite some time ago, and many details escape me. But rest assured, we are here to assist you. Our goal, of course, is to resurrect Buu." "Nanny," Jebbet gasped internally, realizing that these Earthlings were utterly unaware of the gravity of their words. Indeed, the Supreme Kai's expression immediately hardened, a palpable aura of menace enveloping the space. He had personally witnessed the malevolence and might of Majin Buu. Resurrecting it would spell disaster for the entire universe. His mission to Earth was to prevent this calamity at all costs, and it became clear that those before him were indeed adversaries. The Supreme Kai's aura swiftly silenced the laughter of all the warriors present, who turned to face him with solemn expressions, as if a confrontation were imminent. The only one truly trembling with trepidation was Piccolo, suppressed under the weight of divine energy. Felt a surge of anxiety. He was not afraid of confrontation, but rather of alerting the enemy and jeopardizing their meticulously crafted plan. The individuals before him radiated an aura so feeble that their mortal nature rendered them oblivious to the divine presence, leading them to act with unwarranted arrogance. Once the Supreme Kai intervened, they would soon comprehend the vast chasm that separated mortals from the divine. Yet, he was troubled by the challenge of concealing their intentions from Babidi while continuing the search for Buu's hiding place. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai surveyed the assembly, noting the frailty of their energies. Despite their weakness, he felt a disquieting instinct, as if any indiscreet movement could provoke a brutal response. With a dismissive glance, Raditz turned away, uninterested in the trivialities around him. He had monumental matters to address. Knowing both parties were inherently virtuous, conflict seemed unlikely, and he had no time to indulge in petty disputes. Raditz found an open space and placed his bundle on the ground, from which a faint golden light emanated through the seams. As he unwrapped the parcel, 7 Dragon Balls were revealed. "Arise, Shenron," he proclaimed. Chapter 49. The Resurrection of Vegeta. A tense silence hung in the air, pregnant with the potential for eruption, yet Raditz acted as though the others were invisible. summoning the dragon with unabashed urgency. Krillin and Goku exchanged resigned smiles as they watched the golden light ascend. "You are far too impatient," Krillin remarked, shaking his head. Indeed, Raditz was in a rush. He had colossal matters to attend to, specifically the resurrection of Vegeta. 21 years prior, Vegeta had declined the offer of revival, and with the destruction of planet Vegeta, the Saiyan race faced near extinction. His death in that era was, in fact, a fitting end, allowing him to continue his warrior's life in the afterlife, free from the entanglements of earthly affections. Thus, he resided on King Kai's planet, occasionally peering through King Kai's eyes to monitor Goku and the others' training progress, assessing who among them was the stronger fighter. "Oh, by the way," Goku suddenly recalled, "you should ask him about Bu later." He gestured helplessly towards the direction of Shinron. The issue of confronting Majin Bu had been deliberated by Bulma and her companions for many years. The gravest concern was that if Majin Bu were indeed revived, no one would be capable of defeating him. Although they had ultimately triumphed over the evil Bu in their original timeline, enduring countless trials, the path to that victory had been convoluted and fraught with complications. Most crucially, Goku had not been privy to many of those events, making it impossible for him to articulate what had transpired. What was certain was the catastrophic loss of life on Earth. It was highly probable that everyone perished. Even with knowledge of various particulars, Bulma could not guarantee they could flawlessly replicate the original sequence of events. A minor error could spell disaster for the entire planet, resulting in nothing more than additional chaos. Therefore, she established a guiding principle. Their objective was singular and straightforward: locate Bu and eliminate him. Regarding the opportunity to resurrect Bu, Goku certainly harbored the desire. The innate Saiyan instinct compelled him to confront potential adversaries. However, the lessons learned from the Tournament of Power necessitated careful consideration of the consequences. Ultimately, it was agreed that unless Goku was confident in his ability to defeat Bu, he must not be allowed to return. The prerequisite for overcoming Bu was that Goku must possess the strength to transform into a Super Saiyan 3. Despite the relentless training alongside Krillin, Goku's power enhancement remained marginal. Over the years, he increasingly felt the limitations of his physical prowess. Ever since breaking through to the Super Saiyan 2 level, further advancement had proven nearly insurmountable. For years, both he and Krillin found themselves stagnating in the mid-tier of Super Saiyan 2, unable to progress further. Thus, Goku and Krillin decided to attempt fusion. The emergence of the Super Warrior, Sun Wulin, ensued. A mere trial confirmed Goku's belief that Bu would be no match. Relying on fusion for victory held little significance for a warrior. Goku yearned to battle formidable foes to truly gauge his strength. Utilizing shortcuts merely to safeguard his companions was a last resort. If victory could only be attained through fusion, it would be wiser to eliminate Bu decisively before his resurrection. Just as their strategy seemed set, a voice unexpectedly echoed in their minds. "You worthless fools. Revive Bu." It was Vegeta, demanding not just resurrection, but a revival in peak condition. Ever since learning that in the original timeline, he had sacrificed everything yet barely harmed Bu, and that the final battle had merely seen him stall for time against Super Saiyan 3 Goku, Vegeta harbored a burning resentment. The proud Saiyan prince could not allow himself to be perpetually overshadowed by a lower-class warrior. In this lifetime, he would turn the tide of that humiliating narrative. "You cannot be serious. This poses a grave danger to Earth," Bulma retorted angrily, but her protest fell on deaf ears. Vegeta dismissed her entirely, leaving her powerless. With Vegeta's insistence, his devoted follower Raditz immediately declared his unwavering support for the plan. Bu must be resurrected. Bulma pinned all her hopes on Goku, only to receive the response, "Well, Vegeta should be fine." He understood the efficiency of training in the afterlife, and given Vegeta's talent and diligence, along with over a decade more of experience, breaking through to Super Saiyan 3 should pose no challenge for him. Furthermore, even if Vegeta faltered, Sun Wulin would provide backup. Bulma, unable to counter these martial enthusiasts, reluctantly acquiesced. She had privately attempted to locate Babiti's concealed spaceship in advance, but to no avail. The sorcerer had his own means of concealment, or else even the Kaioshin would not resort to tracking him. Thus, everyone awaited the day of the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, anticipating Vegeta's return from the afterlife to confront Bu. Vegeta could have followed in Goku's footsteps, seeking the fortune teller's assistance for a brief return, but that method had its drawbacks. His lifespan was too limited, and sustaining Super Saiyan 3 for long enough was unfeasible. Vegeta initially thought that with his strength, A mere minute would suffice to deal with such an enemy, and he had no desire for a leisurely existence on Earth. However, one incident shifted his perspective. Several months prior to the confrontation with Bu, Raditz's second wife found herself with child. The offspring of Raditz and his spouse held little significance for Vegeta. The crux of the matter lay in the emergence of yet another scion in the world. This would mean that Earth would host Goku, Gohan, Goten, Raditz, Trunks, and this newborn, a total of 6 scions. The number 6 is indeed a sensitive one. For according to Goku's accounts, 6 scions could conjure the Scion God, possessing power that far exceeds that of Super Saiyan 3, even rivaling the might of the God of Destruction. Should Goku fail to ascend to Super Saiyan God, Vegeta would disdain to tread such a dubious path. However, if calamity were to befall Earth, such as the imminent arrival of Beerus, and Vegeta were absent, Goku would inevitably transform into Super Saiyan God, thus eclipsing Vegeta's strength. This was an outcome Vegeta could not abide. Hence, he resolved to seize the opportunity presented by the battle against Bu to summon the Eternal Dragon for resurrection. Albeit the proud prince insisted on making his entrance just before the battle commenced, reluctant to linger with the raucous company any longer than necessary. In stark contrast, Raditz, having not seen his idol for over 20 years, was unwilling to wait even a moment longer, yet could not disregard Vegeta's directives. Thus, he diligently gathered the Dragon Balls and, as soon as the moment felt ripe, he eagerly commenced his wish. Dark clouds and lightning enveloped the earth as the distant rumble of thunder heralded the gradual solidification of golden light into emerald-green dragon scales and white whiskers. The eternal dragon emerged. "Speak your wish. I shall grant any desire you articulate," boomed the dragon's resonant voice across the land. King Kai and Jebet stood transfixed, gazing at the dragon in astonishment, sensing a profound essence emanating from the colossal being, divinity. Though exceedingly faint, it was undoubtedly a form of divinity surpassing that of King Kai. The dragon slowly surveyed the assemblage below, his gaze locking onto the gravely serious expression of King Kai. After a brief silence, the king exclaimed, "I never anticipated that you would be here." Instantly, the dragon's lofty demeanor vanished, along with the echo of his voice. "What is your command?" he inquired. Aside from Goku, everyone was taken aback. None had ever witnessed the dragon exhibit such deference. Although the martial artists present could easily overpower the dragon, it had never shown them any respect, perpetually adopting an attitude of urgency to dispense with pleasantries. This was the first occasion that the group comprehended the extent of King Kai's elevated status within the cosmos. I'm not here for anything," King Kai replied awkwardly. He was well aware of his limited understanding of the universe's secrets. During the reign of the previous Grand Kai, he had merely been the apprentice East Kai. Before he could officially assume his role and inherit the legacy from the Grand Kai, the malevolent Majin Buu appeared, annihilating the Kai planet and leaving him as the sole survivor, hastily thrust into leadership without adequate power or knowledge. Over the years, he had frequently encountered situations shrouded in mystery. "I summoned you," Raditz interjected impatiently. "Revive Vegeta, quickly." The dragon felt a sense of dissatisfaction. He had never encountered such rudeness when granting wishes. Nevertheless, his eyes glimmered with a fierce light. Far away on King Kai's planet, Vegeta felt an inexplicable force surging through his body, causing the halo above his head to vanish. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." The dragon transformed into 7 beams of golden light, vanishing into the dark clouds. "Revival? Bringing someone back from the underworld?" King Kai exclaimed in astonishment, incredulous at such a violation of natural order. However, these thoughts remained unexpressed on his face. "Wait. Just a moment," Raditz began to speak. But the surroundings had already returned to normal. What he intended to ask was, where are the people? Where is Vegeta? Fortunately, Goku, possessing experience, placed his hand on his forehead and instantly vanished from the spot. In less than a second, he reappeared, accompanied by a figure clad in a blue battle suit. "Lord Vegeta." Raditz rushed forward, his voice slightly choked. Perhaps it was due to age, or perhaps the influence of Earth, but Raditz had become unexpectedly sentimental. "Step away." Vegeta irritably shrugged off Goku's hand. "Mind your own business. I can return in 10 minutes through the snake path." "Don't be so heartless, Vegeta," Goku chuckled, patting him on the back. "It has been many years since we last met." After more than 20 years apart, Goku felt a wave of joy, though it was unfortunate that this version of Vegeta had no camaraderie with him. At that moment, 2 figures hurriedly approached, King Kai and Jebet. The fierce expressions on their faces dissipated, replaced by a demeanor of near sycophancy as they rubbed their hands together and smiled while bowing. I thought that name sounded familiar. Indeed, Jebbit chimed in. It turns out Lord Vegeta is truly you. Aha, 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 aha. Chapter 50. The God of Death from the Underworld. Astonishment. Utter astonishment. The King Kai, who would ordinarily show utmost reverence even to the dragon, now stood before Vegeta with a face full of obsequiousness, akin to a servant vying for customers. Vegeta, with his arms crossed, cast a casual glance at them and merely replied, "So it is you." 21 years prior, the Grand Elder of Namek had bestowed a corporeal form upon Vegeta, granting him the ability to roam freely in the underworld. Consequently, he settled on King Kai's planet, where the Kai assisted in his training. Coupled with the underworld's rapid recovery of physical strength, Vegeta's power swiftly ascended to the upper echelons of Super Saiyan. Yet, progress suddenly slowed, even stagnating at times. After a year of frustration, Vegeta resolved to secretly observe Kakarot's training, utilizing King Kai's abilities. In this life, Vegeta does not feel the relentless need to compete with Kakarot as he did in his previous incarnation. Ever since he learned of Kakarot's transcendent journey, Vegeta's perspective has subtly shifted. With over 30 years of experience in both knowledge and training, Kakarot has surpassed him. However, the so-called defeats attributed to him never truly transpired, rendering them insignificant in his eyes. Moreover, Vegeta is resolute in his belief that his innate talent far exceeds that of Kakarot. It is merely the circumstance that the Vegeta Kakarot speaks of has not been favored by fortune, leading to a series of missed opportunities that have kept him a step behind. Nevertheless, as long as he is willing to learn from experience, surpassing Kakarot is inevitable. Much like during their time on Namek, where his combat prowess was vastly superior to Kakarot's. Indeed, it was not long before Vegeta witnessed Kakarot's transformation into a Super Saiyan, leading him to an epiphany. Consequently, Vegeta completed the full power of Super Saiyan transformation in a shorter time than Kakarot and smoothly broke through to the next level, making his subsequent training far more effortless. During this period, King Kai experienced a tumultuous range of emotions. Initially, he was elated to see Vegeta, as he finally had a formidable mortal by his side. The other three kings of the South Galaxy would boast about their powerful subordinates, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. The North Galaxy was not devoid of strength. Rather, its most powerful inhabitant was the tyrant Frieza, who either recruited the moderately strong or eliminated them swiftly, leaving no one with the qualifications to visit King Kai's planet. Vegeta's arrival instilled in him a glimmer of hope. However, he soon realized his mistake. Vegeta was hardly the type to play the role of a subordinate. In fact, it seemed that King Kai was becoming more of a follower, obliged to carry burdens and spy on Earth at his behest. Whenever Vegeta unleashed his fury, the very planet of King Kai trembled, and the destruction of his home became a frequent occurrence. Ultimately, King Kai could no longer tolerate the situation and, in a fit of anger, took Vegeta to the Grand Kai's planet under the pretense of introducing him to other powerful beings in the universe. Naturally, Vegeta was intrigued, albeit with a reluctant demeanor, and followed along. However, the underworld was not hosting any grand martial arts tournament. King Kai's intention was merely to let Vegeta stroll around, and then seize the opportunity to escape, allowing Vegeta to wreak havoc as he pleased. Before King Kai's plan could unfold, an unwitting brute collided with Vegeta. With a sidelong glance, Vegeta received the expected retort, "What are you staring at?" Uninterested in a verbal exchange, he delivered a swift kick, sending the brute sprawling 2 streets away. What initially seemed a trivial matter escalated quickly. The unfortunate brute crashed into the West Kai, who was meandering nearby. Given his small stature, the impact nearly knocked the wind out of him. Enraged, he rose to confront the brute, only to discover it was East Kai, which only fueled his ire further. He approached, ready to voice his grievances. North Kai, already unimpressed with the situation, offered no apology and instead chose to mock him. As the two exchanged harsh words, the West Kai began to reproach Vegeta. The prince, unable to tolerate such remarks, fixed the West Kai with a menacing glare that sent shivers down his spine. At that moment, Ribrian hastily stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the Kai. Upon noticing this unexpected presence, Vegeta scrutinized Ribrian with growing interest. Dismissing any formalities or the notion of the otherworld martial arts tournament, he charged at Ribrian without hesitation. Ribrian, believing a formidable foe had breached the Grand Kai's realm, unleashed his full power against Vegeta. The prince, invigorated by the challenge, relished the encounter, finally facing a rival stronger than Frieza. Their battle erupted in the streets, causing chaos as many innocents became collateral damage. Those familiar with Ribrian assumed something dire had transpired and rushed to assist him. In no time, the entire Grand Kai's planet was in disarray. Some individuals sided with Ribrian, focusing their efforts on combating Vegeta, while a few unruly souls took delight in the fray, engaging anyone they could find. Ultimately, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, employing a prince's martial prowess to clear the area. Although he appeared reckless, his keen mind discerned the situation well. Aside from a few instigators who were left utterly defeated, the majority of onlookers sustained only severe injuries. Witnessing actual fatalities, they hesitated to intervene further. The North Kai had long since retreated home, while the West Kai scurried to seek assistance from the Grand Kai. The Grand Kai, burdened with a speaker, surveyed the devastation of his planet, a surge of ire igniting within him. He stomped his foot in frustration and retreated indoors, chuckling to himself. For he could not contend with Vegeta. However, he was not fleeing. Rather, he set out to gather reinforcements. Minutes later, Jebit arrived, accompanied by the Kaioshin, who instantaneously transported to the Grand Kai's planet. At that moment, Vegeta had just concluded his clearing of the area, only to be confronted by the two individuals who emitted no discernible energy, unmistakably divine beings. Their calm demeanor before him indicated they were far beyond the West Kai's level, which thrilled Vegeta immensely, as he had heard tales of such gods from Kakarot. The fierce battle raged on for several hours, leaving the Grand Kai's planet in ruins, scattered with debris and landscapes irreparably altered. Both Vegeta and the Kaioshin were panting heavily, yet neither succumbed to exhaustion. Vegeta's stubborn pride and the Kaioshin's resolve to rectify wrongs propelled them forward. He could not allow a recurrence of the Bu incident. Seizing the moment, the North Kai dashed out to intercede between the two combatants. With the Kaioshin present, he could no longer remain passive at home. After a lengthy explanation, the Kaioshin was persuaded that Vegeta was not a malevolent force. Upon further reflection, he realized Vegeta had committed no true misdeeds, and, overwhelmed, he fainted. Seeing this, Vegeta felt a weight lift from his chest, and he too collapsed. Matters that even the Kaioshin could not resolve faded into ambiguity. The Grand Kai uttered no words, and the other Kais treated the incident as if it had never occurred. Only Vegeta remained affected. If he could not triumph over the Kaioshin, how could he hope to defeat Bu? Thus, upon returning to the Kaioshin's planet, Vegeta devoted himself fervently to his training. 5 years later, he had ascended to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2 and promptly made his way to the Grand Kai's door, wearing a benevolent expression as he requested the Grand Kai to introduce him to the Kaioshin. The Grand Kai, hesitant to voice his thoughts, accompanied Vegeta, as the misfortune would not befall him. Upon arriving at the vast realm of the Kaioshin planet, Vegeta couldn't help but remark on the correlation between rank and grandeur. Soon enough, he encountered the Kaioshin and Kibito, leisurely sipping tea in the temple. With a smirk, Vegeta gestured behind him with a thumbs up, causing the Kaioshin to furrow his brow, realizing that this day was inevitable. The Saiyans were indeed a fiercely combative race. Who could have predicted that a mere mortal would experience such exponential growth and power within just 5 years? The ensuing battle left the Kaioshin in despair. Had it not been for Kibito's timely healing, he might have met his demise. In the subsequent years, Vegeta frequently visited the Kaioshin planet. For the most formidable opponent in the afterlife was none other than the Kaioshin himself. He had little regard for anyone else. Each visit culminated in an assiduous thrashing of the Kaioshin, with the time taken for him to reach the brink of death diminishing rapidly. It wasn't until the Kaioshin could no longer endure even 20 seconds under Vegeta's onslaught that Vegeta ceased his provocations. Reflecting on those years filled the Kaioshin with dread. The infamous god of death had left an indelible mark on his psyche. When it came to the matter of eradicating Majin Bu, the Kaioshin initially intended to enlist Vegeta's assistance. After days of mental preparation, he finally mustered the courage to approach Vegeta on the Kaioshin planet. However, upon hearing his request, Vegeta impatiently interjected, declaring, "I have no time for this." The Kaioshin, unable to voice further objections, left in disappointment. "Ah, so you are also here for Bu?" Vegeta muttered. His eyes closed. "Indeed, indeed." The Kaioshin responded, his face a mix of anxiety and delight. "Had I known you were coming, I would have worried not at all. Indeed, if even Vegeta cannot handle this, then the universe is doomed." At that moment, Vegeta cracked his eyes open slightly, disdain evident in his gaze as he addressed the Kaioshin. "I intend to resurrect Bu, and he shall return in peak condition. You are not to interfere." The Kaioshin instinctively wanted to refuse, yet Vegeta's piercing gaze rendered him speechless. After a prolonged internal struggle, he ultimately relented. Very well, I understand. What good would it do to argue? Once Vegeta had made a decision, it was immutable. The Kaioshin could only reassure himself. Recalling how he once managed to hold his own against Bu, but 10 years prior, he had faltered within mere seconds under Vegeta's might. Surely, Vegeta had grown stronger. There was nothing to fear. Yes, it must be so. Chapter 51, The Resurrection of Majin Bu, Part 1. The Kaioshin fidgeted. His demeanor respectful as he addressed Vegeta. Might I inquire about our next course of action? Vegeta pointed to Goku with his thumb, curtly responding, ask him. The Kaioshin assumed Vegeta was dismissive, but in truth, Vegeta himself was uncertain. He simply wished to maintain an air of authority for the moment. Fortunately, the Kaioshin felt the pressure of conversing with Vegeta was too great and promptly rushed to the ever-cheerful Goku. Alas, Goku was equally clueless, and ultimately, it would be Bulma who would step forward to take charge. It is already known that malevolent individuals have infiltrated the Grand Martial Arts Tournament with the intention of absorbing the energy of formidable warriors. Bulma, elaborating on the situation, referred to Babidi as a villain, attributing this label to Goku's scant interactions with him, which caused him to forget the name entirely. Thus, we must first release a bait to lure them in while ensuring they absorb sufficient energy to report back. At that point, we merely need to track their movements to ascertain the precise location of Bu. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, the Supreme Kai nodded. Once we locate Bu's spacecraft, we can simply cooperate with whatever the adversary intends to do, for our objectives will then be aligned. Why don't we simply approach the undercover agent and express our desire to assist him? Krillin proposed, scratching his head. Would he even believe us? Bulma shot him a disapproving glance. The Supreme Kai harbored reservations about aligning with Babidi, but found no grounds for rebuttal and instead redirected the conversation by inquiring, so, who shall act as the bait? Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, recognizing that to entice the adversary, one must possess a certain level of strength. Among those present, only Krillin and the Scions were capable of fulfilling this role. Vegeta would undoubtedly refuse, and the two children were out of the question. Thus, Goku emerged as the sole viable candidate, while Krillin and Raditz were also considered. However, the notion of having someone insert a device into their body to extract energy was rather unsettling. Just as Goku was about to volunteer, Vegeta interjected. You will go, he stated expressionlessly, pointing at the Supreme Kai. Me? I am to face the underworld. The Supreme Kai responded, unable to counter, and instead muttered something incomprehensible. He then cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor as he turned to Jebet, declaring, this task is entrusted to you. Jebet twitched his lips slightly, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well. Bulma clapped her hands. Now that our plan is settled, let us return to the tournament venue. Thus, the group took to the skies, utilizing aircraft and flight techniques to make their way to the Grand Martial Arts Tournament arena. Before their departure, no one noticed that the ever-silent Vegeta had slightly lifted his eyelids to cast a brief glance at the inconspicuous tin in the corner before soaring away. The preliminary events commenced with the youth division of the tournament. It is referred to as a program rather than a competition because there were no preliminary rounds for this category. The participants were all actively invited by the organizing committee. These included heirs from martial arts families, affluent scions, and young martial arts stars. In this division, competition was secondary to gaining recognition, although securing a top position would undoubtedly benefit future endeavors. After all, if one were to take the competition as seriously as in the adult division, those under 15 could stand their ground against their adult counterparts. Goku and Krillin, during their first tournament, were merely 12 or 13 years old. Yet they managed to secure a spot in the top 3. For Bulma and her family, leveraging connections was a trivial matter. In fact, even after the rise of the Pilaf era, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament proactively invited Bulma's son to participate. The committee's intention was to extend a courtesy to Gohan. But Bulma insisted that her younger son, Goten, also take part. Although Goten is small, he is still capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. As long as Gohan and Trunks do not participate, Goten remains invincible under the age of 15, effortlessly claiming the championship. Since Videl is already well acquainted with the warriors, Mr. Satan wisely refrained from arranging a match against the defending champion. In the adult group, everyone knows the main event is the formidable Majin Bu, so no one signed up for the competition, leaving only King Kai and Jebet on the finals roster, who had registered early. Welcome to the adult group competition of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The first match of the round of 16. Contestant Jebet faces contestant Puenta. The host enthusiastically narrates the event as Jebet walks onto the stage with a solemn expression, standing beside the much larger Puenta. Observing his opponent's grim demeanor, Puenta, thinking Jebet is intimidated, begins to taunt him in a rather unsavory manner. I won't go easy on you. If you're scared, you can run off the stage. But I will chase you down before you have the chance. Jebet ignores him, lost in his thoughts about the upcoming battle. Puenta, irritated by Jebet's silence, decides to show him a lesson. Match. Begin. The thunderous gong sounds, and the audience erupts in cheers. Puenta charges forward only to find Jebet standing still, his expression troubled as he gazes at the arena floor. After a brief moment of confusion, he seizes the opportunity to catch his opponent off guard and takes a step forward. Just then, Jebet makes a decisive movement, slapping his cheeks as he finally adopts a fighting stance. Oh, is it happening? Puenta smirks confidently. Huh. Jebet roars, his immense energy radiating outward, creating a wave that forces Puenta to shield his eyes with his arm. What is this? In the contestants' waiting area, King Kai watches the arena while glancing at the two insiders, waiting for them to take action. Are we going in? The large Spobobik eagerly asks. Yamo, examining the device in his hand, observes the dial has moved 2.5 notches forward. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately shakes his head. On the stage, Jebet continues to unleash his energy, but after several tense seconds, nothing occurs, and his voice begins to falter. They haven't taken the bait. King Kai communicates telepathically to Jebet. Jebet's voice diminishes, and his energy dissipates like a deflating balloon. Ashamed, he scratches his flushed cheek, glancing at King Kai and then at the audience. Although Jebet is a priest and not a true deity, possessing several unique abilities, his combat skills are rather average, only slightly surpassing those of the North Kai. If his opponent does not regard him as a threat, there is little he can do. Thus, he swiftly slaps the raucous Puenta out of the ring and, with his head bowed, descends from the stage. At this moment, King Kai's expression darkens, not solely due to Jebet's embarrassment, but because if Jebet fails, he will have to serve as the bait himself. After 2 more matches, it was finally the turn of the king of all to take the stage, facing none other than Yam. Now, let us welcome player XIN to battle player Yam. As the king of all ascended the platform, he repeatedly reassured himself, thankful that Jebet had not succeeded in becoming the bait. While he himself had been drained, Jebet could still utilize his abilities to assist in recovery. However, if anything were to happen to Jebet, he genuinely did not know what to do. Lost in thought, the sound of the gong for the match echoed, and the king of all sighed, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Though his hands remained clasped behind his back, he emanated a formidable presence. Looking at Yam with an air of regal authority, Yam, sensing the overwhelming aura of his opponent, quickly turned to glance at Spobich below the stage. However, Spobich merely scratched his head, seemingly devoid of wisdom, and then raised the detection device. Both Yam and the king of all directed their attention towards it, only to see the dial's needle firmly pointing to 0, devoid of any movement. This is bad, Goku lamented, slapping his forehead. I completely forgot. A divine aura cannot be detected. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward him. Are you saying the opponent won't take the bait? Bulma inquired. The power of Lord King of all is undoubtedly sufficient, but if the opponent cannot detect it, they might not engage at all, Goku mused, furrowing his brow. Why didn't you say something so crucial earlier? In this timeline, none had encountered a deity of the king's caliber, hence they were unaware of such intricacies. Goku's careless oversight drew scornful glances from the crowd. Only Vegeta remained unfazed, eyes closed, not blaming Kakarot, for he too felt a pang of guilt for having overlooked this matter. On the arena, Yam perceived his opponent as merely a weakling, already resolved to swiftly assess the match and seek his next target. The lack of movement from the king of all made him momentarily question his own strength until he realized the detection device's incapacity to sense divine energy. Cold sweat began to bead upon him, for all those of notable power were seated below, and if he could no longer serve as bait, it would spell trouble. Failing at the role of bait would surely lead to a severe beating from Vegeta upon his exit. As he frantically pondered his next move, Spobich suddenly waved frantically from below the stage. Yam, halfway into his next advance, paused to look over, witnessing Spobich holding the device aloft, incessantly pointing towards the dial. The needle swung erratically near the maximum, as if it would spin even further if not constrained by the confines of the universe. Finally regaining his focus, The king of all noticed a powerful energy surging behind him, enveloping the entire venue. This was Bulma's ill-fated idea, treating a dead horse like a live one, positioning Goku directly in line with the detection device and the king of all, in hopes of tricking them. Fortunately, it seemed that both Yam and Spabich had exchanged intellect for power, as their eyes met, and they instantly resolved to target player Xin. Without hesitation, Spabich rushed onto the stage with the absorption device, while Yam seized the opportunity in his opponent's distraction to charge forward and embrace him. A needle as thick as a finger pierced the body of the Supreme Kai with a swift thrust. Due to the rigorous training imposed by Vegeta, this minor discomfort was hardly a challenge for him, prompting only a faint struggle. In the next moment, the absorber activated, and the Supreme Kai felt a powerful force tugging at his body, as if it were attempting to extract his very intestines. He intended to cooperate, yet the force rapidly diminished, driving him to instinctively struggle like a drowning man. Observing the precarious situation from the audience, Jebbit swiftly harnessed his divine power to remotely restrain the Supreme Kai, akin to how the Supreme Kai had once controlled Gohan. In a mere 10 seconds, the Supreme Kai's strength was completely siphoned away, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the stage. AMU and Spabich looked on with satisfaction at the collection device in their hands, ignoring the surrounding commotion as they soared away with a flight technique. Chapter 52, The Resurrection of Majin Buu, Part 2. After AMU and Spabich departed the arena, Jebbit rushed to the stage, kneeling beside the Supreme Kai. Placing a hand upon his chest, he channeled divine energy, and within 2.5 seconds, the Supreme Kai was fully revived. After a brief pause, he stood upright just as the stretcher sent by the organizing committee arrived. The doctor, witnessing the now lively contestant, wore a bewildered expression. The Supreme Kai and Jebbit returned to the resting area. The host, seeing that the Supreme Kai was unharmed, did not pursue the matter further, as the misconduct of AMU and Spabich was irrefutable, and they had already been disqualified. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed a group of individuals silently vanishing from the back of the audience. Goku had teleported with several companions to the contestants' resting area. "Are you all right?" Piccolo asked with concern, his innate reverence for the divine lineage of the Supreme Kai evident. The Supreme Kai, slightly shaken, placed a hand on his chest, responding, "Thank you for your concern. That was close. I nearly thought I was done for. Yet you let Gohan do this last time," Goku remarked casually. The Supreme Kai did not comprehend the comment, but his thoughts were elsewhere as he gravely addressed the group, saying, "Next, we must venture to Babbidi's lair. And you will also need to resurrect Majin Buu." He cast a glance at Vegeta before continuing. "Thus, the upcoming mission will be perilous. I propose that only Vegeta and I proceed." "Hey now, Supreme Kai!" Goku exclaimed, enthusiastically draping an arm over the Supreme Kai's shoulder. "We all want to see this." "Don't jest." The Supreme Kai responded, slightly uncomfortable with such familiarity. "As for you all," he said, glancing at Bulma and Dr. Gero, "it seems you possess little combat capability. If you were to engage fully, the collateral damage would be extensive. How can we ensure their safety?" "Ah, you might have a point," Goku pondered aloud. "Then let those with combat skills come along. Bulma, you take Master Roshi and wait at the temple." "Very well," Bulma sighed. "Krillin, see us off." As she stepped between Master Roshi and Dr. Gero, she suddenly turned and exclaimed, "What are you all thinking? Come back with me." "Huh, no way. I want to see too," Gohan murmured. "Exactly," Trunks echoed, his voice barely above a whisper. Bulma refrained from unnecessary chatter and turned to Long Jing, softly asserting, "You must comprehend the peril of this situation. Even Goku may not be able to contend with that demon. Your venture is exceedingly hazardous, and you must accompany me." Long Jing glanced at his friends, hesitatingly replying, "Very well, Aunt Bulma, I shall heed your counsel." However, as Trunks was about to interject, Bulma abruptly intensified her tone, directing her words at Gohan. "Do you truly wish to embark on this adventure with Biddy?" Gohan swallowed his response, ultimately yielding to Bulma's wishes. "You should join us as well," Bulma suggested, casting her gaze toward Tin, who, however, shook his head. "I too wish to witness a formidable adversary," Tien stated with a hint of a smile, though his expression soon turned serious as he added, "You should take Dime with you." Dime hesitated, glancing between Tien and Bulma, but ultimately resolved not to hinder their progress. "I shall refrain from involvement," Raditz declared, acutely aware that his current combat prowess would be of little utility, especially since Trunks was not participating. Thus, Krillin transported the group to the Supreme Kai's temple, leaving only Goku, Vegeta, Tien, King Kai, Jebit, and Krillin, who would soon catch up in pursuit of Babidi. Goku regarded Tien with a hint of hesitation, inquiring, "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" His uncertainty was justified, as Tien's strength might not surpass Raditz's. "As a warrior, I cannot bear to linger in the shadows awaiting the outcome," Tien asserted with unwavering resolve. "Moreover, I wish to witness this event of cosmic significance firsthand." "But you have died twice already. The Dragon Balls of Earth cannot revive you," Goku cautioned. "I will keep my distance and not trouble you. Should I perish, I accept my fate without the need for resurrection. Rest assured, son Goku, I will ensure his safety." Jebit interjected. Upon seeing Jebit, Goku felt a measure of his anxiety lift. Their strengths were closely matched, and with Jebit's instantaneous movement, he believed they would manage. "Enough dawdling." Vegeta interjected sternly. "Let us hasten to resurrect that Majin Buu." "Very well. Onward," Goku proclaimed, leading the group as they trailed behind Yam and the others. After a brief interval, having ensured everyone's safety, Krillin teleported back to the main contingent. The group, accompanied by King Kai, followed Spobobik for nearly an hour before finally arriving at an exceedingly desolate expanse devoid of any signs of human habitation, save for a small spaceship's entrance that stood out starkly against the barren landscape. Yam and Spobobik awaited at the entrance, respectfully anticipating Babidi's arrival. As the hatch of the spaceship opened, Babidi emerged alongside the alien Pepe, who bore a striking resemblance to an extraterrestrial creature and the Demon King Dabura. "Well done," Babidi remarked, taking the collector with a neutral tone. "Majin Buu shall soon awaken." Just as the two reveled in their triumph, Babidi's expression shifted abruptly. "Thus, you have outlived your usefulness." In the next moment, the malevolent thoughts within Spobobik surged explosively, leading to his immediate demise. Upon witnessing this, Yam attempted to flee, only to be obliterated by Pepe's energy wave. "How utterly cruel," Krillin could not help but exclaim. As Wukong and his companions concealed themselves behind a distant rock, they could not discern the words exchanged by their adversaries, only noting that mere moments ago, laughter had filled the air, only to be abruptly silenced by the swift demise of two henchmen. Babidi, at the entrance, issued a few final instructions before retreating into the spacecraft with Pepe, while Dabura suddenly turned his gaze towards the hiding place of Wukong and the others. They had been discovered. No sooner had the words of the King Kai faded than Dabura appeared before them in an instant, extending a hand towards Jebit, poised to unleash a devastating energy wave. As the king of the demon realm, Dabura had encountered the Kaioshin before, possessing a keen understanding of their strength and abilities. Thus, he deemed it imperative to eliminate the priest with instantaneous regenerative capabilities first. Jebit had only just begun to comprehend the gravity of the situation when it became evident that evasion was futile. The moment Dabura struck, his demise was assured. Yet in that fleeting moment, Krillin, positioned nearest, reacted with remarkable swiftness, launching himself forward and delivering a powerful kick to Dabura's abdomen. The latter, caught off guard by the speed of the attack, was sent flying like a cannonball before he could unleash his energy wave. "Nanny!" The King Kai's jaw dropped in disbelief. He was aware of the strength possessed by these individuals, but never anticipated that even a mere earthling could possess the power to send Dabura reeling. As the dust settled, Dabura wiped the corner of his mouth and brushed off the dirt from his attire, regarding the others with a smile. "You possess some skill. Come. Let us engage in earnest within the spacecraft." With a gesture towards the vessel, he turned and departed, only to stifle a cough as he entered the deserted cabin. "He has escaped. What shall we do? Should we pursue?" Krillin inquired. "It is too perilous. We are unaware of what traps may lie within the spacecraft." Jebit replied with objective caution. "I recall that there is nothing particularly remarkable inside, merely a few formidable opponents." Wukong asserted, his memory of combat matters quite vivid. "Whatever awaits, we must follow." With that, Vegeta strode directly into the spacecraft. The uncertainty of the unknown vessel filled the King Kai with trepidation, prompting him to grasp Jebit's arm and, gritting his teeth, follow suit. Upon entering the first level of the spacecraft, Pepe, brimming with confidence, was taken aback by the sight of Dabura, veins bulging. As he stepped inside, "You go below. This level is mine to handle," Dabura commanded, leaving no room for dissent. "What is happening? This contradicts Lord Babidi's orders." "Do not concern yourself. Follow my directives." Dabura, as the undisputed ruler of the demon realm, could not allow the insult of that kick to go unpunished. He was determined to eliminate them all personally. However, he recognized that Babidi's primary objective was the resurrection of Majin Buu. and luring them into the spacecraft for battle was the most rational compromise he could devise. Unsure yet reluctant to make a decision, Pepe hesitated as Wukong and his companions entered the first level. Babidi, observing the unfolding situation from the control room, inquired over the intercom, "What is happening?" "Babidi-sama," Dabura responded. "Please allow me to personally eradicate these uninvited guests." "Oh," Babidi replied nonchalantly, "do as you wish." "And what of me?" Pepe questioned. "Stay here and eliminate them all," said the Kaioshin. Upon witnessing Krillin's prowess, his mood lightened considerably. Noticing that their adversaries were merely 2 in number while their own ranks boasted 4 capable fighters, he felt a surge of confidence. If they coordinated their efforts, victory seemed assured. Yet, before the Kaioshin could articulate his thoughts, he turned to find Goku and Krillin engrossed in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. What are they doing? The Kaioshin asked, bewildered. Determining who will fight this round, came Vegeta's indifferent reply. Are you only sending 1 fighter? Humph. The Kaioshin, having spent years with Vegeta, recognized the disdain in that sound, an indication that he deemed the inquiry trivial, though he still struggled to believe it. And you? The Kaioshin inquired of Vegeta, who had abstained from the game. Such trivial opponents do not warrant my involvement. Yay, it's me, Krillin exclaimed, having triumphed over Goku in their contest, as he exuberantly stretched his arms in preparation. What a pity, Goku lamented, scratching his head in regret. Krillin stepped forward, radiating confidence as he faced Dabura and Pui Pui, and inquired, will you come at me one at a time, or together? Chapter 53, The Resurrection of Majin Buu, Part 2. The so-called Demon Realm typically refers to a remote star system on the outskirts of the 7th universe, inhabited by a fierce race akin to the Psiots, who are perpetually embroiled in conflict. The culture is remarkably straightforward, adhering to the primal principle of survival of the fittest, resulting in a notably high average combat power across the Demon Realm. Pui Pui hails from this very star system. However, the chaos has rendered their technological advancement severely stunted. The denizens of the Demon Realm possess little capability to venture beyond their own system, leading generations of Kaioshins to allow them to flourish unchecked. Subsequently, a martial prodigy named Dabura emerged, swiftly conquering the entirety of the Demon Realm with his overwhelming strength. For more than 5 centuries, none dared to speak to him loudly, and challengers posed no threat to him whatsoever. Yet today, he faced both of these taboos simultaneously, igniting a furious rage within him. He vowed not to rest until he vanquished his foes. Upon witnessing his opponent adopt the stance for single combat, Dabura was quite pleased to see the very short individual who had kicked him earlier step forward. I hope you do not perish too swiftly, Dabura declared ominously. And I hope you truly possess the strength they say you do, Krillin replied with a smile, assuming a combat posture. In the lowest tier of the spaceship, Babidi, having concluded his tasks above, eagerly approached the sealed egg of Majin Buu. He inserted the energy collector, and the gauge indicating total energy fluctuated briefly before advancing significantly. Filled to 20 in one go, Babidi exclaimed in astonishment. Curse it, these 2 fools aren't entirely useless after all. I should not have eliminated them so soon. Excluding the Kaioshin and Jebit, if the remaining individuals possessed similar levels of power, it would be just enough to fully charge the collector. This way, Majin Buu would resurrect in his most perfect form. Excellent, indeed. As Babidi calculated in his mind, the gauge experienced a slight tremor, advancing another 5 units. Oh, it seems there is progress above. Babidi's spacecraft possesses a unique construction that allows it to automatically gather the energy spilled during battle. Thus, whenever an individual sustains an injury, the dispersed energy is promptly transferred to the sealing egg. Allow me to observe which unfortunate soul meets their demise first. Babidi extracted a crystal ball, exclaiming, Nanny? The image displayed was that of Dabura, staggering backward from the blows he had received. After a few rounds of warm-up, Krillin and Dabura revealed their true strengths. Seizing an opportunity in Dabura's defense, Krillin delivered a powerful kick to his side, causing Dabura to stagger several steps. Nearly losing consciousness, this was the source of the energy surge that Babidi had witnessed. Meanwhile, Pepe, watching from the sidelines, was drenched in cold sweat, instinctively retreating 2 steps. No, it's impossible. How can there be such a formidable human? Babidi exclaimed in astonishment at the crystal ball. On the other side, King Kai and Jebit were also trembling in surprise. It was apparent to any discerning observer that Krillin was vastly superior to Dabura, suggesting that Krillin was nearly on par with Vegeta in strength. For someone who was significantly stronger than him, he truly found it challenging to discern the nuances of power. Goku, however, remained remarkably composed. From the moment Dabura made his initial move, they had already assessed that the opponent's power barely reached the level of a full-power Super Saiyan. Despite marrying and having children over the years, Krillin had not relaxed his training with Goku. Their strengths had both ascended to the mid-tier of Super Saiyan 2, rendering Dabura a negligible threat. Having finally regained his composure, Dabura gritted his teeth and shouted as he charged toward Krillin once more, the dull thuds of their fists and feet resonating throughout the spacecraft. Just as Krillin prepared to strike again, with only half an arm's length separating them, Dabura suddenly curled his lips and spat a thick phlegm directly at Krillin. The attack was too close. Krillin attempted to evade, but was too late. Instinctively, he raised his hand to block it, yet the moment his arm made contact with the thick substance, it began to petrify, spreading across his body at a visible rate. Not good, King Kai exclaimed. He had heard tales of Dabura's abilities and knew he could petrify his opponents. Yet a series of unforeseen events had caused him to neglect warning everyone, leaving Krillin vulnerable to the attack. Krillin intended to summon his inner energy to combat the petrification, but this peculiar power did not align with his energy system. Unaware of how to counter it, he could only watch helplessly as his entire being transformed into stone. Dabura, seizing this opportunity to deliver a finishing blow, lifted his foot to strike. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared between them, intercepting the fatal attack. Goku, having used instant transmission to protect Krillin, shouted, "Protect him." King Kai quickly reacted, channeling his psychic energy to stabilize Krillin's petrified form. Dabura, somewhat dissatisfied with his failed opportunity to finish off his opponent, nonetheless felt a sense of restored pride, having eliminated a troublesome adversary. Goku, now recalling the petrification, turned to Dabura with a grave expression, saying, "As long as we defeat you, the petrification will be lifted, right?" "Humph," Dabura smirked. "Indeed, but with your leader incapacitated. Eliminating me will not be so simple." With a smirk gracing his lips, Wukong chose not to waste words and directly elevated his energy, transforming into his Super Saiyan 2 form. What? Before Dabura could fully comprehend the situation, Wukong had already materialized beside him, unleashing a wave of energy that grazed Dabura's cheek, sending him hurtling several meters away upon impact. Seizing the moment, Wukong pursued relentlessly. Dabura, unable to fathom the overwhelming strength of his opponents, attempted a sneaky attack with a glob of spit. However, the projectile merely passed through Wukong's illusory form, while the real Wukong had already positioned himself behind Dabura, delivering a powerful kick to the back of his head. Dabura struggled to regain his balance, but ultimately lost control, crashing through the ceiling of the spaceship. This is disastrous. Babidi, observing the unfolding chaos within the crystal ball, felt a surge of panic. If there were only one formidable adversary, he might devise a strategy. But given the current circumstances, the other two spectators seemed to possess considerable strength as well. Should Dabura fall, the diminutive figure before him would surely regain his freedom, leaving Babidi with no trump card and destined for doom. As Dabura's injuries mounted, the energy collector's needle approached the 40 mark. This cannot continue. Babidi began to summon his dark magic. Pepe, Yakin, join forces. Hold them off. Yes, Master Babidi. Initially stationed at a lower level, the insectoid Yakin and the previously passive Pepe rushed forth to assist Dabura, preparing to take down Wukong. Though Pepe was gripped by fear, she could not defy Babidi's command and steeled herself for the confrontation. Pepe and Dabura launched a coordinated assault on Wukong, yet his speed rendered the 2-on-1 situation trivial. As the three engaged in combat, Yakin, arriving from below, seized the opportunity to execute a skill that siphoned Wukong's energy, forcibly reverting him from his Super Saiyan state and momentarily halting his movements. Seizing the moment, Pepe delivered a flying kick to Wukong's lower back, propelling him towards Dabura, who instinctively spat a glob of phlegm, aiming to eliminate one more opponent. This is bad. Mr. Wukong is in danger. You must assist him, Vegeta. The Supreme Kai urged anxiously. Humph, Vegeta scoffed dismissively, his expression indifferent. Such an attack cannot harm Kakarot. Interestingly, in his previous life, Vegeta often expressed disdain towards Wukong, resenting the lower-class warrior for consistently surpassing him due to inexplicable strokes of fortune, an affront to his pride as a prince. However, in this life, Wukong had proactively shared crucial information, allowing the inherently more talented Vegeta to maintain a significant advantage over Wukong. Thus, He bore no jealousy or animosity towards him. Instead, in this incarnation, Kakarot had become a valuable ally, earning Vegeta's respect and favorable regard. At a critical moment, Wukong activated his instantaneous movement, appearing directly behind Pepe. He retaliated with a kick of his own, and the thick phlegm he had not wasted struck Pepe squarely in the face. In an expression of agony, Pepe transformed into a stone statue, and with no one to catch him midair, the statue shattered upon hitting the ground. Seeing the situation turn dire, Yakin rushed forward, swinging his scythe-like arms towards Wukong. Meanwhile, Dabura conjured a sword from thin air, and together they launched a new wave of attacks from both sides. Wukong transformed once more, but Yakin opened his mouth and siphoned away the air around Wukong, causing his movements to slow. Wukong, unarmed and unable to block their weaponry directly, was left with no option but to rely on his agility to evade. Finding no opportunity to counterattack, he created distance and began to assault them with energy blasts. Dabura dodged while countering with his sword, while Yakin consumed the energy blasts as if they were mere sustenance. Just as Dabura was about to reach Wukong, a sudden whimper emerged from behind. Turning to investigate, he found Yakin covering his mouth, his face a mask of terror directed at Wukong. It turned out that Wukong, the cunning strategist, had concealed a Qi Yuan slash behind one of his energy blasts. Yakin, intending to absorb it all, was caught off guard as the Qi Yuan slash sliced through the back of his head. He could hardly believe he was defeated in such a bizarre manner. His body convulsed a few times before becoming immobile. Dabura, still reeling from the shock, had no time to react as Wukong, now transformed into his Super Saiyan form, stood before him, his palm charged with energy aimed directly at Dabura's face, looking down on him with an indifferent gaze. "Farewell," Wukong declared coldly, delivering a powerful blow that sent a massive explosion reverberating through the entire spaceship, reducing Dabura to ashes in an instant. In the lowest chamber of the spaceship, Babidi trembled in fear, aware that the tide had turned against him. His only hope now rested with Majin Buu, yet he had gathered less than 50 units of energy, mostly provided by his own subordinates, which left him both furious and helpless. "You have forced my hand." Babidi shattered the crystal ball in his grasp and raised his hand to chant a spell. "Awaken, Majin Buu." According to the original story, the energy from the Kaioshin cannot be used to recharge Buu, and Babidi believes this as well. I find it somewhat inappropriate to draw energy from anyone else, so I ultimately decided to draw from the Kaioshin. Since Buu currently contains the energy of the Grand Kaioshin, it seems reasonable to recharge him with divine energy. Therefore, in this setting, Babidi is unaware of whose energy he is drawing, and in his confusion, it works. Chapter 54, The Mightiest Foe. With all enemies eliminated in one fell swoop, the Kaioshin and his companions hurried down the passage of the spaceship to the lowest level. Upon completing his incantation, Babidi turned to find the enemy was already upon him. In desperation, he activated a magic teleportation, moving himself and the sealed egg to the wilderness outside, attempting to buy time. A tiresome trick, Vegeta frowned, raising his hand to unleash a wave of light that erupted in a massive explosion, sending debris from the upper levels of the spaceship soaring into the air as everyone was momentarily transported back outside. Over there, Wukong pointed towards the horizon, where a dense, cotton candy-like pink cloud floated, emanating a potent yet malevolent aura. "Let us proceed," he exclaimed, extending his hand, prepared to teleport the group instantaneously. However, Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at him, refusing to engage, and, in a fit of rage, propelled himself forward. "Ahaha," Wukong chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. He was still the same as ever. Consequently, the others followed closely behind Vegeta, employing their flight techniques to reach their destination. "Come forth, quickly, Majin Buu." In the distance, Babidi anxiously scanned the empty shell, sweat pouring down his face. Just as bewilderment washed over him, the clouds above coalesced into the form of a plump, pink figure. "Buu!" A rather simple-minded shout echoed through the air, heralding the return of Majin Buu. The rotund figure landed, casting a brief glance around before breaking into a goofy grin and commencing warm-up exercises. Vegeta and the others, having hurried from the spaceship, were now within close proximity. Babidi rushed forward, exclaiming, "Majin Buu, I am Babidi, the son of your creator Babidi. I am also the one who has freed you. Come quickly to protect me." The Earth warriors had arrived, and upon landing, everyone but Wukong regarded Buu with grave expressions. "Damn it!" Babidi, fearing the worst, shouted, "Obey my commands. Turn them into paste." Buu cast a disinterested glance at Babidi, suddenly sticking out his tongue and making a face. Oomph. Vegeta questioned, is he mentally impaired? Ahaha. Buu indeed possesses a rather unique disposition, Wukong elucidated. You, Babidi, quick on his feet, declared, I know the incantation to seal you. If you wish to avoid being sealed again, you must obediently follow my orders. Buu paused momentarily, but upon comprehending, immediately straightened up, nodding and bowing to Babidi, transforming from his previously defiant demeanor to one of compliance. Sensing that the situation was under control, Babidi finally exhaled with relief and instructed Wukong and the others. Eliminate them all, but leave the Supreme Kai alive. Yes, yes. Buu eagerly nodded, then suddenly turned to Vegeta, his expression chilling. In the next instant, Buu vanished from sight, hurtling towards Vegeta at an astonishing speed. His stubby fingers aimed directly at Vegeta's eyes. The Supreme Kai, unable to react in time, only heard a tremendous crash as a pink blur shot past. Vegeta tilted his head aside, effortlessly evading Buu's attack, and with a swift turn, delivered a powerful sidekick that sent Buu flying over 100 meters, smashing into the distant rocks. Indeed, the Supreme Kai rejoiced, clapping his hands in excitement alongside Jebbit, reassured that with Vegeta present, there was nothing to fear. Deep down, the Supreme Kai fervently hoped that Vegeta was indeed stronger than Buu. Though they had only exchanged a single blow, that fervent hope led him to blindly believe in Vegeta's superiority. However, in the eyes of Wukong and Krillin, they were already convinced of Vegeta's strength. Only those at the same level could distinctly perceive the disparity in power through simple movements. Yet this difference did not stem from Vegeta's overwhelming prowess. Something seems off, Wukong remarked, scratching his head as the others turned their gazes toward him. This Buu appears rather feeble. What do you mean? Vegeta inquired, furrowing his brow. Well, the Buu I encountered was far stronger than this one, he replied. Vegeta narrowed his eyes and, in a swift motion, appeared before Babidi, looking down at him with a piercing gaze. Hey, did you not resurrect Majin Buu in his most potent form? Babidi clenched his fists in frustration, muttering, damn it, just a little more. Upon witnessing Babidi's reaction, Vegeta formed a conclusion in his mind. How tedious, he stated, turning away and waving his hand dismissively. You all can play. I have no desire to partake. Indeed, Vegeta had lost his inclination to fight. After hearing Wukong's tales from a previous life, he yearned to vanquish this formidable foe himself to reclaim his dignity. Like the others, he was certain he surpassed this version of Buu, yet if the opponent was not in his ultimate state, victory would hold no significance. Thus he refrained from engaging. It was true that Babidi had only harvested half the energy required to resurrect Buu, rendering this incarnation of Buu comparable to the current Wukong, roughly at the level between Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta, having undoubtedly surpassed Super Saiyan 3 during his training in the other world, found this Buu to be exceedingly weak, whereas it was just right for Wukong. Emerging from the stone, Buu's features were contorted from the blows he had received. He took a deep breath, restoring his face to its original shape. Vegeta's kick had inflicted considerable damage, and now, Buu seethed with rage, steam erupting from his head as he gritted his teeth. I want to eat you, Buu declared, launching himself at Vegeta with incredible speed. As they rapidly closed the distance between them, Buu's antennae emitted a purple glow, sending a twisted beam of energy toward Vegeta. Be careful, Wukong shouted, aware that this was Buu's unique ability, capable of transforming beings into candy-like substances. In a previous life, after fusing with Vegeta, he had fallen victim to this very attack. Had Buu been resolute, he could have unleashed a widespread assault on Earth and fled, leaving Wukong with little recourse. It was merely through intimidation that Buu had relinquished his power then. It was best to avoid such a fate if possible. However, Vegeta remained remarkably composed. He neither dodged nor flinched, and as he locked eyes with the incoming attack, a fierce killing intent erupted within him. He countered the incoming beam, redirecting it back toward Buu. The beam struck Buu, transforming his head into a candy sphere adorned with tiny antennae, resembling a creature covered in fur. Having spent over 20 years in the other world, Vegeta had encountered various races and abilities. He even had the opportunity to learn instant transmission from the Yardrat people. Yet he refused to imitate Kakarot, steadfast in his decision not to learn. To Vegeta, Buu's power seemed akin to mere trickery, easily dispatched with a mere glance. The candy sphere, now covered in fur, emitted a series of faint light waves, and Buu's head reverted to its original form. At that moment, the menacing intent that once adorned his face was replaced by an overwhelming fury. Bu charged towards Vegeta once more, but this time, Vegeta did not even spare him a glance. As they stood mere inches apart, Goku suddenly appeared, a smile gracing his lips as he intercepted Bu's attack. "Let me have a go at you." With that declaration, Goku unleashed his energy and transformed into Super Saiyan 2, engaging Bu in a fierce melee. Krillin was by no means a warrior at heart, and since his encounter with Goku, he had never faced an opponent of equal strength, always achieving victory through sheer dominance or by holding back. Now, with a family to protect, he hesitated before the formidable Majin Bu, momentarily paralyzed by fear, and refrained from joining the fray. The movements of Goku and Bu were incredibly swift, their collisions resonating through the air like thunder. A spectacle beyond the comprehension of those lacking the requisite power to perceive their actions. Noticing that the attention of the gathered spectators had shifted, Babidi lowered his head, preparing to flee. "You shall not escape." The Supreme Kai, who had been observing the scene intently, darted towards Babidi the moment he attempted to flee. Although Babidi possessed certain protective abilities that intimidated those simple-minded brutes who relied solely on ki, he was no match for a deity of the Supreme Kai's caliber. With the advantage clearly on the side of the Supreme Kai, there was no longer any reason to spare Babidi's life. Babidi hastily conjured a shield to deflect the energy blast, but the Supreme Kai retracted his attacking hand, and with a swift gesture of his left hand, shattered Babidi's protective barrier in an instant. Utilizing the anchor point of his spaceship, Babidi attempted to teleport away, but in the next moment, Jebet, also capable of teleportation, appeared before him, seizing him and promptly returning them to their initial position. Jebet forcefully hurled Babidi forward, and the Supreme Kai raised both hands, launching a powerful energy sphere. "Damn it!" Babidi roared in fury as he disintegrated into countless particles, scattering across the desolate ground. In the distance, Vegeta stood with his eyes closed, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the chaos, while behind him, a hand stealthily approached. Tianjinhan, standing behind Krillin and Vegeta, cast a cold gaze upon Vegeta, his hand poised for an attack. This strike aimed directly at Vegeta's heart, and should it connect, Vegeta would undoubtedly perish, eliminating the greatest threat on the battlefield. With a swift motion, Tianjinhan's hand morphed into a claw, lunging towards Vegeta's chest. However, the moment it made contact, Vegeta transformed into an illusory image, vanishing from sight. How could I possibly fall for the same trick twice? Vegeta had already repositioned himself behind Tianjinhan, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his head. Tianjinhan narrowly evaded the blow, and both fighters swiftly retreated to reassess their positions. Vegeta squinted at Tianjinhan, aware that his counterattack had previously overwhelmed even Bu. Yet this seemingly insignificant three-eyed fighter had effortlessly dodged it. A flicker of interest ignited within Vegeta as he prepared for the next exchange. Beside him, Krillin stared in bewilderment at Tien, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Chapter 55, Tien's Descent into Darkness. Krillin blinked his large eyes at Tien, his mind struggling to grasp the situation. Although they had not seen each other for 2 decades, they had fought side by side during the Pilaf era, forging a strong bond. Thus, this entirely incomprehensible scenario left him momentarily stunned. After evading Vegeta, Tien stood merely a few steps away from Krillin, suddenly displaying a rather sinister smile. "Let us start with you," he declared, and without hesitation, Tien unleashed a wave of energy towards Krillin. The attack was not particularly powerful but was highly concentrated, swift, and penetrative, clearly aimed at a vital point. Drawing upon his years of training, Krillin instinctively utilized instant transmission, narrowly escaping the assault and reappearing beside Vegeta. The energy wave pierced through the ground, detonating several meters below and leaving behind a vast crater. At that moment, even the most oblivious could recognize the lethal intent behind Tien's actions. Had Krillin failed to evade, he would have faced severe injury or death. Furious, he glared at Tien, demanding, "What are you doing?" Meanwhile, in the skies, Goku, engaged in a fierce battle with Bu, suddenly noticed the commotion below. When he sensed that Tien was the one who had attacked, he was momentarily taken aback. "Tien is this strong?" he thought, hastily signaling to Bu, Pause. Something's happening down there." In his previous life, after Bu had reformed alongside Mr. Satan, Goku had maintained a favorable impression of him. Thus he did not perceive this encounter as a life-or-death struggle, merely a sparring session. Instinctively, he sought to halt the fight. However, Bu, already irate, charged forward, intent on continuing the battle. Seeing that Bu was unyielding, Goku ignored him and instantly transported himself next to Vegeta, bewildered and asking, "What is going on?" Both Goku and Krillin, one in confusion and the other in anger, fixed their gazes on Tien, awaiting an explanation. Yet, Tien merely sneered in silence. "Can't you see? He is the enemy," Vegeta said coldly. "The enemy? That is impossible. Tien is our ally," Goku exclaimed, struggling to accept the reality before him. Their bond had been forged through countless battles, and Tien had once sacrificed himself to protect the Earth. Thus, Goku could not fathom that Tien could ever be a villain. Conversely, Vegeta had never shared a history with Tien, and upon first seeing him today, he sensed something was amiss. While he did not detect any overt malice from Tien, the expression on his face was all too familiar, a coldness born from having taken countless lives. Tien relinquished his restraint, allowing a torrent of murderous energy to surge forth from within him, casting a dark gray hue across the landscape, as if tainted by this malevolent aura. Bu, pursuing relentlessly, mistook this surge of killing intent as a signal that a new adversary had entered the fray, charging forward with a singular intent: "I will kill you." Bu's fist struck Tien Shinhan's face with tremendous force, yet the latter stood firm, unyielding. For a fleeting moment, Bu's expression fell into a state of bewilderment, only to be abruptly seized by a powerful hand around his neck. Bu struggled futilely against the grip, but to no avail. Just as he contemplated melting away to escape, he was enveloped by an overwhelmingly dense aura. "Huh!" Tien roared, unleashing a colossal wave of light that instantly engulfed Bu, leaving a gray trail visible from space. As the energy detonated, every inhabitant of Earth felt the tremor. Bu was annihilated in a single strike. Majin Bu was reduced to ashes. "Son Goku," Tien exclaimed, his voice tinged with madness, "I shall first eliminate your friends, then eradicate the people of Earth, and finally, I will take your life, ensuring you perish in endless despair." Ha! Who could have anticipated that Tien's profound enmity towards Goku stemmed from an incident 24 years prior involving Pilaf? During the World Martial Arts Tournament all those years ago, Pilaf wielded the power of the Dragon Balls to turn the entire world against Goku. In his fervor to vanquish Goku, Tien risked his own life to unleash a powerful Kamehameha. Although Pilaf later clarified the misunderstanding before the world, Tien had already met his demise and could not be resurrected at that time, which eventually led to their journey to Namek. Upon returning to Earth with Purunga, successfully reviving Tien, all had forgotten the seed of animosity that lay dormant within him. In truth, many had missed Pilaf's final speech, still perceiving Goku as their foe. Yet their lack of direct interaction rendered them harmless threats over the years. Tien's misfortune was that he had attended the meeting following the Namek incident. By then, Goku had attained the power of a Super Saiyan, while Tien, under Krillin's guidance, had learned to harness his own energy. Realizing he was no match for Goku, Tien chose to conceal himself among allies. After listening to Purunga's descriptions of the energy sources of various races, Tien's long-standing questions began to unravel. Why were his self-created techniques unlearnable by others? Why did his strength progress at a faster rate than his peers? Why did he possess 3 eyes? These inquiries found clarity as he surveyed the diverse array of extraterrestrial beings before him. He was not merely a human from Earth. A year later, aided by the navigational records of the Jinyu Force and the experiences of Raditz, Earth swiftly integrated into the cosmic community, engaging in trade with multiple races and making significant strides in space exploration. Seizing the opportunity, Tien commandeered a spaceship and embarked on a journey through the cosmos. Armed with formidable combat prowess, it was not long before he uncovered the home planet of the Three-Eyed Clan. The ensuing 20 years were marked by prolonged seclusion, rigorous training, and relentless slaughter. Tien understood that to defeat Goku, his current abilities were woefully inadequate. Upon grasping the principles of the race's energy source, he established a clear path for his own enhancement. Kill. As long as he annihilates the entire Three-Eyed tribe, he will be able to monopolize the essence of all races. And with diligent cultivation, he shall ascend to become the most formidable being in the universe. At this moment, Tien, having eradicated all members of the Three-Eyed tribe and reached a bottleneck in his training, has returned to Earth in his most powerful form. "What are you saying, Tien?" Goku exclaimed, utterly unable to comprehend the situation before him. "Why do you want to kill me? How have you grown so strong?" His mind was flooded with questions. "Humph. The shameless scion." Tien sneered with a grotesque expression. "Your power is merely a gift from Frisia, whereas all of my strength is a result of my own efforts. Do you have any idea how much time I invested in exterminating the Three-Eyed tribe? Ha! At last, I possess absolute power. I can finally trample upon you at will. Goku blinked in disbelief, struggling to grasp Tien's words. The notions of annihilating a tribe and his newfound strength led him to instinctively suspect that Tien had committed some grievous act. However, even so, he could not immediately summon the resolve to engage him in battle. You are quite arrogant, Vegeta declared as he stepped forward. He harbored no notions of justice. But Tien's words had crossed a line. The strength of a Scion Prince is earned through rigorous training. To claim it as a mere gift from Frieza is the greatest insult. Vegeta cast a confident smile at Tien, a hint of mockery in his tone. I could spar with you, but are you certain you wish to fight me now? This statement subtly implied that Tien was not at his peak condition. Indeed, his recent strike that vanquished Bu had not been as effortless as it appeared. It had drained a significant portion of Tien's stamina, diminishing his power considerably. The prospect of facing a weakened opponent held little appeal for Vegeta. Don't trouble yourself, Tien replied with a grin, retrieving a bean from his belt and swallowing it. In the next moment, his muscles tensed, and an ominous energy surged forth once more. Ever since the Namekians learned the art of cultivating the mystical beans 21 years ago, Namek had transformed into a veritable garden of these miraculous seeds. Their effects were remarkable, applicable to various races, and they garnered high acclaim in cosmic trade. The only drawback was their meager yield. Each plant produced only one bean annually. However, under Bulma's guidance, this limitation became an advantage, as the rarity of such commodities allowed their prices to soar. In dire moments, they served as life-saving elixirs, prompting the wealthy to vie for them. Over 2 decades, Namek had undergone a magnificent transformation. Thus, at this juncture, the mystical beans were not particularly rare in the universe. Were it not for their confirmed impact on lifespan, the super-rich would have even considered using them as currency. Tien possessing them was hardly a shocking revelation. Upon witnessing his opponent's resurgence in strength, Vegeta's interest was rekindled. He slowly ascended into the air, locking eyes with Tien. Vegeta's aura intensified, breaking through the Super Saiyan barrier and entering the Super Saiyan 2 form. Oh, you think you can contend with me at this level? Tianjin Fan scoffed at him, remarking that he had heard tales of Sun Wukong's past life, and questioned whether the Scions possessed another transformation. Humph, do you think you deserve to see me unleash my full power? Well, take a look then. Suddenly, Tianjin Fan's expression turned grave. His energy began to surge, enveloping the earth in a powerful and malevolent aura. Even ordinary people on the other side of the planet felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. His energy continued to escalate, and the confident smile on Vegeta's face gradually faded. The grayness in the heavens and the earth dispersed and then converged, ultimately coalescing around Tianjin Fan, transforming into an aura poised to erupt at any moment. Humph, you possess some strength. Vegeta's tone grew serious. Let me show you my power. Chapter 56, The Mightiest Scion. Lightning streaked across the sky as Vegeta's muscles bulged, his energy rapidly expanding, causing the very ground and air around him to tremble violently. He was about to transform. Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. The thunder intensified as Vegeta's energy soared, his golden hair lengthened, and his face morphed, displaying primal traits reminiscent of the great ape. This was the raw power unleashed by breaking through the limits of his race. As Wukong had anticipated, after 2 decades of training in the underworld, Vegeta's innate talent allowed him to transcend into Super Saiyan 3. Wait, no. Wukong suddenly froze, for after Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his power continued to ascend. This aura, capable of astonishing the entire universe, was still not his limit, and even Tianjin Fan began to withdraw his sinister grin. Brilliant golden light illuminated nearly half of the earth, and Vegeta's energy swept away the darkness that Tianjin Fan had cast. The golden radiance coalesced around Vegeta, gradually stabilizing. This is the Supreme Kai, who had known Vegeta for many years, was left agape. He had never witnessed Vegeta exerting his full strength. This power exceeded his wildest imagination. Vegeta smirked confidently, adopting a battle stance. Super Saiyan 3 at full power, I must relish this fight. This is indeed intriguing. Tianjin Fan replied with a smile, refusing to back down. In the fleeting moment their gazes met, both vanished from their positions. Before anyone could react, they had already exchanged several blows. Due to their incredible speed, the spectators only felt a single collision, yet this impact nearly upheaved the entire ground. Wukong and Krillin barely managed to withstand the shockwave, but Jebbet was unable to maintain his footing in such an environment and was instantly sent flying. Perhaps we should retreat, the Supreme Kai said, shielding his head with difficulty. Wukong glanced at Krillin and then at the general direction of the battle, resignedly stating, "Let us fall back." The combatants were too powerful. Their battle range was vast, and their speed unmatched. Even Wukong, present at the scene, could not discern the details, so it was prudent to distance themselves. Among the four present, only the Supreme Kai lacked the ability to instantaneously move, so Jebbet took him along, and the four made their way to the temple. Upon their arrival, many people gathered with grave expressions. "What has happened?" Naru asked in fear. "Is Majin Buu truly this formidable?" Those capable of sensing energy had at least witnessed the formidable powers of Goku and Krillin at close range, and through Goku's recounting, they had gained a rough understanding of the strength comparison with Buu. However, the adversary before them clearly exceeded everyone's psychological expectations. Even Bulma, an ordinary individual, found herself nearly gasping for breath under the overwhelming fluctuations of power. No, this was not Buu. Goku provided a brief explanation of the situation. Yet aside from Tien's formidable strength as an enemy, he could not articulate anything further. Upon hearing Tien's harsh words, Bulma suddenly recognized the root of the problem. "I remember now. It's Pilaf." However, among those present, apart from the extraterrestrials and children, only Master Roshi, Kaiatsu, and Dr. Gero had a vivid recollection of that name. Thus, Bulma recounted the events from over 20 years ago. Initially, Pilaf had been concerned that surpassing Shinran's power might nullify the effects of wishes. It now seemed that was not the case. Indeed, it was not. Naru shook his head, explaining that the effect of wishes on consciousness was a one-time modification rather than a continuous influence. Otherwise, no matter how great Shinran's power, it would not suffice to sustain such a vast wish. Hence, this could not be reversed merely by an increase in strength. "Then let us make another wish to turn him good," Biddy eagerly suggested. Naru shook his head again, stating that Tien's current strength was far too immense. Shinran could no longer exert any influence over him. How could this be? It was akin to someone having tilted a young sapling. While there was still a chance to straighten it when it was young, once it grew into a towering tree, it became irreparable. Naru's explanation resonated with the children, who grasped the concept. "If that's the case," Dr. Gero interjected, "since the wish's influence on him has not yet dissipated, Tien remains unwaveringly loyal to Pilaf. If he were to make an appearance again, it could change things." The group fell silent, contemplating the logic of this assertion. "It's futile," Piccolo interjected. "The impact Pilaf has had on Earth is far too profound. There are numerous people who both venerate and despise him. To avoid repercussions, he relocated to another planet 18 years ago, and now no one knows his whereabouts." This was the voice of the fused deity speaking. Pilaf had departed exceedingly discreetly. Aside from the deity who could oversee the entire mortal realm and had continually monitored him, no one knew that Pilaf was no longer on Earth. The deity's assessment of Pilaf's actions had been mixed, thus he tacitly accepted Pilaf's departure. Now, seeking him in the vast cosmos, with Pilaf's combat prowess diminished, locating him would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, and time was of the essence. By the time they found him, Earth would likely have perished. The flicker of hope that had just emerged was extinguished, plunging everyone into silence. Goku and Krillin did not partake in the discussions. Instead, they stood at the edge of the temple, gravely observing the distant battle. Each collision between Vegeta and Tien resembled an explosion, leaving extensive devastation in their wake. They fought their way from the wilderness to the sea, and wherever they passed, chaos reigned. Despite Vegeta's intention to avoid the crowd, countless innocent lives had already been lost due to his inadvertent strikes. The two combatants engaged in an intricate and intimate melee, refraining from employing energy blasts. In the midst of their complex alternation of offense and defense, should one mismanage their energy and direct a blast towards the ground, their combined strength could easily obliterate the Earth. Neither the Scions nor the Three-Eyed Race are capable of surviving in the cosmos. Thus, such a confrontation would lead to mutual destruction, necessitating a degree of restraint in their battle. In yet another face-to-face clash, their fists struck against each other's cheeks simultaneously, distorting their features, yet neither was willing to relent. Tien gritted his teeth and seized Vegeta's golden locks, pulling him closer and driving a knee into his abdomen, nearly robbing Vegeta of breath. Unyielding, Vegeta retaliated with a close-range elbow strike to Tien's head, causing him to instinctively release his grip. The two took the opportunity to distance themselves, pausing mid-air to exchange glances, both panting heavily. "Very well, you are worthy to be my opponent as a Scion Prince." Vegeta offered a rare commendation. "Curse it. Tien silently cursed, for he had come to play the villain, to kill. Believing that only through a crushing victory could Goku experience the depths of despair. Yet, Vegeta's prowess exceeded his expectations, matching him blow for blow, which was a source of great frustration. The situation would become dire should Goku and Krillin join the fray. Oh, Vegeta noted Tien's unusual demeanor, adopting a mocking tone. Are you unable to continue? Then by all means, take another of those energy-restoring beans. I shan't hinder you. Humph, how arrogant, Tien replied, a smile unexpectedly spreading across his face. He rummaged through his belt and produced 3 Senzu beans, displaying them in his palm. This is a Senzu bean. Consuming one will fully restore your energy. With that, Tien clenched his fist and then slowly opened it, reducing the beans to powder. What is the meaning of this? I intend to defeat you fairly, without the need for such items. Unexpectedly, you possess some backbone, Tien mused. In truth, he had no sense of honor. He would eliminate his own kin if it meant killing Goku. His moral compass was non-existent, and he had no desire for a fair duel. His actions were purely tactical, designed to keep the battle one-on-one, preventing Vegeta from consuming Senzu beans. Tien had discerned Vegeta's character. Upon uttering his words, Vegeta would vehemently refuse to allow any interference, preferring defeat over consuming Senzu beans. This played directly into Tien's strategy. Years of research had revealed that Senzu beans draw on one's own recovery capabilities for rapid restoration. Thus, there exists a limit to their consumption. Typically, only 3 beans are effective within a single day, and Tien had already consumed one earlier for the sake of pretense. Should the battle devolve into a chaotic free-for-all, he would find himself at a significant disadvantage, akin to losing a vial of blood. If strength were to dominate, it might not matter. However, in a contest of equal ability, such a disparity could prove fatal. As the dust of the Senzu beans scattered in the wind, the two vanished once more, the battle commencing anew, as the earth trembled violently beneath them. The two combatants possessed overwhelming strength, engaging in a fundamental display of martial prowess, rendering the spectators in the temple mere witnesses to a clash of raw power. Will Vegeta emerge victorious? Bulma inquired, approaching the solemn warriors. It's hard to say. Their strengths are evenly matched, Raditz replied. Bulma furrowed her brow. As a scientist, she abhorred wagering on uncertain outcomes and preferred scenarios with assured success, prompting her to contemplate contingency plans. If their strengths are comparable, shouldn't you assist him now to enhance his chances of victory? To be honest, we are out of our depth in such a battle, Krillin lamented. Even you cannot intervene? What about your fusion with Goku? Krillin hesitated. While he knew that their fused form would not surpass the opponent's, it could indeed provide some assistance. No, Vegeta would never agree to that. Goku understood him well. Even he would prefer to face a formidable adversary alone. You can't just stand by and watch Vegeta fail, leading to Earth's destruction, Bulma said, somewhat irate, unable to comprehend such stubbornness that risked the lives of others. Let us not be overly pessimistic, Krillin interjected. In my estimation, Vegeta is slightly stronger than Tien. Unsure whether this was mere self-reassurance, Krillin turned to the others for validation. Indeed, the Supreme Kai nodded. I too sense that Vegeta holds a slight advantage. Verily, Vegeta is the strongest, Jebet exclaimed excitedly. The group turned their gaze toward Goku, seeking his affirmation, only to find him wearing a grave expression. No, this is not right, Goku said, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Vegeta is going to lose. Chapter 57, The Hidden Card in Annie? The revelation that Vegeta might lose left everyone in stunned silence, their faces etched with fear as they looked at him. No, that's impossible. Lord Vegeta is so powerful. How could there be anyone stronger? The Supreme Kai said, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Goku, are you serious? But clearly, Vegeta is stronger. He is in the lead. Krillin, though somewhat hesitant, found Goku's judgment more credible than his own. At present, Vegeta is indeed stronger. Then what's the point? Goku said earnestly. Haven't you noticed? Vegeta's energy is diminishing faster than TN's. In truth, the others had not sensed a decline in the energies of the two combatants, given their hand-to-hand combat. The rate of energy depletion was minimal. If this continued, they could fight for an entire day and night, making such changes exceedingly subtle. Only Goku had perceived them. Are you saying that Vegeta is stronger, but his stamina is depleting more rapidly? Bulma asked. Senzu beans. We should bring some to Vegeta, Krillin suggested. It's not a matter of stamina, Goku clarified. I have transcended to Super Saiyan 3. While this form is indeed formidable, it possesses a critical weakness. What weakness? Lifespan. Indeed, the formidable power of Super Saiyan 3 can be perceived as a forceful transcendence of individual limits, sustained by life force. In his previous life, Goku battled against Bu for merely a minute, which drained half a day from his lifespan. Vegeta has become remarkably powerful, having reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3. I can hardly fathom how rapidly this form is consuming his life. Although he currently holds an advantage, his body is rapidly aging, and the outcome may soon be determined. Yet, I do not sense any weakening in Vegeta due to his aging, Krillin remarked in disbelief. The youth of Saiyans lasts considerably long. We mature early and age slowly, so the difference may seem negligible at present. However, once the critical threshold is crossed, Vegeta could swiftly decline in strength. But how were you able to defeat Majin Buu in Super Saiyan 3 form? Bulma directly inquired. Goku pondered for several seconds before a realization dawned upon him. Of course, the Elder Kai. He bestowed his lifespan upon me. Me? The Kai assumed he was being addressed. I can give him my lifespan. That's splendid. Goku exclaimed. Hurry and do it. All right. The Kai responded with utmost seriousness. What must I do? Huh? You don't know? What am I supposed to know? Damn it. Goku anxiously scratched his head. Shall we seek the Elder Kai now? Bulma understood who Goku referred to. It might be too late. Goku surveyed the surroundings. We still have a trump card. God. Bulma immediately grasped the implication. Yes. Can we win? We can. Goku answered resolutely. Krillin. Bulma called out, turning her head. Huh. Krillin looked puzzled. Use instant transmission to bring Raditz' wife here. Immediately. Bring her? For what? Don't ask. Just go. Bulma commanded with unwavering authority. All right. Krillin hurriedly complied. Ever since the situation spiraled out of control, Bulma had been contemplating the matter of the Super Saiyan God, meticulously counting the number of participants. Originally, with Vegeta present, the numbers were sufficient. However, with Vegeta unable to leave the battlefield, Raditz's unborn child must also contribute. Raditz's family remained on the ground. Raditz felt that they were at the eye of the storm, and staying close was not necessarily safer, which is why he had not brought them along from the start. Yet, they now found themselves inevitably drawn into the chaos. Goten, Gohan, Trunks, come here, Bulma called out. Based on Goku's previous life experiences, it was known that the Super Saiyan God requires 5 Saiyans with pure hearts to channel their energy into another person, thereby creating a being on par with the God of Destruction. Now, if Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Raditz, and his child could transfer their energy to Goku, he would transform into a Super Saiyan God. In a mere 10 seconds, Krillin appeared, holding Raditz's wife. Raditz rushed forward to support her, unable to explain anything, and simply pulled her into the circle of 6, joining hands. This is bad. Vegeta cannot hold on any longer. Goku suddenly shouted, hurry. In the distance, amidst the fierce battle, Vegeta sensed an unusual change in his body. After engaging in combat for a considerable duration, he began to feel a distinct sluggishness. What initially seemed like a favorable encounter gradually shifted towards a more balanced struggle. Oh, why the sudden humility? Tien Shinhan taunted, delivering a fierce headbutt to Vegeta's face. His smile a grotesque mask of malice. Vegeta, gritting his teeth, remained silent and retaliated with a swift kick. However, just as he lunged forward to deliver another blow, Tien inexplicably vanished from his line of sight, reappearing behind him. Vegeta spun around to strike, yet Tien effortlessly blocked the attack with both hands, absorbing the force with surprising steadiness. Nanny? Vegeta exclaimed, astonished, not by Tien's ability to withstand his assault, but rather by the realization that his kick lacked the intended power. What is happening? Tien distanced himself, catching his breath and chuckling lightly. You really ought to take a look in the mirror. Vegeta froze, instinctively reaching to touch his own cheek, only to find skin marred with deep, gnarled lines reminiscent of ancient trees. The aging of a Saiyan was often abrupt, and under the full power of Super Saiyan 3, the transformation was nearly instantaneous. Indeed, Tien laughed with increased delight. I told you. I annihilated my kin to obtain all their energy, while your Saiyan race still has so many clinging to life. How could you possibly defeat me? Clearly, such power comes at a price. You think you can cheat your way to victory over me? Such naivety. The term cheat struck a painful blow to Vegeta's pride, inciting him to charge forward once more. Yet this time, Tien effortlessly breached his defenses, sending him crashing to the ground like a cannonball, utterly defenseless. As Vegeta crawled from the rubble, he was astonished to find that his Super Saiyan state had dissipated. He gasped for breath. his entire body racked with unbearable pain, a sensation he had never experienced in the afterlife. And now, panic began to set in. Tien descended leisurely, arms crossed over his chest, gazing at Vegeta with mockery. "How does it feel, Prince? Enjoying yourself?" he taunted, observing Vegeta's hair, now streaked with gray. Unable to tolerate such derision, Vegeta erupted in fury, fists clenched as he charged once again. This time, he struck Tien squarely in the face, yet the latter remained completely unfazed. "Heh," Tien chuckled, slowly extending his palm. "You should be grateful for my mercy." With that, Tien's right hand sliced forward, piercing through Vegeta's right side, directly into his chest. "Ah!" Vegeta screamed, his voice filled with anguish. Tien's strike avoided the heart. Even a human would not perish instantly from such an injury. He had deliberately allowed Vegeta to survive, yet his hand remained firmly embedded. Vegeta struggled helplessly, gripping Tien's arm with all his might, but to no avail. Tien employed his flight technique, lifting off the ground with Vegeta in tow. "Who would have thought this would end so effortlessly?" Tien remarked, rummaging through his belt with his left hand before producing a senzu bean, which he popped into his mouth. Indeed, he destroyed those senzu beans in front of Vegeta, not out of desperation, but to orchestrate a trap. Therefore, he could not have obliterated all of them. He retained one for the precise moment to catch Vegeta off guard. It now appears that such a strategy is unnecessary, as he could easily eliminate the remaining few with a mere flick of his finger. Thus, he regained his strength, eager to savor this long-awaited massacre that he had anticipated for 2 decades. "Let us seek out Son Goku." Tien suddenly accelerated, grasping Vegeta's arm and forcibly propelling them both into the air. The strain of the injury caused Vegeta to scream in agony, nearly losing consciousness. "Vegeta!" Raditz exclaimed in alarm. It was not just him. Everyone sensed the instantaneous shift in Vegeta's condition. "Don't get distracted. We might not have time," Goku urged anxiously. Raditz, understanding the gravity of the situation, held tightly onto Vegeta, forcing himself to remain composed. He required not only to channel his energy, but also to assist his wife in directing hers into Goku's body. "Commence." At the command, the 6 Scions simultaneously summoned their energy, transferring it through their palms into Goku. Instantly, Goku's aura surged dramatically. "Success!" Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. "What are you plotting?" At nearly the same moment, the formidable Tien had traversed thousands of kilometers, hovering above the temple. In his grasp, Vegeta was too weak to resist, blood cascading from him to the temple floor, creating crimson splashes. Upon witnessing Vegeta's dire state, Raditz lost control of his emotions, charging forward in a frenzy. "Release him." "Don't go." Krillin attempted to rush in, but hesitated, reminiscent of his indecision when confronting Bu. "If you desire him so much, I'll return him to you," Tien remarked as he flung Vegeta away with a casual motion, akin to discarding a piece of clothing. Vegeta, unconscious, fell freely through the air until Raditz caught him. Gazing at the battered and aged warrior, his heart swelling with wrath. Yet, the fury of the weak has always been inconsequential. If mere anger could yield boundless strength, then decades of relentless training would be rendered a farce. Tien raised his hand and unleashed a wave of light toward Raditz and Vegeta, the overwhelming energy engulfing them in an instant, erasing them from existence. "Goku, what are you waiting for?" Krillin shouted in desperation. Yet, Goku stood frozen, incredulously staring at his own hands. Why couldn't Ti transform? Chapter 58, Annihilation Goku. Krillin's heart-wrenching cry jolted Goku back to reality. The failure to transform into a Super Saiyan God was an irrevocable truth. With Tien's arrival, regardless of Vegeta and Raditz's fate, he would not afford them another chance to transform, nor even a fleeting opportunity to merge with Krillin. Thus, the moment Goku regained his clarity, he made a swift decision. "Krillin, lead them to safety." In that instant, Goku erupted with energy and charged straight at Tien. "What shall we do?" Jebbet looked helplessly at King Kai. King Kai gritted his teeth, momentarily at a loss for words. He comprehended Jebbet's intent. It was time to flee. With Jebbet possessing the ability to teleport, escaping was not an issue. Yet, as the supreme deity of the cosmos, how could he disregard the lives of so many merely for his own preservation? "Take the others with you. I shall hold him off for Mr. Goku," the King Kai shouted at Jebbet. However, in the blink of an eye, a figure suddenly flashed past their peripheral vision. It was Goku, plummeting from the sky. In mere seconds, the ascending Goku fell from the heights, rolling across the temple floor for several rotations before coming to a halt, leaving a long trail of blood in his wake. Goku cried out in anguish. His limbs and abdomen pierced by lasers. Though not fatal, he was rendered completely immobile. Don't rush to your demise, son Goku, Tien Shinhan chuckled gleefully. I keep my promises. Watch as these people perish before your eyes, and then I shall grant you your escape. In the span of just 2 or 3 seconds, 3 Scions suffered grievous injuries and perished. Father, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks surged forward in a furious rage towards Tien Shinhan. Goku. Bulma dashed forward recklessly to kneel beside Goku. Senzu beans. Does anyone have senzu beans? However, the chaos of the scene rendered it impossible for anyone to attend to this side. No. Goku struggled desperately to raise his hand, but it was too late. Hee, dear little ones. Tien Shinhan raised his hands, forming a triangle before his chest, aimed at those charging towards him. Stop. Kairatsu, the one most familiar with Tien Shinhan's techniques, rushed forward in an attempt to prevent the impending tragedy. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, Tien Shinhan seized this excellent opportunity for attack. Kikaho. Danger. Longjing stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Bidalai. But this was undoubtedly a futile endeavor. The triangular gray curtain seemed to carve out a unique area in space, representing an attack form entirely distinct from energy blasts. This technique, initially focused on suppression, became astonishingly powerful when wielded by someone sufficiently strong. In an instant, the 3 Super Scions at the forefront were obliterated, while Kairatsu, Longjing, and Bidalai, aligned in a straight line, met the same fate. The Kikaho left a meticulously clean void upon the temple. Help! Though Dr. Gero, in close proximity to Longjing and Bidalai, was not struck by the Kikaho, the blast trajectory came perilously close, compressing and rapidly restoring the air in the space, creating a gust that swept him directly into the void below. Piccolo, observing the chaotic scene before him, suddenly turned with blood-red eyes towards Master Roshi. Before the latter could react, Piccolo seized his collar and forcibly dragged him into the chasm below. 2 seconds later, only 4 individuals remained standing on the battlefield. Hurry! Nairu soared into the air, but instead of recklessly charging upwards, he placed his hands on either side of his face. Solar flare. A radiance brighter than the sun emanated from Nairu. This technique was devoid of destructive power, intended solely to obscure the enemy's vision. You dare to use my technique against me. The demise of the dumpling incited a profound emotional upheaval within Tianjin Fan. Although he possessed the ability to discern his adversary through instinct, the solar fist was utterly incapable of restraining his movements. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to retaliate against such a flagrant affront. Anti-solar fist. A dark, hemispherical light shield unfurled before him. The rays of the solar fist merely grazed this barrier before being reflected back, augmented by the shield's energy, and the returning light surged with enhanced potency, converging precisely upon the source. In an instant, the amassed black energy pierced through Nailu's skull. This fleeting moment, scarcely half a second, afforded others the chance to react. Witnessing the devastating casualties, Jebit, disregarding any sense of responsibility, swiftly grasped the Supreme Kai's hand and activated instant transmission, vanishing from the spot. Simultaneously, Krillin, who had been a helpless witness to his comrade's demise, felt his initial fear dissipate, replaced by a surge of fury. Yet, he was not one to act recklessly. He swiftly made his own resolution. We have not lost. We are not defeated. For the first time, Krillin summoned every ounce of his strength, unleashing a power that transcended his limits, propelling himself towards Goku. After dispatching Nailu, Tianjin Fan turned to find the Supreme Kai had already vanished, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Spotting Krillin racing towards Goku, he felt a wave of alarm wash over him. Without hesitation, Tianjin Fan raised his hand, unleashing a powerful wave of light towards the fleeing Krillin. A tremendous explosion echoed within the temple, and those on the ground were momentarily blinded, as if facing a second sun. When the dust settled, the temple had vanished without a trace. Tianjin Fan hovered in the air, hands on his hips, deep in contemplation. This presents a bit of a conundrum, but perhaps this outcome isn't so bad after all. A childlike, innocent smile broke across his face as he embraced this realization. He swiftly descended towards the ground, casually obliterating Korin Tower into ashes as he passed. After executing a sharp turn close to the surface, Tianjin Fan exuberantly proclaimed, "Let the slaughter of the Earthlings commence." On the distant King Kai's planet, Baburu hung upside down from a tree, enjoying a banana, while North Kai cruised leisurely in his newly crafted sedan, moving at a leisurely pace of 5 centimeters per second. Suddenly, three figures materialized on the road ahead, prompting him to slam on the brakes in alarm. Hey, 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 watch where you're going, the Kai shouted, poking his head out of the window. However, upon witnessing the pool of blood below, his demeanor shifted instantly from jest to seriousness. He exited the vehicle and approached, his brow furrowing at the grim scene before him. Bulma had fainted from the sudden increase in gravity, while Goku and Krillin lay on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Oh dear, there are Earthlings here, the Kai mused. Scratching his head, he then clapped his hands together, instantly reducing the gravity on King Kai's planet to 1/10 its usual strength. Following that, he erected a protective barrier around King Kai's planet to prevent the malevolent energies from the underworld from infiltrating their bodies. Goku, oblivious to Bulma's plight, struggled to move his nearly shattered limbs, crawling towards Krillin. Krillin. Upon catching sight of Krillin, he was momentarily struck dumb, unable to articulate a single word. The assault by Tenshinhan was aimed at Krillin, intended to eliminate him while sparing Goku. However, he misjudged Krillin's momentary burst of strength. The strike failed to deliver a fatal blow but severed the entirety of Krillin's lower body. Witnessing Krillin, his waist a void, blood cascading like a waterfall, Goku was engulfed in sorrow and rage. Goku, Krillin weakly called out, prompting Goku to struggle towards him, grasping his trembling hand. We haven't lost. As long as you and Bulma are here, we haven't lost. Krillin, Goku cried in despair. Goku, save Marin, save. Raz. Before Krillin could finish his plea, his eyes lost their luster, and his hands fell lifelessly. Damn it. Goku forced his body upright with the aid of his instant transmission technique, the exertion causing fresh torrents of blood to seep from his wounds. Hey, don't be impulsive. You'll die like this, the King Kai calmly advised. I must take revenge. Goku summoned his energy, but the significant blood loss rendered him incapable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. He clung to consciousness solely by sheer willpower. Sigh. The King Kai shook his head, gesturing towards Goku. Suddenly, Goku felt a surge of power and promptly lost consciousness. Babidi, come help, the King Kai called out. And Babidi discarded a banana peel, leaping from a tree. Carry these two into the house. I will prepare a grave. 3 hours later, beneath a tree on King Kai's planet, a mound had formed, marked by a small wooden plaque inscribed with Unknown Earth Warrior. Goku's wounds were now bandaged. While Bulma bore no visible injuries, the two lay quietly in bed. The King Kai stood outside, motionless, gazing at the sky, his body trembling. He was fixated on the distant Earth, where Tenshinhan was orchestrating a horrific massacre. Instead of annihilating the city with energy blasts, he sought out every living soul and killed them one by one. Some were pierced through the heart by beams of light, others obliterated by a single punch. He was in no rush, relishing the process. The king's army advanced, and martial artists united to resist, but their efforts were in vain. Marin clutched Razli, hiding in a closet, too fearful to witness the apocalyptic scene outside, trembling as she held her daughter, praying for Krillin's swift return. An explosion erupted, obliterating the roof of Marin's home and the upper half of the closet. Splintered wood and iron nails struck Marin, causing sharp pain, yet she clung tightly to Razli. Found you. Tenshinhan's sickly voice echoed, and Marin looked at him in despair. A surge of dark energy flashed, erupting blood from their bodies, grotesque wounds appearing on their chests, and they could only struggle weakly before falling still. Tenshinhan was unaware of their connection to Goku. He merely continued his indiscriminate slaughter of Earth's inhabitants, this tragedy unfolding relentlessly. The King of the Worlds was not taken aback by the brutality of Tien, for such occurrences were commonplace during Friesia's reign. The slaughter of entire planets was a frequent event. Despite Friesia's notorious rampages, he remained a figure that this king could not provoke. Frisia was the mightiest being in the North Galaxy, yet in the vast expanse of the entire galaxy, even the universe, there were many who could stand against him. However, the individual before him was possessed of a power that transcended comprehension. Even the formidable Vegeta, who wreaked havoc in the underworld for 2 decades, fell victim to his grasp. In the entire universe, there was no one left to rival him. The galaxy, and indeed the whole universe, was on the brink of a monumental crisis. One could only hope that Lord Beerus would awaken soon. Chapter 59. The last Scion. Bulma slowly opened her eyes, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling for several moments before gradually regaining her memories. A wave of terror washed over her once more, and she abruptly sat up. Goku. Upon seeing Goku beside her, breathing steadily and with his wounds tended to. She felt a measure of relief, though it was quickly overshadowed by sorrow. Gohan, Goten, Trunks. Tears streamed down her face as she mourned the loss of the 3 children she had raised, who had been slain before her eyes. And even Launch and Videl had not escaped this calamity, deepening her anguish. Goku was roused by Bulma's cries. As he regained his senses, he attempted to rise, but the pain from his wounds rendered him immobile. Krillin, Krillin, Goku called out, and it was then that Bulma remembered she had indeed seen Krillin before losing consciousness. The King of the Worlds entered calmly and inquired, "Are you referring to the person who accompanied you?" "Yes." "What happened to him?" Goku asked urgently. "He is dead. I buried him outside," the king replied. Goku was momentarily stunned, then gritted his teeth and activated his instant transmission, soaring toward the door. Bulma, upon hearing of Krillin's demise, hurriedly followed him outside. The moment Goku stepped out, he spotted a distant mound of earth. He rushed toward it, wanting to unearth it but hesitating, as he felt no trace of Krillin's energy. The injuries he had witnessed before Krillin's eyes were undeniably fatal. "Damn it, Tien, I will kill you." Goku's energy erupted, but his current weakness only stirred a slight breeze. He pressed a finger to his forehead, having detected Tien's immense aura. He needed to seek vengeance immediately. Bulma braved the fierce winds as she approached, realizing Goku was preparing to teleport. She rushed forward, summoning all her strength to slap Goku across the face, though it merely caused his head to tilt slightly. Suppressing the burning sensation in her palm, Bulma shouted angrily, "What do you think you're doing? Are you planning to go back and get yourself killed? I must avenge everyone." Goku's emotions were on the verge of breaking. "Can you even achieve that? I'm asking you. Can you win?" Goku clenched his fists. Even if he were uninjured, defeating Tien would be impossible. "But I have to go. I must go. Everyone is dead. Are not the deceased my loved ones? Could you please stop being so willful?" Tears streamed down Bulma's cheeks as a tempest of anger, sorrow, and grievance surged within her. "Right. The Dragon Balls. Let us seek the Dragon Balls and revive everyone. And for what purpose? To have them perish once more? Am I to simply sit idly by and do nothing? I would rather face death alongside everyone. What must I do? What should I do?" Bulma collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed, lamenting, "If you die, I will lose everything." Witnessing Bulma's distress, Goku felt a weight lift from his chest, and he too knelt before Krillin's grave, his gaze vacant as he stared into the distance. He comprehended Bulma's sentiments. Whatever action he took now seemed erroneous, and this sense of impotence was unprecedented for him. Goku remained in a quiet stupor, while Bulma wept beside him, and the King Kai sighed from afar. Time passed slowly until Bulma's emotions finally began to stabilize. She lifted her tear-stained eyes to Goku and declared firmly, "We have not yet lost." A spark of determination ignited in Goku's eyes. He recognized that Bulma's intuition was invariably correct. "What should we do? Tell me. I am uncertain whether Krillin acted intentionally, but he saved you. As long as you remain, we have not lost." "But Bulma grasped Goku's hand and said earnestly, "Have you realized something?" She studied him intently. "You are the last surviving scion." Goku blinked, not fully grasping the implication. "You are the last of your kind, which means that the entire scion energy source now resides within you. You can cultivate your power to levels far beyond before. I do not know how Tien became so powerful, but if you harness the entire energy source, theoretically, you would be the mightiest scion, capable of matching even Vegeta. The strongest scion must surely prevail. After you defeat Tien, we can resurrect the others. And then there will be no issue." A golden light flickered in Goku's eyes. Indeed, he sprang to his feet, fists clenched. "I will train. Even if it takes 10 or 20 years, I must surpass him." "It won't take that long," Bulma replied, almost regaining her usual composure as she laboriously stood up, rubbing her numb legs. "Now that the energy source is within you, it indicates that you possess immense potential. We only need to find one person." "Who?" "The old Kai. In his previous life, he was able to unlock Gohan's power, so this time, he can help you bypass training and directly reach your theoretical limit of strength. This way, we could return to Earth for revenge in just one day." "Oh my, you are truly a genius," Goku exclaimed, eager to embrace Bulma, yet his wounds hindered him. "I have always been a genius." Noticing the atmosphere had lightened, the King Kai approached. "By the way, do you know how to get to the Kaishin realm?" Bulma suddenly turned to the King Kai and asked. "Huh." The King Kai was taken aback, feeling exasperated that everyone who arrived here sought passage to the highest divine realm, which was quite embarrassing for him. Although he was not privy to the full details, he surmised it must be connected to the calamity on Earth. and thus he readily agreed. Change your clothes. The King Kai conjured 2 sets of black robes and tossed them to Goku and Bulma. What is this? To withstand the malevolent aura of the underworld, one must don appropriate garments. Otherwise, the 2 of you, mere mortals, will perish in no time. Wukong unfurled the attire with a frown, exclaiming, "Isn't this just like the outfit of the King of the Realm? How hideous! Then do not wear it." The King of the Realm retorted, his face flushed with indignation. Bulma, ignoring their banter, took the clothing and retreated into the room, closing the door with a firm admonition against peeking. Before long, the 2 followed the King of the Realm to the Grand Kai's planet. The formidable energies of Vegeta and Tianjin Han had long been sensed by the Grand Kai. Thus, after hearing Bulma's account, he eschewed the usual formalities and promptly guided the 2 through the portal to the sacred realm. The Kaioshin, troubled and frowning, sensed someone entering the sacred realm. Upon discovering that it was Wukong, he was filled with uncontainable joy and rushed to greet him alongside Jebbet. Having narrowly escaped calamity on Earth, their destination was undoubtedly home, and thus they spent the following hours on the Kaioshin planet strategizing their next steps. "Wukong, my friend," the Kaioshin exclaimed, grasping Wukong's hand with fervor, "you are alive. This is splendid news." The Grand Kai grimaced slightly. It was perplexing how contemporary mortals could cultivate such rapport with the highest authority, leaving him a direct subordinate. Feeling rather awkward, he silently retreated back through the portal, seeking an escape. "Wukong, you are injured," Jebbet observed, remorse evident in his gaze. Although he had been unable to assist in that dire moment, he felt a sense of shame for his retreat. Placing his hand on Wukong's shoulder, he channeled his divine energy, and in an instant, Wukong's wounds healed, restoring him to full vigor. "Whoa!" Wukong exclaimed, eagerly discarding the bandages. Eager to return to the fray. Return? To fight? The Kaioshin looked utterly bewildered. Bulma succinctly explained the situation to the Kaioshin. Though he grasped only fragments of the narrative, terms like energy sources, limits, and the old Kaioshin eluded him. In summary, you seek the Kaioshin's sword, correct? The Kaioshin seized upon the crux of the matter. Indeed, Wukong affirmed. Then follow me. The Kaioshin and Jebbet led Wukong to the stone pillar housing the Kaioshin's sword, while Bulma waited at a distance to avoid any unintended harm. Can this truly be accomplished? Jebbet mused inwardly. After all, this was the mightiest artifact that had eluded all previous Kaioshins. How could a mere mortal succeed? "I'm coming," Wukong declared, flexing his biceps and transforming into Super Saiyan 2. He grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands, summoning all his strength to draw it forth. Having previously handled the sword, he was aware of its weight, so this time he employed his most potent form. However, as soon as Wukong exerted his force, the Kaioshin sword was effortlessly extracted from the stone. "What?" Jebbet gasped in disbelief. "How is this possible?" Wukong leaned back, nearly losing his balance, and after weighing the sword in his hand, he remarked with slight chagrin, "It wasn't so difficult after all." In his previous life, Wukong had not witnessed Gohan draw the sword. He was unaware that Gohan had merely transformed into Super Saiyan at full power to accomplish the feat, thus rendering it less formidable than it seemed. Wukong, using Super Saiyan 2 strength, had somewhat overexerted himself. "Indeed, you are truly worthy, a companion of Vegeta," the Kaioshin exclaimed in exhilaration. Many years ago, the Supreme Kai wished to have Vegeta test the sword, but Vegeta was aware of the consequences that would follow its unsheathing. He held such underhanded tactics in disdain, much like the transformation into a Super Saiyan, preferring instead to cultivate his strength through rigorous training. Thus, he disregarded the Supreme Kai's sword, ultimately allowing Goku to take advantage of the situation. As the Supreme Kai nervously swallowed, he remained oblivious to the sword's true capabilities. Without releasing his transformation, Goku firmly grasped the Supreme Kai's sword, driving its tip into the ground and placing one foot upon its blade. With a determined stomp, the sword shattered with a resounding clang. The Supreme Kai's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, a voice chimed in from behind, startling the Supreme Kai. "I am the Elder Supreme Kai from 15 generations ago." Before the Elder Supreme Kai could finish his introduction, Goku dashed forward, imploring him, "Please help me grow stronger." In Chapter 60, after Goku and Bulma engaged in discussions with the Elder Supreme Kai, he finally consented to enhance Goku's power. The preparation for the ceremony required 5 hours, with an additional 20 hours needed to complete the process. Initially, the Supreme Kai and others observed with anxious anticipation, but boredom soon set in. "Bulma, having been tense for too long, decided to take a nap nearby. By the time the preliminary rituals concluded and the real enhancement began, Bulma had already awakened. The Supreme Kai then prepared a meal, and each individual maintained a few paces distance from Goku as they began to eat. As time passed, Goku's feelings of agitation intensified. The desire to grow stronger, defeat Tien, and use the Dragon Balls to revive everyone felt entirely reasonable, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. "What troubles you?" The Elder Supreme Kai inquired nonchalantly, raising his hands while occasionally using chopsticks to bring food to his mouth, appearing quite at ease. "I can't quite put it into words. It's just, I feel a bit restless," Goku replied, furrowing his brows. "Are you worried about what is happening on Earth?" Bulma asked. Goku pondered for a few seconds. Perhaps. The Elder Kai's planet was situated far from the Milky Way, rendering Goku unable to sense the plight of the ordinary people on Earth. At that moment, Tien had also concealed his energy, leaving Goku entirely unaware of the situation back home, which naturally contributed to his anxiety. "If you wish to see what is happening on Earth, I have a method," the Elder Supreme Kai suggested. "Right. You have a crystal ball we can use," Goku exclaimed, realizing the Elder's knowledge. "Are you certain you want to look?" the Elder asked. Taking another bite, Goku hesitated, pondering that witnessing the grim reality on Earth could disrupt his focus on enhancing his strength. "Why are you so calm, Elder?" Tien's power surpasses that of Majin Buu. He poses a threat to the entire universe, Goku questioned, perplexed. The Supreme Kai, hearing this, turned to the Elder as well, sharing the same confusion regarding why his predecessor remained so composed despite the dire circumstances. "Why should I be anxious? He could annihilate the entire universe." The Elder Kaioshin lifted his gaze. Would he be capable of instant transmission? Goku was taken aback. "Do you mean that within Tien's limited lifespan, he could never eliminate all beings in the universe, so you are not concerned?" Bulma inquired. The Elder Kaioshin smiled but did not respond. "Yet, what if he were to directly come here and annihilate these deities?" Bulma pressed on. "Or what if he wished upon the Dragon Balls to attain eternal life?" Bulma was not trying to argue. She understood that the Elder Kaioshin was an ancient being who had lived for millions of years and could comprehend these matters. So her questions were essentially a quest for clarity regarding her own doubts. The Elder Kaioshin slowly shook his head. "What does it matter if we perish? What does it matter if the entire universe perishes? The cycle of life and death encompasses all things. We are but a minuscule part of it and need not be overly concerned. If that is the case, then why do you choose to assist us? Creating life is the duty of the Kaioshin." He suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. "When there are too many deaths, I have to work overtime. I detest overtime. So if I can help you, I shall." The gravity of life and death seemed trivial in his words, which irked Bulma, as it felt like these gods at the pinnacle of the universe regarded them merely as playthings. She no longer wished to continue the conversation with him. After a moment of silence, Bulma turned to Goku and asked, "Why couldn't you transform into a Super Saiyan God back then?" Goku shook his head. "I can't quite explain why, but that sensation was indeed one of failure. It shouldn't have been. According to legend, creating a god requires 6 Saiyans. You, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Raditz, and his child, precisely 6 individuals. Is it possible that an infant would not suffice? An infant should certainly be capable, as Gohan's daughter was included even before her birth last time." Suddenly, Bulma's face flushed. Raditz's child is not his. Bulma felt both shy and speechless. If Earth were indeed destroyed due to a trivial incident, it would become a universal joke. Absolutely not. Goku looked at Bulma incredulously. That child's aura is unmistakably reminiscent of Raditz. It must be a scion. Could it be an issue of the embryo's gestational age? Or is it that Raditz lacks a sense of justice? The Elder Kaioshin suddenly raised his head. "What peculiar matters are you discussing?" Bulma chose to ignore him, prompting Goku to stammeringly explain the background of the Super Saiyan God. "What on earth are you talking about?" The Elder Kaioshin appeared utterly perplexed. "You actually believe such an absurd legend? Is there something wrong with that?" Goku queried, confused. "There are numerous problems." "Then do enlighten us on what those problems are." Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction with his manner of speaking. "How should I put it?" The Elder Kaioshin pondered for a few seconds. "There is not a single correct aspect in this narrative." Bulma rolled her eyes, prompting the Elder Kaioshin to continue. "From my understanding, what you refer to as the Super Saiyan God is likely the method of creating an artificial god." "An artificial god? What is that?" the Kaioshin asked in astonishment. The old Supreme Kai instinctively wanted to utter a few harsh words, but upon reflecting on the ignorance of this individual, which stemmed from the previous generation's premature demise. He found himself at a loss for more severe remarks. Instead, he simply stated, "The term artificial god is quite literal. It refers to mortals achieving divinity. I need not elaborate on the uniqueness of gods. Their lifespans are significantly extended, and mortals are incapable of perceiving the essence of a god. But how, precisely, is one created?" The Supreme Kai could not help but inquire. There are two essential conditions. The first is to concentrate the essence of an entire race into a single individual. The old Supreme Kai paused, allowing everyone a moment to ponder. Could it be? Bulma suddenly raised her head. In Goku's previous life, there were only 6 scions remaining in the universe, coinciding perfectly with the legendary number required for transformation into a Super Saiyan God. Bulma's brow furrowed deeper as she continued. This time, we failed because we had 7 individuals. Vegeta was still alive then, which led to Goku's failure. Though I am not well versed in the specifics, I surmise you are correct, the old Supreme Kai remarked nonchalantly as he took another bite of his meal. And what is the second condition? Bulma asked gravely. To attain godhood, one must have the recognition of another god. Huh, what does that mean? Bulma inquired, perplexed. Well, think of gods as employees within a company. You may possess the necessary abilities, but to be hired, you need internal approval. It is not merely a matter of your desire to join. Is that explanation sufficiently clear? Bulma was left speechless. These gods seemed exceedingly casual in their demeanor. But you mentioned the previous life? The old Supreme Kai interrupted, seemingly indifferent to Goku's journey across time. From your words, it seems Whis was present then, correct? Such trivial knowledge of the universe may escape Beerus, who sleeps daily, but Whis would undoubtedly be aware. I suspect he may have subtly aided you. Bulma remarked, but you are also gods. Can't your acknowledgement suffice? We are Supreme Kais, so of course, we can. However, the Kais or deities of Earth you are familiar with cannot. Why not? Such a foolish question. The old Supreme Kai shot Goku a sidelong glance. Only Supreme Kais, destroyer gods, and angels are true deities. The others are merely external contractors who assist in managing the universe. Have you forgotten that you can sense their essence? Oh, right, Goku exclaimed, realizing that he had been using instant transmission to visit the sacred realm and King Kai's planet without noticing that he should not have been able to perceive the essence of gods. Yet, regarding the Super Saiyan God, it was indeed the dragon that spoke of it. Why would it lie? Or are you suggesting that I misremember? I did not misremember. Goku scratched his head. You inquired about the Super Saiyan God, not an artificial god. If the legend of the Scions is recorded in such a manner, then naturally, it would convey that information, the old Supreme Kai scoffed. This is precisely why I detest the dragon. Communicating with them is utterly exhausting. One misstep can lead to entrapment in a web of wordplay. However, Bulma found the convoluted nature of this predicament exceedingly frustrating. Upon careful reflection, it becomes evident just how fabricated this legend truly is. The old Supreme Kai, observing her desire to argue further, continued his explanation. If 6 Scions could unite to attain power rivaling that of the gods of destruction, then the Scions would have dominated the entire universe long ago. Such an assertion is utterly absurd. Perhaps it is due to the fact that most Scions possess a malevolent nature? Goku attempted to defend his stance. Nonsense. The old Supreme Kai scoffed, declaring that such a notion of justice is even more preposterous. Can righteousness be consumed as sustenance? Furthermore, what constitutes justice? What can be deemed just? According to universal moral standards, excessive killing is considered evil. If that is the case, why is it that the most powerful entity in the universe is the god of destruction rather than the Supreme Kai? Goku was momentarily taken aback, for this perspective had not crossed his mind. Beerus has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, obliterating countless planets. Euphrasia appears almost innocent in comparison. If righteousness could be quantified into strength, would not that notion itself be utterly bewildering? Goku remained silent, refraining from further retorts. Thus, these rumors are merely products of history perpetually rationalizing itself. You have merely been fortunate, coincidentally fulfilling all the conditions, which led to a singular success. Attempting to replicate this without understanding the true principles behind it, failure is inevitable. The old Supreme Kai seemed to be attempting to console them. However, Bulma suddenly widened her eyes, pointing at Goku while looking at the old Supreme Kai. Wait, does that mean we have now fulfilled all the conditions? In the interest of maintaining the rigor of this narrative, we shall disregard content outside the original work, such as the existence of Vegeta's brother from the Dragon Ball Super promotional material, as well as Broly and his father, who are currently foraging for insects in the mountains. Chapter 61. The Super Saiyan God. Bulma, realizing Goku was struggling to comprehend, proceeded to elaborate once more. In summary, Bulma, parched with anticipation, exclaimed that once this ritual concludes, you will be able to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Ah, I see. Although Goku found it challenging to grasp on his own due to his previous life's knowledge, he was certain that Bulma's words held truth. I never agreed to make him a deity, the old Supreme Kai remarked, taking a sip of tea with an air of nonchalance. What do you mean? Bulma suddenly turned to glare at him. Do you not wish to assist? It is not that I am unwilling to help, but I do not feel particularly compelled to do so. Goku seeks strength to defeat villains. Indeed, it is to reduce your workload. Upon further contemplation, the old Supreme Kai mused, I am not an active Supreme Kai, so it is not my responsibility to assist. Bulma clenched her fists, bewildered by the old man's sudden obstinacy. Then what must be done for you to aid Goku? Hee. The old Supreme Kai suddenly displayed a rather lecherous grin. If you let me touch your skin, I shall assist him in becoming a deity, he chuckled. Elder. The Supreme Kai could no longer contain himself. His face flushed as he interrupted. Please maintain a semblance of decorum. I was merely jesting, truly. The old Supreme Kai's expression returned to its previous neutrality. Regardless, even if I do not assist, that young lad will undoubtedly help you. Bulma, upon hearing this, turned her head abruptly, forgetting that this foolish figure was also a Supreme Kai. You will help Goku, won't you? Bulma regarded him with a cold stare. Yes, I will. The old Kaioshin felt somewhat uneasy under Bulma's gaze. Ahahaha, Goku stood by, chuckling in silence. 20 hours later, the old Kaioshin was still raising his hands to cast a spell, but he had fallen asleep, his head bobbing as he drooled. After a cartoonish bubble burst, the old Kaioshin was startled awake. Ah, it's over. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look, and they saw the old Kaioshin rise, brushing off the dirt from his trousers. Is it done? The Kaioshin approached eagerly. Of course it is. Bulma suggested, Goku, why not give it a try and see if you can transform into a Super Saiyan God? Oh, I still have one step left. He hasn't acknowledged it yet. The old Kaioshin replied as he raised his hand. Wait a moment, Goku interrupted. I want to test my current strength. Goku gazed at his palms, lost in thought. Suddenly, he clenched his fists and tightened his arms, preparing to unleash his energy to gauge his power. Stop. The old Kaioshin displayed an unprecedented look of panic. Do you want to die? Releasing power here could be catastrophic. Goku blinked, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. He dashed far away, running until he reached the horizon, where he could hardly be seen, and then he paused, waving his hand to signal he was ready to begin. The others remained in place, while the old Kaioshin hid behind a large tree, exposing only half of his head, looking as if he were bracing for battle. Is it really that exaggerated? Goku is still over 10 kilometers away, the Kaioshin remarked just as a fierce storm suddenly swept in, the powerful aura instantly blowing Bulma off her feet. Jebbit quickly teleported behind Bulma to catch her, while the Kaioshin swiftly positioned himself in front of them, erecting a spherical barrier. The distant energy continued to intensify, uprooting the ground within a kilometer radius. Countless fragments of rock were sent flying, and even 10 kilometers away, the grasses swirled in the air. Fortunately, the tree that the old Kaioshin found was sturdy enough. Its trunk shook violently, but did not break. The old Kaioshin clung desperately to the bark to prevent being swept away. Incredible. Although this storm was not powerful enough to destroy the Kaioshin's protective shield, the sheer force of the residual energy from such a distance exceeded his imagination. Goku, having retracted his energy, teleported back as the tempest gradually subsided, and he walked slowly to the old Kaioshin, his expression one of confusion. Is something wrong? Bulma inquired. I seemed to Goku pondered for a moment before choosing his words. Too strong? Huh. My current power surpasses that of the Super Saiyan God form from my previous life, yet my aura does not even resemble that of a god. Could it be that becoming a god would make me even stronger? How could there be such good fortune? The old Kaioshin adjusted his sparse hair. Power does not materialize out of thin air. Becoming a god merely facilitates the acquisition of strength from the source of energy. However, you are currently the sole outlet for Saiyan energy, and I have forcibly pushed you beyond your limits, so achieving godhood would not enhance your abilities. Is that so? So, gods are rather underwhelming, Bulma remarked discontentedly. Show some respect towards the divine. The old Kaioshin was in a state of exasperation. Although there will be no increase in power, upon becoming a deity, one will gradually awaken the unique abilities of their race, a privilege exclusive to the divine. Wow. That's impressive. Since there's still a chance to gain something, Bulma's demeanor changed instantly. Quick, help Goku. TCH, you're not even begging, the old Kaishin remarked. Though he had no intention of making things difficult for them. He clapped his hands and said to Goku, I acknowledge you, then stood with his hands behind his back. After a moment of silence, Bulma asked, is it over? Indeed, the old Kaishin replied with a relaxed expression. Bulma could hardly believe how casually the process of becoming a god was handled. She turned to Goku with skepticism. Do you feel any special abilities awakening? Goku looked at his palm, clenched his fist, and shook his head. Nothing at all. Why not try again from a distance? No need. The old Kaishin interrupted. Special powers awaken gradually. You will come to know them in due time. However, after a brief contemplation, Goku suddenly flew into the air and declared, I'll give it another shot, and then vanished. What a reckless fool. The old Kaishin muttered, hastily retreating behind a tree. This time, Goku spent a considerable amount of time gathering energy in the air, and with a sudden roar, his divine aura surged dramatically. This essence, imperceptible to mortals, caused no disturbance to the physical realm, and even Bulma remained unaware of any anomaly. Yet, the two Kaishins nearby clutched their ears as if they had heard an earth-shattering noise. Goku pushed his power to its limits, following that familiar sensation until he broke through once more. A blinding white light flashed, enveloping Goku in an immense, distorted aura of power. This is... The old Kaishin gasped for breath under the weight of this divine presence, though his fear stemmed not from physical pain. Far away, on the destroyer god planet, Beerus, clad in his pajamas, stirred from slumber on his throne, his ears twitching and his eyes narrowing into slits. Meanwhile, Whis, who was outdoors enjoying the flowers, suddenly looked up towards the distance. Oh my, how unusual. As Goku's aura reached its zenith, it gradually stabilized, surrounding him in a sacred halo. His fierce gaze resembled that of a true sovereign deity, and his white hair spoke volumes. The strongest Scion god, Ultra Instinct, had made his entrance. Chapter 62. Return to Earth. Goku's Ultra Instinct lasted only 2 seconds before he reverted to his normal state, instantly teleporting back to his companions. However, this time the old Kaishin refrained from reprimanding Goku for his recklessness. Instead, he dusted himself off and remarked calmly, how rare. You have actually broken through to the state of non-self. Non-self? That was what was taught me, called Ultra Instinct. It's incredibly powerful. Even Lord Beerus can't master it. Goku replied with a hint of pride. Well, it is indeed formidable, the old Kaishin said, fixing his gaze on Goku. But it's best to use this form sparingly. Are there any side effects? Bulma hurriedly inquired, as she certainly did not wish for Goku to squander his lifespan in a manner as inexplicable as Vegeta had. The old Supreme Kai pondered for a moment. Are you familiar with the principles of the Ultra Instinct technique? I know. It requires relinquishing thought and allowing the body to react instinctively. Whis truly has a way with words. The old Supreme Kai furrowed his brow. Is it not so? Engage your feeble intellect. If the only change is a quicker reaction, why does your power also amplify? Silence enveloped the group as they stared wide-eyed, awaiting further explanation. Upon attaining godhood, you can more effortlessly draw power from the racial energy source. However, the state of selflessness, or Ultra Instinct, represents an elevation beyond that. It signifies forcibly commandeering the entirety of that energy source for your own use. Bulma blinked her large eyes. That doesn't seem to have any side effects, does it? The old Supreme Kai shook his head. You must understand that the racial energy source and the individual are in opposition. Thus, you must exert tremendous effort in your training to seize power from the source. However, if you were to become the energy source itself, would you still be yourself? Goku listened, bewildered. The energy source can also be viewed as a collective will of the entire race. To put it simply, if this power is overused, you may undergo a drastic change in temperament, potentially transforming into a bloodthirsty fiend or an aloof sage. It's difficult to predict. In any case, if you wish to maintain your sense of righteousness, do not rely on this transformation. Goku was not entirely clear on the matter, but since the old Supreme Kai advised against using the white form, he decided it was best not to. After all, even without transformation, it was likely that no one could defeat Goku at this moment. Observing Goku's bewildered expression, the old Supreme Kai sighed deeply. What had unsettled him was not solely Goku's ability to transform into the white form, but rather the sheer magnitude of the Scion's racial energy source. He mused to himself that it was nearly tenfold that of an ordinary race. Have I inadvertently stirred a significant problem? Bulma's voice interrupted the old Supreme Kai's thoughts. Goku, you should undoubtedly be able to defeat Tien now, right? Absolutely. Goku replied confidently. Then let us hasten back to Earth. Bulma exclaimed. I almost forgot. I'm on it. Goku immediately assumed the stance for instant transmission, but remained stationary for half a minute, failing to disappear. What's wrong? The others inquired. I can't locate Tien's energy. After a while, Jebet transported Goku, Bulma, and the two Supreme Kais to Earth in an instant. They arrived in the center of a city, which lay in ruins, engulfed in flames. Yet the entire area was eerily silent. This is too cruel. Bulma gazed at the scene before her, recalling her family and friends who had been slain. And thoughts of Gohan and Goten caused her tears to flow uncontrollably. No, this will not do. Goku closed his eyes tightly, concentrating. Yet he still could not sense Tien's presence. Furthermore, Goku swallowed hard. I cannot detect anyone's energy. The old Supreme Kai and the Supreme Kai remained silent, also failing to perceive any energy signatures beyond their own. This is outrageous. The Supreme Kai clenched his fists. This individual has truly gone too far. The old Supreme Kai lamented. The occurrences of entire races being annihilated are not rare. Yet the complete extermination of every living soul on a planet is an exceptionally uncommon phenomenon. This feat requires not only immense power, but also remarkable patience and perseverance. To seek out and eliminate every last individual in every corner is a starkly different endeavor from merely obliterating the planet itself. What profound enmity could provoke such an act? The old Supreme Kai fails to comprehend the deep-seated animosity that Tien has harbored for 2 decades, and thus cannot fathom his actions. Despicable. Tien, come forth. Goku cried out in a fit of desperation. Did you not intend to kill me? Here I am. His voice echoed for a long while, yet there was no reply. Everyone made a grave misjudgment, believing Tien to be a menace to the entire universe. In truth, his singular objective was merely to slay Goku. Whether by exterminating the three-eyed beings to gain strength or tormenting Goku by annihilating the Earthlings, his motives remained consistent. However, this objective did not entail a rampage across the universe, for such a course would be devoid of meaning. Originally, Tien's plan was to eliminate all life on Earth and then extinguish the despairing Goku. However, after Krillin fortuitously assisted Goku in escaping, Tien's intentions shifted. What if he were to vanish after annihilating the Earthlings? Allowing Goku to harbor unspent fury, torturing him for a lifetime, seemed a most satisfying alternative. Thus, after completing his grim task, he concealed his presence and embarked on a spacecraft towards an unknown destination. By the time Goku's ascension ritual concluded, Tien's ship had long since departed the solar system. Upon sensing Goku's overwhelming power from an unknown direction, Tien was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, Goku. Truly, the heavens favor me. Your strength now surpasses mine, yet you cannot locate me. You possess great power, but cannot avenge yourself. Ha ha. You shall spend the rest of your days in anguish and regret. Goku aimlessly traversed the earth for several hours, concluding that not a single soul remained alive. Do you think that perhaps my earlier display of power startled Tien, prompting his retreat? Goku pondered aloud. After a moment's reflection, he replied, It is possible. The energy I radiated during my first trial was overwhelming. Tien likely realized he could not possibly contend with me. Bulma sighed deeply, mustering her spirits. Well, if he refuses to show himself, we cannot simply wait idly. Are you suggesting we actively seek him out? The Supreme Kai inquired, astonished. What purpose would that serve? Bulma retorted with frustration. He is obviously evading Goku. His avoidance is fortuitous. We shall continue our lives, allowing him to realize the futility of his efforts. How infuriating that would be for him. What exactly do you mean? The Supreme Kai asked. A triumphant smile spread across Bulma's face. We can utilize the Dragon Balls to restore everything on Earth. Then Tien's efforts would be for naught. With Goku's newfound strength, if he were to show up, it would be quite the spectacle. Let us see how he responds. Ah, I see. Truly a stroke of genius. The Supreme Kai agreed. However, Goku scratched his head in confusion. But there is no life left on Earth. Nappa must be dead. And thus the Dragon Balls are gone as well. Bulma waved her hand dismissively. Have you forgotten? The Dragon Balls of Namek still exist. As long as we resurrect Nail, the Earth's Dragon Balls will also bring back our loved ones. We can wish for the return of everyone on Earth. Realization dawned on Goku. So that's how it is. Don't celebrate too soon, Bulma said with a smug expression. The Dragon of Namek grants 3 wishes. We can use the remaining wish to locate Tien. After all, it's better to find him and eliminate him first rather than let him concoct schemes in the universe. Once that's done, we can use the Dragon Balls of Earth to bring everyone back. Goku, your current strength is derived from your ki, and reviving Gohan and the others may affect your power. We need to defeat Tien first to eliminate any potential threats. Yes. The Supreme Kai nodded in agreement. It is indeed a flawless plan. I'll get right to it. Goku placed his hand on his forehead once more. Half a minute passed. What's going on? Goku scratched his head. I can't even sense the ki from Namek. You haven't become a deity and lost your ability to perceive mortals. Have you? Bulma teased. No way. I can still sense your ki clearly, Bulma. Goku replied, his expression growing increasingly serious. Where exactly is Namek? I just need to take a look. The coordinates are 9045, Bulma said without hesitation. Recalling her memorable journey to Namek. Let me see. The old Supreme Kai formed a shaded gesture with his hand over his forehead. Gazing into the distance. There's no planet there. How is that possible? Bulma immediately countered. Namek is a significant source of senza beings, with trade spaceships coming and going daily. It should be quite visible. Are your eyes failing you? The old Supreme Kai shook his head. I am not mistaken. There is no planet, only a dense field of celestial debris. There indeed was a planet there, but it appears to have been destroyed about 5 or 6 days ago. 5 days. Bulma exclaimed, realizing the chilling coincidence. The latest model of spacecraft had just traveled from Earth to Namek 5 days prior. Deep down, she had sensed something ominous, which fueled her emotional retort against the old Supreme Kai. If it was the same perpetrator, I suspect there were no survivors left, the old Supreme Kai stated. Uttering a truth everyone dreaded to accept. Without the Dragon Balls on Earth or Namek, what about Gohan, Goten, Trunks? Bulma whispered, a deep sense of despair washing over her. In that moment, silence enveloped Bulma as the weight of hopelessness descended. No Dragon Balls. Over the years, Goku had become accustomed to relying on the Dragon's aid. But now he felt genuine panic. Take it easy, the old Supreme Kai said, patting Goku on the shoulder. Death is a constant reality in the universe. Yet you all have become overly reliant on the dragon since its arrival. The very act of wishing is contrary to human nature. Perhaps its absence is not entirely negative. Those who remain should continue to live their lives well. No. Goku suddenly looked up. There are still the Dragon Balls. The Super Dragon Balls. What? Bulma seemed to grasp a glimmer of hope. The old Supreme Kai narrowed his eyes. You actually know about the Super Dragon Balls. Each of these orbs is as grand as Earth itself. They possess the power to grant any wish. In his previous life, Goku had encountered the Super Dragon Balls and had made a wish with the Eternal Dragon after the martial arts tournament with the 6th universe. This left a profound impression on him. Goku, the old Supreme Kai suddenly raised his voice. Have you ever contemplated that your inability to accept death may be misguided? Why should Earthlings be exempt from extinction? Why must your friends, like you, be resurrected? Goku was momentarily at a loss for words. But Bulma immediately stood up to counter him. Do not impose your moral judgments on me. It is not your son who has perished. Why should my loved ones be denied their fate? Because I possess the means to prevent their demise. Therefore I have acted. There is no need for justification. Bulma asserted resolutely. Sighing, the old Supreme Kai remarked, do you comprehend the magnitude of power held by the Super Dragon Balls? To employ the Eternal Dragon merely to resurrect one planet's inhabitants is akin to using a nuclear bomb to swat a fly. What of the nuclear bomb? If it can eliminate the threat, then it serves its purpose. Bulma stood her ground. Setting aside whether you can gather the Super Dragon Balls, once your bomb is constructed, can you guarantee that the authority to unleash it remains solely in your hands? Bulma paused, taken aback by his words. The Super Dragon, capable of rewriting all parallel universes, once gathered, would become the focal point of contention among all universes, inevitably igniting a comprehensive war. Is this what you desire? The old Supreme Kai's expression turned grave. Bulma remained silent for a considerable time, and when she finally met the old Supreme Kai's gaze again, her eyes were filled with determination. If my son does not return, then let the entire universe accompany him to the grave. The old Supreme Kai waved his hand dismissively. Very well, do as you please. After all, I am no longer an active Supreme Kai. He suddenly reverted to the demeanor of a nonchalant, somewhat lecherous old man. Now off you go. He beckoned. And Jebet transported the two of them back to the Supreme Kai's planet. Goku struggled to grasp the unfolding thoughts, taking a moment before asking, What shall we do next? Bulma, with fierce determination, held up 3 fingers. Build a spaceship, create a radar, and search for the Dragon Balls. Chapter 63. A World for Two on Earth. In a modest building situated on an expansive plain, Goku was asleep, though his slumber was far from peaceful. In his dream, Tien's face suddenly materialized, rampaging through the city, ruthlessly slaughtering the populace, brutally killing his friends and family right before Goku's eyes. In the dream, Tien aimed a Kikaho at Goten and Gohan, who stood frozen in place. Goku yearned to rush forward to protect them, but his body betrayed him. He wanted to shout for them to flee, yet his throat emitted no sound. Suddenly, Master Roshi and Piccolo rushed forth, placing themselves before the children, but it was futile. As the Kikaho descended, all were reduced to ashes. Goku jolted awake, staring blankly at the ceiling, his heart heavy with turmoil. In truth, Goku was a rather carefree individual. Though he harbored animosity towards Tien, it had never affected his sleep before. Yet today, he was perplexed, having experienced such a vivid nightmare, the sensations so clear, as if they were unfolding before his very eyes, leaving his spirit in disarray. As Wukong sat up, he realized that Bulma was not beside him. A sliver of light emanated from the half-open door, revealing that the living room light had been left on. Gently, Wukong opened the door and stepped outside, discovering Bulma indeed slumped beside her computer. It was now 5 in the morning, and she appeared to have pulled yet another all-nighter. Carefully maneuvering around the scattered beer bottles on the floor, Wukong tenderly lifted Bulma and carried her back to the bedroom, tucking her under the covers before stepping out again. The incident involving Tianjin Fan had transpired over half a year ago, and both Wukong and Bulma had been residing on Earth for the same duration. Initially, they had been in high spirits, but as time passed, Bulma became increasingly taciturn. Not only did her temper grow fierce, but she also began to indulge in heavy drinking, often working through the night. It was nearly the time Wukong awoke that Bulma would finally succumb to sleep, only to rise groggily in the afternoon to continue her work. Wukong found it difficult to comprehend Bulma's state of mind. During their first month back on Earth, Bulma was brimming with enthusiasm, first crafting a batch of intelligent robots from debris, then restoring water and electricity, reviving food production lines, and establishing a research base, leaving her with an endless list of tasks. On Wukong's part, being a man consumed by training, he would rise early to practice martial arts on the other side of the planet. Before long, Wukong realized that his efforts were in vain. The old Kaioshin had already maximized his power limit. To become stronger, he had no option other than to unlock the Ultra Instinct, meaning he only needed to dedicate a small amount of time to maintaining his physical condition and not neglecting his martial arts, an endeavor that hardly consumed much of his day. Thus, Wukong began to devote more of his time to assisting Bulma. However, the issue arose not from Wukong, but from Bulma's mindset. Wukong's constant presence, following her directives, albeit through simple tasks like moving items and clearing spaces, brought her immense joy. For over 2 decades, they had never spent so much time alone together, rekindling memories of their early adventures. Yet, this joy was tainted by the dark reality of how it had come to be. Tianjin Fan had taken her children, her friends, and countless others from Earth in exchange for this fleeting happiness. Thus, with every moment of joy, Bulma felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, believing her happiness to be profoundly immoral. While suffering could not break Bulma, she had valiantly fought against the artificial human disaster that had nearly led Earth to annihilation, even creating a time machine. Suffering was not her foe. Rather, it was the internal conflict she faced. The more happiness she experienced, the greater her guilt grew, creating a negative feedback loop that began to affect Wukong. Consequently, Bulma started to deliberately avoid him. Challenges soon followed. Once the basic survival issues were resolved, Bulma turned her attention to the research on collecting the Super Dragon Balls. The primary challenge lay in how to gather these Dragon Balls together. The Dragon Ball radar was quickly constructed, and Bulma had already pinpointed the coordinates of one Super Dragon Ball, although it was situated half a universe away. Reaching it with their current spaceship technology posed no significant problem. However, the real dilemma remained: how to transport the Dragon Ball once they arrived. Those are Dragon Balls the size of planets, not the kind one could casually carry in their pocket and take home. These colossal Super Dragon Balls are scattered across 12 parallel universes, and the Dragon Balls from other realms are undetectable. Bulma has no idea how to traverse to these alternate universes. Goku, unable to assist in this matter, can only watch Bulma in silence, placing the entire burden upon her shoulders. The combination of conflict and challenges has gradually intensified Bulma's mental strain, bringing her to the brink of collapse. She begins to suffer from insomnia and resorts to alcohol, while the isolation of her small world offers no outlet for her negative emotions. Over the course of several months, Bulma's condition deteriorates. As Goku gazes at the rising sun, he feels a profound sense of disappointment. Thus, he instantaneously teleports to the Kaioshin planet. Oh, Goku greets. Is this not the mightiest scion in the universe gracing us with his presence? What brings you here? The old Kaioshin remarks with a hint of sarcasm. Nothing much. Just came to visit. Though Goku does not frequent this place often, for a race with lifespans spanning tens of thousands of years, indulging in an afternoon tea lasting 10 hours is commonplace. Goku's visits every few days seem rather presumptuous, especially since he insists on engaging in training sessions, which the Kaioshins, despite not being as heavy-handed as Vegeta, do not particularly enjoy. Get back quickly if there's nothing pressing. The old Kaioshin barks. Goku, momentarily at a loss for words, suddenly recalls, oh, Bulma seems a bit down lately, doesn't she? A bit? The old Kaioshin replies, slightly exasperated. You just noticed? Such matters do not escape the old Kaioshin's keen perception. He had anticipated Bulma's struggles from the outset. Hence his advice for her to let go and live a good life. Grandpa, I know you have the best solutions. Please, tell me what to do. Goku implores, adopting a charming demeanor. I refuse. The Kaioshin retorts. Senior, the Kaioshin interjects softly. I have also observed Bulma's state. She indeed appears unwell. You should assist them. You are also a Kaioshin. Why don't you help? Goku challenges, leaving the Kaioshin momentarily speechless, genuinely unsure of what to do. Unable to resist the eager gazes of the others, the old Kaioshin offers a suggestion. You should not confine yourselves to Earth. Go explore a bit. Explore? Where to? Goku inquires, puzzled. Anywhere will do. Find a populated place to linger. Simply being two living beings on an entire planet can lead to mental afflictions, even without illness. The old Kaioshin advises. But Namek is deserted too. Where can we go? Goku protests. The universe is not solely inhabited by Earthlings and Namekians. The old Kaioshin replies, exasperated. If you are unsure, just ask Bulma. After receiving a scolding, Goku returns to Earth. When Bulma awakens in the afternoon, Goku shares the old Kaioshin's suggestion with her. I'm not going, Bulma responds curtly. Huh. Goku is taken aback by her brief retort, struggling to find his words. Why not? He stammers after a long pause. No reason. Just, perhaps try it out. A change of environment might lead to encounters with different formidable beings. Goku continues, driven by his own interests. Then you can go by yourself. Bulma retorts. Don't, Bulma. I observed Goku's hesitance, prompting Bulma to coldly inquire. What on earth do you intend to do? I merely noticed that you seemed discontent, and I was uncertain of how to assist, so I consulted old Kaioshin. This was his suggestion. Ha, Goku replied, his gaze evasive. However, it was this very kindness that irked Bulma. She did not resent Goku, but rather felt an instinctive loathing for herself in such moments. Consequently, she said nothing and turned to leave. Wait. Goku suddenly grasped Bulma's hand. A surge of emotions overwhelmed her, and she could no longer contain herself, seizing an empty wine bottle from the table and hurling it at Goku. Leave me alone. This startled Goku, rendering him momentarily speechless. Silence enveloped them for several seconds as the robotic butler quietly approached to collect the debris from the floor. I cannot simply disregard you, Goku finally said. We are family. Family. Tears streamed down Bulma's cheeks as she vehemently shouted at Goku. Family? Where's the family? My Gohan, my Goten, they are gone. Yet here I am, surviving, utterly helpless, and for a fleeting moment, I even found solace in this existence. Gradually losing her strength, Bulma sank to the floor in despair. I cannot leave. This is Earth, our home, their home. I must find a way to bring them back, all of them. But I am powerless. Bulma had indeed contemplated leaving this place, knowing that scientific conundrums are often more easily resolved in the exchange of civilizations. However, she was gripped by fear of departing Earth, fear that if she were to inhabit another flourishing city, becoming accustomed to it and growing fond of it, she would lose the motivation to seek the Dragon Balls, which would equate to relinquishing Gohan and Goten. The conflict and sense of helplessness weighed heavily on her, suffocating her spirit. Yet Goku, blissfully unaware of how to console her, could only sit silently beside Bulma, waiting for her to approach him when exhaustion overtook her tears. Suddenly, Goku sensed a familiar energy emanating from a distance. Although it had been decades since he last encountered it, he instinctively called out the name. Trunks. Chapter 64. Intertwined Timelines. Trunks. The mere mention of this name caused Bulma to instantly cease her tears. He has returned? After years of knowing Goku, Bulma could read his actions and discern that he had sensed Trunks' energy, which filled her with urgency. If Trunks had returned, did that mean Gohan and Goten could also be? No, that's not right. It's Trunks, not Trunks. How should I articulate this? Goku struggled to find the right words. Indeed, the newcomer was Trunks, but not the son of Raditz. Rather, it was the son of Bulma and Vegeta from a previous timeline. But how could he have suddenly appeared here? Goku had an inkling that this scene felt somewhat familiar. Yet he could not quite place it. Never mind, let us move. Goku extended his hand, and without hesitation, Bulma grasped it firmly, and together they instantaneously teleported away. Goku's urgency stemmed from sensing that Trunks' energy was faint, as though he had just endured a fierce battle. The two individuals instantaneously arrived at a desolate site in the former capital of the West, where they immediately spotted their objective. A peculiar machine, resembling a rocket and shaped like an egg, was emitting a faint white glow as it descended toward the ground. The light vanished as the machine powered down, and the hatch opened to reveal a young boy in a blue jacket, lying weakly inside. A time machine, Goku exclaimed. Before Goku could elaborate further, he rushed over and lifted Trunks from the machine. Bulma halted, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the boy in Goku's arms. He indeed had blue hair like Gohan. Yet his facial structure did not resemble Goku's, and he appeared several years older than Trunks and Gohan. Who is he? Is he? Bulma hesitated for a moment, but quickly realized, in the previous timeline? Yes. Goku responded immediately. Trunks was covered in numerous injuries, though unconscious. His furrowed brow and grave expression indicated he was enduring immense physical and mental torment. Bulma, observing this, wasted no time and instructed Goku to take him back swiftly. Upon returning to their home, Trunks was placed in the bedroom. Bulma busied herself, wiping his face, searching for clothes, and preparing water and senzu beans, remaining steadfastly by his side. Although this boy was not her own child, she felt an innate connection to him. After more than an hour, Trunks gradually opened his eyes. Upon seeing the person before him, he abruptly sat up and, with a sudden burst of emotion, embraced Bulma, exclaiming, "Mom." Bulma was momentarily stunned, and the word mom brought tears to her eyes, as the two souls, both bereaved, found solace in one another. "What brings you here?" Goku inquired, arms akimbo. "You." Trunks suddenly pushed Bulma aside and charged at Goku in a fit of rage. However, Goku easily dodged the punch. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and launched a series of attacks, all of which Goku effortlessly evaded. Yet, the force of their skirmish left the house in disarray. "Hey, stop it!" Bulma shouted, halting the two. Trunks, responsive to her command, took a moment to regain his composure, sitting wearily in a chair. Just as he was about to speak, a look of terror crossed his face as he suddenly exclaimed, "What is happening? Why is there not a single person left in this world?" This Trunks hailed from a timeline dominated by Zamasu and Black Goku. Zamasu had utilized the Dragon Balls to transfer his soul into Goku's body and granted his alternate self in another timeline the wish for immortality. The two Zamasus conspired together, leading to the annihilation of all deities and life forms in Trunks' timeline, leaving only a beleaguered Earth to struggle for survival. That Black Goku could effortlessly eliminate us all. Yet he chooses not to. He has turned our world into ruins, allowing us to linger in despair on Earth, occasionally emerging to kill a few, ensuring we live in constant hopelessness. Trunks seethed. Bulma, witnessing Trunks' sorrowful and anguished expression, found herself at a loss for words to comfort him. "What is the situation here?" Trunks suddenly inquired. "Why can I sense no life energy? Could it be that you too?" Bulma, with a sense of resignation, nodded slightly, recounting the tragic events orchestrated by Tianjin Han. "Tianjin Han, uncle?" Dieter appeared somewhat bewildered. Although their encounters had been few, he distinctly remembered Tianjin Han as a good person. "Let us not dwell on our troubles. Instead, tell me about you. What about the other warriors from your world?" Bulma inquired. "In my timeline, Uncle Goku passed away from a heart condition many years ago. Both my father and brother Gohan fell in battle during the android crisis. In that world, I am the sole warrior left to endure," Dieter replied somberly. "Only you?" Bulma was taken aback. "Gohan, Goten, and Raditz are all gone." "Raditz? Who is that?" Dieter asked, perplexed. "Your father." Bulma began to explain but quickly realized her mistake. "Never mind. So, in your world, you are the last scion?" "Indeed," Daito nodded in despondency. Bulma cast a surprised glance at Goku before turning back to Daito. If you are the only one left, you should be incredibly strong. Huh, Ki. Do you know about Ki? Bulma elaborated, but Daito merely shook his head in response. We are constantly preoccupied with survival. There is no time for training. Any significant movement would draw immediate attention, Daito reflected, adding, moreover, that Dark Goku possesses a Saiyan body and is already immensely powerful. Do I stand a chance? Bulma pondered for a moment. According to your account, Goku has long since perished in your original world. Thus, this villain, who possesses Goku's body, must have originated from an alternate timeline. Therefore, in your original timeline, you are indeed the last Saiyan. Daito considered this and found it plausible. His counterpart Bulma had arrived at a similar conclusion. That Dark Goku must hail from another timeline. Now that you are not there, perhaps you can train here. No, let us seek out the old Kai. He can assist you in becoming the strongest Saiyan. Who is that? Daito queried. Despite having encountered Kaioshin during the Buu saga, he had not inadvertently released the old Kai, leaving him unaware of the ensuing tragic events. Before Bulma could continue her explanation, Goku abruptly stood up. Someone is coming, he exclaimed, rushing outside, his expression not one of alarm but rather of exhilaration. Outside, two figures hovered in midair, one with gray skin and cat ears, the other adorned in a crimson robe and wielding a scepter. Whis, Lord Beerus, Goku exclaimed joyfully as he approached them. What brings you here? Whis and Beerus exchanged glances, both finding the situation somewhat perplexing. We have detected disturbances in the timeline. Such actions are grave offenses, Beerus declared with authority. They must be rectified. Disrupting the timeline is undoubtedly a grave offense. However, even a formidable being like a god of destruction cannot vigilantly oversee every corner of the universe at all times. It was merely the success of Goku's transformation into a god that piqued their interest, leading them to pay closer attention to this inconspicuous planet. Who would have anticipated that a temporal disturbance would occur here, with individuals from the future making their appearance? Since fate had led them to this encounter, it was impossible to remain indifferent. Beerus raised a hand, and purple destructive energy coalesced into a sphere, devoid of unnecessary dialogue, and hurled directly towards Goku. This was no jest. It was more than sufficient to obliterate the Earth. Observing Beerus' offensive, Goku felt cornered, yet he was rather eager to engage in battle with Beerus. In an instant, Goku's energy surged dramatically, shattering the limits of a mortal and transforming into a divine aura, though his outward appearance remained unchanged. With a mere flick of his hand, he deflected the purple energy sphere into the sky, where it erupted into a dazzling orange brilliance in the distance. Oh, quite impressive, Beerus remarked, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, the excitement of facing such an adversary igniting his enthusiasm. In the next moment, both warriors vanished from their positions, igniting a fierce battle between gods. The entire Earth became the stage for Goku and Beerus. As they clashed from the heavens to the depths below, the sounds of their collisions and the explosions of energy spheres resonating throughout the planet. Goku refrained from utilizing the Ultra Instinct technique, instead opting to face Beerus in his normal state. Yet, even so, Beerus gradually found himself on the defensive. Since Beerus had yet to master the Ultra Instinct, both combatants were constrained by their individual limits, resulting in a contest of whose energy source was superior. Here, the vast reservoir of energy possessed by the Saiyan race gave Goku a slight edge, pushing Beerus to the brink of struggle. This provoked Beerus' ire. As a proud god of destruction, he was accustomed to effortlessly overpowering his opponents. Now, not only was he engaged in a spirited exchange with a mortal, but he was also unable to gain the upper hand, which was a blow to his pride. Consequently, as the battle escalated, Beerus unleashed his full wrath, intent on delivering a lethal blow to Goku. Hey, Lord Beerus, Goku shouted anxiously while dodging. It's just a spar. This is getting a bit unfair. A spar? We are here to execute a criminal. Wait, let me explain. But Beerus offered no opportunity for dialogue, relentlessly attacking Goku. This can't continue. The Earth will be destroyed, Goku thought, unwilling to resort to underhanded tactics, yet realizing he could not allow Beerus to unleash his fury unchecked. With no other choice, he resolved to transform. Chapter 65. Gods and Gods. Beerus' onslaught was exceedingly aggressive. If they continued to engage in this evenly matched struggle, it could endanger Bulma and Trunks. Thus, Goku decided it was time to unveil his trump card, the Ultra Instinct. However, he was not yet adept at controlling this transformation. requiring at least half a second to concentrate and elevate his energy. Consequently, Goku shifted to a defensive posture, responding to Beerus' assaults while creating distance. As the moment approached, Goku suddenly grinned mischievously. Farewell. Wukong executed his instant transmission, skillfully creating distance between himself and Beerus, with his destination being none other than Trunks. At that moment, the two locations were separated by half of the Earth, undoubtedly affording Wukong a precious half a second to transform. Upon reappearing, Wukong caught sight of Whis, who remained stationary, and offered him a knowing smile that seemed to communicate, "Watch me perform a grand feat." With a sudden surge, the aura of the Scion God intensified, swiftly reaching its critical point, as a familiar sensation of egolessness enveloped him, and a brilliant white light radiated outward from Wukong's being. Just then, Whis, who had been observing with a cold demeanor, dashed forward, and, before Wukong could fully comprehend the situation, stood right before him. With his staff in hand, Whis pointed it skyward, and a ring of white light instantly emanated from him. As the ring enveloped Wukong's body, he suddenly felt an emptiness within. The energy he was on the verge of unleashing vanished as if it had been teleported away, leaving him unable to even maintain the most basic of flight techniques. "What is happening?" Wukong shouted in panic, crashing heavily onto the ground. Ouch! 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 Without the protective energy surrounding him, the impact left him feeling as though his tailbone might fracture. Whis gazed down at Wukong from above, his expression devoid of the playful demeanor from before, replaced by a grave seriousness as he proclaimed, violently defying divine authority warrants an escalated punishment. At that moment, Beerus returned from a distance. Although slightly irritated by Wukong's evasion, his gaze shifted towards Whis. "Why did you intervene?" "Of course, to save you," Whis replied, his tone devoid of any condescension. "Are you implying I cannot defeat him?" Beerus retorted, enraged. "Patience, you seem to forget that he has mastered Ultra Instinct," Whis cautioned, turning to Wukong with renewed seriousness. "Without transformation, he is already your equal. Should he succeed in transforming, it could indeed be perilous." You. Beerus attempted to counter, but found himself at a loss for words. "Mind your own business." After their quarrel, both turned their attention to Wukong, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Wait. Wukong, now thoroughly panicked, had anticipated a chance to engage before conversing. He never expected Whis to turn the tables so swiftly. He found himself utterly depleted of energy, completely bewildered by the circumstances. If he were to be killed by Beerus in such a confused state, it would spell disaster. "Whis, Lord Beerus, it's me, Wukong, son Wukong." Wukong desperately attempted to explain, but his efforts appeared futile. That, I met you in a previous life, I mean, a reincarnation." Beerus had already raised his hand, the force of destruction gathering into a sphere of light. Wait, I'm not a bad person. I was at the Tournament of Power," Wukong exclaimed. "Whis, it was you who sent me back. You brought me back from the future." Whis suddenly waved his hand, interrupting Beerus's incantation. "Surely you can't believe such nonsense." Beerus questioned coldly. "Just observe, and you will know," Whis responded, his expression unfazed, as he swiftly flew back to Wukong, locking eyes with him intently. As Wukong locked eyes with Whis, he suddenly perceived a swirling halo of light within his gaze. In the next moment, Wukong felt his consciousness fade into oblivion, as if he had transformed into a third-party observer, gazing down upon the tumultuous journey of his 2 lifetimes: Dragon Balls, Science, Frieza, Androids, Beerus, the Tournament of Power, Rebirth, Pilaf, Jinyu, and Tien. These memories flashed by like scenes from an interminable film. However, this desolation dissipated almost instantly, and Wukong found himself gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Whis, seemingly savoring a fine vintage, furrowed his brow while stroking his chin. "Ah, I see," Whis murmured softly. Wukong, regaining his senses and seated on the ground, attempted to explain himself. At that moment, Bulma and Trunks emerged from the house. Upon seeing Wukong in a somewhat disheveled state, both could no longer contain themselves, especially since Bulma had already discerned the identities involved in the exchange. "We traveled through time for a reason," Bulma exclaimed. "We have delectable food here, exquisite delicacies. Might we request your indulgence?" "Humph." Beerus showed no inclination to relent, remarking that a planet devoid of life couldn't possibly offer any culinary delights. Whis, hands clasped behind his back, leisurely returned to Beerus's side and whispered a few words in his ear. Suddenly, Beerus's ears perked up, and he shuddered as if electrified. "Is it truly?" Beerus exclaimed, his eyes widening as he whispered through clenched teeth. Whis regarded him with utmost seriousness, nodding affirmatively. Beerus cast a glance at the individuals below and straightened his posture. Ahem. Beerus theatrically cleared his throat twice, stating, "Traveling through time and disrupting the timeline is the gravest of cosmic offenses." He paused deliberately, noting the silence from below, and reluctantly continued, "However, considering your commendable attitude of acknowledgement, we shall. Let us partake in some food before further deliberations." "Indeed," Whis confirmed, having just conveyed this to Beerus. "I have perused his memories, and the fare on Earth is indeed extraordinarily delightful." The fact that Whis could utter extraordinarily thrice indicated that it was a rare culinary gem. The mere thought thrilled Beerus, compelling him to momentarily set aside cosmic laws in the face of such gastronomic temptation. "Very well, I shall prepare." Recognizing the opportunity presented, Bulma promptly rushed back to ready the feast. At that moment, both Whis and Beerus turned their gazes skyward. In the blink of an eye, an immensely profound shadow materialized in midair, expanding rapidly to a diameter of 10 meters, emanating a peculiar luminescence. "It's him," Trunks gasped in astonishment. Emerging from the shadow was a figure clad in black training attire, adorned with a patera earring, none other than Son Wukong himself. "Ah!" Bulma gasped upon seeing a second Wukong, though the latter quickly recognized the identity of the being before him. "At last, I have found you," the dark Wukong declared, stepping forth from the temporal rift. His chilling smile directed at Trunks below. Upon noticing the presence of this world's Wukong, a smirk involuntarily crept across his face, but it was fleeting. Zama's, feeling a twinge of anxiety, recognized the formidable power of the god of destruction, Beerus. In his own timeline, he had eradicated all the gods of destruction by defeating the king of all. Though he had grown stronger, he remained uncertain if he could triumph over Beerus in his prime. Humph, yet another criminal disrupting the timeline. With merely a glance at Zama's, Beerus nonchalantly strode into the room, stating, "Let us settle this. Consider it a chance for redemption." "Understood," Goku replied instantly, soaring into the air to meet Zama's gaze. "What a coincidence. I'm quite eager for a battle." The incident with Tien had occurred over half a year ago, and Goku's thirst for vengeance had gone unquenched. His recent skirmish with Beerus had been merely a test of skill, but now he finally had a wicked target to unleash his full power upon. "Such bravado," Zama's remarked, regaining his confidence upon noticing Beerus's reluctance to intervene. He erupted with dark energy, a tempest of malice swirling around him, indicative of the countless lives he had extinguished to cultivate such a sinister spirit. With a wicked grin, Zama's vanished from sight, reappearing before Goku, his fist poised to strike. Yet, just as the blow was to land, Goku vanished, and before Zama's could react, Goku delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, the force tearing through the fabric of Zama's clothing. Goku offered no respite, landing a kick to Zama's chin before swiftly transitioning to a series of rapid physical attacks. Goku's strikes were both heavy and swift, nearly overwhelming Zama's, who grit his teeth and unleashed a furious roar, his dark aura transforming into a vibrant pink, his power surging to new heights. Super Saiyan Rose. Zama's deftly evaded Goku's relentless pursuit, creating distance before counterattacking. After exchanging blows in the air for several rounds, both fighters instinctively retreated. The brief encounter had already left Zama's energy unsteady, while Goku remained composed, leading him to realize something was amiss. Why haven't you transformed?" Zama's exclaimed, astonished that Goku could gain the upper hand in his base form. Both warriors drew from the Saiyan energy source. Although Zama's was the only Saiyan in his timeline, he had merely pushed his limits through training, still falling short of the Elder Kai's capabilities. Furthermore, the energy expended during transformations took a significant toll on his body, rendering him unable to match Goku. "Want to see my transformation? Very well, I shall indulge you." After experiencing several significant defeats, Goku had long since shed his reckless tendencies. "Huh," he bellowed, his divine energy swiftly surging as Zama's momentarily faltered. Goku transcended his limits. Enveloped in a radiant white light, Super Saiyan God, Ultra Instinct form. The very name outshone Rose in grandeur. Inside the room, Beerus felt his cheeks twitch slightly, reflecting on how fortunate he was that Whis had intervened earlier. Otherwise, he would have faced considerable embarrassment. Zama's, being a deity, could naturally sense the overwhelming aura of Goku. The immense pressure left him momentarily flustered. He could not comprehend why, despite having undergone numerous near-death breakthroughs, he was still no match for the formidable Son Goku before him. An unusual sensation emanated from Zama's hand. It was the Kaioshin ring. Utilizing the Kaioshin ring to traverse time allowed only a fleeting stay, as the original timeline would forcibly summon the host back. He could already feel the gravitational pull of the time-space behind him. With a cold chuckle, Zama's declared, "This encounter shall conclude here. We shall meet again." Since Son Goku had achieved such a realm, Zama's was certain he could as well. He would return to cultivate further and ensure revenge for today's affront. Without hesitation, Goku swiftly drew his hand to his waist, preparing the Kamehameha wave. Not good. Zama's realized the peril and hastily dashed toward the time-space rift. A tremendous wave of white light erupted from Goku's hands. Zama's sprinted forward with all his might, but was utterly unable to escape the overwhelming force. Cursed be it. As his fingertips barely grazed the time-space rift, the Kamehameha struck, engulfing his entire being. The wave propelled him directly into the rift, and in the next moment, a colossal explosion roared through the unknown realm, akin to a thunderclap. The time-space rift instantly collapsed, shrinking chaotically like a deflated balloon, ultimately vanishing entirely. Here, I have slightly altered the setting. In the manga, Zama should have broken through to the pink form after being beaten several times by Super Saiyan Blue. However, I preferred to gloss over this character for brevity. Chapter 66. The Survivor gasping, Goku wiped the sweat from his brow as he returned indoors. All settled? Beerus inquired nonchalantly. Hee. Goku grinned, giving a thumbs up. Mr. Goku. Trunks approached in disbelief. As the battle outside commenced, Trunks and Bulma had followed Beerus back inside. He had hesitated, wondering whether he should assist, but in that brief moment of indecision, the battle had concluded, and astonishingly, it was Goku who had resolved the conflict. Trunks was acutely aware of Black Goku's prowess, thus he gazed at Goku with incredulity. Rest assured, Goku reassured him with a pat on the back. Although Zama's was killed within the time-space rift, there was no possibility of survival against a full-powered Kamehameha under the complete mastery of Ultra Instinct. Goku was that confident. Seeing Goku in such spirits, Trunks finally relaxed, knowing that even upon returning to the future, he would be safe. Enough chatter. Let us eat. Beerus bellowed. Coming. Though Bulma had restored several food processing facilities, they primarily produced synthetic meat and vegetables using microorganisms to satisfy Goku's immense appetite, lacking in taste. Thus, the meal prepared for Beerus and Whis consisted of instant noodles that were still within their expiration date. What is this? Beerus and Whis stared in astonishment at Bulma's culinary prowess. They had never encountered such an extraordinary dish, where the cooking methods were exceedingly rudimentary. Yet an enticing aroma wafted forth instantly. As the 3-minute mark approached, the alarm buzzed, and 5 individuals simultaneously broke apart their disposable chopsticks, each deftly lifting a mouthful of instant noodles, slurping both soup and noodles with delight. "Oh, this is simply divine," exclaimed Beerus, his eyes wide with astonishment. It had been a millennium since he had savored such exquisite cuisine. Indeed, indeed. Whis chimed in, praising the dish while continuing to eat. "Another serving, please," Beerus exclaimed, finishing his portion in a single breath, still unsatisfied. "All right," Bulma responded, retrieving another serving from the box. However, with Earth's ecosystem ravaged, each serving diminished their stock. They had only this one box left. Nanny. Whis felt as though the sky were collapsing. He slowed his pace, realizing that such a culinary masterpiece deserved to be savored. Seeing Beerus take another serving, Whis, unwilling to be outdone, also indulged in a second portion. After relishing 2 servings of instant noodles, the 2 highest deities of Universe 7 felt thoroughly satisfied and prepared to depart. Ahem. As Beerus and Whis approached the exit, they slowed their pace and began to cough persistently. "Are you feeling unwell, Lord Beerus?" Goku inquired, his eyes wide with concern. "Stop." Bulma nudged Goku and hurriedly picked up the remaining box of noodles, rushing over. "You all should take this." "Oh, how can we accept such generosity?" Whis responded politely. Yet he made no effort to refuse, cradling the box in his arms. "Though Earth is destroyed, with a thorough search, we should still find plenty. We can always look for more," Bulma said graciously. "In that case, I shall not be modest," Whis replied with a joyful smile. Once outside, Whis conjured a staff from thin air, gently tapping it on the ground, causing a radiant rainbow bridge to materialize beneath their feet. "Well then, farewell," Whis bid politely, while Beerus merely cast a fleeting glance back in acknowledgement. With a flash of the rainbow bridge's light, the 2 vanished from sight. Having left the solar system in the blink of an eye, Whis continued to admire the box of noodles in his arms, while Beerus glanced back towards Earth. What on earth is going on? Beerus inquired, his expression grave. What do you mean? Whis replied, feigning ignorance. Don't play coy. Why did you let them go? Indeed. Traversing time is a grave offense in the cosmos, and Beerus had no prior bond with them. It was inconceivable that he would spare them for a bowl of noodles, as that would render his divine authority trivial. Although Beerus could not contend with Goku under the Ultra Instinct, Whis was another matter. The power of an angel existed on an entirely different plane. Should Whis choose to intervene, no creature in the universe could escape unscathed. Ah, Whis said, regarding the box of noodles as if it were a treasure, his tone lighthearted. This was a strategic move orchestrated by my future self. Oh, Beerus replied, somewhat taken aback. Can he fulfill your wishes? Who knows? Whis chuckled. After bidding farewell to the two deities, Bulma exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed she would need to dispatch some robots to scour farther for resources, as well as initiate the restoration of several snack and dessert factories, and perhaps deploy drones for fishing at sea. Trunks observed Bulma's murmuring with quiet amusement, suddenly breaking into a smile. Bulma cast a puzzled glance at him, but Trunks remarked, "It has been a long time since I've seen you wear such a relaxed expression, Mom." Bulma was taken aback. Indeed, Trunks' arrival, coupled with the commotion caused by Beerus and the others, had significantly lightened her spirits. She looked at her son, who hailed from another world, and smiled joyfully. They were both survivors from their respective realms, having found a new source of solace in one another. What are your plans from here? Bulma inquired. I intend to return to my world, Trunks replied resolutely. Although my mother is no longer there, many Earthlings still depend on me. I must assist them in rebuilding their homes and rejuvenating the planet. Precisely, Bulma exclaimed, giving Trunks a hearty pat on the back. That is my son. At that moment, Goku floated over leisurely, asking, how do you plan to deal with the other enemy? Huh. Trunks was momentarily taken aback. What other enemy? In Trunks' current timeline, only Black Goku had emerged to wreak havoc on Earth, so he was unaware of the existence of Zamasu's true form, which had wished for immortality using the Super Dragon Balls. Although not exceptionally powerful, this form was particularly troublesome. As long as it could not be killed, it would pose a perpetual threat, leaving Earth to dwell in shadows. The complexity of this information was difficult for Goku to grasp, and it took many exchanges with Bulma for them to clarify the situation. Unbelievable. There is indeed another enemy. Trunks clenched his fists. What should we do if we cannot kill him? How did you handle it last time? Bulma asked. Last time, Goku pondered, it was Lord Zeno who intervened. After spending some time unraveling the circumstances, Trunks sighed. How could we possibly seek Lord Zeno's assistance? Then, a thought struck Trunks. Perhaps we can temporarily restrain him and then gather the Super Dragon Balls. Since a wish can grant immortality, we could wish to remove his immortality. Although they were unaware that Zamasu had already destroyed the Super Dragon Balls in that timeline, Bulma shook her head. We are also attempting to collect the Super Dragon Balls. But with the limitations of human technology, it is exceedingly difficult. I have yet to devise a solution. Her tone grew somber. Actually, Goku blinked. There are ways to deal with an immortal foe. What? The Mafuba? What is that? In his previous life, before confronting Zamasu, Goku had practiced the Mafuba extensively with Master Roshi, making him quite adept at it. The two quickly aligned in thought, and Goku decided to impart this technique to Trunks. The time machine had sustained minor damage during the recent battles, so while they practiced the Mafuba, Bulma set about repairing the time machine. Unfortunately, the industrial foundation in the current timeline was too weak, and the necessary parts could not be ordered. They had to be crafted from scratch. As a result, Bulma spent a full 10 days restoring the machine. By that time, Trunks had fully mastered the Mafuba. 10 days later, Goku and Bulma stood before the time machine, bidding farewell to Trunks, who was about to return to the future. Take care of yourself over there. There's no need to push yourself, Bulma said with concern. Okay, Mom. You must win. Goku gave a thumbs up. All right, Uncle Goku. Every time Bulma hears her son refer to Goku as uncle, an inexplicable discomfort arises within her. However, since the matters of different timelines are not hers to meddle in, she allows Trunks to express himself freely. By the way, Uncle Goku, Trunks said, pulling out a small vial from his pocket. How should I best preserve this specially crafted bottle? This vial was what he had been using for his training with the Mafuba technique. This? Goku scratched his head. Just find a place to store it. It's not particularly special, just something I picked up, hee. Trunks looked at the vial with a hint of confusion. So, can this really capture enemies? Absolutely. Goku replied with unwavering confidence. You just trap the enemy inside with the Mafuba, Quickly seal it with the lid and apply the special seal. It will be foolproof. Oh, I see. Trunks nodded repeatedly. But where is this special seal? Goku paused for a few seconds, suddenly struck with horror. Oh no, we don't have the seal. What? Trunks felt overwhelmed, realizing they were about to return empty-handed, unable to seal away any foes. This is utterly unreliable. Bulma smacked Goku on the head, exclaiming, Trunks could have been in grave danger because of your foolishness. Calm down. Goku chuckled sheepishly. What does the seal look like? Bulma asked, puffing up with anger. I don't know, Goku admitted, feeling quite embarrassed. Master Roshi always drew it, and I can't remember. This realization struck Bulma with dread. If Goku struggled to describe it, he would undoubtedly fail to recreate the drawing. How about we check Master Roshi's place? Trunks suggested. Do you think there would be any stock left at Roshi's? Bulma glanced at Goku. I have no idea. Well, how about I accompany you to the future and help you defeat that villain? Goku offered, thumping his chest proudly. But that guy is immortal. What could you possibly do? Bulma was exasperated by Goku's foolishness. Let's first try our luck at Master Roshi's. If we can't find it, then we'll consider other plans. As Bulma turned to head inside, Goku remained rooted to the spot, motionless. What are you doing? Hurry up, Bulma called back, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. Goku stood there, gazing at the distant sky, tears welling up in his eyes. Grandpa, Kakarot. Goku was overcome with emotion, struggling to find his words. Thousands of kilometers away, he sensed two familiar auras materializing out of thin air, comforting and reassuring. Master Roshi. Piccolo. Chapter 67. The time traveler. In just a few short days, Earth, which had been peaceful for quite some time, was visited unexpectedly by a series of guests. Yet, this latest arrival brought Goku the greatest joy. Master Roshi and Piccolo had always been his most significant allies, providing solace in times of dire need. Rewind to over 6 months ago, when Tien Shinhan unveiled his astonishing power and began to decimate Goku's friends and family. At that time, Master Roshi and Piccolo, being among the weakest fighters, were unable to offer any assistance, often finding themselves caught off guard by events that transpired before they could react. In a moment of sheer rage, Tien inflicted grievous harm upon Goku, subsequently eliminating Vegeta and Raditz. In their fury, Gohan and Trunks charged forth recklessly, while Master Roshi and Piccolo attempted to intervene, but were utterly unable to match the speed of the two Super Saiyans. In the blink of an eye, a devastating Kamehameha descended from above, creating a straight breach in the temple. The edifice trembled, and Dr. Gero, unable to maintain his balance, fell through the fissure. Piccolo intended to rescue him, but as he gazed into the gaping void, he was struck by a remarkable sight. Beneath the chasm lay not the sky beneath the temple, but an endless expanse of pristine white. Merging with the essence of the divine, Piccolo instantly recognized the space below, the room of spirit and time. Surveying the surroundings, Piccolo realized that only Krillin remained capable of combat, yet he stood no chance against Tien. Remaining here would surely lead to their demise, but as long as life persisted, hope for redemption remained. Thus, Piccolo seized Master Roshi and leapt through the crack. The three found themselves in the high-gravity realm of pure white, anxiously observing the rift above. Mere moments later, the torn space reclosed. Krillin, dragging his half-lifeless form, forcibly teleported Goku and Bulma away. In the next instant, a tremendous explosion engulfed the temple, obliterating everything in its path, including the entrance to the room of spirit and time, severing the trio's connection to the outside world. And so, 200 years elapsed in the blink of an eye. Just as Goku intended to teleport to greet them, his body abruptly halted. What is this? Goku gazed in astonishment at the distance, where Master Roshi and Piccolo approached at an astonishing velocity, their auras surpassing even that of the former Frieza. Indeed, their confinement in the room of spirit and time had not been spent idly. Dr. Gero, already advanced in age, succumbed to the harsh conditions and lack of medical care within the room after merely 3 years, passing away in despondency. Conversely, Piccolo and Master Roshi embarked on a rigorous training regime. They clung to the hope of escape, for the breach through which they entered had been wrought by Tien, and they believed that if they enhanced their strength sufficiently, they could create another exit. In the first year, Piccolo's power surged dramatically, while Master Roshi's progress was more gradual. However, after a year, Master Roshi's strength also began to escalate explosively, as both were prodigies of martial arts, leading to high-quality training. Yet, they did not revel in their newfound power, for they understood the grave implications. They were the last survivors of their race. Tien had obliterated Namek before returning to Earth, and the following day, he exterminated all humans. After Dr. Gero's demise, aside from Master Roshi, only the non-combatant Bulma remained, rendering the two of them the sole bearers of their race's energy source, significantly expanding their potential. Having consumed the elixir of immortality, Master Roshi, alongside the naturally long-lived Piccolo, devoted themselves to rigorous training for 2 centuries. Regrettably, both Earthlings and Namekians are races with feeble energy sources. Even if the Namekian population were to dwindle to around 1,000, their average combat prowess would merely exceed 2,000. The situation on Earth is even more dismal. Despite the existence of a few martial artists numbering in the tens of thousands, their average battle strength languishes at a pitiful few dozens. After a century of rigorous training, their abilities have reached a fundamental bottleneck, remaining at the initial stages of Super Saiyan 2, not significantly more formidable than their recollections of Goku and Krillin. This won't suffice. Master Roshi lamented, "At this level, we stand no chance against Tien. You have overlooked a more pressing matter," Piccolo interjected, sitting cross-legged with eyes closed. "With our current strength, we cannot even escape." Indeed, they had attempted numerous times, yet no strategy could breach the spatial barrier. After a protracted silence, Master Roshi spoke slowly. "This space was not created by deities, correct?" Piccolo nodded, revealing that this realm had existed since his ascension to godhood, and his modifications were limited to adding some gravitational force to the pure white expanse outside. "Very well," Master Roshi continued. "Do you know how this space came into being?" "I am uncertain of the specifics of its creation, only that it originated from the previous Earth deity." "Precisely," Master Roshi affirmed. "What do you mean? The former deity was human, was he not?" Piccolo pondered, beginning to grasp Master Roshi's implication. If the creation of this space stemmed from human techniques, then perhaps if we devise a similar technique, we might find a way out. "Are you confident we can accomplish that?" "The odds are favorable," Master Roshi replied with conviction. "When you taught me to control gravity, I contemplated why I could never master your techniques. It likely relates to our species. You are a Namekian, and gravity control may be your innate talent, something other races cannot replicate. Could Earthlings possess a similar gift?" Master Roshi raised a finger, pointing at the pristine sky. "For instance, creating space?" Piccolo nodded slowly. "That makes sense. The previous deity had not imparted the method for constructing the hyperbolic time chamber, perhaps knowing that deities were not Earthlings and thus could not master such skills. As time flew by, another century elapsed. Through relentless training and research, Master Roshi finally grasped a crucial insight. "Huh," he exclaimed, his hands coming together at his chest, not gathering energy, but instead manifesting a spherical void that began to materialize. "At last," Piccolo exclaimed, his excitement soaring as he beheld the azure sky within the bubble, a sight he had not seen in 2 centuries. However, Master Roshi suddenly faltered, his body collapsing uncontrollably to the ground. He had not yet fully mastered the technique. Merely creating a fissure the size of his thumb had exhausted all his strength. This minuscule gap was insufficient for their escape, but it represented a breakthrough from nothing to something. 200 years of effort had finally borne a glimmer of hope. It was on this day that Goku dreamt of Master Roshi and Piccolo. A fleeting essence escaped through the fissure, rendering Goku's dream vividly authentic. Afterward, Master Roshi secluded himself for an entire decade, ultimately grasping the formidable power of creating space. Though his strength did not significantly increase during this period, his ability to conjure spatial rifts was remarkably enhanced. This time, he effortlessly created a fissure with a diameter of 1 meter. Without the slightest hesitation, the two of them rushed through it, with Piccolo even carrying the ashes of Dr. Gero. As they felt the refreshing breeze of Earth, their spirits soared, and in just a heartbeat, they exchanged delighted glances. Bulma was alive. Thus, they harmoniously set their course towards Bulma. Given that Goku was currently in a divine state, they could not sense his energy until they approached within visible distance, at which point they were astonished to confirm that Goku too was alive. "Master Roshi, Piccolo, it truly is you," Goku exclaimed joyously. The two regarded Goku with smiles, yet words eluded them. 2 centuries had erased too many emotional fluctuations. The 5 remaining inhabitants of Earth gathered at a table, sharing a delightful meal. For Trunks, Master Roshi and Piccolo were long-lost mentors, evoking a surge of excitement within him, while the other two felt a bittersweet nostalgia towards this version of Trunks. "Though our experiences differ, fate has shown no favoritism towards us," Master Roshi sighed softly. Bulma suddenly took a hearty swig of her drink and remarked, Goku's previous life was indeed remarkable. Everyone is alive. Upon hearing this, Goku felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, recalling his return 20 years prior, intent on safeguarding everyone. Yet, after all the effort, what had truly changed? Do not say such things, Piccolo advised. In Goku's past life, his loss in the Tournament of Power would have resulted in the erasure of the entire universe. Thus, Earth could not have escaped devastation. Let us consider it a salvation for other beings in the cosmos. Piccolo was in a somewhat better mood than the others. For this Trunks before him emanated a certain vigor. Despite knowing he was Bulma's child, he was distinctly different from the Gohan he had known. Gohan was too docile, while Raditz' son possessed the inherent tenacity of a scion. Thus, even though this Trunks bore no blood relation to the Trunks he had raised, he felt a profound sense of kinship. I have no interest in the plight of other beings, Bulma declared, crushing the can in her hand. Just as she was about to reprimand Piccolo, she abruptly paused, staring at him with a dazed expression for a prolonged moment before suddenly seizing him. You, Piccolo, Bulma exclaimed loudly, you merged with the god, the deity, so you can create the Dragon Balls, can't you? Chapter 68. Super Dragon Balls. The dining table fell silent for a few seconds, and Goku abruptly rose to his feet. Yes, if you could just create another set of Dragon Balls, everyone could be resurrected. However, Piccolo shook his head in resignation. While we were trapped in the hyperbolic time chamber, we contemplated this matter. Master Roshi began slowly. If Piccolo could indeed create the Dragon Balls, perhaps a wish could have allowed us to escape that space. But he has tried for decades without success. How is that possible? The deity has done it before. Bulma retorted defiantly. I have indeed experienced moments of divinity. Yet those memories remain hazy. It seems that the creation of the Dragon Balls was not my own ability. Rather, I merely followed a certain force, and the Dragon Balls manifested naturally. Thus, the origin does not lie within me. Should I attempt to replicate that feat now, I find myself utterly incapable. The atmosphere grew heavy once more. Bulma tapped her fingers upon the table, pondering aloud. Could it be that the force you mentioned actually emanates from the Dragon Balls? The others turned to Bulma, somewhat perplexed. Goku had previously recounted tales of the Tournament of Power, but Bulma's fingers abruptly halted in their rhythm, and she inquired of Goku. You never mentioned who created the Super Dragon Balls. After a moment's contemplation, Goku realized that no one had ever broached this subject. In his prior existence, even the Omni King, the pinnacle of the multiverse, had made an appearance, yet the identity of the Dragon Ball's creator remained unspoken. Might it be possible that the Dragon Balls were not crafted by anyone at all? However, considering that the Dragon Balls of Namek and Earth are merely miniature versions of the Super Dragon Balls, it could be that these miniature versions only harness a fraction of the dragon's power, with the true source residing within the Super Dragon Balls. The more Bulma contemplated, the more sensible it seemed. Thus, if we can locate a Super Dragon Ball, one as large as a planet, and mine a portion of its essence for you, Piccolo, would you not then be able to create Dragon Balls? Piccolo found himself somewhat bewildered. While Bulma's reasoning held a semblance of logic, it lacked rigorous coherence. In other words, it was possible that Bulma's deep desire for this approach to be viable had led her to such a conclusion. The uncertainty surrounding whether the dragon's power originates from the Dragon Balls, or if fragments of the Dragon Balls could indeed be used to forge new ones, loomed large. Nevertheless, I believe it is worth a try, Piccolo remarked. He aligned himself with Bulma's perspective, recognizing their lack of superior alternatives. The three of them had synchronized their experiences prior to the meal, and Piccolo understood that Bulma currently had no clear strategy for gathering the Super Dragon Balls. Thus, attempting this method seemed prudent. Coincidentally, Bulma excitedly slammed her palms on the table, exclaiming, while I have yet to discover a means to traverse parallel universes, there exists a Super Dragon Ball within our observable universe. Really? Trunks expressed his enthusiasm. Bulma dashed into another room and returned with a Dragon Ball radar the size of a suitcase. After manipulating the screen, she pointed to a bright spot, declaring, "This is the only Super Dragon Ball I have detected, located at the periphery of the Lania Chaos Supercluster." The three elderly gentlemen gazed at the luminous point on the screen with bewilderment, while only Trunks sprang to his feet. At the outskirts of Lania Chaos? How do we get there? Is there an issue? Goku queried. Trunks pondered for a moment. How shall I put this? It is simply too distant from Earth, at least 2,000 times the distance from Earth to Namek. Indeed, no wonder you are my son, Bulma said proudly for a brief moment. In terms of the distance from Namek, It is approximately 2,500 times farther. Based on the cruising speed of Earth's spacecraft, it would take at least 10,000 days to reach, which equates to 30 years, Trunks stated gravely. Oh, Wukong was taken aback, yet Master Roshi and Piccolo exchanged a glance, sensing that the moment was not prolonged. Do not fret, Bulma declared with an air of confidence. For having only located this singular Super Dragon Ball, she had indeed contemplated a swift passage. Trunks raised his eyebrows, eagerly awaiting the revelation. In truth, we need not journey there ourselves. If we were to dispatch a drone instead, we could offload the burdensome life support apparatus and supplies from the spacecraft, without passengers aboard. The internal gravity stabilizer could also be eliminated, thus reducing the overall weight to at least 1/10, thereby enhancing the maximum acceleration. I have estimated that this could potentially have the travel time. Indeed, it would only require 50 days for the probe to reach its destination and retrieve the Dragon Ball fragments within 100 days. 100 days seemed quite acceptable, merely a little over 3 months. There exists an even swifter approach, Bulma said with a mischievous smile. What if we were to replace the spacecraft's propulsion system with an android core? Trunks blinked, for in his timeline, Dr. Gero was the arch-villain, rendering his knowledge of android cores nearly non-existent. Wukong suddenly grasped the concept. Instant transmission? Precisely. Once the probe arrives, Wukong can utilize instant transmission to go there and return directly, thus reducing our requirement to merely 50 days. Can Uncle Wukong sense such a vast distance? Bulma inquired while stowing the probe. Based on my calculations from the star map, the King Kai's planet should be at the apex of Laniakea, even further from us. Hence, as long as one's energy is sufficiently immense, it can certainly be sensed. Leave it to me, Wukong proclaimed confidently. Splendid. The group rejoiced at having devised a feasible plan. Trunks momentarily set aside his intentions to return to the future. Although Master Roshi had fortuitously returned and could inscribe the sealing symbols for the Mafuba, Trunks' world was devoid of Dragon Balls. Should this endeavor truly lead to the resurgence of the Dragon Balls, he would undoubtedly wish for his share. After all, time travel was indifferent to being early or late. Thus Trunks resolved to remain and assist. Progress unfolded remarkably smoothly, with 4 robust workers and the scientifically adept Trunks lending a hand. Bulma constructed the probe in a mere 10 days. The brevity of time was due to the probe's exquisitely simplistic design, a rocket-shaped vessel merely the height of a person, containing solely an android core and a control terminal. Furthermore, the control terminal was in real-time connection with Earth, managing route planning and attitude adjustments through Earth-based terminals, thereby negating the need for bulky computational devices. It was as rudimentary as a large homework project. Yet, its performance was exceptional. The android core utilized by Bulma was the one left by Dr. Gero over 2 decades ago for research purposes, akin to a twin of Krillin. Thus, after Krillin's demise, the core's power had intensified, and coupled with its capability to continuously replenish energy from its source, it became the quintessential rocket propulsion device. Moreover, this apparatus was remarkably inexpensive to produce. Its only drawback lay in its inability to be mass-produced, for doing so would dilute the core's potency, necessitating reimbursement before new ones could be fabricated. The extraordinary capabilities of the spacecraft's core granted it astonishing acceleration, and with the meticulously optimized design of the probe, it reached the Super Dragon Ball in a mere 36 days. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bulma was diligently preparing for Goku's departure. In contrast to the probe, Goku's preparations were considerably more intricate. As Bulma directed Trunks to assist Goku into his spacesuit, she muttered to herself. The probe's data had returned, revealing that the diameter of the Super Dragon Ball was 3 times that of Earth, yet its mass was only 16 times greater, resulting in an estimated surface gravity twice that of Earth, a density quite akin to that of the Dragon Balls. Bulma scratched her head, pondering what the core of such a massive entity might be like. After tapping her tablet a couple of times, she continued her musings. The surface lacked an atmosphere. With an average temperature below 10 degrees, it appeared that the core had indeed cooled. Moreover, it seemed that the Dragon Ball had an orbital trajectory. Orbital. Trunks had just managed to help Goku into the cumbersome upper part of the spacesuit, inquiring if there were any other massive celestial bodies in the vicinity. Let me check. Bulma responded, detecting no radiation and hypothesizing the presence of a black hole with a mass approximately 600 times that of the Sun. In the distance? She asked. Very far. It won't affect our mission. That's a relief. Trunks finally secured the heavy helmet onto Goku. Goku moved his body, The suit appeared quite bulky, yet its flexibility was commendable. Given Goku's immense strength, any restrictions on his movements could easily lead to the suit being torn, prompting Bulma's careful design. Beside Goku stood a massive cubic device. The equipment he needed to take along, equipped with all functionalities required. Everything the probe was supposed to carry was contained within. Based on the signals, one would need to dig down 1,000 meters to reach the Dragon Ball layer, and the probe had landed in a canyon at the lowest possible elevation. Once you arrive, you'll need to dig down another 300 meters, she instructed. A canyon. Digging a pit, Goku contemplated. That will be quite dark. Won't it? No need to worry, Bulma calmly replied. That region marks the edge of the universe. Even standing on the surface, it is essentially shrouded in darkness. Isn't that even more terrifying? Goku exclaimed. Bulma dismissed his concern, finding that her son resonated more with her thoughts. Initiate device self-check. Commencing self-check. Trunks pressed a large yellow button, and after a few seconds, a crisp voice announced, self-check completed. Exploration mission has commenced. Bulma set her tablet aside, glanced at Trunks, nodded at the silent master Rashi and Piccolo, then turned to Goku with a serious expression. Let us depart. Note, it is important to clarify that in the Dragon Ball universe, the speed of light is not limited. In the original work, Namek could communicate in real time with Earth, making this premise more reasonable for space travel and instant transmission. The environmental settings in this narrative will strive for coherence based on this premise. However, I am not a physics expert, and if I have made any amusing errors, I hope for your understanding. As the goal of reading a novel is primarily enjoyment. Chapter 69. The Golden Miner at the distant fringes of Lacaionia, within a canyon on the Super Dragon Ball planet. The power of the android's core engine was pushed to its maximum, nearing the full capacity of Super Saiyan 2. A mere trace of energy was emitted, just enough to reach Earth. I found it, Goku exclaimed, grasping the instrument beside him, a confident smile gracing his face as he instantaneously vanished from his location. Upon arriving at his destination, Goku blinked vigorously, only to find himself enveloped in darkness, a sensation that was somewhat disconcerting. In the next moment, 10 small machines erupted from the device he had brought, ascending into the air, their bright lights illuminating the ground within a radius of several dozen meters. Lacking an atmosphere, these small drones were powered by gas, flying in a manner akin to the technique of flight, proving to be exceedingly practical. Meanwhile, back on Earth, after Goku's departure, Bulma and the others returned indoors, where they had set up numerous large screens. The central display showcased the footage from Goku's spacesuit camera, while various monitors around it exhibited real-time data metrics, alongside footage from the drones above. Thanks to the infrared assistance of the cameras, Bulma's view was considerably clearer than Goku's. I've marked the detonation point. You should first assess the surface hardness, Bulma instructed as she deftly manipulated the keyboard. Subsequently, the drones in the air emitted several red lasers, converging on a singular point 500 meters away. Goku, having flown to a nearby rock wall, assumed a combat stance and delivered a swift jab to the surface. The punch was executed with remarkable speed. Though not forceful, it was highly concentrated, leaving behind a cylindrical hole in the wall. As he retracted his hand, he found himself grasping a fragment of rock, which he casually weighed before reducing it to powder with a single squeeze. All clear, Goku proclaimed with a confident grin. Let us begin. He raised his palm, condensing a spherical wave of energy, which he directed with precision towards the point marked by the laser. The explosion unleashed its energy in all directions. However, the absence of an atmosphere rendered the event silent and devoid of shockwaves, causing the disturbed dust to shoot outward like bullets. The square-shaped detector and the drones above activated their protective shields, while Goku conjured a barrier of energy before him, creating a semi-spherical space around them. The cloud of dust dissipated swiftly, revealing a conical pit over 200 meters deep, with the sloping edges almost within a few dozen meters of Goku, demonstrating his meticulous control over the explosive power. Let us go take a look, Bulma commanded. Despite Goku's adeptness, achieving precision to the centimeter was improbable. Thus, without the option of bringing large drilling equipment, they would have to detonate a portion and then drill into another. Their next step was to investigate the remaining distance at the bottom of the pit. However, as the drones guided Goku forward, Bulma noticed something amiss. Is there a protrusion up ahead? Under the explosive impact, the interior of the pit should have formed a relatively regular inverted cone. Yet, on the slope ahead stood a remarkably symmetrical protrusion, approximately 2 meters tall, seemingly placed there intentionally post-explosion, untouched by the blast. A sense of foreboding began to creep over her. Bulma murmured softly and then addressed the others. Activate the home beacon. Yes. Trunks responded immediately. The home beacon refers to the energy that allows Goku to instantaneously transport back, and among the remaining trio, Trunks promptly released his energy. Master Roshi and Piccolo exchanged glances. Though they did not fully comprehend, they refrained from questioning further and elevated their own energy levels. Goku, hold on. First ascertain the direction home. Bulma instructed towards the monitor. Is something wrong? Never mind, just do as I say. Given Goku's extensive travels across the universe, Bulma was genuinely concerned for his safety. She urged him to first pinpoint the energy signature of Earth. Should any unexpected situation arise, he could teleport away instantly. The detector could be recreated, but without the Dragon Balls, risking their own was not an option. All right. Goku sensed several familiar energy signatures. 50 meters ahead. There's an unidentified object. I'll go take a look, and if anything seems off, I'll return immediately. Sure thing. Goku was unperturbed, flying straight ahead, with a drone hovering above him. As the bright light illuminated the mysterious protrusion, Goku could finally discern its true form. It resembled a square basin, its surface shimmering with a faint rainbow hue, adorned with large square patterns and encircled by peculiar decorative features, clearly not a naturally occurring object. How strange, Bulma frowned. When I marked the explosion point, I didn't see this, which indicates it must have emerged from underground. Yet, this object appears entirely unscathed. With her understanding of material science, Bulma found it implausible for an object to withstand Goku's strike without damage. Otherwise, constructing a shelter from such material would render it invulnerable to any force below 10,000 battle power, making it nearly unbeatable in the universe. Mom, Trunks suddenly exclaimed. Doesn't this thing look like? Bulma instinctively tilted her head at a 90-degree angle to examine the screen. Upside down. Goku, overhearing this through his earpiece, did not turn but instead reached out to flip the object over. It appeared quite large yet remarkably light. Even a robust ordinary earthling could likely move it. That's dangerous, Bulma said anxiously. Do not touch anything in an unknown location. Before she could finish, she realized what the object resembled. It's a vehicle. Trunks nodded in agreement. A vehicle, commonly known as a car, bore a striking resemblance to the hovercars on Earth. The hollowed-out base served as a levitation device, the overall shape being trapezoidal, with the large, differently colored sections on top presumably functioning as windows, albeit now completely covered in dust. A soft beep echoed as Bulma opened her tablet, receiving a message containing experimental data. Carbon-14 has dated the soil to be at least 1 billion years old, Bulma read with a furrowed brow. 1 billion years? Trunks was astonished, not merely by the soil itself, but by the implication that this vehicle had been buried for over 1 billion years yet remained intact. Not only had it withstood a blast of energy, but it had also endured 1 billion years of erosion while retaining its original state. Bulma found herself unable to ascertain just how many years ahead of Earth this technology was. She swiftly resumed her calculations on the tablet, and as anticipated, the results confirmed her suspicions. If the black hole beside us was once a star, a simple calculation would reveal that the Super Dragon Balls exist within the habitable zone. Trunks inquired. Indeed, this indicates that there may have once existed an environment conducive to life, which raises the possibility of a developed civilization. Thus, the presence of artificial constructs would not be surprising. The only dilemma lies in the fact that the technological level seems to surpass theirs by a significant margin. A civilization with such advancement billions of years ago should have emerged as the dominant force in the universe. Why then? Do beings like Frieza possess technology not vastly superior to that of Earth? It appears that the Super Dragon Balls harbor immense secrets. After a moment of contemplation, Bulma resolved to set this matter aside for the time being. Goku, when you return, bring that object back. We shall study it. For now, let us focus on the Dragon Balls. All right, Goku readily acquiesced, aligning himself with Bulma's directives. The Super Dragon Balls, though perfectly spherical from a planetary perspective, are exceedingly colossal for human standards, rendering even slight discrepancies in diameter to amount to hundreds or thousands of meters. The site chosen for extraction was not only situated in a low-lying area within a canyon, but also had the Dragon Ball layer beneath the surface relatively close to the ground. This combination reduced the extraction distance to a mere 200 meters. After Goku blasted away the upper 200 meters, the remaining extraction proceeded smoothly. The drilling machine was positioned at the center of the explosion pit, with side outlets continuously spewing forth soil, excavated by the probe beneath. Goku blinked as he observed the soil accumulating into small mounds. Suddenly, a golden radiance emerged from the black-gray earth. Found it. Bulma received the news simultaneously. The golden dust gradually increased, followed by chunks of softly glowing rock being ejected from the machine, their irregular surfaces causing them to slide down the slope in erratic paths. Goku picked one up, scrutinizing it closely. It bore a resemblance to the Dragon Balls, but lacked the stars within, evoking a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. Before long, the amount of stone excavated by the drilling machine had become substantial, to the point where Goku could no longer hold it with both hands. Judging by the total quantity, if deemed usable, it would be more than sufficient to manufacture Dragon Balls. Hence, the immediate task was to have Piccolo verify its suitability. "Let us return for now," Bulma commanded. The drones outside began to converge, and the drilling machine was retracted while other equipment remained temporarily in place. Goku only took the gathered ore and the enigmatic artificial constructs back to Earth. He placed his fingers on the helmet of his spacesuit, seeking a trace of energy from the planet. Wait, someone is approaching. A powerful presence was drawing near at an astonishing speed. As Goku turned to look, a blinding white light appeared beside him, and two figures gradually materialized within the brilliance. "Huh, I say, what are their people doing here?" A plump figure exclaimed boisterously. "I'm not sure, but it is indeed quite unusual," replied a slender girl with a light laugh. You. Goku gasped, recognizing the two. Though their names eluded him, all he could remember was, "You are the god of destruction from next door." The individuals before him were none other than the god of destruction Kampa and the angel Vados from the 6th universe. Chapter 70, Divine Confrontation. Who are you?" Kampa inquired, perplexed. It was already strange enough to encounter anyone on this distant planet, but the fact that this individual recognized him was even more bizarre. "Me? I am Goku, Son Goku," he replied, realizing that such an explanation seemed rather inadequate. As he pondered how to articulate his identity, a voice crackled through his earpiece. "Why has someone suddenly appeared? If they pose a danger, teleport back immediately." Bulma exclaimed anxiously. It's fine, Goku reassured her with a nonchalant demeanor. "He is the god of destruction from the neighboring universe." Bulma scrutinized the two figures on the monitor. Their attire indeed bore a striking resemblance to Beerus and Whis, and they managed to survive in the vacuum of space without any protective gear. Kampa, ignoring Goku's telepathic communication, pressed on with his inquiry. "What are you doing here?" "Ahaha. I'm here to find Dragon Balls." Goku responded cheerfully. "Dragon Balls? Have you found any?" Kampa's tone remained flat. "Found any? Isn't this planet itself a Dragon Ball?" "I've actually unearthed a few," Goku said, opening the box he was holding. "Look." Inside were irregular stones radiating a golden light. Kampa's eyes twitched as he examined the box's contents. Clearing his throat theatrically, he declared, "I hereby announce that this Dragon Ball is now mine. You, a mere insignificant being, shall not take it away. Put that box down." "Huh, I refuse," Goku retorted, taken aback by the directness of his refusal. "Do you know who I am?" "Of course. The god of destruction," Goku replied, blinking innocently. "If you know, then put it down and leave immediately, or face obliteration." Kampa's frustration began to mount. Why must it be this way? Goku scratched his head. "I arrived first, and I need this Super Dragon Ball as much as you do. Surely, even a god of destruction should have some reason." "Oh." Kampa's tone suddenly turned icy. "If you don't comply, do not blame me." With that, he thrust his palm forward, conjuring a sphere of destructive energy the size of a hand, which swiftly hurtled towards Goku. Unfazed, Goku gathered energy in his free hand, opting not to collide with the attack but instead redirected, causing it to veer off course and explode in the distance, illuminating the dim surroundings as if someone had abruptly turned on a light. Kampa, taken aback, was astonished that a mere human could deflect his attack with one hand. Determined, he unleashed a series of destructive blasts in quick succession. Goku, unable to deflect all of them and unwilling to let them detonate so close, instantaneously teleported to within a meter of Kampa, allowing the attacks to soar away harmlessly. "Nanny!" Kampa exclaimed, startled by Goku's sudden proximity. Reacting instinctively, he threw a punch. But Goku, caught off guard by the intensity of Kampa's response, bent backward and narrowly evaded the blow. Now somewhat irked, Goku frowned and remarked, "Why are you so reckless? Charging in without a word, you hardly embody the demeanor of a god of destruction." The detestable beings known as humans, like Kampa, exhibited a frenzied twitch at the corners of his eyes, though he had not exerted his full strength in several attacks. It was unlikely that his opponent could so effortlessly neutralize them. After all, he was a god of destruction. Heh! Suddenly, the ever-calm Beerus interjected, Lord Kampa. It seems you have slumbered for far too long, to the detriment of your faculties. What did you say? Kampa retorted, turning with ire towards Beerus. Have you not realized? Beerus replied nonchalantly, that is no mere human. Kampa scrutinized Goku for several seconds before the realization dawned upon him. The aura emanating from Goku was distinctly divine. Moreover, Beerus gestured to his temple, indicating, from the very beginning, you have been communicating telepathically. This is indeed a divine ability. Goku and Kampa blinked simultaneously, their naive eyes betraying their ignorance of the impossibility of conversing in a vacuum, completely unaware of their subconscious use of telepathy. Kampa quickly resumed his haughty demeanor, declaring, what of it if he is a deity? I am a god of destruction. These Dragon Balls belong to me by right. Defy me, and I shall obliterate you. Perfect. Goku exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. I was just looking forward to a proper match with the god of destruction. Kampa was taken aback by Goku's audacity, gritting his teeth and preparing to pounce. At that moment, Goku suddenly turned his gaze skyward. A brilliant flash of white light pierced the distant sky, and in the blink of an eye, two figures descended to the ground. I must ask, why have you encroached upon my territory? Beerus addressed Kampa with a notably frosty tone. Lord Beerus, Whis has arrived too. Goku could not muster any joy, as he anticipated the ensuing events. As expected, Kampa showed no hesitation in confronting Beerus. What do you mean your territory? I distinctly recall this area is no longer within the confines of the 7th universe. He replied with a mocking tone. This is the closest location to the 7th universe. It is, without a doubt, part of the 7th universe's domain. Then I could just as easily claim that I arrived first, thus making it my territory. Kampa retorted, the two glaring at each other with bared teeth, sparks seemingly ready to ignite between them. Wait a minute, I was the first to arrive. Goku interjected from the sidelines. Both gods of destruction turned their gazes toward Goku, causing him to flinch. At that moment, Beerus suddenly abandoned his fierce demeanor, grinning slyly. Indeed, it was this fellow who came first. By what right do you claim it as yours? Are you in league with him? He is from the 7th universe. Naturally, he is under my protection. You, a god of destruction, would speak on behalf of a human? Have you forgotten your primary duties? My work does not require your input. You slothful creature who sleeps the day away. You also sleep the day away, you foolish cat. The two were now embroiled in a heated argument, their tempers flaring. Unprepared, they simultaneously threw punches at one another. The force behind their blows was considerable. Should this shockwave be unleashed, it would likely devastate the surrounding terrain. Goku attempted to intervene, but it was too late. In the next instant, both angels appeared before their respective gods of destruction, gracefully tracing an arc in the air with their palms, effortlessly dissipating the force of the blows. The fists of both deities veered off course, striking nothing but empty air. That will not do. Whis remarked that the gods of destruction must refrain from engaging in combat. Indeed, even in neutral territories, such actions are impermissible, Bardos concurred. The two deities simultaneously averted their gazes, adjusting their collars. Although the regulations explicitly forbade fighting among the gods of destruction within the cosmos, the act of combat remained inherently unfavorable, prompting both to regain their composure. Let us adhere to the old customs, proposed Whis. Given our differences, we shall compete in another manner. Indeed, Kampa exclaimed with a mischievous grin. In accordance with tradition, let us indulge in a culinary contest. I have recently discovered some exquisite delicacies. Oh, how fortuitous. Beerus responded with keen interest. I too have found a dish that will leave you utterly captivated. Then let us compare. Kampa retorted. After a brief interlude, the group arrived at an expansive surface. The two angels stood at the center of the arena, striking their staffs upon the ground. A spherical barrier swiftly expanded, reaching a diameter of over 1,000 meters within mere seconds. This was no ordinary barrier. The internal environment had been transformed to accommodate Earthlings, complete with suitable atmospheric pressure and temperature. Goku, Whis said with a cheerful demeanor. There is no need for spacesuits here. Bring your friends along. Are you referring to Bulma? Goku inquired, as he removed his oversized astronaut helmet, exclaiming, this feels so much more comfortable. Bulma intended to object, but Goku's actions were too swift. She soon marveled at the angel's remarkable abilities, capable of altering planetary environments with such ease. Forget it. Goku, I shall join you. Please come and retrieve me. I want to go too. Trunks chimed in immediately. You all stay behind. Otherwise, I fear Goku may lose his way back to Earth. In no time, Goku utilized instant transmission twice, bringing Bulma to the Super Dragon Ball planet, both standing unprotected on the transformed surface. Meanwhile, Kappa and Beerus had taken their seats at a makeshift table. Hee hee. This is an egg from the Dong Dong bird, exceedingly rare. Not only is it highly nutritious, but it is also so delectable that it leaves one speechless. Kappa confidently produced an egg the size of a palm from a spherical container. Beerus and Whis each procured one as well, peeling off the shell and taking a bite to savor the flavor. It possesses a unique texture with a hint of meaty fragrance, while the filling is even richer in taste and pleasantly soft. Quite delightful, Whis commented candidly. Pa. Beerus dramatically spat out the egg, exclaiming, "What a dreadful thing. Allow me to present my dish instead." With utmost confidence, Beerus produced instant noodles, pilfered from Goku. Whis, mimicking Bulma's earlier actions, added seasoning and poured in hot water, drawing the curious gaze of Bardos and Kampa, who had never witnessed such intricate preparation. As the hot water cascaded in, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, enveloping Kampa's senses. This is... Observing Kampa's expression, Beerus could not suppress a broad smile. He knew he had already claimed victory. Chapter 71. Unknown Civilization. The 5 minutes of waiting for the noodles felt to Kampa like an eternity, as he endeavored to maintain a facade of calm. Yet his mouth was already filled with uncontainable saliva. As the alarm rang, Whis was the first to seize the chopsticks, with Beerus following suit without hesitation. Kampa and Vados imitated their actions, lifting a pair of chopsticks filled with instant noodles to their lips. "Delicious," Kampa exclaimed with wide eyes, only to quickly realize his outburst was unbecoming. Embarrassed, he composed himself and inquired, "Where did this come from?" Bulma, observing the childish antics of the two, was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. The supreme deity, who governed the fate of the universe, was bickering like children while harboring a fondness for junk food. "It's from a place called Earth," Whis generously explained. "Quick, find out where our Earth is," Kampa shouted at Vados. Given that the 7th and 6th universes were twin realms, there must surely be a similar planet back home. Indeed, Vados swiftly located the corresponding planet, but her expression turned somber as she gazed at the holographic image displayed on her staff. The 6th universe did have an Earth, but it had been destroyed due to internal strife. "Nanny," Kampa felt as though he had lost everything. "Humph," Beerus remarked nonchalantly while picking his teeth. The Earth of the 7th universe also perished in conflict. Earthlings are truly troublesome. Hearing this, Bulma's face fell into a shadow of sadness. However, the revelation that the 7th universe's Earth had also met its demise offered Kampa a measure of solace. "Thus, as I have presented you with this unparalleled delicacy, which you have consumed 2 servings of," Beerus declared while tapping the table with his finger, "this planet now belongs to me. You have no objections, I trust?" "And no," Kampa stammered, barely managing to utter the words before rising to leave. Before departing, he shot a fierce glare at Goku. Vados politely bowed to everyone and then followed Kampa back. "Hey!" After Kampa had walked away, Beerus suddenly called out to Bulma, "This worthless planet means nothing to me, so I'm giving it to you." "Really?" Bulma exclaimed joyfully, having just pondered how to persuade Beerus to grant her this planet. "However, I have a condition." Beerus lifted 2 fingers, then quickly added a third. "I utilized my own resources to help you reclaim this planet, so you must provide me with 3 boxes of instant noodles in return. That would only be fair." Beerus closed his eyes, speaking with an air of superiority, though he secretly piqued at Bulma's reaction. Bulma was momentarily speechless. 3 boxes of instant noodles in exchange for a Dragon Ball, especially one from the Super Dragon Ball realm, was utterly absurd. "All right," she conceded, pulling something from her pocket and placing it on the table. "This is for you. It's called chocolate, and it's quite tasty." "Oh ho!" Whis exclaimed, eagerly taking a piece, tearing off the wrapper, and tasting it, with Beerus soon following suit. "Delicious!" they both exclaimed in unison. "You're quite savvy." Beerus, this time, did not hold back his praise. "Ahem, remember to prepare the instant noodles when you return. Just call for Whis on Earth, and we shall come to retrieve them." As Beerus rose to depart, he added, "If there are any other delectable treats, I wouldn't mind bringing back a few extra." "Wait, are you leaving already?" Bulma suddenly called out anxiously. "Indeed, is there anything else?" Whis inquired amicably. "Will this space remain after your departure?" Bulma gestured around, pondering the dire consequences should the oxygen dome suddenly vanish. It would undoubtedly lead to Goku's untimely demise. Whis glanced upward. As long as I do not actively dismiss it, it will persist. Please feel free to utilize it. With that, he tapped his staff, and he and Beerus transformed into a radiant beam of light, vanishing from sight. Phew. With that matter settled, Bulma exhaled a sigh of relief. She genuinely feared that these divine beings might turn against them at any moment, as killing was, after all, a fundamental aspect of a destroyer's duties, and thus not deemed immoral in their eyes. All right, let us return to Earth. There is still much to accomplish. After a brief period of organization, Bulma and Goku made their way home, bringing back a box of Dragon Ball fragments, which they entrusted to Piccolo and Master Roshi for examination. While Bulma and Trunks delved into the study of the vehicle, the astute duo quickly discerned that it was indeed a means of transport, aptly referred to as a car. Although its materials were not impervious, as Trunks easily bent a panel with minimal effort, its uniqueness lay in its ability to absorb energy, allowing it to remain unscathed despite the explosion. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the vehicle's propulsion energy was derived from this very energy source. Akin to a fuel tank, after Trunks infused it with a sufficient amount of energy, the system astonishingly activated, appearing far from the state of having been buried for eons. Welcome back, I am your assistant, D-High. A charismatic male voice emanated from the vehicle, though it soon adopted a peculiar tone. Oh, where exactly have I been brought? Is this still the Wish Star? Could this be the onboard artificial intelligence? Trunks inquired uncertainly. That would appear to be the case, Bulma replied. Oh, the young man is correct. I am indeed an intelligent assistant. Just tell me your destination or what you wish to do, and I shall facilitate your journey. Trunks's lips twitched. The artificial intelligence seemed rather lacking in intellect. Ahem, Bulma interjected. You are no longer on your original planet. We unearthed you from the ground, and it appears you have been buried for millions of years. Can you comprehend this? Millions of years. The vehicle emitted a strange cry. I must be quite resilient. Heh, that is not the crux of the matter, Bulma remarked, slightly exasperated. I wish to know the name of your race. Race? I suppose it would be human? Human? That is rather broad. Is there no other designation? Perhaps Dragon Ball people, Dragon people, Wish people, or similar? None. I wonder why you ask. Your civilization appears remarkably advanced, yet I have encountered no other races of comparable sophistication in the universe. Why is this? Race? What is that? Well, Bulma pondered for a moment, then pointed to herself. I am an Earthling, and he is a Scion. Our races are distinct. Distinct? Yet you all look alike, merely human? Human, indeed, is somewhat broad, not incorrect, yet our subcategories differ. Why must there be distinctions? Because we utilize different energy sources inherent to our races. Thus, differentiation is necessary. Energy source? What is that? How shall I articulate this? It pertains to the energy you utilize, which is not inherently linked to race, is it? You mentioned energy. It is derived from the mineral veins we have discovered. Mineral veins? Are you referring to the underground Dragon Balls, those yellow stones? Precisely. The Wish Stones are our source of power, bestowing upon us a magnificent civilization. Upon hearing this, Bulma looked up at Trunks with delight. It seemed her speculation was not unfounded. The Dragon Ball, or extracted directly, could indeed be used for wishes, potentially elucidating why this civilization had significantly outstripped others across the cosmos. As for the disappearance of this civilization, it is evident that an automotive assistant would lack such knowledge. Bulma yearned to uncover this civilization, for she had a profound intuition that it was extraordinarily advanced, perhaps serving as a crucial link for mortals to rival the divine. The gods of destruction and Xeno, beings capable of annihilating planets or even the universe at a whim, always hung like a sword over the heads of mortals. Ignorance was bliss, but now Bulma was constantly apprehensive, fearing that after her arduous efforts to restore Earth and revive her loved ones, it could all be inexplicably obliterated. Goku was their guardian now, but what of a century or two hence? How should mortals ensure their own survival? She did not wish for future generations to live in perpetual fear, which is why she sought information about this civilization. What if this civilization had not truly vanished? Trunks inquired. What do you mean? He gestured to himself, suggesting that perhaps we are all humans. Are you implying that the humans of the Dragon Ball planet are the progenitors of cosmic life? Quite possibly, for we originate from two planets yet are nearly identical. And while only a few regions in the universe possess their own dialects, the majority of planetary languages are inherently intelligible. Yet Earth was oblivious to the existence of extraterrestrial beings 30 years ago. Does that not seem rather illogical? Indeed, I have pondered this as well, Bulma nodded. If that is the case, it suggests that the technology of this civilization was interrupted for some reason. It may not have been so much an interruption, Trunks countered. After all, do we not possess Dragon Balls ourselves? Bulma shook her head, finding that notion rather far-fetched. The two contemplated for a considerable time, yielding no conclusions, as an automotive system offered little assistance in their quest for knowledge. Let us wait for Piccolo and the others. If we successfully make a wish, we can directly inquire of Shenron. That appears to be our only option, Trunks nodded in agreement. In a distant celestial realm, behold, that is the individual. Zampa pointed at the figure displayed on the holographic screen, speaking with malicious intent. Go and eliminate him. What is the reward? You may choose. In that case, I desire the cosmic cube. No problem. When will you act? I shall depart immediately. Chapter 72. The universe's greatest assassin. While Bulma and Trunks were preoccupied with researching the unknown civilization, Piccolo and Master Roshi busied themselves with the study of artificial Dragon Balls. Goku, on the other hand, found himself without purpose, longing for an opportunity to spar with Piccolo and Master Roshi to gauge their current prowess. However, Bulma consistently assigned them tasks. With nothing to occupy his time, Goku ventured to King Kai's planet. You've barely been gone a few days. Why are you here again? The old Kaioshin furrowed his brow as he gazed at Goku. Do not be so fierce. I merely came to engage in conversation. Goku sat cross-legged in midair, a mere mortal daring to intrude upon the realm of gods daily. What utter nonsense. Have I not ascended to a divine status? He retorted. You are still far from it. All right, senior. Mr. Goku is no outsider, the Kaioshin interjected, attempting to mediate. In truth, the old Kaioshin did not genuinely find Goku bothersome. He simply relished the banter. A mortal who not only became a god, but also wielded power surpassing that of a destroyer brought him an inexplicable sense of satisfaction when he chided him. Goku, however, remained unfazed. He leisurely floated for a moment before suddenly recalling something. By the way, old Kaioshin, are you aware of the happenings on Super Dragon Ball Planet? What happenings? The old Kaioshin replied nonchalantly as he perused a comic. After considerable effort, Goku managed to clarify the situation. The old Kaioshin, being well-versed in many matters, seemed to provide an opportunity for Goku to assist Bulma. A civilization from 1 billion years ago? I've never heard of it, he said, maintaining his indifferent tone. How could that be? Grandpa, don't you know everything? Goku exclaimed dramatically. Umph. The old Kaioshin turned the page of his comic, even considering the sealed 14th. I have only lived for 30 million years. How could I possibly be aware of events from over 1 billion years ago? Besides, he added, gazing skyward, the universe is replete with secrets. Desiring to know everything merely invites unnecessary burdens. The Kaioshin nodded thoughtfully at this. What is this? If you don't know, just admit it. Why complicate matters? Goku replied, somewhat exasperated. What do you understand? Before the old Kaioshin could unleash his retort, both he and the Kaioshin became alert simultaneously. Someone is intruding upon the divine realm. Before Goku could fully comprehend the Kaioshin's words, he sensed an insidious killing intent dangerously close. Here it comes. Instinctively, Goku summoned his energy, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. Yet, in the next moment, a bluish-purple figure appeared before him as if teleporting. The assailant's fist struck with a minimal arc, effortlessly slipping through the gaps in Goku's defense, delivering a precise blow to his heart with a knuckle, as if it were a pressure point. A wave of searing pain accompanied by immense force surged through him, and Goku felt his body lose the strength to resist, being propelled away. However, in the next instant, he forced his energy to breach its limits, activating the Ultra Instinct technique. A powerful aura instantly countered the shockwave and continued to expand inward. Otherwise, the risk of a ruptured heart could be fatal. Regaining his footing, Goku relinquished the Ultra Instinct state. He braced himself against the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth as he struggled to raise his head, only to meet the gaze of the one he had already suspected. It was Hit, the #1 assassin of Universe 6, hired by Kampa. Rarely did Hit display an expression of shock. His full-force strike had landed squarely on Goku's heart, yet it had not claimed his life. This was utterly unfathomable. Such strength should not exist in the universe. What is even more peculiar is that the opponent audaciously uttered his own name. Indeed, the bounty of a destroyer is not easily acquired. There must be some undisclosed motives from an employer. Who is this person? The two God of the Kings finally reacted, raising their hands to unleash a protective barrier to control the adversary. With the assassination thwarted and identity exposed, there was no longer a necessity to pursue the mission. Retreating and waiting for another opportunity embodies the essence of a true assassin. In the next moment, Hit vanished without a trace. Hit possesses a unique ability, the power to pause time, albeit for a mere 0.1 seconds. Nonetheless, this fleeting moment, during which only he can move, presents a lethal advantage against skilled opponents. His typical method of execution involves suppressing his aura to approach the target stealthily, and when within striking distance of 0.1 seconds, he delivers a fatal blow. Likewise, when retreating, he can use this fraction of time to create a significant distance from his pursuers. Don't run. Upon Hit's disappearance, Goku immediately grasped his intent and surged forward in pursuit. While Hit could conceal his presence on approach, his escape was less graceful. He had to fly quickly, which hindered his ability to remain undetected. Should he move too slowly, even without an aura, he would be visible to the naked eye. After a single moment of time suspension, Hit had already distanced himself over 100 meters from his original position. However, his lingering aura was too conspicuous, allowing Goku to close the gap in the blink of an eye. The blow Goku received was significant, causing him to clutch his chest with one hand as he continued the chase. Yet, he was not filled with rage or a desire for vengeance. Rather, he was exhilarated. Engaging in combat with formidable foes is a Scion's passion. Moreover, Goku's greatest regret from his previous life concerning Hit was the inability to engage him in a serious contest within his area of expertise, an unregulated, life-or-death struggle. Seeing Goku nearly upon him, Hit clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Don't run," Goku shouted as he pursued. "As you wish." Suddenly, multiple images of Hit lunged toward Goku. Unlike a mere after-image technique, Hit could store his aura within the time-stopped space, thus confusing opponents who could sense energy with the illusion before them. Originally designed to obscure his movements during an offense, Hit still had no intention of entangling himself further. He continued to conceal his aura and flee. Fortunately, having encountered this technique before, Goku remained unfazed by the sudden onslaught of images. He kept his focus on Hit's true form. The aura within the time freeze could only last for 0.1 seconds, consequently revealing Hit's actual position swiftly. Goku charged forward, delivering a punch aimed at the back of Hit's head. Hit, capable of sensing Goku's energy, merely tilted his head to evade the attack. After creating some distance, he chose not to flee again but instead regarded Goku coldly, asking, "Why do you persistently pursue me?" Goku managed a grim smile. "I'm not entirely sure, but it seems you wish to kill me." "Indeed," Hit affirmed. "Then, since you failed to do so, why run?" Hit frowned, momentarily unable to follow Goku's line of reasoning. "If you want to kill me, then come. I, too, am eager for a full-fledged battle with you." Hit narrowed his eyes. Even the universe's foremost assassin had his temper. After 2 failed attempts to escape, with his opponent catching up and making threatening remarks, any further attempts to flee would strip him of his dignity. "If you seek death so eagerly, then so be it," Hit declared, adopting a stance reminiscent of Wing Chun. The assassin's movements were never grandiose. He valued efficiency, taking his opponent's life with the least possible expenditure of effort. Wukong, on the other hand, also assumed a combat position, though his aura was noticeably weaker. A sharp pain throbbed in his chest, making his breathing laborious. The blow he had received was significant. Despite not engaging in extensive physical exertion, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. However, Wukong refrained from voicing any complaints. Hit, as an assassin, thrived in exploiting his opponent's unpreparedness. Thus, in a genuine duel, Wukong could hardly evade the initial strike. Ironically, this very state of affairs was perhaps the most equitable. Had it not been for his fortuitous presence in the Kaishin realm, where the Kaishin's sensitivity to divine energy afforded Wukong a slight advantage, it was uncertain whether he would have survived the first blow. "Here he comes," Wukong exclaimed, instinctively contracting his body and shielding his vital areas with his arms. In the next moment, Hit vanished from sight. Due to the time-stopping domain that Hit operated within, Wukong had to defend himself before Hit made a move. Otherwise, he would surely be struck. He relied solely on observing Hit's breath and fluctuations in energy to predict the moment of his attack. Suddenly, a jarring pain radiated from his lower back, causing Wukong to spasm. He hastily steadied himself and spun around to counterattack, but his stance was too forced, lacking sufficient power. With a mere downward motion of his hand, Hit effortlessly neutralized Wukong's punch. Wukong attempted to press the attack, but abruptly sensed something amiss. He quickly elevated his energy, solidifying it around his body for defense, for in the next instant, Hit vanished once more. Within the time-stopping domain, Hit observed the glaring openings in Wukong's defense without a hint of hesitation, launching a punch aimed squarely at Wukong's temple. A violent impact struck him, causing his vision to darken as he stumbled to the ground. Instinctively, he braced himself with his hands to avoid falling completely. "Humph, I thought you had some infallible strategy," Hit remarked coolly. I thought I could win again," Wukong replied, shaking his head in an effort to regain clarity. "I do not understand your words. But my mission is to eliminate you, and I shall show no mercy," Hit stated, once more assuming an offensive posture. As a martial artist with millennia of experience, Hit would not make the mistake of underestimating his opponent. Furthermore, given his current prowess, no one had ever endured 3 strikes and still remained standing. Wukong could be considered the strongest he had encountered, and it was fortunate that Wukong's foundational abilities surpassed Hit's by several tiers. Otherwise, every blow would have struck at his vulnerabilities, and any other opponent would have surely perished. "Your life is forfeit with the next strike." This advance warning was Hit's way of showing the utmost respect for a formidable adversary. "Humph, that remains to be seen." Wukong managed to muster a faint smile. Despite the struggle. Chapter 73. Growth in Adversity. Wukong struggled to rise to his feet, his body battered and bruised, yet he managed to force a faint smile. This left Hit somewhat perplexed, but regardless, his course of action remained unchanged. It was time. Wukong sensed Hit's forward motion and instantaneously heightened his energy, breaking through to the state of ultimate freedom, enveloped in a formidable aura that created an impenetrable barrier around him. Hit, witnessing Wukong's astonishing transformation within the realm of time-stop, felt no hesitation as he concentrated all his power into a single point, aiming for Wukong's throat. Cough. A moment later, Wukong felt a sharp pain in his throat, nearly causing him to lose consciousness once more, resulting in the passive release of his white god state. However, driven by sheer willpower, he compelled his body to move. Nanny. Before Hit could react, Wukong had closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch to Hit's abdomen. Hit was nearly rendered senseless, staggering backward a few paces. "How could this be?" Hee. Wukong managed a grim smile. "Your abilities are not infinitely sustainable. There is a fraction of a second between your actions. If I seize this opportunity to counterattack, I will surely strike you." Executing such a maneuver required Wukong to withstand Hit's next time-stop attack to earn a chance to retaliate. Without a physical prowess that far surpassed Hit's, such a strategy would have been impossible. Thus, Hit had never encountered anyone like him before. This strike inflicted considerable damage on Hit, compelling him to forcefully activate Time Stop once more, attacking Wukong again. Wukong was in a dire state, unable to immediately revert to his white god form. Yet Hit's capacity to inflict damage was also limited, transforming their battle into a turn-based affair where each took turns striking the other, waiting to see who would falter first. After 4 or 5 rounds of such exchanges, both combatants were severely injured and drained of stamina. Hit gasped for breath, struggling to recall the last time he had been in such a dire predicament. Suddenly, a complex surge of emotions washed over him. It had been centuries since he had encountered a worthy adversary. He had long lost the fervor to grow stronger, resulting in stagnation for hundreds of years. Ha ha ha. A surge of fervor coursed through him, and the long-suppressed power within Hit began to rise. This is it. In a previous encounter, Wukong had pushed Hit to the brink as well, and he understood what this meant. He was about to grow even stronger. Breakthrough. Self. He yearned to become stronger, to ascend to new heights. In that fleeting moment of enlightenment, Hit's abilities surged significantly, extending his time stop to 2 seconds. Oh no. Before Wukong could brace himself, Hit charged at him, landing 2 successive blows. However, as Wukong attempted to counter, he realized the distance between them was too great. He sprinted with all his might. But as he reached Hit, he found himself caught in the next time stop. With no choice, Wukong again assumed a defensive posture, while Hit continued to harass him with a yo-yo-like approach. This was unsustainable. Gritting his teeth, Wukong withstood another attack before unleashing all his strength toward Hit. But this time, he did not strike. He enveloped Hit in an embrace. "Now, let's see how you escape." Oh no. As time once again halted for Hit, he found himself ensnared by Goku's hands, which were as unyielding as steel. Before he could devise a countermeasure, the 2-second limit had elapsed. "Now it's my turn." Goku did not release his grip. Instead, he lunged forward, delivering a devastating blow that caused blood to spurt from Hit's face. Struggling to maintain composure, Hit once more entered the time stop, and in this dire predicament, he resorted to unsportsmanlike tactics. Caught in Goku's embrace, he awkwardly raised his knee and struck Goku in a most sensitive area. As time resumed, Goku was instantly gripped by excruciating pain, causing him to loosen his hold, and Hit seized the opportunity to break free. On a distant mountaintop, the Kaioshin peered anxiously over the edge, while the elder Kaioshin pressed his head down firmly against the ground. Hide, you fool. I'm sorry, elder. The Kaioshin bowed his head submissively, perplexed as he asked, do we really need to be this cautious? Of course. Can't you see the opponent has strength? The elder Kaioshin scolded in a hushed tone. He can stop time. If he comes over and strikes you, can you withstand it? Do you possess Goku's physique? The Kaioshin swallowed hard, recalling the damage inflicted by the initial sneak attack, which had forced him to briefly enter the white god state to mitigate the shock. Had it been him, he would have certainly perished on the spot. However, he cautiously ventured, the opponent's sneak attack has failed. Mr. Goku should have gained the upper hand by now. The battle doesn't seem particularly intense. Not intense. Have you not seen them nearly gravely injured? From the perspective of an onlooker, the clash did appear subdued. It was confined in scope, devoid of grand explosions, resembling a brawl between ordinary individuals, with Goku and Hit trading blows. The damage from energy blasts was markedly less effective against someone with ki protection compared to Hit's precise targeted strikes. For Goku to hit Hit with energy blasts, he would have to unleash a far-reaching attack, which, while effective, would result in minimal damage and unnecessary energy expenditure, leading him to avoid such tactics. This left their confrontation to devolve into a brutal contest of physical prowess. I still think the opponent is more severely injured, Jebet attempted to reassure the Kaioshin. At this rate, Mr. Goku will prevail. The elder Kaioshin, gazing intently at the distant combatants, replied gravely, let us hope so. On the battlefield, Hit gradually sensed his consciousness fading, his body unable to respond adequately. In this turn-based melee, Goku's superior attributes were evidently granting him the upper hand, an advantage that was steadily compounding, filling Hit with a growing sense of despair. He gasped for breath, his eyelids drooping, struggling to focus on Goku, who was also nearing his limits, feeling sharp pains in his vital areas, his insides ablaze, threatening to cough up blood at any moment. In the realm of killing, you truly are formidable. Goku managed a bitter smile. Hit remained silent, his mind racing as he contemplated how to evade this calamity. He could no longer fight back. Yet escape was equally unattainable. It felt as though he had become the prey, an overwhelming sense of despair enveloping him. Oh, Goku remarked, taken aback by Hit's expression. Have you conceded, Nanny? The question jolted Hit from his thoughts. Have you truly given up? The expression on Wukong's face grew solemn. For the essence of strength lies in an indomitable will, a courage that refuses to concede even in the direst of circumstances. If one believes they are defeated, then they are indeed vanquished. Wukong relaxed his stance, appearing almost disdainful of continuing the battle. His words and countenance struck a deep chord within Hit. Indeed, if one perceives defeat within themselves, then it becomes reality. He was a warrior first and a killer second. Missions may falter, but a warrior must never resign to fate. Thank you for the reminder. Hit clenched his fists. Then I shall fight to the death. Hit's energy surged anew, and upon witnessing his resolve, Wukong, satisfied, resumed his defensive posture, though beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The reason he provoked Hit was that he sensed Hit's potential for greater strength. Hit charged forth once more, and Wukong prepared his defenses, yet Hit did not initiate time stop immediately. What? Just as Wukong was still processing the moment, everything around him suddenly froze. Time prison. This was a technique Hit conceived in the depths of desperation, not to halt his own time, but to ensnare the space surrounding his opponent within a time stop. By controlling a minimal area, he could achieve the same effect, with the advantage being 0.5 seconds. The reverse time stop extended his ability to 0.5 seconds. This is bad. Wukong braced himself defensively as he absorbed several of Hit's punches. He intended to retaliate as he had before, but when time resumed, he could not locate Hit. What is happening? Time slipped by, and Hit's skill cooldown expired, plunging Wukong once more into a time stop. With the ability extended to 0.5 seconds, Hit underwent a qualitative leap. After his assault, he had ample time to diminish his presence to 0, leaving Wukong unable to pinpoint him upon exiting the time stop, thus preventing him from capitalizing on the cooldown gap. What began as a turn-based combat transformed into a one-sided onslaught by Hit. He could have utilized this trait to flee, but he refused to be a coward. Only in this battle must he claim victory. It's over. Wukong stood in a frenzy, defending while desperately scanning for Hit's silhouette amidst the chaos. Yet, his vision was limited, and Hit had sufficient time to conceal himself in the blind spots, making it impossible for Wukong to keep pace with Hit's movements. How could this be? Think. In a previous life, he had battled Hit, who could stop time for 0.5 seconds, and he had managed to keep up with his actions then. Why was he unable to do so now? He was undeniably stronger than in his past life. Why was he losing? What has transpired? In the distance, the old Kai sensed something amiss. Mr. Wukong, why are you being overwhelmed? They could clearly see Hit's figure from afar, but Wukong was left floundering like a headless fly. The old Kai watched in anguish. If this continued, even Wukong's formidable body would eventually succumb to defeat. You fool. The old Kai suddenly rose, shouting toward the battlefield. Use your abilities. Your abilities. Chapter 74. Victory. Once Hit's time stop surpassed a certain threshold, Goku could no longer seize the opportunity created by Hit's skill cooldowns. The battle had devolved into a one-sided display of dominance, and Goku felt himself on the verge of collapse. With no Dragon Balls on Earth, the thought of perishing in such a manner sent a wave of panic coursing through him. Suddenly, a roar echoed from a distance. Use your abilities. Abilities? A flash of lightning illuminated Goku's mind, and clarity dawned upon him. During his previous encounter with Hit, he had successfully defeated him by anticipating his movements. Though he intended to replicate that strategy in this life, he found himself utterly incapable. His strength had indeed grown, yet he was now outmatched by Hit, which only served to heighten his anxiety, a vicious cycle that rendered him increasingly ineffective. It was only after a reminder from old Kaioshin that Goku realized perhaps his victory in the past was not solely based on experiential foresight, but rather the unconscious activation of a unique ability akin to Hit's power to halt time. It was precisely this peculiarity, coupled with his lack of understanding of its underlying principles, that made replication so elusive. Summoning every ounce of his strength, Goku once more activated Ultra Instinct, now with a newfound sense of purpose. As expected, at the moment White God was initiated, Goku did not concentrate his thoughts inward. Instead, he transcended his own limitations, perceiving himself from a third-person perspective. In that instant, he felt the subtle, flowing force beyond the confines of reality, the river of time. However, Goku felt as if he were pinned to this ever-advancing river, forced to move in a singular direction. How frustrating! Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to break free from the constraints of this external realm. The struggle was not one of ki or willpower, but rather a confrontation with a unique source of power. As this force continued to be awakened, Goku sensed his body loosening, akin to a person encased in cement finally cracking free. With all his might, he swam against the current, yet his body only shifted slightly, leaving him feeling utterly drained, as if repressed once more beneath the weight of the river. It is over, Hit declared coolly. Goku forcibly activated White God, unleashing a tremendous aura. However, his consciousness had begun to scatter, and his body was riddled with vulnerabilities. Critical areas were wide open, and he had failed to condense his ki to bolster his defenses. This is the final blow. Hit concentrated all his strength into his fingertips, his aura sharpened to an unbearable edge. Having repeatedly utilized his abilities in a short span, Hit's stamina was nearing its limits, yet this strike aimed directly at Goku's throat, destined to be a lethal blow. As the time stop activated, the surroundings darkened as if veiled by a curtain, and everything froze in place. Hit charged towards Goku with all his might, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. His palm, imbued with concentrated ki, struck towards Goku's neck, causing the flesh to tear, revealing the interior of his esophagus and blood vessels. Once the time stop concluded, a torrent of blood would surely follow, sealing Goku's fate. The outcome of the clash had been determined. Hit did not retreat, but remained in place, awaiting Goku's fate. However, as the time stop concluded and the surrounding light regained its brightness, Goku, who had once stood before him, had vanished. What? Before Hit could fully register his astonishment, an immense force struck him as Goku unexpectedly appeared at his side, delivering a powerful kick to Hit's abdomen that sent him flying. Blood spurted from Hit's mouth as he gritted his teeth against the agony to steady himself, only to find Goku had already closed in on him once more. In desperation, Hit activated the time stop again, his mind racing to comprehend the earlier events, but his strength was waning, leaving him with no choice but to resort to the most underhanded tactics. He darted to Goku's front, concentrating energy in his fingertips, and aimed directly at Goku's eyes. In the silent realm of the time stop, Goku's right eye transformed into a dark void. Yet, as the time stop ended, the same scene unfolded once again. Goku's original position left no trace, as he effortlessly shifted back half a step, evading Hit's strike. Simultaneously, Goku's fist crashed into Hit's cheek, causing blood to erupt from his nostrils. After collapsing to the ground once more, Hit did not immediately rise, nor did Goku pursue him. Slowly, Hit sat up. Having experienced this twice now, he could no longer deny the underlying issue. Though he did not comprehend the reason, it was evident that Goku had indeed unraveled his time stop. "What have you done?" Goku chuckled, though it was labored, yet his pride was unmistakable. "I finally understand how I won last time." Hit disregarded the incomprehensible parts and patiently awaited the answer. "I reversed time." "What?" In his white god state, Goku felt the currents of time and swam upstream against them, akin to his initial journey through time. However, this time the resistance he encountered was overwhelmingly immense, allowing him to only revert a mere 0.005 seconds. Yet it was precisely this fleeting moment that proved pivotal in overcoming Hit. As long as Goku could reverse even 0.001 seconds of time, he could nullify any impact Hit had inflicted during the time stop. Thus, unless Hit could ensure Goku's complete demise within a single time stop, any harm he caused would be rendered ineffective, essentially erasing the timeline Hit had observed within the realm of time stop. When Hit's ability was lifted, he would only perceive a new reality. In truth, had it been anyone else, say, an adversary of greater physical prowess than Goku, reversing time would yield little effect, as being at the same temporal starting point would mean they could still not prevail. However, as Hit drew himself into the realm of time stop, it was akin to temporarily leaping out of the timeline. Only upon his return could he witness the alterations to reality, finding himself outmatched by a superior ability. This was a situation Hit had never encountered before, for even if someone in the universe altered the timeline, it would not necessarily impact the reality before him. Thus, he had been completely oblivious to any difference. It was only after experiencing it firsthand twice that he realized this was indeed a possibility. With a long exhale, Hit conceded, "I have lost." Overpowered in strength and restricted in abilities, Hit now finds himself devoid of any chance of victory. Ahaha, Goku, fatigued, relinquished his power, acknowledging Hit's formidable prowess. "Humph, enough of the nonsense, just kill me already." Hit, unwilling to resort to deceitful tactics for triumph, accepted his fate, relishing the opportunity for a final, exhilarating battle. Feeling no regret. Why should I kill you?" Goku blinked in surprise. "I came to kill you. Why are you not doing the same?" "I don't wish to kill you," Goku replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, leaving Hit perplexed. "If you don't intend to kill me, why pursue me so relentlessly? Are you merely playing games?" Mr. Goku. Observing the cessation of combat, the two Supreme Kais and Jebit rushed over, with the Supreme Kais immediately ensnaring Hit in energy restraints, which he did not resist, allowing them to manage him. "Who exactly are you?" the Elder Supreme Kai inquired, furrowing his brow. Goku interjected, "He is the strongest assassin from Universe 6, known as Hit." The mention of an assassin caused the Elder Supreme Kai's eyelids to twitch furiously. Goku's explanation prompted him to reinforce Hit's energy bindings further. "I came to assassinate Son Goku. Since my mission has failed, I have nothing more to say. If you wish to kill me, then do so. Do not pretend to be a hero." The Elder Supreme Kai berated, "You have intruded upon another universe. You have trespassed upon the realm of the Supreme Kais, engaging in dark dealings. These are grave offenses. Do you believe that mere posturing can allow you to escape retribution?" Wait. Goku interposed between them, asserting that Hit was not a bad person and that it was rare to encounter such a formidable opponent. He should be allowed to return. "Have you lost your mind?" The Elder Supreme Kai retorted, "You nearly lost your life, and you remain oblivious. What if he returns to attack you again in a few days? Can you guarantee your safety each time?" "Fear not. I have acquired new abilities. I shall not be defeated again." Goku replied with a confident smile. "Stop boasting. You possess some skill, but what if he approaches you with a knife while you sleep? How many times do you think you could withstand that?" Goku scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. "Humph," Hit scoffed, acknowledging his defeat, stating that he would not return to attempt another assassination. Even an assassin has his limits. "Exactly," Goku quickly concurred. "Are you a fool? You believe everything others say." The Elder Supreme Kai's lengthy admonitions were aimed at provoking Hit to affirm he would not return, as, based on his experience, someone like Hit, once expressing such intent, would indeed refrain from targeting Goku again. Who employed you to assassinate Goku? The Supreme Kai inquired. Kampa. Hit replied tersely. The Supreme Kai and Jebet shivered in fright. The god of destruction of Universe 6? Hit remained silent, tacitly confirming it. How could this happen? How did Mr. Goku offend Lord Kampa? Unbeknownst to Hit, Goku pondered the matter and found himself equally bewildered. Perhaps it was akin to squashing a bothersome insect by the roadside, the elder Supreme Kai remarked, for in the eyes of the god of destruction, Goku remains but a mortal. How could this be? The god of destruction felt a tinge of sadness as he turned to Hit. You have failed in your assassination attempt. If Lord Kampa were to request your return, what would you do? I have already stated that I shall not return, and no one can change that. Hit replied with an air of indifference, his words laced with authority. Do you not fear the wrath of the god of destruction? Do you think I fear death? The god of destruction pondered for a moment and realized that Hit had indeed prepared himself for the possibility of being killed here. Therefore, even if Kampa were to threaten him with his life, it would likely have little effect. Relieved, the god of destruction loosened the energy restraint around Hit. With a scoff, Hit regained his freedom, thrusting his hands into his pockets as he began to walk away. Since you do not intend to kill me, I shall take my leave. Wait. The old god of destruction called out, halting him. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. The old god strolled leisurely a couple of steps forward. If Kampa continues to be a nuisance, simply say this. He lowered his voice, mimicking Hit's tone. If I cannot kill you, how could I possibly kill the god of destruction? The old god chuckled softly. The god of destruction and the god of creation are two sides of the same coin. If one perishes, so too does the other. Just keep that in mind. Hit stood frozen for several seconds before slowly uttering two words. Thank you. Chapter 75. The Super Dragon Ball Mine. Hit departed in a somewhat disheveled state, boarding the cosmic cube to leave the realm of the god of destruction. Once he was far enough away, the god of destruction leaned closer to the old god and spoke in a hushed tone. Senior. Yes? How could you divulge that information to him? What information? The relationship between the god of destruction and the god of creation. The old god scratched his cheek, seemingly unconcerned. What of it? If this secret were to get out, wouldn't that put the god of destruction in danger? The old god regarded the god of destruction for a long moment before slowly responding. Are you implying that the god of creation is easy to kill? The god of destruction was momentarily at a loss for words. After allowing Vegeta to mercilessly pummel him for over a decade, and now having Goku, a being of artificial divinity, visiting him daily, his perspective had indeed become rather skewed. The old god pointed to Goku. Such anomalies are rare in any universe. You are worrying unnecessarily. Ha. Goku laughed awkwardly yet politely. Jebet approached and patted Goku on the shoulder, and Goku suddenly felt a warm surge emanate from within him, instantly healing all his wounds. Wow! Goku exclaimed, jumping in amazement. This is even more powerful than a Senzu bean. Of course. Jebet proudly adjusted his collar. After returning to Universe 6, Hit took 2 days to recuperate before reporting back to Kampa. However, upon hearing of the failed assassination, Kampa seemed unconcerned. Once his initial anger subsided, Goku's fate mattered little to him, and he did not rebuke Hit. Instead, Hit took the matter seriously, returning the cosmic cube, thereby considering the incident resolved. Life on Earth has been tranquil. Ryukong's injuries were miraculously healed by Jebet, allowing him to return without anyone noticing his recent skirmish. Meanwhile, Bulma and Trunks facilitated Ryukong in transporting another batch of drones to the Super Dragon Ball Star. This endeavor aimed to map out the terrain comprehensively while continuing the search for traces of unknown civilizations. However, after billions of years of geographical changes, any reference points had become obsolete, rendering the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. It could only be pursued through meticulous and exhaustive efforts. On the other hand, Piccolo and Master Roshi, after over a month of research, finally achieved some results. The 5 of them gathered around a table in Bulma's laboratory, where a collection of golden orbs, each the size of a marble and intermittently shimmering with a faint glow, lay at the center. What is this? Dragon Balls? Bulma inquired, slightly puzzled. Indeed, Piccolo confirmed succinctly with a nod. Allow me to demonstrate, Master Roshi said, picking up one of the orbs, closing his eyes, and earnestly beginning to chant. I wish for an appealing magazine. A burst of red light emanated from between Master Roshi's fingers, and in the next moment, a magazine materialized before him, landing with a thud on the table and flipping open to reveal a scantily clad blonde beauty striking a sultry pose for the camera. Yes, this is precisely what I desired, Master Roshi exclaimed, his face reddening as he salivated over the magazine, having been pinned up for 2 centuries. You're insane. Bulma furiously struck Master Roshi on his bald head, causing it to crash into the table, blood gushing from his nose. Wukong chuckled awkwardly, suddenly contemplating that Bulma might have garnered some strength from her anger. At that moment, Bulma noticed a crucial detail. What about that orb? Master Roshi was already lost in another realm, prompting Piccolo to pick up another orb from the table to explain. That is the issue. We are using a type of Dragon Ball, or, which I shall refer to for now. Although we have created Dragon Balls with the ability to grant wishes, these are one-time use. They vanish after a wish is made, as if their energy has been depleted. How could this be? Is it due to an error in the production method? Bulma asked. Piccolo shook his head. Although the process of creating the Dragon Balls had been somewhat accidental, he did not believe there were significant differences between the 2 attempts. Lacking expertise in the craft, Bulma could not assess the situation. So the most prudent course of action was to trust Piccolo's judgment. So, do you believe there is a difference in the materials themselves? Precisely, Piccolo affirmed. Wukong picked up a golden orb, scrutinizing it closely. This Dragon Ball doesn't have any stars. This habit of examining Dragon Balls for the presence of 4 stars had been ingrained in Wukong since childhood, making him particularly attentive to the stars within. Bulma also picked up an orb, questioning, could the presence of stars be the key? I cannot determine that, Piccolo replied with precision. However, it is highly likely. Trunks interjected. So far, all the Dragon Balls we have encountered that can grant wishes repeatedly contain stars within them. The Super Dragon Balls are the same, as Uncle Wukong has said. If we were to hypothesize that the core of the stars differs from the outer layers in terms of material composition, then the ore we have collected from the Super Dragon Ball star would undoubtedly lack such substance, as it should reside approximately 5,000 meters below the surface. Noticing that no one contested his assertion, Trunks continued, suggesting that perhaps this core functions akin to a charging interface, with the outer layer serving as a medium for storing divine energy. When this energy is depleted, without the core to recharge it repeatedly, the outer layer would be unable to maintain its form and would thus dissipate. After a moment of silence, Bulma suddenly inquired, if we liken the Dragon Balls to batteries, why must we gather all 7 to make a wish? Trunks found himself at a loss for words, unable to conjure an explanation. As this line of thought yielded no immediate answers, Bulma redirected the conversation. She unfurled the bead in her hand and turned to Piccolo, asking, what is the capacity of this item for granting wishes? The ability to grant wishes correlates with the amount of divine energy stored within the Dragon Ball. While I can enhance it to a certain extent, the effect is minimal. A single Dragon Ball like this one can only produce relatively small items, such as, for instance, a magazine, Piccolo remarked, feeling somewhat bashful and avoiding eye contact with Master Roshi. So, the capacity is proportional to its size? Bulma succinctly summarized. Indeed, Piccolo nodded. What about resurrection? Is that feasible? Based on my estimation, if we were to resurrect a single individual, a ball the size of a fist would suffice. What if we were to resurrect all the inhabitants of Earth? Trunks interjected eagerly. I would estimate we would need a colossal Dragon Ball with a diameter of 50 meters. Piccolo replied. 50 meters. That's enormous. Goku exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw. How would you even transport such a large Dragon Ball, Trunks? It wouldn't fit in the time machine, would it? Trunks, however, appeared quite exhilarated. Size is not an issue. It can fit in a universal capsule, as long as it can resurrect everyone on Earth. Even if it's 100 or 200 meters, I will ensure it is brought back. Bulma nodded, equally delighted. After so long, she finally glimpsed tangible hope. And although her exterior remained calm, her heart raced with excitement. Speaking of which, Bulma suddenly mused, doesn't this thing resemble petroleum? What oil? Is it edible? Goku responded with a puzzled expression. No, Trunks clarified. Petroleum was a common resource on Earth before the age of Ikki, widely utilized, much like electricity today. Bulma weighed the bead in her hand with a cheerful demeanor. A one-time use item that can create other things. With its creative capacity linked to its size, doesn't that bear resemblance to a resource? And a very useful one at that. Could it be? Trunks suddenly grasped the concept. Exactly. Bulma snapped her fingers. Perhaps for the civilization on the Super Dragon Ball star, the Dragon Ball ore represents a valuable resource. They extract it, use it to make wishes, and thereby advance their civilization. Perhaps this is the reason for their significant advancement. But why did they vanish? Who knows? Bulma replied nonchalantly. Who can say what might transpire over billions of years? Perhaps a villain even more formidable than Goku suddenly emerged and obliterated everyone. Perhaps Master Roshi, in a moment of indiscretion, interjected that the Dragon Balls, with their propensity for granting wishes, might inadvertently summon some malevolent dragon of sorts. How utterly superstitious. Such a foreboding thought. In the absence of the dragon radar, these orbs would not be utilized so frequently. Who knows what unforeseen consequences could arise? Master Roshi remarked with a hint of indifference. This statement sent a shiver down Bulma's spine. Indeed, could such a remarkably useful artifact truly be devoid of side effects? Is it not inherently illogical? Nevertheless, there was no turning back now. She was resolute in her intent to resurrect everyone on Earth. In any case, let us make our wish. We shall conduct our experiment here on Earth first, and then prepare one for Trunks to take back. She turned to Piccolo, inquiring how long it would take to create a 50-meter Dragon Ball. Piccolo furrowed his brow, stating that if the materials were sufficient, half a day would suffice. There are no issues with the materials, Goku declared, setting off immediately. He would have everything ready within an hour. No problem. Goku flexed his biceps, assuring everyone of his capability. Excellent. Let us all spring into action. Bulma clapped her hands. Just then, Goku suddenly stood with his hands on his hips, gazing into the distance. Is Lord Beerus coming again? Chapter 76. Inescapable Fate, Lord Beerus? Bulma inquired, puzzled. What could he possibly want this time? I have no idea. Goku scratched his head in confusion. Moreover, this situation felt different from those in the past. Logically, given Whis' speed, when Goku sensed their presence, they should have landed the next moment. Yet this time their descent was considerably slower. Humph, how unnecessary. Beerus complained, clearly agitated. Why must they slow down for such an urgent matter? Oh, it matters not for this brief wait, Whis replied casually. We are here for a visit, and it is only polite to appear courteous. It is utterly absurd that a god of destruction must concern himself with manners befitting mortals. If we maintain a pleasant demeanor, perhaps Lady Bulma will present us with some delectable treats. At the mention of food, Beerus's tail perked up. He had tasted that noodle dish on 2 occasions, once on Earth and once on Super Dragon Ball Planet. Yet he had only 2 boxes in total and was reluctant to consume it, especially with no living souls left on Earth to share it with. Half a minute later, Beerus and Whis arrived at the doorstep of Goku and Bulma's home, where the group of 5 from Earth awaited them. Oh my, the company has indeed grown. Whis greeted them warmly. Piccolo felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he regarded Beerus, his stomach churning. Greetings, Lord Beerus. Goku called out in a familiar tone. Humph. Do not attempt to get too familiar. May I inquire what brings you both here this time? Bulma asked respectfully yet assertively. We have come in person, surely. You should be more hospitable. Beerus's voice dwindled as he spoke. Ah, how embarrassing. Bulma chuckled awkwardly. This truly is a breach of etiquette. Please, come inside. The group settled around the large table indoors, and Bulma swiftly presented bowls of steaming food, which were none other than ice cream. She had long been wary of these 2 gluttons, and ice cream was the perfect choice. As long as she could find the machine. The ingredients had a long shelf life and were simple to prepare. Even if the machine broke down, Bulma could repair it herself, which was far easier than learning to cook. Delicious, chilled and sweet. What a marvelous indulgence. Whis could not help but praise it, while Beerus savored it with an expression of pure bliss, almost purring with delight. The companions on Earth silently observed them for a while. After finishing a bowl, Beerus subtly pushed it forward, signaling for another serving, and Bulma understood immediately, retrieving another bowl. To avoid the awkwardness of an outstretched hand, Beerus casually began to speak. The reason for my visit this time is that there is a matter to discuss. What could Lord Beerus want with us? Goku scratched his head, unable to recall this aspect from his previous life. I believe Goku should easily comprehend, Whis remarked, casting a meaningful smile at Goku. Lord Zeno has decided to host a tournament of power. No, it can't be. Goku suddenly stood up in a panic, nearly toppling the bowls on the table. I certainly didn't. The tournament of power was the starting point of Goku's journey through time, and it had always weighed heavily on his mind. He had long felt that he should not have suggested hosting that tournament, nor should he have gambled the fate of the entire universe, which was why he had never mentioned it to Whis or Beerus in this life. Furthermore, he had yet to meet Zeno in this timeline. So why was there suddenly talk of a tournament of power? Could it be the tournament with 8 universes participating? Bulma inquired, aware of the event but assuming it would not occur in this life. Indeed, Beerus nodded. Each universe will send 7 participants, and any universe that fails to secure victory will be erased. Why? Why is it being held again? Goku asked anxiously, banging on the table. Again? Beerus did not understand. Haha. Whis interjected. You see, last time we competed against Lord Kampa, we won a Dragon Ball, rendering the other 6 in his possession useless. 6? Bulma exclaimed suddenly. He has gathered 6 Super Dragon Balls. Yes, Whis continued. This situation left him somewhat dissatisfied. Thus, he vented about it on GodTube, revealing the existence of the Wish Orbs. Simultaneously, for reasons unknown, Beerus explained, Lord Zeno expressed dissatisfaction with the overall level of the current universes and decided to erase the 8 universes with the lowest mortal ratings. So, I suggested that we hold a tournament. The victorious universe will receive the Wish Orbs, while the defeated will face erasure. Whis smiled as if he were deserving of praise for the idea. Why would you propose such a thing? Goku questioned. Goku, wait a moment, Bulma interjected. Are you implying that without this tournament of power, we might have been directly erased? But why? What is the justification for our erasure? Because the mortal ratings are too low, came the reply. What exactly does this rating refer to? What criteria were used to determine our scores? This matter is rather intricate. Whis stroked his chin, contemplating the evaluation criteria, which encompass strength, technology, and moral standards. Occasionally, the population of a civilization may also serve as an indicator, and the relationships with neighboring universes could potentially influence the scoring. However, I have recently pondered whether the culinary prowess should be factored into the assessment. I am uncertain whether the scores are determined by a specific mechanism, a collective, or perhaps an individual. Oh, the scores are collectively bestowed upon the Grand Priest by the angels of various universes. Oh, is that so? Beerus suddenly appeared astonished. Then why are we ranked second to last? Couldn't you assign us a higher score? Ho ho ho, the angels are undeniably neutral entities and do not show favoritism. Wait a moment. Bulma furrowed her brow as she gazed at Whis. You are the angel of our universe, yet it seems you cannot clearly elucidate the scoring mechanism. May I interpret this to mean that the scores are subject to the angel's whims? Oh dear, I have already stated that the angels are neutral, Whis replied. Perhaps scores from closely matched universes may fluctuate, but the overall ranking is certainly accurate. Whis asserted with great conviction, though his demeanor suggested he viewed the matter as a mere game. However, even if our developmental levels differ, why should we be eradicated? Who grants Zeno the authority to determine our existence or demise? Oh my. Whis' expression suddenly turned grave. Such comments should not be made lightly, Ms. Bulma. Seeing Whis' seriousness, Bulma felt a twinge of guilt but pressed on with her inquiry. Why? Let us put it this way. Whis set aside his ice cream spoon. Lord Zeno is the origin of all things. He embodies the universe itself. The universe you perceive is a creation of Lord Zeno, and thus he possesses the right to dictate everything within it. Allow me to offer perhaps a somewhat inappropriate analogy. Whis resumed his ice cream, gesturing towards Bulma with his spoon. Imagine you are Lord Zeno. You have constructed 12 splendid houses, yet within those houses, certain creatures, such as ants and mice, have appeared. If they behave well and do not disrupt your life, you might not feel compelled to eradicate them, even finding some of them rather endearing. However, if one house were overrun with cockroaches, would you not contemplate demolishing the entire structure? This scoring system likely resembles that sentiment. Your perception of it as subjective stems from the inherent subjectivity of the issue. Bulma remained silent for some time before gravely asking, Are you suggesting we are merely pests? Oh dear, I mentioned that the analogy may not be entirely fitting. Whis quickly waved his hand. If it has offended you, I sincerely apologize. Bulma disregarded this and continued to debate. According to your assertion, our existence as humans was unforeseen. Therefore, we were not created by Lord Zeno? Indeed, that is a fact. In that case, as we are part of the universe, we should rightly possess a voice in decision-making. Whis fell silent for a moment, seemingly deeming the argument futile, and then shifted the topic. Do you know what the essence of racial energy is? Bulma nodded in acknowledgement. Do you know that the source of energy was also granted by Lord Zeno? Bulma was taken aback, unable to comprehend what Whis was implying. Without this energy source, you would truly be mere mortals, disconnected from the divine. But without it, do you believe humanity possesses any authority to make decisions? A chill suddenly coursed down Bulma's spine. If the energy source was bestowed by Zeno, then its absence would render them incapable of harnessing energy. Consequently, all mortals would revert to the frail state of ordinary humans from decades ago, and such fragile beings could be obliterated with a mere battle power of 10,000. What could they do but be at the mercy of others? Bulma then realized why Dr. Gero had spent 20 years analyzing energy without grasping its true nature. It was a divine gift, not meant for the mortal realm. Noticing Bulma's despondency, Whis offered words of comfort. Do not dwell too much on it. The fate of the universe lies within the will of Lord Zeno. It has always been this way. By the way, did you know that, billions of years ago, there were a total of 18 universes? What? Exclaimed Beerus in astonishment. That was a long time ago. It is natural for Lord Beerus to be unaware, Whis replied. Reflecting on this, Beerus conceded that having lived for only 10 million years, it was understandable to be ignorant of events from billions of years past. I understand now. Bulma declared with newfound resolve. We will participate in the Tournament of Power, and we must win. Chapter 77. Contestants in contrast to his previous life. Beerus felt no anxiety upon hearing of the Tournament of Power, for the seventh universe possessed a participant even more formidable than himself. If they were to lose, then the seventh universe truly deserved to be annihilated. Speaking of which, Whis said lightly, among the 7 contestants, who do you think would be most suitable? Huh? Bulma looked bewildered. Are you really asking us? Huh? Goku echoed, equally confused. Why 7 people? You all are incredibly strong. You must know some powerful individuals. Gather them. Ensure we have a full roster of 7. Beerus insisted without room for debate. Wait. For such an important matter, shouldn't you know better than us who should go? Coughing awkwardly, Beerus replied, well, overseeing human development is the responsibility of the Supreme Kai. Ah yes, we should summon him, Whis said, reaching for his staff. I believe Goku should participate. That seems reasonable, Bulma continued, but to expect us to fill the roster of 7 directly, as you can see, she said, exasperated. There are only 5 of us on Earth besides you. It's impossible for me to join as well. Before she could finish, the Supreme Kai and Jebbit materialized before them. What is the matter? The Supreme Kai asked anxiously. After Whis recounted the situation, the Supreme Kai looked bewildered and asked, shouldn't you be consulting me about this? Shouldn't we be consulting you? Beerus could no longer contain himself, leaping up in exasperation. This is your responsibility. Oh. The Supreme Kai awkwardly rubbed his hands together. In truth, I have only learned the art of sowing life and guiding the development of civilizations. Following that, the previous Supreme Kai passed away, which left me, well, in a rather precarious position. Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression darkened, and he muttered, had I known, I would have dealt with that bew long ago. It was all because Lord Beerus insisted on his slumber, Whis teased. Who could have anticipated that such a madman would venture to the Supreme Kai's planet? Ha ha ha. Fortunately, the previous Supreme Kai relinquished his divinity before his demise. Otherwise, Lord Beerus would have followed the Supreme Kai into oblivion. Upon reflecting on this, Beerus felt a shiver run down his spine. Every time he recalled how close he had come to being taken away, his heart raced. On a brighter note, perhaps the absence of those rigid traditions allowed the 7th universe to cultivate such a wondrous civilization as Earth. Beerus gazed at the ice cream before him, a torrent of emotions swirling within. The Supreme Kai cautiously spoke. As for formidable beings, I am aware of a few, such as King Vegeta and the Frieza Supreme Kai. His voice dwindling as he continued. Beerus's eyes lit up with realization, and he turned to Goku with a fierce glare, exclaiming, indeed. The 7th universe once had its share of powerful beings. You have all eliminated them. Therefore, you must take responsibility and gather the contestants for me. Isn't that a rather convenient excuse? Goku pouted. I don't care. You find them. Beerus abruptly abandoned the notion of a civil discussion. In truth, assembling the contestants was quite simple. Goku shrugged. We can just revive our companions. Revive? The Supreme Kai inquired. Are you referring to Mr. Vegeta? Yes. Goku responded immediately. Vegeta. Krillin. They are both incredibly strong. Let us also include Frieza. How many does that make? Goku began counting on his fingers when Bulma promptly interrupted him. No way. Everyone turned to see Bulma with a serious expression. Have you forgotten? Both Vegeta and you are Saiyans. Noticing the puzzled looks, Bulma elaborated. You and Vegeta share the same energy source. Therefore, once you revive him, your power will diminish. From a competitive standpoint, that would certainly be counterproductive, wouldn't it? That makes sense, Master Roshi nodded. The odds of a single strong warrior far exceed that of 2 weaker ones. Likewise, we cannot revive anyone else. Coincidentally, the 4 of us here each monopolize a unique energy source. Bulma slowly surveyed the group. Earthlings, Namekians, Saiyans, and the future Saiyan. This implies that even if we rely solely on these 4 participants, our chances of victory are significantly heightened, correct? Thus, even if we wish to revive everyone, It must wait until after the Tournament of Power. You have overlooked one individual, Piccolo said slowly. Ah, Bulma suddenly realized, Krillin. Precisely. We can revive him first. This way, we will have 5 unique energy sources. Statistically speaking, I believe it would be exceedingly difficult for the other universes to assemble such a lineup. Indeed, Whis nodded in agreement. That being said, Bulma turned to Whis and asked, when will the tournament commence? How much preparation time do we have? Whis raised a hand, gesturing, 5 days. So short. So long. Bulma and Goku exclaimed simultaneously. Wukong could not recall the exact duration of their last endeavor. Only that time was exceedingly tight, compelling them to hastily gather 10 individuals directly on Earth. However, Bulma felt that 5 days were far too brief. How could they possibly assemble everyone in such a short span? The universe is vast, and if everyone is widely dispersed, this time would scarcely suffice for them to convene. We have him, Whis pointed to Jebbet, who stood behind the Supreme Kai. Bulma squinted, scrutinizing Jebbet for a moment. Indeed, having someone capable of instantaneous movement was quite advantageous. But alas, our Supreme Kai had no idea where to locate anyone. The Supreme Kai awkwardly scratched his head. In truth, the circumstances surrounding this Tournament of Power were significantly improved compared to the last. The previous event had been hastily organized through the impromptu discussions of the Omni King and the Grand Minister, resulting in various decisions being made rather recklessly. This time, however, with Whis' proposal, many aspects became more rationalized, such as the allowance of 5 days for preparation and the reduction of participants to 7. Master Roshi hesitantly interjected. What about Tien Shinhan? No way. Bulma immediately shook her head. He is an extremist. I believe he would be more inclined to annihilate Wukong along with the entire universe. Master Roshi sighed in resignation upon hearing this. There are indeed alternatives. Bulma glanced at the Dragon Balls on the table. We could wish to ascertain where the strongest warriors are beyond Earth. Speaking of which, counting Krillin, that makes 5 individuals, Wukong mused, using his fingers to tally. Adding Frieza brings us to 6. This tournament requires only 7 participants, so we merely need to find one more individual, right? Indeed. We need only wish to learn who the mightiest being beyond Earth is. Bulma contemplated how to engage Shenron in a clever wordplay, while Wukong exchanged glances with the others. And they all nodded in tacit agreement. In fact, Piccolo spoke first. We have some leads regarding powerful entities in the universe. Both Bulma and the Supreme Kai turned to him. Recently, a formidable energy has been sensed throughout the universe, Master Roshi remarked. The power of this being even surpasses that of Piccolo and myself. Is it truly that formidable? Bulma had a general understanding of everyone's abilities. And if this being was stronger than Master Roshi, it indicated not only immense energy, but also a rarity in their kind. In comparison to Wukong, however, it is certain that they cannot match Wukong. Master Roshi shook his head. They would likely be on par with Trunks. Perfect. Let us meet this mysterious person. Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Do not create chaos. It is sufficient for the Supreme Kai to handle the invitation, Bulma replied. But what if this individual ignores the Supreme Kai? In matters concerning the fate of the universe, why would one disregard the Supreme Kai? What if they think it is a deception? Then we shall forcibly bring them here. But the Supreme Kai cannot contend with this being. Yet we have the God of Destruction. Wukong's intentions were clear, and Bulma, having discerned his thoughts, feared that unforeseen events might arise in the coming days, so she insisted he refrain from recklessness. However, at the mention of being unable to contend, Beerus's ears perked up suddenly. Ahem. He unexpectedly interjected. I have already stated that this matter is in your hands. You all shall go and bring this person to me. Bulma cast a sidelong glance at him. Are you afraid that something might happen to Lord Kaioshin and implicate you? Then why don't you go yourself? Are you worried about losing face? For such a significant matter, are you still concerned about your reputation? Hit by the truth of her words, Beerus, flushed with embarrassment, bellowed. I don't care. You all go. I will return to Earth in 5 days. You must gather everyone for me. With that, Beerus hastily dragged Whis away, who politely waved goodbye, but showed no inclination to support Bulma. Sighing deeply, Bulma felt perplexed by the stubbornness of those around her, which left her utterly exhausted. Fine. I shall handle this myself, she resolved, realizing she could not let Goku go alone. Otherwise, he would likely charge in without hesitation, and if he caused any harm, it would be troublesome. Having come to this conclusion, Bulma began a series of preparations. She would depart Earth with Trunks and Goku to locate the powerful warrior. while Piccolo and the old man would remain to oversee Krillin's revival and assess whether he required rehabilitation. As for Frieza, she decided to revive him just before the tournament to avoid any potential complications. Now you, Bulma said, looking at Kaioshin, you possess keen sight and swift legs. So observe both sides closely and assist wherever necessary. Yes, Kaioshin, for reasons unknown, found himself eager to heed Bulma's instructions. Do you need me to transport you to your destination? Bulma shook her head. Sudden appearances can be quite rude. Let us take the spaceship instead, approaching conventionally. And we can use instant transmission for our return. With a firm slap on the table, Bulma surveyed the group and declared, let us get moving. Chapter 78. Planet Yardrat in the depths of space. A spherical spacecraft trailed a long plume of flame as it journeyed toward an unknown planet. Aboard the vessel were Goku, Bulma, and Trunks. They had already traversed a significant portion of the galaxy, but had only just departed, as the initial stretch of their journey had been instantaneously traversed with the help of Jebet. To convey sincerity and friendliness, Bulma decided to proceed in the simplest manner, while Jebet and Kaioshin had already returned. We are 3 stellar units away from our destination, with an estimated arrival time of 1 hour, Trunks reported, observing the monitoring indicators. They would pass closely by a star, and observations indicated no small meteoroids exceeding 100 meters in diameter along their path. Meanwhile, Bulma busied herself at the keyboard, contributing to the conversation. Goku sat idly beside them, completely unable to interject. Ever since Trunks had arrived, Bulma's demeanor had visibly improved. Yet she felt no compulsion to acknowledge Goku. As he boredly crossed his legs and spun in midair using his flight technique, a familiar sensation suddenly surged within him. Goku blinked his clear eyes, pondering for a full 3 minutes before enlightenment struck him. He exclaimed, startling Bulma. Are you out of your mind? Bulma recognized the tone that Goku adopted when he was being foolish, so she remained unfazed. Over there, Goku pointed toward the viewport ahead. That is planet Yardrat. Bulma blinked and glanced outside. Are you saying that we are about to pass by there? Goku nodded affirmatively. Although Goku had spent less than a year on the planet, he had long forgotten the energy of any hydration, yet the collective aura of the entire planet exuded a distinctly unique sensation, as if the planet possessed its own energy field. Goku had only visited 3 heavily populated planets, thus he still felt a sense of familiarity. Yadrat? Bulma furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment, as she had never heard of such a place. She was well acquainted with civilizations engaged in interstellar trade, and it was unlikely that a name so utterly foreign would escape her knowledge. Cautiously, she conducted a vague search in the database, and indeed found no relevant records. You've been here? Bulma inquired. Yes, I learned instant transmission here after defeating Frieza for the first time, Goku replied. Bulma understood he was referring to his previous life. But in this life, they had never intersected with this place, hence it could not have significantly impacted the course of history here. This was likely the Yadrat that Goku knew. Are there many who can instant transmission here? Bulma asked. Yes, Goku nodded. After a moment of contemplation, Bulma spoke slowly. I have been pondering a question. Instant transmission is quite a practical skill. Setting aside battles, it would greatly facilitate daily life. Indeed, Goku continued, Ydratans often appear everywhere, which initially caused me quite a headache. Ha ha ha. Excluding Ydratans, I only know 3 individuals who possess this ability. You, Krillin, and that priest I just met. Even Whis and Beerus cannot do it, Bulma remarked. Perhaps Lord Beerus considers it beneath him. I once tried to teach Vegeta, but he adamantly refused. Only Krillin was willing to invest time in learning from me, Goku replied. That's the crux of the matter. Bulma pointed at Goku. Since Krillin learned from you, it indicates that this is a skill that can be taught, rather than being linked to a specific race or innate talent. So why, aside from the Ydratans, are there only 3 individuals who can do it? Could it be that we simply do not know? Trunks ventured cautiously. Yes, I recall being told that Ydratans are not permitted to leave their planet, Bulma said excitedly. Come on, this is instant transmission. Since they could teach you, they must be able to instruct others as well. Just imagine, if someone capable of instant transmission were in charge of transporting goods between star systems. The savings on transportation costs would be immense. If they only took a fraction of that cost as payment, they could easily ascend to high society. With such a lure, how could no one wish to learn? Perhaps it is less practical between star systems, as it requires a very strong individual to serve as an anchor point, Trunks suggested. Exactly. To sense energy over such vast distances, both parties must possess considerable strength, likely comparable to Frieza's power, which is no small feat, Bulma concurred. However, let us take a step back. Even if we consider only instant transmission within a single planet or even a city, it remains an exceedingly useful skill. Moreover, achieving the ability to teleport within a city should not require excessive strength. However, considerable combat prowess is indeed required. Even the venerable Master Roshi or Piccolo would struggle to master such a technique, so it is entirely reasonable that others find it challenging as well. Do not argue. Bulma exclaimed with exasperation. All right, Trunks interjected hastily. Mother, what is it that you wish to convey? Regardless of the circumstances, I still believe that the threshold is not so elevated that there would be no signs of it throughout the universe. So, Goku blinked his eyes, filled with anticipation. I suspect there is something amiss with Planet Yardrat. What sort of problem? I am uncertain. Aha. Goku paused for a moment, letting out a nervous chuckle. Bulma was not merely speaking nonsense. She was subtly connecting the dots. Instantaneous movement is quite commonplace on Yardrat, yet rare elsewhere. Coupled with Goku's claim that they are not permitted to leave their planet, it becomes evident that the inhabitants of this civilization are deliberately concealing themselves. But why? Bulma immediately recalled the ancient civilization that had vanished from the Super Dragon Ball planet for over 1 billion years. If they still exist, but have never been seen. Unless they have perished, they are indeed hiding intentionally. Could there be a connection between the two? Bulma could not say for certain. It was merely her conjecture. And thus she refrained from voicing it. What shall we do? Trunks inquired. We shall do nothing, Bulma asserted firmly. We have only 5 days, and gathering the participants is our utmost priority. Everything else can wait until we survive the tournament of power. Understood, Trunks nodded. Just then, the spaceship began to shake violently. What is happening? We are decelerating. Trunks quickly realized. Inside the ship, a synthetic gravity environment was maintained, regardless of external acceleration or deceleration. They typically would not perceive any change. However, if the vessel underwent an unusual acceleration or deceleration, the gravity system would overload, resulting in involuntary tremors. Presently, their ship was traveling at an extraordinarily high speed towards their destination. Under such circumstances, a significant increase in speed was impossible, indicating they had likely been forced to a sudden stop. Indeed, as Trunks glanced out the window, he observed that the planet, which should have been zipping past, was now visible, its terrain clearly discernible. Bulma scrutinized the parameters on the display and swiftly deduced, we have been intercepted. Prior to their departure, they were unaware of the planetary distribution in this region due to the vast distance, making accurate observation impossible. Upon teleporting here, they knew only that a galaxy lay ahead, oblivious to the presence of any civilizations. The ship was on a direct course that would have taken them past Yardrat, yet the proximity was too close, likely prompting the inhabitants to perceive them as a threat of illegal landing, thus resulting in an external interception. The ship was now less than 100,000 kilometers from Yardrat, and between them and the planet lay numerous small ships, approximately 100, arranged in a fan-like formation, clearly poised for confrontation. Bulma rapidly tapped on the keyboard. I will attempt to establish communication with them. Goku, ensure the ship's protection. Yes, Goku responded, standing at attention before vanishing from sight. After Wukong transformed into an artificial deity, the most significant change in his physique was his gradual adaptation to surviving in the vastness of space, a revelation imparted to him by the old Supreme Kai following the aftermath of the Zampa incident. If you can't survive outside a planetary environment, then what manner of divinity are you? He admonished, insisting that Wukong abandon that ridiculous astronaut suit. Thus, Wukong teleported directly, honing in on Trunks' energy. Yet he could dictate his arrival point. He materialized outside the viewport, and with a surge of energy, propelled himself forward, swiftly arriving before an enemy spacecraft. The ship from planet Adlerat was bullet-shaped, modest in size, measuring approximately 20 meters in length and 3 meters in width. Its symmetrical structure rendered it difficult to discern its orientation, while its surface shimmered with iridescent hues, resembling the vessels that Bulma and the others had previously encountered. Hey, it's me, old son, Wukong called out, regardless of whether they recognized him. Naturally, the spacecraft was uncrewed, and his voice could not traverse the vacuum of space. After several attempts at cordial greetings, he received no favorable response. Suddenly, a beam of light coalesced from the ship's top, rapidly shooting towards Wukong. Instinctively, he waved his hand, deflecting the attack as if swatting a fly. The spacecraft, undeterred, intensified its beam, launching a relentless barrage at him, which Wukong effortlessly evaded with his agile movements. "I won't just stand here and take it," Wukong declared, intent on protecting the ship. He gathered energy between his fingers, firing an energy blast at the vessel, mirroring its attack style, yet the potency was vastly unmatched. His strike was capable of annihilating half a city upon impact. However, when Wukong's attack met the ship's surface, it merely rippled like a stone cast into water, causing no explosion nor damage whatsoever. This is rather intriguing. Wukong smirked, his interest piqued. In the silent expanse of the cosmos, minuscule waves of light clashed at great velocity. Wukong skillfully dodged, sustaining no injury, while the spacecraft's energy blasts proved utterly ineffective, resulting in a stalemate. After about a minute, two nearby ships arrived at the scene, unleashing tripled waves of light towards Wukong. This time, he refrained from counterattacking, focusing solely on evasion. In truth, he could easily dispatch the enemy. He merely regarded them as training tools for the moment. As more ships approached, Wukong determined it was time to cease his playful antics, prioritizing the protection of Bulma's vessel. Another wave of light surged toward him, and he vanished from sight. The next instant, he reappeared directly in front of one of the bullet-shaped ships. Without employing any techniques, he delivered a simple punch. The ship's surface could absorb energy blasts, yet it was no match for the sheer force of physical assault. The ship's nose crumpled instantly, and the rear was obliterated by the shock wave, erupting in a fiery tongue. In the blink of an eye, the three vessels nearest to Wukong were rendered utterly inoperative, while the hundreds of ships behind them formed a perfectly aligned wall a kilometer away. Despite their proximity to Wukong, those vessels refrained from launching any offensive, leaving him momentarily bewildered. However, it was not long before the heads of all the ships simultaneously illuminated with a bright white light, their orderly points resembling a display screen before him. So it was this way. Wukong surmised that his adversaries intended to concentrate their firepower for a significant strike, prompting him to reciprocate with an equally formidable attack, eager to ascertain the superiority of his Kamehameha against the multitude of vessels. As beams of light erupted simultaneously from both sides, the light waves from the 100 ships converged into a colossal beam aimed directly at Wukong. Yet, in the next moment, an extraordinary occurrence unfolded. Instead of colliding as anticipated, the two light waves simply passed through one another, as though they existed in disparate dimensions, incapable of interfering with each other. What? Wukong was equally astonished, unable to fathom why his Kamehameha failed to intercept the enemy's assault. However, before he could react further, the light wave pierced through his Kamehameha and struck him directly, while his own attack traversed through the enemy's barrage, detonating in the midst of the fleet. A tremendous explosion erupted silently in the cosmos, leaving only debris in its wake. "No, this cannot be." Trunks, remaining aboard the ship, trembled as he spoke. "What happened?" Bulma inquired anxiously. "Mr. Wukong, his energy has vanished." Bulma felt her head spin upon hearing this statement, fully aware of its implications. Coupled with the recent explosion, it momentarily led her to believe this conclusion was plausible, rendering her mind blank and unresponsive. "Mom," Trunks cried, jolted Bulma back to reality, and she weakly urged, "Hurry. We must find him." The ship scoured the battlefield for 20 minutes, yet yielded no results, which strangely eased Bulma's heart. The absence of any trace of Wukong indicated that he had not been simply defeated. She reasoned that he must have vanished in a manner akin to instant transmission. Indeed, given Mr. Wukong's prowess, it was inconceivable for anyone to have bested him in direct combat. Trunks, hesitant to voice a comprehensive analysis, reflected on the fact that there had been no circumstances that would allow Wukong to teleport away, and if he had departed on his own, why not return to their side, or at least send a signal? Therefore, his disappearance must be connected to the enemy. As Bulma paced, she continued, "Yes, I concur. What shall we do next?" She turned to Trunks, resolutely stating, "We must land. Let us inquire about this matter." "Understood." Trunks immediately maneuvered the ship towards Yardrat. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the planet, several small vessels departed silently. For modern spacecraft, a distance of 100,000 kilometers was merely a step away. Within half a minute, Bulma's ship had smoothly landed on the surface. They needed to ascertain precisely what had transpired in space moments ago. Yet there was no necessity to seek anyone out proactively. Given the magnitude of the recent event, their spacecraft was undoubtedly the focal point of Addertat's star, and it was certain that someone would approach them. As Bulma and Trunks exited the cabin, a dozen Addertat inhabitants materialized before them in an instant. Their attire was remarkably uniform, featuring voluminous trousers, broad-shouldered tops, and exaggerated lace sleeves, reminiscent of the garments worn by the Supreme Kai. Be careful. Trunks immediately flashed in front of Bulma to shield her. Who are you? The leader of the group demanded. We are merely passing through your star system, Bulma called out, her voice resonating with indignation. Not only did you ambush our spacecraft, but you also lost one of our companions. We are here to seek an explanation. Take us to your leader. After Bulma spoke, she patted Trunks on the shoulder, signaling him to demonstrate their strength. Indeed, no sooner had she finished speaking than Trunks erupted in a burst of energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan 2, claiming the moral high ground before showcasing their prowess. He unleashed two powerful strikes that left their adversaries momentarily dumbfounded. The leader exchanged glances with his subordinates, and after a brief pause of indecision, one of them vanished in place, presumably to consult with a superior. This individual soon returned with news. The king is willing to meet you. In a realm where instantaneous movement and flight were commonplace, the concept of large cities was virtually non-existent on Addertat Star. Its inhabitants were scattered across various corners of the planet. Thus, even the king's palace appeared somewhat desolate. Bulma and Trunks were escorted to a building in close proximity to the palace, likely a reception area. It was deemed impolite to teleport directly before the king, so they would traverse the remaining distance on foot. Upon exiting the modest reception area, a brisk wind greeted them, and Bulma realized they were perched hundreds of meters above the ground, with the palace located at a 45-degree angle above them, approximately a kilometer away. Between the two locations, there were no connecting structures, only the wind swirling around them. How do we get across? Bulma inquired. I'll carry you, Trunks promptly offered. A silent attendant approached and affixed a belt around Bulma's waist. What is this? She asked, perplexed. The staff member pressed a button on her belt and retreated. The previous leader gestured for them to follow, and then took flight towards the king's palace. As Bulma merely contemplated the thought of heading to the palace, she was suddenly enveloped by a peculiar force field that lifted her into the air. Be careful. Trunks quickly performed his flight technique to follow her, steadying Bulma, who was on the verge of losing her balance. However, the ingenious Bulma adapted within moments, discovering that she could control this phenomenon with her thoughts, akin to her own flight technique. So this is what it feels like to fly. From above, the architecture of Addertat Star appeared to favor elevated constructions, with the ground connected only by a seemingly fragile column, resembling the Corin Tower. Soon, a group of individuals landed at the outskirts of the royal palace. A structure reminiscent of a temple, yet vastly larger, sprawling over an area of approximately 1 square kilometer. Traversing through a series of doors, they were guided to the central treasure hall, the pinnacle of the palace, offering a sweeping view of the entire edifice and the vast expanse beyond. King Adaltrat sat regally atop the elevated seat at the heart of the hall, flanked by 2 rows of attendants, exuding an air of imperial authority akin to that of ancient emperors. The Adaltratans accompanying them immediately knelt in reverence upon encountering their sovereign, but Bulma and her companions, unaccustomed to such customs, stood resolutely, drawing attention amidst the crowd. The king remained silent, hovering before Trunks, scrutinizing him intently before finally speaking. Outsiders, state your purpose. His voice resonated with a deep, commanding timbre. Bulma, unfazed, replied with a hint of annoyance. We were merely passing through when your fleet wrongfully intercepted us and attacked our companion. Now, our friend has vanished, and I demand to know the reason behind this. The king remained mute, prompting a nearby official to respond stiffly. Your spacecraft encroached upon our planet at close range, which constitutes an act of aggression. We were still 100,000 kilometers away. Bulma retorted. You label it aggression as you please. Why do you not claim the entire galaxy as your own? Such unreasonable behavior. Cultural differences aside, I am here for a singular purpose. My companion disappeared during a confrontation with your fleet, and I must ascertain the truth. Facing our fleet, he is undoubtedly dead, another Adaltratan interjected. Humph, that's impossible, Bulma asserted confidently, gesturing toward Trunks. You must be aware of his prowess. Should he wish to obliterate your planet, you would be utterly powerless to stop him. Trunks, slightly bewildered, had never intended to destroy anyone. In truth, Bulma was uncertain of the strength of their adversaries. She merely believed Trunks possessed sufficient power based on her previous encounters with extraterrestrial beings. Our missing companion is 100 times stronger than he is, so you could never have harmed him. You must have employed some treacherous means. Speak the truth, or we shall destroy half of your population. Of course, Bulma had no intention of committing such an atrocity. Even her claim about Goku's strength compared to Trunks was a mere fabrication. She was simply eager to resolve the matter swiftly and prepare for the upcoming tournament of power. Refrain from your arrogance, outsiders, the king finally interjected. You indeed possess some strength, but to believe that we would bow to you through force is sheer folly. I harbor no desire to conquer you. I merely wish to reclaim my friend and depart immediately. You think you can come and go as you please, having already destroyed one of our fleets? Do you deem this reasonable? Your friend will not be easily released. Upon hearing this, Bulma's spirits lifted. The implication of their words clearly indicated that they were aware of Goku's whereabouts, and he was certainly alive. Are you refusing to heed good advice? Very well. I shall seek another to converse with you. With newfound determination, Bulma immediately raised her voice towards the heavens, calling out, Lord Beerus. Lord Whis, please, lend us your assistance. Chapter 80. The invaders. After Bulma's call, she awaited their response. Naturally, Beerus was not going to show up, and within a minute, Jebbet arrived, accompanied by the Supreme Kai. Through instantaneous movement. What has transpired? Where is Mr. Goku? The Supreme Kai inquired urgently. Having lost sight of Goku and aware that the destruction of the seventh universe would likely follow his absence. Ask them, Bulma replied curtly, gesturing towards King Adrat. The king, floating in the air, squinted at the Supreme Kai for a moment before suddenly bending forward, a grin stretching from ear to ear, addressing him in an excessively obsequious tone. It is truly an honor. The esteemed Supreme Kai has graced us with his presence. The Supreme Kai was taken aback. The Adrat people began to murmur, with several stepping forward, seemingly eager to scrutinize the Supreme Kai's appearance. I am somewhat bewildered, the Supreme Kai admitted, having little recollection of Adrat, yet sensing an unusual familiarity from them. However, since their demeanor had shifted positively, communication became significantly easier. May I inquire as to the whereabouts of our companion, Mr. Goku? He is in the future, the king responded decisively. Bulma was equally perplexed. Is that a location? Or? No, the king shook his head. It is indeed the future. Your companion will materialize in 20 hours. Why is that? This is part of our Adrat defense mechanism, explained another Adration who stepped forward. When confronted with an overwhelming foe, our teleportation device sends the enemy 20 hours into the future, granting us a 20-hour window for evacuation. Similar to a time machine? Trunks interjected, familiar with the concept. Precisely. But, Bulma felt exasperated. What can be accomplished in 20 hours? You cannot possibly evacuate everyone. You would soon be pursued again. She could not fathom the rationale behind such a seemingly ineffective defense system. We will dispatch an advance team to locate a suitable destination before utilizing instantaneous movement for evacuation. The king assured. Will there be anyone left behind? Not at all. How can you be so certain? Because, the king interjected, we will transport the entire planet. Bulma's jaw dropped in disbelief. The notion of instantaneously moving an entire planet to another galaxy was absurd, yet if achievable, it made sense. It could only be said that Goku had encountered misfortune. But why did you initiate hostilities against us? Goku's counterattack was a matter of necessity. Indeed, this is a fault on our part, another exceptionally robust Adration explained. We are currently in a state of war, rendering us exceedingly anxious regarding outsiders. Bulma rubbed her temples and remarked, so, according to you, Goku will appear in 20 hours. Yes, precisely at the location from which he was transported. Very well. Both Bulma and the Supreme Kai sighed in relief. Goku was unharmed, and 20 hours was not an excessively long duration, thankfully not hindering the tournament of power. A resounding clang echoed at the entrance of the Grand Hall, followed by a sudden shout. Beulah! Beulah! Upon hearing her name, Beulah turned and exclaimed, Lord Pilaf. The unexpectedness of the situation caused her to instinctively use the title she had employed most frequently in the past. Standing at the doorway was none other than the long-unseen Pilaf, accompanied by the petite figure of Mai. After more than 2 decades apart, both had aged considerably, their faces etched with visible wrinkles. Pilaf now required a cane to walk, the very object that had just fallen to the ground. What are you doing here? Pilaf's tone was tinged with anxiety, fearing that these individuals might still harbor resentment over past events on Earth. And what brings you here? Beulah countered. I merely sought a secluded place to hide. If you intend to drag me back to face justice, then do so. I will go with you, but spare Mai. Pilaf spread his arms protectively in front of Mai. Lord Pilaf. Mai was nearly moved to tears by his gesture. Trunks observed the woman with partially gray hair. Feeling a sense of familiarity, Beulah scratched her head and replied, We are not here to find you. We merely passed through. Upon hearing this, Pilaf's heart eased, and he shakily retrieved his cane before approaching Beulah to bow before the king. Do you know each other? The king inquired. This is Miss Beulah, Pilaf introduced. From my homeland, Earth, she is a scientist far more astute than I. Oh my, a mind even more brilliant than that of Bachelor Pilaf. How impressive, the king exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he approached to shake her hand. Beulah, uncertain of his sincerity or whether he was merely honoring the Kaioshin, exchanged a brief handshake before asking Pilaf, how long have you been here? It seems you are doing quite well. Ahem. Pilaf pretended to clear his throat. In my bid to avoid unnecessary troubles, I left Earth many years ago. Alas, while I sought tranquility, the winds of fate were relentless. Many Earthlings continued searching for me throughout the cosmos. Thus, I was compelled to change planets repeatedly until I learned of this place, Yardrat, a nearly isolated haven. I believed it to be the most suitable refuge for me and decided to settle here. Since it is so isolated, how did you manage to find your way here? Nothing can thwart Lord Pilaf. I responded with a spirited yet soft voice. Indeed, Pilaf replied casually, not wishing to delve into the hardships of his interstellar odyssey. The capabilities of Bachelor Pilaf were indeed formidable. A Yardratian stepped forward, extolling his numerous contributions to their planet, notably the development of the teleportation system. Previously, when confronted with formidable foes, we could only escape with a meager portion of our belongings, necessitating the reconstruction of our cities each time. His innovations have significantly enhanced the continuity of our civilization. Pilaf nodded with pride, then suddenly recalled something and turned to the king, asking, has the time trap been activated? Given Pilaf's elevated status, he had received the alert, and his presence at the palace was to address this matter. However, his lack of instant transportation and unsteady legs had delayed his arrival. It is a misunderstanding, the king declared. The alarm was triggered by your friends, not by an enemy attack. Pilaf glanced at Bulma, suddenly realizing. Is son Wukong here? Yes, Bulma nodded. How strong is he now? Has his power level surpassed 100 million? Pilaf mused, considering that only Wukong could possess such strength to inadvertently activate the teleportation trap. I'm not sure. It's been a long time since we last measured it, Bulma replied. There is something peculiar. A burly Yggdrasian stepped forward to report. We were unable to detect the opponent's power level, but given the destruction caused, it must be over 200 million. Although we Haven team measured it, Bulma smirked. Frisia with a power level of 100 million would hardly be a match for Wukong's finger. What? So strong? Of course. Wukong is currently the strongest being in the universe. Praising her man brought Bulma great joy, yet Trunks felt somewhat uneasy. He thought if his father heard his mother say such things, he might be infuriated. This is wonderful. With Wukong here, we can decisively eliminate the enemy. Pilaf turned to the king. However, we still need to expedite the charging of our spaceship to prevent the enemy from launching a surprise attack during this interval. Upon hearing this, the king's expression grew grave. It was no longer a simple matter of charging, as the entire fleet had been destroyed. He cast a sidelong glance at Bulma, choosing not to elaborate further. Pilaf understood, given Wukong's reckless nature, this situation could become troublesome. Your Majesty, our time trap is unusable, and the planetary teleportation array requires 2 hours to prepare. During this time, if the enemy decides to attack, it's all right. This young brother possesses commendable combat strength. The king indicated towards Trunks. Him? Pilaf was incredulous. Trunks appeared to be around the same age as his impression of Wukong, still a mere youth. We measured his power level. We were unable to determine it, someone nearby remarked. No way. It's exceeding the measurable range. Pilaf studied Trunks for a moment and then exhaled in relief. Thankfully, they wouldn't need to reveal their trump card. Suddenly, a faint sound of explosions echoed. Resembling distant thunder, yet the power behind it was undoubtedly immense. The floor trembled subtly beneath them, even at their height of 1 kilometer atop the stone pillar. The seismic activity was significant. A soldier instantaneously teleported before them. Report. Enemy attack. Damn it. They come. Pilaf gritted his teeth. Bulma, please assist us. Bulma had grasped the situation and, after a moment's thought, found no reason to refuse. She turned to Trunks and said, if there are enemies, could you help us deal with them? Yes. Gather all elite warriors to confront the main forces of the coalition. We entrust this young man to face the enemy leader. The logistics team must expedite preparations for the teleportation array to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Lower-tier warriors should assemble at various shelters to protect ordinary civilians from harm. Move out. The king issued his command with great authority, and everyone immediately sprang into action. Long ago, akin to a transparent figure of authority, the bewildered deity pointed at himself and inquired, "What am I doing?" Chapter 81, King cooled. Everyone was bustling about, the palace echoing with noise. Trunks awaited his orders, but upon sensing a distant energy, he abruptly turned his gaze towards Bulma. "The person we are searching for has also arrived here. Has he?" Bulma frowned, questioning whether he was an ally or an adversary. "He is an enemy. It appears he is the leader of the opposing faction." "Are you referring to King Cooled?" Pilaf interjected. "King Cooled? Who is that?" "He is the leader of the enemy forces, King Cooled, father of Frisia." "Nanny." Since Frisia's demise on Namek over 20 years ago, the long-reclusive King Cooled has had to emerge to take charge. His power is formidable, and his approach is both composed and seasoned. He swiftly consolidated the remnants of Frisia's forces, reconstituting them into the Cooled army. In truth, King Cooled is not a reckless individual. His retreat to the sidelines during his prime illustrates his character. In a previous life, he sought vengeance on Earth alongside mechanized Frisia. As the data indicated, he was indeed stronger than Goku, who had just transformed into a Super Saiyan. From a rational perspective, an opponent who suddenly gains several-fold strength to turn the tables is not guaranteed to maintain such an unfair advantage. Moreover, even if Goku retained his ability to defeat Frisia, their combined forces would undoubtedly have prevailed. Yet, who could have anticipated that the Saiyan, now accustomed to the Super Saiyan state, would experience another significant surge in power? King Cooled and Frisia met their untimely demise on Earth, a fate they could not foresee. However, this time, the circumstances were vastly different. On his journey to Namek, Frisia had trained for a mere month, resulting in a dramatic increase in strength, far surpassing King Cooled. Such a powerful Frisia was nonetheless eliminated in a single blow, with the combat power readings transmitted from the spaceship's detector so astonishing that King Cooled had to verify the equipment thrice for faults. The fact remained that Frisia was dead, a reality Cooled reluctantly accepted, leading to a significant shift in his mentality. Within the palace, the king teleported before Trunks and stated, "The enemy leader has landed on a Drath Star. None of us can match his strength. We implore you to hold him off while we address the peripheral foes." "Leave it to me," Trunks declared confidently. "If trouble arises, retreat immediately. Losing a battle is not disgraceful. We must conserve our strength for the Grand Assembly." Bulma whispered, discreetly placing 2 Senza beans into Trunks' pocket. "Thank you, Mom," he replied, and with that, a soldier whisked the self-assured Trunks away. In the next moment, they appeared before a massive spaceship. King Cooled, standing approximately 3 meters tall, closed his eyes on the ground, seemingly awaiting something, flanked by 4 soldiers clad in combat uniforms. Upon reaching the battlefield, the guide who had led Trunks simply wished him well before hastily departing. Trunks surveyed his surroundings, recognizing the formidable energy he had sensed while on Earth. "Are you King Cooled?" Trunks inquired. The Kurdish king merely lifted his eyelids to glance at him before shutting them once more, seemingly indifferent to Trunks' presence. A soldier beside him promptly grasped the leader's intent and stepped forward irritably, exclaiming, "Who dares to address our commander by name?" Trunks frowned slightly, stating, "I seek you for an urgent matter." The one who had shouted felt slighted by being ignored, as one of the Kurdish king's personal aides with formidable combat prowess. He resolved to assert his authority over the young intruder. In a flash, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Trunks, his right hand poised in a knife-like stance across his chest, ready to strike at Trunks' neck. Trunks casually raised his right hand to block the attack, and before the assailant could register his astonishment, Trunks' left hand was already pressed against the foe's waist. A powerful wave of energy engulfed the opponent in an instant, and following a tremendous explosion, the unknown warrior was reduced to a mist of crimson. At that moment, the Kurdish king finally opened his eyes with interest. "Oh, you possess some skill. What is your name?" "I am Trunks. Are you not from planet Yardrat? What business do you have with me?" "In 4 days, 8 universes will hold a martial arts tournament, and the universe that loses will be obliterated by the Omni King. Hence, we require your strength." The unexpected revelation momentarily stunned the Kurdish king. "I hail from Earth, and we are recruiting participants for Lord Kaioshin and Lord Beerus." The mention of the destroyer gods startled the Kurdish king, prompting him to inquire, "Young one, what is the name of this destroyer?" "Lord Beerus." "And his attendant?" "Lord Whis." The Kurdish king furrowed his brow in contemplation. It seemed that this individual indeed had connections to the destroyer, indicating he was not a mere triviality. The name Earth suddenly struck a chord of familiarity within him. Wait, wasn't Frieza killed by an Earthling? Trunks was momentarily rendered speechless, as he believed Mr. Goku could also be considered an Earthling, yet he pondered whether this was appropriate to mention. Could the Kurdish king still collaborate with them, knowing his son had perished at their hands? However, Trunks was not adept at deceit, so he braced himself and said, "The past is beyond our control." To his surprise, the Kurdish king erupted into hearty laughter. "Indeed, it is you. Then there is no issue." "Huh, I trust your words. I shall lend my assistance in that tournament." The abrupt shift in demeanor left Trunks somewhat bewildered. Unbeknownst to him, the Kurdish king held no deep affection for his son Frieza. In his view, if one could not match the skills of others, then death was merely a consequence to accept. In fact, he felt a sense of gratitude that Frieza had died early. Had it not been for that, the king might have remained oblivious to the fact that he was no longer the strongest in the universe. And had he encountered these Earthlings first, it would have been he who had met a hasty demise. Given this, I appreciate your assistance. Please return for now. We shall come to you in 4 days. Return? Why must I go back? Do not mistake my intentions. The king of Kurds waved his hand dismissively. I have come to the planet Adratlat because it holds what I seek. My promise to assist you is a duty I owe as a member of the cosmic family. However, what is the connection between these two matters? Trunks found himself momentarily speechless. The king of Kurds' reasoning appeared undeniably sound. Yet, invading another's planet is inherently wrong. Spare me the lectures. If you disapprove of my actions, let us resolve this with the simplest of methods. What is that? A fight, of course. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the king of Kurds' aura surged dramatically, his cloak swept away by the force. A radiant white light enveloped him, his horns receding, and his violet skin transforming into a shimmering silver. He shrank to approximately 2 meters in height, revealing that, much like Frieza, he possessed a complete transformation. Just as I wished. In response, Trunks, fueled by rage, transformed into Super Saiyan 2, their energies now evenly matched. The collision of their powers ignited the air, creating arcs of lightning, causing the other warriors of Frieza's army to flee in terror back to their ship. In the blink of an eye, both combatants vanished from their positions, the resulting shockwave from their clash uprooting the earth for hundreds of meters around them. Thousands of kilometers away, at the primary sanctuary on Adratlat, a colossal circular structure measuring 3 kilometers in diameter housed approximately 500,000 Adratlatans seeking refuge from the conflict. Prior to the development of the teleportation array, the Adratlatans would congregate at these sanctuaries, which were equipped for instantaneous relocation to designated planets set by the advanced teams. At this moment, Bulma was with Pilaf, adjacent to the king and the Supreme Kai. "It has begun," the Supreme Kai announced, sensing the potent energies clashing in the distance. "It seems the negotiations have failed?" Bulma inquired. The king of Kurds had agreed to participate in the Tournament of Power, and the Supreme Kai, with his omniscient perspective, was privy to the latest developments. Yet, he was unwilling to abandon his invasion of Adratlat, thus prompting Mr. Trunks to engage him in battle. Bulma sighed. While this conflict was not directly their concern, ignoring it was not an option. They would have to wait for the outcome, but at least with the Dragon Balls, they felt secure in the face of potential calamity. Report. A soldier suddenly teleported in, exclaiming, "Sanctuary number 3 is under heavy attack from enemy soldiers and is on the brink of collapse. Deploy a squad of palace guards to assist." The king ordered immediately. "I shall go," the Supreme Kai declared, feeling restless as the battle raged outside. "Then I must trouble you, Supreme Kai." Thus, the Supreme Kai followed the soldier who had delivered the message. "Why aren't you joining them?" Bulma directed her gaze at Jebbet, scolding him. "Are you truly that ineffectual?" Jebbet's face flushed crimson. "Having the Supreme Kai is sufficient. I will remain here to protect you." Bulma rolled her eyes at his response. With a thunderous roar, the entire sanctuary trembled as a massive hole was blasted into the distant ceiling, dust and debris swirling within the interior. Enemy attack. Many soldiers shouted in alarm. A multitude of Kurdish soldiers, clad in combat attire, surged through the crater created by the explosion, resembling a swarm of small insects drawn to a flame from a distance. Protect the king. A throng of soldiers immediately ascended to engage the enemy, and in an instant, the cacophony of explosive blasts, the roars of soldiers, and the wails of the populace coalesced into a tumultuous symphony of chaos. "Ah, protect me, protect me." With no reliable warriors by her side, Bulma swiftly regressed into the frightened girl she had been 2 decades prior, desperately pulling Jebbet and Pilaf to shield herself. while Pilaf instinctively positioned himself in front of the young dancer. Jebet, fixated on the distant adversaries, felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. He had sensed that at least 3 foes were significantly stronger than himself. Chapter 82, The Defense of Adrat. Within the first refuge, 2 squads of royal guards, weapons in hand, roared as they charged towards the enemy. The numbers on both sides were nearly equal, resulting in a chaotic melee in the air. Below, the civilians instinctively fled in the opposite direction, but the sheer density of the crowd rendered escape difficult. Many resorted to aerial techniques to evade the conflict, causing those who had initially dispersed on the ground to coalesce into a compact mass. The combat prowess of the Adrat soldiers and the Kurdish forces was relatively comparable, with the sounds of their blows merging into a cacophony akin to the simultaneous firing of multiple machine guns. However, as the protectors of the populace, the Adrat soldiers bore the additional burden of evading the errant energy projectiles, amplifying their stress. "Are we in danger?" Bulma cried out, her voice laced with desperation. "Surely not." Pilaf, being older and more composed in the face of adversity, observed the battlefield through the gaps in the crowd, sensing that the engagement was essentially a stalemate. With the king present to maintain order, he believed that the situation was manageable. Yet, Jebet wore a grave expression. He could sense that 3 exceptionally formidable adversaries had yet to reveal themselves, remaining in the rear like him. Thus he resolved to bide his time, hoping for the return of the Supreme Kai from the third refuge. Suddenly, a series of piercing energy beams streaked through the air, and 3 Adrat soldiers were struck, blood erupting from their chests as their eyes rolled back, plummeting from the sky. "They have made their move," Jebet thought, alarmed. Perhaps the dire circumstances at the third supply station compelled them to act swiftly to conclude the battle, leaving him with no option to continue evading. As more soldiers fell, Jebet quickly teleported to the scene, deflecting an incoming energy wave with a swift strike, then grasping the still-breathing soldier to administer healing. In an instant, the soldier, who had been convulsing moments ago, was restored to full vitality. "Thank you," the soldier exclaimed, incredulously marveling at his miraculous recovery. Jebet refrained from further comment. Whether this rescue was indeed fortunate remained uncertain, as the next strike might not afford him the same chance of survival. Thousands of kilometers away, the battlefield bore witness to the clash between Trunks and the Kurdish king, leaving the surrounding land ravaged. After numerous confrontations, both warriors bore varying degrees of wounds, neither emerging with a distinct advantage. Once again, the 2 adversaries' fists collided with force against each other's faces, neither yielding an inch. However, the Kurdish king, who should have created distance to adjust his stance, firmly grasped Trunks' arm and, with all his might, propelled him downward. "What?" Trunks, still reeling from the impact of the previous blow, felt his body involuntarily plummet. Suddenly, the Kurdish king extended his colossal hand, pressing Trunks' head downwards. They were not on solid ground, but above an endless expanse of water. "This is dire." The Kurdish king forcibly dragged Trunks beneath the surface, clinging to him like a desperate assault. "Earthling, you are so reliant on your planet's environment for survival. It is truly fragile," the Kurdish king proclaimed with confidence. "Our Frisia clan thrives in any environment, be it underwater, in space, or even amidst magma. That is true strength." Gasping for breath, Trunks choked on water. The immense energy exertion rendered him incapable of holding his breath for long, necessitating a swift escape. He suddenly positioned his hands to the right, mimicking the stance of drawing a sword. In the next moment, a brilliant blue aura coalesced in his palms, forming a massive 3-meter-long energy sword. Trunks swung the blade horizontally towards the Kurdish king. Instinctively, the Kurdish king released Trunks and retreated, the energy sword merely leaving a shallow gash across his chest. This technique was a variant of the Keyblade, preserving its destructive nature while remaining formidable even when detached from the body, making it a highly effective close-range assault. Having freed himself from the Kurdish king's grasp, Trunks did not immediately escape the water. Magic flash. A powerful shockwave shot diagonally towards the sky. The Kurdish king, too close to evade underwater, endured the brunt of the colossal explosion, while Trunks utilized the blast's force to propel himself back into the air. Demonstrating composure even in desperate circumstances, Trunks' calmness was a testament to the countless near-death experiences that had honed his resilience. However, that magic flash was executed in haste, failing to inflict substantial damage on the Kurdish king, returning their confrontation to square one. "Impressive," the Kurdish king commended. "You are indeed the one chosen by Lord Beerus. We are both destined for the tournament of power. Why must we fight?" Trunks panted. Isn't peaceful coexistence preferable? Peace. The Kurdish king chuckled. Only the strong can truly savor peace without remorse, which is why I must obtain the treasures of Yadrit. Treasures? What are they? That is of no concern to you. The Kurdish king suddenly relaxed his grip, his demeanor becoming markedly more at ease. Since you hold value to Lord Beerus, I have no intention of killing you. However, it is pointless to remain in this stalemate. Let us conclude this swiftly. What? In Trunks' astonishment, the Kurdish king's aura surged once more. A powerful energy causing the entire surface of the sea to tremble and splash, the golden light blinding Trunks. Over 20 years ago, he had watched battle footage repeatedly. The formidable golden form of Frisia had been something he had never anticipated, and with that version of the answer laid before him, how could he resist emulating it? Even if one lacks innate talent, with sufficient effort, nothing is beyond reach. A golden radiance enveloped King Cooled, resembling armor, as he perfected his mastery of the golden form after 2 decades of rigorous training. Alas, Trunks exhibited no reaction at all. King Cooled had already appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch to Trunks' abdomen, causing excruciating pain that nearly incapacitated him, just as Krillin had decisively overpowered Frisia in his half-golden form. The returning King Cooled similarly crushed Trunks in his Super Saiyan 2 state. In Shelter 1, the two factions clashed chaotically, and despite Jebed's involvement, the Odrat soldiers suffered increasingly severe losses. After saving 3 individuals, even the dimmest of minds grasped the unfolding situation. Consequently, 2 formidable foes targeted Jebet specifically, intending to eliminate the healer first. Although Jebet's combat prowess was mediocre, his survival instincts were exceptional, allowing him to engage in a protracted struggle with the 2 adversaries. Some members of the Cooled army, unable to gain the upper hand in battle, frantically opened fire into the crowd. A few unrestrained projectiles detonated among the throng, resulting in dozens of injuries and fatalities, accompanied by incessant wails. Those on the periphery fled like headless flies, as the soldiers sustained heavy casualties. An increasing number of Cooled troops breached the defenses, launching indiscriminate assaults on the civilians. Those lacking combat capabilities attempted to retaliate, but were instantly obliterated by energy blasts. The shelter had descended into utter chaos, with no one capable of maintaining order. Everyone scrambled in panic, yet the enclosed space had transformed into a graveyard. Even those who attempted to escape through instantaneous movement found themselves merely transported to another shelter, where individuals continuously vanished, while others from different shelters materialized. Some, upon just arriving, fell victim to stray bullets, perishing before comprehending the situation. Near the throne, Bulma and Pilaf huddled together on the ground, with my striving to shield them. An explosion resounded, sending debris flying like stray bullets, injuring my arm and lacerating Pilaf's cheek. It was over. This time, it was truly over. Pilaf could no longer contain his despair. Asu, I am coming to see you. Typically fiery, Bulma remained silent, her voice lost amid the chaos. This marked her first experience at the heart of war, surrounded by bloodshed and death. Unlike the malicious slaughter perpetrated by Tien, she felt a more primal and raw malevolence amidst the large-scale carnage, as if the obliteration of life was an inherent trait of existence itself. It seemed as though everyone had lost their sense of self and purpose, leaving only brutality and bloodshed in their wake. Suddenly, an arm, severed and charred from an unknown explosion, flew before Bulma, its blackened fingers twitching as if greeting her. Bulma neither screamed nor trembled. Her thoughts were abruptly anchored in reality, and her mind was clearer than ever. She sprang to her feet and seized a frightened Adration, demanding, "Can you teleport?" The individual, terrified, attempted to flee, but Bulma, fueled by an unknown strength, struck him fiercely across the face, shouting desperately, "If you wish to live, answer me. Can you teleport?" The Artatran official, a civil servant who had known peace for over a millennium, found himself paralyzed with fear at the sight of the ongoing war. Yet, inexplicably, the formidable presence of Bulma restored a semblance of clarity to his mind. He nodded hastily, indicating his ability to teleport. Bulma pointed towards a distant melee, exclaiming, "That one in red. Bring him here." She referred to the combatant, Jebet. Observing the dazzling waves of light and the swiftly moving Jebet, the official instinctively shook his head. However, the intensity of Bulma's gaze rendered him unable to refuse. Gritting his teeth, he stretched his stiff shoulders, then placed his finger on his forehead, vanishing from his spot. His timing was fortuitous. Jebet had just teleported to the ground when the official seized him. Yet, unlike the seasoned fighters like Goku, The average Artatran was not as adept at teleportation. Just as he intended to carry Jebet away, local soldiers charged, piercing his chest with a single blow. The official's lips moved soundlessly, his eyes widening as he gazed towards Bulma. Jebet immediately understood. Turning, he spotted Bulma frantically waving at him. He swiftly broke free from the two and rushed to her side. "What's wrong?" Jebet inquired anxiously. Bulma slapped Jebet across the face, exclaiming, "You fool! Go to Earth and call for help." Jebet took a full second to comprehend Bulma's words, slapping his forehead in realization. Without further ado, he disappeared from sight. In a mere 10 minutes, the first shelter had been breached, resulting in countless casualties, leaving them little time to react. Jebet had forgotten about the powerful allies on distant Earth, allies who were poised to participate in the tournament of power. In less than 10 seconds, Jebet returned. And as Bulma prepared to speak, she was pleasantly surprised to see 4 individuals had returned. "Krillin," she exclaimed. Shortly after their departure from Earth, Piccolo had utilized available materials to create a Dragon Ball capable of reviving one person, thus bringing Krillin back to life. He emerged bewildered from the mound on King Kai's planet, nearly startling King Kai into a faint. For Krillin, the separation had been brief, so upon returning to Earth, he did not experience the joy of a long-awaited reunion. Instead, he was initially engulfed in sorrow over the loss of comrades. Meanwhile, Master Roshi and Piccolo, who had honed their minds for 200 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, displayed little emotional fluctuation, merely comforting Krillin and updating him on the current situation. Only upon learning that everyone would soon be revived did Krillin's mood improve. Before long, Jebet appeared out of nowhere, insisting they leave without explanation. Piccolo and Master Roshi, sensing something was amiss, refrained from questioning him. Upon their sudden appearance in the heart of the battlefield, Piccolo immediately inquired, "Which ones are the enemies?" "Look at their uniforms," Bulma succinctly replied. "Understood," he acknowledged. In the next moment, Piccolo vanished from his position, and the strongest enemy soldier, who had been pursuing Jebet, was unexpectedly struck in the abdomen by Piccolo's knee, causing him to foam at the mouth and his pupils to dilate. Master Roshi merely stretched his body before engaging in battle with the enemy forces. "Bulma, what on earth is happening?" Krillin asked, still somewhat bewildered. "It's truly wonderful to see you." Bulma's eyes glistened with tears, but she quickly regained her composure. "We are on planet Yardrat, under attack from the Kurd army, the same group that used to ally with Frisia." Upon hearing the name Frisia, Krillin immediately grasped the situation. Over the years, Frisia had become the quintessential villain in the tales recounted by the Earth Warriors. Now, all the Yardratians are gathered in multiple shelters while the enemy forces are attacking in waves. Not every location can be defended. You can instantaneously transport yourself, hurry, and provide support. Krillin nodded, but then blinked and suddenly asked, "What about over there? Don't they need my help?" "Over there?" Bulma inquired, puzzled. "Yes, the 2 strongest energy signatures. One of them is remarkably powerful, somewhat reminiscent of Frisia, while the other, Krillin scratched his head, resembles you, Bulma, but also has a bit of Vegeta's essence." "Who could that be?" "It's Trunks." Bulma felt her cheeks flush. "The Trunks from another world. The one Goku must have mentioned." "Ah, I remember now," Krillin exclaimed as he slapped his forehead, but then his expression grew serious. "His condition is dire. He has already been defeated." "What?" Although Trunks is not the biological son of this Bulma, she has long regarded him as family after spending these days together. "Hurry and save him. We must rescue him first." "There's no need." A voice suddenly intruded upon them. Bulma turned to see none other than the king of Yardrat. "Your friend is doing his utmost to save planet Yardrat, and I cannot remain idle here. Leave the Kurd king to me." With that, the king raised his hand and activated instant transmission, disappearing from sight. Bulma stared blankly at the spot where the king had stood, pondering, if you truly possess such abilities, what have you been waiting for? On the battlefield, Trunks had only exchanged a few blows with the Golden Kurd King before sustaining severe injuries. The overwhelming disparity in strength rendered him incapable of countering the king's assaults, and to the Kurd King, Trunks' techniques appeared merely as playful antics. Trunks gasped for breath, desperately holding his weary body upright. From the outset, his confrontation with the Kurd King had not been a fight to the death, so he lacked the sense of urgency that accompanies the fear of losing everything. Once he found himself at a disadvantage, Trunks' resolve began to wane. "I suggest you refrain from meddling further. I genuinely fear that I might accidentally kill you," the Kurd King taunted. Trunks sensed Piccolo and the others had arrived, but regrettably, even their combined strength might not suffice for victory. As Trunks strained to devise a strategy, the king of Yardrat appeared beside him. "You are doing remarkably well, young man." The king gently patted Trunks on the shoulder. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Trunks felt a sense of astonishment, based on his aura assessment. The king's strength was akin to that of an ordinary Artalatrian, yet he was adopting a posture of reliance. Indeed, the king's next utterance almost shattered Trunks' composure. "Protect me." Trunks was at a loss for words, nearly resorting to expletives. If the king required protection, what was he doing in the heart of the battlefield? Did he seek to bolster morale by leading from the front? At that moment, the Kurdish king stood in place, his face alight with excitement as he gazed upon the Artalatrian king, yet he did not make a single move. Suddenly, the three guards who had been trailing the Kurdish king surged forward, launching a direct assault on the Artalatrian monarch. "This is bad." Trunks raised his hand to deflect two energy blasts, and then utilized his still-functioning right hand to parry the incoming foes. He dared not make exaggerated movements or stray far from the king's side, fearful that a moment's inattention might leave him vulnerable to a sneak attack from the Kurdish king, resulting in their mutual demise. This precarious situation left Trunks deeply unsettled. As if discerning Trunks' thoughts, the Artalatrian king suddenly spoke. "The Kurdish king is incapacitated. You may act freely." Upon hearing this, Trunks turned to see that the Kurdish king indeed remained stationary, his expression betraying excitement, yet he exhibited no intention to act. Even though his target appeared to be the Artalatrian king, hesitation would lead to defeat. Trunks resolved to strike decisively, swiftly maneuvering behind the enemy and delivering a kick to the side of one adversary, rendering him immobile. He then spun around, unleashing an energy blast that obliterated the second foe into a mist of crimson. The third assailant was obscured by the explosion's smoke as he attempted to retreat. It was already too late. A blue energy blade cleaved through the haze, bisecting the final enemy. The Artalatrian king was correct. The Kurdish king truly was incapacitated. Trunks' recent actions had been bold and unguarded, yet the Kurdish king had neither attacked him nor the king. As the atmosphere settled, the Kurdish king appeared even more elated, pointing at the Artalatrian monarch and exclaiming, "Look at you, so eager to preserve your life. The crown of the gods in your possession is nothing short of a waste." I can hear it weeping. "The crown of the gods?" Trunks inquired, curiosity piqued. "What is that?" The Artalatrian king gestured to the golden crown adorning his brow, calmly stating, "This is it." Trunks blinked, staring at the crown for an extended period. He had previously assumed it merely symbolized the king's status, its appearance far too ordinary to suggest anything extraordinary. The Kurdish king had come for this? Indeed, the crown of the gods. The Kurdish king exclaimed, his voice resonating with fervor, "The most formidable shield in the universe. Once donned, no one can harm the bearer of the crown. Is that true? Really?" Trunks was taken aback, clearly astonished to realize that this artifact rendered the Kurdish king immobile. The Artalatrian king shook his head, indicating that Trunks' understanding was too limited. The true purpose of the crown of the gods was to sever an individual's connection to their source of energy. Regrettably, it could only target one person at a time. Trunks suddenly realized that severing the connection to the energy source could be interpreted as reverting a martial artist back to an ordinary person. Thus, regardless of the strength of the opponent, they would be utterly vulnerable before the crown of the gods, rendering any claims that the master of the crown could not be harmed as entirely justifiable. At this moment, although King Kurd could not harness the energy within him, his inherently robust physique remained unaffected. He approached King Audrat with heavy steps, seemingly unable to contain his desire to possess the crown of the gods. A sharp explosion resounded, causing King Kurd to stagger momentarily, his body losing balance. A wave of light emanated from the king's fingertips, striking King Kurd's thigh. Such an attack should have been trivial, hardly worthy of a scratch. However, without any energy to defend himself, King Kurd's flesh was as fragile as paper, easily pierced. Yet, he did not fall. Gritting his teeth, King Kurd stood his ground, deliriously exclaiming, "The crown of the gods! The crown of the gods! With it, I shall be the strongest in the universe. Even the god of destruction shall no longer harm me. Only by obtaining it can I find true peace." Over a decade ago, the Kurd army inadvertently invaded the planet Audrat. Though its inhabitants were not particularly strong, their ability to flee was exceptional. During the first defense of Audrat, King Kurd personally attended but gained no advantage, as he fell directly into a time trap. For the sake of his pride, he commanded that this planet must be found again. When he led his army to attack Audrat for the second time, he had learned from his past and circumnavigated the time trap, arriving directly on the planet. only to be ensnared by the crown of the gods once more, allowing them to escape again. Yet, this encounter made him aware of the crown's existence, setting off an insatiable pursuit that consumed the primary focus of the Kurd army in searching for Odrat. This was now his fifth invasion. King Odrat sighed. I would very much like to take this opportunity to eliminate him. However, he seems to still hold some utility for you. Nevertheless, since this opportunity is afforded by you, I shall not impose any demands. Young Trunks, the king turned to him. Please send King Kurd into outer space. Our planetary teleportation array will be activated shortly. Understood. Trunks stepped forward. Ha 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 ha. King Kurd suddenly erupted into a maniacal laughter. Do you think I would fall for the same trick every time? Chapter 84. Intermission Nanny? A swift violet beam suddenly pierced through Trunks' abdomen without warning, causing him to stumble back in disbelief, falling to one knee. This blow forced Trunks to revert from his Super Saiyan form, and he clutched his wound in agony, struggling to lift his head. Who did this? Ha 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 ha. Well done, Kalisa. King Kurd said, supporting himself on one leg, his voice slightly trembling. From behind King Kurd, a golden being soared into the air, resembling Frisia but smaller in stature. With an expression eerily reminiscent of the earlier Frisia, cold and devoid of any emotion. Kulisar, the youngest son of King Kuld, was born only after Frisia's demise, intended to inherit Frisia's position. From a tender age, Kulisar underwent rigorous training, unlike Frisia, who enjoyed a more carefree upbringing. Living up to King Kuld's high expectations, Kulisar possessed an extraordinary talent for martial arts. He not only mastered the golden form, but also exhibited unparalleled control over his energy. Thus, until he made his move, no one discovered the presence of such a formidable individual aboard the spaceship. Pointing to the fallen Trunks, King Kuld commanded, eliminate everyone except this one. However, if he insists on resisting, slaying him is not out of the question. Through numerous encounters with the planet Yadrit, King Kuld had come to understand that while the Crown of the Gods was an exceptional form of hard control, it was effective only against a single opponent. Consequently, his strategy revolved around overwhelming numbers. At that moment, Kuld's forces surpassed Frisia's army from years past, boasting a significantly larger troop size and a multitude of high-ranking officers akin to the Jinyu force. With the addition of his trump card, Kulisar, the Crown of the Gods seemed within his grasp. Without uttering a word, Kulisar charged straight toward King Yadrit. Trunks, enduring intense pain, immediately positioned himself in front of the king. Observing this, Kulisar raised his fist and struck toward Trunks' cheek with considerable force. Although King Kuld wished to avoid offending Beerus, with the Crown of the Gods nearly within reach, he felt emboldened to confront the god of destruction. Thus, he had no intention of indulging Trunks' interference. Trunks tightly shut his eyes, yet the anticipated searing pain did not arrive. After a thunderous explosion, he suddenly discovered a familiar figure shielding him. Mr. Krillin? Trunks exclaimed, a hint of confusion in his voice, for the Krillin he knew could hardly withstand Kulisar's punch. In shelter number 2, sensing Trunks' injury, Krillin rushed to provide support, managing to intercept Kulisar's blow just in time. However, that single punch left Krillin drenched in cold sweat, as he felt the disparity in strength between the two combatants. Fortunately, he was not alone. A large hand rested on Trunks' shoulder, and as he turned, a warm sensation surged through him, instantly healing his wounds. Jebbet had also come to assist. Just like Krillin, despite being outnumbered, Kulisar exhibited no emotional turmoil. With a swift turn, he sent Krillin flying and continued his charge toward King Yadrit. Seizing an opportunity, Trunks unleashed a magical flash aimed at the retreating King Kuld. Nanny! King Kuld gasped in shock. He could not utilize the instant transmission technique due to his injuries, and even running on foot was beyond him. Just as the energy blast was about to strike him, Kulisar moved with astonishing speed, intercepting Trunks' attack with a single palm. Trunks was not wagering on Kulisar's humanity. Rather, he believed that eliminating King Kuld first would allow the Crown of the Gods to be wielded against Kulisar. After all, with only one contestant remaining for the Tournament of Power, leaving Kulisar alive would suffice. Therefore, Kulisar's instinct to protect his father caught Trunks somewhat off guard. The same can be said for King Kurda, for he understood that, had it been Frisia, he would have undoubtedly allowed himself to be obliterated, only to seize the crown of God and subsequently dominate the universe. After Trunks failed with his initial attack, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts and maneuvered to the side. Just as Kalisa's vision was obscured by the explosion, Trunks delivered a swift kick aimed at Kalisa's head. Unfortunately for Trunks, Kalisa had mastered the art of sensing his opponent through ki, allowing him to perceive Trunks' movements without relying on sight. And he raised his hand to protect his face. Yet, this kick took Kalisa by surprise. The immense force was overwhelming, sending him flying. After Goku defeated the future Zamasu, Trunks became the sole Saiyan in an alternate timeline, significantly raising his upper limits. A near-death resurrection triggered the Saiyan's latent abilities, amplifying his power considerably. Although he remained in the Super Saiyan 2 form, he now possessed strength comparable to that of Super Saiyan 3. A fierce battle ensued, evenly matched. While Kalisa was stronger in terms of individual power, he had to divide his attention to safeguard King Kurta, whereas King Adrat was protected by Krillin, resulting in a balanced confrontation. The two combatants clashed fiercely in the air, while King Kurta stood firm, blood still dripping from his leg, yet his expression radiated confidence. Krillin and Jebet, unaware of the unfolding situation, remained cautious of King Kurta's actions. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed behind them. King Adrat felt a tremendous force above him. As the crown flew uncontrollably from his head, it was now just a hand's distance away, and he quickly reached out to grasp it, only to find that, in the blink of an eye, the colossal King Kurta had materialized before him, seizing the crown of God with a massive hand. Ha! Finally, I have obtained it. You fools. How foolishly you rely on Ki. King Kurta laughed boisterously. No one anticipated that the unexpected turn of the battle would stem from a diminutive machine. It was a tank-like robot, no larger than a palm, which stealthily approached from behind and fired a bullet at astonishing speed, precisely striking the upper edge of the crown and sending it flying. The inhabitants of Adrat had mastered the manipulation of Ki to such an extent that even construction materials could be reinforced with it, resulting in towering cylindrical edifices. Yet, it was precisely their acute sensitivity to Ki that caused King Adrat, along with Krillin and Trunks, to overlook this seemingly innocuous mechanical device. King Kurta had meticulously commissioned the development of a stealth drone for this very moment, having made extensive preparations to secure the crown of God, even devising contingency plans for potential failures. At last, his efforts bore fruit. He slowly lifted the crown of God and adorned his right forearm with it, gazing at his new accessory with palpable excitement. At long last, he had transformed once again into the universe's mightiest warrior. The god of destruction looming above him no longer posed a threat. Alas, Trunks, detecting a disturbance on the ground, swiftly pushed Kalisa aside and dashed towards the earth, intent on reclaiming the crown of the gods. Yet, King Kurd made no effort to exert his power. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Trunks, causing the latter to lose control of his body and plummet to the ground like a cannonball. Without the protective aura, Trunks fell from the sky and sustained severe injuries. Had he not instinctively shielded his head, he might have perished on the spot. Seeing his plan succeed, Kalisa displayed no emotion as he gently descended beside King Kurd, awaiting the next command. What a splendid sensation. King Kurd reveled in the beauty of the crown of the gods. I am elated yet infuriated. Had you, the Adratarians, willingly presented it from the outset, I might have considered bringing you under my wing. However, King Kurd suddenly turned his gaze toward the Adratarians, declaring, You all shall perish. Cursed Trunks struggled to raise himself. Numerous bones in his arms and legs were fractured, and his internal organs were likely gravely injured. His breath was weak, and against King Kurd and Kalisa, he stood no chance, especially now that they had the crown of the gods on their side. Oh! Suddenly, Krillin yelled out and recklessly charged towards King Kurd. Mr. Krillin. Trunks thought Krillin had lost his mind, desperately attempting to stop him, but his body refused to cooperate. Krillin reached King Kurd and raised his fist to strike. However, King Kurd did not employ the crown of the gods against him. Such a feeble attack posed no harm to him, and he absorbed Krillin's punch with his cheek before retaliating with a blow to Krillin's abdomen. Aware that Krillin was not an Adratarian, he held back, yet even so, Krillin felt disoriented, his stomach churning. At that moment, Krillin gritted his teeth and, to King Kurd's surprise, lunged forward in a peculiar manner, delivering a kick to Kalisa. Kalisa, expressionless, regarded Krillin with indifference, too apathetic to counterattack. Yet, the next instant, he felt the scenery shift before his eyes. It was instantaneous movement. King Kurd reacted quickly, but it was too late. Krillin had transported both King Kurd and Kalisa to an unknown expanse of the universe. He then turned back, reaching out to grasp his teleportation target, Jebet. This tactic had been conveyed to Krillin via telepathy by Jebet moments prior. The plan was for Jebet to teleport to a location far from Adrataria, after which Krillin would forcibly bring King Kurd and Kalisa along. Once they teleported back, they could temporarily evade the crisis. Don't even think about escaping. Unfortunately, a moment's hesitation left King Kurd unable to react in time. Krillin had grasped Jebbet, and both were capable of instantaneous movement. Even if the crown of the gods could render someone ordinary, it could not prevent their departure. In the brief span of a mere second, Klin burst forth from the confines of the stronghold, returning alongside Trunks to the planet Odrat. The tumultuous defense of Odrat had, for the moment, drawn to a close. Chapter 85. The Three Cosmic Artifacts. Having regained their composure, Trunks and Klin rejoined the battlefield, where, through a concerted effort, the group efficiently eliminated all the high-ranking officers of the Kurdish forces within a mere 10 minutes. The remaining soldiers, bereft of their leaders, capitulated as prisoners. Approximately 2 hours later, the battlefield lay in a state of desolation, with 3,085 Kurdish soldiers captured and a harrowing toll of 495 soldiers and civilians from Odrat lost to death, alongside 204 sustaining various injuries, marking it as one of the most devastating wars in centuries. Bulma, unable to offer much assistance, was relegated to a resting area with Pilaf, spending time with Xiao Wu. After 2 hours, they reconvened with Trunks and Klin in the royal palace. The predicament of Odrat was dire, having recently had its temporal trap obliterated by Goku. They were now bereft of defenses, with the cunning Kurdish king seizing the crown of God. Even if they could momentarily escape via the planetary transport array, it was only a matter of time before the Kurdish king would come knocking once more. Bulma was perplexed as to why the Kurdish king relentlessly pursued them, prompting Trunks to elucidate the significance of the crown of God. The crown of God? Bulma mused, finding the name somewhat juvenile. Does it truly sever the connection to one's energy? Indeed, Trunks affirmed with a nod. In an instant, I felt as though I had transformed into the most ordinary of earthlings. Bulma frowned in contemplation, pondering the existence of such a formidable artifact. How did it come to be? Is it possible to create more? How impudent! One official interjected, irked. The crown of God is one of the 3 ancient cosmic artifacts, the most sacred treasure of Odrat. To even suggest recreating it is preposterous. Is it truly impossible? Has the technology been lost? In Bulma's worldview, nothing was truly unique. After all, there were numerous Dragon Balls, leading her to inquire whether such a useful artifact could be replicated. However, the inhabitants of Odrat were at a loss for an answer, plunging the group into a silence of uncertainty. Enough of this, Bulma waved her hand dismissively. Since it is one of the 3 artifacts, what are the other 2? Are they equally formidable? Of course, as artifacts, they are indeed powerful. The official's expression turned slightly smug, but upon meeting Bulma's inquisitive gaze, he felt a twinge of insecurity. The crown of God, the ring of God, and the tear of God, collectively known as the 3 cosmic artifacts, are the treasures of Odrat. Alas, the whereabouts of the ring of God and the tear of God have long since been lost. How disappointing, Bulma remarked. To have lost them, yet still claim them as your own. The 3 artifacts are emblazoned upon our Odrat flag. It has been this way for millions of years. The official retorted, flustered. Bulma scoffed. A planet that constantly hides from its foes dares to call its trinkets cosmic artifacts. However, it was at this moment that she noticed the grand banner hanging behind the throne, predominantly blue with a simplistic golden emblem, a crown atop a circular ring enclosing a spherical figure, at the center of which rested a hollow pentagram. Visually, it indeed aligns with the 3 sacred artifacts of the universe. However, the appearance of this tear of the gods, Bulma furrowed her brow as she gazed at Pilaf, strikingly resembles a Dragon Ball. From my deductions, the tear of the gods refers to the Dragon Balls, Pilaf asserted without hesitation. The tear of the gods and the ring of the gods were likely lost from the planet Odrat long ago, thus leaving scant records. I have perused nearly all available documents and discovered only that the tear of the gods possesses the ability to create all things. Create all things? The original text states this, yet I believe it signifies the power to grant wishes. Ah, I see. Bulma pondered, her brow furrowing further. The Dragon Balls are indeed one of the 3 sacred artifacts they speak of, which makes sense. But does the tear of the gods refer to the Super Dragon Balls or the ordinary Dragon Balls we have encountered before? The officials appeared increasingly uneasy, sensing that the individuals before them possessed a deeper understanding of the tear of the gods. Piccolo, why don't you demonstrate for them? Piccolo then retrieved a marble-sized Dragon Ball mineral from his waist. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene as the mineral vanished into thin air, transforming in Piccolo's palm into an apple, which he casually tossed into the hands of the officials. This This is simply incredible. A throng of Adrat inhabitants gathered around, astounded by the ability to conjure items, even food, an art they had never encountered. It indeed seemed a miracle only the tier of the gods could manifest. Why do you possess such a thing? Before the other could finish, Bulma interjected, it's a long story. The Dragon Balls, or the tier of the gods, can not only create objects but also resurrect the deceased. We can help bring back those you lost in battle. Such a miracle exists. They gasped, but that was not the primary concern. The king of Kurdur evidently harbors considerable resentment towards you. Even if you resurrect your fallen, he could still come and slay them again. We can use the tier of the gods, came the reply. That would be futile. The power of the Dragon Balls at our disposal is far too limited to influence King Kurdur. The crowd fell into silence. By the way, what of the Ring of the Gods? Bulma inquired, turning her gaze to Pilaf. The records of the Ring of the Gods state that it can enhance one's strength. Is that all? Pilaf nodded helplessly. Based on my speculation, the king interjected. The function of the Ring of the Gods is precisely the opposite of that of the Crown of the Gods. If the crown severed one's connection to their energy source, it stands to reason that the ring allows one to harness the entirety of that energy. Indeed, Bulma interjected eagerly. That sounds eerily familiar, she murmured. A lecherous old man flashing through her mind. Could it be the ability of the predecessor? The Supreme Kai also reacted, and the group turned to him, prompting the Supreme Kai to provide a brief explanation. Thus, the abilities of the three sacred artifacts became known. Yet they offered little assistance to the plight of the Adrat people. For the Ring of the Gods to be effective, it requires an individual capable of harnessing the entirety of the energy source, essentially a rare individual of their race. Unfortunately, the Adrat people are far from lacking in numbers. In principle, since the Kurdish king had agreed to participate in the Conference of Power, Bulma and her companions had ostensibly achieved their objective, rendering their continued involvement in the conflict unnecessary. However, having personally witnessed the harrowing scenes of devastation, Bulma found it impossible to simply turn away. She knew all too well that the Kurdish king would seek to annihilate the inhabitants of Yadrat Star, and as one who had endured the horrors of genocide, she was determined to prevent such a tragedy from recurring. Are you certain the Kurdish king is indeed en route? Bulma inquired. The formidable aura of Kalisa remained unabated, allowing everyone to sense his rapid approach. How long until his arrival? Bulma pressed. Approximately 3 hours, Klin replied. Ugh, Bulma cast a sidelong glance at Jebet. Why don't you send him farther away? Any further, and we would lose his presence altogether, Klin explained. Jebet lowered his head in shame, acknowledging that his own aura was too feeble. If they ventured too far, Klin would struggle to lock onto him. Moreover, should Jebet attempt to confront the Kurdish king and Kalisa simultaneously, he would likely fail. To extricate Yadrat Star from its perilous predicament, the most direct approach involved subduing the Kurdish king. However, the meager number of individuals present was insufficient. They required Goku's assistance. Bulma glanced at her watch. With 19 hours remaining until Goku's arrival, it appeared that their survival hinged on enduring this interval. Goku? He is coming too? Pilaf exclaimed, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Can he defeat the Kurdish king? Rest assured, Trunks proclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Even facing 10 Kurdish kings would be trivial for Mr. Goku. Nanny? Klin was taken aback. Had Goku truly grown so powerful? He had merely perished once, and yet the gulf in strength was now so vast. Indeed, Pilaf suddenly lifted his head. If that's the case, I believe I have a plan. Do share. 2 hours later, Bulma and the king's entourage returned to Shelter 1. If they were to buy time, the simplest method was to flee. Thus Pilaf proposed activating the planetary teleportation array to relocate Yadrat Star to a position unreachable by the Kurdish king within the next 19 hours. The exploration team, which had departed an hour prior, had not yet reached a sufficient distance, and instantaneously teleporting to that location posed a risk of being overtaken. Fortunately, they now had Jebet, who could teleport at will. This time, he proved invaluable. With Jebet leading the way, Klin arrived at the designated location first. Then, using Klin as an anchor point, the teleportation array could lock onto their destination, allowing Yadrat Star to be shifted at least 60 hours away from the Kurdish king's reach. Thus, he would pose no threat to Yadrat Star's safety before Goku's return. Begin the gas infusion. The commander ordered, and most of the inhabitants of Yadrat knelt on one knee, pressing their hands against the ground. The foundation of the shelter was constructed from materials with excellent gas conductivity. Thus, by infusing gas into the structure, they could initiate the instantaneous relocation of the entire building, a strategy originally devised for escape. Subsequently, following Pilaf's suggestion, the 4 shelters were arranged in the form of a regular tetrahedron at 4 distinct points, interconnected by several gas pipelines spanning the planet. This arrangement enabled the ability of instantaneous transportation to encompass the entirety of the planet Adrat, albeit with the caveat that at least 70% of the inhabitants needed to contribute energy simultaneously to activate the teleportation array. This was a departure from the previous method, which only required the intervention of the King's Royal Guard. However, the advantages were unmistakable. They would no longer be compelled to leave the familiarity of their own planet. Commence teleportation. An experienced military officer placed his hand upon the control panel, guiding the flow of energy to complete the instantaneous transfer. He sensed the distant aura emanating from Klin and infused his consciousness throughout the entirety of Adrat. Initiate teleportation. He reiterated the command. The next moment, a subtle tremor was felt. Bulma gazed vacantly at the ceiling, wondering if the transfer had indeed been successful. It was difficult to ascertain. How could this be possible? The officer responsible for the transfer exclaimed, "Report to the king. The connection at Shelter 4 has been severed. The energy from everyone there has vanished." "What?" Bulma exclaimed in alarm, looking towards Trunks, who was clenching his fists tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "He has arrived." Chapter 86. The Sixth Defense Battle, Part 1. On the darkened surface of Adrat's ocean, fierce winds churned monstrous waves, while dense raindrops descended from the heavens, striking the silvery figures suspended in the air. This was the night side of Adrat, which just a minute prior had been calm, with Shelter 4 quietly floating on the sea, preparing for the planetary teleportation. Before anyone could react, a colossal energy blast fell from the sky, obliterating Shelter 4 and the nearby gas pipelines, causing hundreds of thousands to evaporate instantaneously. The tremendous explosion sent tremors throughout the planet, and the resulting mist coalesced into a torrential downpour. Ha ha ha. King Cold's laughter grew increasingly unrestrained, still attempting to employ petty tricks against me. How absurd. King Cold had already arrived on Adrat, and had been there for some time without anyone noticing. Due to the asexual reproduction of the Frisia clan, King Cold's energy signature bore a striking resemblance to that of Cooler's. Thus Cooler, who was still an hour away from Adrat, was merely a bait set by King Cold. Cooler elevated his energy signature, concealing the fact that there was only one individual present, while King Cold suppressed his own energy, allowing his spaceship to approach Adrat with remarkable speed, stealthily. As King Cold contemplated his entrance, he noticed the activation of the planetary teleportation array. Having studied Adrat for over a decade, he was well aware of the teleportation mechanism, and since Cooler had mastered energy manipulation to an extraordinary degree, King Cold had also gleaned an understanding of its principles. In his original plan, had he sensed the imminent escape of the Yatarat star, he could have launched a strike from space to obliterate the teleportation array, rendering any chance of successful escape for Yatarat from the very beginning utterly non-existent. The failure that occurred only in the final second of activation was merely a manifestation of King Cold's malevolent amusement. Now, it was time to indulge in the main course. King Cold smiled faintly, fury igniting within him as he soared towards Shelter 1. Inside Shelter 1, the king was engulfed in profound despair upon sensing the countless auras that had vanished. Why? Why must he pursue total annihilation? He rubbed his face vigorously. Is this the moment for such reflections? Bulma's furious shout pierced the air. They needed to devise a remedy swiftly. The king stared at her in confusion, his mind utterly disordered. Realizing the king was of no help, Bulma took charge. Someone, bring Krillin back immediately, and instruct him to switch the anchor point to Earth. The rest of you, inform the other shelters to prepare for teleportation. Bulma had always been somewhat averse to making Earth the destination. It was the home of Earthlings, and her intention was to resurrect everyone. Suddenly, having over 1 million extraterrestrials in their midst could lead to numerous complications. However, in the face of such life and death circumstances, those concerns were rendered trivial. Trunks, Bulma called out, you must hold off King Cold to buy us time for our escape. Leave it to me. I will assist. Master Roshi declared. I shall also join. Piccolo began to step forward, but Bulma grasped his arm firmly. You cannot go. If anything were to happen to you, there would be no one left to use the Dragon Balls. Piccolo glanced at her and then retreated, saying nothing further. He bore the responsibility of resurrecting the others and knew he could not afford to take risks. Bulma then approached Trunks, her tone earnest and heartfelt. Do not overexert yourself. Be sure to protect yourself. This is not our home. There is no need to fight so desperately. Trunks felt a warmth in his heart. Despite being in a completely different time and space, his mother remained the loving figure he knew. All right, Trunks nodded emphatically, and together with Master Roshi, they ascended into the sky, departing the shelter. Having flown a few hundred kilometers, they encountered King Cold approaching head-on. The three of them halted midair, standing off at a distance of less than 10 meters. King Cold, why do you slaughter the Yadarat people? You have already obtained the crown of the gods. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to coexist peacefully? Trunks inquired. There is no reason. I simply enjoy it, King Cold replied, hands on his hips, comfortably. Moreover, you are not of this place. Why must you meddle? Killing is wrong. Since we have crossed paths, I must intervene. Oh, given your Na'vi perspective, why then have you slain so many of my soldiers? That is different. You are the invaders. If it were not for you, enough? King Cold interrupted. Put away your grand philosophies. You simply wish to fight me, so let us do so. He tilted his head, glancing at Master Roshi. Look at how many you've brought. Do you truly believe you stand a chance against me? There was no room left for negotiation. It was time to engage in combat. Trunks inhaled deeply. May they be able to prolong the encounter just a little longer. In the next instant, Trunks transcended into his Super Saiyan 2 form and charged towards King Cold. What? In the blink of an eye, Trunks had closed the distance to King Cold, delivering a powerful punch to his cheek, sending King Cold sprawling. Having endured near-fatal injuries in their previous battle, Trunks had significantly enhanced his strength. However, King Cold's perception of Trunks was still rooted in their initial encounter, leaving him unprepared for the sudden onslaught. Realizing the severity of the situation, he swiftly transformed into his golden form. With a swift maneuver, King Cold regained his balance and delivered a sweeping kick towards the pursuing Trunks. Caught off guard, Trunks could only raise his arms in defense. The sheer force of King Cold's strike was overwhelming, and despite using all his strength to brace himself, Trunks managed to avoid being sent flying. Without hesitation, he retaliated with a close-range energy flash. As the two engaged in combat, an Ardatian soldier, following Bulma's instructions, utilized instant transmission to retrieve Krillin. The distance from Krillin was considerable, and thus, before King Cold and Trunks officially clashed, no anomalies were detected on Ardatia. Clad in a spacesuit, Krillin floated in the habitable zone of a distant star, alongside Jebbet, who bore no protective gear. The star appeared as large as the sun from Earth, surrounded by an abyss of darkness that made Krillin feel uneasy. Suddenly, an Ardatian appeared, startling Krillin to the brink of a scream. The urgent soldier, without even donning a spacesuit, exposed himself to the vacuum of space, grabbing Krillin's hand and initiating instant transmission without a word. Krillin instinctively attempted to resist, but upon seeing the soldier's attire, he followed without protest. Upon their arrival on the ground, a bewildered Jebbet reappeared, and Bulma promptly issued commands. Thus, Jebbet took Krillin back to Earth. Subsequently, the entire Shelter No. 1 became a hive of activity, as everyone focused their teleportation efforts on Krillin. At the command of the military officer, a colossal structure manifested on Earth. Until the instant transmission was completed, Bulma felt no peculiar sensations, only realizing they had returned to Earth when the shelter descended due to height discrepancies. In those fleeting seconds, Trunks had already exchanged blows with King Cold hundreds of times. Trunks wore a grave expression, while King Cold appeared unfazed and in control. After all, the golden form was capable of holding its ground against Super Saiyan Blue for several exchanges, and Trunks, newly entering the Super Saiyan 3 realm, was indeed outmatched. King Cold had initially intended to toy with him, but suddenly, a massive surge of energy inexplicably dissipated, making him realize that the two before him were merely stalling for time. Dare to toy with me? This infuriated King Cold, who unleashed all his might in a kick directed at Trunks, propelling him like a cannonball. Trunks spun on the ground for dozens of revolutions before coming to a halt. Master Roshi hurried over, witnessing Trunks bloodied and with his arms in disarray. Are you all right? Trunks instinctively attempted to rise, yet the moment he moved his arm, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. No, he couldn't. He was far too powerful. Gritting his teeth, Trunks urged, they have begun their retreat. You must not linger here. Hurry, flee. The two of them were incapable of instantaneous movement, and should no one arrive to assist, King Cold, in a fit of rage, would likely eliminate them both right here. Master Roshi said nothing but stood resolutely in front of Trunks, his expression grave as he regarded King Cold. Oh, has the old man finally decided to intervene? The moment the vast number of Yardratans vanished, King Cold realized that this time would also end in failure, evidently. The opposition possessed escape methods unknown to him. Instantaneous movement was exceedingly cunning. A moment's inattention could lead to escape. Now, it was evidently too late to intercept the other two parties, so he would have to vent his frustrations on these two obstacles before him. Master Roshi leisurely removed his outer garment, revealing a crossbar vest and a skeletal physique. From his pocket, he withdrew a small glass vial and placed it upon the ground. In the next moment, Master Roshi's aura surged dramatically, his muscles swelling rapidly, the transformation akin to a metamorphosis. Humph, King Cold scoffed, sensing a slight increase in Master Roshi's strength, yet it was merely a trifle, posing no threat to him whatsoever. Master Roshi extended his hands forward, his palms radiating a faint green light as he concentrated his energy. Evil containment wave. A tsunami of green energy enveloped King Cold in an instant. This sensation was unlike any ordinary attack, catching King Cold completely off guard, leaving him unsure of how to respond. What is this? King Cold felt his energy being ensnared by a mysterious force, panic preventing him from mounting any form of resistance as he was pulled by the opponent's aura. Master Roshi abruptly lifted his hand skyward, the torrent of energy surging upward before cascading down like a waterfall, aimed directly at the vial on the ground. No, this cannot be. Trunks attempted to rise, but his grievous injuries rendered him immobile. When Goku had taught him this technique, he had warned that if employed under conditions of overwhelming disparity in power, the caster would face dire consequences. Clearly, King Cold surpassed Master Roshi by leagues. Should the sealing be successful, it would undoubtedly sap Master Roshi's life force. Trunks wished to intervene, yet found himself utterly powerless. Caught in the current, King Cold's eyes shot open as an intangible law pierced through space and energy, binding itself to Master Roshi. In the next instant, the tumultuous green storm vanished without a trace, and King Cold regained control of his body. He gasped for breath, the unknown technique having momentarily threatened his very existence. Had it not been for the crown of the gods, he felt certain he would not have survived this encounter. Master Roshi collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Fortunately, the crown of the gods had interrupted his spellcasting, preventing him from depleting his life force entirely, but he was nonetheless drained, his condition no better than Trunks. As King Cold approached, seething with rage, Master Roshi could only let out a long sigh, resigning himself to his fate as he closed his eyes. How infuriating this is. King Cold coldly raised his hand, his fingertip aimed directly at Master Roshi. No, a powerful beam of light shot forth, yet the anticipated sensation of pain never arrived. A tremendous explosion echoed from a distant location, as though King Kurter had intentionally aimed away. Master Roshi slowly opened his eyes, revealing a formidable and reassuring silhouette before him. Goku. Chapter 87. The Sixth Defense Battle, Part 2. Mr. Goku. Trunks exclaimed in astonishment, but how could this be? Goku was not supposed to arrive until 17 hours later, leaving Trunks utterly bewildered. The explanation was rather straightforward. During his confrontation with Hit, Goku had grasped the Scion's unique ability to traverse the consciousness of time. Thus, in his white god state, he could perceive the passage of time. The time trap on planet Yardrat had propelled him into the current of time, flowing downstream rather than upstream. Although Goku promptly recognized the issue and activated his white god form to break free, he still found himself 3 hours into the future. He initially attempted to retrace his steps, but in the preceding 3 hours, there was no physical vessel to contain his consciousness. To return to the moment before the incident, he would need to rewind a full 3 hours, a feat beyond his capabilities. At that moment, he detected two familiar auras in the distance, Trunks and Master Roshi, both of which were significantly weakened. Goku hurriedly rushed to the battlefield. He blinked and stared at King Kurter for a considerable time before suddenly pointing at him and exclaiming, "Frieza, you've finally grown taller?" Such an audacious remark made King Kurter's eye twitch, yet the manner of his opponent's arrival resembled instantaneous movement, effortlessly interrupting his energy wave, all while emitting no detectable aura. This left King Kurter uncertain of his adversary's strength, prompting a relatively courteous response. "I am Frieza's father." "Ah, I see," Goku exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. "You're the one we've been searching for. No wonder you're so powerful. Are you allied with them?" King Kurter glanced at Trunks. "Oh, we're here to invite you to participate in the Tournament of Power. We're in need of a strong ally." Goku chatted casually. "What if I decline?" With a confident grin, Goku replied, "Then let us have a match. If I win, you must join us in the competition. How does that sound?" King Kurter nodded. "That seems reasonable. Let us begin. As a ruler commanding thousands, King Kurter had already discerned from their brief conversation and demeanor that the two injured individuals regarded the one before them as their savior, indicating that his strength surpassed that of the two. Thus, King Kurter transformed into his golden form to engage in battle. "Ah, so you can transform too," Goku exclaimed in surprise. In the next moment, King Kurter charged at Goku, unleashing multiple energy spheres simultaneously. Goku effortlessly deflected them with a casual flick of his hand. King Kurter followed closely behind with a powerful punch aimed directly at Goku's face. However, Goku did not meet the attack head-on, instead skillfully dodging to the side. King Kurter continued his assault, but Goku evaded each series of physical attacks unscathed. Upon witnessing his transformation, the King of the Kurds found himself at a disadvantage, prompting a sense of foreboding. Consequently, he summoned his energy once more and launched a more ferocious assault. This time, Goku chose not to evade but instead engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Countless shockwaves erupted in the air, creating bubbles in the clouds, and the surrounding hundreds of kilometers were engulfed in their battle. Master Roshi and Trunks seized the opportunity to consume the life-saving beans they had on hand before swiftly retreating to a safe distance. Is this truly the extent of Mr. Goku's strength? Trunks was exhilarated to witness the confrontation up close. "Not even close," Master Roshi remarked, noting Goku's remarkable composure. Though their eyes could not keep pace with Goku's movements, it was evident from the fluctuations in the King of the Kurds' energy that each of his attacks was deftly neutralized. The duel appeared far from evenly matched. It resembled Goku indulging the king in a game. The King of the Kurds also sensed something amiss. He had nearly exerted all his strength, and despite the high intensity of the battle, the most disconcerting aspect was the absence of any discernible energy emanating from Goku. It felt akin to Lord Beerus. "What is your connection to him?" The king ceased his offensive, hovering mid-air as he conversed with Goku. "Lord Beerus?" Goku scratched his head, pondering. To call him a master would be inaccurate. That title belonged to Whis. Describing him as a freeloader felt disrespectful, and referring to him as a rival seemed inappropriate, as Beerus did not spar with him like Vegeta did. Perhaps simply a friend? Upon hearing this, the king's previously tense expression chilled abruptly, and he discreetly adjusted the godly crown adorning his forearm. "This is bad. Goku, be cautious." Master Roshi attempted to warn him, but it was too late. Goku suddenly felt all his energy vanish without warning, his body descending uncontrollably, reminiscent of the time Whis had prevented him from accessing Ultra Instinct. The King of the Kurds raised his palm, unleashing a massive pink beam of energy that surged forth rapidly. The power of this attack was such that even Master Roshi would likely be obliterated if struck head-on, let alone an unprepared Goku. The King's strike was infused with lethal intent. His desperation to possess the godly crown stemmed from a desire to solidify his reign as the ruler of the universe. The only threat to his security was the god of destruction, Beerus. Thus, by acquiring the godly crown, he believed he could maintain a balance of mutual deterrence. However, the greatest weakness of the crown was its inability to coexist with two individuals stronger than its bearer. He had assumed that only Beerus, at the pinnacle of the universe, surpassed him, but now another formidable opponent, evidently linked to Beerus, had emerged. If they were to join forces, even with the godly crown, he would be at their mercy. The only recourse was to strike first and eliminate the adversary before him. The King of the Kurds had no desire to confront Beerus as a deity. The true extent of the crown's power remained uncertain. Initially, he had intended to spare Beerus's feelings by participating in the tournament of power, but now, confrontation seemed unavoidable. At the critical moment, a figure materialized before the King of Kurd. What? The king, who had been deep in thought regarding Beerus, was caught off guard and received a kick to the face from Krillin, causing the energy wave in his hand to veer off course. Master Roshi and Trunks, witnessing this, immediately charged forward in a fit of rage. Krillin's attack failed to inflict significant damage, and the King of Kurd effortlessly swatted him away. Observing the two rushing towards him, he disdainfully murmured, "Pests that obstruct my path." He then directed his palm downward, unleashing a colossal beam of light, a full meter wide. Since he had already resolved to kill, the King of Kurd had no qualms about taking a few more lives. He unleashed 70% of his power, knowing the two below could not possibly withstand it. "You shall be reduced to cosmic dust along with the planet Adrath." An astonishing force descended from above. Trunks felt a wave of despair wash over him, only to realize that the beam had halted before Master Roshi, who had managed to block the terrifying attack. "Krillin, quickly, take Goku and go," Master Roshi shouted. It was only then that Krillin turned around and saw that, Although the earlier attack had gone awry, it had still struck Goku. He noticed Goku was still plummeting, with his right side from abdomen to chest grievously severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Without a moment to spare, Krillin activated instant transmission to reach Goku's side and transported him to Earth. A second passed before the King of Kurd realized something was amiss. His attack had ceased its advance, yet he felt no impact. It was then that he noticed a circular barrier had formed before the old man, his assault seemingly absorbed without a trace of response. This was the Earthling's innate ability that Master Roshi had recently comprehended: space creation. Merely petty tricks. Master Roshi strained to maintain the spatial barrier, managing to hold on until the King of Kurd's onslaught completely subsided. However, before he could catch his breath, an overwhelming force struck him, and he instantly lost consciousness. Grandfather. Trunks watched in horror as the King of Kurd shattered Master Roshi's neck with a single punch. Unable to respond in time, rage surged within him, amplifying his power anew. With a furious roar, Trunks lunged at the King of Kurd. Simultaneously, the searing pain from his wounds nearly rendered Goku unconscious. Without the support of his energy, everything around him blurred, leaving only the sensation of pain as his sole reality. In that moment, Goku suddenly perceived the delineation between his consciousness and soul amidst the agony, as if observing his life from a third-person perspective. It felt as though the pain and all sensations belonged to someone else, with this observer embodying the purest form of consciousness. He gazed upwards and once again beheld the river of time, but this time, he sensed the resistance against him had diminished significantly. The struggle upstream was no longer a Herculean task. The next moment, Goku's eyes flew open, and a wave of light erupted before him, exploding against his face. However, this wave bore no harm. Goku felt neither pain nor discomfort, though the agony of his injuries and the disorientation of his returning consciousness still plagued him. Goku breathed heavily, surveying his surroundings, only to realize he had returned to the moment he had just rescued Master Roshi. Before him stood a bewildered King Cold and an exuberant Trunks. Remarkably, he had traveled back a full 30 seconds. Despite the sudden appearance of a stranger, King Cold quickly deduced that the individual, seemingly thrown into disarray by a mere light wave, was nothing more than an insignificant foe. One after another, this was becoming tiresome. Master Roshi. Goku ignored him and abruptly turned to Master Roshi, exclaiming, "Why did I suddenly feel completely drained of strength? Not an ounce left." His statement was exaggerated, yet Master Roshi immediately grasped the underlying concern. "It's the crown of the gods. Be wary of what he wears on his head. That artifact can sever your connection to your energy. Sever my energy source." Goku comprehended instantly. It seemed Whis had also cut off his energy source earlier, which explained why he had been unable to utilize the instant transmission technique. Now that he understood the issue, resolving it would be much simpler. King Cold, still bewildered, glanced at his own forearm, perplexed as to why his opponent had already succumbed, despite him not activating the crown's powers. In the blink of an eye, the crown, which King Cold had been intently observing, vanished. Almost immediately, a searing pain surged through him as a significant patch of skin tore away from the arm donning the crown. Clutching his wound, King Cold stared in disbelief at the figure before him. He noticed that Goku's hair had transformed into a shimmering silver, and his gaze seemed to have altered entirely as he scrutinized the bloodstained crown in his hand. How is this possible? King Cold had only considered the possibility of being ambushed while resting. He never imagined someone could so brazenly snatch the crown while he was fully awake and even in a state of battle. The sheer disparity in strength required to accomplish such a feat was unimaginable, perhaps even surpassing that of Beerus himself. Trunks, equally astonished, blinked in disbelief. Upon recognizing Goku, he initially worried that King Cold might leverage the crown against him, but for reasons unknown, Goku had disarmed him before he could act. This was undoubtedly the wisest decision, and Trunks breathed a sigh of relief. "Curse it! Curse it!" King Cold knelt on the ground, pounding his fists in frustration. In the next moment, he roared, "You all shall perish." A colossal wave of energy surged forth, penetrating the surface and obliterating the entire planet of Yardrat, along with Trunks, Master Roshi, and the multitude of civilians who had been unable to escape, instantly reducing them to cosmic dust. Amidst the fiery debris of the universe, Goku scratched his head awkwardly. The Frieza family really is a piece of work. King Cold, dragging his battered body, gazed in astonishment at Goku, who remained unscathed and moved effortlessly in the vacuum of space. To King Cold's understanding, any race that required breathing should not be able to survive outside of a planet's surface. What kind of creature was this before him? Yet Goku did not take any action against him. Instead, he offered a conciliatory smile and waved his hand. In the next instant, Goku retraced his consciousness to the moment just before King Kurd detonated the planet Odrat. Just as King Kurd was about to make a move, a figure suddenly appeared before him, palm facing outward. Truly hopeless, Goku wished to disengage from him, and with a surge of energy emanating from his palm, he engulfed King Kurd in an instant. The villain had no time to utter any parting words before he vanished along with the brilliant blue light that illuminated Odrat. Such overwhelming strength, truly befitting of Mr. Goku, Trunks murmured. He struggled to retrieve a Senzu bean, restoring himself and Master Roshi to their former states. Meanwhile, Goku meticulously examined the crown of the gods, and as if arriving at a firm resolution, he gripped the edges of the crown with both hands. Huh! With a powerful shout, Goku forcibly snapped the crown in two. A tool for cheating is better off discarded. He pondered whether his words sounded particularly impressive when suddenly, he received a hefty blow to the back of his head. What is wrong with you? Why did you do that? Master Roshi exclaimed, his frustration swelling. This was a treasure that could save lives. What if it could be used in the Tournament of Power? Relax, Grandpa. Weapons aren't allowed in the Tournament of Power. Goku replied with a sense of rationality. But it could have been saved for future use. To combat foes like Black Frieza or the likes of Zamasu. Goku, perplexed, could only respond with an awkward smile. Trunks approached, picking up the remnants of the crown of the gods and examining it for a moment before sighing in resignation. It seems it's beyond repair. We should apologize to King Odrat when we return. Huh? Apologize? For what? What do you mean for what? You destroyed a treasure that has been passed down for millions of years. Master Roshi's anger escalated. What do you mean by apologize? Oh, Goku suddenly displayed a panicked expression. I thought it belonged to that villain. What to do? Oh, right. We must hurry and retrace. Unfortunately, during their idle chatter, more than 2 minutes had elapsed, and the crown was already cold beyond revival. Ultimately, Goku simply did not favor the object. Thus, he was unwilling to exert himself to salvage it. Trunks gazed at the large crater left by King Kurd's presence, his tone somber. He had promised to participate in the Tournament of Power. Now we are short one ally. We could still inquire with him. Goku pointed towards the sky, indicating the approaching Kalisa. Trunks felt somewhat speechless. They had just defeated his father and were now seeking his assistance, making him feel as though he were the true villain. Just 5 minutes later, Kalisa arrived. Having slowed his pace to facilitate King Kurd's infiltration, he accelerated for the final stretch and reached them in just 15 minutes. Sensing the lingering aura of King Kurd in the air, he was immediately consumed by fury. Who killed my father? Oh, another Frieza, Goku exclaimed. Was it you? Kalisa glared coldly at Goku. Do you wish to fight? I am aware that you surpassed the previous one. I shall ensure your demise is swift. Should I emerge victorious, you must participate in the Tournament of Power. Trunks felt a throbbing ache in his head. It was evident that these two were not communicating on the same wavelength. If this conflict continued, they would undoubtedly become bitter adversaries, and even if Kalisa wished to join the tournament, unforeseen complications might arise. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a flash of white light appeared, and several figures materialized among them. Ahem. Beerus pretentiously cleared his throat, exclaiming how trivial matters could escalate to such chaos. Back on Earth, Bulma immediately produced her finest cookies, weary of the unexpected upheavals on Odrat Star. This time, she would reveal her trump card. Long ago, Shenron Palunga once stated that the rules set by angels for each energy source differ. It can be inferred that the authority of the angels supersedes that of the energy sources, thus the Divine Crown's influence likely would not affect Whis. Therefore, as long as Whis intervened, the situation would be resolved. To ensure they exerted their full effort, Bulma accompanied Whis and the others upon their arrival, where they soon encountered Goku. Mom. Trunks rushed forward. What transpired? Mr. Goku has returned, and the enemy has been dealt with, he added, raising the shard of the Divine Crown in his hand, implying that all was understood without further explanation. Trunks' brief remarks clarified the situation, although numerous questions lingered. It appeared that the issues had been resolved, and Bulma felt considerably relieved. You are the one we seek, Beerus stated as he approached Kalisa. Trunks hesitated, wanting to interject that they were veering off topic, yet he didn't dare interrupt the god of destruction. We invite you to join the Tournament of Power. Do you have any objections? Beerus inquired, his expression stern as he regarded Kalisa from above. Kalisa met Beerus' gaze without flinching, replying, no objections. You dare to say that? What do you mean by no objections? Kalisa pointed at Goku. He killed my father, and I seek vengeance. Beerus turned to Goku, his displeasure evident. Why did you strike his father? Goku, anxious to clarify, accidentally bit his tongue, causing him to writhe in pain. Bulma quickly stepped forward, confronting Kalisa in defense. Your father slaughtered many inhabitants of Adrat Star. He committed numerous heinous acts. He deserved his fate. With both the god of destruction and Goku present, Bulma stood resolute. What do you mean by deserved his fate? Kalisa fixed his gaze on Bulma, devoid of anger or disdain, genuinely inquiring. Bulma hesitated, then attempted to explain. It means that someone killed your father, and you are understandably furious. However, that is because your father took the lives of many, many other fathers. Therefore, everyone wished for his demise, as he was the villain, and it is not wrong to eliminate villains. Kalisa stared into Bulma's eyes, and after a prolonged silence of several seconds, he nodded slowly, saying, Indeed, your reasoning is sound. Bulma had meticulously prepared a plethora of profound arguments for a spirited debate, anticipating a fierce exchange that could span 300 rounds. To her surprise, he was surprisingly amenable, which left her somewhat dissatisfied, akin to striking a punch into cotton. Well then, Whis suddenly clapped his hands in delight, as if all misunderstandings had been resolved. Let us return to Earth and host a celebratory feast. Ho ho ho. Chapter 89. Pre-match preparations. The warriors of planet Adrat, including Kalisa, journeyed back to Earth aboard Whis's cosmic cube, who graciously offered them a ride solely for the purpose of indulging in a meal. However, Earth lacked the resources to host a grand banquet for over 1 million Adratarians. So the displaced populace had been arranged to return to their home planet under the directives of various officials, resuming their normal lives. The only attendees remaining for the feast, aside from the Earth warriors, were Pilaf, Mai, the king, and 2 guards. Adrat provided the ingredients for the banquet, while Bulma prepared an assortment of instant delicacies. Among those relishing the meal the most were Whis and Beerus. The king wore a troubled expression. The recent calamity had claimed a quarter of his planet's population, and vast expanses of the surface lay in ruins. As their leader, he felt he had failed to be a pillar of support for his people, relying entirely on foreign aid to resolve their issues, which weighed heavily on his heart. Do not worry. Bulma noticed the king's sorrow and approached to offer comfort. When we return, we will craft an enormous tier of the gods for you. You can use it to resurrect your fallen citizens. Thank you. I am most grateful. The king replied, already aware of the plan, thus refraining from excessive excitement. Well then, Bulma picked up a fragment of the crown of the gods. Perhaps we could wish to restore this as well. The king shook his head. Forget it. After losing a crown of the gods, I have come to realize that with so many means of survival on Adrat, we do not lack for a single crown. Furthermore, it seems that the calamities it brings far outweigh any sense of security. Indeed, Bulma nodded in agreement, then suddenly pondered aloud. The source of Earth's destruction could also be attributed to the Dragon Balls, or rather, the tears of the gods. That old Supreme Kai has been sealed in a sword for millions of years. Could it be that these 3 divine artifacts are all tainted in some way? Where did these things come from, anyway? Bulma mused to herself, but Whis, overhearing her, glanced at the shard of the crown while savoring a steaming dumpling. Just someone's prank. Whis remarked casually. Bulma turned, uncertain if Whis was addressing her, but he merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. The banquet proceeded rather uneventfully, with Kalisa quietly seated nearby, while Goku animatedly showcased his culinary prowess. After a hearty meal, Whis departed with Beerus. With only 3 days remaining until the Tournament of Power, the remaining time was to be spent recuperating. The king of Adrat lingered for another day. Goku mined while Piccolo refined, ultimately crafting a colossal, coreless Dragon Ball measuring 30 meters in diameter. Although conveniently stored in a compression capsule, Bulma and her companions decided to accompany the Dragon Balls back to planet Adrat to witness their effects firsthand. Amidst the absence of ominous clouds and majestic dragons, a fleeting crimson light illuminated the scene, as the Dragon Balls transformed into a celestial tapestry of starlight, leading to the resurrection of the fallen inhabitants of the planet Adrat. The fate of those who might perish anew remained uncertain, a situation none wished to confront. The king of Adrat expressed his profound gratitude to their terrestrial allies through a ceremonious gesture, while also imploring Earth to honor their traditions. Adrat wished to reside eternally beyond the cosmic gaze, preferring to minimize interstellar interactions. Consequently, 2 days hence, Adrat activated its planetary teleportation array. vanishing into the vastness of the universe. However, Pilaf chose to remain behind, accompanied by the ashes of Ashura, opting to stay on Earth. With limited time left with Xiaowu, Earth was ultimately their home, and they yearned to spend their final days there. After a flurry of tense preparations, the time for the Tournament of Power arrived, with participants gathering in anticipation of the Grand Priestess teleportation. The final roster from Universe 7 included Goku, Krillin, Master Roshi, Piccolo, Kaba, Frieza, and Tien Shinhan. It was only half a day before the commencement of the tournament that Beerus, in a leisurely state, while savoring instant noodles, suddenly realized a critical oversight. Could that insufferable boy truly participate in the tournament? Over the past few days, he had been indulging in Bulma's culinary delights, fearing he might not have time to savor them later. Perhaps the ample sugar had cleared his mind, prompting the recollection of Trunks, the blue-haired time traveler. They had accepted bribes from Earth and allowed this criminal to parade freely, risking the possibility that the tournament might commence only for Beerus to be obliterated for his negligence. Upon hearing this, Bulma was infuriated, nearly losing her composure. "You only mention this now, just as the competition is about to begin. Stop shouting at me. Go resolve the issue." After confronting Bulma, Beerus fled without a backward glance, knowing he was in the wrong. Fortunately, the matter was easily remedied. Bulma had been contemplating whether to replace Piccolo or Master Roshi with Tien Shinhan, now that Pilaf had returned and could command Tien without fear of betrayal. Yet, she felt an inner conflict, unwilling to include someone responsible for the cruel murder of her own son in their ranks. Ultimately, necessity dictated that Tien be included. The strength of Universe 7 had undoubtedly diminished, for after the Odrat incident, Bulma had sought out the old Kai to enhance Trunks' abilities. Consequently, Trunks from an alternate timeline had become a formidable contender, now evenly matched with Goku. Had it not been for the authoress' insistence, Universe 7 would have been at a loss for how to lose. Additionally, it is worth mentioning Frieza. With the absence of the fortune-telling lady on Earth, no one knew how to summon him back from the afterlife for just a day. After much deliberation, the group decided to resurrect him. After a hiatus of over 20 years, being summoned back for the Tournament of Power filled Frieza with a myriad of emotions, further complicated by the unexpected appearance of his newfound brother, which left him feeling profoundly unsettled. However, Frieza, in his half-step golden form, surprisingly finds himself as the weakest contender on the battlefield. Under Bulma's directive, Piccolo and Master Roshi hastily constructed a rudimentary, hyperbolic time chamber, allowing Frieza to train for the remaining half-day. Goku intended to join him, but Bulma intervened, questioning the utility of his presence. "What purpose would you serve? You five have already mastered your energy sources. Any training would be futile. For the sake of the overall strength of Universe 7, it is imperative that Frieza enters." Everyone recognized the wisdom in Bulma's words, and ultimately, they quelled Goku's competitive spirit before it could flourish. All warriors had adjusted to their optimal states, and Bulma, along with Pilaf and Mai, prepared to witness the battle. As all surviving inhabitants of Earth were set to witness this pivotal clash that would alter the fate of the entire universe, the azure circle beneath them illuminated, and Whis cheerfully beckoned, "Come, let us join hands and embark on our journey." This chapter has finally reached its conclusion. I would like to clarify a few minor details. In the theatrical version, Frieza was given an elder brother named Cooler, which I have chosen to omit here. The film ultimately reduced Frieza to the weakest sibling in his family, raising the question of how he ascended to the title of Emperor of the Universe. I am not fond of characters that exist merely for narrative convenience. Thus, in my rendition, the family consists solely of King Cold and Frieza. Cooler has borrowed a name from a certain side story, yet the characterization diverges. As for the appearance of Ashura, resembling a specter, I have presupposed that his lifespan is shorter than that of an ordinary human, which explains why Pilaf and his companions desperately sought the Dragon Balls at that particular time to revert to their youth, an endeavor to extend the life of a beloved brother. How romantic! However, in this narrative, I have decided to allow him to exit prematurely with lingering regrets. Initially, I contemplated having Trunks participate, as Tien's original intention was to illustrate that not every event would unfold according to the protagonist's wishes, leading to the decision for Tien to be permanently sidelined. Later, I conceived a significant concern. If old Kai were to enhance Trunks further, what would become of the other teams? Thus, I had no choice but to retire him. And if the substitute were King Cold, the preceding plot would struggle to develop, creating a new character felt unnecessary. So I opted to reintroduce Tien for the sake of the story. The Tournament of Power stands as the final chapter. Yet I do not wish to center the narrative on an array of peculiar characters engaged in combat, as that would seem insipid. Therefore, it matters little who takes the stage. And thus, we proceed. Chapter 90. The opening of the Tournament of Power. This time, the members of Universe 7 displayed remarkable unity, with no one fixating on the matter of whether to hold hands. Before them, the scenery shifted, and in an instant, they found themselves within the Grand Zeno's palace. The expansive hall appeared to float in a void, supported only by a few sparse columns, allowing a glimpse into the incomprehensibly profound space beyond, sending a shiver through those accustomed to solid ground. Competitors from the 8 universes materialized in various corners of the palace, with the likes of Kampa appearing beside the warriors of Universe 7, panting heavily while chastising their own participants. "Didn't I tell you not to insult him? Humph. How noisy." Beerus seized the opportunity to taunt. "What did you say?" As two individuals found themselves at odds, their gazes ignited with silent hostility. "You remain unchanged, indeed." On the other side, a creature resembling a fox with golden fur spoke up. "Who is he?" Bulma inquired cautiously, glancing at Whis. "This esteemed figure is Lord Lakir, the god of destruction from Universe 8. Bulma surveyed her surroundings. To her right lay Universe 8, and to her left, Universe 6. It appeared that everyone was arranged in numerical order. Yet, was it not said that symmetrically numbered universes were akin to twins? Why did only Universes 6 and 7 share some semblance, while the others diverged so dramatically? Bulma questioned. "Ha ha ha," Whis chuckled lightly. "Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. Perhaps the authors simply overlooked them." Whis, standing to the far left of Kampa, was approached by another individual, whose attire suggested they were also an angel. "Didn't you assert that 7 contestants would suffice? Why then do you present 10? It was Cucudal, the angel from Universe 5. 3 of them are merely spectators, not participants. They have come to observe." "Observe?" "The Omni King did not permit the presence of spectators," Lakir remarked coldly. "Indeed, Universe 7 seems to enjoy special treatment," Cucudal added. "It's merely for a glance. It holds little significance," Whis asserted, raising his hand as a cardboard box materialized in his palm. "This is a small token of hospitality from the contestants of Universe 7. As Whis opened the lid, within the flat box lay neatly arranged egg yolk pies. Though merely industrially manufactured, the presentation was exquisite, with the packaging deliberately removed. "They are quite delectable. Do give them a try." Simultaneously, Beerus and Kampa, their eyes still locked in a fiery glare, moved in unison to Whis' side and reached for a piece of the egg yolk pie. Lakir frowned as he took one out, inhaling its aroma before hesitantly taking a bite. This is suddenly, Lakir's tail began to sway vigorously, and his previously intimidating gaze softened considerably. The extraordinary flavor, the smooth texture, what a culinary masterpiece this is. This is the unparalleled delicacy of Universe 7. You see, each pie consumed diminishes our stock, Whis hinted, acknowledging the added trouble caused by the extra spectators. "Not troublesome at all," Cucudal beamed, appearing far from the imposing figure he was. "It is entirely reasonable for one to desire to witness the fate of their universe. It is understandable." Bulma, observing the spectacle behind them, regarded the deities as if they were simpletons, puzzled by their apparent naivety. Suddenly, without warning, everyone returned to their respective positions. Beerus and Kampa ceased their quarrel, and Whis tucked away his belongings. The representatives of the 12 universes stood solemnly along either side of the hall. Silence enveloped the space. The ethereal voice of the Grand Minister resonated in the ears of the competitors, prompting them to instinctively close their mouths. "The Omni King has arrived." The Omni King, resembling a small blue figurine, appeared at one end of the hall, accompanied by 2 divine attendants. All gods of destruction and supreme Kais knelt in reverence, while the angels offered slight bows. The Omni King, as if inspecting the ranks, strolled towards the innermost throne with a graceful gait, his slender arms and legs moving with a delightful nonchalance. This is the opening ceremony proposed by Whis. Since this competition pertains to the fate of the universe, it certainly warrants a sense of ritual. Commencing with combat would seem rather hasty. However, the contestants standing behind the gods have made no special arrangements. They simply stand quietly, observing as the god of destruction prostrates himself in reverence to this supreme deity. Bulma gazes at the scene before her, deep in thought. She has long sensed that, although angels appear to be mere attendants of the gods of destruction, their existence seems to embody a greater mystery than that of the gods of destruction and the supreme Kai. Take Whis, for instance. Goku is convinced that his strength surpasses that of Beerus, and it is said that he is even Beerus' master. The ceremonial distinction before her only reinforces Bulma's speculation. Is it possible that angels possess a fundamental difference from the gods of destruction, and that the gods of destruction are, in essence, akin to artificial gods like Goku? Hey! The Omni King suddenly called out to Zeno, who was about to approach the throne. What are you doing? Beerus exclaimed in terror, his eyes nearly popping out. The elephant-faced Kampa, kneeling opposite, raised his head slightly, incredulous as he gazed at the dazed youth before him. Goku. The Omni King waved his tiny hand excitedly. Do your best in the competition. Sure. Goku confidently flexed his bicep. Ever since he learned that the previous tournament of power was not initiated because of him, Goku felt considerably lighter in spirit. If this trial was unavoidable, he would simply face it with equanimity. He had merely intended to offer a greeting, not to say much, and this little interlude passed without incident, allowing Beerus to exhale in relief. The Omni King hopped onto the throne with a cheerful bounce, swinging his short legs, appearing quite pleased. The Grand Priest stepped forward to address the assembly. This tournament of power will feature 8 universes, each represented by 7 contestants. This is the arena. With a wave of his hand, an ethereal projection of the arena materialized before them. Once the competition commences, all contestants will randomly appear at various positions in the arena. After 100 takus, equivalent to 48 minutes of Earth time, the universe with the most contestants remaining will be declared the ultimate victor. During the match, the use of the instant transmission technique is prohibited, as is the employment of any weapons aside from one's inherent abilities. Contestants who fall out of the arena, lose consciousness, or perish will be considered eliminated and will be automatically transported to the spectator area. There is no need for concern. Now, please take your seats, esteemed audience. With a clap of his hands, all the deities, along with the 3 spectators from Universe 7, vanished from their spots, reappearing the next moment in the grand arched spectator stance. The Omni King, after a jubilant shout, appeared alongside his attendants in the highest viewing area. Wait, Goku suddenly scratched his head. Didn't they just say we could kill? Piccolo turned back to assess him. Death is indeed a form of elimination, so killing is permissible. That shouldn't be the case, Goku replied, a bit troubled. This is different from the World Martial Arts Tournament. Why should it be like the World Martial Arts Tournament? Master Roshi inquired, perplexed. I don't know why, Goku admitted, but I have always followed the rules of the martial arts tournaments in previous competitions. So I suggested the same to the Omni King last time. Put away your naive thoughts. Frieza revealed a chilling smile, asserting that allowing murder was indeed the right course of action. The universe that lost would be obliterated, thus this was a life and death struggle. Do not delude yourselves into thinking we are still part of some children's program. Is that so? Goku, perplexed, propped up his chin and pondered seriously. On the stands, Pilaf nervously wrung his small hands and anxiously inquired, do we have a good chance of winning? The thought that this might be the last 48 minutes of his life made Pilaf tremble. All we can say is, this is the strongest lineup we could muster. Bulma replied, if we still lose, then there's nothing we can do about it. Do not fear, I have great confidence in you, was reassured. Humph, Beerus replied grumpily. With that guy around, we certainly won't lose. Though he said this, his body betrayed him as he pulled out the custard pies Bulma had brought, devouring them one after another. Lord Beerus, you've eaten my half. Whis quickly intervened to snatch them away. I'm on the brink of death here. Don't take from me. You still have plenty of opportunities to eat. Opportunities are millions of years away. You cannot eat. Give it to me. You really don't think we will win, do you? Not at all. Their bickering provided Bulma with a modicum of comfort. The Grand Priest in the temple slowly raised a hand. The match would commence in 3 seconds. The expressions of all 56 contestants turned serious. Those who had been crossing their arms or holding their hands behind their backs shifted to a combat-ready stance. 3, 2, 1. Goku excitedly clasped his fists. The match begins. Chapter 91. A chaotic mess. This match was a free-for-all, emphasizing both offense and defense. 20 minutes before the competition, Bulma held a strategy meeting for everyone. Offense and defense? Isn't that redundant? Krillin questioned. Silence. Pay attention. Bulma snapped, causing Krillin to shrink his neck in fear. Although the specifics of the competition had yet to be announced, it was likely to resemble the scenario from Goku's previous life. Ultimately, the outcome would be determined by the number of contestants remaining when the countdown concluded. Thus, to ensure more individuals survived, each universe would likely adopt a strategy of forming alliances. Form alliances? Goku frowned in contemplation. Bulma disregarded him and continued. However, if everyone remains in a cluster, then there will be no eliminations, leading to a stalemate. Consequently, some individuals must take on the role of attacking other teams while others focus on defensive alliances. Then why not all attack together? Krillin, having learned, asked cautiously. It's a psychological game, Master Roshi explained. If they all attack as a group, their assault would be too overwhelming, likely drawing attention and making them the focal point. In a chaotic free-for-all, the first to be eliminated is often the one who attracts the most attention. Those who can participate in such competitions are undoubtedly the elite of the elite. No one would make such a blunder. I see. As expected of Master Roshi, Krillin nodded thoughtfully. But what if everyone stays grouped and does nothing? Pilaf inquired. I surmise that the organizers, in an effort to prevent such a stalemate, will allow the competitors to enter the arena in a disordered formation, Bulma explained. Thus, the primary focus of the initial phase of the competition is how to swiftly regroup. In this regard, we possess a significant advantage, remarked Piccolo. Indeed. With Goku and Krillin capable of utilizing instant transmission, I have already assigned your roles, Bulma stated, producing a map. Goku, you will immediately teleport with Frieza and Cooler, while Krillin, you shall accompany the old man and Piccolo. Ultimately, you will all gather around Tien, thereby allowing us to evade any disturbances and regroup within 1 second. I see. Truly, Bulma is remarkable. Krillin, at a loss for words, exclaimed. Next, we must designate those responsible for offense. I volunteer. I volunteer. Goku promptly raised his hand and stood up. Sit down. You are not fit. Bulma interjected sharply. According to Goku's recollections from his previous life, with our current lineup, we can undoubtedly overpower the vast majority of universes. The only variable is Goku's uncertainty regarding the strength of Jiren. The mere mention of Jiren ignited a fervor within Goku. Therefore, Goku, as our trump card, your task is to conserve your energy and keep a close watch on Jiren. Once the dust settles on the other battlefields and we have amassed sufficient advantages, only then will you face Jiren. But do you wish to jeopardize the lives of everyone in Universe 7 due to your impulsiveness? Bulma's words rendered Goku speechless. Indeed, he could not afford such recklessness again. And ultimately, he resolved to heed Bulma's strategy. For the offensive roles, I have selected 2 individuals. First, Krillin. Bulma turned to him. Krillin's android core possesses boundless stamina, making him ideal for the forefront of a war of attrition. Rest assured, I will handle it. The other is Frieza. While Krillin's stamina is an advantage, his power does not rank among the elite. Should he confront a stronger opponent, he risks elimination. Thus, we require a more formidable companion, and aside from Goku, Frieza is the most suitable choice. Humph, the king smirked. Why not Cooler? Krillin inquired, sensing something peculiar about Frieza's temperament. Because Frieza is a maverick, he certainly would not contentedly remain within the defensive team. Frieza appeared ready to protest, but ultimately swallowed his words. Returning to the present, Bulma awaited the commencement of the match from the stands. Thus far, the competition's procedures and rules were largely within her anticipation. The tactics she devised were straightforward and comprehensible. An implementation should pose no issues. Now, it remained to be seen how the other universes would respond. Their divergent modes of thinking could yield significant differences and potentially unforeseen circumstances, which was her greatest concern. The match has begun. With the Grand Priest's command, the 56 competitors vanished from their original positions. A resounding gong echoed throughout the arena, and soon all the participants were evenly dispersed across the vast space, with members of the same team positioned quite distantly from one another. As the life and death competition commenced, Krillin felt a surge of anxiety. What had Bulma instructed me to do again? Who am I supposed to find first? Just as he was momentarily disoriented, a blast of energy suddenly struck from the side. Krillin instinctively leaned back, the energy orb grazing his forehead as it soared past. Turning to look, he beheld a gray-haired creature resembling a wolf, grinning at him with a predatory gaze. Let us test you first, hairless beast. Before Krillin could comprehend the meaning of this taunt, Belgamer, the werewolf from Universe 9, charged at him, his sharp claws slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh. The more Belgamer struck, the more exhilarated he became, emitting a series of eerie cackles, while Krillin found himself retreating step by step under the relentless assault. Fortunately, years of rigorous training had ingrained the instinct for combat deep within Krillin's bones. As he acclimated to the rhythm of the fight, his heart steadied. revealing to him that his opponent's strikes lacked genuine power and were merely a display of brute force. Initially, each of Belgamer's attacks narrowly missed their mark, yet just moments later, the werewolf noticed that Clint's defense was becoming increasingly relaxed, his expression twisting into a grimace of frustration. Alas, no matter how ferocious a weakling may appear, it amounts to naught. Seizing the opportunity, Clint delivered a powerful kick to Belgamer's head, employing just half of his strength. The werewolf flew backward like a cannonball. Clint understood that this match was no trivial matter. His intention was to incapacitate rather than eliminate his opponent outright. Despite his resolve, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Upon impact, Belgamer lost consciousness, hurtling straight towards the edge of the arena. His companions from Universe 9, poised to intervene, were stunned to see him vanish before he could even cross the boundary. Having been rendered unconscious, Belgamer was deemed out of the match, now slumped lifelessly in the stands. This brief skirmish rejuvenated Clint, prompting him to remember his plan to gather with Master Wu Tian, Bic, and ultimately Tian. The collective energy of his comrades surged, making them easy to locate. Clint immediately placed his hand to his forehead, preparing for the next moment. Yet, to his bewilderment, he found himself frozen in place. Why? Why can't I use instant transmission? On the stands, Bulma observed the unfolding match with increasing concern. According to her calculations, Goku and the others should have assembled in a mere second. Even if Goku had forgotten, Clint could cover for him. 5 seconds should have sufficed. However, half a minute had elapsed without any sign of their gathering. Could it be? Were they unable to utilize instant transmission? Bulma gazed in astonishment at Whis. With a thoughtful expression, Whis raised his chin and confirmed, indeed, it cannot be used. How can this be? Bulma exclaimed, rising to her feet. Was it not stated that only the flight technique was prohibited? Are we not allowed to use our own abilities? Oh dear. Instant transmission is simply too much of a cheat. Whis gently patted Bulma on the shoulder. Consider it. Being knocked out of bounds results in disqualification. To prevent competitors from effortlessly returning, the flight technique was banned. From this perspective, the prohibition of instant transmission is quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? However, that cannot be the case. If instantaneous movement were possible, the contestants from our 7th universe could simply embrace each other and evade danger on the field, ensuring their survival until the end. Such a strategy would undoubtedly be unfair to the contestants from other universes. Whose side are you on? Even Beerus could no longer contain his irritation. I pride myself on being fair and just, he declared, though under his breath, he muttered. But it is not you who faces annihilation. Bulma slapped her forehead in frustration. Despite her meticulous calculations, she had overlooked this critical detail. Whis' remarks left Bulma without retort. It was evident that not all of the underlying rules could be enumerated, and even if she filed a complaint, it would likely be futile. What has become of this chaotic situation? Bulma gazed at the arena, bewildered. The team battle she envisioned had failed to materialize. Instead, most contestants from the other universes were attacking each other like rabid dogs, with the sounds of explosions and clashes echoing throughout, transforming the arena into a grand spectacle of chaos. Amidst this tumultuous scene, the Grand Zeno in the main stand appeared thoroughly entertained, exclaiming with delight. In the first 2 minutes of the match, it seemed that every few seconds, a contestant was eliminated and returned to the stands. A glance around revealed that apart from the audience from Universe 6 seated nearby, every other section was filled with eliminated contestants, with Universe 9 already having lost 6. Bulma furrowed her brow. It seemed that the leading contestant would soon become a target. Chapter 92. Life and Death Match. With the opportunity to participate in the Tournament of Power without psychological burdens, Goku felt exhilarated. As soon as the match commenced, he completely forgot Bulma's admonitions and began searching for opponents. Not far from him, he spotted a familiar face. "Hey," Goku called out, bounding forward a few steps. The seemingly frail girl, noticing his approach, quickly assumed a battle stance. "Don't be nervous. I remember you. You're that scion from Universe 6. Huh, how do you know me?" Goku had found the Universe 6 scion, Caulifla, though he couldn't recall her name. "I'm from Universe 7. I'm also a scion." Goku excitedly pointed to himself. However, this commonality did little to assuage Caulifla's wariness. After all, they remained adversaries. As she sensed his reluctance to share more, Goku too adopted a combat stance. "Then let us have a match," Caulifla declared, swallowing hard. Though she was combative, she could not ignore the disparity in their physiques. Goku appeared significantly stronger. Among the contestants from Universe 6, she was among the weakest, only slightly outperforming Kaba, causing her to feel somewhat anxious. She cautiously advanced a half-step, yet could discern no weaknesses in her opponent. Goku's demeanor and movements were relaxed, yet he exuded a formidable presence. With a fierce cry, Caulifla charged at him, initiating combat. Goku remained on the defensive, opting not to strike first. He had always watched Vegeta spar with her in the past, and now wished to experience the challenge himself. After several rounds, Goku began to find the match rather tedious. His opponent's martial arts prowess was lacking, and her movements were rife with openings. Moreover, her strength was rather mediocre. Seizing an opportunity, he unexpectedly extended his hand towards Caulifla's forehead. What? With a resounding thud, Caulifla felt as though her head had been struck by steel, but it was merely Goku flicking her forehead, sending her flying across the ring. Stop holding back and transform, Goku urged. Transform? What does that mean? Caulifla struggled to rise. I mean transforming into a Super Saiyan. Goku suddenly recalled that this transformation was something Vegeta had taught. Though he couldn't quite remember the details, he decided, never mind. I can teach you again. As Goku prepared to unleash his power, he suddenly paused. He was currently in his normal Super Saiyan God form and could not revert to the Super Saiyan form. What exactly do you want to do? He pondered aloud. To put it simply, you need to experience the feeling of anger. Your power will increase through your rage, and when you break through that barrier. Just then, a shadow rushed in, delivering a heavy kick directly to Caulifla's side. She had no time to evade, and the blow was both fierce and precise, propelling her through the gaps between the other competitors and sending her tumbling off the stage. What are you doing, Tien? The assailant was indeed Tien. To ensure his participation, Bulma and the others had used the Dragon Balls to teleport Pilaf in front of Tien and issued him a command. After this encounter, Tien completely set aside his animosity, especially since Pilaf had told him to be a righteous and kind person from now on. Tien instantly transformed back into the comrade he had been in his previous life, one with whom he could fight side by side. I was going to ask what you were doing, Goku, Tien said earnestly. This is a life and death battle, and you are teaching your opponent how to grow stronger. Don't be so rigid. They are also Saiyans. We could become good friends in the future, or at least worthy rivals. There won't be a future, Tien replied, turning to leave. In 48 minutes, only one of you will survive. It will either be us or them. Wake up to reality. With that, Tien turned and rejoined the fray. Goku was momentarily speechless. After some reflection, he realized that Tien had a point, yet it also solidified his own determination. In the stands, Whis was enjoying a custard tart while watching intently. Other sections had seen eliminations, yet they remained unscathed, which was rather dull. Suddenly, he turned to Bulma and asked, Miss Bulma, if Universe 7 wins, what would you wish for? What would I wish for? A wish, of course. Have you forgotten that the prize for this tournament is the 7 Super Dragon Balls? I've been too busy thinking about how to win the match. I haven't even considered it. You haven't thought about it at all? Whis asked curiously. Bulma fell silent for a moment. Let Goku decide, however. I believe he will undoubtedly wish for that. Oh, for what? To restore all the destroyed universes, Bulma stated firmly. Do you agree with him doing that? Haven't you always wanted to use the Super Dragon Balls to restore Earth? Bulma shook her head, expressing her desire but ultimately asserting that it would be unconscionable to sacrifice the lives of 7 universes for the sake of one planet. Suddenly, she stood up with a start. Wait a moment. If the Super Dragon Balls have already been used for a wish, how will we mine for Dragon Balls in the future? Whis merely regarded her in silence. After a brief pause, Bulma resumed her seat, contemplating the situation. But the Dragon Balls can be restored after use. Surely the Super Dragon Balls can too. Indeed, they can, Whis acknowledged, but a wish of such magnitude, like restoring the 7 universes, would likely take a year to revert to its original state. Bulma pondered this for a moment, realizing that it merely meant delaying the resurrection of the people on Earth by a year, a concession they could undoubtedly afford. Oh, how noble of you, was complimented, then deftly shifted the topic. The contestants from Universe 7 are truly impressive. Thus far, no one has been eliminated. Before Bulma could finish her thought, a shadow suddenly appeared beside her. She turned her head, gasping in terror. Krillin, what happened to you? Krillin's eyes were wide with defiance, yet his pupils were dilated. A gaping black wound marred his chest, remnants of sparks flickering above it. A grievous injury that seemed to have claimed his life. Just a moment ago, after eliminating an enemy, Krillin found himself unable to use instant transmission and was forced to devise a new strategy. He decided to run directly across the small arena to seek out Master Roshi. However, after only 2 steps, a figure that seemed eerily familiar blocked his path. "Frieza, why do you look so ghastly?" Krillin exclaimed. "Frieza? I beg your pardon. I am unaware of whom you speak," the figure replied with a slight bow. "I am Frost, a contestant from Universe 6. It is regrettable that we must determine a victor today." Krillin recalled hearing about the twin nature of the 2 universes during casual conversations. So the presence of a counterpart to Frieza was not surprising. However, he felt a pang of insecurity. He was unable to contend with their Frieza, and he was uncertain of Frost's abilities. "Very well, let us engage," he conceded politely, refraining from uttering any harsh words. He returned the gesture with a fist salute and assumed a battle stance, deciding to test the waters first. In an instant, both combatants vanished from sight, engaging in an intense aerial battle. After parrying several exchanges, Krillin gradually intensified his counterattacks to gauge his opponent's limits. Yet, to his astonishment, before he could exert himself fully, he noticed Frost's expression contorting with discomfort, reminiscent of someone suffering from constipation. Could he possibly be quite weak? Krillin mused, realizing that Frost's strength seemed comparable to that of the Frieza he encountered 20 years ago. Without Goku to traverse dimensions, this opponent might genuinely possess such limited power, which alleviated the tension within him. But the next moment, Krillin felt a dizzying whirlwind envelop him, his body spiraling out of control as though intoxicated. He was unaware of what transpired, but one thing was certain. He was likely on the verge of elimination. Frost concealed the poisoned silver needles within his combat attire, and after a brief exchange, he realized he could not prevail against his opponent. Consequently, he resorted to underhanded tactics. However, instead of throwing Krillin out of the arena, a flash of violet light pierced through Krillin's heart. Staring in disbelief at the wound upon his chest, Krillin found himself too weakened to even convulse, succumbing to his fate and fading away from the stage with a sense of unfulfilled defiance. Turning away, Frost murmured, "Though you merely need to faint to be disqualified, I cannot allow you to speak recklessly from the sidelines. After all, you are destined to perish in 48 minutes. Consider this a premature farewell. Ha ha ha. Do not blame me, Krillin." In the distance, Goku sensed the abrupt disappearance of Krillin's energy, panic gripping him as he realized the gravity of the life-and-death confrontation. He yearned to rush over and assess the situation, convinced that few possessed the capability to eliminate Krillin. At that moment, a timid figure appeared before him, her demeanor awkward, yet her eyes glinting with lethal intent. You actually allowed Sister Caulifla to be eliminated. I cannot forgive you. Ah, it's you. I remember you." Goku began, but before he could finish, the aura of the girl surged dramatically. Her muscles expanded, veins bulged, and her hair transformed into a brilliant green as her power escalated. The newcomer was none other than Kale from Universe 6, the legendary Super Saiyan. Chapter 93. Hit, and Jiren. Goku wished to retreat, yet the frenzied Kale would not allow him to escape. Her energy soared, and she charged at Goku. Although Kale was indeed the fabled Super Saiyan, she remained a Saiyan, and her strength could not possibly match Goku, who monopolized the energy source. Furthermore, her attacks were both grandiose and monotonous, allowing Goku to effortlessly evade them by simply reading her pre-strike movements. The more he dodged, the angrier Kale became, and her power continued to rise. Meanwhile, Frost was on the hunt for his next target when a bald figure suddenly obstructed his path. "Excuse me, may I inquire who you are?" Frost maintained his courteous demeanor. "I am a contestant from Universe 7. The figure, Tien Shinhan, replied with a tone laced with fury. "Why did you kill him?" "Oh, was that fellow your friend?" His attitude remained friendly. "This tournament is inherently brutal. Are you suggesting I acted improperly?" With a sigh, Tien shook his head. "You are right. My thinking was naive." "Then, please do not hold it against me." Tien raised his hands to his chest, his energy surging dramatically. Frost sensed that this individual possessed a measure of strength. Thus he discreetly pressed down on his forearm, subtly releasing another silver needle, intending to replicate his earlier success. Gathering his strength, he charged forward, only to hear Tien's booming voice. "Kai KH." A tremendous wave of oppressive energy flooded the space, leaving Frost utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. "Nanny?" The ki blast surged past him, instantly obliterating him into dust. Frost did not have the opportunity to unleash his techniques or fully transform before meeting his demise. In the stands of Universe 6, Caulifla suddenly sensed an influx of dust surrounding her. With a resigned wave of her hand, she thought to herself how poor the hygiene was in this place. Tien's formidable ki blast eliminated all competitors in its path. Those who perished did so in gruesome fashion, while some, like Frost, returned to the stands as mere particles of dust. Unfortunately, others returned only partially intact, eliciting gasps of horror from the spectators. Bulma continued to shake Krillin, unable to comprehend that he was truly gone. Krillin! Krillin! Tears streamed down her face. Apart from Goku, Krillin had been her closest companion for the longest time, making them old friends. This marked the second time Bulma had witnessed Krillin's tragic end, and the weight of it left her breathless. They were unaware if the Dragon Balls could resurrect someone a second time, nor would they have another chance to find out. It was only after Tien's brutal ki blast had claimed numerous competitors that Bulma realized very few of those who had returned to the stands were still alive. They sat or lay with their eyes tightly shut, devoid of any signs of life. This was all thanks to Hit, the deadliest assassin of Universe 6. The rules of this competition shockingly permitted murder, akin to Goku entering the Peach Garden, with Pigsy securing the 7 fairies to unleash his prowess. From the onset, Hit concealed his presence, blending into the crowd. Upon encountering unfamiliar faces, he executed a 2-second time stop, delivering critical blows that dispatched his foes without them even grasping what had transpired. Many competitors perished without understanding the unfolding chaos, only to be transported back to the stands, appearing as though they were merely seated, with no visible injuries. While casually strolling through the arena, Hit pondered how to confront Goku to ensure the survival of his universe. He deemed Goku an insurmountable obstacle. Goku's abilities had already countered his own, and victory could only be attained through sheer strength, yet defeating him seemed increasingly improbable. As he contemplated, a figure with a simplistic appearance emerged before him. Clad in a tight red suit and staring vacantly with black eyes, this muscular being exuded strength. However, given their differing species, physical stature alone was not a reliable indicator of power. Several tall and robust competitors had already been dispatched by Hit with ease. What made Hit wary was the fact that this individual stood alone, with no opponents nearby, suggesting that he had swiftly eliminated all challengers in his vicinity. This simplistic yet formidable creature was none other than Jiren, the most powerful warrior of Universe 11, the only competitor Goku truly feared. Hit suppressed his energy to the utmost, closing in to within 10 meters of Jiren, before activating Time Stop, cloaking the surroundings in darkness. The aura of Hit surged instantaneously as he charged toward Jilin, who appeared utterly unguarded. With his fingertips converging energy, he unleashed a strike with 50% of his power aimed at Jilin's heart. In the final moment of the time stop, Hit swiftly maneuvered behind Jilin, preparing to seek his next target. However, in the very next instant after the time stop concluded, an overwhelming sense of pressure suddenly manifested behind Hit, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Jilin's massive figure advancing toward him. Yet, as Hit's time stop was still in effect, he could only raise his arm in defense. Following their collision, both combatants instinctively created a distance between each other. Before each of his attacks, Hit had always contemplated the possibility of failure. After all, this arena was filled with the universe's most formidable warriors. It was only natural for someone to withstand his assault. Thus, he aimed to position himself in Jilin's blind spot before the time stop ended. Although the 2 seconds were insufficient for him to completely conceal his presence, the chaotic state of the battlefield suggested that a slight shift in energy behind him would likely go unnoticed. Unfortunately, he had encountered Jilin, the strongest presence in the arena. While Jilin appeared to be merely striking a pose, he was perpetually in a state of combat readiness. Consequently, Hit's attack, executed with merely 50% of his strength, failed to inflict any substantial harm. Hit's decision to hold back was not an underestimation. The battle was set to last 48 minutes, and exerting himself to the fullest each time would render him unable to endure this war of attrition. Jilin, possessing immense combat experience, maintained an overarching awareness of each contestant's energy. Thus, the moment he was attacked, he immediately sensed the additional faint energy behind him. In such circumstances, any skill could manifest. And given that Jilin did not believe anyone could strike him without detection, the sudden emergence of this energy raised his suspicions. Hit stepped back, raising his hand in a poised stance, clearly indicating that he had encountered a formidable opponent. Jilin remained stationary, calmly observing his adversary, prompting Hit to launch the first strike. This time, he employed a localized time stop, encapsulating a small area around Jilin in a time suspension lasting 5 seconds. With his knuckles charged with energy, Hit unleashed a series of relentless strikes against Jilin's exposed body, targeting the throat and heart with multiple full-force blows. After such an onslaught, even someone as powerful as Sun Wukong would struggle to escape unscathed. However, the excess of his actions prevented Hit from creating distance before the time stop ended. The moment the skill concluded, Jilin retaliated with a powerful kick that landed squarely in Hit's abdomen. The unexpected force sent him hurtling toward the edge of the arena. How is this possible? After sustaining a hit, Jilin quickly recognized that his opponent possessed an attack method that he could not defend against. Had he possessed such a skill himself, he would have prioritized targeting Hit's vital points, thus avoiding the foolish full-body defense that Wukong had employed. Instead, he concentrated all his energy on defending a few critical areas, which allowed him to endure the barrage and launch a counterattack. As Hit soared through the air, pain coursing through him, he struggled to maintain consciousness and summoned all his strength to initiate another time stop. Jiren's assault was overwhelmingly powerful, sending Hit soaring towards the edge of the arena. Fortunately, he collided with 2 other competitors along the way, and as he came to a halt, these 2 provided him with additional resistance. In that moment of stillness, Hit summoned his resolve, only to realize that his body had already extended beyond the boundary. Had it not been for the 2 behind him, he would likely have been eliminated. Swiftly, Hit launched an energy sphere behind him, propelling himself back into the arena. As the time freeze concluded, Hit gasped for air, casting a wary glance at Jiren in the distance, a wave of trepidation washing over him. After regaining his composure for a few seconds, Hit decisively activated the time freeze once more and fled. Observing Hit's retreat, Jiren chose not to pursue. Jiren's specialized defense was only effective upon the initial strike. Once the opponent became aware, they could exploit unexpected openings, forcing Jiren to expend tremendous effort on full-body defense, which would yield less than optimal results. Hit recognized this. Unlike Goku, Jiren did not possess the means to completely suppress him, rendering him not invincible, but rather a formidable opponent who would tire more quickly. Consequently, both competitors tacitly agreed to regroup for another confrontation. Hit's strategy was clear: to secure victory for Universe 6. He needed to let Goku engage Jiren first, allowing him to swoop in at the last moment. Thus, he made his escape to a secluded corner. Just as he began to relax, a fit of violent coughing seized him, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. The damage inflicted by Jiren's kick had been significant, leaving Hit with little choice but to remain concealed in the corner, recuperating for the final showdown. Suddenly, without warning, a formidable presence materialized dangerously close behind him. What? At such a short distance, Hit had no time to evade. A spiraling energy sphere, imbued with tremendous penetrating power, struck him squarely in the back, instantly piercing through him. Stunned, Hit gazed in disbelief at the wisps of smoke emanating from his chest. His eyes fluttering closed as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 94. Entering the final circle, Hit's eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground, half of his heart severed. He had perished on the spot. Meanwhile, a short distance away, Piccolo was panting heavily. The one who had dispatched Hit was none other than his fully charged special beam cannon. This technique had been devised in collaboration with Master Roshi prior to the tournament. The special beam cannon was a powerful skill capable of overwhelming opponents, but its lengthy charge time posed a critical vulnerability, easily allowing foes to evade. However, this weakness could be perfectly compensated for by Master Roshi's abilities. The Earthlings possessed a unique racial ability to create spatial portals, and rather than training to create vast dimensions like the gods of the previous era, Master Roshi focused on how to open a minuscule spatial gateway in the shortest possible time. It was this skill that enabled him to withstand the full force of King Cold's attack on Yardrat. Subsequently, he contemplated whether this defensive technique could be transformed into an offensive one. Ultimately, he developed a capability akin to a portal, opening 2 spatial gateways in midair, allowing energy blasts to enter through one point and exit through another, rendering their attacks utterly indefensible. Both individuals possess extensive combat experience and exhibit a composed demeanor. Thus, they swiftly discerned that Bulma's prearranged strategy had already faltered. Consequently, they chose to regroup independently, initially intending to locate Krillin, only to discover that he had been eliminated. The remaining competitors were not particularly cohesive, prompting the duo to form a pair to confront the advancing adversaries, while remaining vigilant for any opportunity to ensnare an unsuspecting foe with their combined technique. The The sharp-eyed Master Roshi soon observed that numerous participants had been inexplicably ousted from the competition. After conferring with Piccolo, the two scrutinized the battlefield for a considerable time before identifying Hit as their target. Following Hit's fierce encounter with Jiren, which left him gravely wounded, they believed they had found the optimal moment to strike. After deliberation, they resolved to eliminate Hit first, subsequently seeking a chance to ambush Jiren. However, after executing a powerful blow, Piccolo found himself severely drained of energy, realizing that his next strike would need to be reserved for the latter half of the match. Thus, they planned to seek out Tien Shinhan for defense, biding time until Piccolo regained his strength. Just then, a colossal shadow fell over Master Roshi. Nanny? Before he could react, he felt as if he had been struck by a truck hurtling out of the arena. Their concealed position was already perilously close to the edge, and this blow effectively eliminated Master Roshi. Who could it be? Piccolo swiftly turned to see a remarkably imposing figure, a man with a white handlebar mustache, clad in a tight red suit, who was none other than the god of destruction's replacement from Universe 11, Toppo. Hide in the corner and play tricks. Prepare to meet your end. Toppo's calm voice resonated. Given Toppo's power level being on par with Super Saiyan Blue, it was unsurprising that he could eliminate Master Roshi with a single strike, and with Piccolo already fatigued, he stood no chance of withstanding the assault. As Piccolo desperately contemplated a strategy, a massive hand swung towards him. In a moment of peril, a slight figure dashed forward at remarkable speed, delivering a kick to Toppo's face that forced him back several steps. Cooler, Piccolo exclaimed with surprise. After 6 months of training in the hyperbolic time chamber with Frieza, Cooler had significantly elevated his strength, yet his demeanor remained cool and detached. Leave this to me, he declared. Piccolo gritted his teeth, nodded in acknowledgement, and turned to flee. Meanwhile, Goku was engaged in a fierce struggle with Kale, who had transformed into her Super Saiyan form. Goku considered Kale a worthy opponent. Thus he refrained from utilizing his full strength to eliminate her. As a naturally engineered being, Goku's stamina consumption during such intense battles was considerably lower than that of a Super Saiyan Blue, allowing him to maintain a playful attitude while sparring with Kale. As Kale found herself increasingly overwhelmed, her frustration mounted, subsequently fueling her strength. Goku was curious to see just how powerful she could become. However, he failed to recognize that he had already reached the theoretical limit of a Saiyon's potential. Despite Kale's evolution into Super Saiyan, she could never truly match Goku's prowess. After several rounds of combat, Kale reached her peak but began to exhibit signs of fatigue. Come on, keep pushing. Goku encouraged her enthusiastically. In the distance, Tien Shinhan gazed at the unfolding scene with a sense of disbelief. He yearned to deliver a swift kick to Kale, reminiscent of his earlier attack on Khalifa. Alas, this opponent was not one to be underestimated. Fortunately, Goku appeared to be handling the situation with ease, allowing Tien to step back and observe. As the match progressed, 10 minutes had elapsed, and Universes 2, 9, and 10 were reduced to a solitary fighter each. Acknowledging the disparity in strength, they refrained from causing further disturbances, merely hoping to survive on the arena for a while longer. Unfortunately, fate was not on their side. The residual energy from Goku's battle with Kale was beyond the capacity of some to endure. Following a violent explosion, the last contestant from Universe 9 was eliminated. Panic ensued. Sidra from Universe 9 stared in horror at the last remaining fighter beside him. The tension was palpable as competitors from other universes directed anxious glances towards this direction. With all participants from Universe 9 now disqualified, the cold voice of the Grand Priest reverberated throughout the arena, declaring their annihilation. This pronouncement brought every combatant to a standstill, except for the frenzied Kale, who continued her onslaught, while all eyes turned towards the stands of Universe 9. Wait, please, grant us another chance. Sidra suddenly knelt, fervently pleading, while the angel Mojito beside him merely sighed with indifference. Here we go. The youthful voice of the Omni King rang out as he raised his tiny hand, then abruptly clenched it into a fist. Instantly, everyone in the stands of Universe 9, save for the angel, vanished without a trace. Bulma, in disbelief, looked on in shock. It appears so, Whis remarked, observing the imagery within his staff. All planets, beings, and even gods had been eradicated. Bulma clenched her fists, the brutal reality of the tournament finally settling in for all to comprehend. As the spectators remained in stunned silence, the Omni King, perched in the main stand, watched the ongoing battle between Goku and Kale with unrestrained excitement. Continue, commanded the Grand Priest, snapping the competitors back to the harsh reality of their circumstances. They felt akin to lions in an arena, appearing fierce yet utterly powerless over their fate, with no recourse but to fight desperately. Time slipped away, and another 10 minutes passed, resulting in the elimination of 3 additional universes, leaving a mere 4 universes with fewer than 10 contestants remaining. It is time to conclude this, Jiren murmured to himself. Outside the arena, Tien's third eye flickered, and he caught sight of a crimson-black figure rushing towards him. Instinctively, he raised his arm in defense, but was still forcefully propelled away. Struggling to regain his balance mid-air, he unleashed a sword formed from his energy, embedding it into the arena floor to slow his descent. Yet, Jiren was already upon him once more. Goku had previously described the mightiest fighters in the arena, prompting Tien to raise both hands. Solar flare. A blinding radiance enveloped the entire venue, causing the remaining spectators to shield their eyes, while the Omni King cheered in delight. In a flash, Tien maneuvered to Jiren's side. He understood he was outmatched but resolved to inflict as much damage as possible to secure an advantage for Goku. However, just as he approached, a powerful grip seized his neck. Jiren's perception of energy is truly unparalleled, unfettered by the limitations of sight. When Tien was captured, he remained unfazed, promptly raising his hand to unleash his Kikaho. The full-powered Kikaho was unleashed at point-blank range, and a wave of energy was cleaved in half by Jiren's body, stirring a cloud of dust and debris. Tien, incredulous at Jiren's seemingly unscathed form, attempted to struggle, but it was futile. Jiren, not wishing to squander his stamina, delivered a single punch that rendered Tien unconscious, leading to his automatic disqualification from the arena. Without hesitation, Jiren turned and pointed, sending a slender beam of light that accurately struck Damon, a diminutive insectoid fighter standing merely half a centimeter tall. His small stature had made it difficult for others to perceive his attacks, a distinct advantage that had previously allowed him to eliminate Piccolo. Realizing that he could not surpass the remaining competitors, he had planned to rely on his size to survive until the finals and then seize victory unexpectedly. However, he could not escape Jiren's acute awareness. Thus, all members of Universe 4 were eliminated. In the distance, Goku witnessed Jiren finally make his move. Feeling a surge of adrenaline coursing through him, eager to test his mettle against Jiren, he turned to Kale, acknowledging her strength, yet noting it was insufficient. He encouraged her, stating that the Scions possessed various transformations and that she too could achieve greatness. He expressed a desire for a fair match in the future. Goku seized Kale's advancing right fist with one hand while immobilizing her left hand with the other. "Watch closely," he exclaimed, abruptly elevating his energy, breaking through the mortal threshold. The divine pressure enveloped the arena as he activated his Ultra Instinct. "What?" The destroyers from other universes gaped in astonishment. Beerus, reclining with one leg crossed over the other, initially sought to revel in the moment but was abruptly struck by a thought. With a powerful motion, Goku hurled Kale away, and she was unable to withstand the might of the White God, tumbling out of the arena and leading to the disqualification of Universe 6. Beerus glared coldly at Kampa, with scathing remarks poised on his lips, yet unable to escape. Kampa merely stuck out his tongue before vanishing alongside the other competitors. Only the fighters from Universe 7 and Universe 11 remained, marking the official commencement of the finals. Chapter 95, Goku vs. Jiren. After eliminating Kale, Goku stepped directly before Jiren, who faced him with unwavering resolve, showing no signs of complacency. Goku recognized him as the strongest contender in the arena. Aware that Jiren had yet to reveal his full capabilities, it was clear that this would be a battle of near equals. In tacit agreement, the two warriors exchanged no words. After a brief silence, they simultaneously vanished from sight. When their fists collided, a shockwave erupted, creating a massive crater in the arena. This was a battleground reinforced by the Grand Priest, far exceeding the durability of ordinary materials. After 20 minutes of combat, it remained largely intact, a testament to the extraordinary power of both fighters. On the opposite side of the arena, a battered Toppo gasped for breath, while his adversary, Kafla, though somewhat fatigued, appeared in a much better state than Toppo. Originally, Toppo's confidence was quite robust. He believed the individual before him was undoubtedly the strongest being from another universe. Although he felt he could not match this power, he was certain that Goku would emerge victorious against Jiren. However, the moment Goku transformed, embracing the Ultra Instinct, Toppo, now a candidate for the god of destruction and imbued with divine essence, immediately sensed Goku's astonishing might. It was a formidable pressure he had only experienced against Jiren. As the battle between Goku and Jiren commenced, the scene further validated his apprehensions. This cannot continue, Toppo thought, wiping the sweat from his brow. With only 2 universes remaining and just himself and Jiren left from Universe 11, should he fail, they would face an insurmountable disadvantage against an adversary capable of matching Jiren's strength. There was no alternative. Taking a deep breath, Toppo summoned all his remaining power and charged toward Coolus. Toppo unleashed a flurry of punches, but Coolus countered effectively. One of Coolus's punches struck Toppo on the chin. Yet Toppo absorbed the blow without faltering, as if he were reckless with his own life. This was not good. Coolus realized too late the gravity of the situation. Toppo embraced Coolus tightly and desperately propelled them both out of bounds. For Toppo, if he could not defeat his opponent, a trade-off was the best option he could muster to secure maximum space for Jiren. Coolus, having sustained little injury, returned to the stands, appearing somewhat dejected. Seemingly burdened by guilt for not having given his all, Bulma had no time to console him. She quickly counted the individuals in the stands. 1, 2, on Universe 11's side. Aside from the Angel and the God of Destruction, there were 6 fighters remaining. This meant Jiren was their last contestant, whereas on their side, besides Goku, Frieza was also present. Since the match began, Frieza had not engaged much, having only dealt with a few minor opponents. Those with considerable strength had either been taken down by Coolus or Goku, leaving him with little opportunity to make a significant impact. Now, observing the battle between the 2 fighters, he found himself unable to intervene, resorting instead to watching with his arms crossed. Goku was well aware of Jiren's capabilities, so he did not waste time testing the waters. He initiated the fight in his Ultra Instinct form. Energy blasts and explosions filled the air, as their confrontation left the arena in ruins. However, those with even a modicum of strength could discern that Goku was currently overpowering Jiren, effortlessly countering each of Jiren's attacks, while Jiren appeared to be struggling to keep pace. Much like Hit, Jiren's overwhelming strength had left him without a worthy opponent for an extended period, rendering his body unaccustomed to such high-intensity combat. Moreover, knowing that another contender was watching intently from the sidelines, he dared not lower his guard, which ultimately placed him at a disadvantage. After a series of exchanges, the 2 fighters distanced themselves. Jiren, Goku spoke first. You haven't revealed your full strength yet, have you? Jiren, puzzled by how his opponent knew, refrained from voicing his doubts, maintaining his aloof demeanor. Goku, however, smiled and gestured toward Frieza in the distance. Do not concern yourself with him. This is a duel between the 2 of us, and he will not interfere. As only the 2 of them remained engaged in battle, the arena fell into an extraordinary silence whenever they paused, allowing everyone to overhear their conversation. Jiren, of course, was skeptical. A battle that determined the fate of the entire universe was no place for talk of fair duels. He believed that his opponent's words were merely a ruse to lower his guard, enabling the others to launch a surprise attack. It seemed he was in for a formidable fight. Only Bulma in the stands could only shake her head in resignation, aware that Goku's declaration was sincere. The great priest standing behind even released his golden form, shrugging to indicate his intention to refrain from interference. Yet this only fueled Jiren's distrust. Moreover, even if his opponent truly refrained from intervening, if the standoff persisted, they would inevitably lose by sheer numbers. Then, as you wish. Jiren finally resolved to unleash his full power in preparation for the confrontation. Excellent, Goku exclaimed, eagerly assuming a combat stance. Jiren clenched his fists, his muscles bulging as an orange aura exploded forth, sweeping away the remnants of debris from the arena. His power was so immense that even Frieza, watching from a distance, had to shield his face. Vados raised a protective barrier to prevent stray energy blasts from harming Bulma and the others. As Jiren's aura gradually stabilized, a formidable energy field coalesced around him, resembling molten lava. Though not a deity, he possessed strength that rivaled or even surpassed that of gods. A presence so overwhelming that Frieza felt a hint of breathlessness. In the next instant, Jiren vanished from sight, reappearing directly in front of Goku. Nanny? The speed was so astonishing that Goku barely had time to react. With a swift motion, Jiren unleashed a powerful shockwave that struck Goku squarely in the face, sending him staggering backward. However, Goku quickly regained his composure, springing off the countdown pillar to rebound and, just before making contact with Jiren, darting to his side. In return, Goku's eyes widened, a fierce killing intent erupting from him, forcing Jiren back several steps. The intense battle reignited, both warriors exerting their full strength. Even the gods of destruction in attendance swallowed hard at the spectacle. Incredible, Whis thought, his lips twitching with excitement. If they survive this clash, he mused, he might finally be able to retire gracefully in a few hundred years. The destroyer of Universe 11, Vermaud, was equally astounded, having assumed that Jiren was already an anomaly, only to discover that other universes harbored beings who surpassed the gods of destruction. The high-octane combat rapidly drained their stamina. After 5 minutes, Goku seized an opening, landing a punch squarely on Jiren's face. Jiren, intending to retaliate, found his strike evaded as Goku deftly tilted his head, then followed up with a kick that sent Jiren soaring across the arena, crashing through the countdown pillar and skidding to a halt halfway across the battlefield. That fool, Beerus shouted in frustration. Just a slight change in direction could have knocked him out. Mind your words, will you? Vermaud snapped, equally tense, unable to contain his exasperation. Enough noise. The Omni King's cold remark silenced both fighters instantly. Humph, it's over, Frieza sneered from his vantage point, a chilling smile gracing his lips. It is now evident to all that Goku has the upper hand. This battle has effectively been won by the 7th universe. In the previous confrontation, even though Jiren, exerting his full power, appeared evenly matched with Goku utilizing Ultra Instinct, perhaps even slightly surpassing him, this was primarily due to the presence of numerous surviving Saiyan's and Vegeta, who incessantly competed for energy with Goku. This dynamic placed Goku, despite his transformation into Ultra Instinct, at a slight disadvantage. However, this time, the scenario has drastically changed. With all the energy at his disposal, Goku's strength now parallels that of a fused Vegeto, significantly enhancing his prowess. Struggling to rise from the ground, Jiren coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of blood. He could scarcely believe that despite pouring forth all his might, he still could not prevail. Is this truly the end? Trembling, Jiren managed to stand, facing the direction of the stands belonging to the 11th universe, where his 6 comrades from the Pride Troopers watched him with deep concern. No, he cannot submit. Clenching his fists, Jiren recognized himself as the pillar of the Pride Troopers, the final hope of the 11th universe. Should he concede, it would mean death for all. The tragedy of genocide that had once befallen him would befall every soul in the universe. He established the Pride Troopers and strove to grow stronger, all to protect the vulnerable and ensure no one else would find themselves homeless. He simply cannot fall here. Suddenly, a remarkable transformation swept over Jiren's aura. Goku sensed an immediate shift in the atmosphere, while Frieza felt an inexplicable release of pressure. He has ascended to divinity. Beerus exclaimed in shock, leaning forward to fixate intensely on Whis, as if accusing him with his gaze. You have cheated. Whis, feeling somewhat guilty, had indeed clandestinely granted Jiren a divine essence. He dared not meet Beerus's stare, instead casting a furtive glance towards the Grand Zeno, who was watching Jiren's steadily rising energy with eyes wide open in excitement. Phew, it seems we've passed the threshold, Whis thought, quietly exhaling in relief. However, Goku's sentiments were markedly different. This is... Jiren's divine aura surged, surpassing his previous strength, the shackles that confined him shattered by his indomitable will. A pure white energy enveloped him, heralding another divine pressure that swept across the arena. The second Ultra Instinct has arrived. Chapter 96. The outcome is decided. Jiren's overwhelming presence astonished the assembled deities, and Whis stood in shock, unable to fathom that Jiren, already formidable, could ascend even further, rendering this god of destruction seemingly ineffectual. Oh my, how truly remarkable, Whis remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. What have you discerned? Bulma asked, her brow furrowed with worry. Typically, with a wave of Whis's staff, 2 small figures appeared in the air. If the evolutionary forms of 2 races are closely aligned, they can interbreed. Just like myself and Goku? Bulma inquired. Precisely, yet there remains a disparity in their energy sources. Thus, the offspring produced would often align with the stronger energy source. Bulma nodded thoughtfully. Although Gohan, Goten, and Trunks were all hybrids of Earthlings, they bore a stronger resemblance to Saiyan's in terms of power. However, if an exceedingly rare circumstance arose where the 2 species not only evolved into similar forms, but also exhibited comparable energy sources, could their progeny harness both energy sources? Bulma grasped the implication. You meant that Jiren was such an individual. 2 energy sources. This is sheer cheating. Beerus was taken aback by this revelation. Jiren's case must be extraordinarily unique. To possess such astonishing strength, Not only must the original energy sources of both parties be immensely powerful, but both races must also be extinct. Bulma involuntarily furrowed her brow, unable to fathom the harrowing past that Jiren must have endured. It was precisely because he was the sole bearer of two energy sources that Jiren could match the power of the divine being in his normal state. And with the mastery of Ultra Instinct, his potential for growth would be monumental. Oh no, in his previous life, Goku had only witnessed Jiren at full power in his normal state. He had suspected that his opponent might be stronger, but he never imagined he could be this formidable. In an instant, Jiren vanished from view, appearing before Goku before he could even react, delivering a powerful punch directly to Goku's abdomen. Ugh! Goku was propelled backward uncontrollably. That fool. In the distance, Frieza reacted swiftly, transforming to his full power and catching Goku before he could fall off the stage. Thank you, Goku said, gripping Frieza's hand with a slight tremor. I must say, this situation is quite precarious. Frieza's tone had grown considerably serious. For Goku to be caught off guard by a single punch, Jiren's strength must be immense. Don't panic, we haven't lost yet. Goku's power surged once more as he activated Ultra Instinct at full capacity. It seems I can no longer stand idly by. Frieza inhaled deeply, elevating his own energy to full power in his golden form. Here we go. Both Goku and Frieza simultaneously disappeared from their positions, launching an assault on Jiren from opposite sides. Yet, Jiren merely stood his ground, effortlessly countering one of them with a single hand. Frieza's strike was evidently less sharp than Goku's. Within mere exchanges, Jiren unleashed a wave of energy that exposed Frieza's vulnerabilities, swiftly followed by a devastating beam that pierced through Frieza's chest. Frieza. Goku felt a surge of urgency, but with Jiren having freed both of his hands, he found himself at an even greater disadvantage. Energy Blade. A golden disc shot forth, aimed at Jiren's neck, yet he neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, with a thunderous roar, he amplified his energy, shattering the energy blade before it could approach his form. How could this be? Before Goku could make his next move, Jiren was upon him, simultaneously gripping Goku's wrists. This is the same maneuver Goku used to eliminate Kale. It seemed he intended to replicate it. However, just like Kale at that moment, Goku found the disparity in their strength insurmountable and could not break free. As Jiren prepared to unleash his power, Frieza charged from behind, delivering a powerful kick to Jiren's knee. No matter how strong one might be, such an assault could not be withstood, and Jiren involuntarily toppled forward, relinquishing his grip. Goku, engaged in a clash of strength, felt a sudden weakness in his hands, allowing Jiren to be flung away. Watch out, shouted the ever-vigilant Vegeta from the sidelines. However, Jiren gracefully flipped in midair, thrusting his hand downward to plunge into the arena, carving a deep trench and stabilizing himself. Without hesitation, he raised his other hand, unleashing a colossal wave of energy. Goku and Frieza combined their forces to counter this energy wave, and the moment their powers collided, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending debris flying and splitting the arena in two. Both warriors retreated a considerable distance, cloaked in the billowing smoke. What shall we do? Goku exclaimed, a hint of panic in his voice. We can't win. Frieza wiped the cold sweat from his brow, acknowledging their inability to overpower their opponent. Escape? He mused. The rules dictate that the universe with the most remaining fighters at the end of the time limit wins. If we can endure until the time runs out, we shall emerge victorious. Endure? Goku glanced at the central column, noting that 20 minutes remained. Can we hold out? Enough chatter. What do you propose? Frieza snapped. Perhaps we should attempt fusion? Goku suggested. Will we be granted the time to fuse? Just as he posed this question, several energy waves erupted from the smoke, hurtling straight towards them. Goku and Frieza leapt back simultaneously, the waves striking the arena and igniting another cataclysmic explosion. This is bad. He aims to demolish the arena. After the initial explosion, both sides found themselves on separate fragments of the arena. If they attacked with energy blasts, they risked missing their opponent. Yet striking the arena was a certainty. Given that the use of flight was prohibited, if they could obliterate their opponent's foothold, those in midair would be utterly vulnerable. Understanding this strategy, Goku swiftly retaliated with a barrage of energy blasts, targeting Jiren's side of the arena. Meanwhile, Frieza evaded while launching energy blasts to intercept Goku's attacks. In an instant, the arena transformed into a battleground of energy collisions, drawing excited cheers from the spectators, akin to a dazzling fireworks display. As energy blasts detonated, debris scattered, enveloping the area in smoke, obscuring visibility. Beneath this haze, the arena had been reduced to mere fragments, floating in the air thanks to the Grand Priest's divine power. A prominent halo marked the boundary of the arena. Frieza and Goku navigated through the rubble, directing their energy blasts towards sensed energy signatures. However, as Frieza detected another incoming blast and prepared to leap away, a shadow suddenly eclipsed his vision. Nanny? Unbeknownst to him, Jiren had closed the distance, though he had sensed nothing amiss. Once obscured by smoke, Jiren engaged Goku in a fierce exchange with one hand while coalescing a massive energy blast with the other. As the moment approached, he released the energy sphere and swiftly concealed his presence, advancing through the barrage toward his adversaries. Due to the fact that Goku and his companions were on the defensive, they had not contemplated such a strategy. The disparity in mindset exacerbated their predicament. Given Jiren's formidable strength, it was inconceivable that he would allow his prey to escape. With a swift kick, he delivered a decisive blow to Frieza's neck, an irresistible force that instantly pierced through his skull and spine, rendering him unconscious in the blink of an eye. By the time Goku noticed the anomaly, it was already too late. Frieza's neck had been broken in a single strike, and he was teleported back to the stands by the Grand Priest, where he sat slumped beside Krillin, his head hanging at a grotesque angle. "Brother!" Kula exclaimed in horror. The others looked on in sheer terror at the arena. With Frieza's elimination, it became evident that neither he nor Goku had been able to withstand Jiren's might, leaving Goku as the sole defender of the seventh universe's fate, which now appeared grim. Undeterred, Goku charged forward, met only by Jiren's icy gaze. "This ends here." Jiren raised his hands, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that instantly dispersed the surrounding smoke. Goku swiftly placed his hands at his waist, summoning the immense Kamehameha, which collided with Jiren's attack. The clash of two distinct energy auras created a massive energy sphere in the air, an astonishing force radiating outward, clearing the dust and debris, revealing the two combatants amidst the chaos. "I cannot afford to lose." Gritting his teeth, Goku channeled all his strength into this final Kamehameha, attempting to push Jiren's energy sphere back. Alas, the gulf in power could not be bridged by sheer will alone. Jiren immediately summoned his full strength, his energy wave doubling in size, akin to a tank colliding with a sedan, sending Goku's attack back with overwhelming force. "This is it," Beerus shouted in dread. Jiren's energy sphere engulfed Goku, propelling him backward and swiftly pushing him toward the edge of the arena. The outcome of this power struggle was now determined. Chapter 97. The outcome is undecided. No, this can't be. Goku, overwhelmed by the failure to match Jiren, was filled with unwillingness as memories flooded back from the past decades, his companions, his family, and the Earth he had vowed to protect. "I cannot lose." Goku's eyes snapped open, channeling all his mental energy beyond his physical form and aura, transcending his consciousness to behold the relentless flow of time. "I must return. I have to go back." Goku's consciousness surged forward, navigating the currents of time. Just as he felt his awareness waning, unable to push further, he abruptly opened his eyes. He had ascended to divinity. As Goku's consciousness returned, he was overwhelmed by dizziness, gasping for breath while surveying his surroundings. Before him, Jiren's energy was climbing rapidly, marking the moment he had just grasped the Ultra Instinct technique. Remarkably, Goku had successfully traversed back 2 minutes in time. "What is happening, Son Goku?" Frieza, casting a wary eye at Jiren, spoke with concern. "You haven't contracted some ailment at such a critical juncture, have you?" Goku struggled to stabilize his energy and, with great effort, replied, "He is incredibly strong, exceedingly strong. We cannot prevail against him." Frieza was taken aback upon hearing this, and then suddenly turned to Goku, exclaiming in astonishment, "You traversed again." "Indeed," Goku nodded. "Even when we combined our strength, we were unable to defeat him." "TSK," Frieza smirked, feeling that knowing the outcome in advance was rather unfortunate. "I say, if you could traverse back a bit more, say 10 days prior, and revive me sooner, I could train in that so-called hyperbolic time chamber for a decade." I refuse to believe I couldn't overpower him. "Do you think I wouldn't if I could?" Goku replied with a wry smile. "Just reverting 2 minutes back has already exhausted all my efforts. 10 days is utterly impossible. Weren't you able to traverse back 20 years? Regrettably, Goku glanced at Whis on the podium. That particular instance was not solely my own doing. "What shall we do now?" "Endure for a while longer. I shall see if I can activate my abilities once more to return even further back." "Very well, allow this king to pave the way for you." Jiren's aura had stabilized, and he coldly observed the scene, poised to strike at Goku when the opportunity arose. However, before he could act, another figure rushed forward. Prepare to meet your end. Frieza charged in close, unleashing dozens of energy spheres. Overconfident, Jiren merely returned a glance, causing all the energy spheres to detonate in midair. Frieza took advantage of the smoke from the explosions to maneuver to Jiren's side for an attack, but such a simplistic tactic proved futile. Jiren effortlessly raised a hand to block Frieza's kick. In a swift motion, Frieza spun around, wrapping his tail around Jiren's neck, gradually applying pressure in an attempt to inflict damage. Jiren, unfazed, casually seized Frieza's tail with his other hand. As Jiren tightened his grip, Frieza felt as if his tail was about to snap. The pressure around Jiren relaxed involuntarily, and with a flick of his hand, Jiren flung Frieza to the ground like a rag doll, creating a massive crater. This blow nearly rendered Frieza unconscious, and with another toss, he was sent flying out of the ring. This one do. It's still not working. Goku attempted to activate his abilities once more. Yet the dizziness rendered him unable to escape the current of time. Seeing Frieza eliminated, Goku could no longer hold back, unleashing his fury as he charged forward. However, given that he and Frieza had struggled against Jiren together, facing him alone would prove even more daunting. In just a few exchanges, Goku found himself unable to keep pace. As they traded blows, both struck simultaneously, but at the moment of impact, Goku's knuckles shattered under Jiren's force, and Jiren's fist penetrated Goku's defenses, striking him squarely in the face. With overwhelming strength, Jiren pressed Goku down to the ground. Jiren sat atop Goku, delivering relentless blows to his face, the immense vibrations causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Goku. This brutally cruel scene was too painful for Master Roshi to bear. Jiren raised his bloodied fist, his tone icy as he declared, "This is the final blow. You are a warrior to be respected." With great difficulty, Goku lifted his eyelids, gazing at Jiren, murmuring, I have not yet lost." Without saying much more, Jiren swung his raised fist with full force toward Goku's head. In a moment of utmost urgency, Wukong once again separated his consciousness. He unleashed his abilities once more, glimpsing the vast river of time. Struggling against the current, he finally opened his eyes again, only to behold the ever-increasing energy of Jiren. After numerous attempts, Wukong managed to rewind time just a fraction, transformed into the mindless version of Kale. She charged at Wukong with reckless abandon, yet he remained composed, deftly evading or neutralizing each strike. However, in the next instant, Wukong's movements faltered, as if interrupted by some unseen force. Kale, oblivious to this, lunged forward, delivering a solid punch to Wukong's face. Yet, in the following second, even the nearly frenzied Kale was taken aback. Her full-powered strike inexplicably halted inches from Wukong's face, causing no harm whatsoever. All that met her was Wukong's silver hair and his chilling gaze. What was happening? Beerus noticed Wukong's unsettling change. What had started as a fierce battle suddenly shifted to his mastery of Ultra Instinct. He turned to Whis, expecting an explanation, only to find Whis wearing a grave expression. Kale. Wukong swiftly kicked Kale at her neck, leaving no room for mercy. The strike sent her back to her normal state, teleporting her to the stands midair. Caulifla looked on in horror, witnessing Kale's lifeless form. In the next moment, all beings of Universe 6 were obliterated. Upon returning once more, Wukong had a clear objective. If he could not defeat Jiren while he was in Ultra Instinct, he would take him down before he transformed. He flew directly toward Jiren, who furrowed his brow, sensing an approaching presence. However, Wukong's speed was overwhelming. Before Jiren could react, he was struck hard on the head, creating a deep indentation in the arena floor. Jiren, gravely injured, erupted in fury, summoning all his power to distance himself from the battlefield, but Wukong granted him no respite, charging in for a fierce exchange. Jiren fought back while retreating, but Wukong showed no mercy. After several exchanges, Jiren was on the brink of collapse, battered and bruised. "Damn it!" he roared, his power surging once more, the divine aura breaking through his limits as the combined essence of two races' Ultra Instinct descended upon him, sending Wukong sprawling half the length of the arena with a single punch. Still, was it not enough? Wukong rewound time again, returning to the moment of his battle with Kale, dispatching her swiftly before rushing toward Jiren. This time, he intended to avoid a direct confrontation. If he could not overpower Jiren, he would make a trade. With Jiren absent, the remaining fighters should be manageable with Frieza's assistance. Wukong surged with energy, charging toward Jiren, who resumed a defensive stance. Instead of attacking, Wukong seized Jiren around the waist, exerting all his strength to sprint toward the edge of the arena. What are you doing? Jiren deciphered Wukong's intent. If it were any other caulifla, he could easily handle it with a single blow. Yet this was Wukong, wielding Ultra Instinct. His power nearly equal to Jiren's full strength. Desperate to break free, Jiren found it impossible to escape Wukong's grasp. With a forceful stomp, Jiren embedded his feet into the arena, carving a striking trench into the ground as both combatants slid to a halt just a few meters from the edge of the platform. How infuriating! Get out! Gritting his teeth, Goku summoned every ounce of strength to grapple with Jiren, who was equally determined to push Goku back. They remained locked in this stalemate. I'll help you. Tien Shinhan, witnessing the scene, rushed forward to stand behind Goku, exerting all his strength to aid him. Seeing the dire situation, Toppo attempted to assist, but was firmly entangled by Kafla. Jiren was gradually pushed backward, his feet now less than a meter from the edge of the arena. A profound sense of crisis swelling within him. In a surge of fury, Jiren transformed and activated his Ultra Instinct, instantly sending Goku and Tien Shinhan reeling backward. Still not enough. Once more, Goku unleashed his abilities, reverting to a previous moment in time. Over and over again, he retraced time, striving to discover a breakthrough to defeat Jiren. Time slipped by, perhaps hundreds or thousands of attempts, each met with failure, yet he persevered. Gradually, a peculiar sensation enveloped him. Fight! Fight! The repeated defeats did not dishearten Goku. Rather, they invigorated him further. It was as if battling a formidable opponent like Jiren was the ultimate pursuit of his happiness. No, it was not just Jiren. The thrill of combat with any strong adversary exhilarated him. Goku's temporal backtracking extended ever longer, nearly allowing him to return to the very beginning of the match. Excited, Goku disregarded Jiren and engaged every opponent within his sight, striking without mercy. One by one, contestants from other universes fell, leaving Hit, who was concealing his presence nearby, utterly astonished. Watching the almost frenzied Goku from the stands, Bulma felt a wave of despair wash over her. Chapter 98. The one who breaks the stalemate. The old Kai had warned Goku from the outset that the true name of Ultra Instinct was the state of no self. Its essence lies in the complete fusion of individual and collective energy sources, a fusion that transcends mere power, extending into the realm of will. Prolonged use of this state risks losing oneself within the energy source. The characteristics of a Scion's energy are unmistakable: brutality, bloodlust, and a penchant for combat. Traits vividly manifested during the transformation into a great ape. Under the influence of this energy, Goku resembled a rampaging kale, striking at anyone in sight. Yet he retained enough mental clarity to refrain from attacking his allies. Regardless, Goku still could not surpass Jiren. Even when rationality prevailed and he sought every avenue to secure victory, he was unable to overcome Jiren, let alone in his current state. They clashed time and again, with Goku facing defeat repeatedly. In the Grand Zeno's palace, the deities and competitors from the 12 universes stood on either side, while the gods of destruction and Kais knelt in reverence, and the angels bowed slightly to welcome the arrival of Zeno. A charming blue figurine, accompanied by 2 towering attendants, materialized at one end of the grand hall. The king, flailing his tiny arms and legs, ambled forward. Yet his expression bore no trace of the excitement typically associated with the commencement of a competition. "Oh dear," the king's youthful voice echoed. "I've watched this too many times. It's becoming rather dull. Perhaps we shall witness this for the final time." The grand priest replied gently. "Very well then. The last viewing? Dull?" Bulma pondered, feeling perplexed. If it is boring, why hold a competition? Suddenly, she recalled Goku's time-traveling adventures and realized this was indeed the second tournament of power. Could it be that the king was aware of this? She quickly turned to glance at Goku, only to be startled by his appearance. Goku, with his silver hair, seemed to have activated the Ultra Instinct form, his menacing smile surveying the competitors, ultimately fixating on Jiren. "Goku? Goku?" Bulma anxiously shook his hand. "What is wrong with you?" The Grand Priest was about to announce the rules of the tournament as usual, but Bulma was too preoccupied to listen. She sensed something was amiss with Goku. The competition was about to commence, and something unknown, likely pertaining to the future, was troubling her. Bulma felt uneasy, yet Goku remained oblivious to her concerns. A sharp crack resonated throughout the divine hall. The Grand Priest halted his proclamation of the rules, as all angels and deities turned their attention towards Universe 7. Beerus was nearly frightened to the point of losing control, uncertain of what chaos his team was embroiled in. In a moment of desperation, Bulma struck Goku across the face. Hoping to restore his senses, the impact against Goku in his white-haired state felt akin to hitting a concrete wall, leaving her hand painfully fractured. After the slap, Goku's combative instincts surged, leading him to perceive Bulma as an adversary, his eyes brimming with a bloodthirsty ferocity. This expression sent Bulma into a state of panic, her disbelief mounting as she gazed at Goku, struggling to comprehend how her husband had transformed into this menacing figure. As she beheld Bulma's terrified demeanor, distant memories surged forth, a tapestry of their days together on Earth, the moments spent with their son, the adventures they shared. Those recollections shone like a beam of sunlight piercing through darkness, allowing his consciousness, submerged in the river of time, to grasp onto a lifeline. Bulma, Goku managed to utter, his ultra instinct finally dissipating, leaving him seemingly drained and collapsing to the ground. His companions rushed to his side, even Beerus, forsaking decorum to assess Goku's condition. What happened? Beerus inquired anxiously. His ace could not afford to be incapacitated before the match. Goku, my dear friend, he called out, addressing each of his comrades by name, their faces appearing as familiar as ever, even Frieza providing a sense of comfort. He has overexerted his abilities, Whis remarked nonchalantly. Abilities? What abilities? Pilaf questioned, bewildered. Without waiting for a response, the Omni King approached. Are you all right, Goku? His tender voice conveyed concern, yet his tone remained rather flat. I'm fine, Omni King, really, Goku replied, struggling against a powerful wave of dizziness as he stood. Bulma hesitantly interjected, the situation for our fighters is quite dire. Could we possibly delay the match for a while? The Omni King paused for a moment before responding. Very well, I shall grant you 10 takas. We will wait for a bit. However, he turned his gaze toward Goku, adding, this is the last time. With that, the Omni King flew back to his throne, leisurely swinging his legs. 10 takas? What does that mean? At this point, the rules had yet to be introduced, so Bulma was unaware of the specific duration. Only 5 minutes, Whis answered calmly. Bulma glanced at Goku, realizing time was of the essence, and questioned him, but sensing it was futile, she turned to Whis. Please, briefly explain what is happening. Goku had utilized his time reversal ability to participate in the tournament of Power 914 times, but each endeavor ended in failure. What? 90,000 times? Time reversal? Is that Goku's ability? Why are we oblivious to it while you are aware? Well, to make a long story short, Whis rubbed his chin. Manipulating time and space is a privilege reserved for deities. Thus, when mortals ascend to divinity, they may grasp certain unique abilities related to time and space, such as the spatial creation of Earthlings, gravity manipulation by Namekians, time pausing by Hit, and Goku's time reversal. Time reversal. Could this be why Goku traversed dimensions initially? Bulma pondered. That is one way to interpret it, Whis nodded. Mortals can only comprehend fragments of divine authority, while angels and the Omni King, as entities of divinity themselves, transcend these abilities. Suddenly, Bulma had a realization. She looked at Whis, then at Beerus and the Supreme Kai, but ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. Goku, she turned to the weary warrior. Why have you failed to win in over 90,000 attempts at the Tournament of Power? What is the reason? Jiren, Goku weakly replied. He has also mastered Ultra Instinct. He is simply too strong for me to overcome. Nanny? Beerus was the first to express astonishment, feeling utterly perplexed. What about the other opponents? Were there any surprises? Goku shook his head. Each time, it always comes down to just Jiren and me. Bulma nodded slowly, falling into silence. Everyone turned their attention to her. Although Goku's revelations were disheartening, somehow, Bulma's presence instilled a sense of hope. Goku, Bulma began. Could it be that your approach is flawed? Flawed approach? Goku inquired. You must understand, the objective is to win the tournament, not to defeat Jiren. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated Goku's mind. I know how to win. I must caution you, Whis interjected. The Omni King has decreed that you will not be permitted to reverse time again. This is your final opportunity. Goku paused for 2 seconds, then nodded solemnly. I understand. I had lost my way before, but this time, I will not fight for myself. I will fight for everyone. For the survival of Universe 7. Please, trust me. Of course, Goku. Who else would we trust if not you? Krillin jested, his tone lighthearted. Regardless of success or failure, we shall accept the outcome with equanimity, unburdened by any weight. Master Roshi patted Goku on the shoulder. If there are arrangements, speak swiftly. Time is of the essence. Frisia retorted with a hint of arrogance. Thank you, everyone. This is my perspective, exclaimed Taka as the participants returned to their positions. And the Grand Priest once again recited the rules of the tournament. Now, let us invite all the spectators to take their seats for the Tournament of Power. Come on, everyone. Go Goku. Bulma encouraged loudly. With a clap of his hands, the Grand Priest made all the deities and Bulma vanish from the scene. Let us proceed, everyone, Goku said as he extended his hand. Krillin immediately stacked his hand on top, followed closely by Tien and Master Roshi, and then Piccolo and Caulifla joined in, until finally, Frisia, with reluctance, placed his hand at the top. Then, the Grand Priest's voice resonated throughout the temple. The tournament begins. Chapter 99. The winning strike. As the Tournament of Power commenced, all participants were randomly teleported to various positions on the arena. The moment Goku landed, he disregarded the other competitors nearby and sprinted straight towards the central time pillar. Simultaneously, the other contenders from Universe 7 rushed towards the center as well, ignoring one another unless faced with a persistent adversary. In just half a minute, the 7 warriors converged at the heart of the arena. It's in your hands now. Goku nodded at his companions before sitting cross-legged on the ground, bringing his palms together and closing his eyes in meditation. The other 6 formed a protective circle around him, adopting a vigilant defensive stance. What is this? What is he doing? Beerus pondered, perplexed, watching Goku settle down. Well, he must have devised a strategy to counter Jiren. Let us observe, Whis responded with an air of confidence. After Goku's earlier commotion, Beerus felt even more anxious, pulling out a custard pie to distract himself. Krillin, Master Roshi, and Piccolo stood guard, while Tien, Frisia, and Caulifla did the same on the other side. A few overzealous Caulifla rushed in, intending to take down the group, only to be swiftly dispatched with a single punch. Gradually, the surrounding competitors recognized the disparity in power and kept their distance. The match continued for 10 minutes, and no enemies approached Goku's vicinity again. All participants from Universe 9 were eliminated and thus eradicated, with a simple clench of his small hand. The Omni King caused a group in the stands to vanish in an instant. Everyone watched in silence, suddenly realizing a significant fact. Only Universe 7 remained with all its members alive, and they were acutely aware of the formidable strength of this team. If the chaos continued unchecked, only Universe 7 would ultimately benefit. Let us cease hostilities for now, suggested Topo, who, engaged in combat with Caulifla, opted not to continue after Universe 9's disappearance. I believe we should unite to eliminate those individuals. He pointed towards Goku's group. In Universe 6, only Caulifla, Kale, and Hit remained. They had heard from Hit that the individual seated on the ground, Son Goku, was someone he could not defeat even at full strength. Although the honor of the Scions would frown upon such actions, the safety of the entire universe took precedence over such concerns. Very well. As Kale turned her head, she called out, "Come here, Caulifla." The trio from Universe 2, the Ribrian team, swiftly recognized the situation and launched their assault on the competitors from Universe 7. Spiral Light Wave. An attack reminiscent of the special beam cannon hurtled toward Piccolo. He countered with a magic flash, intending to neutralize his opponent's strike, only to be taken aback as the twisting light wave ensnared his energy blast like a creeping vine. Piccolo, be careful. Krillin maneuvered into position, channeling his energy to deflect the light wave before it could reach Piccolo. Ribrian was poised to continue her attack, but upon seeing Krillin, her body stiffened with surprise. Oh my, how can there be such a handsome man in the world? Her cheeks flushed crimson as she exclaimed, "Would you marry me?" Her companion hurriedly interjected, "We're in a competition. Snap out of it." Meanwhile, the god of destruction, Helles, broke into a cold sweat, recognizing that while her champion possessed impressive strength, her intellect left much to be desired. Krillin was not one to indulge them. He raised his hand and unleashed a Kamehameha. Wow, so manly. Ribrian screamed as she was propelled out of bounds, eliminated from the match. On the other side, Topo initiated his offensive, launching a barrage of energy blasts at Tien. The two exchanged fire like rapid machine guns, filling the arena with clouds of dust as they countered each other's attacks. As Topo sought to continue his onslaught, a golden disc suddenly soared through the haze, the tri-beam unleashed by Tien. Boring trick, Topo retorted, clasping his hands together before thrusting forward, releasing a massive wave of energy that engulfed Tien's tri-beam. This is bad, Tien shouted, retaliating with his Kamehameha, but Topo's power was overwhelming, swiftly pushing Tien's attack back. I need help, Tien bellowed. I'm coming. Master Roshi stepped forward, directing his hands toward Tien and Topo. You hold back. Without hesitation, Tien seized his Kamehameha as Topo's wave surged forward, only to suddenly vanish mid-air and reappear at Topo's flank. What is this? Topo found himself struck by his own attack, his clothing singed on one side. This won't do, Master Roshi exclaimed. We must employ Bulma's strategy. Krillin, Frieza, you two go on the offensive. However, Goku, seemingly unfazed, sat in tranquil meditation, as if the chaos surrounding him held no significance. There was no time for hesitation. Listen to me, Master Roshi asserted. TCH, that old man is such a control freak, Frieza scoffed, though he was eager to stretch his legs. With a wicked grin, Frieza vanished in an instant, and before Topo could gather himself, he felt a rush of wind as Frieza delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling halfway across the ring. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Krillin had set his sights on the formidable Caulifla, breaking from the defensive line, leaving Goku with only 4 companions. The opportunity had arrived. In the distance, Hit finally resolved to take action against the group. He lowered his breath to an almost imperceptible level, drawing near to them, and then activated a 2-second global time stop. He immediately surged forward, concentrating his energy at his fingertips, aiming directly at the vital points of Kalisa. Just as he was about to make contact, an unsettling sensation washed over him. What is this? Hit felt a weight pressing down on him, causing his offensive movement to slow. However, the sword had already been drawn, and there was no possibility of retracting it now. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on with his attack, but it veered slightly off target. Kalisa was propelled backward, landing gracefully on the ground several meters away, appearing to have sustained no serious injury. The force that thwarted Hit's ambush was the gravity manipulation ability of the Namekians. Piccolo had created a super-gravity space on the outskirts of their defensive perimeter, ensnaring anyone who dared to approach and granting them ample time to react. Upon landing, Kalisa wasted no time. He swiftly appeared before Hit, seizing one of his wrists while channeling energy with his other hand, unleashing a massive energy blast forward. Hit raised a hand to defend his head, yet such a close-range attack still inflicted considerable injury. As soon as his skill cooled down, he activated the time stop again. Though Kalisa's grip prevented him from escaping, it also left Kalisa vulnerable to Hit's next onslaught. Hit launched a rapid 3-hit combo at extremely close range, striking Kalisa in the heart, throat, and finally piercing one of his eyes. The excruciating pain that followed the time stop did not elicit any extraneous movements from Kalisa. His still-raised hand regained strength, and a colossal wave of light instantly engulfed Hit's entire head. Poor Hit had chosen the wrong opponent. The Frieza race were inherently cosmic beings, their basic anatomy differing from that of humans, thus placing their weak points in distinct locations. His 3-hit assault failed to claim Kalisa's life on the spot, sealing his own fate. Meanwhile, Krillin faced off against Caulifla with apparent ease, as she seemed unable to transform into a Super Saiyan, revealing a significant disparity in their abilities. Just as Krillin was about to eliminate Caulifla, Kale rushed in to intervene. We can't defeat him. Caulifla struggled to articulate, her opponent looming like an insurmountable mountain, leaving her devoid of hope for victory. Let us use that, Kale urged desperately. There is no other choice. In an instant, Caulifla removed her earring from her left ear and donned it on her right. This was the Patera earring that Zampa had stealthily given them before the tournament, meant for fusion at critical moments. Initially intended for the 2 strongest fighters, Hit had declared that he would rather perish than rely on another's strength. Upon fusing, Caulifla experienced an unprecedented surge of power. She attempted to amplify her energy, instantly breaking through her own limitations and awakening Kale's latent powers. This is astounding. Caulifla thought it was merely the effect of the earring, completely oblivious to the absence of Kale's consciousness. Hey, you're cheating. Beerus glared furiously at Zampa. Zampa, however, discreetly glanced at the Omni King, relieved to see no notable reaction from him, and let out a long sigh. The scene before Krillin left him utterly dumbfounded. He had experienced fusion himself, yet never had he witnessed 2 individuals merge and exponentially enhance their power. As Caulifla charged forward with a swift step, Krillin, in a state of panic, narrowly dodged her punch. Instantly assessing the situation, he turned on his heel and fled, signaling desperately for a change of fighters. Seeing the imminent danger approaching Krillin, Tien, without hesitation, rushed to his aid. The fierce battle continued for another 10 minutes, during which 6 universes had been eliminated, leaving only Universe 7 and Universe 11 in contention. To everyone's astonishment, all members of Universe 7 remained unscathed, while Universe 11 was left with only Jiren, who had stood stoically throughout the ordeal. The scene had even rendered the god of destruction, Beerus, in despair, a 1 versus 7 scenario, and he was at a loss as to how victory could be achieved. Yet, only the combatants on the field understood that the true climax had only just begun. Chapter 100. The final wish. Jiren stood resolute, his gaze sweeping slowly over the 7 opponents before him. The moment their eyes met, Krillin felt his legs tremble, involuntarily taking a step back. What are we to do? The latter half of the match had devolved into a struggle of their 6 against all remaining opponents. Now battered and exhausted, Tien shot a glance at Goku behind him, then managed a wry smile. Goku isn't ready yet. We must buy him some time. That's an opponent even Goku cannot defeat. Can we truly succeed? Krillin's voice quivered with fear. Goku, however, remained unfazed, his aura steady and unwavering. Master Roshi spoke slowly. This signifies that he has cast aside all external distractions, entrusting his safety entirely to us. We must honor this trust. Krillin swallowed hard, clenching his fists tightly. Regardless of the outcome, death awaited them. He resolved to fight with all he had. Thoughts of the yet-to-be-revived Marin and Lazuli ignited a surge of determination within him. As the only one unscathed, he charged first towards Jiren. Take this. Krillin leaped into the air, launching a punch aimed squarely at Jiren's face. Yet, in the next moment, darkness engulfed him. Jiren effortlessly swatted him aside, sending him sprawling beyond half the arena. This marked the commencement of the final showdown. Jiren no longer remained stationary but advanced towards the crowd with aggression. Beat concentrated every ounce of his power to create a field of gravity 1,000 times heavier within a minuscule area. However, Jiren's primary technique, one strike to 10, allowed him to traverse the supergravity zone with hardly a pause. Master Roshi, unable to discern his movements, relied entirely on instinct and bent low, narrowly avoiding Jiren's punch. Oh! Jiren expressed surprise as Master Roshi swiftly advanced, delivering an elbow strike to Jiren's side, forcing him to step back momentarily. Just as Kuririn and Frieza were about to join the fray, Tien intercepted them. This is for you. Tien tossed an item towards them, and they caught it. Momentarily taken aback, it was the Patera earrings previously utilized by Caulifla and Kale, which Tien had seized during the final confrontation with Caulifla. We cannot rely solely on ourselves. You must fuse. Upon concluding his remarks, Tianjin Fan surged forward to assist Master Roshi and Piccolo. Without a moment's hesitation, Kururso wiped the blood trickling from his eyes and adorned his left ear with the earring. Frieza, furrowing his brow and hesitating for a few seconds, finally retorted with indignation. This wretched trinket, I lack earlobes. He then raised his hand and affixed the earring to his right ear. A brilliant flash of white light enveloped them, and their bodies were irresistibly drawn together, heralding the emergence of the new super warrior, Frieza. Despite being besieged by 3 opponents, Jiren appeared unfazed, effortlessly delivering a punch that sent Master Roshi sprawling and a kick that dispatched Tianjin Fan. Just as he prepared to strike Piccolo on the opposite side, a fleeting shadow of black and gold caught his peripheral vision. Before Jiren could react, the newly transformed Frieza landed a powerful kick squarely on Jiren's face, propelling him halfway across the arena. Impressive, exclaimed Piccolo in surprise. Humph, stand down. This battle now belongs to me, Frieza declared, while Jiren, rising to his feet, wiped his cheek only to discover a trace of blood, which added a note of seriousness to his demeanor. The new Frieza charged forward, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, their speed rendering it impossible for others to intervene. After observing the escalating confrontation for a short while, Mai could no longer remain passive. Jiren, enough of this. Time is of the essence, and victory hinges on numbers. We have yet to prevail. Play? What nonsense. Frieza felt underestimated and sought to prove himself, only to be unexpectedly struck by Jiren's accelerated punch, which sent him reeling, coughing up blood. Frieza looked on in disbelief as Jiren's aura surged, coalescing into a molten orange hue that enveloped him. Jiren was acutely aware that to secure victory, he needed to eliminate all opponents, yet with 20 minutes remaining in the match, Mai's urgency seemed unwarranted. This urgency was not unfounded, for an individual in meditation on the opposing side clearly harbored tremendous power, causing considerable unease. With Kurursa's keen sense of energy, Frieza quickly discerned that he was outmatched, and he wiped his brow with a rueful smile, exclaiming, "The universe is indeed vast." "Hey!" Frieza shouted suddenly, "Let us all attack together." "Right." The others responded in unison. as the 5 warriors of Universe 7 charged at Jiren from all directions. Yet Jiren stood firm against their onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Frieza abruptly abandoned his offensive, lunging instead to utilize his size advantage. After evading a punch, he closed in, ensnaring Jiren's neck with his legs and tail, while desperately clutching at his head. Master Roshi and Piccolo immediately coordinated their efforts, each restraining one of Jiren's arms with all their might. Though Jiren intended to struggle free, Krillin delivered a powerful kick to Jiren's knee, forcing him to kneel uncontrollably. He and Tianjin Fan then reinforced their grip on Jiren's arms. No matter how formidable Jiren's strength, he could not break free from the combined might of 2 Super Saiyan-level fighters wielding their full power in a grappling technique. Observing the advantageous position, Frieza erupted with energy, channeling all his strength into his legs, as Jiren felt an intense tightening around his neck, suffocating him. Jiren. The exquisite flavor was so overwhelming that it nearly knocked the breath out of Ji Lian. Should he lose consciousness in such a manner, their fate would be sealed. In this moment of disorientation, a wave of despair surged within him, yet his indomitable spirit once again propelled his power beyond its limits. The formidable aura of his ultimate mastery technique instantaneously dispersed the 5 individuals surrounding him. Klin, after tumbling several times, stood up from the ground, incredulously gazing at the sight before him. What kind of monster is this? In the blink of an eye, Ji Lian had appeared right in front of Klin, an invisible force enveloping him entirely, sending him flying across the arena. When Klin regained his senses, he found himself back in the stands. Astonished to discover that he had suffered almost no injuries, Ji Lian employed the most efficient strategy, eliminating opponents without wasting even a breath of energy. The vast disparity in strength rendered the others powerless. Master Roshi, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan were swiftly eliminated, and even the new Frieza could not endure for long. Frieza had intended to use his agility to stall for time on the stage, but Ji Lian's speed was too formidable. In a flash, he stood before Frieza, who, upon attempting to resist, found a colossal hand tightly gripping his throat. Frieza struggled desperately, yet every strike against Ji Lian felt as ineffective as mere tickling. Suddenly, Frieza ceased his movements, managing to force a smile. "Ah, at last, you have arrived." Ji Lian turned to see a refreshing aura surrounding Goku, gently stirring his garments and hair as Goku slowly rose, attuned to everything transpiring on the stage. With a powerful motion, Ji Lian hurled Frieza out of bounds and faced Goku directly. Even without the others delaying, Ji Lian had planned to allow this opponent to rise on his own. He was confident in his absolute strength. No tactic employed by Goku could undermine his impending victory, which is why he refrained from ambushing the seated fighter. Goku! The crowd leaned forward, instinctively drawn into the moment, as the climactic battle that would determine the fate of the universe was about to unfold. "You are strong." Goku began slowly, truly formidable, "but I cannot afford to lose." Ji Lian paid him no heed. "I dread winning in such a manner, yet I have no choice. I must take responsibility for my family and friends." Stepping forward, Goku unleashed an overwhelming aura that enveloped the arena. Since the onset of the match, he had been accumulating strength. The outcome hinged upon this final strike. Goku's energy suddenly transformed into a silvery hue, instantly reaching the pinnacle of the ultimate mastery technique. With both hands thrust forward, he shouted, "Evil containment wave." A torrent of green energy surged forth like a tempest, shaking the barriers erected by the angels until they were riddled with fine cracks. Before Ji Lian could react, he found himself ensnared by the evil containment wave, his very essence entwined by another force that propelled him forward, spiraling upward along the storm's trajectory. "No, I cannot lose." Jiren exerted every ounce of his strength to elevate his aura, enveloping himself in a resplendent white barrier, a manifestation of his utmost mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique. With unwavering determination, he endeavored to expand this protective shield, striving to liberate himself from its confines. "Go for it, Goku. You can do it." The crowd rallied behind Goku, who gritted his teeth, wrestling with Jiren amidst the tempest. Goku summoned all his might, pressing down with both hands. Jiren, at the vortex's core, was forcibly extracted and propelled straight towards the boundary. No. Jiren resisted defeat, yet he could not break free. A blinding flash illuminated the arena, and in an instant, Jiren found himself seated in the stands. Goku, on the stage, offered a faint smile before collapsing forward. Silence enveloped the arena as Zeno peeked curiously at Goku. The Grand Minister descended from the main platform, resting his chin in contemplation for a few moments before announcing the outcome. Although Son Goku from Universe 7 had ultimately exhausted himself to the point of death, Jiren from Universe 11 had already been eliminated prior, resulting in the destruction of Universe 11. Jiren sat there, devoid of regret, having given his all and accepting defeat with grace. In the blink of an eye, all of Universe 11 vanished. The Grand Minister paused, then declared, "Thus, the victors are from Universe 7. Bulma instinctively shed tears. They had triumphed. Yet the weight of victory felt unbearably heavy to her. The Grand Minister snapped his fingers, and 7 Super Dragon Balls materialized above the arena, followed by the majestic Dragon God, who loomed over the crowd from trillions of kilometers away. The Grand Minister gently floated towards the stands, stating that, in light of the last contestant's demise, it was up to them to decide how to utilize this reward. All eyes turned towards Bulma, each person silently agreeing that her wish would be the most fitting. Wiping her tears and gathering her composure, Bulma stood tall, gazing directly into the Grand Minister's eyes. "Can I just speak freely? Does the dragon understand my words?" The Grand Minister snapped his fingers once more, affirming, "It is now permissible. Please proceed." Taking a deep breath, Bulma shouted towards the Dragon God above, "I wish to send all the deities to a future 1 trillion years ahead." All the angels momentarily froze, turning to gaze incredulously at this mortal. Whis also paused, then shook his head with a wry smile. The Grand Minister glanced back at Zeno, who appeared exhilarated, observing the Dragon God as if it were a mere toy. With a heavy sigh, the Grand Minister resigned himself to the situation. In the next moment, a crimson light flashed, and all the angels vanished, along with Zeno, the Dragon God, and the Grand Minister, leaving behind an eerie stillness. Bulma collapsed helplessly to the ground. Everyone's minds went blank, and after a lengthy pause, Beerus, still in a state of bewilderment, finally spoke. "What on earth just happened?" The end of the tale. The following chapter provides a detailed explanation of the underlying plot. Chapter 101. Detailed plot explanation. This narrative is structured around a primary storyline and a secondary one. The principal arc follows Goku through another cycle of adventures leading up to the Tournament of Power, while the secondary narrative delves into the origins of the universe concerning an unknown civilization. However, until the conclusion of this book, the secondary plot was only mentioned sporadically due to limitations in crafting a cohesive narrative that would allow a character to fully elucidate the story. Thus, after much contemplation, it became necessary to dedicate an entire chapter to elucidate the essence of the secondary storyline from a godlike perspective, as well as to present a comprehensive worldview of this book. Firstly, the Omni King is conceived as omniscient and omnipotent. All entities within the universe are creations of his will, rendering him synonymous with the universe itself. Subsequently, his omniscience and omnipotence fragmented into 3 distinct aspects, one represented by 19 angels, another signified by the Dragon God, and the diminutive blue figurine merely serves as a token of the Omni King's authority within the realm of reality. The 19 angels are categorized into Grand Ministers and 18 ordinary angels, with the latter governing 18 universes, wherein the life forms remained rather unremarkable. Due to unforeseen circumstances, 6 universes were obliterated by the Omni King, resulting in the slumber of the corresponding 6 angels. The powers governed by these 6 angels were then distributed among the remaining 12 universes, giving rise to a myriad of racial energy sources, thus granting mortals the ability to manipulate their essence. Fast forward to 100 million years ago, within the region between the 6th and 7th universes. The Super Dragon Ball people harnessed Dragon Ball minerals to cultivate a remarkably brilliant civilization. Their influence radiated outward from the Super Dragon Ball star, gradually encompassing all universes. This phenomenon elucidates the similarities observed among the symmetrical universes, with the 6th and 7th universes displaying the highest degree of resemblance due to their proximity to the cradle of all civilizations. Eventually, upon discovering the existence of angels and the Omni King, the Super Dragon Ball people, akin to the later King Cold, found it intolerable to have a sword of Damocles perpetually hovering above them. Consequently, they challenged the Omni King and the angels with their own technology. The outcome was inevitable. Their very essence stemmed from the Dragon Balls and energy sources, rendering them no match for the angels. The Super Dragon Ball people faced catastrophic annihilation. The remnants of the Super Dragon Ball people subsequently divided into 2 factions. One lineage evolved into the planet Yardrat, adopting a strategy of concealment and evasion, while the other transformed into Kaioshins and Destroyers, joining the divine ranks to assist the angels in governing the vitality of the universe, thereby enabling mortals to thrive in an orderly manner. Thus, it can be asserted that, in the truest sense, divinity is embodied solely by the angels and the Omni-King, with the addition of the dragon, while the Kaioshians and destroyers are more akin to humanity, resulting in a significant disparity in status and power. However, the thoughts among the angels are far from unified, primarily divided into two factions. One faction, represented by Whis, emphasizes the importance of emotional bonds among angels and wishes to prevent the continued reduction of universes, even hoping for the restoration of the 6 other universes, given the opportunity. Conversely, the other faction harbors an extreme adoration for the Omni-King, aspiring to annihilate all universes and angels, seeking to eliminate even the Dragon of God, so that the Omni-King may return to an omniscient and omnipotent form, rather than remaining as a foolish little blue figurine. Let us refer to them as the moderate and radical factions. Naturally, the angels must outwardly maintain absolute neutrality. Open conflict is not an option. Thus, they subtly maneuver the universe in divergent directions. In their quest to obliterate all universes, the radical faction's indirect goal is to diminish humanity's ratings. By continuously instigating discord among humans, they can incite the Omni-King to eradicate universes with low ratings. In Universe 7, the method of inciting human strife came in the form of the subsequent 3 divine artifacts. The angels do not require intricate schemes. By merely casting desirable items into the mortal realm, they ensure that greed will incite conflict. Indeed, the demise of every civilization mentioned in the texts can be traced back to these 3 artifacts. As the situation evolved into modern times, 10 million years ago, the radical faction gained the upper hand, with the Grand Minister leaning towards their side, emboldening their audacity. Even the Supreme Kais of various universes, in nurturing life, directed their efforts towards fostering a combative nature, which contradicts the established narrative of the Zamasu arc, but will be overlooked. The prevalence of this martial spirit across the cosmos led to stagnation and even regression in other aspects, indirectly resulting in a cultural decline throughout all universes. Fast forward to 10,000 years ago, the emergence of Majin Buu wreaked havoc, single-handedly penetrating the realm of the Supreme Kais, leading to the premature demise of the Grand Supreme Kai. A new generation of Supreme Kais hastily ascended to power, severing many legacies in the process, thus steering Universe 7 onto a somewhat distinct developmental path. This ultimately gave rise to Earth. Since life is actively cultivated by the Supreme Kais, civilizations essentially evolve over mere thousands of years rather than billions. Earth's civilization, having shed its bloodthirsty tendencies, developed a remarkably diverse culture, encompassing culinary arts and martial disciplines. Leveraging its numerical advantage, Earth's culinary prowess stands unparalleled across the universe, playing a pivotal role in subsequent events. As for martial arts, unlike combat and slaughter, they emphasize self-cultivation, the protection of the weak, and the utilization of the seemingly weak to overcome more formidable adversaries. From the initial martial arts master to the eventual Sun Wukong, they bridged the gap in strength through martial cultivation, ultimately safeguarding their families and companions. Now, we arrive at our absolute protagonist, Bulma, who, through a series of adventures, has gleaned insights into the aforementioned narrative from various details, such as the resemblance of the attire of the Yardrat race to that of the Supreme Kais, the ill-fated fates of those who have handled the 3 artifacts, the reason angels do not bow before the Omni-King, and why the other participants in the Tournament of Power appear to be simple-minded brutes who rely solely on raw strength. At the outset, Bulma shared Goku's sentiment that after winning the Tournament of Power, reviving the other universes would foster a harmonious existence. However, following the harrowing war on Yardrat and the brutal bloodshed of the tournament, Bulma came to a profound realization. These deities were the very root of all tragedies. Elevated and aloof, they remained utterly indifferent to the suffering endured by mortals. Thus, she resolved to rebel, striving to secure a safe future for Earth. Inspired by the time trap on Yardrat, she conceived a plan to transport these divine beings into the future, granting them ample time for a period of peace and development. Whether they would meander aimlessly for 1 trillion years or cultivate technology potent enough to rival the gods would be a concern for future generations. The only dilemma that troubled her was the realization that once the Super Dragon Balls granted this wish, Earth would be irreversibly altered, leaving even Goku beyond resurrection. Yet, having experienced the arduous task of gathering the Super Dragon Balls, Bulma recognized this as perhaps her sole opportunity to liberate those universes, compelling her to proceed with her plan. As for the morality of her choice, I find myself uncertain and unmotivated to fabricate a justification. Allow me to elaborate on some intriguing concepts. Firstly, as previously mentioned, the speed of light within the Dragon Ball universe is limitless, allowing for interstellar travel and instantaneous movement. While light may traverse without bounds, its propagation distance is finite, roughly equivalent to the diameter of a Laniakea supercluster. The 18 universes are, in fact, distantly located across these 18 superclusters. And since the distances between these universes far exceed the propagation limits of light, they remain beyond observable reach. This lack of observation led Bulma to struggle with the concept of parallel universes and the means to traverse to them. It is worth noting that the inhabitants of Super Dragon Ball Planet became aware of the existence of other universes through their wishes and utilized these wishes to navigate through the vast cosmos towards other superclusters. Some readers have pointed out that the concept of energy sources imposes an unreasonable cap on power levels. However, my intention was to firmly establish such limitations. As an aficionado of science fiction, I believe that infinity is an illogical premise. Just as the real world adheres to the law of conservation of mass energy, I aspire for my constructed universe to reflect a similar notion. Additionally, I prioritize rationality over emotion. Each ascension of a warrior is underpinned by profound logic rather than mere bursts of anger. In adulthood, emotion often proves to be the least useful tool. It is also due to this realistic foundation that the final tournament of power incorporated the possibility of death, resulting in the demise of several characters. Many details that were omitted at that stage were unclear to me at the time, and I feel fortunate that, aside from Goku, the other competitors ultimately survived. In conclusion, I must admit that I do not possess an encyclopedic memory of every detail in Dragon Ball. Often, I find myself revisiting the manga to clarify the narrative. Should there be significant discrepancies between the text and the original work, or even contradictions within the narrative itself, it is likely a result of intentional modifications made for the sake of the storyline, perhaps forgotten explanations, or simply lapses in memory. A novel is not a scholarly paper. It is meant for enjoyment, and I hope for your understanding and tolerance. There is little of substance left. I will pin down my personal reflections in the forthcoming chapter. For those disinterested, feel free to disengage. I am grateful to each person who reads this. Chapter 102 has come to a close. I am exhilarated to have completed an entire novel, although this book was updated for merely 2.5 months. The journey from conception to writing took a full year. When I began daily updates, I had already amassed 6 months' worth of material, believing I could finish it before depleting my stock. There were moments of reluctance when I paused for an entire week without writing, yet fortunately, during this holiday, I dedicated several intense days to complete the task. Previously, I often entertained whimsical ideas, such as becoming a blogger or creating video content, but those were merely fleeting thoughts. This endeavor marks the first time I have wholly committed to a project, and I am quite satisfied with the outcome. It is not that I expect it to become immensely popular. Rather, I am relieved to present a work that I do not deem subpar. The venture into writing web fiction is serendipitous. I have long harbored a dream of authoring a novel, yet I had never considered the realm of web literature. Following some personal challenges that left me despondent, I immersed myself in literature, reading intensely each day. After consuming a significant volume of text, I one day realized that I too could attempt writing, and so I began. Thanks to this rapid intake of words, the process of composing this book flowed quite smoothly. Who would have thought that a student who once struggled in Chinese during the college entrance examination could venture into web fiction? That said, this book comprises merely 300,000 words, which is relatively short in the landscape of web literature. I am aware that this is not ideal, as I personally prefer longer reads when searching for books. However, given that this is a fan fiction tethered to the original narrative framework, and considering the brevity of Dragon Ball's plot, I found myself uncertain on how to extend it further. Even within these 300,000 words, I resorted to repetition to meet the word count, which was a challenge in itself. Continuing beyond the original framework seemed devoid of purpose. It might be more prudent to embark on a new novel. As a diligent employee enduring the rigors of a 996-work schedule, balancing a day job with evening writing sessions has indeed been arduous. I anticipate a considerable hiatus before embarking on a new book, yet I will undoubtedly continue writing in due time. During the most challenging periods, The only passions I did not forsake were reading and writing. So I trust our paths may cross again. As for the theme of my next work, I currently lack inspiration. I welcome suggestions from friends regarding intriguing or abstract concepts, as my forte lies in weaving together seemingly disparate elements into a cohesive narrative. Several readers have steadfastly followed this book since its inception, eagerly anticipating each update and expressing their support through gentle nudges and heartfelt encouragement. I have taken note of a few individuals and contemplated publicly acknowledging their contributions. However, I have come to realize that there are undoubtedly many silent supporters who may not be as vocal in their appreciation. Thus, it seems inappropriate to single out just a few. In any case, I extend my gratitude to every reader. Furthermore, I hope that once you have completed the book, you might take a moment to rate it and leave a review. Whether your feedback is abundant or sparse, positive or negative, I will graciously accept it. I am also considering sharing a couple of short stories I penned during my childhood on Tomato, hoping to invite constructive criticism and guidance from all of you. After experiencing a recommendation, I have come to understand that it is best to allow professionals to engage in their respective fields. Tomato truly provides an exceptional platform for those who cherish the art of storytelling. That is all for now. Farewell.